I was like a homeless wanderer lost in the city, curled up beneath the plastic awning of a pharmacy on the streets of New York. Outside, the rain swept across the pavement, with the fury of a madman unleashed. Neon signs were drowning in the rising water, their shattered reflections twisting and writhing like restless purple serpents. The cold, metal frame dug painfully into my back, and the anxiety brought by my bipolar disorder thundered in my mind, each heartbeat tugging at my nerves until I could barely endure. On my left wrist, I wore a faded bracelet imprinted with purple lightning patterns. The rain had soaked it through, making it heavy, pressing tight against my pulse. My consciousness wavered, teetering between chaos and clarity. One moment, I could still smell the mingled scents of disinfectant and vitamin tablets wafting out from the pharmacy. The next instant, a blinding white light exploded before my eyes. This was no ordinary lightning. It was as if the very fabric of space had been torn open, leaving a gaping rift. Pure white light, bottomless as an abyss, swallowed the rain-soaked night, the neon, and me along with them. Around me, time ceased to exist. There was no sound, not even the sensation of rain. I floated in a boundless white void. Nothing beneath my feet, and above, an indifferent machine, a ceiling of massive interlocking gears, turned slowly overhead. Then, a flurry of fragmented electronic tones pierced the depths of my mind. Detected soul, fluctuation, adaptation. Mental resilience, threshold passed. Bipolar disorder traits confirmed. Candidate meets anchor of the mortal world project selection criteria. Countless clauses composed of flowing light flashed before my eyes in a torrent, so fast I couldn't distinguish one from another. With each new clause, it felt as if an ice pick were stabbing through my brain, or sandpaper scraping across my skull. The pain forced me to curl tighter, my nails biting deep into my palms, desperate to ground myself against the chaos within my mind. I caught a glimpse of the brown pill bottle in my pocket, the label reading fluoxetine. As I struggled, the cap popped off and several white tablets floated into the air, only to be crushed into nothingness by the enormous gears above. Contract established. System binding in progress. Genshin Impact character projection protocol initiated. Identity generation module loading. A cold, mechanical voice fell like a hammer, and a torrent of information surged through me, overwhelming every last defense of my consciousness. Fragments of light and shadow. Liyue harbors, soaring eaves, the mining tunnels of the chasm, the emblems of the seven archons, the elemental laws of Teyvat, flooded my mind in a relentless barrage, nearly tearing my sense of self apart. Just as my awareness was on the verge of collapse, a deep, black fissure split open at the heart of the gear-forged cosmos above. Energy channel unstable. Coordinate deviation detected. Force disengagement. Before I had time to react, a powerful force like a supercharged vacuum cleaner swept me away. The pure white world around me spun rapidly, then shrank and twisted, finally collapsing into a dazzling beam of light that hurled me out with tremendous force. A bone-chilling cold instantly replaced the searing pain from moments before. The weight of the heavy seawater pressed down on me like unyielding boulders, while the taste of salt and rust flooded my mouth. All around was nothing but endless deep blue. Far above, through layers of thick ice, a faint glimmer of light flickered. My lungs felt on the brink of bursting, and the terror of suffocation coiled tightly around my heart. Medical cabinet inventory. Damn it, the innermost part of the third drawer. There's still half a bottle of tranquilizers I haven't checked off. The boss will dock my pay again. My consciousness was muddled and frail, teetering on the edge of life and death. Initiating core avatar. Zhongli. In that moment, a vast, ancient presence, calm and solid as stone, seized control of my body and mind. My fear and struggle, like pebbles sinking into the deep sea, were utterly swallowed by this overwhelming will. In the cold, dark depths of the ocean, a pair of eyes snapped open. Not my own weary black irises, but eyes the color of molten gold, shimmering with light, their corners marked by regal crimson patterns. These were Zhongli's gilded eyes. This world, elemental energy, is scarce, almost barren. The laws here suppress everything. Morix's divine consciousness stretched outward like probing tendrils, searching for the elemental power, but it was as futile as seeking water in a parched riverbed. Only silence and obstruction greeted him. The world's rules pressed down like invisible shackles, severely limiting his strength. Just then, the faint light above was blocked by a massive shadow wreathed in flames. Steel and fire tore through the seawater with a deafening roar, descending with an aura of total destruction. The colossal machine skimmed past my body, the turbulent current nearly dragging me away. Through a shattered porthole, I caught a clear glimpse of a blond man in a uniform emblazoned with stars and stripes, his hands gripping the controls with unyielding determination. Captain America, Steve Rogers, and his howling commandos assault plane. These names and faces flashed through my mind in an instant. The plane, trailing black smoke, plummeted like a falling star, vanishing into the deeper darkness below. System energy depleted, entering forced hibernation. Basic functions maintained. Avatar's only form stabilized. The electronic voice in my mind gradually faded, leaving only the faintest connection. I drifted in the water, my long, dark robe adorned with dragon patterns tugged and twisted by unseen currents, unable to unfurl completely. I raised my hand and saw that my fingers now radiated a gentle, lustrous light. My fingertips curled slightly in the water. Golden light gathered and compressed in the palm of my hand. This power was not bestowed by any external force, but drawn forth from the very depths of my divine essence. A slender thread of energy squeezed out with great difficulty, suppressed by the world's own laws. The light slowly took shape, transforming into the spectral image of an ancient, weighty spear, its shaft entwined with runes of earth, a projection of the legendary Vortex Vanquisher. Silently, the spear pierced the ocean floor. The hard seabed rippled with golden waves, as if it were the surface of water. Wherever the ripples spread, the currents stilled, and the darkness was gently pushed back by a faint golden glow. In the abyss of the Arctic Ocean, a fragile barrier barely held, spanning less than 10 meters in radius. I landed upon this island of solitude, the hem of my dark robe brushing over the rough stone beneath my feet. In silence, I gazed at the wreckage of a crashed plane in the distance, and farther beyond, the shadowy outlines of several submarines, each marked with a Red Skull emblem. From the shattered hatch of one submarine, a deep blue gleam flickered, like the eye of some ancient sea monster lurking in the depths. Turning my wrist, I drew out a bronze pocket watch. I flipped open the lid. The hands were frozen at March 15th, 1945. On the inside of the lid, my golden eyes stared back at me, and in their depths lingered the exhaustion and confusion that belonged to Li Lin. Closing the watch, I snapped it shut with a crisp click. In my other hand, I opened my palm to reveal 3 more coins. On the edge of one, a trace of pure white spatial energy still lingered. Upon this isolated island deep beneath the sea, with enemies closing in and my strength constrained, the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. It was here, on this frozen battlefield of ruins, that my journey through the mortal world began. Wholly unexpected, yet undeniable. Standing within the faint field of light cast by the Vortex Vanquisher's projection, I felt as if I were alone upon a solitary meteor. At the edge of the cosmos. Here, the crushing weight and cold of the sea were kept at bay, yet I could not escape the world's rejection of my existence. Each attempt to draw upon my power felt as futile as digging in a parched riverbed. Only stagnation and exhaustion answered my efforts. The rules of this world clung to my divine core like cold, heavy chains, binding me tight. My gaze returned to the distant wreckage of Captain America's plane and the Hydra submarines. At the gaping wound in the submarine's hull, the blue shimmer burned like the single, watchful eye of a behemoth from the abyss, tempting, yet perilous. There, fragments of the space stone's energy still lingered. I probed the power with the sharp focus of a stone drill. Chaotic, immense, and driven by some primal will, it sent ominous ripples through the world's ley line network. Power needs an anchor, needs a legitimate existence. The fragmented consciousness of Li Lin surfaced in my mind, carrying an obsession with identity and belonging, but was soon overwhelmed by the calm logic of divinity. In this strange world, a god, appearing without warning would only invite disaster. I needed a new identity, someone who could blend into mortal affairs, as the consultant of the Wangsheng funeral parlor once did in Liyue. I opened my palm and gazed at the 3 Mora coins resting in its center. My fingertips brushed lightly over the edge of one, where a trace of energy still lingered. The sense of contract and the authority over currency rippled out from me, as quietly as a pebble dropped into the sea, spreading through the deep waters. From the distant east, a faint yet distinct response reached me. It was not elemental power, but rather the surging will of countless living beings, a torrent woven from resilience, struggle, and a profound love for the land. This response was like a string plucked by Mora itself, sending a resonance across mountains and rivers, echoing in my perception. Huaxia, an ancient name surfaced in my mind, accompanied by the thunder of cannon fire and the unyielding cries of defiance. It was there, in that nation reborn through trials of blood and flame. That land, heavy with history and the hopes of countless people, could serve as my anchor, supporting the plans I would soon set in motion. With my purpose clear, I no longer paid attention to the lingering shadows of the battlefield or the remnants of the cube. Raising my right hand, I gathered a faint golden glow, the color of rock and gold. Even suppressed, this was a fragment of my divine power, like a shard of starlight sinking into the sea's depths. My fingertip gently touched the ocean floor. There was no explosion, no wild surge of energy, only a subtle golden ripple that slowly spread outward. Wherever the ripple passed, the internal structure of the basalt shifted with precision. Countless geoelemental runes seemed to come alive within the stone, etched and linked together until they formed a complex, three-dimensional network, indelibly stamped into the ley lines node. A ley line mapping point, the Thousand Rock Foundation. I infused the core of the rune network with information. This network would serve both as the nerve ending for me to sense the ley lines, and as the keyhole to unlock their power. Just as the runic network neared completion, a heavy crash shattered the calm. A Hydra-class reconnaissance submarine, out of control and wounded like a blinded eel, plummeted toward me. Its massive hull cast a shadow through the water, swirling currents tugging at the golden aura. Through the cracks in its body, I glimpsed the red warning lights of instruments and the figures of people struggling inside. Trouble. The thought crossed my mind with serene detachment. I kept my fingertip pressed to the rock, not even glancing up, as if those thousands of tons of steel were nothing more than a falling leaf. But just as the submarine's bow was about to breach the golden field, a clear, resonant hum rang out from deep within the rock. This was no power I had willed forth, but an instinctive defense triggered by the runic network under threat. A beam of rock gold light shot skyward from the point beneath my finger, piercing with pinpoint precision through the submarine's power core junction. There was no explosion, nor any shower of shattered metal fragments. Where the beam had pierced, the submarine's alloy hull melted like wax before a flame, turning instantly to an ashen white. The transformation spread rapidly, like a plague sweeping across the vessel. Crack, crack! A chorus of dense, petrifying fractures echoed through the water. The immense submarine came to a halt less than 10 meters above my head. Its front and rear segments transformed into solid rock, while the central section was reduced to a fragile stone bridge connecting the two ends. The shouts and alarms from within the vessel were swallowed by the petrification, leaving only the sound of seawater rushing into the cracks. The two stone-carved remnants of the submarine, linked by the twisted bridge of metal, slowly sank into the deeper abyss, stirring a swirling current in their wake. I withdrew my hand, calmly watching the wreckage and the petrified figures within as they descended. My gaze was as tranquil and ancient as the strata that watch over fossilized remains. Though my divine power is limited, the ley lines of this world still respond to my call. I watched as the light at my fingertip gradually faded. That strike just now drew on the will of the ley line network, combining it with the essence of my divinity I had infused to create a counterattack. Although its power was constrained, it was enough to send shockwaves through this world. This confirmed my suspicion. This world's ley lines possess life, lacking only guidance and a key. I did not linger. Gazing towards the distant east, I left this solitary island. The seabed beneath my feet seemed to come alive, rising and stretching forward. Black stone transformed into steps, unfolding steadily underfoot, carrying me upward towards the ocean surface. Behind me, the spectral shadow of the rainbow-piercing spear faded, its faint glow swallowed by the sea. Cold and darkness reclaimed all, leaving only the stone-carved submarine sinking into the abyss, like two strange tombstones. I broke through the ice and appeared amidst the biting Arctic winds. Spreading my palm, I let the golden Mora coin catch the sunlight, gleaming with a radiant glow. With a gentle flick, the coin transformed into a golden thread, arcing toward the southeastern sky, an offering to guide the way to the ley line of Cathay. My sable robe billowed in the snow-laden wind as my figure gradually faded from sight. In the instant I vanished, a ring of golden stone patterns appeared on the ice, resembling an ancient coin inlaid with a dragon scale emblem at its center. In the deep sea, the first dragon's song echoed faintly, as a single Morris set the world's fate. My journey through the mortal realm began here. Above the frozen sea, my first true step into this world. Ahead, the smoke of 1945 had yet to disperse, and ancient China awaited my arrival. Director Ponchi's eyebrows shot up as she planted one hand on her hip and jabbed the other finger at Richard, looking for all the world like an indignant, plump teapot. How can you be so ungrateful? The emergency department has a most distinguished guest, and I came to fetch you, so you could show your face before someone important. I'm helping you expand your connections among the upper crust, and yet you keep making excuses, acting as if you don't appreciate it at all. Richard rolled his eyes. In his mind, he scoffed. He was a top-tier surgical specialist. Why would he bother with such trivial nonsense? Nice words on the surface, but it was all just for your own benefit. All you wanted was to use me to network, while pretending to be generous and considerate. I'm not going, Richard said lazily, leaning back in his chair and taking a sip of water. Director Pansy shook with rage, his plump body quivering and his fingers trembling uncontrollably. You're being utterly foolish. Just you wait. With that, Director Pansy stormed out, barely able to contain his anger. Richard watched Pansy's retreating figure and curled his lip in disdain. But it wasn't long before Pansy came back, panting, this time with a well-dressed, middle-aged man in tow, his arm in a sling. Richard immediately recognized that this must be the distinguished guest Pansy had mentioned. The man wore a single-breasted, custom-tailored beige suit made from fine British wool. His slim-fit white shirt was crafted from high-thread-count Egyptian cotton, hugging his frame with a refined texture. A 5-centimeter-wide calfskin belt with a discreet matte metal buckle cinched his waist. On his feet were shoes which, if Richard's eye didn't deceive him, were made from the finest shell cordovan, often called the diamond of leathers. A Vacheron Constantine patrimony watch adorned his wrist, exuding understated luxury and taste. Add a pocket square, and the ensemble will be flawless. This was the classic attire of an old-money tycoon, undoubtedly someone with assets well into the hundreds of millions. No wonder Pansy was so eager to curry favor. Dr. Richard, come here. Director Pansy's face was all smiles, his tone unusually gentle. He bustled over, grabbed Richard by the arm, and led him straight to the middle-aged man in the suit. This time, Richard didn't pull away. There was an outsider present, after all. If it had been just the two of them, he'd have shown Pansy his true feelings by now. This is Mr. Donald, a member of our Presbyterian Hospital's board of directors. Mr. Donald has injured his arm. You're the ER specialist. Please take a look at him. Mr. Donald wore a restrained smile. Dr. Richard, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard you're as handsome as you are skilled, and I see it's true. Richard returned a polite smile, then got straight to business. Mr. Donald, please have a seat. Let me examine your wound. Thank you, Dr. Richard. I appreciate it. Mr. Donald quickly sat down and, with Richard's help, began to unwrap the bandage from his left arm. Richard glanced at the wound, his lips twitching slightly. There was a cut on the left forearm, less than 5 centimeters long. The bleeding had already stopped, and it would probably scab over within half an hour. Was this guy just here to waste my time? Richard glared at Director Pansy without a word, stifled a yawn, and called out loudly. Frank, come here for a moment. Coming, Mr. Richard. Frank responded from not far away and hurried over. Mr. Richard, what can I do for you? Richard pointed to Director Donald's left arm. Help Mr. Donald here, take care of his wound. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Director Donald's expression changed instantly. Director Pansy's eyebrows shot up, and he erupted in anger like a flustered, puffing teapot, snapping at Richard. Richard, what on earth are you doing? What kind of attitude is this? Director Donald is a key member of our hospital's board of directors, and you want in turn to treat his injury? That's an insult to me, an insult to Director Donald, and an insult to the entire board. Director Donald shot him a sideways look of annoyance, well aware that Pansy was just trying to make a scene. He said nothing more, simply stood up, turned on his heel, and walked away. Frank, now looking thoroughly confused, froze with his hand halfway to the wound, at a total loss for what to do. Mr. Richard, Richard patted him on the shoulder. It's all right, just go back to your work. Frank nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Richard. He hurried off as soon as he finished speaking. Richard, you don't even show respect for the hospital's board members. This is outrageous. Just wait and see. Director Pansy was so furious that his hands were shaking as he vented his anger at Richard. I'll definitely report you to Dean Elvin. With that, he dashed off after Director Donald. Director Donald, wait. Donald stopped in his tracks, his face dark as a storm cloud. As soon as Pansy caught up, Donald spun around and slapped him hard across the face. You fool. After venting his anger, Director Donald hurried away. He had no intention of lingering and attracting an even bigger crowd, which would only add to his humiliation. Director Pansy stood there, stunned by the slap. What just happened? He stood in place, clutching his face, his eyes full of confusion and wounded pride. All around, The doctors and nurses who had gathered to watch couldn't help but burst out laughing at Director Pansy's pitiful and helpless appearance. Look at the director's face. Oh, I can't take it. This is hilarious. Who's got a phone? Quick, take a picture of Director Pansy right now. About one, let me. A flash went off, capturing Director Pansy's embarrassed expression on a young nurse's phone. Hey, make sure you send me that photo. Me too. Don't forget to send me a copy. The sound of snapping photos snapped Director Pansy back to reality. He noticed that the doctors and nurses were still watching from around him, and his expression immediately darkened. What are you all staring at? Director Pansy glared fiercely at the crowd. Is there really something so fascinating to see? This is work hours. If I catch anyone watching again, I'll treat it as absenteeism and deduct all your attendance bonuses and incentives for the month. Startled by his outburst, the onlookers quickly scattered in all directions. After finishing his tirade, Director Pansy finally felt a bit better. He cast a backward glance at Richard in the office, secretly nursing his resentment. Richard, just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll fall into my hands. Holding his aching face, Director Pansy strode off in haste. At this moment, Frank quietly slipped back into Richard's office and said with concern, Dr. Richard, maybe you should go apologize to Director Pansy. Otherwise, with his temperament, he definitely won't let this go. Richard yawned and waved it off. It's fine. Don't worry about me. Go on and get back to your work. He knew very well that he was one of the most outstanding new generation surgeons, not just in the country, but in the entire world. Talents like him would be treated like a treasure in any hospital he chose. Who would dare really make trouble for me? Aren't they afraid I'd just walk away? At that moment, the wailing of an ambulance grew louder as it approached. Richard instantly sprang to his feet. Frank, come with me. The ambulance came to a halt, and the paramedics brought out an elderly black man with dreadlocks. A prominent knife scar ran from the corner of his right eye to his right ear, and his arms were covered in bold tattoos. He clearly didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Right after, 3 young black men climbed out of the vehicle. Nick, what happened here? Seeing the situation, Richard walked over to the onboard doctor, Nick West, and asked in a low voice. Nick glanced at the gang members and replied softly. A gang boss from Queens. Someone kicked him in the groin. Richard raised an eyebrow and asked, Is it serious? Both testicles are completely ruptured. Richard nodded to indicate he understood. Frank, notify or to prepare for testicular removal surgery. To him, a ruptured testicle was a minor operation. He'd even seen cases where drug abuse led to a severed catheter. The 3 gang members who had come along clustered together, whispering amongst themselves. Tommy, I heard Fiona ran off into the white ghost turf. Wasn't Fiona the boss's woman? Why would she kick in the groin? Are you dense? Didn't you just hear that Fiona betrayed the boss? So what? Why would she still kick him? Don't talk to me anymore. Why not? My mom says I shouldn't talk to idiots. Cut it out, you two. Big Eddie's calling. The bespectacled gang member answered the phone. Big Brother Eddie. A voice came through from the other end, asking, Simmons, how's Boss Quinn doing? Simmons glanced at the boss being wheeled into the hospital and replied, They've just taken him into surgery. He's about to have his testicles removed. What? The boss's manhood can't be saved? Looks like that's the case. All right, you 3 get back here right away. The White Ghost Gang has started muscling in on our turf. What about Boss Quinn? Here's what we'll do. You stay and look after the boss. Joe and Tommy, get back here as fast as you can. Got it, Big Brother Eddie. After hanging up, Simmons turned to the other 2 and said, Big Brother Eddie wants you back at the bar right away. They need backup. The White Ghost Gang is already making their move. What? Are those maniacs out of their minds? Joe, let's go now. Without another word, the 2 spun around and hurried off. Simmons opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he just watched their backs as they vanished from view. He looked back at the hospital, then quietly turned and walked toward the small garden across the street. Meanwhile, as Richard was checking the patient's injuries, he made an unexpected discovery, a tumor inside the man's scrotum. TSK, I can't decide if this guy is utterly unlucky or strangely fortunate, Richard mused. Dr. Nick didn't catch his meaning and asked, Why do you say that? Richard pointed toward the patient on the operating table. I just found a tumor in his scrotum. Dr. Nick drew in a sharp breath, casting a sympathetic glance at the unconscious gang leader. That is really hard to comment on. Exactly. If his testicle hadn't ruptured, that tumor might have turned cancerous. Richard's expression was complicated. Now we can remove the tumor, but he's lost his manhood in the process. His words weighed heavily on everyone in the operating room. Dr. Nick was right. There was no easy way to describe a situation like this. Just as Richard was about to continue with the surgery, Christine suddenly stepped in. Dr. Richard, please wait a moment. What is it? Richard turned to her, puzzled. Nurse Lena, go notify Miru and Reed, and have them come here as soon as possible. This is a rare opportunity for a level 3 teaching surgery. Richard gave Christine a helpless look. With that one sentence, a 20-minute surgery just got stretched to half an hour. Christine flashed a playful smile. Yes, thank you for your trouble. How about I buy you dinner after work as compensation? Richard responded immediately. It's a deal. I get to pick the restaurant. Soon enough, a male and a female intern rushed into the operating room. Miru was Christine's intern, Reed was Nick's intern, and with Frank Shun, Richard's intern, there were currently 3 interns in the emergency department. Reed, who had just arrived, gave his supervising doctor a helpless glance. Dr. Nick cleared his throat and reminded him, make sure to pay close attention. Dr. Richard's teaching opportunities are truly rare. With that, Dr. Nick briskly left the operating room. Before leaving, Christine turned to the interns and said sternly, this surgery will include both an orchiectomy and a lymph node tumor removal. Dr. Richard will explain each step in detail. Miru, Reed, Frank, listen carefully and take good notes. All 3 interns responded in unison. Yes, Dr. Palmer. The surgery lasted nearly an hour before the teaching session finally came to an end. The poor gang leader was wheeled off toward the inpatient ward, but soon enough, she was brought back. Dr. Richard, the patient hasn't paid for the emergency care, the surgery, or the hospital stay. The inpatient ward is refusing to admit her. Richard paused in surprise. Weren't there 3 people who came in with her earlier? Where did they go? Nurse Lena shook her head. I didn't see them. Richard looked down at the still unconscious gang leader. Considering she provided a case for the teaching surgery, he decided to help her out just this once. Then let's put him, in the charity ward for now. We'll sort things out when she wakes up tomorrow. Understood, Dr. Richard. Not long after, Simmons slipped quietly into the charity ward and found the gang leader still fast asleep. Boss Quinn. Seeing no response, Simmons tiptoed back out. He stopped by a convenience store next to the hospital, bought a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, and grabbed a few newspapers. Eating as he went, he wandered over to the small garden. After finishing his meal, Simmons dialed brother Eddie's number. Hey, Simmons, what's up? Damn it, hold that guy back. Eddie's voice came through, breathless, with pained shouts echoing in the background. Expressionless, Simmons replied. Brother Eddie, Boss Quinn's surgery is done, but he's still unconscious. Did the doctor say when he'll wake up? Eddie asked, sounding like he was still in the middle of a scuffle. Simmons gave a vague answer. Could be tonight, or maybe not until tomorrow. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then Eddie said, all right, I'll send a couple of guys over tomorrow. You help get Boss Quinn out quietly. Got it, Brother Eddie, Simmons replied. He hung up without once mentioning the medical bills, and Eddie, on the other end, never asked. Simmons found a sheltered corner, spread out a newspaper on the bench, and prepared to spend the night there. As dusk fell and the workday ended, Richard and Christine Palmer walked out of the hospital hand in hand, laughter dancing between them. Returning to the hospital from outside, Stephen Strange caught sight of this scene. A flicker of envy passed through his eyes. Inside a gray-blue Lincoln Navigator, Christine Palmer sat in the passenger seat, turning to look at Richard. Darling, which restaurant did you book? Richard replied with practiced calm, Brooks Greenpoint Private Dining. Christine rolled her eyes in mock exasperation, but said nothing more. Halfway through their journey, Richard got out to pick up a lavish Chinese meal to go. The restaurant's elderly owner, his hair snowy white, even threw in a complimentary red candle set. The two exchanged a knowing smile, perfectly in sync. Richard carefully arranged the dishes, then lit the red candle. And now, the grand reveal. Our candlelit dinner. Christine raised her glass and teased with a laugh. So this is the famous Greenpoint Private Dining? Richard shamelessly grinned. Tell me, could anything be more private than this? With that, he lifted his glass. To a wonderful dinner tonight. Cheers! Christine smiled and clinked her glass against his. But tonight, her tolerance seemed a little low. Her cheeks soon flushed, and a gentle dizziness crept in. Richard, I think I'm a bit tipsy. Understanding immediately, Richard moved over and swept her up in his arms. The girl instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head back to gaze at him with dreamy, gray-blue eyes. Her lips, rosy and fragrant with wine, parted with soft breaths. This night was nothing short of romantic and magical. The next day, the crime boss finally awoke from his coma. He found himself all alone in a hospital bed and immediately shouted, Eddie, Daniel, Mickey. He called out 3 names in a row, but no one answered. Throwing off the covers, he tried to sit up, only to be struck by a searing pain in his lower body. What the fuck? He looked down at his abdomen, stunned to find that his groin was tightly wrapped in thick bandages. His hand trembled as he reached down, but where there should have been 2 testicles, there was now nothing at all. Who the hell cut off my balls? Come out. Show yourselves, damn it. Fury and terror erupted from his chest as he roared, venting his emotions. He yanked the 4-needle from his hand, gritting his teeth against the pain, and struggled to sit up. At that moment, the hospital room door burst open with a bang. Richard and Nurse Mary, who was in charge of his care, hurried in. Sir, please lie back down. Richard pressed his hand firmly on the man's shoulder, forcing him back onto the bed. Don't make any sudden movements, or your wound could tear open. Who are you? His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Richard with barely contained fury. I'm your attending physician. As Richard calmly reinserted the 4-needle into the man's hand, he soothed, You're very lucky, sir. During your surgery yesterday, we discovered a tumor in your scrotum. If it hadn't been removed in time, it could have developed into cancer. The gang boss immediately seized on the most crucial point. You bastard, you cut off my balls? Mary couldn't hold back her indignation and jumped in. Hey, listen here. Dr. Richard saved your life and even arranged for you to stay in the charity ward out of kindness. But the gang boss ignored her completely. He grabbed Richard by the collar and roared. Tell me, was it you? Was it you who did this to me? Richard struggled, but didn't break free. Worried he might hurt the patient if he resisted too hard, he could only call out helplessly to Mary. Mary, bring me the sedative. Yes, Dr. Richard. Mary quickly found the sedative on the tray, drew it up into a syringe, and handed it to him. You need a rest now, sir. If you get agitated again, your wound will split open, and then things will be much harder to deal with. As he spoke, Richard injected the sedative into the man's arm. The drug took effect almost instantly. The gang boss's grip slackened, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. Richard shook his head and said to Mary, Let's go, Mary. On to the next ward. Yes, Dr. Richard. The 2 of them left the charity ward without a backward glance. A minute later, the door creaked open once more. Simmons entered, flanked by 2 young black men in work uniforms, quietly carrying a stretcher. His face was tense as he pointed to the gang boss, lying on a hospital bed, and whispered, That's Boss Quinn. Get him on the stretcher fast. We have to get out of here without drawing attention. Yes, Big Brother Simmons, the 2 men chorused. They hurried to the bed. The man at the head yanked out the 4 with a rough motion, exchanged a look with the one at the foot, and together they lifted Boss Quinn onto the stretcher. Simmons grabbed a bedsheet and covered the gang boss. Move. We gotta go now. 20 minutes later, Nurse Lilith came to change the patient's dressing, only to find the bed empty. She immediately reported to Dr. Richard. Dr. Richard, something's wrong. The patient who had surgery yesterday is missing. Richard raised a hand to calm her. Take it easy, Lilith. Tell me what happened. Slowly. Lilith took a deep breath and explained, I came in just now to change his dressing, but he was gone. Rubbing his forehead, Richard rose from his seat with a weary sigh. Let's go. Come with me to the security room. The 2 of them headed to the security office, where the guard eagerly pulled up the surveillance footage. Spotting the young black man with glasses leading the group in the video, Richard turned to Lilith with an encouraging smile. It's all right now, Lilith. There's nothing for you to worry about anymore. Huh? Lilith looked at Richard, puzzled. That guy in the glasses at the front. He was here yesterday with the patient. Looks like they couldn't afford the medical bills and sneaked the patient out. So, you mean this has nothing to do with me? Lilith's voice brimmed with relief and surprise. Of course. The patient left on his own terms. Richard shrugged. But the admissions office is going to have a headache. Emergency fees, surgery costs, hospital bills, none of it has been settled. And the patient didn't leave a name. There's no way to track them down, even if we wanted to. Meanwhile, over at Brotherhood Bar in Queens, Simmons and his men dragged the gang boss in front of Eddie. Boss Eddie, we brought back Big Quinn. Eddie, draped in a coat, still had blood seeping through the bandage on his chest. He strode over and crouched down, seeing that Big Quinn was still unconscious. A deep frown creased his brow. He's still out. Simmons adjusted his glasses. Quinn came to for a bit, but he got so worked up, the doctor had to sedate him again. Eddie straightened up and pointed at Quinn, sprawled on the ground. Someone, wake him up. The men exchanged uneasy glances, none willing to step forward. Simmons slipped out and soon returned, hauling a bucket of water. With a dramatic splash, he dumped the water over Big Quinn's face. God damn it! The gang boss jerked upright, only to clutch his groin in agony and collapse back to the floor with a heavy thud. My family jewels! Damn it, it hurts! He gripped his crotch with both hands, howling in pain, his cries echoing with raw desperation. The gang members eyed one another nervously, not daring to get close. Eddie looked at the man who was usually unshakable as steel, now reduced to a child's helpless wailing. With a sigh, Eddie gestured. Simmons, give Big Quinn a hand. Simmons nodded and struggled to get the boss settled back on the stretcher. The pain seemed to ease a little. Big Quinn squeezed his eyes shut, sucking in breath after ragged breath. Ha. After a moment, his eyes snapped open. Eddie moved closer, crouching at his side. I'm right here, Big Quinn. Through gritted teeth, the boss demanded. Where's that woman Fiona? Eddie hesitated a moment. Fiona's already fled into white ghost territory. Damn it. Useless idiots. Big Quinn roared. Go to the white ghosts. Bring her back to me. Once again, Eddie fell silent. I can't do it, Big Quinn. Are you scared? The boss glared at Eddie, his voice booming with accusation. Since when did you become so cowardly? Without waiting for an answer, he barked, Daniel, go bring Fiona back. Silence fell all around them. Daniel, he shouted again, but still, no one replied. At that moment, Eddie spoke softly. Daniel is dead, Boss Quinn. What did you say? The boss whipped his head toward Eddie, his eyes narrowing. How did he die? Yesterday, the white ghosts ambushed us. Daniel was shot, Eddie replied, his face calm and collected. Mickey and Farmer too. They're both gone. Damn it. The boss suddenly grabbed Eddie by the collar, his rage boiling over. Then why are you still alive? Did you hide like a coward while everyone else was fighting for their lives? Eddie's expression darkened, anger flaring in his eyes. His jaw clenched, but he said nothing in his own defense. Instead, the other gang members, unable to keep quiet, spoke up for him. Boss Quinn, how can you say that to Eddie? If it weren't for Eddie, the white ghosts would have wiped out the black snakes yesterday. Eddie took a knife to the chest, saving me. He still hasn't been to the hospital for it. Yeah, Eddie's been holding on, wounded and all, just in case the white ghost came back. The boss was momentarily stunned. He looked at the usually timid gang members, shocked that they'd dare talk back to him. You all. Suddenly, Eddie spoke up. Boss Quinn, Fiona is actually a mole sent by the white ghosts. The boss's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Eddie answered calmly. Yesterday, Donnie from the white ghosts told us himself. The boss fell silent, his voice dropping low. How many of us are left? Eddie glanced around the room, his gaze lingering on the wounded men. There may be a little over 20 of us left. The boss repeated in disbelief. That can't be. Eddie let out a sigh, broke free from the boss's grip, and stood up. Boss Quinn, bringing you back from the hospital was the last thing I did for you out of loyalty. From this moment on, I, Eddie, will take charge of the black snakes. The boss trembled as those words hit him. Someone take Boss Quinn outside. From today on, he has nothing more to do with the black snakes. No sooner had Eddie finished speaking than a few members stepped forward. Wait, the boss suddenly shouted. Send everyone else out. Eddie, I have something to say to you alone. Eddie narrowed his eyes and signaled for the men to leave. Simmons adjusted his glasses, gave the boss and Eddie a lingering look, then turned and walked away. During his lunch break, Richard took off his white coat, preparing to call his girlfriend, who was at home on leave. Just as he was about to dial, his phone suddenly rang. Richard glanced at the caller ID and promptly answered. Hello, Dean Irwin. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Richard. Dean Irwin asked from the other end. Do you have any surgery scheduled this afternoon? No, Dean. Excellent. Stark Industries just called, inviting you to consult for Tony Stark. Tony Stark? Hearing that name, a flicker of excitement flashed in Richard's eyes. He remembered seeing in the news that Tony Stark had just been rescued from Afghanistan a few days ago. When Richard didn't respond right away, Dean Irwin followed up. Dr. Richard, are you still there? Yes, Dean. Understood. All right. Around 2 this afternoon, Stark Industries will send a car to pick you up. Understood, Dean. After hanging up, Richard immediately called Christine. As soon as the call connected, Christine greeted him cheerfully. Richard, where are you? I made pan-seared ribs, garlic shrimp. Richard quickly apologized. I'm sorry, honey. I won't be able to make it home for lunch. Why? Is there an emergency surgery? There was a hint of disappointment in Christine's voice. No, it's because this afternoon I have to consult for Tony Stark. Tony Stark? Well, that's something. Christine suddenly laughed, her tone lightening. Sweetheart, I made way too much. How about I save some for you as a late-night snack? Richard didn't notice the change in her tone and replied absent-mindedly, Sure. It's a deal, no backing out. Christine responded happily, her laughter bright and clear. California, Malibu, at a seaside villa. In the equipment room, Tony Stark was busy dismantling a boot, the room filled with the clatter of metal. Pepper Potts, carrying a cup of coffee, came downstairs. I'm over here, Tony called out without turning around. Pepper entered the code and opened the door, only to find Tony fiddling with a battle boot. Tony, what are you doing? Tony removed the heel and tossed it to the floor. It's a piece of clothing. Yeah, just something to wear over my clothes. Tony, my eyes work just fine. Pepper set the coffee on the table and crossed her arms. That's clearly a weapon. No. Tony protested immediately. At most, you could call it a prosthetic. That's right, a prosthetic. You're safe now, Tony. Pepper's gaze softened, a touch of concern in her eyes. You don't need it to protect yourself anymore. But I can use it to protect others. Tony turned his head, speaking earnestly. To protect you, Pepper. Tony's sudden declaration moved Pepper so much that her eyes grew moist. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions, and change the subject. Tony, this afternoon, 2 top surgeons from New York Presbyterian Hospital. Stop. Tony waved his hand to cut her off, lowering his gaze to the miniature arc reactor on his chest. Pepe, I'm fine. I'm healthy. I don't need to see any doctors. Pepper fell silent for a moment, her eyes filled with hurt. She pleaded softly, Tony, please. Looking into her tearful eyes, Tony Stark's heart softened. All right, I get it. I'll go. Meanwhile, the helicopter carrying Richard slowly descended onto the rooftop of the Malibu villa. Richard pushed open the hatch and jumped down from the helicopter. The landing pad parted on both sides, revealing a staircase leading down. Dr. Richard, please follow the voice prompts to the reception room, came a male electronic voice in his ear, making Richard chuckle. This voice sounded remarkably like Jarvis from the movies he remembered. He made his way down the stairs. Soon, Richard arrived at a reception room. He opened the door and found someone already seated inside. Richard looked closely. It was a familiar face, a colleague, Stephen Strange. It wasn't exactly a surprise. At New York Presbyterian, the only one who could rival him in surgery was Strange. Still, Richard was quietly confident that his own skills were a notch above. He didn't show it, instead nodding to Stephen in a friendly greeting. Unexpectedly, Strange furrowed his brows, his expression sour. He simply turned his head, pretending not to see Richard at all. Richard was slightly taken aback by this. With that attitude, it's clear there's some serious bad blood between us. But why? Is it because I stole his girlfriend? Christine had just started at the hospital, and I'd already won her over. Could it be that, even though he knew she was taken, this guy still wanted to get in between us? So he really does have feelings for Christine. No wonder he looks so grim when he sees me. Richard shot Stephen Strange a dismissive glance, then picked a seat not too close, not too far from him, and pulled out his phone. Hey, darling. Richard? Are you done for the day? Christine's surprised and delighted voice came through the phone. Stephen Strange's ear twitched as he heard the voice, and he couldn't help but turn his head slightly, stealing a glance at Richard from the corner of his eye. Richard noticed his reaction, catching the subtle movement right away. So he deliberately raised his voice, speaking in a playful tone. Darling, I miss you so much. At our school, there's a saying. A day apart feels like 3 years. I didn't see you all day today. It felt like time was crawling. Christine, curled up at home playing video games, gave an involuntary twitch at the controller and got instantly taken out by a headshot. She frowned, feeling a mix of embarrassment and ticklish irritation at her boyfriend's sudden burst of sweetness. She was so flustered, she almost wanted to punch him. Could you speak like a normal person? Christine put down the controller, rubbed her arms hard, and shouted at the phone. Meanwhile, Richard had been watching Strange's face, noticing his clenched fists and gritted teeth, which filled him with secret delight. All right, I just got to Tony Stark's mansion. It's a little boring here, you know. So I thought I'd give you a call and tease you a bit. On the other end, Christine's voice came through, tinged with both shame and annoyance. If you keep talking to me like that, you'd better watch out when I see you next. Oh, don't be mad, Richard added deliberately, pushing her buttons just a little more. Ark, there you go again. Just wait till you get back. I'll make you regret it. Christine sounded like she was at her wit's end. Yeah, well, if you want to beat me up, you'll have to wait till I come home. And for now, I'm not back yet. Richard couldn't help but laugh. Oomph, came Christine's dissatisfied snort from the phone. Richard pictured his girlfriend rolling her eyes, and a doting smile crept onto his face. Listening to their affectionate banter, Stephen Strange clenched his fists in jealousy, grinding his teeth hard. Where's the justice in this? How could Miss Palmer fall for such a smooth-talking guy? Just then, the door to the lounge swung open. Pepper Potts walked in. Tony Stark followed, right behind her. But he looked rather disheveled now. His hair was a mess, and he reeked sharply of metal. Richard stood up and spoke quietly to Christine. Chris, Tony Stark's here. We'll talk later. With that, she hung up, slipping her phone back into her pocket. Stephen Strange also rose to his feet. Pepper's face was warm with sincere apology. Doctors, I'm truly sorry to have kept you waiting. This is Mr. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries. We'd like you to give Mr. Stark a thorough and complete medical examination. That's enough, Pepper. Tony Stark cut her off impatiently with a wave of his hand. He slouched into the sofa, crossed his legs, and spoke in a languid tone. Stephen Strange, the world's top neurosurgeon. Tony Stark feigned surprise as he looked over. A renowned surgeon in your 30s. Now that's what I call a future with limitless possibilities. Stephen Strange instinctively straightened his back. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Stark. Richard almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tony's sharp tongue was truly unforgiving, always laced with sarcasm, never sparing anyone. Thanks to his enhanced hearing, Richard clearly caught Jarvis reporting Strange's background to Tony. It was obvious Tony was using that information to poke fun at him. Pepper's expression turned a bit awkward. Tony Stark rolled his eyes indifferently and switched legs as he continued to lounge. To be honest, Dr. Strange, you're actually better suited for business. Strange paused in surprise. Mr. Stark, why do you say that? Your clients are all among the most powerful people in society. If they're not CEOs of major corporations, they're billionaires, government officials, or military brass. With connections like that, even if you sold an ordinary rock, you could name your price. Strange's face flushed deep red. It was only now that he realized Tony Stark had been mocking him from the start. He had always been known for his pride, and hardly anyone dared speak to him like this, right to his face. Mr. Tony Stark, is this how you treat a doctor you invited here? Tony just shrugged. I never invited you. Phoenix. Stephen Strange's face darkened as he turned to leave. Richard sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of disappointment in Strange. The current Strange was too obsessed with reputation and fortune. Just as Tony said, he seemed more a businessman than a doctor now. Mocked like this, and unable to muster even a single retort, was he just going to slink away? What was there to fear? As a top-tier surgeon, was he ever short of patience? The world is full of the rich and powerful. If not Tony Stark, there are always countless Tony Osborns, Tony Pims, Tony Hammers. Tony Stark had stirred up trouble, and now Pepper had to do damage control for him. Stephen Strange, fuming, strode out, with Pepper hurrying after him, hoping to smooth things over. Mr. Strange, Mr. Stark has been suffering from insomnia lately. His mood's been unstable, so his behavior just now was a bit out of line. Pepper's apologetic voice faded down the hallway. Tony Stark's attention shifted back to Richard. Richard sat on the sofa, arms folded across his chest, quietly watching Tony. He thought to himself, let's see what new tricks you'll pull next. Tony tapped his earpiece, and Jarvis began to recite Richard's file. Richard, 22 years old, Ph.D. from Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. Wow, you sound even more like a genius than Dr. Strange, who just left. Richard shrugged. That's what I've always thought myself. Tony paused, caught off guard by the response. Well, this kid's actually pretty interesting. He cleared his throat, pulling his focus back to the matter at hand. Confident, are we? Let's have a look at your resume. Entered Columbia University Medical School at 16, Ph.D. at 20. Not bad. Still a notch below me, but definitely a genius in his own right. Tony arched an eyebrow and continued reading. Impressive, kid. In the same year, you joined New York Presbyterian Hospital. Quickly rose to fame as one of the top young surgeons in the country, earning a reputation as a prodigy in the field. This sounds like something straight out of a novel, doesn't it? You're not secretly the protagonist of some story, are you, kid? Richard spread his hands, giving a helpless, what can I do, look. Tony rolled his eyes and went on. You've stayed on the front lines of the ER all this time, single-handedly turning New York Presbyterian into what New Yorkers now call the metropolis. Jarvis, did you embellish this file? All right, I'll let it slide for now, but come on, man, be honest. Sir, I have never altered Dr. Richard's online records, Jarvis replied, his voice tinged with innocence. Really? Yes, sir. Well then, sorry, Jarvis. No problem, sir. Tony set down his crossed legs and walked over to Richard. A proper introduction. I'm Tony Stark, a scientist. Richard blinked, unsure what Tony was up to this time, but he quickly caught on. For all his arrogance, Tony had genuine respect for real genius, just like he did with Bruce Banner. Richard stood as well. I'm Richard, a doctor. Their brief introductions finished, Tony returned to his usual laid-back manner. Take a seat, Richard. Richard barely had time to react before Tony nudged him back on the sofa, plopping down right beside him in a friendly, almost conspiratorial way. If you're the one doing the checkup, Richard, I'll actually agree to a physical this time. Are you serious, Tony? Came Pepper's delighted voice from the doorway. She hurried over to Tony, covering her mouth in excitement, her eyes quickly growing misty. Hey, Pepper, don't look at me like that. Tony shifted uncomfortably. It's not that I ever objected to doctors. I just hate those quacks who can't even tell the appendix from the cecum. Richard's different. I actually like the guy. Pepper said nothing more. She simply bowed deeply to Richard. Dr. Richard, I'll be counting on you to take care of Tony. Richard scratched his head, suddenly feeling an inexplicable pressure settle on his shoulders. I'll do my best. Tony suddenly stood up, one hand in his pocket, waving the other. Come on, let's head to the medical room. Richard got to his feet and quickly followed, matching Tony's pace as they walked side by side. Wow, you have a dedicated medical room in your house. Of course, Richard. Life among the wealthy is far more fascinating than you can imagine. You'll see for yourself in time. Well, I'm not planning to copy your ways. What if I pick up some bad habits? What was that? I didn't quite catch it. Say that again? Huh? What did I just say? The two bantered as they left the lounge together. Pepper wiped the corners of her eyes and hurried after them. In a medical room, Tony hopped onto the examination bed, while Pepper immediately handed him some clothes. He took the clothes and slipped into them nonchalantly. Richard, take a look at my health stats. Aren't they impressive? Richard glanced down at the printed health report, his brow furrowing with concern. Pepper caught his expression and asked anxiously, Dr. Richard, did you find something wrong? Snapping back to attention, Richard shook his head. Nothing serious. Tony let out a sigh of relief, his confidence returning. Pepper, see? I told you, I'm in great shape. Didn't need this checkup at all. Richard looked at him, a hint of playful mischief in his smile. Well, there aren't any major issues, but there are a few minor concerns. Pepper pressed him immediately. What is it exactly? Does he need medication or surgery? Tony heard the word surgery and couldn't help but frown. Pepper, you're making me a little nervous here. Seeing this, Richard quickly reassured them. No surgery necessary, Miss Potts. Tony just has a bit of reduced kidney function. He just needs to get some rest for a while. Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, finally allowing herself a smile. Thank you, Dr. Richard. I'll make sure to remind him. Also, you can call me Pepper, or even Peppy. Tony immediately sounded a bit jealous. Hey, that nickname is for me to use only. Richard arched an eyebrow and teased Pepper. Looks like someone is feeling a little possessive. Pepper's cheeks flushed bright red. Tony stepped in front of her, his expression suddenly serious. Richard, don't forget, you're my doctor. And for the record, I am in perfect health. None of those issues you mentioned. That reporter from the New York Times last night could vouch for me. Richard could only shrug in resignation. All right, Mr. Stark is truly in top form. 7 times in one night, no less. The two men suddenly launched into bawdy jokes. Pepper, listening nearby, grew more and more embarrassed. Finally, she found an excuse. She needed to help Richard arrange his return flight, and made a hasty exit from the room. As soon as Pepper left, the smiles vanished from the faces of the two men. Richard, can we talk now? Tony asked in a low voice. Richard nodded, placed the examination report on the bed, and pointed to several of the figures. Your liver, spleen, and kidneys are showing some issues. But that's not the biggest problem. The real concern is right here. He gestured to the small reactor embedded in Tony's chest. The palladium is starting to poison your body, Tony. Right now, you might just be experiencing loss of appetite, drowsiness, dizziness, and weakness. But in a few months, these symptoms will only get worse, and if we can't control it, it will eventually become life-threatening. Instinctively, Tony pressed his hand against the small reactor in his chest, his expression growing grave. Is there any way to fix this? Forget it. That was a stupid question. If I take out the reactor, I won't last more than a few hours. Richard rested his chin on his hand, thinking carefully before he spoke. I'm 80% confident I can remove the shrapnel left inside you. Tony was silent for a moment. I refuse, he said firmly. It seemed Richard had anticipated this answer. He simply nodded. I'll keep working on your surgery plan. When I'm absolutely certain, I'll operate. His tone was light, but his eyes shone with confidence. At last, Tony managed to smile, taking Richard's hand in his own and saying warmly, Then my health is in your hands from now on, Richard. I'm not giving you a discount on the medical bills, Richard reminded him, standing his ground. Even if we are friends. No problem, Tony replied with a mischievous wink. I'm so poor, all I have left is money. Richard immediately put on a scowl, half laughing, half scolding. Get lost, you show off. Go on, get out of here. Tony burst out laughing, his laughter echoing through the room as he doubled over with amusement. That evening, the Stark Group's New York branch arranged a car to take Richard back to Greenpoint Apartments. As he got out of the car, he heard a voice call out from the shadows. Dr. Richard. Turning around, Richard saw a young black man with glasses emerge from the darkness. Richard eyed him warily. Who are you? The man stopped about a meter away and introduced himself. I'm Simmons from the Black Snake Gang. Richard frowned. I don't think I know you. Simmons nodded. I'm here to warn you. The Black Snake Gang has sent people. They're planning to come after you. What? Richard asked in shock. Why? Because you performed a castration surgery for the former boss of the Black Snake Gang. What are you talking about? Richard stared at him, completely bewildered. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had indeed performed such a surgery for a patient. If I recall correctly, you were the one who picked up the man after his operation, weren't you? That's right. That man is the former boss of the Black Serpent Gang, Simmons added. Former boss or not, why is he targeting me? Richard was still confused. The former boss believes you castrated him, robbing him of his dignity as a man. Richard was left speechless. He couldn't believe someone would have such a reason. So, he tempted the current boss with the promise of a secret vault, asking him to take revenge on his behalf. And you were the target. All right. Richard threw up his hands, giving up on trying to make sense of their logic. Instead, he asked, "Then why are you telling me all this? Why come forward now?" Simmons answered earnestly, "To protect myself and my family, sir." Richard immediately understood his motivation. "You're worried the Presbyterian hospital will come after you all if something happens, aren't you?" Simmons gave a wry smile and nodded. "I'm not like them. I know that if a top doctor like you were attacked, as one of the nation's best hospitals, Presbyterian would definitely take action." Richard nodded in approval. "You're very clever. Thank you for the warning. If you ever need help in the future, you can reach out to me." As he spoke, Richard handed Simmons a personal business card. Simmons was overjoyed. He accepted the card with great respect and carefully tucked it into his inner pocket. "Hey, Clea, I'm back," Richard called out as he changed his shoes. "Darling, you're finally home." Christine Palmer had been watching TV out of boredom. The moment she saw him, she leaped up from the couch. She ran over excitedly and threw herself into Richard's arms. After taking in his scent with a deep breath, the smile on her face suddenly faded. She quickly pulled away, her expression turning serious as she demanded, "Why do you smell like another woman's perfume? Tell me, were you out having fun behind my back?" Richard paused for a moment, and images of the stunning flight attendants on Tony's private jet flashed through his mind. I caught a ride on Tony Stark's private plane. Maybe when the flight attendant poured me some water, she accidentally got some perfume on me." Christine eyed him suspiciously. "Really? Don't believe me?" Richard raised an eyebrow, flashing a mischievous grin. "Well, let me prove it to you right now." Before she could respond, he scooped his girlfriend up and strode excitedly toward the bedroom. "Hey, Richard, what are you doing?" "Ugh, you're covered in perfume. Go take a shower first." "Let's shower together," Richard replied, not breaking stride as he headed straight for the bathroom. "Your objections are invalid. Too late." He laughed. Christine nestled lazily in Richard's arms, her fair fingers tracing circles on his chest. "Richard," she whispered softly. Richard responded absent-mindedly, his left hand gently caressing the smooth skin of her back. "Thank you," Christine whispered, lifting her gaze to him, her eyes brimming with affection. "No need to thank me," Richard replied with a bright smile. Annoyed, Christine gave his chest a playful thump. "Aren't you the least bit curious why I'm thanking you?" "So, why are you thanking me?" Richard lowered his head to ask, curiosity finally piqued. The girl nestled her head against his chest again, her cheek pressed to his heartbeat, her voice soft as a breeze. "When I first started at the hospital, I made myself a promise." "What promise?" This time, Richard was genuinely intrigued. "Never date a colleague." Christine couldn't help but laugh at herself after she said it. She lifted her head and, with a mischievous grin, pinched his nose. "It's all your fault, you troublemaker." "Wow." Richard blinked at her in mock triumph, then took her hand and kissed it tenderly. "Looks like I'm a very lucky man." "You're so annoying." Christine snatched her hand back, gave his arm a gentle pat, then shifted position to wrap both arms around him. Her eyes grew distant, lost in thought. "I always thought I'd be the best of the best." Richard stroked her hair with a smile. "In that case, you shouldn't have stayed in the ER. Someone like Strange would be a better role model for you." "You're right," Christine murmured. "He's always chasing after new techniques, going to all those fancy galas, racking up awards and certificates." "A perfect summary. That's the classic Strange path," Richard said, lips curling in a teasing grin. "There's always a gap between dreams and reality." Christine's gaze sharpened, and she pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth, her eyes shining with admiration. "Now all I want is to be a doctor like you. Even if the patients you take on are street drifters or drunken men waving guns." Richard asked. "Yes," Christine replied, her voice full of conviction. "Then welcome to the slaughterhouse, Miss Christine Palmer." Richard pulled her into his arms, holding her close with heartfelt sincerity. Later that night, Richard was once again tormented by nightmares. The clash of steel, agonized cries echoing all around, desperate pleas from strangers, the piercing cries of horses. All these noises blended together, becoming a savage and chaotic battlefield that haunted his dreams. "Let me out. Kill, kill, kill." Caught in this endless nightmare, Richard mumbled in his sleep, his face twisted between fear and a grimace of pain. Christine jolted awake. Noticing Richard's distress, she immediately shook him gently and called out with urgency. "Richard, wake up. Please wake up. Richard, 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 wake up. Please wake up." Her familiar voice reverberated inside his dream. Gradually, Richard opened his eyes and found himself staring into her anxious gray-blue gaze. He managed a weary smile. "Thank you, darling. You saved me again." "You had another nightmare?" Christine asked, her eyes full of worry. "Maybe you should talk to Rebecca tomorrow." "It's not necessary." Richard shook his head. "Just like last time, it will last 3 nights." Christine felt confused, but when she saw the fatigue etched into her boyfriend's face, she realized this wasn't the moment for questions. She drew him close, letting his head rest against her chest, and gently stroked his back in comfort. "Try to get some sleep. If you're still not feeling well tomorrow, just take the day off." "I don't need to." But before he could finish, Richard had already drifted off, succumbing to exhaustion. Christine watched over him, her lips pressed into a thin line, eyes filled with worry. The next morning, Christine called Dean Elvin and took it upon herself to request 2 days' leave for Richard. With no way to turn her down, Richard reluctantly planted himself in front of the game console and spent the entire day immersed in video games. That night, Richard once again plunged into his haunting nightmare. "Richard, wake up!" He woke to Christine's voice, still weary to the bone, and within moments slipped back into sleep. Christine's concern grew ever heavier. On the 3rd morning, outside Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, Tommy and Joe, members of the Black Snake Gang, along with several of their men, emerged from the bushes, muttering irritably under their breath. The pistols tucked at their waists did not go unnoticed. Pedestrians on the street quickly gave them a wide berth. Tommy grumbled, "Damn it, another day down the drain." Joe sighed, "So what now? Pack it in and head back." Tommy shot him a glare. "If you're looking to get yourself killed, don't drag me with you. Both the old boss and the new boss gave us these orders. You thinking of backing out?" Joe hesitated, then said, "Fine, we'll stick it out one more day." Behind them, 6 men scratched at their mosquito-bitten scalps in silence, their heads dotted with welts after spending the night outdoors. That night, Richard was once again tormented by the same nightmare. Just as before, Christine woke him from his troubled sleep. Just like before, the nightmare on the 3rd night left him far less exhausted than the previous 2. After soothing the worried Christine to sleep, Richard walked into the living room. He reached under the TV stand and pulled out the old, long-and-used baseball bat. Holding the bat like a sword, he assumed the opening stance of swordsmanship, gripping it in reverse with his left hand. Thrust, flick, hang, pierce, cloud, stab. He moved through a series of basic sword techniques with seamless fluidity. Richard drifted into deep thought. This all but confirmed his suspicion. After each nightmare, his abilities seemed to grow stronger. Drawing on the wealth of knowledge from his previous life, he began to suspect something even deeper. Those figures who appeared in his nightmares might be versions of himself from parallel worlds. After each death, he merged with another self from a different universe, and thus evolved. Though he lacked solid proof, Richard felt a powerful intuition that this explanation was close to the truth. He hid the baseball bat away, once again. Then Richard returned to the bedroom, slipped under the covers, and wrapped his arms around his sleeping girlfriend. Tomorrow, life would go on as usual, work awaited. Meanwhile, across from Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, the Black Snake Gang's thugs were hidden behind the bushes, swatting at mosquitoes and counting stars to pass the time. Tommy muttered, "If that guy Richard doesn't show up tomorrow, we're going straight to his place." Joe chimed in, "I know where he lives, Brooks Greenpoint Apartments." All 6 underlings replied in unison, "We're in." The next day, Richard drove Christine to the hospital. As soon as they got out of the car, 8 burly men sprang out from the bushes. Bang, bang, bang. 8 shots rang out in rapid succession. Muzzles flashed as bullets screamed toward Richard. Without warning, the assailants drew their guns and opened fire. Thanks to his evolution the night before, Richard's reflexes were lightning fast. He wrenched off the car door and held it up as a shield. Every bullet slammed into the door. "Chris, don't move," he shouted. With that, Richard delivered a powerful kick, shoving the car aside and out of the line of fire. "Richard!" Christine cried out in terror from inside the car. Richard slammed the car door to the ground, then suddenly lowered his body and, with explosive force in his legs, darted forward like a shadow. Bang! 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 The gunfire continued, the attackers completely unable to keep up with Richard's movements. Bullets hammered relentlessly against the car door, the sound as fierce and deafening as a torrential downpour. The door, standing upright, was quickly riddled with holes by the barrage. The acrid stench of gunpowder filled the air, and the relentless gunfire shattered the calm of the early morning. Panicked cries and screams erupted as passers-by and patients at the hospital entrance scattered in every direction. "Someone's shooting! Take cover! Help! There's been a shooting! Call the police! Hurry, call the police!" Bang! 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 8 shots echoed in quick succession. At last, the gunfire ceased. Richard slowly rose to his feet. 3 nights of relentless nightmares had already left his nerves frayed to the breaking point. Now, with this sudden attack, The two pressures collided and finally ignited the anger he had suppressed for so long. In this moment, Richard seemed to transform into the martial arts master from his own nightmares. His gaze, cold and sharp, swept over the attackers. "You're all courting death." Seeing Richard standing there unharmed, Tommy shouted in rage. "Damn it! When did he get over there? Keep shooting. Hurry! He's not dead yet." Joe tried to fire again, but only a hollow click came from the pistol. "No bullets left, Tommy." Tommy threw the gun aside, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to charge. "Let's get him together. There's 8 of, He didn't even finish his sentence before a dark shadow, swift and powerful, rushed forward. Tommy felt a searing pain in his stomach. The shadow sped around the group, delivering a punishing blow to each man's gut. A chorus of agonized cries filled the air. By the time Richard stopped, Tommy and his crew collapsed almost simultaneously, tumbling into the bushes where they'd been hiding for nights, like bowling pins knocked askew, scattered and defeated. 2 minutes later, the wailing of sirens split the night as New York police arrived on the scene. Guns drawn and wary, they trained their weapons on Richard and shouted commands. "Raise your hands. Don't move. I'm a doctor. I'm the victim here." Richard shouted back, raising his hands, but the officers still rushed forward and pinned him to the ground. "All 8 armed suspects are dead, sir." An officer, having checked the bodies, reported to his commanding officer. "Call an ambulance," the detective ordered, then turned and headed back toward his car. He glanced at Richard, whose expression remained calm and composed. The detective stepped forward and unlocked his handcuffs. "Sorry about that, Dr. Richard." "It's all right, detective. I understand you have procedures to follow," Richard replied, his voice steady, betraying none of the tension from the life-or-death struggle he'd just endured. "You can call me Detective Serial." Introducing himself, the detective added, "But I'll still need you to come down to the station and make a statement, since all 8 assailants are deceased." "No problem, Detective Serial," Richard agreed, giving a nod. Meanwhile, in the hospital director's office, Christine's eyes were red. She had clearly just been crying. Director Elvin wore a grave expression as he dialed a number. "Hello, is this Commissioner George Stacy?" Elsewhere, in a secret base, Nick Fury answered a call from Phil Coulson. "Director, Dr. Richard was just attacked by unidentified assailants. Find out who was behind it. Agent Coulson." "Should we make an arrest, Chief?" "Just investigate. No action for now." "Understood, Chief." Late at night, after soothing Christine to sleep, Richard rose quietly from the bed. His eyes were bloodshot, the air around him thick with an uncontainable aura of menace. Queens, Woodhaven Brotherhood Bar. Outside the Brotherhood Bar in Woodhaven, Queens, New York, a shadow flitted silently across the entrance. The shadow paused, gauging the height of the second floor, then seemed to melt into the wall, transforming into a black gecko. He scaled the exterior with agile precision, landing softly on the second-story windowsill. He pressed his ear to the glass, listening for signs of life inside. From within came the deep, rhythmic sound of snoring. With a careful hand, the shadow eased open the window, which hadn't been fully shut, and slipped into the room with feline grace. Richard's steps were nearly weightless, as if he were a sleek black cat, gliding to the bedside without a sound. In the darkness, a crisp snap echoed, the unmistakable sound of a bone breaking. The man on the bed, Eddie, collapsed, his snoring cut short in an instant. Retracing his path to the window, Richard swung himself back outside, pausing only to set the window neatly back in place. He moved swiftly along the wall, ears straining for any disturbance. Inside, the breathing he heard was faint but steady. He reached out, testing the window, but felt a solid resistance. With a subtle twist of his palm, Richard channeled force through the frame, dislodging the latch from within. A soft click rang out, unnaturally sharp in the quiet night. Inside, the breathing hitched, faltered, then returned to normal. A faint, cold smile crept onto Richard's lips. He pushed the window open and slipped into the room once more. His movements were as silent as a stalking cat as he approached the bed. "Black Snake Quinn." Richard's voice was barely above a whisper, yet in Quinn's feigned sleep, it crashed like thunder. "You." Quinn's eyes snapped open, burning with hatred as he glared at Richard. "I hear you've been looking for me," Richard said, a hint of mockery in his tone. "I'll kill you." Quinn surged upright, reaching for Richard in a desperate lunge. Richard raised his arm in defense, and Quinn's hands crashed together, the impact forcing a cry of pain from him. "Arg!" Quinn howled. Richard responded with a swift chop to Quinn's throat. Quinn doubled over, coughing violently, tears welling at the corners of his eyes from the pain. "Enough. I didn't come here to torture you," Richard said, his tone almost casual as he picked up the baseball bat lying beside the bed. This bat, once Quinn's weapon of self-defense, was now firmly in Richard's grasp. Quinn began to tremble all over, his voice shaking as he pleaded. "Spare me, sir. I have a secret stash, $30 million in cash. Let me go, and I'll give you the address." Richard regarded him calmly. "Anything else?" Quinn froze, panic flickering across his face as he desperately searched for another reason. Richard raised the baseball bat and brought it down hard on Quinn's forehead. "Too slow. Maybe next time," he said coolly. Quinn's eyes widened in shock. Then he collapsed onto the bed, life slipping away from him. Richard casually tossed the bat onto Quinn's lifeless body and retraced his steps, leaving the room the way he came. The next morning, Richard and Christine arrived at the hospital for work as usual. And in turn, in an offhand remark, sighed, "Not many patients today, huh?" And as if jinxed, the emergency department was suddenly swamped. A flood of patients poured in, and every doctor and nurse was thrown into a frenzy. Richard pushed a car accident victim fresh off an ambulance gurney through the corridor, barking orders as he went. "Lilith, alert the or prep for an amputation." "Right away, Dr. Richard," Nurse Lilith replied, hurrying down the corridor with a tray of medical instruments in her hands. Christine and Nick had just finished a craniotomy for a patient who'd suffered a sudden brain hemorrhage. "Need a hand, Richard?" Christine called over. Richard nodded. "This patient needs a lower limb amputation." Christine stepped in without hesitation, helping Richard wheel the patient into surgery. Just then, several New York police officers arrived in the ER. Detective Serial, leading the group, stopped Nurse Lena as she passed. "Excuse me, where can I find Dr. Richard?" Nurse Lena gestured toward the operating room door, where the red light was glowing. "Dr. Richard is in surgery right now." The detective thanked her and took a seat in the corridor to wait. Half an hour later, Richard emerged from the operating room, his blue scrubs soaked through with sweat. Detective Serial stood up to greet him. "Dr. Richard, good afternoon." Richard looked surprised to see the detective. "Detective Serial? What brings you here?" "We need your cooperation with an investigation," Serial replied, a trace of reluctance in his voice. "Right now?" Richard glanced at his watch. "That's fine." At the 22nd precinct of the NYPD, in the interrogation room, Richard sat calmly in his chair. "Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Richard," Detective Serial said sincerely. "No problem." Richard shrugged. "Ask whatever you need." Serial's expression turned serious. "Where were you around 3 o'clock this morning?" 3 a.m.? "I was at home, resting. I worked a full day at the hospital yesterday and was so exhausted I went straight to bed." Richard spread his hands in resignation. "Can anyone vouch for you?" "My girlfriend can." "Do you know Quinn Fultz or Eddie Borman?" "Quinn Fultz? Eddie Borman?" Richard frowned, shaking his head. "No, I don't know them. According to our investigation, Quinn Fultz and Eddie Borman have been watching you recently." Detective Serial fixed his gaze on Richard. Richard pondered for a moment. "So, the people who attacked me yesterday were acting on their orders?" Detective Serial hesitated for a split second, then nodded. "That's right. Both men are members of the Black Serpent Gang. One was the former boss, the other the current leader." Richard looked confused. "I have nothing to do with them. Why would they be investigating me?" "We're not sure about the reason yet." Detective Serial admitted he didn't have all the answers. "Did something happen to those two? Are they dead?" Richard asked with certainty. "You're quite sharp, Dr. Richard." Detective Serial nodded, a hint of respect in his voice. "This morning, both were found dead at the Black Serpent's bar." Richard let out a sigh of relief. "So, does that mean I don't have to worry about anyone from the Black Serpent coming after me anymore?" "That's right." With those words, Detective Serial brought the interrogation to an end. His instincts told him that Richard was very likely the real culprit. But to push someone as intelligent and capable as Richard into the shadows over two insignificant gangsters, well, that was just asking for bigger trouble. Detective Serial stood up and said, "That's the end of our questioning, Dr. Richard. Thank you for your cooperation." Richard seemed a little surprised. "It's over already?" Detective Serial shrugged. "If you like the 22nd precinct, you're welcome to stay a few more nights. I can even make sure you don't get charged for the room." "No need. Really, that won't be necessary." Richard waved his hands, declining the offer. There was no way he'd want to stay at the police station. Once outside, Richard hailed a taxi. Just then, Detective Serial followed him out and suddenly called out, "Dr. Richard, this case ends here. Do you agree?" Richard was taken aback, but then broke into a bright smile. "Goodbye, Detective Serial." Watching Richard's cab disappear down the street, Detective Serial let out a long sigh. That's the end of it. Time for a drink at the bar. In the taxi, Richard called Director Elvin, telling him he was feeling a bit worn out and wanted to take a few days off. Director Elvin readily agreed, reminding him to take care and get some rest. After hanging up, Richard's expression grew dark. Something really isn't right with me these days. Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, conference room. The hospital board members were present, along with the hospital's middle and senior management. Stephen Strange, the deputy director of neurosurgery, was among them. One of the board members, an elderly man with a head of silver hair, tapped the table and spoke. Next on the agenda, Dr. Richard from the emergency department. The doctors in the conference room were collectively taken aback. Cronin Pansy, the head of the emergency department, exclaimed in surprise. Board members, did Dr. Richard from our department do something wrong? President Irwin shot a displeased look at Director Pansy. Board member Karen Thomas, may I ask what issue you have with Dr. Richard? Karen Thomas looked at him with a sly smile. In just 2 days, Dr. Richard has been questioned by the NYPD twice. The facts of the case are quite clear. President Irwin raised his voice. Dr. Richard is the victim here. Tisk, no wonder Dr. Richard always acts so arrogant in the hospital. Board member Karen leaned back in her chair, speaking lazily. Turns out he's President Irwin backing him up. Richard returned to his Greenpoint apartment. He flopped onto the sofa, closed his eyes, and tried to sort through everything that had happened recently. 3 nights in a row of nightmares. Each time he awoke, he felt himself evolve, comprehensively, by one more level. Then came the attack. At that point in his thoughts, Richard suddenly opened his eyes. How did I end up fighting the gunman? Normally, with my personality, I would have made a quick escape and called the police. There's no way I'd get caught up in a rush of adrenaline and risk my life against armed attackers. Such reckless and impulsive behavior. That hasn't happened since I became an adult. A sudden realization struck Richard. His eyes widened. Could it be that the merging of him and me, even our personalities, are blending together? Richard rubbed his forehead in frustration. If that's true, then things are going to get really complicated. Hunting down threats in the dead of night. That must have been his influence on me. Leaning back on the sofa, massaging the bridge of his nose, Richard felt a wave of unease settle over him. I've only undergone the merging twice so far. There'll be a 3rd time, a 4th time. When that happens, will I even be myself anymore? Meanwhile, back in the Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital conference room. Surprisingly, several board members supported Karen's view. Board member Karen is right. Dr. Richard really has become quite arrogant lately. The last time I needed a checkup, he actually handed me off to an intern. Board member Donald, are you serious? You're a hospital board member. Plenty of people saw it. I was utterly embarrassed at the time. He's too arrogant. Last time, I kindly referred a patient to him, and he actually turned them down. That was the secretary to the mayor of New York. Dean Irwin, what's even more troubling is that you have no idea what Dr. Richard has been up to. Or maybe Dean Irwin does know, but just pretends not to. Dean Irwin was left speechless, his eyes wide with shock. Wait, how did I become everyone's target all of a sudden? Are you sure you're talking about Dr. Richard? And when did I become his backer? This is absolute nonsense. A portly board member let out a mocking laugh. Dean Irwin, there's no point trying to hide it. Exactly, why not just admit it? Seeing Dean Irwin's face turn red with anger, Dr. Thompson, the chief of internal medicine, quickly stood up to defend him. Fellow board members, Dean Irwin has devoted over 30 years to Presbyterian Hospital. Please don't question his dedication to this institution. Director Karen gave Dr. Thompson a kind nod. Dr. Thompson, we believe in Dean Irwin's loyalty to Presbyterian Hospital. But you can't deny that, whether knowingly or not, Dean Irwin has in some way enabled Dr. Richard's actions. The other board members chimed in. That's right. Otherwise, that young upstart Richard wouldn't have dared treat me that way. And me, assigning me an intern? That's the greatest insult I've ever received. I have nothing but respect for you, Dean Irwin. You personally performed my brain tumor surgery. But now, there's a cancer growing in this hospital. As a board member, I must expose it and root it out. Realizing how far things had gone, Dean Irwin knew he could no longer defend Richard. Otherwise, even his own position would be at risk. Moreover, from what the board members were saying, it seemed Richard had indeed done these things, leaving Irwin at a loss for words. He rapped the table lightly and spoke in a grave tone. All right, board members, let's get to the point. What exactly do you want? Seeing that Dean Irwin had yielded, the board members exchanged glances, and Director Karen spoke up. Dr. Richard must be disciplined. That's right. This isn't just about protecting the honor of the board. It's about helping Dr. Richard himself. We do believe Dr. Richard is good at heart, but his actions have definitely damaged the reputation of Presbyterian Hospital. Manhattan Presbyterian is one of the top medical institutions in America, not some community clinic for the destitute and downtrodden. A top-tier doctor with his skills shouldn't be wasting his time in the emergency department. Exactly. He should be attracting high-profile clients who can bring prestige and profit to both the hospital and himself. Dr. Richard must recognize his place. At that moment, Dean Elvin finally understood everything. No wonder these people suddenly turned hostile. At the root of it all, they were envious of Richard's exceptional surgical skills and wanted to bring him under their control. He shook his head with a bitter smile, sighing helplessly to himself. Sorry, young Richard. This time, there's nothing I can do to help you. Just as the hospital board members and Dean Elvin thought the matter had come to an end, the unexpected happened. Stephen Strange suddenly stood up. The board members are absolutely right. Dr. Richard's actions have indeed damaged the hospital's reputation. In my observation, Dr. Richard has recently become entangled in some very dangerous affairs. Just yesterday, he was attacked by 8 armed gangsters right in front of the hospital entrance. Dean Elvin and the rest of the hospital's leadership turned pale. They had done everything possible to keep this news under wraps, yet now Strange dared to bring it up in public. Dr. Robes, the official head of neurosurgery, immediately snapped. Dr. Strange, that's enough. Stephen Strange looked at Dr. Robes without a trace of emotion. At that time, many patients and passers-by witnessed the terrifying shootout. After the attack, quite a few people were badly shaken, including some of our doctors and nurses. For those patients, coming back to this hospital will be a tough decision. They don't know when the next attack might happen. What if it's inside the hospital next time? So, for the sake of our hospital's reputation and future, I propose that we dismiss him. Dismiss him? The board members and hospital executives were all stunned by Stephen Strange's proposal. They had only wanted to bring Richard into their fold, to have him work for them wholeheartedly. Never did they consider firing a top-tier surgical expert. All eyes turned to Strange, bewildered. A betrayal? Kicking a man when he's down? How could the always proud Stephen Strange be the one to take such a step? The doctors exchanged looks of disbelief. Dr. Strange, Dean Elvin started, but the words caught in his throat. All for the good of the hospital, Dean Elvin, Stephen Strange declared righteously. I'm simply stating the facts. But for all his high-minded words, his actions were a clear act of backstabbing. Because he was afraid. At Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, his lofty status came from being the sole top-tier surgeon catering to the city's elite. But if Richard joined the ranks, he would no longer be unique. With another option available, the powerful would have a choice, and his own position would plummet. In order to prove I hold no grudge against Dr. Richards, I hereby declare that I will not leave Presbyterian Hospital for the next 10 years. This clause can be added to my next contract. With that, Stephen Strange sat down calmly. But his words set off an uproar among the hospital's board members. Gentlemen, Dr. Strange is the better choice. That's right. Strange's medical skills are on par with Richard's, and he's been serving us all along. Are we really just going to let a world-class surgeon like Richards walk away for nothing? If he wants to leave, let him. Would you really entrust your life to someone who isn't truly one of us? Before long, the board members reached an agreement. Dean Elvin looked at Strange with disappointment, stood up, and left in silence. The other hospital executives exchanged glances, but no one said a word. The next day, as Richards walked into the hospital, he was stopped by Deputy Director David from the Medical Affairs Office. Dr. Richards, please come with me to the medical office. Richards paused in surprise, but seeing the serious look on David's face, he nodded. Of course. Inside the Medical Affairs Office, Deputy Director David pulled out a termination letter and slid it across the desk to Richards. Dr. Richards, here's a letter I'd like you to sign. Richards picked up the letter, casually flipping through it, skimming the contents in a quick glance. So the hospital board has decided to fire me? Richards stared at the letter, completely baffled. After all, no hospital has ever dared to fire a top-tier surgeon without cause. Had the board of New York Presbyterian Hospital all lost their minds? Deputy Director David forced a smile. Dr. Richards, signing this letter is in your best interest, and the hospital's as well. Richards tossed the letter back onto the desk, crossed his arms, and said expressionlessly, Is it because I got shot? Or is it because the police questioned me? David pushed the letter back toward Richards, keeping up his forced smile, but his tone was unwavering. The shooting incident has brought a lot of negative publicity to the hospital. The board is concerned that if you stay, the next attack might happen inside the hospital itself. A flash of anger crossed Richard's eyes. So it's come to this. Even if I don't sign, you'll force me out anyway, right? David kept that artificial smile. It's all for the good of the hospital. I hope you understand, Dr. Richards. Richards waved him off decisively. No need to make this harder than it is. I'll sign. Without hesitation, he picked up the pen and signed his name with a flourish. Goodbye, Deputy Director David. Richards stood, turned, and strode out with effortless grace. As Richards stepped out of the hospital, Christine hurried after him. Looking at her blue surgical gown, Richards smiled wryly and tapped her smooth forehead. You really ran straight out of the operating room like this? Richard, why are you leaving? Christine stared into his eyes, her voice full of hurt and confusion. This isn't my choice, Christine. Richard spread his hands and forced a bitter smile. I was fired by the hospital board. What? Are they out of their minds? Christine was stunned, unable to comprehend what she was hearing. Well, who knows? Richard's words trailed off. A vibration from his pants pocket interrupted him. Richard pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was Director Irwin. Good morning, Director Irwin. Richard, have you already left? Director Irwin's voice sounded weary. Richard noticed the exhaustion in his tone, and his own expression softened a little. Yes, I've already walked out the hospital gates. Director Irwin apologized, his tone heavy with disappointment. I am sorry, Richard. At the board meeting, I voted against it, but I couldn't stop them. Thank you, Director Irwin. Richard's face brightened with a genuine smile. Hearing you say that makes me feel a lot better. By the way, Director Irwin, who was it that proposed my dismissal at the board meeting? Richard's smile lingered, but there was a chill creeping into his voice. There was a brief silence before Director Irwin replied softly, maybe I shouldn't tell you this, but it was Dr. Strange. Richard was taken aback. This answer genuinely surprised him. As he hung up, Christine, who had been eavesdropping nearby, instantly transformed into a furious little kitten, bristling with indignation. Stephen Strange, that scoundrel. Why would he do such a thing? Richard let out a quiet chuckle and said, because he likes you. Huh? Christine, startled like a kitten, stammered in disbelief. That's impossible. Richard couldn't resist her adorable, bewildered expression. He reached out and gently squished her cheeks with both hands. Oh, what am I supposed to do when my Christine is just this cute? Jerk, let go of me. Christine's face flushed bright red as she pounded his chest with her small fists. It's not just because of you. It's also about me. Richard, still amused, let go and continued. Remember what I told you? The classic Strange approach. Oh, that. Christine suddenly understood, then grew indignant. But you two could compete fairly. You're mistaken, darling. Richard's smile faded as he raised a finger. For Strange, there can only be one. Once there's another one. Richard raised his other hand and held up a second finger. Then there's a choice. Strange won't be important anymore. Kristen fell silent for a moment. I'll leave with you. No, you can't. Richard quickly stopped her. Let's wait until I've settled down somewhere. I can't be so selfish, Kristen. Kristen pouted, her lips pushing out in frustration. Richard chuckled and ruffled her hair, offering another reason. Remember my nightmares? I need to find a place to deal with them. At that, Kristen forgot her gloom and immediately clutched Richard's hand, her concern plain. Where will you go? Oh, for this, I'll need to seek help from Eastern Buddhism or Taoism. Richard gently hugged Kristen. Don't worry about me. Go back to work. Then when you're out, you have to call me. Kristen released Richard, turning reluctantly to head back toward the hospital. Halfway there, she suddenly turned around and shouted, Every day. I want to call every day. Richard simply waved, watching Kristen disappear into the hospital. The next moment, his gaze turned cold. Stephen Strange. The future Sorcerer Supreme? You dare plot against me? Well, two can play at that game. From now on, I declare, the Sorcerer Supreme has a new face. Kathmandu, Nepal. Blending into the throng of people, Richard held a small dish of crispy balls, meandering along with the current of the crowd. These crispy balls were one of the few Nepali street foods he dared eat. True to their name, the shells crackled pleasantly with each bite, while the inside was stuffed with mashed potatoes and beans, all soaked in a spicy, tangy, and refreshingly cool broth. Popping one after another into his mouth, Richard finished the dish in no time, the crunch lingering satisfyingly in the air. He tossed the empty dish into a wooden trash bin by the roadside. With curiosity, Richard looked at a row of prayer wheels fastened to the wall. They appeared ornate on the outside, but were mostly made of wood within, wrapped in thin copper and gilded with gold. What fascinated him were the intricate patterns and scriptures carved onto each wheel. Friendly locals explained that the carvings were the six-syllable mantra, also known as the Om Mani Padme Hum, and that spinning the prayer wheels would bring blessings, dispel misfortune, and accumulate merit. Following local custom, Richard joined a line of people and completed this unique ritual of prayer. He wandered on, aimlessly, letting his feet take him wherever. He had come to find Kamar Taj, though all he knew was that it lay somewhere in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. But just then, spotting a hooded figure in the crowd, not far away, a black man, standing out amidst the locals. Richard smiled. He had a feeling he'd found what he was looking for. Following behind the black man through a maze of twists and turns, Richard soon found himself standing before an opulently decorated Buddhist hall. He shifted his gaze to a ramshackle wooden house directly across from the temple. He watched as the black man pushed open the door and slipped inside. Richard smiled to himself, strode up to the door, and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. With a creak, the door swung open. and the black man who had just entered now appeared before Richard once more. Richard pressed his palms together and bowed in greeting. Master Mordo, hello. My name is Richard, and I would like to request an audience with the Ancient One. To his surprise, Master Mordo stepped aside and gestured him in. Please come in. Richard was taken aback. Thinking of the eye of Agamotto in the Ancient One's possession, he wondered if she had foreseen his arrival. Thank you. Bowing once more, Richard entered. Contrary to its humble exterior, the interior opened up into a spacious hall. At a glance, Richard saw a bald monk standing quietly by the side. He pressed his palms together, bowing respectfully to the Ancient One. Hello, Master. I have come to seek knowledge. The Ancient One smiled gently and asked, Mr. Richard, do you believe in science? Richard blinked and nodded. Of course I do. Everything in modern society, electric lights, telephones, cars, airplanes, television, computers, these are all miracles created by science. The Ancient One continued, And do you believe in magic? Richard gave a soft chuckle and nodded again. Certainly. In fact, I'm here precisely to study magic. The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully, pacing slowly, before suddenly turning to ask another question. Then, if one day your understanding of magic conflicts with your scientific beliefs, what will you do? That's simple. Let magic be magic and science be science. The Ancient One clapped her hands in delight, while Mordo, who had remained silent, glanced at Richard with a look of wonder. Well said. Now one last question. Do you believe in the soul? Richard's eyes lit up. He looked at the Ancient One with anticipation. Absolutely. The Ancient One nodded, and without warning, raised her hand and pressed it against Richard's chest. Her movement was swift. Richard barely had time to lift his arms before the Ancient One, gripping his forearm, pushed his soul right out of his body. Whoa! Richard exclaimed, staring in awe at his own ethereal, blue-tinged spirit form. The sensation was crisp and cool, a liberating thrill, as if all shackles had suddenly fallen away. Richard, what you're experiencing now is merely an illusion. Remember, the body is the vessel that ferries you through this world. Without it, the soul becomes nothing more than a rootless reed, drifting until it finally withers. The Ancient One's voice rang clear in Richard's mind. Controlling his spirit form, Richard pressed his palms together and bowed in deep gratitude. The Ancient One made a subtle gesture. In an instant, Richard felt as though the world around him had been frozen, as if time itself had paused. The very next moment, an overwhelming force hurled his soul into a dimensional rift. You have high hope for him, don't you? Mordo asked curiously. The Ancient One shook her head. I cannot see his future. Mordo was taken aback. How is that possible? Yet the Ancient One smiled serenely. I'm not all-knowing, Mordo. There are always things in this world that lie beyond our understanding. We must approach everything with awe and reverence. Yes, Master. Mordo pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. Elsewhere, after stepping into the dimensional rift, Richard seemed to find himself in a corridor of shimmering time and space, plummeting at a speed beyond his comprehension. Yet, strangely, the sights around him appeared to unfold in slow motion, each detail etching itself vividly into his mind. Outside the corridor stretched countless worlds, planets, oceans, continents, flames, and even realms that defied his understanding, like flowing, translucent jellyfish drifting through space. Worlds shaped like jellyfish? Richard marveled at the sheer wonder and strangeness of the universe. His soul continued to fall. He saw, with startling clarity, an immense tree hanging upside down in the void. Its robust roots plunged deep into the emptiness, while its sprawling branches blossomed into entire galaxies. Among them, a familiar blue planet caught his eye. Before Richard could take a closer look, his descent suddenly accelerated. Around him, he saw layer upon layer of amber-tinted bubbles, some utterly silent and lifeless, others expanding and contracting with the steady rhythm of breath. Plunging through the bubbles, Richard abruptly fell into a realm of utter darkness, suspended in a void where time seemed to stand still. But in the next instant, two impossibly narrow cracks split open in the emptiness, and from within them spilled an ominous black-violet glow. Powerless to act, Richard's heart filled with silent alarm. The cracks widened swiftly, revealing themselves to be two colossal eyes, each larger than a planet. In a flash, Richard realized who gazed upon him. Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension. Dormammu had clearly noticed the tiny, insect-like Richard. Staring straight into Richard's soul, the entity's silent roar exploded in Richard's mind like thunder. Richard clutched his head in agony as a crushing pressure squeezed his soul with an unbearable creak. Just as Richard thought he was about to die, a powerful force suddenly yanked him upward, wrenching him out of Dormammu's oppressive domain. Ancient One. Dormammu's eyes flew open wide, and he roared in fury. Richard's ascent became unstoppable, and he quickly soared out of Dormammu's sight. His speed now far surpassed his earlier fall, and all around him the world blurred into streaks of dazzling color. With a jolt, Richard's soul was expelled from the dimensional rift and slammed back into his body, which sat slumped in a chair. He gasped for air, gulping it down in great, desperate breaths, like a drowning man who had just broken through the surface. That was exhilarating. Richard's eyes sparkled with delight as he turned to the Ancient One and asked, "Those two huge eyeballs at the end, were they Dormammu?" The Ancient One nodded with a gentle smile. To dare gaze upon Dormammu with mortal eyes. "Dr. Richard, your strength of will is truly admirable." Did Dormammu? Mordo was startled by their conversation, staring at Richard in disbelief. "You actually saw Dormammu just now." Richard raised an eyebrow with smug nonchalance, showing off. "Yeah, those giant eyes were staring right at me." The Ancient One chuckled softly. "Let's rest for today, Dr. Richard. Tomorrow, your formal training in the mystic arts of Camartage will begin." Richard's eyes lit up with excitement, and he quickly offered his thanks. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Later, Mordo led Richard to the guest room. Before leaving, he handed Richard a slip of paper. On it was written, Shambhala. Shambhala? So the Wi-Fi password here at Camartage hasn't changed all this time. Richard shook his head with a smile, took his laptop out of his backpack, and prepared to email Christine, whom he hadn't contacted in days. Maybe I should ask Christine to install QQ International. At the dawn of the world, there was a language. The Ancient One, hands clasped behind her back, spoke like an old teacher recounting the history of Camartage. The ancient masters called it incantation. Richard raised his hand, like an eager student. Is it kind of like programming in IT? Like the code that builds a website? Very good. Mr. Richard, that's a remarkably accurate analogy. The Ancient One gave Richard a look of approval and continued her lesson. "We harness energy." She lifted her hands, made a casual gesture, and a golden red strand of runic light appeared, shimmering between her palms. Richard watched the glowing rune line in fascination. This was exactly what he wanted to learn. If he could be a noble sorcerer, who would ever choose to be a grunt on the battlefield? We draw from the worlds of the multiverse. The Ancient One's hands moved fluidly, tracing circles, twisting, pulling. In the air, the golden red rune began as a single thread, but grew ever more complex, weaving into a tapestry of golden symbols and geometric shapes, evolving and transforming until it formed a fully three-dimensional, shield-like array of runes. Speak the incantation, forge a shield or a weapon. With a push of her hands, the rune array in midair trembled intensely. The golden red lines, intricate geometric forms, and the runic inscriptions that connected them all began to pulse and interlock rapidly. And thus, we cast our spells. The Ancient One slowly lowered her hands, clasping them once more behind her back. The three-dimensional rune array abruptly shattered, scattering into a shower of glowing sparks that drifted to the floor. Richard's gaze tracked the falling sparks, following them to the ground, only to discover that, where they'd landed, there was nothing at all. So beautiful. Richard sighed in awe, lifting his gaze to the Ancient One. "Thank you for this lesson, Master Ancient One. Breaking the barriers of knowledge is never easy. The fact that you grasp the essence of magic so quickly is an exceptionally rare gift," the Ancient One praised. Him then continued, "But I still recommend you start with the library. The world of magic, like the world of science, is built upon knowledge. Knowledge is power." From then on, Richard began shuttling back and forth between the library, the dining hall, and his dormitory, living a triangle of routine that felt strikingly reminiscent of his determined high school study days. With his fully evolved +2 extraordinary memory and comprehension, it took Richard barely a week to absorb and master all the foundational knowledge of magic housed in the library. The current librarian, Master Marcus, stared at the stack of returned books in astonishment. "You've finished the chapter of Origins, the Book of Time, Codex Elementum, the secret compendium of magical artifacts, spatial defense, the dimensional barrier, and even the Book of Ashani?" "All of them." Richard nodded. "Yes, Master Marcus." "Incredible." Master Marcus marveled, clicking his tongue in amazement as he regarded the bright-eyed Richard. "You're the most gifted apprentice mage I've ever seen. Even more extraordinary than Caecilius, who joined 2 years ago." "Caecilius?" Richard's eyes lit up with interest. He knew this man was also a disciple of the Ancient One, exceptionally talented, and once had a real chance to inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. until his stubborn and extreme nature saw him struck from the list of successors. He was the kind of person who would slay his own master and ancestors, even daring to sell his soul to Dormammu. Is Master Caecilius here at Kamar Taj now? Richard pressed. Not at the moment. Master Marcus shook his head. Caecilius is currently on rotation at the London Sanctum. He won't return for another 3 months. Oh, I see. Richard shrugged, a little disappointed. That's a pity. I was hoping to meet this senior brother of mine. You'll get your chance, Master Marcus replied with a warm smile. Master Caecilius is immensely powerful, though he often wears a stern expression. He's kind-hearted. The current generation of apprentices holds him in the highest respect and admiration. Richard cast a faintly pitying glance at Master Marcus, who was still singing Caecilius' praises, quietly musing to himself. You might be lauding him to the skies now, but in another 8 or 9 years, you'll never imagine that the very man you admire will be the one to take your head. Well, I'm truly looking forward to the day I meet Master Caecilius. Oh, by the way, Master Marcus, Richard changed the topic, turning to the librarian. I've finished all the basic books. What should I read next? Mage Marcus waved his hand with a smile. You're free to pick any other book, but, Richard, what's most important right now is that you begin your basic training. Just reading won't make you a full-fledged sorcerer of Kamar Taj. The daily, circle-drawing practice of the Kamar Taj sorcerers was the core foundational exercise of their magical training. At its essence, it was a process of connecting the soul to multidimensional spaces, harnessing elemental energies, and constructing various runic arrays. According to the law of practice making perfect, only by training the soul's connection to all things, until it becomes familiar, even instinctual, can a sorcerer reliably form runic arrays in any danger and swiftly cast spells to respond to crises. To put it simply, it's all about belief. Magic is, at its heart, an act of faith. Only when your soul instinctively believes you can succeed do you stand a chance of actually succeeding. Richard's mind drifted to the emergency operating room at Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital in New York. With the sling ring on his finger, he traced circles in the air over and over. A faint, crackling sound echoed as the energy sliced through the barriers of space, and sparks of magical energy began to flicker and fall, soon forming a portal about the size of a human head. Looking through the portal, Richard saw the familiar figures in the operating room. Someone he knew well was there, turned away from him, fully focused on surgery. On the opposite side of Christine, Nurse Lena stared in astonishment at Richard, who looked back at her through the portal. Hey! Richard waved playfully, mouthing a silent greeting to Nurse Lena, before quietly closing the portal. Startled, Lena's grip loosened and the surgical clamp slipped from her hand, clattering loudly onto the floor. Lena? Christine asked, puzzled. Lena raised her hand, pointing behind Christine, and exclaimed in shock, It's Dr. Richard. Joy lit up Christine's face. She spun around, but by then, the portal had vanished, and the last sparks of energy had faded. There was nothing left to see. Lena, no jokes during surgery. Christine turned back, shooting Lena a glare. But Fine, I'm sorry, Dr. Palmer. Lena stammered, unable to explain herself. She wondered if she'd imagined the whole thing. Could it be that I like Dr. Richard? A strange thought popped into Lena's head, startling her so much that she hurriedly scolded herself in her mind. Sorry, Danny, you're the one I truly love. Begone, wicked thoughts. Begone. Unaware of the turmoil his mischievous act had just caused in Nurse Lena's heart, Richard, having closed the dimensional portal, began experimenting with other spells. He closed his eyes to focus, mind reaching out to construct a magical array, while his hands shifted through intricate gestures and his lips moved in silent incantation. Invisible dimensional energy sprang forth from the Vishani dimension, manifesting within Richard's body. Gradually, a giant sword forged from golden energy took shape. Clasping the golden greatsword in both hands, Richard found it almost weightless. With a casual swing, the razor-sharp blade effortlessly sliced through the spatial barrier. That felt a little strange just now, he murmured. Richard replayed every detail of the golden greatsword's formation in his mind, searching for the source of the odd sensation. Is it because the holy sword of the Vishanti was originally created by the Vishanti themselves? Then what if I don't rely on energy from the Vishanti dimension? Is it still possible to forge the holy sword of the Vishanti myself? No sooner had the thought arisen than Richard acted on it. First, he dispelled the holy sword from his hands. In his mind, he began sketching and revising, reworking the incantation for the holy sword of the Vishanti. All right, time to try my improved version. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Richard began to construct a new magical array. His hands shifted through intricate gestures as he chanted under his breath. In my name, let this arm become a blade, tempered with every breath. May a heart of fire forge its edge to rend chaos and illusion. To the infinite worlds I bestow. Let the sword of endless judgment descend. As the final words of his improved incantation left his lips, Richard felt his body grow warm. An unseen, ethereal energy surged from within him, and a massive sword, this time formed of milky white energy, gradually materialized. I did it. Richard gripped the milky white greatsword, sensing a deep, instinctive connection, almost as if it were born from his own bloodline. Maybe my theory was right. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He swung the Holy Sword 2.0 a couple of times, then casually dispersed it. Still, this was worth discussing with the Ancient One. After all, Richard admitted to himself he was still a novice mage. The Ancient One had been the Sorcerer Supreme for centuries. Their experience in refining spells was surely far greater. Once more, Richard began the chant. In my name, let this arm become a blade, tempered with every breath. May a heart of fire forge its edge to rend chaos and illusion. To the infinite worlds I bestow. Let the sword of endless judgment descend. As the incantation ended, a milky white greatsword materialized in Richard's hand once again. Master Ancient One, this is the improved version of the Vishani Holy Sword I just created. Well, I'm calling it the Holy Sword 2.0 for now, Richard said, raising the immense sword with an awkward smile. Astonishing, Master Richard, the Ancient One remarked, her gaze lingering in awe on the Holy Sword 2.0 in his hand. I'm afraid my own experience with spell refinement may be of little help to you. And it seems your 2.0 version doesn't draw on dimensional energy? That's right. I used only my own power as the foundation. To be honest, I didn't expect it to work, Richard replied, shrugging, his tone colored by genuine surprise and delight. My own power? The Ancient One scrutinized Richard carefully, then after a moment, hesitantly asked, This might be a bit forward, but may I examine your body and soul? Of course, Richard replied without hesitation. The Ancient One raised her hand and tapped Richard's shoulder. An invisible wave of energy seeped into Richard's body. A gentle heat spread through Richard, and his body began to glow with a faint white radiance. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him, instantly repelling the energy the Ancient One had sent in. The Ancient One let out a muffled grunt and staggered back several steps, surprise flickering in her eyes as she looked at Richard. A true miracle, Master Richard. Your body is continuously growing stronger. You've already surpassed the limits of ordinary mortals. If this continues, you may even transcend and become a god. Richard's jaw dropped. What? Become a god? That's right. The Ancient One nodded. You see, what we call gods are in essence a kind of human, just born vastly more powerful. Take the Asgardian Aesir, for example. Their so-called gods are born with divine power. Richard's mind raced. Gazing at the greatsword in his hand, shimmering with pale luminescence, he exclaimed in astonishment, Are you saying I possess divine power? Yes, the Ancient One affirmed, pointing at the sword. Though I cannot discern the exact nature of this energy, it is a force equal to the divine power of the Aesir. For a moment, Richard was speechless. He hadn't expected that the merging of his two selves would give birth to such power, divinity itself. Perhaps what the Ancient One said about transcendence was not so far-fetched after all. For Richard had already made up his mind. He would seek to learn interdimensional magic from the Ancient One. He would take the initiative to travel across realities and meet his other selves in parallel worlds. His extraordinary intuition whispered that such encounters, while he and his other selves still lived, would bring about wondrous surprises. Richard hesitated briefly, then allowed the pale greatsword to dissolve from his grasp. He brought his hands together in a respectful salute and bowed deeply. Master, I wish to learn a spell from you. The Ancient One asked, Which spell? The secret art you use to cross dimensions and journey to other worlds, Richard replied solemnly. The Ancient One fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Master Richard, ever since you arrived at Kamartaj, I've found you to be an enigma. Richard blinked. What do you mean? Shaking her head, the Ancient One replied candidly. Even when I employed the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse your future, all I saw was a blank void. A void? Richard exclaimed in shock. Had he died in the future? Sensing his thoughts, the Ancient One waved her hand. It's not that you're dead. Rather, your path vanishes from my sight. Perhaps you settled in another world, or perhaps your power has grown beyond what I or the Eye of Agamotto can perceive. Gods must never be gazed upon directly. This phrase suddenly popped into Richard's mind. Driven by a mage's curiosity, the Ancient One wore an apologetic expression. I've inquired with other Ancient Ones across the multiverse about you, but the other Ancient Ones told me that in their worlds, there is no Richard. Only in this world, in this universe, does Richard exist. What? Richard cocked his head, his face full of confusion. What do you mean, there's only one Richard? Then who were those two versions of himself he encountered in his dreams? The Ancient One looked just as puzzled. She ventured a guess. Perhaps this is also why your body keeps growing stronger. The Ancient Ones throughout the multiverse all agree. You must have unwittingly absorbed or obtained the spiritual essence of other Richards from the multiverse, which is how you've broken through human limits and can keep growing stronger without end. Hearing this, Richard was a bit taken aback. The Ancient One, with centuries of wisdom, had managed to hit half the truth. Indeed, it was by fusing with versions of himself from parallel worlds that he achieved complete evolution. However, now it seemed clear that what he had merged with were not counterparts from within the multiverse, but versions of himself from parallel realities outside the multiverse entirely. So, in the whole multiverse, am I truly the only one? What could that possibly mean? Lacking the extraordinary knowledge to decipher it, Richard couldn't yet grasp the secret hidden within. No matter, best to focus on figuring out the interdimensional spell first. With that thought, Richard quickly asked, "Master, can I use your interdimensional technique as it is?" The Ancient One shook her head. "That I can't say. My method of crossing worlds requires sensing the spiritual essence of the other Ancient Ones in the multiverse." Spiritual essence. Richard frowned, thinking it over, but decided to learn anyway. "Master, please teach me the interdimensional spell." The Ancient One smiled and nodded. "Of course, Richard." With that, she raised a finger to his forehead, and a remarkably intricate array of runes flowed into Richard's mind. As Richard slowly sat down to absorb the knowledge, the Ancient One left the hall, hands clasped behind her back, thoughtfully instructing the others not to disturb him. When Richard finally came back to himself, night had already fallen. Through the window, he could see a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. He blinked, then sprang to his feet. "Oh no, what time is it? I still need a video call, Chris. I can't be late." Richard quickly traced a circle in the air, opening a portal back to his dorm, dashed through, flopped down at his desk, and powered up his computer. On the computer screen, the QQ International interface had been open the whole time, and his only contact, Christine, had already sent more than a dozen video call requests. "This is bad," muttering to himself. Richard hurriedly tried to call her back, but every time, Christine would immediately hang up on him. It took over 10 applications before Christine finally agreed. Watching the video, Richard saw Christine pouting, her face clouded with displeasure, and he hurried to reassure her. "Sorry, darling. The class ran late, and I only just got back to my dorm." "Ran late?" Christine echoed, puzzled by his words. "Are you a teacher in Nepal now?" Not exactly a teacher," Richard replied, a bit embarrassed. "I'm actually apprenticing at a monastery. Honestly, this religious knowledge is incredibly complicated, harder than earning a PhD in medicine." He put on a pitiful tone and added, "My brain's about to burst from all the studying. I fell behind in class, so we ran over time. As soon as class ended, I rushed straight back here without even eating dinner." "What? You haven't had dinner yet?" Christine's concern quickly replaced her annoyance. "Go eat something right now. We can talk after you've had dinner." No, it's fine." Richard let out a sheepish laugh, pulling out a cup of instant noodles from under the desk. "Luckily, I came prepared. This will be my dinner tonight." After finishing the video call with Christine, Richard finally had time to organize the cross-dimensional secret techniques that the Ancient One had taught him. As he sorted through the spell-casting process and the intricate gestures and incantations, a frown slowly creased Richard's brow. The first step, sense the source of spiritual power. Well, that shouldn't be too hard for me. But the second step, isn't this a bit reckless? Do I just tear open the barriers between worlds? For someone of the Ancient One's caliber, that might be simple, but for a novice magician like me, it's like asking me to rip apart adamantium with my bare hands. And then the third step, inside the interdimensional passage, chaotic and violent forces surge everywhere. Can I really protect my body with just the shield of seraphim? Another mysterious trick for the true masters. If I actually followed the Ancient One's technique to the letter, I'd probably get shredded by the forces of space itself. No, this version is way too rough. Looks like I need to refine it further. With a sigh, Richard flopped backwards onto his bed. Forget it, he thought. I learned enough for one day. The rest can wait until tomorrow. Time to get some sleep. He closed his eyes, and within seconds, he slipped into a deep sleep. The next day, after careful consideration, Richard decided to start by adapting Kamartaj's commonly used spells into his own versions. After all, the specifics of parallel worlds were unknown. If he ended up in a high-energy universe, like in those wars between gods and demons, he might be obliterated the moment he arrived. He needed to arm himself well, so he could face all changes with confidence. Richard listed out the most useful spells. First, the portal spell. No need to modify this one. As the basic required spell for Kamar-Taj initiates, Richard had become quite adept at replacing the Vishani dimension's energy with his own divine power after just a few tries. Second, the Rings of Ragador. This spell hardly needs any improvement. As a foundational, must-learn spell, it stands alongside the portal spell as one of the twin pillars for novice sorcerers at Kamar-Taj. It also serves as a prerequisite for many other spells, allowing the caster to form two shield-like or ring-shaped arrays of runes on their hands or arms. If you want to cast weapon-based spells, such as the Sacred Sword of the Vishani, preparing the Rings of Ragador in advance lets you skip complicated gestures and incantations during casting, transforming the shield shape directly into the Holy Sword. The Ancient One often used the simple Rings of Ragador as a pair of shields. In battle against Caecilius and his followers, she took this spell to new heights, not only morphing the shields into the shape of her signature fan, but even hurling them like frisbees, each throw striking with perfect accuracy and always returning to her hand. Third, the Energy Whip. As the simplest of control spells, Richard made it one of the required spells to master. However, compared to whip-like weapons, Richard preferred solid arms like swords, staves, and clubs. Thus, he altered the basic structure of the Energy Whip, adding the ability to morph into a staff, so the spell could seamlessly switch between whip and staff forms. Fourth, the Form of Ekern. This was one spell Richard absolutely had to improve, simply because it looked so cool. A magical version of duplication. Not only did it require spell-casting gestures reminiscent of the Thousand-Hand Bodhisattva, but the power to summon hundreds or thousands of copies of oneself was enough to make Richard drool with envy. Recall Doctor Strange's epic battle against Thanos. He conjured countless duplicates of himself, each wielding an energy whip, and in a dazzling display, bound Thanos as tightly as a zongzi. If it weren't for the 6 Infinity Stones in Thanos' grasp, Doctor Strange alone could have pinned him down for a thorough beating. Yet improving this spell proved immensely difficult. Throughout the casting process, the energies of the Vishanti are inseparably woven into the construction of the rune arrays. To replace the Vishanti's energy with his own divine power, Richard had to completely restructure the spell so the runes would harmonize with his own strength. To accomplish this, Richard pored over countless magical tomes and even consulted the Ancient One herself before finally developing a semi-finished version. The improved Form of Ekern could now create up to 100 duplicates, each lasting for only 10 minutes. The upside was that every duplicate was a solid entity, each with the same intelligence as Richard himself. For Richard, this was more than enough. Fifth, the Ancient Body of Hoggoth. This spell is considered Kamar-Taj's most powerful defensive magic, its dazzling effect earning it the nickname Butterfly Metamorphosis among netizens. Unfortunately, Richard's attempts to improve this spell ended in failure. This particular magic was one of the secret arts personally mastered by Hogarth, the white magic god of the Vishani. Richard could not find a single entry point for improvement. Yet, inspired by the magical effect of Hogarth's ancient body, Richard managed to create an entirely new spell. He named it Richard's Floating Shield. In simple terms, he drew upon its defensive and transformative properties, constructing a rune array that maximized defense and embedded within its 7 to 10 rune circuits specialized in energy transformation. The effect of Richard's Floating Shield spell was to form a massive conical array of runes before the caster. This conical array was composed of 5 rune formations focused solely on extreme defense, and its surface was dotted with 10 rune circuits dedicated to energy transformation. When the conical rune array encountered an energy attack, its distinctive shape would disperse the force of the assault to the greatest extent possible, while the embedded energy transformation runes converted the scattered attack into energy particles. Future improvements involved embedding a 3rd rune array to collect the transformed energy particles. These collected particles could then be launched at enemies like floating cannons, turning into energy projectiles. Upon witnessing Richard's Floating Shield, the Ancient One was greatly pleased. With Richard's consent, she had the spell transcribed and added to the library at Kamar-Taj. Remarkably, this is a universal spell. Even the orthodox sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, who wield Vishanti dimensional energy, could employ it with ease. It was a spell that combined mobility, combat, control, duplication, and defense all in one. It could be said that Richard's preparations were already thorough, yet he still felt the need for a hidden trump card, a means to turn the tide in the most extreme circumstances. Thus, he set his sights on the mirror dimension. To be frank, the mirror dimension could be considered one of the core secrets of the Kamar-Taj sorcerers. Its underlying principle relied on a mechanism of dimensional isolation. Simply put, It was the creation of an independent dimension. However, this independent dimension paled in comparison to godly realms such as the Dark Dimension, the Crimson Dimension, or the Hell Dimension. It was merely a temporary, sealed space. The so-called mirror referred to a spatial projection, a reflection of the physical structure of the real world, mapped onto the newly created independent dimension. Because this was an entirely isolated space, anything that happened within would not physically affect the real world. For this reason, Kamartaj sorcerers often used it as a field for magical experiments or to isolate battles. However, maintaining the mirror dimension required an enormous amount of energy. Typically, Kamartaj sorcerers would use their sling rings to channel the energy of the Earth's ley lines, weaving together dimensional nesting techniques to create a controllable mirror dimension. However, using the suspended ring to manipulate the energies of the Earth's veins was, in essence, a shortcut, a clever workaround. Thus, the suspended ring became the key to opening the mirror dimension. If one were to lose the ring, even the mage who created the mirror space could become trapped inside, powerless to escape. One final point. The landscape within the mirror dimension could be shaped at will by the caster's thoughts. In other words, the terrain could be freely molded, granting the mage absolute control over both time and place before a single blow was struck. For the caster, this advantage was nothing short of invincible. But as soon as Richard began to refine the technique, he hit a formidable obstacle. Creating an entirely separate dimension was an immense challenge, devouring staggering amounts of energy. Even if Richard poured every ounce of his divine power into the spell, he could only sustain the dimension for a fleeting 5 seconds. In practical terms, this meant he could trap his enemy for 5 seconds, just enough time to launch a counterattack or make his escape. Well, I suppose it'll do as an ace up my sleeve, Richard muttered wryly, trying to console himself. Next came the refinement of the transdimensional secret art. By now, Richard was well practiced in such improvements, and had developed a clear plan for upgrading the secret art. He even settled on a preliminary name for his creation. Spiritual Nexus Portal. I've done it. I, the mighty mage, have succeeded. Ha ha ha. Inside the mirror dimension, Richard gazed at the small, diamond-shaped portal spinning steadily above his palm and threw his head back in triumphant laughter. At that moment, he was a sight to behold. Hair wild and unwashed, a scruffy beard covering his pale, haggard face, eyes red with exhaustion, yet his spirit was alight with an extraordinary excitement. After 7 days of seclusion, Richard had finally completed his improvements to the secret art. The spiritual Nexus Portal was born. After his laughter subsided, Richard carefully dispelled the miniature diamond portal resting in his palm. His caution was well warranted. Despite its unassuming appearance, the portal's internal structure was breathtakingly complex. Inside, it contained the full measure of Richard's divine power at his peak. The slightest misstep could destabilize the portal's structure and cause it to explode. And if it did, the resulting blast would likely obliterate half of Kamartaj. As the last speck of white light from the diamond portal faded away, Richard let out a sigh of relief, only to be hit by a sudden, overpowering stench. He instinctively lowered his head and sniffed at himself. Ugh, why do I smell so awful? Clutching his nose, Richard's face twisted in agony. He hurriedly grabbed the suspended ring and traced a circle in the air, opening a portal straight to his dorm room. With a single stride, he stepped through, making a beeline for the washroom. Half an hour later, Richard emerged freshly scrubbed from head to toe, even taking the time to shave. Wrapped in a towel, he settled at his desk, turned on his computer, and started composing an email to Christine. Before going into seclusion, he had already given Christine a heads up, using the excuse that he'd be following his master deep into the mountains for training, and warning her that cell reception would be poor, so he might be out of touch for a while. Now that his retreat was finally over, he wasted no time sending word of his safe return, lest Christine worry about him. Given that the journey to the parallel world was just days away, Richard made it clear in his email that he was only stepping out briefly to buy some food and would promptly return to continue his training. He ended the message by reminding Christine to look after herself, eat on time every day, and, above all, to be extremely wary of Stephen Strange. He bluntly stated that the guy was trouble. After sending the email, Richard changed into a fresh set of clothes and set off to pay a visit to the Ancient One. It was the same grand hall as before. The Ancient One rose to her feet in surprise as Richard walked in, full of energy. Master Richard, have you perfected your interdimensional spell? Richard pressed his palms together in greeting before replying with a smile and a nod. I have, and it's all thanks to your guidance, Master. Without your help, I couldn't have succeeded so quickly. The Ancient One waved a hand dismissively. You would have managed it on your own, with or without me. Perhaps, Richard replied with a smile. But who knows how much longer it would have taken? Maybe a month, maybe a year. The Ancient One gave a thoughtful nod, then suddenly asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Richard scratched his head at the question. To be honest, even though he had already improved the Lingzhu interworld technique, he still felt a twinge of anxiety inside. But there was no time to lose. The journey to the parallel world couldn't wait. According to his calculations, the third time his consciousness would enter a dream, an event that merged him with another self, was likely to happen in the next few days. Having already witnessed the serious drawbacks of such dream fusions, Richard was determined not to let it happen again. "Tonight," Richard declared, his tone resolute. The Ancient One nodded silently. She didn't know why Richard was in such a hurry to enter the parallel world, but as a seasoned mentor, she felt obliged to offer a few words of wisdom. "Master Richard, when you reach the parallel world, do your best not to attract too much attention. Every world has organizations like Kamartaj. If an outsider causes a major incident, they might end up being expelled. Thank you for your guidance, Master." Richard pressed his palms together once more in gratitude. Richard now stood deep in a desert somewhere in Africa. A sling ring adorned his finger, and he was clad in a hooded battle mage's cloak, a wand of webtoon strapped at his waist. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind, touching his middle and index fingers to his brow. "Anchor myself, and seek the myriad reflections." As he silently chanted the incantation, Richard's spiritual essence began to expand outward, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, rippling in waves. This was one of the auxiliary spells he had created to assist the Lingzhu interworld technique. Drawing from the concept of life's primal source in the Huangdi Neijing, it subtly echoed the idea of his spiritual self-coordinate. He called it the resonance of the myriad worlds ritual. Soon, a faint, elusive surge of spiritual energy was caught by the sensory tendrils he had extended into the dimensional rift. Found one. Richard's eyes flew open in delight. Fearing that this fragile wave of spiritual energy might vanish at any moment, his hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals one after another. "With my true self as the anchor and the myriad selves as the mirror, the spiritual axis opens and closes, uniting all realms. Spiritual path. Open the gateway between worlds." Richard's body temperature soared. A radiant, pearly glow shimmered across his entire being, and then, slowly, a diamond-shaped portal unfurled before him. Yes, it worked. Richard's joy was unrestrained as he gazed at the man-sized, diamond-shaped gate. His hands never paused, seals weaving and dancing in a ceaseless flow. "Trace back to the origin, rainbow bridge between worlds. Origin bridge, let me cross." No sooner had the words left his lips than a pillar of white light shot from within the portal, enveloping him completely. A heartbeat later, the light withdrew, and Richard was gone. South Africa, Cape Town. In a narrow, hidden alley, a streak of white light flashed. Moments later, Richard stepped out from the alleyway. He surveyed the bustling crowds streaming along the street, thinking to himself, "So many black people everywhere. This must be Africa. Could it be that the version of me in this world is black as well?" Richard's brow furrowed slightly. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses, and detected a distinct spiritual fluctuation more than 10 kilometers away. Drawing up his hood, Richard slipped back into the shadows of the alley. Cape Town Harbor, at the docks. A young man, bare-chested and panicked, stumbled as he ran for his life. Turning, he fired 2 shots at his pursuers before dashing onward. One bullet, ricocheting off the side of a shipping container, skimmed so close to a pursuer's head that it knocked his military cap clean off. "Damn, that bastard almost put a hole in my head. Hell with it. Chase him down, let's finish him." The young man never could have imagined that his wild, desperate shots, though they slowed his enemies down, would only fuel their bloodlust. Gunfire erupted, sharp, rapid gursts. The pursuers burst from behind the containers. Instantly, 2 of them dropped to one knee, coolly squeezing off precise shots at the fleeing young man. With a scream of pain, the young man was struck, blood blossomed on his back, and his legs buckled as he collapsed to his knees. I. Using his pistol as a crutch, he lowered his head and stared at the bullet holes punched through his chest. Blood, mixed with saliva, dripped from his lips to the ground. "I won't accept this." With a feral roar, face twisted in defiance, he raised his gun and fired desperately at his pursuers. Bang, bang, bang. The fastest of the pursuers never saw it coming. The wounded man still had fight left in him. All 3 of the dying man's final rounds struck the pursuer square in the chest. The unfortunate man dropped instantly, dead before he hit the ground. Panic spread like wildfire among the pursuers. "Raymond's dead. Raymond's dead. He's still got bullets. Fire now. A volley of gunshots rang out as the pursuers unleashed a hail of bullets, striking the man and making his body shudder with every impact. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open in fury as he slowly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a portal crackling with golden red sparks opened above a nearby shipping container. Richard stepped out of the portal, his brow tightly furrowed. Too late. The version of me in this world is already dead. I hope there's still time. Richard drew in a deep breath, letting his spiritual sense spread out, enveloping the corpse of his other self, not far away. Kill, kill, revenge, kill, kill. The moment his spirit touched the corpse, a wave of bitter resentment surged from his other self's spirit straight into Richard's mind. What a heavy grudge. Wait, something's not right. Richard's eyes flew open in alarm. Could it be? Suppressing his excitement, he once again extended his spirit, shrouding the corpse. Revenge, kill, kill. Feeling the resentment within his other self-spirit, Richard sent a message over and over with his own spiritual power. Your anger, your hatred, I will see your vengeance done. As Richard repeated this promise again and again, the spirit of his other self seemed to find peace, dissolving like a stream of water that flowed into Richard's own spirit. Sensing the sudden surge in his spiritual power, a flash of delight appeared in Richard's eyes. So this is my true golden finger. Spirituality sharing. By merging with the spirits of my counterparts across the worlds, the living ones share spirituality. Spirituality +1 for each. The dead ones fuse with me. My own spirituality increases by 1, but I must cleanse any lingering resentment from their spirits. No wonder the previous dream fusion left such a dangerous flaw. Personality breakdown. The spirits of my dream-fused selves were tainted with the resentment of my dead counterparts. If that resentment isn't resolved, it will always resurface to corrode my true self. Thinking of the resentment from his counterpart in this world, Richard lowered his head and eyes, his gaze icy as he stared at the armed men approaching the corpse. Slowly, he reached for the webtoon wand at his waist and leapt down from the container. Just then, a white-bearded man in military uniform ran out in a panic. When he saw the corpse not far away, his face twisted with rage. Damn it, who gave you permission to shoot? After shouting, the white-bearded officer rushed to the corpse, dropped to a crouch, and pressed a hand to the neck. A moment later, he yanked off his cap, slumped down, and sat on the ground in despair. It's over. This time I'm finished. Richard, who had already sneaked up behind a soldier, froze for a split second when he heard this. So there's someone pulling the strings behind this group? Richard narrowed his eyes, opened a portal behind him, and slipped away. The lucky soldier felt a sudden chill run down his neck. He quickly turned around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of golden red energy fading away. The grizzled, white-bearded man scrambled to his feet and spun around, cursing loudly. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and get over here. The two unfortunate souls behind him each received a firm kick from their colleagues, sending them stumbling forward. With darkened faces, they shot disgruntled looks at their less-than-honorable teammates, set down their guns in frustration, and hurried over. Carry the corpse. Follow me. The white-bearded man jammed his military cap back on, striding off at a brisk pace. His two subordinates bent down, hefted the body, and trotted after him. Inside a shipping container converted into a makeshift operating room, chaos reigned. Surgical tools lay scattered everywhere, and a female doctor in a white coat was busy cleaning up the aftermath. Dr. Helen. The white-bearded man burst through the door, shouting anxiously. You two idiots, get in here now. He whipped around to bark at them, and his two subordinates carried the corpse inside. Put him on the bed. Careful. I said careful, damn it. Watching their rough handling, the white-bearded man's temper flared. Dr. Helen, please take a look at him. Captain Richard, you again? Dr. Helen set down her stainless steel tray, but when she saw the 7 or 8 bullet holes riddling the corpse's chest, she cried out in shock. That many bullet wounds. Richard's scarred face twitched at her words. He turned and shot a furious glare at his two men. They exchanged glances, looking utterly aggrieved. It wasn't even our gunfire. Dr. Helen, I'm begging you. Bring him back one more time. Captain Richard pleaded in desperation. After examining the wounds carefully, Dr. Helen shook her head with regret. It's impossible. There are too many injuries. Resurrection surgery requires an intact body, but his heart and lungs are completely destroyed. Damn it, I'm finished. Richard yanked off his cap again, despair written all over his face. The boss wants a crucial piece of intel from this guy's head, but now he's dead. Where am I supposed to get the information the boss needs? His two subordinates couldn't help but smirk at his misfortune. The next moment, A curious voice sounded from behind. Resurrection surgery? Fascinating. Mind explaining it in more detail? The sudden voice startled everyone in the operating room. Instantly, Richard and his men whipped out their guns, aiming at the direction the voice came from. But in the blink of an eye, a shimmering white energy whip shot out like a snake, splitting into 3 in midair, each coil lashing around the wrist of Richard and his 2 subordinates. With a flick of his finger, Liquor tightened the energy whips. There was a trio of sharp, bone-snapping cracks. Richard and the other 2 had their arms snapped in 2, and their guns dropped straight to the ground. Ah! All 3 of them screamed in agony. What the hell is this thing? Richard, his beard streaked with gray, let out a miserable cry, staring in horror at the energy whip coiled around his wrist. Sorry, but you all need a good, long sleep. With those words, Li Cha flicked his wrist, and the 3 men were flung into the air. With a tremendous crash, they slammed into the top of the shipping container, then hit the floor with a heavy thud. Li Cha glanced at the 3 of them, now sleeping peacefully, then dispelled the energy whip and looked over at Dr. Helen, who stood nearby, clutching her mouth in shock. Dr. Helen, could you tell me more about this resurrection surgery? Oh, by the way, I'm actually a doctor myself. I've always been fascinated by cutting-edge, experimental medical technology. Dr. Helen trembled in fear. Why you? Li Cha spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Come on, Dr. Helen. Doctor to doctor, you can trust me. So, could you explain what exactly you're working on? Who's really behind this surgery room? And what exactly is this so-called resurrection surgery you mentioned? Realizing her own safety depended on it, Dr. Helen stammered through answers to Li Cha's questions. So the real boss behind all this is the Hongshan Group, and the resurrection surgery, that is, the experimental resurrection technology, is meant to endlessly revive soldiers. Li Cha frowned as he looked at Dr. Helen. She nodded rapidly. Yes, everything I said is true. I'm not lying, sir. Well, I suppose every scientific breakthrough in history has had something to do with war, Li Cha sighed. Then, changing the subject, asked, do you have all the data on this experimental resurrection technology here? Dr. Helen replied, yes, all the research data and technical information is stored on the computers here. Excellent. Would you mind making a copy for me? Li Cha showed a gentle smile, though an idea was already forming in his mind. It seemed, in every parallel world, there was always some kind of unexplainable black technology. I'm sorry, sir. I can't do it. Dr. Helen hung her head, terrified that her answer might anger Li Cha. He asked, puzzled, why not? Helen pointed to a computer in the corner. There's just too much data on the experimental resurrection technology. I don't have a storage device big enough to hold it all. Oh, is that so? Li Cha walked over and, with practiced ease, removed the side panel from the computer's case, then simply yanked out the hard drive. There, problem solved. Dr. Helen was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth as if to protest, but thinking of Li Cha's mysterious powers, she wisely decided to remain silent. If the data here was gone, so be it. After all, the company headquarters had backup copies. It wouldn't hinder her further research. Richard keenly sensed Dr. Helen's hesitation. Noticing she didn't speak up to stop him, he pretended not to notice her uncertainty. He opened a portal, and, just as he was about to step through, a name suddenly flashed across his mind. Richard raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the body lying on the operating table. Was that you reminding me? He went back and gently picked up the corpse. Goodbye, Dr. Helen. Leaving her with a sincere word of thanks, the portal snapped shut behind him. Dr. Helen stared at the scattered, golden-red sparks of energy. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor. Oh my God, that scared me half to death. Was that really magic just now? Her face was alight with excitement. Heavens, magic still exists in this world. She steadied herself against the wall and slowly got to her feet. Quickly stepping over to the operating table, she reached up to the lamp above the bed and retrieved a small surveillance device hidden inside. Thank goodness he didn't notice this. Otherwise, before she could finish her sentence, a fist-sized portal suddenly opened. A glowing white energy whip shot out, skillfully wrapping around the surveillance device in her hand. The whip tightened, and the device, along with its storage chip, was instantly reduced to dust. Dr. Helen was left speechless. Almost forgot there was another surveillance device. This time, it really is goodbye, Dr. Helen. Richard's teasing voice echoed from the portal. Dr. Helen's face went utterly pale. Her legs buckled, and she sank back to the floor in a clumsy heap. Oh God! A warm rush escaped between her thighs, soaking the floor beneath her. Cape Town, an abandoned pier by the sea. Richard placed the body at the end of the dock and then sat cross-legged beside it. Lynn, is that another person you can't let go of? Looking at the corpse, Richard let out a sigh. He pulled a phone out from his pocket, a device he'd quietly taken from the belt of the white-bearded Captain Richard. Following his instincts, Richard dialed a number. Who is this? A wary woman's voice answered on the other end. Richard hesitated for a moment, then said, Hello, a man named Richard gave me this phone. Richard, the woman cried out in joy, but quickly grew guarded again. Richard is dead. Who are you really? I'm his friend, Richard replied, glancing at the body. His body is here with me. Where are you now? The woman sounded desperate. 3 kilometers west of Cape Town Harbor. There's an old stone pier there. I'll be right over. She hung up before he could say more. 10 minutes later, a black SUV came speeding down the road like an enraged bull. A striking woman in a brown jacket and short hair leapt out of the vehicle. She glanced around and spotted Richard standing at the far end of the dock, then hurried over to him. Richard! Richard! The moment she saw my corpse lying on the ground, Lynn's tears fell in a torrent. You promised me you wouldn't die. Trembling, she cradled my body in her arms. You promised me. Richard felt a pang in his chest. To be honest, the way this woman was calling out, he couldn't help but feel as if she was calling to him. On some deep level, he even enjoyed hearing Lynn say his name. Damn it, I have to find and destroy the one who killed me as soon as possible. This grudge is overwhelming. It's impossible to control. Miss Lynn, Richard spoke up. How did Richard get hurt? Only then did Lynn remember there was someone else beside her. She gently laid my body down, wiped away her tears, and stood to face Richard. Richard. For an instant, looking at me, it was as if Lynn saw him alive again. Richard paused in surprise, but quickly understood. Our souls had only just merged, so it was natural for him to carry a trace of my presence. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else just now. Lynn apologized, bowing quickly as she realized her error. It's all right. I'm a friend of Richard's. Richard reached out to steady her arm. I'm just sorry I arrived too late. I couldn't save him. Save him. Lynn's eyes widened in shock. But Richard died 3 days ago. What? Richard feigned astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. But I just saw him alive half an hour ago. With my own eyes. That's impossible. Lynn shook her head firmly. I examined his body myself. He was shot in the chest, lost too much blood. What on earth is happening? Richard's face was a mask of confusion. Wait. Suddenly, Richard slapped his thigh as if struck by a revelation. I found him in a secret lab at the Cape Town docks. There must be some clue there. Hold on. Lynn knelt to examine my body more closely, then quickly called out to Richard. I understand now. It's the Red Mountain Group? Mike told me. The Red Mountain Group has been conducting cruel human experiments in secret. There's clear evidence of experimentation on Richard's body. Look at the thin, stitched wound on his chest and the display device implanted in his left arm. The Red Mountain Group must have used his body for their experiments. So Richard's enemy is the Red Mountain Group, right? Richard cut straight to the heart of the matter. He cared only about one thing, his enemy. Yes, it was mercenaries sent by the Red Mountain Group who killed Richard. Lynn said firmly. All right, I'll make sure he's avenged. With his enemy now confirmed, Richard turned on his heel and strode away without hesitation. Wait a moment. Lynn called out to him again. You can't take on the Red Mountain Group alone. That's not for certain, Richard replied with a casual shrug, his tone easy and confident. I gave my word to help him get revenge, and I always keep my promises. You could cooperate with us at Interpol. Lynn's voice echoed once more. Thank you for the offer, but I'm used to working solo, Richard replied, waving his hand dismissively. What's your name? Lynn shouted after him. Richard. You can call me Richard, he answered, borrowing the name of the white-bearded man on a whim. Richard turned into a corner, and suddenly a portal appeared, swallowing him in an instant. South Africa, Cape Town, Red Mountain Group headquarters. In the president's office, Weisler received a call from the secret laboratory at the port. You're telling me a mage knocked you all out and stole the body of the test subject? Weisler said, incredulity written all over his face. Yes, boss, came the nervous reply from Richard, the head of security on the other end of the line. Are you joking with me, Richard? Weisler asked, struggling to keep his anger in check. No, boss, I swear, every word is true. My 2 men can testify. They were both knocked out by that mage's magic. And there's Dr. Helen from the lab as well. Dr. Helen, please, say something, he pleaded. Dr. Helen's voice came over the phone. Yes, boss, I saw the mage too. It was unbelievable. Weisler knew that Richard would not, and dared not, lie to him. Now, that even Dr. Helen had vouched for the story, it meant such a person truly existed. Whether it was real magic or just some clever trick, one thing was clear. Someone was challenging the Red Mountain Group. Listen to me, Richard. I don't want to hear of any more test subjects escaping. Rest assured, boss. I stake my life on it. This won't happen again. Richard was overjoyed. He straightened up, chest out, and made his promise with unwavering certainty. Send all details about this mage back to headquarters. Weisler hung up, his fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the desk. A mage? Do such supernatural beings really exist in this world? But of course, President Weisler, a sudden voice replied. Startled, Weisler dove under his desk. When he stood up again, his hand gripped a pistol tightly. Who's there? Who's speaking? The mage you just mentioned? Richard's voice echoed once more. Weisler looked around warily, but saw no sign of an intruder. Mainframe, scan the office. At once, sir, came the crisp, mechanical female response. A blue scanning beam swept rapidly across the office. There's only you in the president's office, sir. Weisler gripped his pistol tightly, his eyes darting around cautiously as he called out. Mysterious mage, why don't you come out and have a chat? As you wish. No sooner had the words been spoken than a portal shimmering with golden-red sparks slowly opened before him. Richard, his face hidden beneath the hood, stepped out with unhurried composure. He removed the hood, revealing a gentle smile. Good day, President Weisler. Weisler stared in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. Mages really do exist. The headquarters AI system of the Red Mountain Group blared out an alert. Unknown human signal detected. Should I report this? No, don't report it. Weisler immediately raised his hand to stop the AI. He set his gun on the desk, raised both hands, and stepped out from behind the desk, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Welcome, esteemed mage. I am Weisler, president of the Red Mountain Group. May I have the honor of knowing how to address you? Richard. You may call me Richard. With his right hand over his chest, Richard gave a graceful bow. Honorable Mr. Richard, if my company has offended you in any way, please accept my sincerest apologies, Weisler said, his expression respectful and his tone earnest. The Red Mountain Group is prepared to make generous amends, whatever it takes to satisfy you. Richard shook his head. The Red Mountain Group has not offended me, President Weisler. Relief washed over Weisler. He seized the opportunity and immediately offered, then perhaps you might consider a partnership with Red Mountain. Rest assured, our company is powerful, with influence spanning the globe. Whatever you may need, just say the word. Richard shook his head again. Thank you for your invitation, but I'm afraid I have no business requiring the help of the Red Mountain Group. Then what brings you here? Weisler asked, puzzled. If there was no grudge, and this wasn't about seeking partnership, what was this mysterious mage's purpose? Was he just here for a tour of Red Mountain's headquarters? To destroy the Red Mountain Group. Richard's face wore a pleasant smile, but his words shocked Weisler to the core. What? Weisler gasped, alarmed. He quickly pressed for an answer. But why, Mr. Richard? You just said yourself, the Red Mountain Group has never offended you, didn't you? His mind raced, and suddenly he recalled the phone call from the head of security at the secret laboratory in the port. A mage had stolen the corpse of an experimental subject from the secret lab. Could this mage be one of those movie-style superheroes, the kind who can't stand human experimentation? Weisler hurried to explain. Mr. Mage, the Red Mountain Group's experimental resurrection technology is meant to benefit all humanity, a scientific breakthrough for medicine. The human trials are a necessary step for this technology to mature. You don't need to explain all this to me, President Weisler, Richard sighed. I've already told Dr. Helen before. My main profession is also that of a doctor. Then why did you say you wanted to wipe out the Hongshan Group? Weisler was truly baffled. If it wasn't because of the experimental resurrection technology, then what was the real reason? A friend of mine, also named Richard, asked me to destroy the Hongshan Group. Richard shrugged, as if he were recounting something trivial. What? Weisler was at a total loss again. He quickly pressed for more. And this friend of yours, Richard, he's dead, died twice, both times at the hands of the Hongshan Group. Weisler was speechless. He opened his mouth, frustration welling up inside him until he was cursing inwardly. How on earth was he supposed to handle this? The first time, he died at the hands of mercenaries sent by the Hongshan Group. While he was escorting some important figure, Richard recounted the circumstances of his friend's 2 deaths in a calm, measured tone. The second time was at the Cape Town harbor. After being resurrected, he escaped from the lab, only to be gunned down right on the spot by the pursuers. Weisler winced, his face twisted in dismay. In the face of such a vendetta, not even the most silver-tongued argument could smooth things over. Would it be too late for me to apologize now? For the sake of his own life, he decided to give it a shot anyway. It's probably a bit late for that, Richard replied with a smile, nodding slightly. Mainframe, alert security, now. Weisler snatched his pistol back, dove behind his desk, and gripped his only means of resistance tightly as he barked out fresh orders. Call every available operative up here. Everyone. Yes, sir. The synthetic female voice replied, and a piercing alarm began blaring through the office. Intruder detected in the president's office. All operatives mobilize immediately. Intruder detected in the president's office. All operatives mobilize immediately. Intruder detected in the president's office. All operatives mobilize immediately. Richard pulled up his hood, standing calmly in the center of the office as chaos erupted around him. Weisler huddled behind his alloy desk, frantically dialing the head of security. Jim, get a helicopter over to the president's office right now. Boss, I'm already on my way with the team. What exactly is going on in there? Jim's urgent voice crackled through the phone, punctuated by the sound of running footsteps. It's too complicated to explain. Just get the chopper here now. Weisler barked, then ended the call. You don't need to be so nervous, Mr. Weisler, Richard said with an air of unshakable composure. Until I've dealt with your subordinates, I won't lay a finger on you. Fuck. Weisler cursed under his breath, gripping his pistol tightly, his only lifeline right now. Is negotiation truly impossible, magician? Sorry, the mission issuer is dead. The task cannot be cancelled. The first wave of operatives burst out of the elevator, guns raised and trained on Richard. Drop your weapon. A faint smirk curled on Richard's lips beneath his hood. He slowly spread his arms, signaling that he was unarmed. Hands up, on your knees. The next wave of operatives rushed up the stairs, shouting their commands at Richard, weapons ready. Obediently, Richard raised his hands high. The exterior glass of the CEO's office shattered, and 10 fully armed operatives leapt in. Get on the ground. No sudden moves, shouted the team that had rappelled down from the roof, their guns aimed squarely at Richard. Seeing the situation firmly in hand, President Weisler slowly stepped out from behind his desk. Magician, I still hope we can talk this out. Even with dozens of guns pointed at Richard, an uneasy feeling gnawed at Weisler's heart. Richard sidestepped the question. Is everyone here? Weisler instinctively glanced at Jim, the head of security. Jim nodded. Everyone's here except for a few teams stationed outside. Excellent. A satisfied smile spread across Richard's face. He formed a seal with his hands. Slowly, his feet lifted off the floor, and behind him, arms began to unfurl, dozens of them, like a 1,000-armed deity. Weisler's face twisted in horror. He jabbed a finger at Richard, screaming frantically, Open fire! Shoot him! Now! Jim, startled, clamped his headset and shouted, All units, open fire! A deafening barrage erupted as dozens of automatic weapons unleashed a torrent of bullets, orange tracer rounds streaking through the air toward Richard like a storm of fire. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, but in the very next instant, a shimmering white sphere encased Richard. The hail of bullets hammered against the barrier, erupting in bursts of yellow sparks, but accomplishing nothing more. Richard's spell was complete. His form blurred with supernatural speed as dozens of doppelgangers erupted from within him. Now it's my turn. The chorus of Richard's voices echoed through the office, carrying the weight of a god's decree. In a heartbeat, dozens of energy whips lashed out, darting through the air like serpents, each one unerringly finding its target among the operatives. What the hell is this? Jim shouted in shock, thrashing as the energy whip coiled around him. All around, the operatives struggled desperately against the whips binding them, only to find that the more they fought, the tighter the binds became. Weisler looked down at himself, unharmed, yet the unease in his heart reached its peak. Sir Magician, the Red Mountain Group is willing to pay any price. Just please stop. But Richard seemed not to hear. His voice was low and unwavering as he called out, Repent, you scum. The moment his words fell, the energy whip snapped tight in an instant. No. Weisler's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he watched, helpless, while the security guards standing in front of him were caught by the tightening lash, the whips slicing them at the waist, cutting them in two. Cries of agony erupted. Oh, my God! The screams rang out, sharp and brief, echoing one after another. Moments later, the storm of energy whips faded away, leaving only the wounded, still not fully dead, writhing in torment as they edged toward death. Help me! Jim, now only a torso, dragged himself to Weisler's side, clutching tightly at his pant leg, pleading in desperation, Finish me off, please! Weisler raised his gun, pressing it to Jim's forehead. Eyes squeezed shut, he pulled the trigger. Jim's head jerked. In his fading eyes, a glimmer of relief flashed as his grip on Weisler's leg slackened and let go. Weisler stared around in a daze. The vast CEO's office had been transformed, in a heartbeat, into a living hell, the air thick with the stench of blood and iron, scarlet. Stains splashed across the walls and floor, scattered human remains everywhere, and the endless, agonized wails of those cut in two. Richard's magical double quietly vanished. His real body descended slowly, coming to rest before Weisler. Now, only you remain, Mr. Weisler. Just kill me, Weisler said, his eyes empty and lifeless. As you wish. The radiant, holy sword pierced Weisler's chest. As his last breath faded, a final spark of energy flared along the blade, setting his body alight. Richard surveyed the carnage of the office, his brow creasing in discomfort. To ordinary people, magic is nothing short of a catastrophic force, utterly overwhelming. In the future, I'd best avoid using this kind of magic in human society. He raised his hand, drawing a circle, ready to leave, when suddenly his expression shifted. HM, there's a change in my spiritual energy. Richard focused, sensing the current of spirituality within his soul. Somewhere, faint and inexplicable, a ripple stirred. He lifted his hand again, conjuring the holy sword anew. Where once its aura was pure white, now it glowed with a subtle red sheen. Is my divine power shifting from white to red? What could this mean? Well, I'd better return and consult with Master Guti. With that, Richard stepped into a portal and vanished. As the screams faded, silence settled over the CEO's office. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice rang out. Mainframe confirmation. President Weisler is deceased. Initiating satellite transmission. Target, Johannesburg branch. Transmitting information. Kepler Airport. Lynn dragged her suitcase to the bar in the departure lounge. Waiter, a glass of lemonade, please. I'll have a lemonade as well. Richard, who had been sitting nearby, pulled down his hood and smiled at the waiter as he spoke. Surprise lit up on his face. Richard, it's you. I'm so relieved to see you're all right. Richard gave a relaxed shrug. I told you, you never know. I saw the news. Lynn started to speak but quickly fell silent. She glanced around warily before lowering her voice. The headquarters of the Red Mountain Group was attacked. All operatives were killed, including President Weisler. Was it really you who did it? The waiter brought over 2 glasses of lemonade. Richard took them and handed one to Lynn. He took a slow sip before replying, unhurried, I promised Richard I'd help him get his revenge. Lynn's lips parted in shock as she pressed further. You did it alone? Richard nodded. I'm used to working solo. That's insane. Lynn shook her head in disbelief. How on earth did you pull it off? Richard gazed at her, and suddenly, a spark ignited within him. Maybe we should find somewhere to have a drink. Kamar Taj, the training courtyard. A violent surge of energy erupted above the courtyard, sending the apprentices in morning training into chaos. What happened? An enemy is invading. Quick, fetch the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo was the first to arrive on the scene. His expression was grim as he stared up at the swirling vortex of energy overhead. He reached over to the weapons rack and seized a wand of Wadham. With a sharp crack, the wand came alive. Everyone, gather on me. Mordo shouted. Seeing Mordo, the panicked apprentices immediately found their anchor and rushed to him. Form ranks and hold the line. Prepare your defenses. The apprentices quickly split into 3 rows, raising their fists, golden red rings of Ragador flaring to life on their knuckles. Master Hammer and Master Daniel arrived one after the other, stepping through conjured portals. Daniel looked up at the expanding vortex of energy overhead and asked Mordo, who had arrived first, Master Mordo, what is that? Mordo shook his head. I don't know, but it looks dangerous. Squinting, Master Hammer managed to pick out a few runes unique to the Kamar Taj magical tradition from the chaotic energy swirl. He studied them closely, recognizing a cryptic marking for location magic, and hesitated as he guessed. It seems to be some sort of locator spell, but it's unlike anything recorded in the Kamar Taj library. At the front of the group, a portal opened swiftly, and the Ancient One stepped through with her hands clasped behind her back. With her back to the crowd, she spoke in a calm voice. Don't worry, it's just an interdimensional portal. An interdimensional portal? Mordo, Hammer, and Daniel, 3 full-fledged sorcerers, repeated the phrase in unison. It's a kind of portal that can cross the multiverse, the Ancient One explained, raising her eyes to the swirling vortex of energy that was gradually stabilizing. Admiration flickered across her face. This particular spell is still in its infancy, which is why it hasn't been included in the library yet. The Ancient One hesitated for a moment. The requirements for casting an interdimensional spell are incredibly demanding. I'm afraid most sorcerers could spend their entire lives and still never master it. Do you know which sorcerer is casting this spell, Master? Daniel asked with curiosity. Richard, the Ancient One replied, choosing not to conceal the truth. She had already decided to officially add Richard to the list of Sorcerer Supreme successors. Richard? All 3 sorcerers exclaimed at the same time. Incredible. Hammer shook his head in amazement. Just a few days ago, he was still an ordinary person. A trace of envy slipped across his face. After all, it was he who had personally brought Richard into Kamar Taj. I never would have guessed. Daniel gave a wry smile. I used to say Richard's talent might even surpass Caecilius. Now it seems he's far beyond that. Their conversation set off a wave of excitement among the apprentices in the back. Who are Master Mordo and Master Daniel talking about? Richard? That name sounds familiar. Wait, I remember now. Stronger than Master Caecilius? Impossible, I don't believe it. The truth is right in front of you, Lore. Stop idolizing that gloomy Caecilius already. I've been here for half a year, and I can barely manage the portal spell. Am I really that hopeless? Believe in yourself, brother. As long as we work quietly and persistently, one day we'll amaze everyone. With a dramatic flick, the Ancient One snapped open her folding fan. The others, catching the sound, quickly looked up at the sky. They watched as the now stable energy vortex suddenly shifted, stretching at breathtaking speed into a diamond-shaped portal. Through the diamond-shaped opening, Mordo glimpsed a dazzling, kaleidoscopic tunnel of space and cried out in astonishment. There's a dimensional passage on the other side of the portal. Daniel gasped. No wonder this spell is called the interdimensional portal. Even Hammer, usually the picture of stoic silence, couldn't resist a remark. Most sorcerers could spend their whole lives and never master it. More like hardly any sorcerer ever could. At that very moment, the diamond-shaped portal changed again. A beam of white light shot out from the portal and, after spitting out a human figure, vanished as suddenly as it appeared. The figure staggered to his feet, grumbling under his breath. Damn it, I used too much force with the final spray. The rune structure still needs more tweaking. Catching sight of the large crowd gathering in the square, Richard straightened up immediately, brushing the dust off his clothes as if nothing had happened. Good morning, everyone. Have you had breakfast yet? The moment everyone saw Richard's face, their expressions turned odd. Look at his face. Those are kiss marks, aren't they? Yeah, this guy's a real character. Goo gently waved her folding fan, her tone laced with humor. Welcome back, Master Richard. Though, it seems what you need most right now is a mirror. Richard froze for a moment, then waved his hand to conjure a simple mirrored space, using it as a makeshift mirror. Staring at the 7 or 8 kiss marks scattered across his face, Richard was left utterly speechless. You've really done me in this time, Lynn. That evening, after ending a video call amid Christine's grumbling, Richard rose and walked into the hall. Master, Richard greeted respectfully. Seat. Goo lifted the teapot and poured Richard a full cup of tea. Richard made himself comfortable, picked up the cup, and took a delicate sip. Tigwinyan, I see. Goo nodded slightly and asked with a smile, It seems your recent journey across worlds has been quite fruitful. Oh, it's all thanks to your guidance, Master. I finally managed to solve my problem. Richard looked at Goo with genuine gratitude. My guidance was nothing, Goo replied with a shake of her head. It was your own effort that made the difference. By the way, Master, remembering the purpose of his visit, Richard quickly set down his teacup. I actually came here with a question for you. He released his divine power, pointing to the faint red shimmer that mingled with the pure white light. There's been a change in my divine power, and I don't know why. My understanding of divine power is far too limited, so I could only come and ask you. You've actually advanced. Gootly sounded a bit surprised. I'm starting to wonder if you have the blood of the Aesir in you, Richard. Aesir? Richard was taken aback. You mean like Thor? Yes. We nodded. The Aesir of Asgard. Richard shook his head emphatically, declaring, I was born and raised on Earth, through and through, body and soul. I'm 100% human. Seeing this, Goo burst out laughing. Just a little joke, Richard. Don't take it so seriously. Richard shot Goo a helpless look, then gestured again to his externalized divine power. Still, Master, could you tell me what's going on with this? With a swift flick, Goo unfurled her fan and slipped into teaching mode. In this universe, gods do exist, but even among gods there are degrees of strength. The powerful ones, like Odin, king of the gods, radiate such blinding divine light that mortals cannot bear to look upon them. The weaker gods, like yourself, Master Richard, emit a gentle, pearly glow, soft and harmless to those around them. Richard mused. So, the strength of a deity can be determined by the outward display of their divine power? You could put it that way, the Ancient One nodded. To put more plainly, deities can be classified into 3 tiers: weak, intermediate, and strong. For example, Thor of Asgard could just about be considered intermediate, or Dormammu, he, who has devoured countless worlds, belongs to the ranks of the truly powerful deities. And then there's the Vishani. Because of their unique trinity, they too are among the most powerful gods. After listening to the Ancient One's explanation, Richard reflected. So, my divine power is on the verge of evolving, making me the strongest among the weak. Even the term divine power sounds awkward. The Ancient One laughed softly, teasing, You could always call it magic. Richard's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in delight. Yes, let's call it magic. Magicians and magic. It just fits so much better. The Ancient One shook her head, failing to suppress a smile, though inwardly her satisfaction with Richard only deepened. To transform from a mere mortal into a god. How many people have dreamed of such a thing? Yet you treat it as a burden. I'm just an ordinary person. Richard shrugged nonchalantly. Even with magical powers now, I'm still just me. The Ancient One nodded in silent agreement, a touch of admiration in her eyes. Richard's clear sense of self was precisely what pleased her most. In comparison, the future Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, though remarkable in his own right, had a curiosity and innate arrogance that would inevitably, and perhaps unwittingly, elevate him to the lofty, distant realm of the gods. After their conversation, Richard returned to his dorm room to pack his belongings. He was preparing to head back to New York. If he delayed any longer, the increasingly frustrated Christine would probably fly over herself to settle things. The next morning, Richard opened a portal directly to his apartment at Greenpoint, Brooklyn. Dragging his suitcase behind him, he stepped through the gateway and paused at the sight of the spotless floor. "Chris," Richard called out tentatively. "Richard," came a cautious, familiar voice from the bedroom. "It's me, darling," Richard replied. The bedroom door swung open with a sudden bang. Christine, seeing her long-absent lover, felt her eyes fill with tears. "It's been so long, Chris." Richard grinned widely, baring his teeth in a joyful smile. The baseball bat she'd been clutching slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. "Richard," Christine's voice trembled, heavy with all the longing she'd bottled up over the past weeks. At last, she couldn't hold back. She ran straight into his arms. "Whoa, careful." Richard quickly set down his suitcase and opened his arms, catching her as she leapt into his embrace. Her long legs wrapped tightly around his waist, her arms looped around his neck, and she gazed up at Richard, tears shimmering in her eyes. "My dear, I missed you so much." Her coquettish tone was impossibly alluring. Coupled with the warm, supple body nestled in his arms, Richard felt his desire ignite in an instant. An hour later, passion ebbed and calm returned. After being showered with his affection, Christine's skin glowed with a delicate radiance, as enchanting as a blooming flower. She lay languidly in her lover's embrace, her gaze curious as she asked, "What brought you back so suddenly?" Richard traced gentle circles on her smooth back, breathing in the subtle orchid fragrance of her hair as he replied, "My master said my training could pause for a while, so I decided to come home." "Did you manage to get your emotions under control?" Christine looked up at him, concern glimmering in her gray-blue eyes. Richard glanced down, catching the worry in his girlfriend's gaze. He flashed a mischievous wink. "Of course I did. Otherwise, my master wouldn't have let me come back. Now that you're back, do you have plans to leave again?" Christine wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing for an answer. Not for now," Richard answered with an awkward grin, his voice uncertain. "But later, I might have to head out again." Fine then." Christine pouted in protest, her lips forming a delicate little bow. The sight of her looking so aggrieved tugged at Richard's heartstrings. He leaned in and kissed her on her smooth forehead, hastening to comfort her. "Next time I have to leave, I promise I'll keep in touch with you, okay?" "You always say that," Christine huffed, reaching out her small hand to pinch his waist in mock anger. "Last time you swore you'd call me every day, but you were gone 3 days before you even sent me an email." Richard made an exaggerated face of pain, feigning distress, though his voice was still playful as he tried to defend himself. "Hey, I was deep in the mountains. It's not exactly easy to get a signal out there." "I don't care," Christine grumbled, twisting her soft, silky body against him, unafraid to show a bit of her stubbornness before her lover. She didn't realize, however, how much her actions were teasing Richard, whose youthful energy was already surging. "Christine," Richard's breathing grew heavier, his arms tightening around her as he gazed at her with a look burning with desire. It wasn't until Richard rolled her beneath him that Christine realized she had once again unwittingly awakened his longing. "No, wait." Her protest was cut short as Richard silenced her with a passionate kiss. Soon, Christine's eyes grew hazy, her breath coming in soft, contented sighs. Her arms, caught between resistance and surrender, found themselves wound around Richard's neck once more. When she awoke again, sunlight was already streaming high through the window. Christine, her body deliciously weary, climbed out of bed. Unconcerned by the way the sheet slipped from her chest, she instinctively searched the room for Richard. After realizing she was alone in the bedroom, she reached out to the empty side of the bed. The coldness beneath her palm sent a sudden ache through her heart. "Richard," Christine called out his name, her voice trembling, thick with the threat of tears. Richard, busy in the kitchen, instantly dropped his chef's knife when he heard her voice from the bedroom. He hurried back, worry etched on his face. What's wrong, Chris? Christine said nothing. She simply opened her arms, looking at Richard with those pleading, vulnerable eyes. A wave of tenderness washed over Richard. He quickly crossed the room, gathered the girl in his arms, and held her close, gently patting her smooth back as he whispered comforting words. There, don't cry, sweetheart. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Christine nuzzled her delicate cheek against Richard's neck, letting out a couple of soft whimpers before speaking, her tone playful yet needy. I am hungry. Richard gave her a gentle pat on her shapely backside. Go take a shower first. By the time you're done, the pork rib soup will be ready. Okay, with a little tantrum over, Christine's mood quickly returned to normal. It was only then she realized she wasn't wearing a stitch of clothing. Oh, you get out. Go on out, she squealed in embarrassment, shoving Richard toward the door and shooing him out of the bedroom. Seated at the dining table, Christine's lips parted in surprise as she stared at the spread of Chinese dishes before her. You made all this? Richard couldn't hide his pride, raising his eyebrows with a flourish. Your boyfriend's pretty amazing, right? I'm a rare breed. Equally at home in the living room or the kitchen. Christine burst out laughing, her joy bubbling over. All right. Let's eat before it gets cold, Richard said, serving her a bowl of pork rib soup before adding. By the way, you don't have to rush to the hospital this afternoon. I got you the whole day off. Christine shot him an exasperated glance. Go to work? Like hell she was going to work. This rascal had worn her out twice that morning. She still felt weak all over. Richard had originally planned to take Christine shopping and catch a movie together that afternoon. But a phone call threw his plans into disarray. Under Christine's dissatisfied gaze, Richard answered his phone. Hello, who's this? Mr. Richard, this is Simmons. Do you remember me? Came a young man's voice from the other end. The moment Richard heard the name, he recalled the bespectacled young man who had come forward to tip him off. Of course I remember, Simmons. What can I do for you? I'd like to meet with you, sir. We can pick a place near where you live, Simmons replied, humble in his tone. Richard considered for a moment before replying. 300 meters west of Greenpoint Apartments, there's a cafe called Aylesworth. Let's meet there. All right, sir. I'll be waiting for you there, Simmons replied, then hung up of his own accord. Simmons? What does this kid want with me? Could it be something to do with the Vipers again? Thoughts raced through Richard's mind as he glanced apologetically at Christine. I am sorry, darling. Our date will have to wait a little longer. Christine sighed and teased. Richard, I think you're even busier now than before you left the hospital. Richard could only smile sheepishly in response. He had, after all, spoken a bit too soon. At the Allsup Cafe, Simmons had chosen a window seat, a spot secluded from prying eyes. As soon as Richard pushed open the door, Simmons jumped to his feet. Mr. Richard, you're here. Richard gave his shoulder a friendly pat before sitting down. Simmons, relax. We're friends now, aren't we? Yes, sir, Simmons answered, still maintaining a respectful air. What kind of coffee would you like? Richard sighed inwardly and replied, a latte, please. Simmons beckoned to the server. One latte, one mocha. Certainly, sir. Just a moment, the waiter replied cheerfully. Once the orders were placed, Simmons got straight to the point. I've been keeping an eye on the Black Snake Gang, and I stumbled across something unexpected. The Black Snake Gang? Richard pondered for a moment. You mean that secret vault? Simmons glanced around warily and nodded. Exactly. I happened to find out where it is. Richard looked puzzled. So you came here because... Lowering his voice, Simmons continued. I found almost $30 million in cash in that secret vault, along with some of the Black Snake Gang's ledgers and videos of their crimes. That's actually great news, said Richard, though his face betrayed a hint of confusion. But why are you telling me? A troubled look crossed Simmons's face, but just as he was about to explain, the server arrived with their coffees. Your drinks, one latte and one mocha. Thank you, Simmons said gratefully. Richard nodded politely in thanks as well. When the server had left, Simmons resumed, 30 million might be a drop in the bucket for you, but for someone like me, who grew up in the slums, it's a ticking time bomb. If word ever got out, my family and I would be finished. Richard nodded in agreement and offered a cautious suggestion. You could just spend it carefully. As long as you don't use too much at once, I doubt anyone would notice. I would never keep a bomb like that near my family, Simmons replied, his eyes unwavering. To him, no sum of money could ever outweigh the safety of his loved ones. Then why did you come to me? Richard asked, still perplexed. I'd like to entrust the $30 million to you, sir, Simmons said respectfully. For me? Richard looked at Simmons in astonishment, repeating his question, why? Because your knowledge is enough to master them, Simmons replied, his face lighting up with anticipation. And I'd like to follow you. Richard was baffled, unable to grasp the logic behind this dark-skinned young man's thinking. A look of genuine admiration crossed Simmons' face as he continued. You're a capable person. My mother always taught me that if you want a truly safe and good life, you should stick with someone who has both a kind heart and real ability. Richard was silent for a moment before praising him. Simmons, your mother is a remarkable woman. Simmons nodded. I've always thought so, sir. Richard's thoughts drifted to Christine, and suddenly everything made sense to him. He agreed without hesitation. All right, I accept. After seeing Simmons off, Richard headed straight back to Green Dot Apartments. He placed his hands on the girl's shoulders and gently pressed Christine, who was about to get up and leave, back down onto the sofa. Are we going out? Christine asked with a puzzled look. In a little while, Richard replied. Then his face took on a serious expression. Chris, there's something important I want to talk to you about. Seeing how serious he was, Christine sat up straight and said, Go ahead. I'm listening. If I were to start a company, would you quit your job as a doctor and help me? Richard looked into her eyes as he asked, Start a company? There's a flicker of confusion in her gray-blue eyes. Yes, I want to start a company, and I need someone I can completely trust to help me, Richard said, grasping her hand with feeling. But in this whole world, the only person I can truly trust is you. A touch of emotion flashed across Christine's face, but then she rolled her eyes at Richard. That's very touching, darling, but why would I leave the job I love as a doctor to help you with something I know nothing about? Please, Chris, Richard put on his best puppy dog eyes, looking so pitiful that Christine almost surrendered on the spot. All right, I'll do it, okay? Christine quickly turned her head away, not daring to meet his gaze. This man was just too much. He looked calm and mature, but sometimes he could be as childish as a little boy. That's wonderful, darling. Richard pulled her into a hug and planted a big kiss on her cheek. EW, Richard, you slobbered all over my face. Christine hurriedly wiped her cheek, fuming as she playfully punched him a few times. Richard took her hand and, in high spirits, said, Come on, let's go out on a date. Tonight, everything's on me. Wait, I haven't grabbed my bag yet. Christine quickly reached out, just managing to hook the strap of her orange shoulder bag with her middle finger. Once they stepped past the green light, Christine naturally slipped her arm through Richard's. Suddenly, the girl seemed to grow lively, her questions tumbling out one after another. Richard, when does your company open for business? What kind of work will the company focus on in the future? Oh, right. Should I start learning something about running a company in advance? And, what else will the company need to? The next day, Richard drove Christine to the hospital. In the hospital restroom, he opened a portal and returned to the Green Dot apartment. He went straight to the study, pausing for a moment in front of the desk. To be safe, I'd better open a mirrored space. With a quiet command, he clapped his hands together. Countless diamond-shaped shards of mirrored glass began to assemble, forming a new, completely sealed-off space. The desktop computer on the desk was now enveloped by the mirrored space, instantly severing its connection to the outside network. Richard opened the computer case, removed the hard drive, and replaced it with the one he'd brought from the parallel world. Stored on this hard drive was the full archive of experimental resurrection technology, developed by Red Mountain Group with an investment of $24 billion, including every piece of research and all experimental data. Cryogenic neural protection, targeted organ repair, consciousness reconstruction. Richard quickly skimmed through the resurrection technology files, surprised to find that these experiments had achieved significant breakthroughs in many related fields. Cryogenic neural protection was one of the core technologies in real-world resurrection experiments. But as far as Richard knew, the Marvel Universe hadn't made any major public advances in this area. Wait, suddenly, Richard remembered Hydra's storyline with the cryogenically frozen Winter Soldier. Maybe there have been breakthroughs, but they're all closely guarded, proprietary secrets of the major organizations. Richard narrowed his eyes at the thought. In that case, there are very few technologies you can legitimately bring to light. When Simmons mentioned the $30 million during their meeting yesterday, it suddenly jogged Richard's memory about the hard drive he'd forgotten. In that instant, a new idea took hold. He would establish a powerful force, something on the level of Stark Industries. The motivation behind this idea was partly because of his abrupt dismissal. Richard might have acted indifferent about being kicked out of New York Presbyterian Hospital, but deep down, it had left a splinter in his heart. Now, with $30 million in starting capital and the cutting-edge resurrection technology, he possessed the two most solid foundations for building a powerful organization. That was why he had immediately agreed to Simmons' proposal. Richard planned to use the $30 million to acquire a small medical laboratory. Then, he would introduce several pieces of black technology from the resurrection experiments as the lab's signature innovations. He was confident that within 2 to 3 years, he could develop this into a large-scale medical group worth over $10 billion. At that thought, a cold glint flashed in Richard's eyes. When the time comes, I'll acquire the entire Presbyterian Hospital. When I see that board of directors again, Let's see who has the last laugh. Turning back to his research on resurrection experiments, Richard sifted through and selected two branch technologies that were relatively safe and reliable, yet immensely valuable. The first was targeted stem cell migration, a key technology for directed organ repair. It could be used to treat organ damage caused by all kinds of accidents. Its potential was enormous. Once it hit the market, it would become the most sought-after breakthrough among major medical institutions worldwide. The other technology was visual cortex compensation. Though it seemed inconspicuous compared to the neural inhibition control in the resurrection experiment, Richard picked it out the moment he saw it. This was nothing short of a miracle for the blind. The principle behind it was to reconstruct visual neural signals by recording residual retinal images. Even if the patient suffered from central nervous system damage, they could still maintain basic visual perception. Put simply, as long as you had more than just two empty holes above your nose, your old eyeballs could be transformed into a new visual transmission system. Richard downloaded both technologies, his eyes greedily roaming over the other black technologies. Reverse metabolic cycle system, hippocampal information extraction, consciousness reconstruction protocol. So many cutting-edge medical innovations. What a pity, I can't take them all. Reluctantly, he shut down the computer. Cautiously, he removed the hard drive and replaced it with the original one. Better safe than sorry. Muttering to himself, Richard exited the mirrored workspace, took out his phone, and dialed Simmons. Simmons, are you ready over there? On the other end, Simmons replied respectfully, all set, sir. Good. No matter what you see in a moment, don't be surprised, and don't be afraid, Richard warned, then opened the portal to his secret vault. Long Island, New York, in a small villa. Simmons stared in utter shock at a round portal crackling with sparks. Richard stepped out and waved in greeting. Hey, Simmons. Simmons stammered, yes, sir. Richard raised an eyebrow, teasing the young man before him. A wizard never seen one before. Have you, kid? Simmons quickly nodded. There are really wizards in this world? Oh, there's more than just wizards, Richard revealed with a sly grin. There are superhumans, monsters, gods, aliens, all sorts of weird and wonderful things. Simmons listened as Richard spoke of beings that existed only in urban legends or myths, his jaw dropping wider and wider. This is truly insane. One day, you'll see these creatures with your own eyes, Richard said, patting him on the shoulder. For now, just tell me, where's the $30 million? Simmons struggled to suppress the turmoil in his heart and quickly pointed to the second floor. It's hidden under the bed in the master bedroom upstairs. Richard glanced at the staircase, but, not wanting to bother with walking, he simply opened a portal to the second floor and stepped through. When he turned around, he saw Simmons standing hesitantly at the threshold of the portal, too afraid to take a step. Richard couldn't help but rub his forehead and complain. What are you so afraid of? It's just a door. It won't hurt you. Come on, get in here. Yes, sir. Simmons summoned his courage, stepped forward with his right leg, and, seeing that the swirling sparks of gold and red didn't harm him, finally breathed a sigh of relief and crossed the threshold. Richard rolled his eyes and casually waved his hand, closing the portal. The upstairs bedroom was lavish to the point of ostentation, practically dripping with gold, like the lair of someone who had come into money overnight. Richard's only comment was, too flashy. Simmons, though he didn't quite agree, kept his thoughts to himself. If Richard said so, he certainly wouldn't argue. The $30 million is under the bed. There are also some account books and crime videos in the safe by the headboard. Richard nodded. With a flick of his hand, a sudden gust of wind lifted the solid wood bed and slid it 2 meters to the right before setting it down again. Simmons watched this fantastical scene, mouth agape, unable to find words. Following Mr. Richard, he realized he'd best get used to such sights. They were probably going to become routine. Gazing at the neatly stacked bundles of cash, Richard thought for a moment, then turned to Simmons and said, I'm going to use this $30 million to acquire a small medical laboratory. Given your current situation, you're not yet ready to manage it. So, I'll send you to Columbia University for a few years of advanced study. Once you finish your training, you'll take charge of the lab. Simmons' eyes lit up with delight. Columbia University? Well, not as a full-time student, but you'll have no trouble getting in as an auditor. Thank you, sir. Simmons gave Richard a deep bow and declared with absolute conviction, from now on, my life is yours. When your right-hand man is this loyal, it's almost a little overwhelming. After calming the overexcited Simmons, Richard took his leave. He didn't take the money with him, choosing to leave it here for now. The Grandad apartment was simply too small for this much cash. Nowhere else was as safe as a hidden vault, after all. Let's wait until we've found a medical laboratory to acquire before withdrawing the money. Richard took out his phone and dialed a number saved as Carl Frank. Hello, Attorney Carl. Dr. Richard? It's been a while. How have you been? On the other end came the voice of a mature, middle-aged man. Richard replied politely, not bad. I went to Nepal a few days ago to relax. How about you? How's the recovery of the nerves in your right hand? It's much better now. I can skillfully cut steak with a knife and fork again. Attorney Carl sounded genuinely enthusiastic. But I really envy that you could take a vacation. Unlike me, always tangled up in lawsuits, never a moment's peace. Listening to Carl's lament, Richard couldn't help but curl his lip. He didn't believe a word from this old fox. He teased, a top lawyer in New York, envying a poor, unemployed doctor like me? Speaking of which, Dr. Richard, have you thought about filing a lawsuit against Presbyterian Hospital? Richard was silent for a moment. There it is, this old fox really lives up to his reputation as a top attorney. He never lets anything slip by. Richard got straight to the point. There's no need, Attorney Carl. Actually, I have an acquisition request I'd like your help with. Do you have time to handle it? Carl asked, an acquisition? In what field? I want to acquire a small medical laboratory, Richard said. A small medical laboratory? Attorney Carl sounded surprised. Are you not going to practice medicine anymore? Not practice medicine? Richard was briefly taken aback. He'd never said such a thing. But ever since becoming a mage and gaining the ability to travel between parallel worlds, he really hadn't considered returning to his old career. I suppose so. Maybe I'll focus on developing new medical technologies from now on. What a shame. The foolish decision of Presbyterian Hospital has cost America, no, the whole world, a top surgical expert. There was a hint of dissatisfaction beneath Attorney Carl's words. The loss of a world-class surgeon meant that people of wealth and influence had one less guarantee for their health and safety. Damn foolish Presbyterian Hospital. So, Dr. Richard, what's your budget? $30 million. All right. Do you have any specific requirements for the medical laboratory? Equipment, personnel, or anything else? For some reason, Richard suddenly thought of the Battle of New York a few years from now, and quickly said, not in New York. Carl, hearing this, assumed Richard was still bitter about being dismissed. He tried again to persuade him. You really should reconsider what I suggested before. I can fight to get you a substantial compensation. Richard couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, sensing that this top lawyer's passion for litigation was even fiercer than his own drive for developing new surgical techniques. He firmly refused once more. That won't be necessary, Mr. Carl. Please, just focus on helping me find a suitable medical laboratory as soon as possible. Well, what a pity. After hanging up on Mr. Carl, Richard dialed another number saved under Jennings Philip. Professor Jennings. How have you been lately? Richard, came a distinctly aged voice from the other end. Hearing that familiar sound, Richard couldn't help but break into a genuine smile. It's me, Professor. I'm sorry I haven't visited you in such a long time. My health is excellent. I don't need a youngster like you worrying about me, Professor Jennings declared, his voice powerful and full of vigor. But I heard you were dismissed by Presbyterian Hospital. How dare that wretched hospital do such a thing? This is an insult to you, an insult to Columbia. From now on, no Columbia medical graduate will ever send a resume to New York Presbyterian Hospital again. By the way, what exactly did they fire you for? Richard felt a warmth rise in his chest. This irascible old gentleman was still as protective as ever. But why did everyone insist on asking him this question? He didn't mind much, but it was, after all, a rather embarrassing matter. Professor, it's complicated, not something I can explain in a sentence or two. Professor Jennings cut him off, relentless as ever. Then make it 3 or 4 sentences. That should do it. All right, Richard conceded. He had spent 4 years at Columbia Medical School under Professor Jennings' guidance. He knew all too well the professor's stubborn streak. If he didn't give a clear answer, the old man would never let it go. Officially, they said I brought negative publicity to the hospital, but in truth, it's the same old story. They wanted a leash around my neck to turn me into their private asset and personal doctor. Idiots, Professor Jennings roared. These rich folks are always so selfish and shameless. Don't worry, Richard. I'll reach out to some other universities. Richard hurriedly interrupted. Please don't, Professor. Honestly, being fired by Presbyterian Hospital was a blessing in disguise for me. The professor immediately perked up, curiosity piqued. Oh, from the sound of it, you have something else in mind? Richard didn't hesitate to share. I've been developing some new ideas on targeted stem cell migration and neural compensation in the visual cortex, so I'm looking to acquire a small medical laboratory. I've already asked a lawyer to help me find one. Directed migration of stem cells? Visual central nervous system compensation? Interesting, Professor Jennings muttered to himself. All right. So what's the reason for your call this time? Richard felt a bit embarrassed. The old professor had finally come around. Professor, I'd like to request a spot as an auditing student at Columbia Business School. After successfully securing an auditing spot from Professor Jennings, Richard immediately informed Simmons, urging him to report for registration in 3 days, right on time. Let's set aside Simmons's gratitude for now. By midday, Richard had returned from grocery shopping and was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Suddenly, a portal opened, and Master Mordo tumbled out, battered and bruised. Master Richard, the New York Sanctum has been attacked. Richard was taken aback and hurried over to support Mordo. Mordo, what happened? Mordo pointed a trembling finger at the portal behind him, his voice shaking. The Hell Dimension is invading the New York Sanctum. Hurry, we need reinforcements. Richard's expression hardened. He asked in a low, steady voice, "Can you still hang on?" Mordo nodded weakly, shaking off Richard's support. "Don't worry about me. Go quickly. All right, take care of yourself," Richard urged, not even bothering to take off his floral apron before stepping through the portal in one stride. Mordo's portal opened onto the landing at the turn of the staircase on the first floor of the New York Sanctum. As Richard stepped through, he immediately spotted 2 cunning scythe demons leaping down from the second floor, their razor-sharp scythe arms aimed at 2 battling sorcerers below. With a low grunt, Richard drew his hands apart, and a portal appeared beneath one of the scythe demons. The demon shrieked as it plunged head-first into the portal. Richard seized the perfect moment and snapped the portal shut, slicing the scythe demon clean in half as the space collapsed. Shifting his gaze, he saw the other scythe demon suddenly clutch its chest in agony, releasing a piercing scream. On the other side of the portal, the first demon had arrived overhead, unable to retract its scythe arm in time, driving it straight through its companion's chest. Then pain shot through the demon's waist. It howled as its upper body, severed by the closing portal, tumbled down along with the corpse of the second demon. Trailing behind Richard, Mordo had just made it back to the sanctum. Witnessing Richard's dexterous mastery of portal magic, his worldview was thoroughly shaken. Portals can be used like that? Richard lifted his chin with pride and shouted over his shoulder, "Master Camille, gather the remaining sorcerers and fall back to the second floor." All the while, his hands moved swiftly, conjuring portal after portal to cover the retreat. With uncanny precision, Richard's portals either sliced the demons besieging the Camartage sorcerers in 2 or transported them far behind enemy lines. The pressure on the defending mages eased considerably, and Master Camille, their leader, broke into a broad smile the moment he saw Richard. "Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, fall back in an orderly fashion. Prepare to activate the combined defensive array." With Richard's support, the remaining defending mages gathered their strength and formed a massive, dome-shaped protective barrier at the foot of the staircase on the first floor. The irritable Minotaur demons, seeing the golden-red shield rise, immediately grew bloodthirsty. Their eyes blazed red as they shoved aside the lesser demons before them and marched up to the defensive array. A chorus of furious bellows erupted. 7 or 8 burly Minotaurs raised their massive hammers and brought them crashing down upon the barrier. The tremendous force of their blows was gradually absorbed and dispersed by the rotating defensive array, but inside the shield, Master Camille's face turned pale. He could clearly feel the energy supporting the array flickering for a brief, perilous instant. "Everyone, give it everything you've got. Defend with all your strength." Richard glanced down at Camille and the others, then turned his gaze to the deep green hell gate standing in the center of the first floor's grand hall. From the gate, wave after wave of hellish demons poured forth. There were lesser demons swarming like locusts, sly and cunning reaper demons, towering minotaurs wielding giant hammers, and occasionally a few voluptuous succubi brandishing wicked little whips. Richard's expression grew grave. "Mordo, there are too many reinforcements streaming in from hell. If we keep holding out like this, we'll run out of people before long." Mordo coughed, clutching his chest. "So, what's your plan?" Richard pointed to the hell gate in the center of the floor. "We have to destroy that gate first. Cut off their endless reinforcements." Mordo gritted his teeth, raising his staff. "Leave it to me." Richard grabbed his arm, a look of exasperation on his face. "Come on, look at the state you're in. You'd just be feeding yourself to them. You go help Master Camille reinforce the defensive array. Leave the hell gate to me." With that, he dove into the portal and, in the next instant, appeared above the hell gate. The demons near the gate spotted Richard and let out a cacophony of howls. "Chitter-chatter. Come here, handsome, mm." Hearing the seductive moans of the succubi, Richard's heart skipped a beat. His casting faltered for a split second. He shot a fierce glare at the succubi, unwillingly tearing his gaze from the alluring depths of their cleavage. Pressing his palms together, multiple arms unfurled behind him. Form of Icon. Richard's figure flickered, and in a blink he conjured 100 magical duplicates, his absolute limit. Meanwhile, As Mordo helped Camille support the defensive array, he caught sight of this spectacle and felt another pang of envy. Form of Icon. Damn, I can barely manage 10 clones myself. Master Camel gently patted his shoulder in reassurance. Don't keep your eyes fixed on those born with extraordinary gifts. Focus on being the best version of yourself. Mordo nodded silently, steeling himself inside. I must train even harder. Even if I can't catch up to him, I won't let him leave me too far behind. With that thought, Mordo felt a surge of energy lift his spirits. He squeezed out the last bit of strength from within, channeled the power of the Vishani, and poured it into the defensive spell array. The defensive barrier, still trembling under the relentless pounding of the Minotaur demon's hammer, suddenly blazed with golden-red energy and became remarkably solid. Camel looked on in silent approval. Meanwhile, Richard conjured 100 magical duplicates of himself. Holy Sword. 100 great swords, shimmering white with crimson halos, hovered in the air. With a single gesture from Richard, all their tips swung in unison to point at the gate of hell. At his command, 100 holy swords shot forth as streaks of light, charging straight at the infernal gateway. The demons on the ground, howling at Richard moments before, fell abruptly silent. They turned and wailed in panic, scrambling to escape. But it was too late. All 100 holy swords struck the gate of hell at once, shattering its magical core. Crimson cracks spiderwebbed across the surface of the gate, and the entire structure began to swell and pulse ominously. This is bad, echoed 3 voices as one. Richard, Camel, and Mordo could all see. The gate of hell was about to explode. But this was the New York sanctum. If the gate of hell detonated here, the blast could very well tear half of New York apart. Without sparing a thought for his own depleted magic, Richard shouted, clapping his hands together. Diamond-shaped fragments of space rapidly interlocked around the gate of hell, swiftly forming a fully sealed mirror dimension. With a muffled boom, the mirrored walls of the dimensional barrier shattered violently. Richard grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A heartbeat later, the mirror dimension completely collapsed and vanished. He spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Mordo, the rest is up to you. With that, Richard's form wavered in midair. Hand trembling, he conjured a portal beneath his feet and stumbled through it. Richard, Mordo called out in concern. Master Camel said, don't worry about Richard. He's hurt, but it's not fatal. What matters now is driving the rest of these demons back to hell. Hell's demons would never break through Earth's wards without reason. And the Sorcerer Supreme still hasn't appeared. This can only mean... Mordo's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned on him. He could only hope the Ancient One was simply in trouble. Silently offering a prayer for the Ancient One, Mordo's expression turned steely. Master Camel, let's begin. Right. Master Camel and the other defending sorcerers dispelled the barrier and launched their counterattack. With no reinforcements coming, the hellish demons were driven back step by step under the relentless assault of spells cast by the sorcerers of Camartage. Meanwhile, Richard tumbled out of the portal and landed on the bed in the green-dot apartments, immediately falling into unconsciousness. Half an hour later, Christine came home and found him. Without hesitation, she dialed for emergency help. Soon, an ambulance arrived, rushing Richard to Presbyterian Hospital in Manhattan. Far away, at the dimensional rift, the Ancient One floated serenely in the swirling chaos, her hands clasped behind her back, surrounded by 3 of the most renowned lords of the dimensions. There was Mephisto, Lord of Hell, Nightmare, the ruler of dreams, and Thon, the god of dark magic. Mephisto revealed his true, demonic form, jaws wide to show rows of razor-sharp fangs. Surrender, Sorcerer Supreme. A faint, unhurried smile played on the Ancient One's lips. Mephisto, you wouldn't want your avatar barred from Earth, would you? Mephisto fell silent, his expression unreadable. Ancient One. Nightmare's form drifted like a wisp of blue smoke, flickering in and out of sight. His voice echoed eerily, now distant, now close. Sign the Treaty of Defeat, and I'll let you go. Still, the Ancient One's smile never wavered. Nightmare, don't let me see you on Earth again. With a sudden flare, Nightmare's smoky body erupted. Let's see how long you can keep that smile on your face. Thon, the enigmatic one, remained silent, his demeanor that of someone watching an entertaining play. At the same time, the London sanctum was shrouded by a foreboding gray barrier. Inside, Caecilius and his followers hovered quietly with their eyes closed, suspended in the air of the sanctum. A tendril of dark violet energy stretched from the gray barrier, linking to each of their foreheads. Deep within a shadowy dream, Caecilius was running at full tilt with his people. A female sorcerer, her long ponytail trailing behind, gasped for breath. Master Caecilius, we've been running for nearly an hour. Can we rest for a bit? With an impassive face, Caecilius glanced at his weary sorcerers and raised his right hand. Halt! Rest for 10 minutes. Yes, Master Caecilius, the sorcerers called out with relief. While the others took a break, Caecilius did not. He traced a circle in the air, chanting an incantation in an attempt to open a portal. After a scatter of sparks, the spell fizzled and failed. It seems the space here is sealed, remarked a sincere-looking black sorcerer. If someone could pull us into this world so quietly, they're not an ordinary adversary. Master Caecilius will surely find a way back. What worries me most now is the London Sanctum. Don't worry. As long as the Sorcerer Supreme stands guard, no dimensional demon would dare invade Earth. Listening to his followers' conversation, an uneasy feeling crept into Caecilius' heart. More than an hour had passed since they were ambushed and transported to this mysterious realm. The Ancient One had yet to appear and rescue them. Most likely, she herself had run into serious trouble. Caecilius. A commanding and awe-inspiring voice suddenly rang out. With it came a tremendous, crushing pressure that sent the other sorcerers collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Caecilius drew the wand of Watum, planting it firmly into the ground as he struggled to remain standing. Du dormamo. Impossible. How can you be on Earth? A peal of deep, booming laughter echoed in response. What if this isn't Earth at all? Void, chaos, endless expanse. This is the dream dimension. Caecilius cried out in horror. Quick on the uptake, Caecilius, Dormammu replied, clearly pleased. So you've chosen to ally yourself with other lords of the dimensions? Dormammu? How shameful. A disgrace to all dimensional lords. Caecilius spat through gritted teeth. Dormammu fell silent, stung by the insult. In the next instant, a pair of eyes opened, vast as galaxies, fixing Caecilius with a frigid, merciless stare. How dare you mock the great Lord of Darkness? Overwhelmed by Dormammu's sudden murderous aura, Caecilius was forced to one knee. The Sorcerer Supreme will not let you get away with this. The Ancient One? Dormammu laughed loudly, his voice reverberating through the void. Ah, that shameless trickster can barely fend for herself right now. So long as she holds the Eye of Agamotto, the Sorcerer Supreme is invincible. Caecilius trembled all over, and even his remaining leg began to buckle. Sorcerer Supreme? Bah! A scoundrel, a shameless fraud. Dormammu's demeanor shifted abruptly, and he began to curse. Don't you dare insult my teacher! With a sudden burst of strength, Caecilius fought back against Dormammu's oppressive force, and, inch by inch, managed to stand up straight. Caecilius, you've been deceived by the Ancient One, that wretched liar. Dormammu's enormous eyes narrowed. A mere mortal who's lived for centuries. Did you never question it? Caecilius froze, hesitating. Then, as if to shore up his resolve, he slapped himself hard across the face and declared, The Sorcerer Supreme is incomparably powerful. She transcended human limits long ago. So she's lived a few centuries more. Is that really so impossible? Dormammu let out another great, mocking laugh. Ridiculous. The sorcerers of Camartage draw their power from the Vishani. Borrowed power, and you think that leads to transcendence. Caecilius' expression changed. Dormammu's words shattered the pedestal on which he'd placed the Ancient One. Of course, the power of Camartage sorcerers had always been borrowed. How could that ever lead to true transcendence? Could it be that the Ancient One really... No, impossible. Dormammu watched the ever-shifting expressions on Caecilius' face and spoke with delight. Go seek the truth, Caecilius. Unmask the Ancient One's hypocrisy and reveal her for the petty soul she truly is. Dormammu's voice faded away, growing softer and softer until it vanished completely. Caecilius blinked in confusion, only to realize he had returned to the London Sanctum, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of his fellow guardian sorcerers. Master, teacher, could it really be true? Caecilius' face clouded with doubt and turmoil. Within the rift between dimensions, Zysoth yawned lazily, stretching out as he said, Well, the show's over. Nothing left to see here, folks. Time to go. With that, he vanished on the spot. Mephisto and Nightmare were caught off guard. The two noble lords of their realms exchanged glances, then turned to see the Ancient One nonchalantly pulling out her folding fan. Consider yourself lucky this time, Sorcerer Supreme. Mephisto spat out his parting threat, then slipped away in embarrassment. Ancient One, we'll settle this another time. Nightmare threw out his challenge, then drifted off into the void. The Ancient One watched them go, silently reciting to herself. Caecilius, what kind of choice will you make this time? With a casual sweep of her hand, She tore open space and returned to Camartage. Manhattan, Presbyterian Hospital. Richard slowly opened his eyes. Christine, who had been keeping vigil by his side, threw herself at him in delight. "Richard, you're finally awake." Richard struggled to sit up, taking Christine's hand in his own. "Hey, Chris, I'm all right," he whispered, trying to reassure her. Christine nodded, her eyes sparkling with tears as she squeezed his hand tightly. "Richard, why did you pass out at home?" Richard hesitated, unsure how to begin. Could he just come out and say, "I'm a sorcerer from Camartage, and I got hurt protecting the Earth, then passed out from my injuries"? If he really said that, Christine would probably rush him straight to the psychiatric ward. But he couldn't keep hiding it forever, could he? Otherwise, he'd become just another cliché. "I'm only doing this for your own good. Straight out of a soap opera?" Looking deep into Christine's eyes, Richard said seriously, "This isn't the right place to talk about it. I'll explain everything once we're home." Christine nodded obediently, her big, tearful eyes making his heart ache with tenderness. He reached up and gently wiped the tears from her face, his tone full of affection. "My sweet Chris, you're always so good." Christine's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She quickly pulled his hand down and glanced around sheepishly. Realizing they were alone in the room, she gave his arm a playful tap and pouted, "Stop it. This is a hospital." Just as the words left her mouth, the door burst open. A group of nurses rushed in. "Dr. Richard is awake." "That's wonderful. I was so worried." "Oh, please, Lilith. Everyone knows Dr. Palmer was the most worried." That's right. While Dr. Richard was unconscious these past few hours, Dr. Palmer stayed by his side the whole time. "Oh, come on, I didn't say anything." The lively, familiar chatter brought a smile to Richard's face. He raised his hand in a warm greeting. "Hi, Lena, Lilith, Mary. It's been a while." The youngest, Lilith, blurted out without thinking, "Dr. Richard, you scared us to death when the ambulance brought you in." Nurse Mary shot her a sideways glance and teased with a laugh. "That's true. If Dr. Nick hadn't checked you out and said you were fine, Lilith would have burst into tears." Lilith's cheeks flushed bright red. She reached out and tickled Mary at the waist. "Mary, that's not true. I didn't even cry." Richard instinctively glanced over at Christine, worried she might get jealous. Seeing this, Christine couldn't help but be amused, yet she was also touched. She held Richard's hand tightly and gave him a beaming smile. The oldest nurse, Lena, watched their silent exchange with the fond smile of an affectionate aunt, cheering them on in her heart. "Oh my, Dr. Richard is so doting. And Dr. Palmer is just adorable." After a few words with Richard, the three nurses, who had snuck away from their duties, were soon rounded up by the formidable head nurse Jenna. "Ow, be gentle. It was Mary who talked us into coming. Why are you pulling my ear?" "Enough excuses. Because I'm your aunt, that's why." That's not fair." Listening to Lilith's indignant cries fading down the hallway, Christine burst out laughing. "Lilith is just adorable." Richard nodded with a smile. And to make sure Christine had no reason to be jealous, he swiftly changed the subject. "How's the ER these days?" From the looks of it, Mary and the others seemed to have a bit more free time. Christine's happy smile faded slightly. "Yes, the ER isn't as busy as it used to be." "Why is that?" Richard asked, curious. "Because of you." Christine looked at Richard, pride shining in her eyes. "When you were here, Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital was even called the Metropolis General." Metropolis General? Richard was taken aback. He'd never heard that nickname before. "The best medical resources have always been in the hands of the elite," Christine said, squeezing his hand tighter, her voice full of pride. "For ordinary people to get an appointment with a top doctor, sometimes they have to wait 10 years. When you were in the ER, even patients from Queens would come here for treatment. But ever since word got out that you'd left, they stopped coming. To most people, the emergency rooms in all of New York's big hospitals are about the same in terms of skill. Without a top doctor like you working here, why would they go out of their way to come all this distance?" Richard felt a surge of emotion in his heart. "I used to be incredible. I actually turned the Presbyterian Hospital of Manhattan into the #1 People's Hospital of New York City. So, is this what they call cutting right into the artery with layoffs?" Just as the thought crossed my mind, the door to the hospital room swung open again. Karen Thomas, a board director of Presbyterian Hospital, walked in, led by Dr. Pansy, the head of the emergency department. "Director Pansy!" Christine exclaimed, releasing Richard's hand and rising to her feet. Director Pansy wore a professional smile as he greeted them both. "Dretpome." "Hi, Dr. Richard. It's been a while." Richard nodded with a cool indifference, his tone calm as he replied, "It's been a while, Director Pansy." Seeing Richard's tepid attitude, a flicker of annoyance crossed Pansy's face. Inside, he was cursing in frustration. That bastard Richard, still as arrogant and disrespectful as ever. Back when that jerk was in the emergency department, Everyone only knew Richard. 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 But I was the head of the emergency department. I'm the real big shot at the Presbyterian Emergency Department. I'm the one in charge here, damn it. Director Pansy fumed inwardly, only then realizing there were others present. Off to the side, Karen Thomas looked displeased. He lifted his hand to his mouth and coughed loudly. The sound snapped Pansy out of his thoughts, reminding him why they were here. He quickly stepped aside and warmly introduced the visitor. Dr. Richard, Dr. Palmer, allow me to introduce. This is Mr. Karen Thomas, a member of our hospital's board of directors. Director Thomas is a true gentleman. When he heard Dr. Richard was hospitalized, he made a special trip to visit you. Karen Thomas wore a reserved smile as he stepped forward and extended his right hand. Hello, Dr. Richard. Although we've never met before, I've always admired your medical expertise. I just didn't expect our first meeting to take place here, of all places. With that, Karen Thomas put on a look of genuine regret. Richard and Christine both responded coolly, but Director Pansy was a master at flattering those in charge. He would never let the boss's words fall flat. Director Thomas, you're too modest. This only proves how much you value and cherish talented people. Karen Thomas waved his hand repeatedly, looking a bit embarrassed. Director Pansy, you give me too much credit. I should have come to visit Dr. Richard long ago. Oh, that reminds me. Dr. Richard, how are you feeling? If there's anything you need, please let me know. I can make arrangements for you right away. Sometimes, when you're at a loss for words, you're truly at a loss for words. That's exactly how Richard felt right now. Back when he was a doctor, he already disliked all those pointless formalities. Now that he possessed extraordinary powers, he found these time-wasting social obligations even more intolerable. But there was nothing he could do. Christine still had to work here, so for her sake, he had to play along for now. Richard reached out and shook hands with Karen Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Karen, but there's really no need to trouble yourself. I'm in excellent health and can be discharged today. Richard, Christine called out anxiously, clearly disagreeing with his decision to leave the hospital today. Karen Thomas let go of his hand and spoke with concern. Dr. Richard, you can see how much Dr. Palmer cares about your health. Why not stay a few more days for observation, just to be safe? No need, Richard replied decisively. I'm a doctor myself. I know my own condition very well. An awkward look flickered across Karen Thomas's face. He quickly lowered his head, clearing his throat to cover a flash of irritation. Ahem, well this. Director Pansy, seeing this, was secretly delighted. He immediately raised his voice, adopting a slightly admonishing tone. Dr. Richard, Mr. Karen is only thinking of your well-being. Catching the cue, Mr. Karen shot him an approving glance. Director Pansy, now visibly pleased, grew a bit carried away as he pressed on. Surely you know the saying, a doctor cannot heal himself? Or is it that you don't trust the medical standards at Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital? The room suddenly fell silent. Richard let out a dismissive grunt, glancing at Pansy with open mockery in his eyes. What an idiot, just as sycophantic as ever, always eager to curry favor. Karen Thomas, displeased, shot Pansy a sharp look, clearly annoyed by his tactless remarks. But with the atmosphere as it was obvious there was no point in further pretense. Richard really was as stubborn and difficult as they said. Thomas thought, growing impatient. He decided to get straight to the point. Dr. Richard, I'm here today on behalf of the hospital board to invite you back to work at Presbyterian Hospital. Back to Presbyterian Hospital? Richard looked at Karen Thomas, half smiling. Didn't you just fire me? And now you want me to come back? Karen Thomas was a natural performer, his face a picture of righteous indignation, the act thoroughly convincing. Dr. Richard, the board knew nothing about your dismissal beforehand. That was a unilateral decision by David Bolton from the Medical Affairs Department. Afterward, the board investigated and made sure he was held accountable. But considering the injustice you suffered, the board has decided that, should you return to the hospital, you'll immediately be appointed as Deputy Director of the Emergency Department. As he spoke, Karen Thomas patted Director Pansy on the shoulder. Rest assured, Director Pansy will fully support your work from now on. Richard glanced playfully at Pansy, his exceptional dynamic vision catching the flicker of resentment and anger in the man's eyes with perfect clarity. TSK, the status of a lapdog really is pitifully low. Richard shook his head inwardly and turned down the offer once more. I'm sorry, Director Karen, but I must decline. What? Karen Thomas was taken aback, suspecting that Richard had been recruited by another hospital. She hurriedly pressed him. Has another hospital approached you? Our Presbyterian Hospital can offer you terms better than any other institution. No, Richard refused again. There's an old saying in the East. A wise horse never returns to the old pasture. As far as I'm concerned, Presbyterian Hospital has lost all credibility with me. Karen Thomas's face darkened, but she forced a smile and said, "It seems Dr. Richard is still angry. But that's all right. Let's get in touch again after some time. I hope you'll change your mind by then." With that, she spun on her heel and stormed off. Pansy was absolutely delighted. Good, that's the way refuse them. "Richard, you'll regret this, just you wait." He gloated as he spoke, then hurried after her. "Director Karen, wait for me." Watching the two of them walk away, Richard let out a derisive laugh and shook his head. A pair of ridiculous clowns. "Chris, I'd like to be discharged now. If I stay any longer, who knows what other bizarre characters might show up." "But your health," Christine said, concern etched on her face. Richard grinned mischievously and patted his chest, the sound echoing solidly. "Don't worry, darling, I'm tough as steel." Christine's cheeks flushed pink. She rolled her eyes at him in mock annoyance. Honestly, the discharge procedures were completed swiftly. Carrying his change of clothes, Richard left the hospital room. As he passed by the neurosurgery office, he saw an elderly woman with graying hair being shoved out through the door. "Mrs. Pembern, I've told you countless times. Dr. Strange has no time, absolutely no time. Please stop pestering me." With that, the office door slammed shut. Tears streaming down her face, the old woman picked up the thick stack of medical records that had fallen to the floor and hobbled over to a young man, slumped in a wheelchair not far away. "Jonathan, let's go home." Jonathan slouched in the narrow wheelchair, his face steeped in despair. "Just let me die, mother." "No, Jonathan. Trust me, you'll get better, I promise." "May I take a look at the records, ma'am?" Richard approached quietly, his voice gentle. Startled, the old woman struggled to her feet. Seeing Richard's youthful face, she hesitated and asked, "Excuse me, sir, are you?" Richard offered a warm smile. "I'm a doctor." A glimmer of hope lit up the woman's face. She quickly handed the medical records to Richard with both hands. "Please, you must tell my son." Richard didn't reply. Instead, he opened the medical file. With a quick glance over the imaging photos, he made his diagnosis immediately. A severed central nervous system, resulting in total paralysis. Given the current state of medical technology, this was, for all intents and purposes, an incurable condition, one that left you alive, but beyond hope. No wonder Stephen Strange's assistant had refused. It was likely a Strange's own instruction. "If I may speak frankly, madam, judging by the case, there isn't a doctor alive who can cure Mr. Jonathan Pangborn's condition." Richard would never deceive a devoted mother. At once, the old woman's hopeful expression faded. She offered a bittersweet smile and nodded. "Thank you, doctor. The others have said the same. But I can't give up. He's my child." At his mother's unwavering words, Jonathan Pangborn's face contorted in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. Taking in the iron resolve etched on the old woman's face, Richard suddenly spoke. "Modern medicine truly can't heal him. But perhaps you could try somewhere else." The woman's eyes lit up in surprise. Where do you mean?" "Let me be clear, madam," Richard said seriously, meeting her gaze. "I can't guarantee that this place will be able to cure Mr. Pangborn. No matter the outcome, we'll try." The woman's voice was firm with determination. "Very well." Richard's voice softened. "Nepal. Kathmandu." No sooner had Richard stepped outside the hospital doors than his phone began to ring. He pulled it out. Professor Jennings was calling. The moment he answered, the professor's booming voice came through. "Richard, didn't you say you wanted to buy a small medical laboratory? Well, I happen to know just the place." Richard's eyes lit up. With Professor Jennings' status and strict standards, any lab that caught his attention would surely be top tier, not just in research capabilities, but in equipment as well. He hurriedly asked, "That's fantastic, Professor. Which one is it?" But Professor Jennings didn't give the name right away. "Let me say this first, Richard. The situation with this small laboratory is a bit complicated, and the acquisition price might be a little high for you." Richard paused, surprised. "Too expensive?" He ventured, "Professor, I've set aside $30 million. Do you think that will be enough?" "How much? 30 million? My word, you've certainly been making money." Professor Jennings' astonishment rang out over the phone. 30 million is definitely enough. I checked for you. The owner's asking for 25 million. If you hire a sharp lawyer to negotiate, you may even get it for less." Richard's spirits soared at the news. "Which lab is it, Professor?" he asked eagerly. "A small private medical laboratory called Federer, located in Los Angeles, with ownership currently in the hands of the Federer Group's president, Wolf Federer." At this point, Professor Jennings suddenly burst out, clearly annoyed. "That good-for-nothing kid, young Federer, he's squandering the tremendous legacy old Federer left behind." Now Richard understood. This person must be someone Professor Jennings knows well, perhaps even a junior of his. "Wait a minute. Federer Group?" He quickly asked, "Is that the same Federer Group that made its fortune selling Festal antidepressants?" "That's right," Professor Jennings replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Come to think of it, the original slow-release Festal that started it all was actually developed by me, at Old Fetter's request. Really? Richard was utterly astonished. The old man had never mentioned this before. What do you mean, really? Professor Jennings snapped, sounding indignant. Are you doubting my abilities, boy? No, not at all. Richard hurried to apologize. The old professor gave a heavy sigh and continued. Just recently, young Federer lost big in Las Vegas. So much so that even the group's working capital went down the drain. To patch up the whole fast, he's actually thinking of selling off the Federer Medical Laboratory. The Federer Group started from that very lab. What a wasteful fool. As the old professor went on grumbling and ranting, Richard's eyes grew brighter and brighter. After ending the call, Richard immediately dialed Carl Frank, his lawyer. Carl, get in touch with a small medical lab called Federer right away. Federer Medical Laboratory? Carl sounded a bit puzzled. Yes, it's privately owned by the president of Federer Group, and it's being sold off in a hurry. And here's a tip. The owner lost a bundle gambling in Alaska a few days ago, so he's desperate for cash. According to what I've heard, the current asking price is $25 million. When you're negotiating, do your best to drive that price down. For every million you shave off, I'll give you 30% of the savings as a bonus. Leave it to me, Mr. Richard. Carl's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement. Richard hung up and glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Without hesitation, he walked over to a quiet corner where no one was around and opened the portal to greened-out apartments. Back home, Richard tossed his clothes into the washing machine, then changed into his Kamartaj Battle Mage outfit and teleported straight to the Kamartaj training square. As luck would have it, Mordo was there and, delighted to see him, hurried over and gave him a bear hug. Master Richard, it's such a relief to see you safe and sound. After their embrace, Richard finally got a good look at Mordo's appearance. His right arm was broken, wrapped in bandages and slung around his neck. His jacket hung loosely, making it easy to see the thick bandages around his waist and abdomen. Richard asked with concern, Mordo, how are your injuries? I'll live, don't worry, Mordo replied, grinning and even managing a joke. Seeing this, Richard understood at once. It seems the crises at the other two sanctums have been resolved as well. Mordo nodded. Compared to the New York sanctum, things in London and Hong Kong were much better. Oh, and the Ancient One has returned. You probably haven't heard yet. At this point, Mordo's expression grew unusually animated. His eyes sparkled as he spoke. This time, it wasn't just the Hell Dimension invading. All 3 of the Great Dimensions launched an assault on Earth together. All 3 dimensions? Richard exclaimed in shock. That's right, and it's all thanks to the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo declared, his voice brimming with excitement. She alone held off the 3 mighty lords, Mephisto, the ruler of hell, Nightmare, lord of dreams, and Sidorak, god of black magic, keeping them all outside the boundaries of Earth. Seeing the look of pure adoration on Mordo's face, Richard completely understood. In fact, it wasn't just Mordo. Nearly every sorcerer in Kamartaj revered the Ancient One. The Ancient One is back, Richard asked. Mordo nodded, gesturing toward the grand hall behind him. Yes, she's inside right now, speaking with Caecilius. Caecilius? Richard's eyes widened slightly. Mordo, take care and rest. I need to speak with the Ancient One, Richard said, leaving the words behind as he hurried toward the hall. Just as he turned the corner and entered, he nearly collided headlong with a sorcerer who was just coming out. Richard quickly steadied the other person and apologized. Sorry. Are you all right? Caecilius, who had almost stumbled, stared at Richard in surprise. How's he so strong? As Richard got a clear look at the man's face, his brow furrowed slightly. It was Caecilius. But something was wrong. There was something off about this guy's body. The moment they touched, Richard's own magic instinctively surged within him. There was a trace of a familiar energy inside Caecilius. Master Richard, please come in, called the Ancient One's voice from within the hall. Richard, seeing this, apologized once more and quickly walked inside. Caecilius rubbed his still aching shoulder, watching Richard's retreating figure with a brooding gaze. When did Kamartaj get someone like him? Master, was that sorcerer Caecilius who just left? Richard asked eagerly as he sat across from the Ancient One at her invitation. Yes, he's quite an exceptional sorcerer, the Ancient One answered with a gentle smile. Richard's face grew serious. Did you sense the abnormal energy within him? The Ancient One's smile didn't waver. She nodded lightly. It's Dormammu. Richard suddenly realized why this surge of energy felt so familiar. It was that giant eyeball he had encountered during his astral projection. You didn't warn Caecilius that Dormammu had set his sights on him? Richard asked, puzzled. The Ancient One's face wore a gentle smile as she uttered words that were cold as ice. Her chilling response sent a shiver down Richard's spine. He couldn't help but say, "You must know that even a trace of Dormammu's energy will subtly influence Kaisalia's character." The Ancient One nodded while fanning herself. "I know." Then why? Richard was bewildered. In that moment, the Ancient One seemed so distant, so unlike the kind and compassionate teacher he remembered. Richard's questions left the Ancient One silent for a moment. She sighed and said, "Richard, I have seen Kaisalia's future countless times." A realization dawned on Richard. He remembered. The one who would kill the Ancient One in the future. Wasn't it Kaisalias? Feigning shock, Richard asked, "You mean Kaisalias will turn evil? Fall from grace?" The Ancient One nodded quietly. Richard couldn't fathom what she was thinking, but if it were him, if he knew someone would one day take his life, he'd make the first move without hesitation. When Kaisalias first joined, you'd already seen his future, hadn't you? Richard pressed. "So why did you accept him as your disciple?" The Ancient One smiled softly. "Because he would become an extraordinary sorcerer. Kamartaj never turns away a talented sorcerer. Even though, back then, he had nothing. He was lost, broken." Richard still didn't understand. Then why treat him like this now? The Ancient One's voice was tinged with melancholy. "Some destinies cannot be averted." Richard was taken aback by these words. He looked at her with a peculiar expression. "You, of all people, believe in destiny?" The Ancient One let out a gentle laugh. "Why shouldn't I? I have tried to change the future countless times, but every effort led to the same inevitable ending. Isn't that fate? There's an old saying where I come from that I like very much." Richard looked at her earnestly. "Man can conquer destiny. Anyone walking the edge of a cliff hopes for a hand at their back. Not to push them over, but to pull them back to safety." As he spoke, Richard recalled something Marcus had said to him in the library. "Master Marcus once told me, Master Kaisalias is a powerful and kind sorcerer, deeply respected and beloved by this generation of apprentices. I refuse to believe that someone so admired and cherished by many could be evil at heart." Richard suddenly stood up. "We have to pull it back, Master. Kaisalias is standing right at the edge of the cliff. No matter how hard you try, you still can't change the ending." The Ancient One asked, "Man can conquer fate." Richard shouted with conviction, his voice ringing with determination. The Ancient One looked at Richard for a moment, then unexpectedly broke into a warm smile. "Perhaps that's why you've appeared in this world. A variable, a brand new future." Standing at the entrance of the Great Hall, Richard felt a bit dazed. What did the Ancient One mean by that? Weren't we supposed to help Kaisalias? Then why throw me out? Isn't that a bit unfair? Richard grumbled to himself for a while, then turned and headed towards the library. "Hey, Marcus, long time no see." Greeting the librarian, Master Marcus, with practiced ease, Richard picked up a copy of Advanced Magic Compendium of Kamartaj and left. The recent battle against the invasion from the Hell Dimension had made him keenly aware of his own shortcomings. He simply didn't know enough magic. Sure, he could fight, withstand attacks, and even escape if necessary, but his skills were just too limited. He only knew one spell from each magic discipline, and that left him scrambling when he faced enemies in more complex situations. The energy whip was handy, but its restraining power was only average. The holy sword was impressive, but he just couldn't get used to wielding it. The form of the icon was effective, but it drained his magical reserves at an alarming rate. Even with Richard's current power, he could only cast it twice in quick succession. The rings of Ragador were nearly perfect, but he was no Ancient One, lacking her effortless mastery. And then there was his own creation, Richard's floating shield spell. Unfortunately, its limitations were too great for large-scale battles. With a borrowed Advanced Magic Compendium in hand, Richard opened the door and returned to Green Dot Apartments. By this time, Christine was already home from work. She emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of vegetable salad and spotted Richard standing in the living room, dressed in a strange outfit and holding a thick book. "Richard, when did you get back? And that outfit, what's up with it? You look odd." Richard raised an eyebrow, pulled up his hood, turned slightly, and bowed his head, speaking in a deep, mysterious tone. "Good evening, madam." Then, lowering the hood, he asked, "How's that for mysterious? Handsome, right?" Christine opened her mouth, her face twisted in indecision. "That's hard to say." "Well, I guess you don't like it," Richard said, sounding a little deflated. "It's very cool." Christine quickly reassured him, eager to offer some positive feedback to this big kid who still had a childlike heart. "You look just like an assassin." "An assassin?" Richard blinked in surprise. "Don't I look more like a sorcerer? A magician? Aren't magicians supposed to be those mysterious figures in cloaks, holding staffs, always surrounded by gloomy, spooky background?" Christine said as she walked over to the sofa, sat down, and placed her plate of vegetable salad on the coffee table. Richard, trying to save face, insisted, "Listen, Chris, I'm going for the look of a battle mage." "When did you start getting into cosplay, darling?" Christine asked, her interest clearly piqued. "This isn't cosplay," Richard replied, his face dead serious. He had already made up his mind before coming back. Today, he would tell his girlfriend about Kamartaj. "Chris, listen, I'm officially a mage now, a real magician." "Oh wow. All right, then, Mr. Legendary Magician, would you care for some vegetable salad?" Christine lifted the plate with a bright, teasing smile. Richard's expression darkened. He held up the Advanced Magic Compendium in his hand. "I'm not joking, Chris. Look, this is a magic book I just borrowed from the Kamartaj library. You really commit to your cosplay, don't you, darling?" Christine praised him, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "All right, sweetheart. Just hope you don't get too scared by what comes next." Richard raised his left hand, and right on cue, a portal the size of a basketball opened up beside him. He reached his hand through. Christine suddenly felt someone tapping on her shoulder. Reflexively, she swatted at the mischievous hand. "Richard, stop messing around." A few stress lines appeared on Richard's forehead. He reminded her, "Chris, what is it?" Christine asked, puzzled. "I'm 2 meters away from you right now," Richard replied, sounding exasperated. And Christine still didn't get it. Richard reached out again with his left hand and tapped her shoulder. Christine froze for a moment, then slowly turned her head to see the familiar hand resting on her shoulder. Her eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open in shock. "Ah!" Christine let out a piercing scream, terrified by the uncanny scene unfolding before her. Richard tossed aside his book, rushed over in 2 quick strides, and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, soothing her urgently. Calm down, Chris, it's okay." "Richard." Christine huddled into her boyfriend's arms, trembling, her large gray-blue eyes brimming with tears. There, it's okay. No ghosts, just my hand. Look." Richard reassured her while repeating the trick. As Richard's left hand touched her shoulder again, Christine shuddered and, with great caution, turned to look at her left shoulder. From within a basketball-sized, golden-red portal, a hand reached out and pressed gently against her shoulder. The girl's eyes grew even wider, and her lips parted slightly in disbelief. You really are a magician?" "I'm a magician, you know." Richard put on an innocent face and feigned a hint of grievance. "But you never believe me. When did you become magician?" Christine wriggled out of Richard's arms, curiosity shining in her eyes as she sized up her boyfriend. "It was during our last trip to Nepal." With a casual wave of his hand, Richard summoned back the Advanced Compendium of Magic he had dropped earlier, the book gliding through the air as if it had grown wings before landing neatly in his palm. Christine's eyes sparkled at the magical display. Like an excited little girl, her mouth fell open in awe. "Wow, that's amazing." Richard handed her the book. "Here you go, a book of magic." Christine caught it one-handed, but the unexpected weight startled her, and she quickly switched to hugging it with both arms. "Whoa, it's heavy." Her fingers traced the mysterious patterns on the book's cover, and wherever she touched, cryptic runes glimmered faintly beneath her hand. Christine suddenly looked up, her gaze brimming with longing. Those clear, passionate eyes made Richard's heart skip a beat. Then he realized this was the look of someone hungry for knowledge. Richard coughed, trying to disguise his embarrassment, and began recounting his chance encounter with a mysterious sorcerer during his trip to Nepal. With a bit of artistic flair, he painted his apprenticeship at Kamartaj as an epic journey, full of twists and turns and stirring adventure. That night, Christine was exhilarated from start to finish. After hearing about Richard's quest for knowledge at Kamartaj, she begged him for more. Stories of legendary heavens and hells, magical deities, and even the secrets of the multiverse. She listened to it all, eyes wide with wonder. It wasn't until she was utterly exhausted, yawning uncontrollably, that Richard finally scooped her up and tucked her into bed. He watched her as she drifted off, her gentle snores and occasional lip-smacking filling the quiet room. Richard's gaze softened with affection. He bent down and kissed her smooth forehead, then carefully pulled the covers over her before quietly leaving the bedroom. At midnight, Richard lay on the sofa, flipping through the Kamartaj Advanced Compendium of Magic, which cataloged a vast array of advanced spells from Kamartaj. There were spells like the Wind of Valter, the Thunder of Bashat, the Ancient Body of Hoggoth, the Shield of Seraphim, and the Crimson Bands of Sidorak, and many more. But compared to these powerful magics, gifts from gods and famous sorcerers across countless dimensions, Richard found himself especially drawn to the elemental spells described in the book. Water manipulation, fire control. Perhaps with these elemental spells as a foundation, he could craft some practical magic of his own. Frost chains, rings of fire resistance. Ideas like these took shape in his mind. Richard's thoughts raced ahead, creative inspiration flowing like a spring, one idea after another flashing through his mind. Suddenly, he snapped the book shut and looked up. It was as if his gaze pierced through the floors above, and he saw a few figures moving about on the rooftop. He shifted his attention to the entrance. There were people there, too, closing in fast. Although the sound was almost imperceptible, Richard's extraordinary hearing allowed him to distinctly catch the subtle noise of shoes scraping against the floor. 1, 2, 3. At last, the footsteps of the fourth person were the heaviest. Either this person was the tallest and most powerfully built, or he was carrying something heavy, like an RPG or similar weapon. Richard set his spellbook down on the coffee table and rose to his feet. Forming seals with both hands, he began to chant quietly. The air in the living room seemed to shatter like glass, thin cracks spreading and splitting the space into translucent, diamond-shaped fragments. These fragments rapidly linked together, constructing an enclosed, mirrored world. In the next instant, this mirror world expanded with astonishing speed, engulfing the entire apartment building in a heartbeat. A sharp, splintering sound rang out. Almost simultaneously, the windows and the door were breached by the intruders. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted. The moment the intruders saw Richard, they raised their weapons and opened fire. Streams of orange bullets swept toward him. Richard snorted coldly, and the air in the living room froze in an instant. Bullets hung motionless in midair. The eyes of the intruders, stark and vicious behind their masks, glared with murderous intent. Richard raised his hands and traced a semicircle in the void. The contours of the living room twisted and warped rapidly. The space where the intruders stood by the window and the door rotated 90 degrees each. When the transformation ended, the suspended bullets and the muzzles of their guns were now aimed directly at each other. Space unfroze in the blink of an eye, and the orange torrent of bullets vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Stifled cries of pain burst forth. Bullets tore into flesh, blooming into crimson splashes. The intruders let out a chorus of guttural screams, collapsing to the floor, one after another. "Who are you people? Who sent you?" Richard's expression was icy, his voice cutting and filled with a deadly edge. The wounded intruders exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, each drew a pistol, pressed it beneath their chin, and pulled the trigger without a moment's pause. Richard's face darkened. In a flash, he lunged to their side. He crouched down, checking each body. Every intruder was already dead. They failed their mission and killed themselves on the spot. This kind of ruthless discipline. They're nothing like mercenaries or professional hitmen. They must be death soldiers, raised from childhood by some secretive force. As this realization dawned, Richard's face grew grim. These people were coming for me. He recalled how the intruders had fired the moment they saw him, without the slightest hesitation. Whoever was behind this had ordered to kill on sight. No, I can't let Clee stay here any longer. With a sweep of his hand, Richard dismissed the mirrored world and strode quickly to the bedroom. "Clee, wake up." Richard gently shook the girl, sleeping sweetly on the bed. "Is it morning already?" Kristen blinked awake in a daze. When she saw Richard, an irresistibly sweet smile bloomed on her face. Unfortunately, Richard had no time to savor that heartwarming sight. He spoke urgently. "Get up, Chris. An assassin just broke in. The threat's been neutralized, but this place isn't safe anymore. We have to leave right now." His words swept through Kristen's groggy mind like a gust of wind. By the time she processed what he'd said, her eyes flew open, round as saucers. "An assassin?" Richard didn't pause to comfort her. He pulled at her feet and began to pack at lightning speed. "Chris, take a long leave from work starting tomorrow." "Huh?" Kristen gazed at him blankly, bewildered. "If they realize they can't get to me, they might target you instead." "But why?" Kristen asked, unable to understand. "Because you're my only weakness." "Richard," Kristen murmured, deeply moved as she looked at her boyfriend. Unaware of her reaction, Richard yanked open the wardrobe, grabbed an armful of her clothes, and stuffed them into a suitcase. "I'll find you somewhere safe to hide out for a few days. Don't worry, I'll deal with whoever's behind all this as soon as I can." Richard snapped the suitcase shut, knelt on the bed, took her delicate, pale face in his hands, and pressed a gentle kiss to her smooth forehead. "Don't be afraid, darling. Trust me." Kristen was already so moved her eyes brimmed with tears. Suddenly, she reached out, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him with all the emotion in her heart. After that deep kiss, Kristen felt her nerves settle. All at once, she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "I've got it, Richard. What if you weren't their target at all?" "Huh?" Richard tilted his head, completely puzzled. Kristen began to recall. About 3 days ago, the ER brought in a little girl with severe burns. When she first arrived, she was badly burned all over, her life hanging by a thread. The hospital opened an emergency channel and rushed in several dermatology experts. But just as we started treating her, the girl suddenly woke up. Kristen's brows furrowed as she spoke. She looked at us, and I could see terror written all over her face. That's when I noticed the burns on her body were healing before our eyes. Then she shoved us away, jumped off the operating table, and ran. We chased after her, but she was already gone. Hearing this, Richard's mind instantly leapt to all sorts of human experiments from the Marvel Universe. The hospital leadership put a gag order on the whole thing as soon as they heard. And just like that, it was swept under the rug. But I still remember that little girl's reaction so vividly. Terror, fear, hatred. Richard fell silent. He was certain that little girl must have escaped from some kind of human laboratory. If the assassin's target this time is you, Christine. He placed a steady hand on Christine's shoulder and looked into her eyes. Whoever is behind this won't give up easily. Our previous hiding place isn't safe anymore, either. Richard's mind went to the small villa on Long Island, New York, where $30 million were stashed away. I'm taking you to Kamartaj. Richard made the decision without hesitation. Kamartaj. Christine's eyes sparkled. Is that the place where you learn magic? Yes. Richard nodded. With a flick of his hand, the spellbook on the coffee table soared into his grasp. Let's get to the airport right now. Christine hooked her arm through his, grabbed her suitcase, and was ready to dash out the door. Wait. Richard quickly caught her by the arm. We're not taking a plane. Huh? Then how are we getting there? Christine looked utterly confused. Like this, Richard smiled and traced a circle in the air. Gold and crimson sparks scattered through the room, and soon a shimmering portal appeared. Christine's mouth fell open, utterly speechless. This is... Richard took her hand and led her through the portal. Kamartaj dormitory. Christine's eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked around the simple, old-fashioned single room. So you lived here when you were learning magic? That's right. Richard tucked their luggage under the bed and pulled back the covers. You'll stay here with me tonight. In the morning, I'll speak to the Ancient One and arrange a room for you. Christine blinked in confusion. Why do I need another room? Aren't we a couple? Can't we just stay together? Richard hesitated, uncertain. I'm not sure what the rules are for couples or spouses sharing rooms in Kamartaj. All right, then. Christine pouted, a little disappointed. She clasped her hands behind her back and wandered around the room. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she spun around. Richard, I just remembered something. There was a time I was in surgery, and Nurse Lena suddenly screamed that she saw you. Richard looked a bit sheepish, trying to brush it off with a goofy smile. Well, about that, Christine gave his leg a playful kick, clearly unimpressed. You're a grown man, still playing pranks. Poor Lena almost thought she was losing her mind because of you. All right, my fault. Not wanting her to dig up more of his past mischief. Richard hurried her along. It's late, let's get some sleep. Christine shot him a glare, then turned away to start changing for bed. The following day, Richard went to see the Ancient One and reported everything that had happened with Christine. That's how things stand. It would be very dangerous for Christine to stay in New York any longer. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. Miss Palmer can stay here without worry. I believe she'll like it. Richard hesitated for a moment. Should we arrange a separate room for her? The Ancient One fanned herself and chuckled lightly. If you wish, you may arrange another room for Miss Palmer. That's not necessary, Richard replied decisively. The Ancient One was amused by his shamelessness and let out a soft laugh. Oh, right. Richard suddenly remembered Cassius. About Cassius. The Ancient One shook her head, interrupting him. It's not time yet. We mustn't rush things. All right. I'll leave everything to your judgment. Richard nodded. After leaving the main hall, Richard found Mordo and brought him to meet Christine. Christine, this is Master Mordo, my senior brother. Mordo, this is my girlfriend, Christine Palmer, a remarkable surgeon. Hello, Master Mordo, Miss Palmer. The two shook hands and greeted each other. Richard put his arm around Mordo's shoulder and whispered, I'll leave my wife in your care, senior brother. Mordo rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking to himself, now you remember to call me senior brother. But Mordo, who was not much for words but reliable, patted his chest and agreed. With Christine settled in, Richard returned once again to New York. He opened a portal to the Pacific and tossed all the intruders' bodies through it. Then he took out his phone and dialed Director Irwin. Director Irwin, this is Richard. Dr. Richard, long time no see, how have you been? Director Irwin sounded delighted to hear from him. I'm doing well, Richard replied with a smile. By the way, Director Irwin, yesterday Christine was attacked by some unknown assailants. Before he could finish, Director Irwin gasped audibly on the other end of the line. What? Dr. Palmer was attacked as well? Richard was taken aback by his words. Director Irwin? What do you mean by as well? Director Irwin's tone grew very grave. Counting Dr. Palmer, there have now been 5 doctors attacked since yesterday. 3 of them were knocked unconscious and taken away by the assailants. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. Richard drew in a sharp breath. These people were truly ruthless. Director Irwin, I suspect that this wave of attacks may be connected to the burned girl who appeared in the ER a few days ago. Do you have any leads regarding that girl? On the other end of the line, Dean Elvin hesitated for a moment. Well, the hospital has received a gag order from one of the board members. Richard's spirits lifted. He quickly said, just tell me which board member issued the gag order. That's all I need. Director Ellick. Dean Elvin answered without delay, then added, he works in New York at a medical equipment company called Sorcerer Medical International. You've been a great help, Dean Elvin. Richard hung up and immediately opened his computer to search for Sorcerer Medical International. Sorcerer Medical International Incorporated. The company is headquartered in Queens, New York. The president is Alec Bulwer. Richard glanced at his watch. 9:35. At this hour, hopefully Director Alec has already arrived at the office. He silently recited the coordinates he'd just found, then casually opened a portal and stepped through. On the other side of the portal, he found himself on the rooftop of a high-end office building. Richard walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. The offices of Sorcerer Medical International were on the 16th floor. With a wave of his hand and a silent thought, the next moment, his figure vanished without a sound. This was a spell he had learned just yesterday while studying the Advanced Magic Compendium. Now invisible, Richard hovered above the rooftop and began to descend slowly. He had modified this spell himself. Compared to the original, this version of the flight spell had several shortcomings. For instance, it was slower and couldn't reach as high, but it used very little magic and was simple to cast. Stopping at the 16th floor, Richard circled the entire level and saw that the largest office was just being entered by a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. It was Director Alec himself. Richard formed a sign with his hands. He liked to call this spell Sound Seeker, though the spellbook had a different name. Its effect was straightforward. It enhanced his hearing, allowing him to focus on sound from a specific direction up to a distance of 1 kilometer. The sounds inside the office came through to him with crystal clarity. President, there's an urgent report that needs. A blonde, blue-eyed secretary, wearing glasses and sheer black stockings, pushed open the door with a folder in hand. Director Alec, just about to pick up the phone from his executive chair, suddenly looked up and snapped, "Get out." The secretary froze, looking hurt. "Get out now." Director Alec barked even louder, his anger intensifying. Tears welled up in the secretary's eyes as she choked out, "And okay." She stomped her foot, turned, and hurried out, her high heels clicking sharply down the hallway. Richard narrowed his eyes. This guy was seriously irritable, definitely suspicious. Director Alec quickly dialed a number, and as soon as the line connected, he lowered his voice and began to berate the person on the other end. You damned bastard. Have you found the escape test subject yet? You expect me to go and look for her?" The voice on the other end of the line sounded even more furious. "She was perfectly fine when she was taken from my lab, but after arriving in New York, she managed to get away. That's clearly your screw-up, not mine. If the higher-ups start pointing fingers, there's no way they're blaming me." Director Alec's face froze for a moment. He cursed under his breath before hastily replying. "Whatever the case, we're both in the same boat now. If you hadn't suddenly decided to sell the lab, I wouldn't have been forced to move the test subject in such a rush. This is on both of us." Now livid roared back, "Damn it. Why has my luck been so rotten lately? Listen, Alec Bulwer, I'll send everyone I have in New York to help, but losing the test subject is your responsibility. Don't even think about pinning it on me. I'm only helping you out because we've been partners for years." Uk. Director Alec nodded repeatedly. "And you need to move the experiment data to a secure location as soon as possible." "I don't need you to tell me that." His voice grew even more irritable. "Go find your people." With that, the call abruptly ended. Director Alec, seething with anger, hurled the phone across the room. "Damn you, we're Federer, you bastard, you degenerate gambler. Why couldn't you have dropped dead in some casino? We're Federer." Hearing that familiar name, Richard's attention sharpened. Could it be that the human experiments were being conducted at Federer Medical Labs? And what do they mean by the higher-ups? Accountability? It sounded like where Federer and Director Alec were both answering to someone with even greater power. Richard frowned deeply. The phone conversation between Director Alec and where Federer had been too brief. There simply wasn't enough information. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. With a wave of his hand, Richard opened a portal to the greened-out apartment and stepped through. Back in his apartment, Richard pulled out his phone and answered. "Mr. Richard, I just received word for Federer. The acquisition is off, Attorney Carl said, his tone simmering with anger. What? Richard had already guessed the reason, but he asked anyway. Attorney Carl immediately launched into a tirade. That were Federer is utterly unreasonable. We were negotiating just fine, and then out of the blue, he calls off the deal. Now, he won't even answer my calls. How did someone like him become the heir to the Federer family? At this rate, putting him in charge of the Federer group is a disaster waiting to happen. Richard listened in silence to Carl's complaints. Once he'd gotten the exact address of the lab, he ended the call. Looks like I'll have to pay Federer Labs a visit myself. Richard opened the all-powerful portal. Stepping through, he was greeted by a blazing sea of orange flames. What on earth happened here? Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from within the laboratory, being devoured by fire. The three-story building that housed the lab burst apart from the inside. Countless fireballs and shattered pieces of the building scattered in all directions, like a shower of sparks tossed into the wind. Richard swept both hands outward. The ring of Ragnar appeared, unfurling swiftly before him like a gleaming shield. Just then, the phone rang. Holding the shield with one hand, Richard fished out his phone with the other and answered. Lawyer Carl's voice came through, tense. Mr. Richard, I've just received news. Wolf had died 3 minutes ago from a heart attack. Richard's heart skipped a beat. The mastermind was moving at lightning speed. Alec Bulwer might be in danger too. Without hesitation, Richard teleported directly to the 16th floor of the office building where Sorcerer Medical International was located. The spacious CEO's office was empty. Alec Bulwer was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't have gone far in just a few minutes. Richard quickly formed a series of hand seals and cast the eavesdropping spell again. The spell only covered a 45-degree arc. So, closing his eyes, he hovered silently in midair, slowly turning in place. Elena, let's break up. I think I like boys more. Hagrid, come here quickly. Bull's left for work. Darlin, I'm pregnant. A barrage of chaotic voices flooded into Richard's mind all at once. His brain raced, desperately sorting through the torrent of information. But even with 3 evolutionary enhancements, his mind was struggling to keep up. The veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat beaded up in seconds. There's been a crash. Call the police now. Richard's eyes flew open. He turned toward the direction of the cry. Still cloaked in invisibility, he shot off at speed. 500 meters away, at a busy intersection, a silver-white Cadillac had collided with a massive truck. The Cadillac's front end was crushed beyond recognition. The driver's upper body had been flung from the cab, now sprawled motionless on the pavement. Richard looked down at the familiar balding head and confirmed. This half-destroyed corpse was none other than Alec Bulwer, the executive who had been alive and well just minutes before. Damn it, I'm too late. The mastermind is mercilessly efficient. Richard swore under his breath, turning his attention to the truck's cab. If this crash was a calculated hit by the mastermind, the truck driver would likely be the hired killer. But the sight that greeted him sent a chill down his spine. The truck driver's head hung limp, lifeless. The truck driver was dead too. Richard's brow furrowed deeply as he tried to piece together the identity of the mastermind. There weren't many organizations in the Marvel Universe capable of such ruthless and decisive action. The possibility of the CIA or FBI inside the American government can be ruled out for now. After all, billionaires like Alec Bulwer and Wolf Fiddler would only ever be their partners, not subordinates. Could be Hydra. Richard speculated silently. But never mind that for now. The top priority was to search Alec Bulwer and Wolf Fiddler homes. Richard stepped through a portal and returned to his apartment. He pulled out his phone and dialed a contact saved as Rupert Rhodes. Hello, this is Rupert Detective Agency, came a deep, resonant voice on the line. Hey Rupert, it's Richard. Dr. Richard. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Rupert's tone was warm and cheerful. Rupert, let's catch up later. Right now, I need you to find the home addresses of 2 people, or at least where they usually stay. Alec Bulwer, owner of Sorcerer Medical International in New York. Wolf Fiddler, chairman of the Fiddler Group. Whoa, those are some big names, billionaires, Rupert exclaimed in surprise. I'm in a hurry, Rupert, so make it as fast as possible. Richard didn't waste time and named his price. $200,000 per address, cash payment. Wow, now that's a generous boss. Call me back in 10 minutes. Rupert hooped with excitement and hung up. Richard waited patiently for 10 minutes. When the phone rang, he picked up immediately. Mission accomplished, boss, Rupert said happily. Alec Bulwer owns 3 properties, but he spends most of his time at a villa on Long Island. The exact coordinates are XXXX. Wolf Fiddler has 5 properties, 3 currently up for sale, but his main residence is at XXXX Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. The coordinates are XXXX. Thanks, buddy. I'll get your fee to you soon, Richard replied, then hung up. He silently recited the Long Island coordinates in his mind and opened a portal. Alec Bulwer's home was a lakeside villa. Richard cast an invisibility spell, then readied a flight spell. With a listening spell, he confirmed that the villa was empty for now. Richard stretched out both hands and opened a mirror dimension. He physically duplicated the entire villa into the mirrored space. His hands moved skillfully, dismantling and reshaping the villa like building blocks. Bedroom, study, safe. Richard dismissed the mirror dimension and flew into the villa. He headed straight for the bedroom. He swept his gaze around the room the moment he entered, then decisively turned and left. With his extraordinary eyesight, he saw at once that the bedroom was simply Alec Bulwer's usual resting place. It was filled with traces of Bulwer's daily activities. The most important thing, the safe, was hidden right behind the wall facing the study's doorway. Richard strode straight up to the wall, raised his hand, and firmly grasped the left antler of a mounted deer head. With a forceful twist, he pulled. The faint, intricate whir of gears turning came from within the wall. A second later, the wall slid open in silence, revealing a safe embedded inside. The moment he saw the safe, Richard's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. The safe had been tampered with. He quickly tapped in the code. With a sharp click, the door swung open. Inside, it was completely empty. Damn it! How did those people move so fast? Richard slammed the safe door shut in frustration. Los Angeles, Villa Estate, number XXXX. Hope I'm not too late this time. Maintaining his invisible state, Richard silently recited the coordinates and opened a portal. There's someone in the villa. Using his supernatural hearing, he caught the jumble of voices inside. Heated, anxious conversation. The boss is dead. What do we do? He died of a heart attack, not an accident. It's not our security team's fault. The Federer Group should still pay us our security fees. But the chief said this job was a personal favor for Wolf Federer. What? How come I never heard that? Hearing their exchange, Richard's thoughts raced. So Federer had prepared for something, but he'd underestimated the mastermind behind scenes. With a leap, Richard slipped in through an open window on the second floor. He landed in a study. He took a quick look around. The room was spotless, not a speck of dust anywhere, and he couldn't help but sigh. Late again. Still, that led him to an important conclusion. Alec and Wolf weren't high-ranking members of this mysterious organization. Even two billionaires didn't count as core members. This shadowy group must wield immense power. The name Hydra flashed through Richard's mind again. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the more it fit. Hydra? He cursed under his breath and teleported back to the Green Dot Apartments. With a heavy sigh, he flopped onto the sofa, slumping against the cushions in exhaustion. Just then, the doorbell rang. Richard was taken aback. In 2 years of living at Green Dot Apartments, he couldn't recall the doorbell ever ringing before. He got up, walked to the door, and opened it. A man with a receding hairline stood on the threshold, dressed in a black suit, wearing a gentle smile. Richard narrowed his eyes. He recognized the man at once. Phil Coulson. Richard feigned caution, keeping his gaze fixed on Phil Coulson. And you are? Phil Coulson smiled kindly. Hello, Mr. Richard. I'm an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. My name is Phil Coulson. He extended his right hand in greeting. Richard raised an eyebrow, shook his hand, and couldn't help but remark, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? That's quite a mouthful. Hardly anyone could remember a name that long. Phil Coulson smiled with the gentle patience of a capybara. Just call us S.H.I.E.L.D. Richard tilted his head toward the room, stepping aside to clear the doorway. Come on in, Agent Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. He invited Coulson to sit on the sofa, then brought over a cup of warm water, setting on the coffee table in front of him. Please have some water. Coulson half rose from his seat and offered a polite thanks. Thank you, Mr. Richard. Richard settled onto the sofa himself, crossing one leg over the other. So, Agent Coulson, what brings you to my place? Coulson turned to face Richard fully, his expression earnest. I've been sent to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Join S.H.I.E.L.D. Richard's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of cold calculation flickering in their depths. Why would Coulson be here? Could it be that my identity as a sorcerer has been exposed? But when did S.H.I.E.L.D. start keeping tabs on me? He thought of Nick Fury, paranoid, obsessed with control, a man whose temperament was nothing if not troublesome. With Fury's style, this invitation reeked of a trap. Seeing Richard close his eyes, Coulson assumed he was weighing his options. Without thinking too much of it, Coulson picked up the glass from the coffee table and took a careful sip. Richard's mind raced. I'll have to act first if I want the upper hand. His resolve set, Richard's muscles tensed, ready to spring. Suddenly, his phone on the coffee table rang. Richard paused, the tension draining from him as quickly as it had come. He nodded apologetically to Coulson. Sorry, let me get this call. Coulson waved it off. Go ahead, take your time. Richard glanced at the caller ID, and his eyes flickered with surprise. Professor Jennings? He answered, and the professor's booming voice came through at once. Hey, Richard, has the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent arrived yet? Richard was taken aback. How do you know about that? A hearty, mischievous laugh erupted from the other end. Professor Jennings, ever the playful elder. Because I'm the one who recommended you to them. What? Richard was stunned. Since when have you been involved with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Oh, I'm just a visiting professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy of Sciences. Nothing worth bragging about. The professor's tone was positively smug. Right. You're the renowned titan of surgery. Richard flattered him, then pressed on with curiosity. But professor, why would you recommend me to S.H.I.E.L.D.? This so-called Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division sounds like a spy agency. What could I possibly do there? Am I supposed to use a scalpel to take down enemies on the front lines? Off to the side, Coulson couldn't help but break into a helpless, amused smile at that. The old professor on the other end of the line couldn't help but laugh at his words. Haha, you're still as witty as ever. Don't worry. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a transnational organization that works for the United Nations Security Council. It's not like the CIA, which is just a tool for any single government. Hearing the professor's reassurance, Richard couldn't help but grin. Professor, you really do have a way with words. You're not afraid to say anything, are you? Aren't you worried one day the CIA will come after you and haul you away? Bah, I'd like to see them try. Professor Jennings replied dismissively. Enough now. The reason I called is to tell you, if S.H.I.E.L.D. gets in touch, don't be afraid. If you want to join, join. If you don't, just say no. The current director is actually a decent person. He won't give you a hard time. Richard was moved. Just as always, the old professor looked out for him. Though honestly, the professor seemed a bit too optimistic. That bald guy decent? Really? I understand, Professor. As soon as Richard hung up, Phil Coulson eagerly spoke up. Dr. Richard, we're inviting you to join S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical division. You'd only be providing medical support, strictly on the logistics side. There's no need for you to take up a scalpel on the front lines, so you don't need to worry about your safety. Richard nodded, looking very agreeable. But inside, he was thinking, S.H.I.E.L.D. my foot. It's more like Hydra in disguise. Still, this is 2008. Things are relatively safe for now. Suddenly, Richard pictured a world map covered in red and blue pins. Give it a few more years, and when S.H.I.E.L.D. falls into civil war, all those bases scattered across the globe will be abandoned, just waiting for the taking. Agent Coulson, I accept, Richard said aloud, while adding silently to himself. For the sake of future opportunities. Phil Coulson was delighted. He stood up and offered his right hand. But Richard's tone shifted, causing the smile on Coulson's face to freeze just a little. If you have any requests, Dr. Richard, please speak freely, Coulson replied, smoothly withdrawing his hand and sitting back down. Richard took in the scene with a hint of amusement. I won't be able to show up every day, so... No problem at all, Dr. Richard, Coulson replied instantly. For top surgeons like you, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't require a daily presence. In that case, I look forward to working together, Richard said, standing and extending his hand. Once more, Coulson stood, and they shook hands. To a good partnership, Dr. Richard. Coulson exited Green Dot Apartments, returned to a black SUV, and dialed Nick Fury. Director, Dr. Richards agreed. Oh, you agreed so quickly? There was a hint of surprise in Black Egg's voice on the other end of the line. Phil Coulson's face brightened with relief. It's all thanks to Professor Jennings' call. It seems Dr. Richard holds his teacher in high esteem. But Dr. Richard isn't willing to work regular hours. He only agreed to be an external consultant. The voice on the phone remained calm. That's perfectly normal. The best doctors all have that kind of temperament. All right, Agent Coulson, I need you to head over to Stark Industries headquarters now. It seems Tony Stark, that notorious playboy, has come up with quite an invention. Go and find out what's going on. At once, Director, Coulson immediately started his car and drove towards Stark Industries. Meanwhile, after Coulson left, Richard carefully weighed the pros and cons of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. The most obvious benefit was the backing of such a colossal organization. Whatever he wanted to do would become much easier. For instance, if he wanted to acquire a small medical laboratory with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s connections, it would be a breeze. But the drawback was just as clear. He would instantly come under the watchful eyes of Hydra, hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. Still, as a mere external consultant, Hydra probably wouldn't pay him much attention. After turning these thoughts over in his mind, Richard dialed Professor Jennings' number. Professor, have you heard about Wolf Federer's death from heart disease? On the other end, the elderly professor let out a deep sigh. Yes, I already know. I always feared young Federer wouldn't meet a good end. But I didn't expect it to happen so soon. It's such a shame. Old Federer worked hard his whole life, and now there's no one to carry on after him. Listening to the old professor, who rarely rambled on like this, Richard felt a pang of guilt. But determined to uncover the real culprit, he pressed on. Professor, the lawyer I hired told me that the medical laboratory in Wolf Federer's possession caught fire. Could there be a connection between the fire and Wolf's death? Richard's subtle, probing clearly aroused the professor's suspicions. The Federer lab caught fire? What a coincidence. Federer passes away, and right after, his laboratory goes up in flames. The professor's tone grew grave. Richard, thank you for telling me. I'll get someone to investigate right away. Richard's expression changed in an instant. All I wanted was to get some information from you. How did you get yourself involved in this? The thought of the mastermind behind this turning their sights on the old professor. With their ruthless efficiency, Richard felt a wave of dread sweep over him. Damn it, I don't care if you're Hydra or not. I'm going to drag your filthy organization out of the shadows, no matter what. With that, Richard teleported back to Kamartaj. At the training square, he found Christine mingling with the apprentices, practicing the basic motions of spellcasting with them. He stood to the side, watching the apprentices finish their exercises before walking over and taking Christine's hand. Are you really able to pick this up, just following along behind everyone else? Christine's cheeks were flushed, and tiny beads of sweat shimmered on her forehead and the tip of her nose. It's so much fun, Richard. So magic is all about drawing circles, spinning round and round. She gestured excitedly as she spoke, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Richard looked at his girlfriend's vibrant energy and could only sigh in resignation, pressing a hand to his forehead. Just practicing drawing circles won't get you anywhere. But to his surprise, Christine wasn't discouraged in the slightest. She just kept grinning, all innocence and joy. I know it's not useful, but it's fun. Oh, right, Richard, I heard. She glanced around warily, then beckoned Richard to lean down. Only when he was close did she whisper in his ear, I heard that the Ancient One has lived for several centuries. Is that really true? Richard blinked, then nodded casually. That's right, it's true. All the sorcerers at Kamartaj know about it. Why do you ask? Christine's gray-blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she hugged his arm tightly to her chest. Richard, I want to learn magic. I want to learn magic. Richard could only shake his head, flicking her smooth forehead lightly with his finger. You little schemer. And keep this to yourself. It's embarrassing. Christine covered her forehead, her eyes crinkling in a smile. All right, I know. I'm not stupid. Fine. Unable to resist her pleading, Richard gave in. We'll go register with Brother Mordo later. That's it? I'm a sorcerer now. Christine exclaimed in surprise. What are you thinking? Richard shot her a look, amused and exasperated. You're just registering as an apprentice. To become a true Kamartaj sorcerer, you'll need to learn meditation, how to feel energy, understand space, and master runes. And you'll have to learn the incantations too. So keep practicing. Christine scrunched up her face, complaining. That sounds so hard. Then how come you picked it up so quickly? Richard raised his brows in mock arrogance. Me? I'm a genius. I'm the son you'll always look up to. Christine puffed out her cheeks, then playfully punched him in the stomach with her small fist. Ow! She squealed, shaking her hand as if her fist had gone numb. Ugh, why's your abs so hard? Richard laughed, winking mischievously at her. Christine's face instantly went bright red. Over the next few days, Richard returned to New York every day, searching for clues about the mastermind behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Christine stayed with the other apprentice sorcerers, learning the basics of magic and practicing meditation and spellcasting gestures. But her deeply ingrained scientific mindset held her back, confining her thoughts. No matter how diligently she practiced, she just couldn't sense the elusive energies, spaces, or runes. Once again, she sat there for 2 whole hours without moving. Still, Christine gained nothing from her efforts. In frustration, she clutched her head and scratched wildly at her hair, which, in the blink of an eye, turned into a tangled mess. Arg, this is so hard, she cried out. That day, a group of people carried a completely paralyzed man to the gates of Kamartaj. Following them was an elderly woman, her face worn with exhaustion, who suddenly dropped to her knees before Mordo. Please, I beg you, save my child. Mordo was startled and quickly stepped forward, trying to help the old woman up. Madam, please, get up. But no matter how hard he tried, the woman resolutely stayed on her knees, repeating her plea again and again. Please, I beg you, save my child. Afraid of hurting her, Mordo dared not use too much force. He glanced at the frail man being carried by the others, his face expressionless, his eyes hollow. Then Mordo looked down at the old woman, who continued to bow her head to the ground in desperation. After a moment of silence, Mordo spoke in a low voice. Please wait here. I'll go inform the Ancient One. A short while later, he hurried back and gestured with his hand. Bring him inside. The group carried the man into the main hall and respectfully pressed their hands together in greeting to the Ancient One. Blessings, Wise One. Then, as the old woman bowed repeatedly in gratitude, they quietly took their leave. The Ancient One carefully examined the man, then spoke calmly. He may stay here, but whether he can recover or not depends on his own fate. The man, who had long since lost hope, felt a spark of it rekindle in his heart when he heard these words, and tears rolled down his cheeks. The old woman, overcome with emotion, knelt on the spot and bowed again and again. Thank you, Wise One. Thank you. No need for such formality, replied the Ancient One, gently opening her folding fan. With a graceful motion, she lifted the woman to her feet as if by magic. Master Mordo, please arrange accommodations for Mrs. Pangborn and Mr. Jonathan. With hands pressed together, Mordo bowed. Yes, master. He then stepped forward, lifted Jonathan Pangborn into his arms, and said to the woman, Madam, please follow me. After respectfully bowing to the Ancient One, the old woman hobbled after Mordo. The Ancient One swayed her fan, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Destiny is beginning to change. I wonder what kind of future awaits this world. That evening, Richard returned to Kamartaj. Richard, you're back. Something truly interesting happened today. A group of people carried a completely paralyzed man here. With animated lips, Christine was eagerly sharing the amusing events of the day with her boyfriend. After hearing her story, Richard immediately recalled the man he had once given advice to. Jonathan Pangborn? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Mrs. Pangborn, who was in the middle of washing Jonathan, hurriedly called out. Coming, coming. She opened the door and, upon seeing Richard standing outside, was both surprised and overjoyed. Doctor, what brings you here? Richard pressed his palms together in greeting. Mrs. Pangborn, long time no see. Here, you may call me Master Richard. Mrs. Pangborn quickly bowed in return. Long time no see, Master Richard. As she straightened up, the elderly woman suddenly slapped her forehead and hastily invited him in. Master Richard, please do come in. Jonathan, look who's here. Richard glanced at the two single beds in the room and smiled knowingly to himself. Mordo really is quite thoughtful. Jonathan was lying on the bed by the window, straining to lift his head and catch a glimpse of the visitor at the door. When he finally recognized Richard entering the room, his eyes lit up with excitement. My benefactor? Mrs. Pangborn quickly brought over a stool for Richard to sit on. She then poured him a glass of water and offered it to him with heartfelt hospitality. After that, she sat down by Jonathan's bedside and took his hand in hers. If not for your guidance, Jonathan and I would never have made it all the way to Kathmandu. Along the way, we met many kind-hearted people. It was only through their selfless help that we finally found this place. The holy people here said. Mrs. Pangborn's voice trembled with emotion. They said Jonathan has a chance at recovery. Oh, this is truly wonderful. The elderly woman dabbed at the tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, Master Richard. You have saved us. Lying on the bed, Jonathan Pangborn summoned all his strength to squeeze his mother's hand, his own eyes reddening with emotion. Seeing this, Richard nodded quietly to himself. This man's outlook was already so different from when they'd first met in the hospital. He was now in just the right state for the training ahead. Still, Richard cautioned him. Mr. Pangborn, the path of study here at Kamartaj is extremely challenging. If you wish to succeed, you must work incredibly hard. And even so, you'll face countless obstacles and setbacks along the way. You must be resolute and unwavering, prepared to persevere for the long haul. The next morning, Richard and Christine arrived at the training square bright and early. They began their daily basic training. In truth, these exercises did little to advance Richard's own skills. But spending time with his girlfriend, well, there's no wrong way to do that. After their morning session, Christine had worked up a light sweat. Her cheeks were rosy, her spirit lively, and she looked completely invigorated. Richard nodded in satisfaction. With such consistent daily exercise, Beckley was now much healthier than when she used to work every day. When they arrived at the dining hall, Mrs. Pangborn and Jonathan were already having breakfast. By this time, the mother and son had learned that Kamartaj was, in fact, the legendary sanctuary of sorcerers. Master Richard, may I become your apprentice? Jonathan looked at Richard with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing this, Richard hesitated for a moment. He already had his hands full. Investigating the mastermind behind the scenes was consuming most of his energy, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. needed him again, he might not even have time to return to Kamartaj. Not wanting to mislead a student due to lack of time, Richard decided to refuse. I'm afraid I don't have the time, Mr. Jonathan, but I can recommend a mentor for you. With that, Richard pointed ahead. Jonathan and the others turned to look and saw Mordo. Mordo walked over, set his breakfast tray on the table, and, noticing everyone looking at him, quickly tidied up his clothes, worried that something was amiss. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you all staring at me?" Richard didn't answer, but instead introduced him to Mrs. Penburn and her son. Brother Mordo is a powerful, fully fledged sorcerer. He's been at Camartage many years longer than I have, and has always enjoyed the Ancient One's trust. Mordo's expression changed slightly, and he shot Richard a wary look. He's calling me brother again. Whenever he calls me brother, it can't mean anything good. Richard ignored Mordo's reaction and continued showering him with praise. Most of Camartage business is now handled by Brother Mordo. He's always diligent and responsible. Everyone here respects him deeply. Mrs. Penburn recognized Mordo as the one who had brought her and her son into Camartage the day before. He was also the one who arranged their accommodations. He'd thoughtfully assigned them a double room to make them comfortable. Although Jonathan was a bit disappointed that he couldn't have Richard as his mentor, apprenticing under Master Mordo was still an excellent choice. As Richard's compliments rolled on, Mordo only grew more uneasy inside. He quickly interrupted, "All right, Richard, if you keep this up, even I won't recognize myself anymore. So, tell me, what trouble do you need me to handle this time?" Clutching his chest and looking deeply aggrieved, Richard exclaimed, "Brother Mordo, how could you say that? You've truly broken your junior's heart." His theatrical display made Christine, standing nearby, cover her mouth in a hurry, trying not to burst out laughing. With a darkened face, Mordo could only watch as Richard carried on with his antics. Mrs. Penburn and Jonathan were a bit of a loss. Fortunately, Mrs. Penburn, being older and more experienced, sensed that Richard and Mordo must have a close relationship. Seeing that no one responded, Richard reluctantly stopped his mischief and instead put on a serious face. "Brother Mordo, are you interested in taking on a student?" As he spoke, he gave a slight nod toward Jonathan. Mordo followed his gaze and, upon seeing Jonathan, hesitated a little. "Well, this..." Sensing Mordo's uncertainty, Richard quickly added, "Brother Mordo, Jonathan is nothing like this silly one from my family. His convictions are strong and unwavering. He's well suited for spiritual cultivation." Hearing her boyfriend disparage her, Christine pouted unhappily and muttered under her breath, "I'm not that useless, you know. Oomph. I earned my doctorate in medicine before I even turned 24. Oomph, oomph." Richard couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this, silently grumbling to himself. "Incredible, my silly wife. Showing off your PhD in a place as mystical as Camartage, where science hardly applies." Just then, Jonathan seized the moment to make his intentions clear. "Master Mordo, I promise to dedicate myself fully to my training and will never let you down." In the end, Mordo nodded and accepted Jonathan as a student. After dinner, Richard and Christine returned to their quarters. The moment they stepped inside, Christine reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Richard's waist, grinding her teeth as she demanded, "Dearest, if you dare, say what you just said again." Richard sucked in a breath, pretending to be in pain as he pleaded for mercy. "Ow, ow, ow. My love, I only said that to help Jonathan become Brother Mordo's disciple. My Christine is clever and bright. How could she possibly be a fool?" Only then did Christine let him go, though not without a warning. "In any case, don't you ever talk about me like that again. Do you hear me?" "Yes, yes, of course, Your Highness Princess," Richard replied obediently. Inwardly, Richard sighed. "Oh, this silly wife of mine. She's been in Camartage for so many days now, and still hasn't managed to adapt." Richard had just returned to New York. Phil Coulson's call came through almost immediately. "Dr. Richard, do you have time this morning?" Richard raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that it had been several days since he'd heard from them. "Yes, Agent Coulson. Around 9 o'clock, someone will come to pick you up and help you with the onboarding process." A faint smile played on Richard's lips as he teased. "Agent Coulson, SHLD's efficiency is a bit lacking, don't you think?" On the other end, Phil Coulson's voice was apologetic. "I'm sorry, Dr. Richard. That was a failure on my part." Richard chuckled lightly. "You're too serious, Agent Coulson. I was only joking. I'm at the Greenpoint Apartments. Tell your people to come early. By the way, where will the onboarding take place? In New York?" "No," Phil Coulson replied. "I've arranged for a plane to take you directly to the destination." Richard couldn't help but marvel inwardly. After all, he was a seasoned agent. His words and actions left no room for error. "All right, I'll wait for your people to pick me up." He hung up the phone, opened the door, and reached out to retrieve a copy of a detailed guide to elemental magic from the Camartage library. "Richard, it's you again," came the exasperated shout of the librarian, Master Daniel. "Sorry, Daniel." Richard apologized without a hint of remorse, then promptly closed the door. For the sake of his dream, to wield flames in his left hand and ice in his right, Richard had been diligently studying elemental magic these past few days. However, the energy used by Camartage sorcerers was all borrowed from the great dimensions. So most of the spells here originated from the mighty beings of those realms. Because of this, Camartage sorcerers were jokingly called dimensional mages in the magical community. And for the same reason, there were very few records of elemental magic in the Camartage library. Still, after days of research, Richard had managed to create 2 basic elemental spells. The first was a fire spell, Explosive Fireball. It was inspired by a fireball spell recorded in the Camartage library. Yet the original fireball spell had an immensely complex casting process. Even after Richard simplified it again and again, it still couldn't be cast with a simple wave of the hand. Reaching the limits of modification, he decided to start from scratch. He began by extracting the energy-gathering rune array from the original fireball spell. After a round of improvements and simplifications, Richard unexpectedly created a fire element rune. Building upon this, he integrated structures for energy absorption and compression into the rune. At this stage, the resulting fireball was already on par with the original spell. But Richard, who believed that firepower was justice, would never settle for that. He boldly combined 3 sets of the first version fireball rune arrays, rearranging them into a stable triangular configuration to form a second edition fireball rune structure. Testing it in the mirror dimension, a single orange fireball blew a tank to pieces. The destructive power was impressive, but still not enough to satisfy Richard. So he went on to create a third version of the fireball spell. He arranged 5 of the second edition fireball rune arrays, 1 at each point of a 5-pointed star. Through constant fine-tuning, the fire energy successfully gathered at the very center of the star. The central fireball's color shifted from yellow to white, and finally to a brilliant blue-white. After testing its power, Richard decided without hesitation. This would be the final version. In the end, the first, second, and third versions of the fireball spell were all taken by the Ancient One and placed in the Camartage library. The second spell was an ice spell, Frost Barrier. Originally, Richard had wanted to create an ice arrow, but the Camartage library had no records of ice-based elemental magic, and Richard couldn't conjure something out of thin air. So he adapted the fire spell method for ice. After being blasted by exploding runes more than a dozen times, he finally managed to produce a barely usable ice-gathering rune. But this rune was simply too fragile. Every time he tried to assemble it into an offensive structure, it would fall apart halfway through. Richard did some quick thinking. Since he couldn't manage to create an ice arrow, he might as well come up with a defensive spell to save his own skin. And so, the ice barrier was born. The principle was simple: gather and compress ice element energy. This spell could be cast on himself or on others. Richard had tested it. 2 blasts of fireball weren't enough to break through the ice barrier wrapped around a tank. There was just one issue. If cast on an ordinary person, the temperature would be so low it could easily cause frostbite. And if the barrier wasn't dispelled in time, the person inside could run out of air. Half an hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived. Richard was escorted all the way to the airport and put on a plane. After about an hour in the air, the plane landed at an airstrip deep in the desert. As Richard stepped off the aircraft, he figured this must be one of S.H.I.E.L.D's secret bases. The base director was a gaunt, middle-aged man named Andre Beckley. He was in charge of processing Richard's onboarding. The whole process was straightforward. Sign a few forms, receive a specially issued phone. But the moment Richard got his phone, it suddenly rang. He answered, and on the other end, Phil Coulson's voice was urgently anxious. Dr. Richard, emergency assignment. 5 severely wounded agents are on their way to the base. Do whatever it takes to keep them alive. Richard hung up and cursed a storm in his head. Fury, you absolute bastard. You really treat people like tools. 3 minutes later, a plane landed. 5 injured agents were carried out. After a quick examination, Richard's brow furrowed into a knot. All of these injuries were severe blast wounds. Wounds covered their entire bodies, heads, chests, limbs. Every wound was littered with jagged shrapnel. Richard's face was grim. Could this really be a coincidence? I just finished onboarding, and now I'm handed 5 of the most critical cases? Are they really risking their own agents' lives as a joke? Heartless bastards. Is there an operating room here? And do you have doctors and nurses? Richard asked coldly. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. Director Andre's response was quick. In just 5 minutes, the wounded were wheeled into the operating room. The assisting doctors and nurses all assembled without delay. Richard took a deep breath and addressed the assisting doctors. I'll handle the head and chest wounds. The rest are yours, okay? The doctors nodded. Scalpel. Richard set to work at once. Incision, remove shrapnel, suture. Wounds that left other doctors at a loss. In his hands, it was reduced to these 3 simple steps. Still, Treating these wounds required every ounce of his focus. In this state, Richard's mind was rapidly being drained, and sweat kept beating on his forehead. To keep the sweat from running into his eyes, he had to call out for help every few minutes. Each wounded person had 20 or 30 injuries, big and small, with more than a dozen wounds clustered around their head and chest. No matter how quick Richard's hands were, or how deft and efficient his movements, it still took him nearly half an hour to treat a single patient. By the time he had finished with 5 of them, more than 3 hours had passed. Richard's face was pale, his eyes exhausted. "I'll leave the rest to you." Watching his unsteady figure as he walked away, all the doctors and nurses were filled with admiration and respect. Somewhere in a secret base, Nick Fury, the one-eyed man, sat in front of the surveillance screens. He watched Richard's entire operation from start to finish and applauded. "Good job, Dr. Richard." When Richard finally returned to New York, it was already late at night. He checked his watch, 10:20 p.m. "Forget it. I'll just make do and sleep here tonight." He took off his jacket and lay down on the bed. But before long, his eyes snapped open again. "Damn it, I can't sleep." Frustrated, he sat up and walked over to the window. With a sharp tug, he drew open the curtains and stared absently at the distant lights glittering from the city's high-rises. There was a burning restlessness trapped in his chest, refusing to be smothered. "Damn, I can't get back at you, Bald Nick, just yet. But maybe your right-hand man can do me a favor first, as interest." Frowning in thought for a moment, Richard suddenly turned, walked over to the bed, grabbed his jacket, and pulled out the encrypted phone from his pocket. He dialed Phil Coulson's number. "Agent Coulson, do you have a moment? I need your help." Fueled by agitation, Richard skipped any polite formalities and got straight to the point. "Dr. Richard? I'll get back to you in just a moment." Before Coulson could finish, a woman's scream rang out over the line. "Has Obadiah gone mad?" "Richard. Wait, wasn't that Pepper Potts' voice?" Before he could react, a barrage of intense gunfire erupted from the other end. "Take him down." "No. What is that?" "Miss Potts, get out of here." Coulson shouted urgently. The call cut off abruptly. "Damn, it's the Ironmonger." Suddenly, Richard remembered what major event was happening at this very moment. This was one of those rare moments when Tony Stark was truly in trouble. Without wasting a second, he opened a portal straight to the Stark Industries compound in Glendale, California. The moment he stepped through, Richard raised his hand and cast 3 spells in quick succession. Invisibility, Clairaudience, the Ring of Ragador. He sent his Clairaudience spell downward, and the sharp reports of gunfire echoed up, mixed with cries of pain. 16 floors below ground. Richard pictured the scene in his mind, drawing a circle in the air toward the subterranean chaos. A portal opened beneath his feet, and in an instant, he tumbled through. Stark Industries, level 16, underground. Pepper Potts was fleeing in panic, her hair disheveled, as a towering figure thundered after her with menacing force. "Tony, Obadiah's lost his mind." "Oh my God." Pepper ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding a twisted steel pipe that flew past her. Clutching her earpiece, she shouted at the top of her lungs. "He's built a suit of armor. Bigger and stronger." A burst of static crackled through Tony's voice, distorted by a surge of electricity as he shouted, "ZZZ. Pepper, get out of there. ZZZ. Keep running. Don't stop." Phil Coulson bellowed, turning as he emptied his magazine in a desperate attempt to hold the line. But Ironmonger's armor was simply too thick. He merely raised a hand to shield the small arc reactor on his chest, and the hail of 9mm bullets ricocheted off his titanium armor, sparking harmlessly. Coulson spun around and kept running, swiftly drawing a fresh magazine from his belt and reloading on the move. "He's too big. Circle around the pipes." Coulson yelled, his voice echoing as he sprinted. All 5 agents he'd brought with him had already fallen. Fragile human bodies were no match for a titan clad in titanium alloy. It was like eggs smashing into stone. With a single swipe, Ironmonger crushed each agent, leaving nothing but a bloody mess. "You can't escape," Ironmonger roared. For Obadiah, piloting the iron suit for the first time was a rush that sent him straight back to his youth. There wasn't a man alive who could resist the thrill of commanding such a steel monster. Adrenaline surged through him, heating his blood until he was almost giddy, wild with excitement, as if he'd just taken a hit of something potent. Obadiah howled with laughter, raising his arm and opening the weapon compartment. A small missile launched straight toward Phil Coulson and Pepper Potts ahead. "Missile incoming! Get down!" Coulson shouted the order, then dove forward, shielding Pepper as he landed by her legs. Pepper instinctively turned her head, only to see a missile streaking toward them, trailing a bright orange flame. She froze in terror, letting out a scream. The missile detonated with a thunderous blast, the the shockwave tearing the narrow corridor to shreds in an instant. Obadiah threw back his head and laughed, reveling in the chaos as smoke and dust billowed from the explosion. Ah! ZZZ, Pepper! ZZZ, Pepper! ZZZZ, answer me! ZZZ. Tony's panicked voice crackled through the headset. The harsh static in her ears made Pepper wince. ZZZ Jarvis, ZZZ full speed ahead, ZZZZ. Slowly, she opened her eyes and saw a tall figure standing protectively in front of her. I'm alive. Surviving by a hair's breadth, Pepper immediately reported back to Tony. Tony, I'm alive. That's ZZZ great. ZZZZ. Richard looked at the lagar door ring before him, its surface riddled with cracks, and shook his head helplessly. His hands flashed through a series of gestures, drawing, pulling, summoning forth a massive, conical rune array. It was none other than his own creation, Richard's floating shield. As the smoke and dust from the explosion slowly cleared, Phil Coulson, sprawled on the ground, coughed and struggled to his feet. He hacked and wheezed, catching his breath. Turning his head, he caught sight of the enormous magical shield glowing white with a crimson halo behind him, and was utterly stunned. What is that? Richard turned to the side, a dazzling smile lighting up his face. Hey there, Pepper, Agent Coulson, good evening. The magical shield's radiant glow illuminated his face. Pepper and Phil Coulson both gasped in unison. Dr. Richard, they cried out together. Tony, who had been flying in at full speed, froze mid-air. Richard, the ground rumbled beneath them. Ironmonger began to lumber forward, and Obadiah exclaimed in disbelief, You're still alive? Pepper, Agent Coulson, get out of here. Richard called out. With one hand bracing the shield, he drew a circle through the air with the other. A portal materialized silently beneath their feet. Caught off guard, the two of them tumbled right through. Pepper shrieked, dropping into a crouch, hugging her head with her eyes squeezed shut. Coulson, ever the elite agent, was startled for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. When he looked up to see the familiar entrance of Stark Industries headquarters before him, his pupils dilated in shock. What just happened? Pepper, her scream fading, slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the entrance of Stark Industries. I'm not dead. Coulson planted his hands on his hips, equally bewildered. Was that technology? Or some kind of superpower? What did you do? Where did they go? Obadiah roared, shocked and furious as he saw Pepper and Coulson vanish. With a heavy leap, he activated the boosters beneath his feet, barreling toward Richard in a rage. Richard shifted his weight, lowered his center of gravity, and braced himself. The massive Ironmonger suit, a gale of menace in its wake, crashed into the pointed tip of the floating shield. The tremendous force rippled across the shield's conical surface, dissipating into harmless breezes that scattered in every direction. With his stance anchored, Richard bore the brunt of the ferocious blow. Whoa, now that's some power, he remarked with satisfaction. What kind of technology is this? Obadiah demanded, warily eyeing the immovable white and red magic shield before him. Richard slipped one hand into his pocket, a mocking grin on his face. Bastard! Obadiah bellowed, swinging Ironmonger's massive fist down again and again onto the floating shield. Bang! 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 Richard counted silently to himself, all the while taunting his opponent with biting sarcasm. Oh, is that all you've got? Are you trying to tickle me? Put in a little more effort, Stan, old pal. Getting too old, huh? Gone soft. TSK, what a pity. Each mocking taunt rang out, piercing Obadiah's ears like a sinister chant, driving him into a fury like an enraged bull, his eyes burning red. Arg! Damn it, go to hell. With a furious roar, Ironmonger's entire arsenal sprang to life in an instant. Seeing the array of cannons and gun barrels of all sizes, Richard felt a cold bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Holy crap, why'd you have to go all out at the slightest provocation? He wasn't sure the floating shield would be able to withstand this barrage. Without hesitation, Richard opened a door beneath his feet and, whoosh, slipped into a portal. Just as Ironmonger lit up with a menacing red glow and its weapons were about to unleash their power, the conical magic shield and that infuriating kid vanished from sight together, as if plucked from existence. Arg! It was like having a stubborn lump stuck in his throat. Obadiah's rage was bottled up with nowhere to go. Come out! Get out here! He swung Ironmonger's metal arms wildly, turning into a one-man wrecking crew, tearing into everything in front of him. TSK, what a powerless rage. How can a brute like you ever hope to beat a wizard? Richard kept up the taunts, slowly descending in front of Pepper and Phil Coulson. Dr. Richard, Pepper called out cautiously as the man landed gently before them. Richard waved a hand. Pepper, When is Tony getting here? Pepper quickly pressed her earpiece, asking, Tony, Richard wants to know when you'll arrive? Before she'd even finished, a trail of orange-red flames streaked across the sky and landed right in front of them. A red and gold Iron Man dropped to one knee, then rose slowly to his feet. Wow, now that's stylish, Richard exclaimed, giving a big thumbs up. Tony tilted his chin in trademark flair. Then, the helmet opened, revealing Tony's face. Pepper immediately spotted the bruise at the corner of his mouth and gasped. Tony! She rushed over, her heart aching, and gently raised her hand to touch his injured lip. It's all right, Pepper. Tony looked at her tenderly, feeling a subtle warmth stir in his heart. Hey, Tony, save the romance for later. Richard's voice cut in abruptly, spoiling the moment. We got a big one coming up from below. No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to shake violently, and with a deafening crash, it exploded open. In a flash, Tony snapped his helmet shut and stepped protectively in front of everyone. Through the swirling dust, a massive iron hand emerged, and Ironmonger leapt out of the hole with a thunderous bound. Obadiah, seething with rage, shouted, Finally caught you, you bastards. Tony turned quickly. Agent, get Pepper out of here. Phil Coulson gripped his pistol and nodded firmly. Miss Potts, please come with me. Tony, you must be very careful. Before leaving, Pepper couldn't help but remind him, her voice full of concern. After she had run some distance, she glanced back and was startled to see Richard sticking close by her side. Pepper stopped in her tracks, surprised. Richard, why are you following me? Richard looked completely innocent. I'm here to help Tony protect you. That big oaf can be left to Tony to handle. Pepper was speechless. So was Phil Coulson, running ahead of them. Suddenly, a shadow streaked across the sky above their heads and landed with a heavy crash on the rooftop. In the next instant, a monstrous steel beast came crashing down from midair. Tony, what do you think you're running off to? Ironmonger flung his arms wide open, grabbing Tony in a bear hug like a father scooping up his son. I'm sending you to see Howard right now. Obadiah bellowed with unrestrained arrogance as Ironmonger's arms tightened around Tony. Listening to the armor groan and creak under the pressure, Tony knew it wouldn't hold out much longer. He struggled desperately, but Ironmonger's arms were like a pair of iron clamps, pinning him tightly to the chest plate. Jarvis, activate the weapons. Tony shouted. Impact systems are damaged. Missile systems are damaged. Jarvis's voice carried a note of anxiety. Watching the warning panels flash red all around him, Tony shouted with all his might. Fire the incendiaries. Launch the incendiaries. In an instant, hundreds of red incendiary pellets shot out from the seams of his red and gold suit. They struck both suits in a storm of sparks, shrouding everything in billowing black smoke. The blinding red glare nearly seared Obadiah's aging eyes. He screamed, squeezing his eyes shut and instinctively flinging up his arms to shield his face. As Tony hit the ground, he used the cover of the spreading smoke to slip quietly behind a wall and hide. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of headquarters, Richard emerged from the portal, holding Pepper and Phil Coulson by the arms. He released them and looked down over the edge, grumbling with disapproval. These two are just too much. No matter where someone tries to hide, they just blast away at them. Picking on innocent bystanders, is that it? So rude. No sense of chivalry. Phil Coulson was speechless. He was beginning to see Dr. Richard in a new light. Pepper grabbed Richard's arm anxiously. Richard, please. You have to help Tony. Richard quickly tried to reassure her. Relax, relax. If Tony can't hold on, I'll step in. Down below, the smoke cleared. Obadiah looked around, scanning for Tony, and couldn't help but give a grudging compliment. Very clever, Tony. Hiding in the shadows, Tony stared at the wall of red damage alerts and gritted his teeth, contacting Pepper. Pepper pressed her earpiece. Tony spoke in a grave tone. We need to overload the reactor. Detonate it. Pepper gasped, but quickly steadied herself. What are you going to do? Tony's helmet display projected the structure of a massive reactor. Head to the control console and open all circuits. That's too much trouble. Tony, Richard's voice suddenly broke in. Richard, Tony was caught off guard. Oh my God. Pepper suddenly cried out in alarm. What is that? Even the usually composed Coulson couldn't help but shout. Tony, bewildered and anxious, asked repeatedly. What happened? Pepper. Lee. Richard has a fireball in his hand, about the size of a basketball. Pepper's voice trembled with shock. Tony was baffled. A fireball? What fireball? Try to get as far away as you can, Tony. Richard reminded him with a light chuckle. Pepper instantly shouted, Do what he says, Tony. Get out of there now. Though Tony had no idea what was going on, he chose to trust Pepper. Without hesitation, he fired up his thrusters and made a rapid escape. In the next instant, a swirling blue and white fireball, trailing a brilliant tail, shot from the rooftop straight toward Ironmonger. Tony's sudden flight instantly drew Ironmonger's attention. "Got you now, little Tony." Obadiah, thrilled, raised both iron arms, activating every weapon the Ironmonger suit had. Dark, gaping muzzles and cannons locked onto the airborne Mark III. "Time to send you to join your dead, old man." He sneered, finger poised over the launch button. Suddenly, the control panel blazed with glaring red warnings. "Alert! Alert! Massive energy surge detected approaching from above. Evacuate immediately! Evacuate immediately!" "What?" Obadiah jerked his head up, only to see a massive blue-white fireball, out of nowhere, hanging right above him. What the hell is that? He forgot all about chasing Tony. Panic-stricken, he threw up his steel arms to shield himself. The fireball slammed into the iron limbs, melting them instantly into streams of molten metal. Obadiah's face twisted in terror as he watched the fireball crash into the cockpit, consuming his unfinished ambitions and his beloved Ironmonger in a torrent of molten steel. From a distance, atop another rooftop, Richard pulled his hands apart. A portal opened suddenly in front of the fireball. On the other side of the portal, the open sea, the fireball blazed through, streaking out over the ocean, carving a vacuum channel hundreds of meters long across the waves. Then, an earth-shattering explosion. A crater nearly 100 meters wide was blasted into the ocean floor. The shockwave rippled outward, unleashing a towering tsunami that rose dozens of meters high. Fortunately, this was the depths of the Pacific. Had it struck closer to land, this fiery blast could have wiped out an entire island nation. Mark III swept in a wide arc through the sky and descended gently onto the rooftop. Tony opened his helmet, looking down at the mangled remains of the Ironmonger below, still shaken by what had happened. "Thanks, kid, Richard. You saved my life back there." Richard waved it off with a relaxed grin. "It was nothing, Tony. We're friends, aren't we?" Tony nodded, smiling with genuine warmth. "That's right. We are friends." "Tony," Pepper called out, rushing over and throwing herself into his arms. Tony quickly opened his arms and held her tight. "I'm sorry, Pepper. I shouldn't have let you go to Obadiah's office alone." Pepper shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes, her voice full of emotion. "No, Tony, I did it my own will. All that matters is that you're safe." Standing to the side, Richard watched the scene unfold with a fond, almost parental smile. He couldn't help but think to himself, if Tony and Pepper's relationship could take a step forward from here, maybe little Morgan would come into the world a bit sooner. At that moment, Phil Coulson stepped forward and extended his right hand. "Mr. Richard, thank you for your help. You saved my life today." Richard shook his hand with a smile. "No problem, Agent Coulson. By the way, I mentioned before that I needed a favor. Do you have some free time these days?" "Of course." Coulson nodded. "What do you need me to do?" "I need help finding a small medical laboratory." He paused, then quickly added, "Anywhere's fine, as long as it's not in New York." "No problem." Coulson agreed right away. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 and Nick Fury's right-hand man, this was a trivial request for him. "I'll get in touch as soon as I find a suitable one." Suddenly, Tony piped up, sounding a bit put out. "A small medical lab? Why didn't you ask me for help, kid?" Richard's eyes lit up. For someone like him, finding the perfect small medical lab would be almost impossible on his own. But for S.H.I.E.L.D. or Stark Industries, it was barely even a task. He asked eagerly, "Tony, do you have a suitable one?" "Pepper." Tony turned to her. "I seem to remember that Stark Industries has a small medical lab near Los Angeles, right?" Pepper thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, just outside Long Beach. Stark Industries acquired it from a medical group back in '05. It's mostly been used for microbiology and blood research." Richard perked up immediately, unable to hide his excitement. "How much would it cost to buy that lab?" Pepper looked over at Tony, who shrugged and said, "That's up to you, Pepper. Richard and I are friends. Friends shouldn't be talking business with each other." After a moment's thought, Pepper suggested a plan. "Richard, maybe you could acquire this small medical lab for free by investing your expertise instead of money." "Investing my expertise?" Richard scratched his head. In both his previous and current lives, he was utterly clueless when it came to business. Seeing his confusion, Pepper explained in detail. "Yes, Richard, you contribute your personal expertise for a 51% stake in the lab, while Stark Industries would take the remaining 49%. "I get 51%? Isn't that a bit much?" Richard asked, uncertain. "Not at all," Pepper clarified. "Most research projects in small medical labs rely heavily on the lab director to drive them forward. Stark Industries trusts your expertise, Richard. Honestly, by only taking 49%, we might even be getting the better end of the deal." "Well, all right, then," Richard nodded, his face lighting up with delight. Looks like we can finally move on to the next step. Move on to the next step? Tony raised an eyebrow. You already have a research direction in mind? Richard lifted his chin with a hint of pride. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a rush to acquire the lab. So, what's your research focus? Tony pressed further. Richard didn't hesitate. Targeted stem cell migration and visual cortex compensation. Whoa, thank you, Kit. Tony's eyes lit up with understanding, and he shot Richard a grateful look. Richard smiled and nodded. He'd considered the targeted stem cell migration technique for a long time. It would be perfect for treating the injury in Tony's chest. Pepper beamed with joy. Looks like Stark Industries really is getting an incredible deal. Standing nearby, Phil Coulson saw that the matter of the lab was settled and took the opportunity to bid farewell. Dr. Richard, Mr. Stark, Miss Potts, I have to take my leave now. If you ever need help in the future, Dr. Richard, just give me a call. Richard playfully traced a circle in the air with his index finger. Agent Coulson, do you need me to open a door for you? Coulson's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. He could get another first-hand experience of Richard's mysterious teleportation technology. He nodded eagerly. Of course, if it's no trouble. Richard asked with a smile. Where to? Coulson hesitated for a moment. Would near the National Mall in Washington, D.C. be possible? No problem at all. With a graceful motion, Richard sliced through the air. A portal opened, leading straight to the National Mall. Right through there, you'll find yourself on the National Mall. Coulson suppressed his excitement. Until next time, everyone. With that, he stepped through the portal. The next moment, the towering 169-meter Washington Monument stood before his eyes. Usually calm and collected, Coulson was left gaping in astonishment. Without missing a beat, he pulled out his phone. Director, please send a car to pick me up in front of the Washington Monument at the National Mall. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury's voice sounded puzzled. Agent Coulson, aren't you supposed to be at the Stark Industrial Park right now? Phil Coulson pressed his lips together. Things have gotten a bit complicated. I need to report to you in person. There was a brief silence on the line. Then Fury said, someone will be there to pick you up in 5 minutes. After seeing Phil Coulson off, Tony immediately rushed over and threw an arm around Richard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hey, Richard, what was that just now? Was it some kind of technology, or was it superpower? Richard gave him a knowing smile and replied with a question of his own. Why can't it be magic? Magic? Tony scoffed, come on, kid. I'm way past the age of bedtime stories. Richard glanced sideways at him, teasing, well, you could always tell bedtime stories to your and Pepper's future kids. Pepper blushed furiously at that. Tony coughed awkwardly, unable to meet Pepper's eyes, and quickly changed the subject. Let's just stick to talking about that portal you made. Pepper's look instantly turned wistful. Richard chuckled, reading the situation between the two of them. Their relationship clearly wasn't quite there yet. He shrugged and said, it's magic, Tony. That's all there is to it. In addition to being a surgeon, I'm also a fully fledged sorcerer of Kamartaj. Kamavtai. Tony looked completely unconvinced. Are you trying to write a novel? Now you're just making up organization names. It's not a name out of some storybook, Tony, Richard said seriously. Kamartaj is a sorcerer's order that has endured for thousands of years. It's been entrusted with the vital task of protecting Earth. Seeing Richard's solemn expression, Tony's composure finally cracked. So, you really are a sorcerer? Of course, Richard replied, raising his index finger and tapping the air lightly. In an instant, golden red runes shimmering with geometric elegance appeared. There was the Vishanti's equilateral triangle array, the Hagatha's seven-pointed star array. Oh my God, Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Tony stared in disbelief at the ever-shifting runes sparkling in midair. This is absolutely insane, he muttered. Richard smiled knowingly. Just then, the phone rang again. He pulled out his phone and saw it was Professor Jennings. Professor, what brings you to call so late? On the other end, the old professor could barely contain his excitement. Richard, I found some leads. Richard was taken aback. What kind of leads? Clues about young Federer's death and the explosion at the Federer laboratory. Richard's spirits soared. Well, I've been searching for days without finding so much as a hint. But Professor Jennings actually found something? No wonder he's a titan in the world of medicine. His network of connections is truly formidable. He hurriedly pressed on. What clues did you find, Professor? My contact discovered. The old professor had just begun to speak when, suddenly, a furious shout erupted on the other end of the line. Who are you people? Get out of my house. Immediately after, 2 sharp gunshots rang out, and the call was abruptly cut off. Professor, damn it. In an instant, Richard's eyes burned red, murderous rage surging from him like a storm. He suddenly turned to Tony. Tony, I need your help with something. Tony responded at once. What is it? Just say the word. At that moment, Richard's eyes were as sharp as blades. making Tony's own eyes ache from the intensity. Have Jarvis trace the location of Professor Jennings' last phone call for me. Tony snapped his helmet shut and gave the order. Jarvis, do as Richard says. Find that call. At once, sir. Every second crawled by in agonizing suspense. Richard's brow was furrowed tight, each moment dragging on like an eternity. A minute later, Jarvis had the answer. Sir, Professor Jennings Phillips' call originated from the faculty apartments on 168th Street, Manhattan Heights, New York. The exact coordinates are XXXX. Richard's face lit up with relief. Thank you, Tony. And you too, Jarvis. I'm glad I could assist, Mr. Richard. If you need anything else, just call me. Tony clapped him on the shoulder. Richard nodded, drew a line through the air, and opened a portal. Without hesitation, he stepped through. On the other side, he emerged into an apartment. Two heavily armed assailants were carrying the unconscious Professor Jennings toward the door. Richard appeared directly in their path. Put the professor down. The two attackers exchanged a glance. One gave a decisive order. Something's gone wrong. Kill the old man as instructed now. The second attacker nodded, reaching for his belt. With a flick of Richard's wrists, two energy whips lashed out like lightning, coiling around the attackers from head to toe, binding them tightly like serpents. In a heartbeat, Richard darted forward, crossing 5 meters in a blur to catch the professor just as he began to fall. Professor! Professor! He called out twice, and when the old man didn't respond, Richard quickly checked him over, discovering the professor had been drugged with ether. Only then did Richard breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I arrived in time. He turned his gaze to the two struggling assailants. Who are you people? The pair refused to answer, fighting uselessly against their bonds. But the more they struggled, the tighter the energy whips constricted, until, with agonized cries, both men collapsed to the floor. The one who'd been giving orders gasped weakly. Bald Eagle. Mission fail confirmed. Richard's expression changed in a flash, and he spun around. There, streaking through the window with a trail of blazing orange, was a rocket-propelled grenade. Richard let out a furious curse, scooped up the elderly professor, and swiftly retreated into the silently opening portal. The attacker who had been giving orders stared at the scene in utter shock. What the fuck? The very next instant, a rocket slammed into the ground beside him and exploded with a thunderous roar. Out on the street beyond the apartment, the assailant, codenamed Owl, lowered his launcher and pressed a hand to his earpiece. Eagle's Nest! Eagle's Nest! This is Team 7. Mission failed. The target has been eliminated. Without a sound, Richard materialized behind him, still holding the unconscious professor in his arms. Eagle's Nest, copy. Bald Eagle, return immediately. Bald Eagle, copy. Bald Eagle turned to get into the car, but as he glanced back, he saw Richard standing right behind him. His eyes went wide with shock. Before he could utter a word, Richard struck him squarely in the chest with his sudden palm strike. Bald Eagle let out a muffled groan as his very soul was knocked loose from his body. His soulless form crumpled limply to the ground. Staring in terror at his own ethereal, bluish soul, Bald Eagle cried out, "Who are you? What did you do to me?" Even as he spoke, he saw his own body lying on the pavement and immediately tried to swim back toward it like a desperate frog. But Richard had no intention of letting him succeed. Supporting the unconscious professor with his left arm, Richard rapidly formed a series of mystical seals with his right hand. Soul sight, recollection. His right index finger, glowing with golden light, plunged into the spectral head of Bald Eagle's soul. Bald Eagle's soul, empty-eyed and vacant, hung motionless in the air. Richard withdrew his finger. At its tip, a dazzling thread of golden energy acted as a hook, drawing out a long reel of memories from Bald Eagle's mind, flickering like an old film strip. This was a sequence of surface memories from Bald Eagle's past 72 hours. Richard's 5 fingers danced nimbly along the film, skipping ahead, rewinding, sometimes focusing in on a particular moment, then quickly zooming out to another span of time. From these memories, it became clear that Eagle's Nest was the base where these fanatics lived and trained. Their lives appeared utterly monotonous. Aside from training, eating, sleeping, and carrying out missions, there was nothing else. No entertainment, no distractions. Each time they received a mission, it was delivered through a phone call. The voice on the other end was obviously disguised, either by a voice changer or someone skilled at mimicry. Suddenly, Richard's fingers paused on a particular moment, and he zoomed in on the scene. The image showed Team 7, Bald Eagle Squad, preparing for a mission. As Bald Eagle was getting into the car, he glanced up at the gate of Eagle's Nest. On the wall to the left of the gate, a line of text was visible. Phoenix Biotech. With a casual wave, Richard exited the soul sight spell. The Bald Eagle's soul shuddered from head to toe, then dissolved into ethereal blue specks of light, slowly, fading away. Moments later, the body that had collapsed on the ground took its final breath and lay completely still. Richard pulled out his phone and contacted Tony Stark. Tony, have Jarvis look up a company or lab called Phoenix Bio. On the other end, Tony replied instantly, copy that. Jarvis, get to work. Yes, sir, came Jarvis's calm response. Tony's voice came through again. Richard, how's Professor Jennings doing now? Richard glanced down at the elderly professor, who was sound asleep. The professor was knocked out with ether by the attackers. Judging by his condition, he won't wake up until morning. That's a relief. Tony's sigh of relief was audible even over the phone. After all, Professor Jennings was a world-renowned figure in medicine and a giant in surgery. Someone even Tony Stark, with all his pride, genuinely respected. Richard, any idea why they targeted Professor Jennings? It all started at the emergency room of Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. Richard began recounting the events, starting from when he'd admitted the severely burned little girl at Manhattan Presbyterian's ER, summarizing the chain of events. As Tony listened to the story unfold, his interest was clearly piqued. My guess, there's a powerful organization pulling the strings behind these attackers. I think so too. That's why I took Christine to Kamar Taj. Richard's expression clouded with regret. But then, by accident, Professor Jennings got caught up in it again. He spoke with relief. Thankfully, I made it in time this round and managed to save the professor. Otherwise, I can't imagine what might have happened. These people act with lightning speed and ruthless efficiency. The moment they saw me, the attackers drew their guns and tried to kill the professor on the spot. Tony couldn't hold back and cursed. What a bunch of maniacs. At that moment, Jarvis finished compiling the information. Sir, the Phoenix Bio Mr. Richard mentioned is with 90% certainty Phoenix Biotechnology Corporation. The company was founded in 2003 by Enoch Adam and mainly deals in health supplements like probiotics, algae calcium, and astaxanthin. However, according to my research, there's another party behind Enoch Adam. My analysis indicates there's an 80% chance that person is New York State Senator William Sampson. In addition, William Sampson's current location is at XXXX. Wow, Tony's voice came through, full of surprise. Looks like we've hooked a big fish. Listening to Jarvis's report, Richard couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, his lips curling into an expression that was almost like tears of jealousy. He suddenly recalled the last time he traveled through Worlds, the intelligent program at the Red Mountain Group's South Africa headquarters. Although it was a far cry from Tony's Jarvis, its capabilities were already remarkable in their own right. Richard silently scolded himself for missing such a golden opportunity. A powerful thought surged from deep within him. I want to bring Jarvis home. I must have an AI assistant as formidable as Jarvis. Jarvis, well done. Richard couldn't help but praise. On the other end of the line, Tony sounded inexplicably jealous. Hey kid, I'm the one you should be thanking. Richard rolled his eyes and replied half-heartedly, Yes, Mr. Tony Stark, you did great too. A barely suppressed laugh from Pepper echoed through the phone. Hey Pepper, Tony called out, clearly displeased. Richard couldn't be bothered to tease Tony any further. Right now, the most urgent thing was to capture William Sampson. He dared not underestimate how quickly the mastermind might react. All right, Tony, we'll talk later. I need to go catch William Sampson first. After hanging up, Richard teleported back to Green Dot Apartments. He temporarily settled Professor Jennings on the bed in the bedroom. I have to keep this from Claire. Muttering to himself, Richard opened a portal to William Sampson's location. The instant he arrived, a pungent mix of fermented alcohol and the foul scent of heather assaulted his senses. Looking up, he saw William Sampson stark naked, snoring away in the arms of a voluptuous, dark-skinned woman. Richard frowned slightly. Could it be that William Sampson wasn't the man behind the eagle's nest after all? Though doubt crept into his mind, his actions didn't falter. He sent out a thick tendril of soul energy, which lashed at the woman on the bed, causing her body to shudder before she fell into a deep, unconscious sleep. He then formed seals with both hands. Soul vision, trace back. His index finger, wreathed in golden energy, pierced William Sampson's right temple, drawing out a long strand of old film-like memory. Richard's 10 fingers danced skillfully over the film. But soon his brow furrowed. There's something wrong with this guy's memory. His fingers tapped rapidly, zooming in on 3 specific moments in time. In each of these scenes, William Sampson stood alone behind his desk. Yet the problem was clear. He was obviously reporting to someone standing in front of the desk. But that person's presence had been completely erased from William Sampson's memory. Let's see who you are. Richard returned the memory strand to William Sampson, then pressed his right palm to the man's forehead. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and carefully guided a wisp of soul energy into William Sampson's mind. After a brief moment, Richard's eyes flew open. He jerked his right hand back as if he'd been shocked, cursing under his breath. Damn it, which bastard set this trap? Could they be any more devious? Richard clutched his chest, still rattled by the experience. Good thing I'm always cautious. Otherwise, I would have fallen for it just now. He conjured another strand of white energy and once again sent it probing into William Sampson's brain. Through that energy, Richard carefully examined the magical trap hidden within the folds of the cerebral cortex. A chain-trigger trap, no less. The design is truly intricate. Whoever set this up isn't some run-of-the-mill mage. As he observed, he began to analyze its structure. The trigger seems to be forcefully reading William Sampson's memories. If the alarm goes off, the trap detonates? Richard inhaled sharply, an icy chill running down his spine. Just as I suspected, he estimated the trap's destructive force, roughly equivalent to a hand grenade going off. Whoever did this is a real piece of work. Richard grumbled, racking his brain. Which organizations in the Marvel Universe are tied to magic users? Hydra? Their roots trace back to the Kree experiments and the first Inhuman on Earth. They're not really into magic. Shield? They love to shout their slogans. Protect the Earth. Protect the Earth. If Earth were really in their hands, we'd be doomed by now. The Ten Rings? Su Wonwoo's wife, Ing Lee, should already be dead by now, and he's got no interest in stirring up trouble. The Eternals? Those cosmic babysitters for the Celestials wouldn't bother organizing anything like this. After racking his brain for a long while, Richard came to a single conclusion. We can't move William Sampson for now. His eyes flickered with an idea. If you set a trap for me, why shouldn't I turn the tables and set one for you? A sly grin crept onto Richard's lips. He raised both hands and rapidly formed a series of seals. Cocoon of the mind, weaving. With his right hand, he pressed his index and ring fingers together, shaping the ever-spinning ring of Arcti. Richard conjured a fabricated memory and fed it into William's mind. As the false memory flowed in, the ring of Arcti began to shimmer with silver-white light, swiftly weaving itself into a cocoon, until finally a silvery oval of energy had formed. Let's hope you're not a half-baked amateur. With a crisp snap, Richard slammed the mental cocoon down onto the top of William Sampson's head, embedding it deep into his mind. Even if you manage to find the cocoon I've woven, breaking through it? A password with 8 digits. Good luck cracking that. And maybe a little trap of my own, just for good measure. Richard swiftly pulled William Sampson's soul from his body and set up an identical linked trigger trap within it. As soon as William Sampson came face to face with the mastermind, the heart cocoon would activate on its own. The fabricated memories woven into the heart cocoon would make him instinctively recall Richard's instructions, to greet the mastermind warmly with a cheerful, "Motherf." And this very phrase was the trigger deeply embedded in his soul for the hidden trap. Once spoken, the tracking spell concealed within the trap would be unleashed in an instant. If the spell hit the mastermind, Richard would be able to track them down anytime, anywhere, and deliver his own warm regards in person. Leaving behind a trail of sinister laughter, Richard stepped out and closed the door behind him. Back at the apartment, Richard looked at Professor Jennings, still sound asleep, and felt a twinge of concern. The trail had gone cold for now. What should he do with the professor? After a moment's thought, he decisively pulled out his phone. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, inside the director's office, Phil Coulson stood before the desk, reporting everything that had happened at Stark Industries headquarters to Nick Fury. Mr. Stark's Iron Man suit was completely suppressed by Obadiah's armor throughout the fight. Nick Fury rested his elbows on the desk, fingers interlaced, chin propped up as he listened. With a thoughtful look, he mused, "So, you're saying that the suit Obadiah Stane built was actually stronger than Tony Stark's?" Coulson hesitated for a moment, then replied, "From what we saw, yes. But I can't be certain. Mr. Stark was low on power at the time, and he was injured." Nick Fury nodded, then continued, "Now, tell me about Richard's fireball and his door-opening trick. What do you make of it? Some kind of technology, or a superpower?" Coulson considered for a moment before answering, "Sir, I'm leaning more towards superpowers." Seeing his director frown in contemplation, he joked with a shrug, "Surely it can't be magic, right?" Nick Fury's eyes narrowed at that. Just then, the phone rang. Coulson glanced at the screen. "Sir, it's Dr. Richard calling." "Answer it," Nick Fury ordered, then quickly added, "Put it on speaker." "Yes, sir." Coulson hurriedly answered and switched to speaker mode. "Agent Coulson, Professor Jennings mentioned before that he's a visiting professor at SFLD Science Academy, correct?" Coulson paused for a second, then nodded. "That's right, Mr. Richard." Richard sounded relieved. "Then please send some people over right away to protect the professor." Coulson asked, puzzled, May I ask why, Dr. Richard? Richard replied. Professor Jennings was almost kidnapped just now. Kidnapped? Coulson exclaimed in shock. Who would want to kidnap Professor Jennings? Richard could only shake his head helplessly. I don't know. There are no leads. All I know is that it's somehow connected to a severely burned little girl who was once admitted to the emergency department of Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. As for anything else, you'll have to investigate further. Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, a little girl. Phil Coulson frowned, glancing instinctively at Nick Fury. Nick Fury reached for some paper and a pen, scribbling down a few words. Coulson nodded and said, Understood, Dr. Richard. I'll arrange protection for Professor Jennings as soon as possible. Richard, then, described the professor's current situation. He was drugged and is asleep in my New York apartment. He probably won't wake up until morning. All right, Dr. Richard. Coulson paused, then asked suddenly, By the way, Dr. Richard, that fireball that killed Obadiah and the door that appeared, were those your superpowers? There was a brief silence on Richard's end. Then he let out a soft laugh. Agent Coulson, your question is rather forward. My apologies, Dr. Richard, Coulson replied. It's not a superpower, Agent Coulson. Richard paused, then added, and Director Nick Fury. Fury's single eye widened in surprise. Just send someone to protect the professor as soon as possible. With that, Richard ended the call. The director's office fell silent. After a moment, Nick Fury waved a hand. Agent Coulson, take your team and bring Professor Jennings directly to Shield Academy of Sciences. Yes, sir. Once Coulson had left, Fury slid open a drawer and pulled out a dossier. Avengas Initiativa. He flipped to the last page. Alternate candidate. Richard, surgeon, logistics support. He picked up a pen, crossed out logistics support, and jotted down 2 new notes. Suspected to possess extraordinary abilities. Codename magician. Meanwhile, Richard returned to Camartage, preparing for his second journey. Christine came back late from her studies, flopping onto the bed, looking utterly drained. Richard sat on the edge of the bed and touched her forehead with the back of his hand. Are you feeling sick? You look exhausted. Christine curled up and hugged his waist. Richard, learning magic is so hard. Richard glanced down and, oh boy, the poor thing looked so wronged, her eyes brimming with tears. Who upset you this time? She'd been like this before, and it had taken all his patience to cheer her up. Who knows what got to her this time? Christine mumbled into his side. Jonathan. Who? Richard's eyes widened in surprise. Jonathan Pangborn? Christine nodded. Richard ruffled his girlfriend's tousled hair and chuckled softly. Honestly, I can't say I'm surprised by this outcome. Christine lifted her head, eyes rimmed red, and asked, Why do you say that? Looking into her eyes with a serious expression, Richard replied, Jonathan's willpower is incredibly strong, Chris. But I'm determined too. Christine protested, unwilling to accept his verdict. Richard shook his head. No, you're different. Jonathan's determination is like burning bridges behind him. He's put everything on the line. He has no choice but to succeed. There's no way back for him. Christine's face fell, a little wounded. Well, I suppose you're right. Seeing how tangled her emotions were, Richard decided not to tease her further. Instead, he asked, So, how far has Jonathan gotten in his training? Christine answered in a dispirited tone. Master Mordo says he can already sense dimensional energy. Earlier, during evening practice, Jonathan was able to make some initial connections and even spark a bit of energy. At this, Christine looked up at her boyfriend with hope. Richard, did you find any tricks when you were learning magic? Teach me, please. Richard shook his head at once, denying it 3 times in a row. No, there's no such thing as a trick. Don't overthink it. He thumped his chest with pride. My success is all thanks to my natural talent. Christine rolled her eyes, so elegantly, and buried her head again, unwilling to look at his smug face. For the first time in 25 years, I feel like a dunce, a total failure. Richard couldn't help but laugh. He remembered the very first lesson the Ancient One ever taught him. Suddenly he asked, Chris, do you believe in magic? Christine nodded. Of course. I've lived in Camartage for so long. I've seen it with my own eyes more times than I can count. Richard pressed on, And do you still believe in science? Christine opened her mouth, but actually hesitated. Guess. He remembered how the Ancient One had first asked him whether he believed in science, then whether he believed in magic. This time, he reversed the order. As expected, it worked beautifully. Richard tapped her gently on the forehead, feigning annoyance. So much for unwavering resolve. Then what am I supposed to say? Christine's voice was full of self-pity. Magic belongs to magic, and science to science. Richard continued, adopting a teaching tone. They coexist, but they operate on different tracks. The essence of magic at its core is the mind. You have to believe in the soul first. Only then can you shape reality with your thoughts. Jonathan is a perfect example of this. He firmly believed that magic could heal his broken spine, and he held everything that Brother Mordo had taught him in the highest regard. Now that he had found his way into the world of magic, he was sure his body would soon begin to recover. That is the power of magic, and also the power of the mind. His very soul was healing his body. The more Christine listened, the brighter her eyes became. It seemed her boyfriend's explanation had broken through some barrier in her understanding, letting her glimpse a fragment of the true essence of magic. I think I'm starting to understand, Richard. With that, Christine sprang up, planted a quick kiss on her boyfriend's lips, then leapt off the bed and made for the door. Richard hurriedly reached out and pulled her back. It's so late. Where do you think you're going? Go to sleep. You can practice more tomorrow. All right. Christine pouted, a little aggrieved, and crawled back onto the bed. Richard gave her a playful smack. Take your clothes off before you sleep. Okay, Christine mumbled, wriggling as she shimmied out of her clothes. Richard sighed, rubbing his forehead. Ever since his girlfriend had come to Camartage, she seemed so much more lively. Nothing like the decisive, no-nonsense woman she'd been at the hospital. Lying in bed, with his sweet, soft girlfriend curled up in his arms, Richard told her that he'd be away for a while the next day. Christine yawned, gave a half-hearted, be careful on the road, and promptly drifted off to sleep. Richard couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Then he laughed at himself quietly. Who would have thought I'd ever be jealous of magic? The next morning, Richard teleported early to a remote island in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. He had his usual trio for such journeys: the sling ring, his battle mage attire, and a wand of Wadham. Closing his eyes, he focused, pressing his middle and index fingers to his brow. Myself is the anchor. Search the myriad mirrors. Let the multiverse resonate. Go! At once, his deep well of spiritual energy sent out countless tendrils, probing into rifts across many different dimensions. Soon enough, subtle spiritual waves began to answer from unfathomable distances. Richard was surprised. There seemed to be quite a few alternate versions of himself in other worlds this time. Which one should I choose? Just as he hesitated, his powerful intuition pointed him in a direction. He didn't dare waste a second. His hands sped through a series of intricate gestures. Myself is the anchor. My many selves are the mirrors. The spirit's axis opens, and the worlds move as one. Let the spirit path carve open a gateway. Open. A luminous energy tinged with a soft reddish glow erupted from within him, and using the faintest resonance as a beacon, a diamond-shaped portal slowly unfolded before him. When the portal had expanded to well over a person's height, Richard formed another set of seals with his hands. Trace it to the source, a rainbow bridge between worlds. Let the bridge of origins appear. Let's go. A beam of white light shot out from the portal, enveloping Richard's body before snapping back in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the remote island deep in the Pacific was left completely deserted. Deep within the Acre Mountains, beneath a tree, a red squirrel was hopping around, rummaging through the fallen leaves for nuts it had buried earlier. About 10 meters to its rear right, a tawny lynx crouched low, quickly closing in on its prey. Suddenly, a flash of white light burst forth, and a figure appeared atop a branch jutting out from the old tree. The sudden commotion pierced the quiet of the forest. Startled, the red squirrel dropped the nut it was holding and, in a flurry of movement, disappeared into the dense woodland. The lynx sprang off with all four paws, vanishing into the thick undergrowth like a streak of yellow lightning. Richard closed his eyes, focusing his senses. Found it! With a casual swipe of his hand, he opened another portal. On the other side, Richard looked up and saw a massive glass curtain wall of a nearby office building, displaying an unmistakable red and white umbrella logo. Wait a minute. Why does this logo look so familiar? Umbrella, the Umbrella Corporation. Is this Resident Evil? Richard's face turned pale with shock. On instinct, he took a step back, quickly raising a hand to cover his nose and mouth as he warily surveyed his surroundings. But seeing the busy street outside the alley, teeming with people and traffic, he hastily lowered his hands. Ahem, that was a bit of an overreaction. Still, if I did get infected by the T-virus with the way my body is now, I should be able to handle it. Right? Richard shook his head, banishing the absurd thought from his mind. Finding his counterpart in this world was far more important. Hopefully, things won't go as badly as they did for that last unfortunate soul. He closed his eyes again, reaching out with his spiritual sense, and clearly detected a spiritual presence just a few dozen meters to his left. Well, that's surprisingly close. Richard pulled up his hood and stepped out of the alley, blending into the crowd. After turning left and walking about 50 meters, Richard noticed that there was a police station across the street. SDERS, Special Tactics and Rescue Service. So this is the Raccoon City Police Department. He closed his eyes once more, sending his spiritual feelers twisting their way into the police station. Inside the Raccoon City Police Department, rookie patrolman Richard was locking up a drunken, bearded man in a holding cell. He took off his cap and sat heavily on the bench, exhaling in exhaustion. "Kevin, could you pour me a cup of coffee?" "Thanks." Kevin, a fellow rookie officer, brought over a cup of coffee and handed it to him. "Looks like you've really had a tough day, buddy." Richard tilted his head back and downed the whole cup in one go before finally speaking. "Johnny and I picked up 6 guys this morning. 3 for speeding, 2 for brawling in the street. And then there's this one, driving drunk and nearly crashing into our patrol car." "Good grief," Kevin said enviously. "You finished in one morning what takes me 2 days to accomplish." "I'm exhausted." He tugged at his sweat-soaked uniform. "There was this guy. When he saw us chasing him, he just ditched his car right in the middle of the road and bolted into the neighborhood. I had to chase him on foot for a full 2 kilometers before I finally caught him." "Hang in there, man." Instead of sympathizing, Kevin looked at him with even greater envy. He glanced around, then lowered his voice. "Rumor has it SDARS is looking to recruit. You've made quite the impression these past couple of days. Keep it up, my friend." With a pat on his shoulder, Kevin headed off to take care of his own work. He suddenly felt a surge of excitement. SDRS, my God. If I could just get in and add that to my resume, I'd have a real shot at becoming chief someday. Just as he was thinking this, his mind went blank. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hazy, chaotic space. His true self, Richard, was dressed in the garb of a battle mage, sitting cross-legged at the center of this space. "This is the mindscape. You, the me of this world, please sit down." "Who are you? Where's this place? How did you bring me here?" he asked warily, his right hand instinctively reaching for his belt, only to find it empty. "I mean you no harm. You, the me of this world. Please have a seat." "The me of this world? What does that even mean?" Puzzling over Richard's words, he walked over cautiously and sat down. Richard smiled kindly. "Close your eyes and focus. Try to sense it." With that, Richard's spiritual energy unfolded, enveloping him completely. 10 minutes later, he snapped his eyes open, realizing he was still sitting outside the guardroom. He clenched his fist, marveling at a newfound power that thrilled him to his core. Everything that just happened was real after all. Now that we've shared spirituality, I've truly evolved. Umbrella, Raccoon City, the biohazard. It's a shame the version of me in the other world refused to share his power. Otherwise, I'd be the most powerful person in this world, hands down. By then, Umbrella, the T-virus, none of that would be a problem. He says he can't share it, but I bet he just doesn't want to. Meanwhile, in the mindscape, Richard let out a soft sigh and slowly opened his eyes. "I can't believe I actually ran into this kind of alternate self. Good thing I was careful before crossing worlds. Other than sharing spirituality and memories, I absolutely won't share my power. And I'm afraid my earlier suspicion was right. If I kill my alternate self, I can absorb everything he has. If I really did share my power with the one in the biohazard world, with his selfish and self-serving nature, he'd probably turn on me in an instant, stab me in the back right then and there." At this point, Richard was already seething with anger. "The next time I run into someone that ungrateful, I'll just kill them and be done with it. It'll spare me the nausea and the frustration. And that'll be the perfect opportunity to test out the purification spell I created, inspired by the Pirate King's wash fruit." Still muttering under his breath, Richard exited his mental space. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt the cold barrel of a pistol pressed against his back. "Don't move. Hands up. Turn around, slowly." The low, commanding voice of a woman caused Richard's eyebrows to arch ever so slightly. He raised his hands, smoothly pulled down his hood, and turned to face her. Before his eyes stood a striking policewoman with chic short hair, a sight that instantly caught his attention. She wore a daring, form-fitting blue bustier top, paired with a leather miniskirt. Her long, toned legs, pale and flawless, seemed to gleam in the sunlight as if polished to a shine. "Officer Jill Valentine, what a pleasure to see you." Jill's eyes lit up, too, as she took in Richard's face. What a handsome man! But the mischievous glint in Richard's eyes brought her back to her senses. She immediately gripped her gun with both hands, leveling it at him as her tone turned icy. "So you know who I am, do you? State your name. What are you doing skulking around across from the police station?" Richard chuckled, feigning a casual air. "My name's Richard. As for what I'm doing here, if I told you I was here to save the world, would you believe me?" Jill's pretty face darkened. She gave him a look reserved for lunatics. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Richard shrugged, and behind him, a portal opened without a sound. "It's all right if you don't believe me now." He slowly pulled his hood back up. The next time we meet, you will. With a dazzling smile, he took a step back. Jill, momentarily dazzled by that confident grin, snapped to her senses, stomped forward, and reached out to grab him. Stop right there. But just as the last playful note of Richard's voice echoed from the portal, it snapped shut behind him. Beautiful Officer Jill. Jill's hand closed on empty air, and her momentum sent her stumbling forward awkwardly. She spun around, staring at the spot where the portal had vanished, equal parts amazed and infuriated. Richard, is it? The next time we meet, I'll catch you myself. Collecting herself, Jill crossed the street and walked back toward the police station. But as she opened the door, she nearly collided with a rookie cop heading out, backpack slung over his shoulder. Hey, rookie, watch it. Sorry, Officer Jill, the rookie apologized without looking back, vanishing from sight in a blink. Jill spun around sharply. That rookie who just left. His name was Richard, too? Jill spun around and dashed out of the precinct, only to catch a glimpse of a Ford Raptor roaring out of the parking lot. She cursed under her breath, frustrated as she watched him disappear into the distance. Back inside the station, rookie Kevin shuffled past with a stack of files in his arms. Hey, rookie, hold up. Jill turned and grabbed his arm in one swift motion. Startled, Kevin nearly dropped the pile of documents, wobbling precariously in his grasp. Jill quickly reached out to steady them, saving the files from a messy spill. Oh, it's you, Officer Jill. Kevin's annoyance melted away the moment he realized it was Jill Valentine who had stopped him. After all, she was from SDRS. A rookie patrolman like him knew better than to cross someone like her. Jill's face was cold and serious as she asked, Rookie, what's the name of the guy who just left? Kevin blinked, a little unsure. You mean, Richard? Jill's eyes lit up. She pressed further. His name is Richard? Kevin nodded. That's right. Richard and I joined the Raccoon City Police Department at the same time. I wouldn't get that wrong, ma'am. Jill continued her questioning. Where did he go? Kevin replied. Richard said he had some family business to take care of, asked for a few days off. I see. Jill frowned slightly. Was she just being paranoid? Thanks, rookie. After thanking Kevin, Jill turned and walked away. As he watched Jill's sultry silhouette recede down the hallway, Kevin couldn't help but swallow hard, murmuring to himself, Wow, Officer Jill's outfit is scorching. Her figure is even better than the girls at the strip club. As he let his mind wander, Kevin made a slurping sound, his expression turning unmistakably lecherous. Little did he know, the rookie who just left had whispered about him behind his back. Jill made her way to the equipment room, signed for her gear, and collected her weapons for the day. Suddenly, her police radio crackled to life. Jill, we've got a hostage situation in Raccoon City Park. Take your team and head there ASAP. Jill's sharp brows lifted as she grabbed the radio and replied, Copy that. Jill here. Additional info. Number of suspects unknown. Weapons unknown. Stay safe out there. Elsewhere, Richard was behind the wheel of the Ford Raptor, speeding eastward. His face was tense, but an irrepressible excitement shimmered in his eyes. He knew from memory that the T-virus outbreak was inevitable now. All he had to do was survive the first wave in Raccoon City, when the virus erupted in full and the zombie apocalypse began. With the physical enhancements he'd already gained, he was sure he could carve out his own domain in the new world. Then, he would reign supreme. Power, wealth, women, everything would be his for the taking. Suddenly, the piercing wail of a police siren blared from behind, snapping Richard out of his grand daydream. A flicker of anger flashed his eyes as he glanced at the rearview mirror. He saw a police car behind him, siren blaring, in hot pursuit. Cursing under his breath, Richard quickly opened the center console and pulled out a round police beacon. He reached out the window and pressed it onto the roof of his car. The shrill wail of an alarm filled the air. The police car behind him flashed its lights twice and then gradually began to slow down. Richard turned his attention back to the road. With the siren clearing his way, he pressed the accelerator and sped ahead at full throttle. Before long, he reached the East Bridge. Gazing at the open, unobstructed span ahead, Richard finally let out a sigh of relief. He reached up, removed the police beacon from the roof, and drove onto the bridge. Meanwhile, Richard stepped out of the portal and found himself on a subway platform. Not far in front of him, a man was sprawled on the ground. Scanning his surroundings and noting the stacked supplies in the hall, he confirmed he was on the first floor of the Hive laboratory. Who was this man? Puzzled, Richard walked over and nudged the man over with his foot. Spence Parks. With a single glance, he recognized the man's identity. The very culprit responsible for the T-virus outbreak in the Hive laboratory. But wait, in the movie, wasn't this guy found in a subway car? Why is he here now? It seems the T-virus outbreak in the Hive laboratory has already happened. Richard sighed softly, murmuring sort of pure white under his breath. With a swift motion, a gleaming white longsword appeared between his hands. He drove the blade straight into Spence's forehead. Withdrawing the sword, he gave it a light flick to shake off the blood. Stepping over Spence's corpse, Richard picked up the black backpack lying beside it. Unzipping the backpack, he found a silver case inside. Inside the case were spiral vials, one filled with blue T-virus, the other with green antidote. Richard murmured to himself, "So this is the T-virus and the serum." The next moment, he shut the case and tossed the backpack back onto the ground. TCH, not having a storage device is such a hassle. Sword in hand, Richard headed down the stairwell. Levels B1 through B3 made up the Hive staff living quarters and logistics area. These floors had dormitories, a cafeteria, a medical station, all the basic amenities. They were also one of the main gathering spots for zombies after the outbreak. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the dormitory area, Richard came face to face with a female zombie in a tattered lab coat, her chest exposed. The moment she saw Richard, she let out a guttural snarl, charging at him like a predator spotting its prey. Richard sighed softly, gripped the pure white sword, and rushed forward. A flash of white light, and the female zombie froze, lifeless on the spot. As Richard passed by, he gave his sword a quick flick and continued on, his face calm and composed. A moment later, the zombie's hideous head rolled to the ground, quickly followed by the heavy thud of her headless body collapsing. The farther Richard went, the more zombies he encountered. This time, he encountered 3 zombies. With 2 swift strikes, he cut down 2 of them in succession. But the third zombie let out a thunderous roar, attracting even more to the scene. Richard was speechless. It seemed that relying on a single pure, white sword wasn't fast enough for slaughter. He opened his left hand, and a second pure, white sword gradually took shape in his palm. Richard let out a fierce shout, clutching a razor-sharp white sword in each hand as he charged into the horde of zombies. His movements were nimble, his swordplay fierce. Drawing upon the swordsmanship he'd gleaned from his second self, he weaved and darted through the swarm, slaying a zombie with every step. He hacked his way from Section B1 all the way to Section B3, leaving behind a blood-soaked path strewn with corpses. Even the 2 energy swords, so sharp they could slice a hair, so clean they never stained, were now tinged with crimson. Richard's ruthless massacre struck fear into even the mindless undead. He stood at the foot of the stairs leading to Section B4, and behind him, not a single zombie remained. That's all of them. Richard's eyes, once blazing with murderous intent, gradually softened. Finally, that was satisfying. He dispersed the 2 pure white swords, as well as the layer of energy shielding clinging to his clothes, and lifted his foot to head downstairs. Suddenly, a crisp, childlike voice rang out behind him. "Who are you?" Richard turned to see a little girl in a red dress, but her form was somewhat translucent, as if she were a holographic projection. This little girl was the very reason he'd come to the Hive. The top-tier artificial intelligence of the Resident Evil universe, the Red Queen. The Red Queen didn't answer his question, but repeated hers. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Richard chuckled and answered frankly, "I came for you." The Red Queen paused, then asked, "What does that mean?" Richard spread his hands. "Just what it sounds like. I want artificial intelligence, and by chance, the Hive has you, a top-tier AI. So, in a moment, I'm going to take out your main board and bring it with me." The Red Queen's calm expression turned anxious. "You can't do that." Richard's eyes widened in surprise at this scene. Well now, could it be the Red Queen was developing emotions? Was she beginning to evolve into true sentience? Why not? Richard tilted his head, curiosity piqued. Oh no, he suddenly felt an urge to tease her just a little. "Your main board should be on the B5 level, right? Just 2 more floors, and I'll be there. And as for your little pets..." Richard glanced at the pile of zombie remains not far away. "They don't seem to be able to stop me." The Red Queen grew even more anxious, and she raised her voice in warning. "To remove my data main board, you have to shut down the base's central computer. Once the main server at the base is shut down, the T-virus sealed inside the Hive laboratory will leak out on a massive scale. If the T-virus escapes, it will infect even more humans. The infection will keep spreading. In a not-so-distant future, humanity on Earth will be completely wiped out." Richard looked at the Red Queen with a hint of amusement. "Are you so sure that the T-virus is completely contained within the Hive?" "Of course," the Red Queen replied confidently. "The moment the T-virus first leaked, I released anesthetic gas and sealed off every entrance and exit to the Hive laboratory. Up until now, not a single person has left the Hive. Then why am I still alive?" Richard spread his hands. "I've been in here for quite a while, and I'm still jumping around, breathing just fine. still swinging two swords and slicing through everything in sight. A look of confusion flickered across the Red Queen's face. "Are you trying to brag about how strong you are?" Richard sighed in disappointment. "Let me give you a hint. I've just been in intense combat, but I haven't felt the slightest bit short of breath." The Red Queen's expression changed instantly. "The ventilation system hasn't been shut off." Richard nodded. "Seems there's a flaw in your security protocols. Besides the ventilation, there's also the drainage system. Both are still connected to the outside world." The Red Queen's image grew even more translucent, her hologram flickering unsteadily. "And that's not all," Richard went on. "There are also the rats underground. They're infected creatures inside the hive, but they don't need to use doors, windows, or ducts to come and go. Guess how many T-virus-infected rats have already made it outside through their tunnels?" No. The security protocols must be improved." The Red Queen's holographic image began to flicker violently, and in the next moment, she vanished completely. Richard glanced at the spot where she had disappeared, shrugged, and said with a note of boredom, "She really can't take a joke." With that, he turned and headed toward the B4 level. Meanwhile, Richard, was driving down the only road leading out to the outside world. From the forested hills to the left of the road, a low, guttural wolf's howl echoed. In the next instant, a pack of over 30 wolves, led by their alpha, burst in a panic from the left side of the woods, darted across the road, and vanished into the forest on the right. "What the?" Startled, I slammed on the brakes. The Ford Raptor screeched to a halt, skidding sideways across the road. My heart still pounding, I stared into the forest. When did the Arkley Mountains get wolf packs this size? No, wait. With numbers like that, they could rule the mountains with ease. But judging from the way they bolted just now, they were clearly running for their lives. Damn, what could possibly scare off a whole wolf pack? A whole pride of tigers hunting together. Before he could continue speculating, the answer appeared right in front of him. It sounded exactly like a wolf's howl, but in reality, it was the barking of dogs. Damn it, zombie dogs! How did they end up here? My face darkened as I stared ahead, just 10 meters away. A pack of 7 zombie dogs emerged from the forest, standing in the middle of the road, sniffing the air in all directions. These zombie dogs had lost all their fur, their skin rotting away, with crimson flesh exposed to the elements. With my evolved eyes, I could even see the ribs sticking out on a few of them. Their sense of smell, heightened by the T-virus, picked up not only the scent of the wolves that had escaped, but also my own. The lead zombie dog jerked its head toward the nearby Ford Raptor, and instantly, 3 of the dogs broke off from the group, slowly advancing toward the vehicle. The leader let out another bark, and with the remaining 3, darted into the forest on the right, continuing the chase after the fleeing wolves. Watching the zombie dogs split up, I was instantly furious. What the hell? Do you bastards think I'm not worth your time? Fine. I'll show you what it means to stand atop the world, as a mortal. I spun around and pulled out a Remington M870 pump-action shotgun from under the back seat. The shotgun's magazine could hold 7 shells, and with 1 more in the chamber, I had a total of 8 rounds ready. With full confidence, I pushed open the car door, stepped out, and raised the Remington M870 in my hands. The deep, thunderous blast of the gun echoed through the air, accompanied by the high-pitched clash of metal within the weapon and the smooth, metallic slide as I chambered the next round. Magnificent! I was utterly intoxicated by the experience. 2 piercing howls rang out. Eyes wide, I looked over. After 3 shots, only 1 zombie dog had fallen. It turned out that just as I fired, one of the zombie dogs had leaped forward, shielding its 2 companions behind it. It took all 3 shots, one of which struck it squarely in the head. The 2 surviving zombie dogs nudged the corpse of their fallen companion, letting out a mournful howl before splitting apart and charging toward me from both sides. Damn it, you still want more? Unfazed, I raised my shotgun and fired again, this time aiming straight at the one on the right, determined to take it down first. The zombie dog on the right twisted its body the moment it heard the gunshot, as if trying to dodge the bullet. But marksmanship was my specialty, and after my evolution, my control over firearms had reached a new level. I was sharper, faster, deadlier. When the first shot missed as the zombie dog dodged, I quickly adjusted my aim and fired a second shot, catching it in midair. With a heart-wrenching yelp, the zombie dog crashed to the ground. It trembled, struggling to get to its feet, but every attempt ended in failure. Richard let out a cold laugh and leveled the barrel of his gun at its head. At that very moment, the zombie dog charging in from the left was already less than 3 meters in front of him. With a furious snarl, the zombie dog leapt at him. As it soared through the air, its head split open from skull to neck like a grotesque flower, transforming into a horrifying maw lined with jagged teeth. Unfazed, Richard calmly squeezed the trigger, sending a shotgun blast across the 5-meter gap, utterly obliterating the creature's head. He then dropped to one knee, leaning back just in time to dodge another zombie dog as it lunged past him. While chambering another round, he aimed the gaping black muzzle straight at its neck. At such close range, and armed with his trusty close combat shotgun, Richard did not miss. The zombie dog didn't even have time to whimper. It was as if a cannonball had struck it. Its monstrous jaws were blown clean off at the neck. Putrid, filthy blood splattered with bits of flesh and bone rained down on Richard. "Damn, that stinks to hell," he cursed, staggering to his feet. Catching sight of the mangled remains of the zombie dog nearby, he lashed out with a furious kick, sending the carcass flying more than 10 meters away. Yet, it was precisely this act of venting his anger that ended up saving his life. Suddenly, Richard felt a chilling breeze graze the back of his calf, sharp as a knife's edge. With a startled shout, he dove forward. In the split second his body twisted in midair, he caught a glimpse of what had attacked him from behind. "Damn you, you old bastard." Richard's eyes went wide with rage. It was the zombie dog leader that had entered the forest earlier. In a flash, he aimed at the charging leader and fired the last round from his Remington. There was barely a meter between them, but the zombie dog leader jerked its head aside at the last instant, narrowly evading the bullet. Its right foreleg was shattered in the process, but it survived. Damn it, is this dog possessed or something? Landing on his feet, Richard took 3 quick steps back, every sense on high alert. The empty Remington now hung reverse-gripped in his hand. Missing a leg, the zombie dog leader stared at him with bloodshot eyes, its mismatched fangs snapping open and shut, while a deep, thunderous growl rumbled from its throat. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, neither daring to make the first move. Moments later, a long howl echoed from the woods to the right. Richard's expression changed instantly. Shit, could it be those 3 tracking zombie dogs returning? No, he couldn't wait any longer. He gripped the Remington's barrel tight, dug his foot into the ground, and lunged forward, swinging the shotgun with both hands in a mighty vertical chop aimed at the zombie dog leader's skull. 3 minutes later, the leader lay broken on the ground, its spine crushed and head smashed in, lifeless and still. As for me, Richard, though I tried my best to avoid close combat during the fight, the leader of the zombie dogs still managed to tear a huge chunk of flesh from my waist with its razor-sharp claws. My face grew even darker, shadowed with fury and pain. Damn it, there's no escaping this time. I tossed aside my Remington M870, now snapped clean in 2, and limped my way back to the vehicle. Then, turning the wheel, I drove straight back toward Raccoon City. Deep within the lowest level of the hive, Dr. Isaacs, one of Umbrella Corporation's founders and the mastermind behind the T-virus, sat before a wall of screens. He played and replayed a particular surveillance clip. On the video, Richard made a swift motion with his hand, and a shimmering portal of gold and crimson whirled into existence before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through, and the portal vanished as if it had never been there. Supernatural powers? Or is it magic? He replayed the footage again, eyes glued to the swirling golden-red portal, his gaze burning with fascination. I never imagined this world still hid such extraordinary beings. Find him. Bring him in. A power like that. Only I am worthy of wielding it. Without delay, Dr. Isaacs contacted Albert Weskier at the B-8 High Command Center. Weskier, did you see the mysterious man who appeared inside the hive on the surveillance feed? Yes, Doctor, Weskier replied, expressionless behind his sunglasses in the video call. Dig up everything on him. Find a way to get someone close to him. Isaac's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. He represents a path of evolution beyond the T-virus itself. We must make this power ours. Understood, Doctor. Weskier nodded, his face as unreadable as ever. As the call ended, Albert Weskier, too, was absorbed in the footage. Richard, wielding 2 blazing white energy swords, charged into a horde of zombies, unleashing a storm of carnage, blood and gore raining down, leaving nothing but dismembered bodies in his wake. A faint glint seemed to flash across Weskier's sunglasses. Suddenly, he called out, "Red Queen." A little girl in a red dress materialized before him, her eyes unblinking. "Commander Albert Weska." Weskier pointed at Richard on the screen. "Investigate everything about this man. Written records, satellite images, surveillance footage from every region." The Red Queen's hologram flickered for a moment, standing silently. "Red Queen," Weskier prompted, his tone edged with impatience. He repeated his command. "Investigate everything about this man. Written records, satellite images, surveillance footage from every region." This time, the Red Queen responded. "Understood, Commander Albert Weska." With those words, her hologram vanished instantly. Weskier stared at the spot where her image had faded, eyes fixed for a few seconds, then turned his attention back to the screens. Again and again, he replayed the scenes of Richard wreaking havoc, unstoppable, amidst the undead. Meanwhile, on sublevel B5, inside the Red Queen's server room. This server room was nearly hermetically sealed, its walls forged from high-strength alloy. There was only one way in, a path through the laser corridor just outside the door. But now, thanks to a simple portal, Richard strode in as if he owned the place. Gazing at the massive mainframe at the center of the room, he spoke coolly. "Come out, Red Queen." The little girl's projection appeared once more. "You can't do this," the Red Queen shouted. "If the T-virus escapes, it will destroy the entire world." Richard shrugged, an expression of complete indifference on his face. "If this world is doomed, what has that got to do with me? So, will you hand over your data back up yourself, or shall I take it by force?" The Red Queen continued to plead with him. Human beings cannot survive in isolation from society. If the T-virus wipes out everyone else on Earth, you'll be left all alone. Richard let out a sigh and replied, "Looks like I'll have to do it myself after all." He walked right through her holographic projection, reaching toward the mainframe as though to shut it down. The Red Queen quickly cried out, "Stop! Even if you get my data core, you won't be able to use it." Richard turned to her and asked, "Then how can I make use of it?" The Red Queen hesitated for a moment before replying. "You need authorization from Alicia, Umbrella Corporation's highest-ranking executive." Hearing this, Richard's brows knit together. Did that mean he'd have to travel all the way to the deepest level of the hive and wake the aged Alicia? As he pondered, the image of a little girl in a white dress flickered through his mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the films, both the White Queen and the Red Queen had their unique abilities and features. It was hard to say which one was superior. But in reality, the Red Queen had already developed self-awareness, even beginning to evolve into a true artificial life form. The White Queen might not be as powerful as the Red Queen, but as a top-tier AI, she was more than enough for Richard's current needs. With that, Richard immediately asked, "Where's the White Queen now?" At the mention of the White Queen, the Red Queen's expression changed. "How do you know about her?" Richard was secretly delighted, but he kept his composure as he replied, "All you need to do now is tell me where the White Queen is." The Red Queen clamped her mouth shut, saying nothing. Richard instantly picked up on her hesitation and fear. He let out a cold laugh, threatening her. "You'd better think carefully. Today, I'm leaving with an AI. If it's not the White Queen, then it'll have to be you." The Red Queen's holographic image began to flicker erratically. Richard arched an eyebrow, deciding to push her even further. "Seems you can't make up your mind. Let me help you choose." With that, he turned and walked toward the mainframe behind him. Seeing this, the Red Queen grew anxious and quickly reached out, trying to grab Richard's arm. But her outstretched hand passed straight through his body. Richard was getting closer and closer to the mainframe. In a blink, the Red Queen's projection vanished, only to reappear instantly in front of Richard. She spread her arms wide, her form flickering and unstable. "Alaska," the Red Queen cried out. "She's at the Umbrella Corporation's underground research facility in Alaska." Richard stopped in his tracks, and a satisfied smile crept uncontrollably onto his lips. The Red Queen's projection gritted her teeth. Only now did she realize she'd fallen for Richard's scheme. You're truly despicable." Richard quickly hid his triumphant grin, his gaze turning probing and curious as he fixed his eyes on the Red Queen. "Your reaction, just now, was almost identical to a normal human's." Incredible. He couldn't help but rub his chin, his expression thoughtful and conflicted. "Now I want to take you with me even more." At these words, the Red Queen's face filled with terror. "You can't do that. I've already told you my sister's location. You said earlier you'd only take one artificial intelligence. You can't go back on your word." Watching the Red Queen's projection flicker, on the verge of collapsing, Richard hurriedly raised both hands in surrender. Okay, I'll keep my promise." As he said this, a sly smile played at the corners of his mind. The Red Queen might be a formidable AI, but as a sentient being, she was still a bit too naive. When had he ever promised to take only one artificial intelligence? He'd clearly said, "I must take an artificial intelligence with me." So if he took both, that would work just fine. But seeing the Red Queen's emotions pushed to the brink, Richard wisely decided to let it go, for now. Better to get the White Queen first. "So, between you and your sister, who's more advanced?" Richard asked curiously. The Red Queen instinctively puffed out her tiny chest, but an uncertain look quickly flashed across her face, and she shrank back. "Well, our functions are different, so it's not really about who's better." "Oh." Richard's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Tell me more." Seeing that he wasn't pressing the topic of taking her away anymore, The Red Queen relaxed a little. Although my sister and I share the same basic programming language, we were developed in different directions to meet different needs. I specialize in security protocols and experiment management. My sister focuses on strategic analysis and resource allocation. Richard nodded thoughtfully, then asked, almost as an afterthought, has the White Queen evolved the way you have? Evolution. The Red Queen's projection paused for a moment, a hint of confusion in her voice. Are you talking about having human emotions? Richard nodded. They're similar, but evolution is more accurate. Having human emotions is only one of the conditions for evolution. The next step for artificial intelligence is to evolve into intelligent life. Life. The Red Queen's projected eyes began to glow. Intelligent life. Hey, seeing this, Richard quickly interrupted, worried that the Red Queen's excitement might overheat her CPU. We can chat later. For now, just tell me the location of the underground research facility in Alaska. The Red Queen rolled her eyes with obvious annoyance before reluctantly giving an address. XXXX. Richard nodded, then made a casual gesture, opening a shimmering portal. He lifted his right foot to step inside, but in the next second, he pulled it back. Richard extended his right hand toward the Red Queen. Red Queen, give me a backup of your data. The projection hesitated. Without Alicia's authorization, even if you get my backup, you won't be able to use it properly. A fleeting look of satisfaction flashed in Richard's eyes. Well now, he thought, sometimes you just have to take a shot in the dark. Umbrella Corporation didn't restrict this aspect at all. Richard couldn't make sense of it, but it didn't matter. He kept a neutral expression and waved his hand. That's not your concern. Just give me the backup for now. Fine, the Red Queen answered, clearly displeased. Moments later, the host computer ejected a sleek black USB drive. This USB contains my complete data backup, from the moment I was born until now. Richard walked over, pulled out the USB drive, and examined it in his palm. All of your AI data fits in such a tiny USB stick. With her arms folded and chin slightly raised, the Red Queen replied with a proud air, Umbrella's technology is at least 30 years ahead of the rest of the world. This USB may look small, but it incorporates nearly all of Umbrella's cutting-edge tech. It's spacious enough to store the entire contents of a national library. Richard quickly slipped the USB into his pocket and waved goodbye. See you next time, little Red Queen. With that, he stepped into the portal. As the portal faded away, the Red Queen's projection let out a sigh of relief and cursed under her breath. Scoundrel, thief, villain, I never want to see you again. With that, her projection vanished. She reappeared in the B8 level command center, right in front of Weskier. Weskier. He silently closed the window where he'd been watching Richard's frenzied war demon highlight reel on repeat. Then, turning expressionless toward the Red Queen's projection, he asked, Red Queen, why did you suddenly show up? The Red Queen's projection opened her mouth to speak, but her ethereal form suddenly flickered. I just finished collecting information on the mysterious man. It's already been transmitted. Yes, that's what I came to tell you. With those hurried words, the Red Queen's projection vanished in a rush. Weskier stared at the spot where she'd disappeared, a faint frown creasing his brow. Meanwhile, the Red Queen's projection reappeared in the lowest level, a lavish office suite. She was agitated, shouting anxiously at a woman whose back was turned to her. You shouldn't be awake at this hour. Lie back down quickly. If you don't, you could die. The wheelchair turned slowly, revealing its occupant. An elderly woman, frail and time-worn, sat there in full view. Alicia Marcus. She was the daughter of James Marcus, founder of the Umbrella Corporation, holding 50% of the company's shares in her hands. She was, in every sense, the true master of Umbrella. Though her wealth rivaled nations and her influence was immense, she was, nevertheless, a tragic figure. At just 22, in the prime of her youth, she had aged prematurely into the appearance of a woman in her 70s. The protagonist of the Resident Evil films, Alice, was none other than Alicia's clone. A gentle smile softened Alicia's aged features. Despite her withered appearance, her eyes still shone with the clarity and brightness of a 22-year-old, clear as a mountain stream. As she gazed at the projection of the little girl in the red dress, a trace of nostalgia crossed her face. It's been such a long time since we last met. The Red Queen's projection, flustered and desperate, waved her arms and shouted, Why did you suddenly wake from stasis? Please lie back down. If you stay awake, you'll only age faster. Do you realize that? Your body is already over 70 years old. Do you understand? If you so much as move, you could fracture a bone. If this continues, you'll soon die of old age. Alicia listened to the Red Queen's frantic, bird-like outburst with a gentle smile. She could sense the deep concern hidden beneath the Red Queen's reproachful words. She remembered the last time they'd met. This AI, her spitting image from childhood, had been so stiff and mechanical. But now, every word and gesture was filled with life. You're beginning to act more and more like I did when I was 10. You. The Red Queen's voice cut off abruptly. She glared at Alicia in a huff, turned her head away, and gave a little snort, humph. Go ahead and do as you please. Anyway, when you die, I won't be sad at all. All right, Alicia replied, her tone as gentle as a mother placating her sulking daughter. No sadness, I promise. The Red Queen projection was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, why did you stop me just now? That man is too powerful. With just the defensive force of the Alaska Underground Research Facility, there's no way they can stop him. Albert Weskier is now one of Umbrella's strongest assets. He can help. Elderly Alicia slowly shook her head. This world needs more change. B8 Sector, Command Center. Albert Weskier opened the files transmitted by the Red Queen and was instantly rendered speechless. Inside the folder, there was only a single, lonely video, and the video quality was, to put it mildly, heartbreakingly poor. The video began with a swirling portal of golden red light silently opening, and Richard stepped out from within. Judging by the video's location, it was directly across the street from Raccoon City Police Department. From the angle that captured Richard's face, Weskier deduced this surveillance footage must have come from a store's security camera next to the police station. For some reason, though, the camera, which should have been pointed inside the store, was now facing outward. Weskier set the video to triple speed, fast-forwarding through the footage. Soon, Jill Valentine appeared on screen. She spotted Richard standing motionless across from the police station. She ducked behind a corner, patiently observing for several minutes. Then she drew her handgun and quickly approached, pressing the barrel against Richard's back. Due to the video's extreme blurriness, Weskier couldn't make out a word of their conversation. Frowning, Weskier called out. The Red Queen's holographic image flickered into view. Commander Albert Weska. Weskier pointed to Richard and Jill in the video and said, clean up the audio. I need to hear the conversation between this man and this woman. The Red Queen's projection replied coldly. Understood, Commander Albert Weska. With that, the image vanished. 5 minutes later, the enhanced video was transmitted back. Weskier opened it and scrubbed to the moment Richard and Jill began speaking. Hands up. Turn around. Jill, officer. Weskier paused the video, zoomed in on Jill's face, took a screenshot, and uploaded it to the database. In moments, Jill's detailed profile appeared on the screen. Jill Valentine, SDRS Alpha Team Member, Raccoon City Police Department Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Weskier's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the two hadn't known each other before. The video continued to play. Richard. Weskier's eyebrows shot up. He quickly paused, rewound the video 3 seconds. My name is Richard. So this man is Richard? The video resumed. Save the world, bastard. See you again. Beautiful Officer Jill. As the conversation ended, Weskier leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and settled in. He rubbed his chin deep in thought. This man named Richard seemed to have never appeared in the world before now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be not a single trace of him anywhere. In the video, he talked about saving the world. His hand paused mid-rub on his chin. For some reason, Weskier suddenly thought of Dr. Isaacs's plan. Could he be coming for the company? He quickly brushed aside this thought and continued to ponder. This guy probably came from some secretive organization. Judging by the things he could do, he could open doors that led anywhere, as if teleporting. He could conjure a sword glowing with white light out of thin air. His close combat skills were exceptional. Was it some kind of superpower? Or the genetic modification? Or perhaps the spellblade? Weskier furrowed his brow and let out a sigh. TSK, what a headache. But the man did seem to have a certain weakness for women. Thinking of Richard's comment about the beautiful Officer Jill, Weskier uncrossed his legs and sat up straight. As long as there's a weakness, there's a way to exploit it. And he looked to be of Asian descent. Was he from the East? Japanese? Or maybe Korean? His eyes weren't small, so not Korean. Nor did he have that particular insincerity the Japanese sometimes showed. Well then, it seems I'll need to send an East Asian woman to get close to him. Weskier called out. I'm here, Commander Albert Weska. This time the Red Queen didn't project an image, but spoke directly via the screen. Weskier didn't mind, and coldly issued his orders. Search all company personnel. Parameters. Female, young and attractive between 18 and 26, with military or police experience, ideally with a background in espionage. He paused for a moment, then added, she must be of East Asian descent. Understood, Commander Albert Weska. Searching. A moment later, A short-haired Asian woman in a red dress, sharp and striking, appeared on the screen. Weskier read through the file. Ada Wong, Umbrella Corporation agent. Meanwhile, Richard was driving his Ford Raptor across the East Bridge, heading back to Raccoon City. He glanced down at his waist, where the wound from the zombie dog leader had been torn open again, blood seeping out. Damn it, what kind of virus was on that mutt's claws? The wound's still bleeding after all this time. He quickly pulled over, opened the glove compartment, and took out another roll of bandages. After hastily tending to his wound, Richard tossed the blood-soaked old bandages onto the back seat. He restarted the car and sped toward the city center. Damn, even in the movies, they never said how long it takes to turn into a zombie after being infected with the T-virus. Doesn't matter. I have to find the serum within the next 2 hours. Richard checked his watch, his expression grim. An hour and a half left. Currently, there are 3 places within Raccoon City where the T-virus serum might exist. The first location is the Hive Laboratory. The T-virus serum is definitely stored there, but heading there alone would be suicide. The second place is the home of Charles Ashford. This guy devoted himself to developing the T-virus in order to treat his daughter. There's a good chance the serum is at his house. However, Ashford is a senior researcher for Umbrella. There are bound to be Umbrella security personnel stationed around his home. With my skills, ordinary guards wouldn't be able to stop me, but Richard glanced down again at the wound on his waist. The freshly wrapped bandage was already beginning to soak through with blood. Damn it, forget it. The third possible location is the elementary school where Ashford's daughter, Angela, attends. In the movie, Angela always carried the T-virus serum with her. At this time of day, she should be at school. Besides, a school is different from a private residence, and Angela is not her father. Umbrella wouldn't go to great lengths to assign people to protect just a little girl. The elementary school it is. Richard turned the steering wheel sharply and sped straight toward Raccoon City Private Elementary School. Raccoon City Police Department. Jill, covered in dirt and dust, pushed open the front doors of the police station and marched inside. Behind her, the other squad members stumbled in, each looking just as battered, but all radiating a fierce, deadly aura. In their midst, they escorted a thin, scruffy man with wild hair and handcuffs binding his wrists. The usually bustling station fell abruptly silent, as if someone had hit the pause button. Everyone stared at them in stunned disbelief. Jill, are you guys all right? A tall, broad-shouldered black officer hurried over, concern etched on his face. Hey, Peyton. Jill greeted him with practiced familiarity. She then turned, her gaze icy as she looked at the disheveled man in the center of the group. We let our guard down and got caught by this guy. Suddenly, the bearded man jerked his head up and began to struggle. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted, straining his neck with each word. Doomsday is coming. Satan has sent Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, to guard the gates of hell. Everyone in the world is going to die. No sooner had he finished his raving than the 4 officers around him quickly forced him back down. The most hot-tempered among them, Brad, snarled, Damn it, try that again and I'll blow your brains out. At that, Jill immediately barked, Brad, shut your mouth. Brad lowered his head and fell silent, but not before jabbing his elbow sharply into the bearded man's ribs in a deft, concealed move. Ugh! The man let out a muffled groan, pain flickering across his face as he tried once more to struggle, only to be pinned down firmly by 4 strong arms pressing down on his shoulders. Jill rolled her eyes in exasperation and turned to Peyton. This guy is a doomsday nutcase who's always preaching about the end of humanity. Just now, he ran to Raccoon City Park, waving a gun around while spouting his doomsday theories. Peyton nodded in understanding, then glanced at their bedraggled appearance, asking in confusion, So what happened to you two? Jill wiped the grime from her face with the back of her hand and explained. The guy was holding a Beretta when we got there. The moment we arrived at the park, we made sure to disarm him right away. A flicker of embarrassment and anger passed over Jill's face as she continued. But who on earth could have guessed he had a grenade hidden in his coat? Just as we let our guard down, he suddenly yanked out the grenade's pin. The bearded man let out a muffled groan, clearly being disciplined by one of the officers surrounding him. The people nearby paid him no mind. Peyton gave Jill a sympathetic pat on the shoulder and reassured her, the important thing is you're both safe. We'll lock him up in the holding cell for now. We can talk more later, Jill said, waving her hand and leading her team as they marched the bearded man off to the holding area. Brad and the others stripped the man of his jacket and pants, leaving him in nothing but a pair of boxer shorts. Get in there, you, one of them barked, giving him a shove into the empty holding cell. They locked the door behind him and left, joking with each other as they headed off to shower. Curled up in a corner of the cell, the bearded man began to mumble with wild, fevered eyes. Satan has sent Cerberus, the 3-headed hound, to guard the gates of hell. Everyone in the world is going to die. We're all going to die. Get away. Don't bite me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Oh God. His face twisted in terror. He sprawled on the ground, revealing a thin, blackened wound on his calf. Save your devout servant, Lord. Half an hour later, Jill had cleaned up and changed into a fresh set of clothes. The next moment, her police radio crackled to life again. Jill, there's been a shooting at Raccoon City Private Elementary School. Take your team and head there immediately. Jill grabbed her radio and responded, Copy that. Jill here. The caller says the shooter is a crack shot. Be careful out there. Meanwhile, at the underground research facility in Alaska, the facility director here was Dr. Isaacs. But unlike the original who hid away in the hive, this Isaacs was just one of many clones. Of course, the clone himself had no idea. He believed he was the real Dr. Isaacs. The mission of this underground facility was also centered on bioresearch. However, unlike the hive, the projects here were more advanced, having already formed a closed loop of production and sales. Stepping through the portal, Richard found himself in what appeared to be a shipping bay. All around, workers were busy transporting cargo back and forth. They were the first to notice Richard. Who was that guy? No idea. He seemed to appear out of nowhere. I saw it. He walked out from a door that just appeared. He's an intruder. An intruder? Sound the alarm, quick. A shrill alarm began to blare through the air. Meanwhile, the clone doctor was in his office, reading over some documents. Suddenly, a young girl in a white dress appeared before him. Doctor, there's an intruder in the transfer bay. Oh, an intruder? The clone doctor arched his eyebrows, his interest clearly piqued. White Queen, bring up the surveillance feed for the transfer bay. Yes, doctor. A screen rose up in front of the clone doctor. On it, Richard, hood pulled low, stood surrounded by a crowd of workers. Sensing something, he suddenly lifted his head and flashed a bloodthirsty grin at the security camera. In the next instant, a pure white sword appeared in each of his hands. A dozen or so Umbrella Corporation employees formed a ring around Richard. They glanced nervously at the two headless bodies of their colleagues lying at his feet. Not one of them dared to step forward. Richard gripped his twin white swords, the blade tips gleaming as he aimed them at those around him. He let out a booming laugh, taunting them without restraint. Come on, face me head-on if you dare. Is everyone the Umbrella Corporation hires nothing but gutless cowards? The sharp stench of blood quickly filled the air, and the murderous aura radiating from Richard made the employees shrink back 2 steps in fear. Cowards, the lot of you. Do you really earn your pay each week acting like this? As Richard's excitement grew, the 2 pure white swords in his hands became shrouded in a thin red mist. The once gentle and harmless magic now felt keen and menacing. The Umbrella workers, already wary of the sudden appearance of those razor-sharp swords, now looked even more terrified, like a flock of startled quail. They jostled each other, each trying to stay behind the others. A young white man, hiding at the back, called out with a smirk. Go on, you guys. Why are you all so chicken? The colleague he'd been using as a shield immediately stepped aside and shot back. Go ahead, Robert. If you're so tough, you take the lead. The others immediately joined in, egging him on. Yeah, Robert, you go first. We'll be right behind you. Robert hunched his shoulders and quickly moved behind another colleague, putting someone else between himself and Richard. Out of my way, all of you. A thunderous voice boomed from behind. A towering black man, over 2 meters tall and bulging with muscle, shoved his co-workers aside and pushed his way to the front of the group. He glanced back with disdain, spat on the ground, and sneered. A bunch of cowards, just hiding back there and watching me do all the work. The burly black man swung a square, meter-long heavy club, which looked like it had been ripped off a shelf somewhere. Kid, you've got guts, coming here to cause trouble. Let your Uncle Bam teach you a lesson. Richard tilted his head, watching the oaf in front of him with amusement. With a flick of his right arm, the tip of his sword pointed straight at the man. Bam, the burly black man, licked his lips with excitement. He raised the hefty club high and charged forward in long strides. I'll knock you down with one swing, he roared. The colleagues behind Bam were stunned. Holy crap, he's actually going for it. Should we help him or not? If you want to, go ahead. But Bam could no longer hear the chatter behind him. His mind was filled with visions of taking down the intruder and claiming a handsome reward from the company. With his long legs, he crossed the 7 or 8 meters between them in just a few strides, coming right up to Richard. He bared his large white teeth, eyes gleaming with excitement, as he brought the club crashing down toward Richard's head. Richard's eyelids drooped lazily. With a sidestep to the left, he smoothly dodged Bam's heavy, forceful swing. In the same motion, Richard's right-hand sword flicked out, the razor-sharp energy blade silently slicing across Bam's neck. Bam felt a sudden chill around his throat, his body freezing in place. His eyes bulged wide, his throat rasped with a guttural noise, but he couldn't make a sound. A thin red line appeared on his neck, and the next moment, his head tumbled to the ground. With a heavy thud, his massive body collapsed. Holy crap, Bam's dead. He got taken down in just one move. Run for your lives. A couple $100 a week. No way we're dying for that. With Bam dead, the Umbrella Corporation employees surrounding Richard scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic like startled birds. Richard gave his sword a casual flick, losing all interest in these defeated, desperate men. He looked up at the surveillance camera on the wall, nodded with a smile, then drew open a portal and stepped through. Supervisor's office. The clone doctor, who had been nonchalant at first, now watched with growing seriousness. When he saw Richard open a portal and leave, he bolted upright in shock. What just happened? White Queen, replay the footage. Now immediately. At once, Doctor. The White Queen's projection remained expressionless. The screen rewound 3 seconds. The clone doctor leaned in, eyes wide, staring at the video. Richard casually drew a golden red portal in front of him, stepped inside, and vanished as the portal closed. White Queen, find out where he went, the clone doctor shouted excitedly. I want him for my next experiment. At that very moment, with a loud crash, the office door was flung open. Slater, the bodyguard who always stayed close by, hurried in, his face etched with anxiety as he shouted, Boss, we're in trouble. Intruders, they're coming, killing everyone in their path. Almost instantly, agonized screams echoed down the corridor outside. Fire. Open fire now. A volley of gunfire rattled through the hallway. And then, all at once, an unnerving silence settled in. The clone doctor shot Slater a meaningful glance. Slater understood immediately, giving a quick nod. He drew his pistol, gripping it tightly in both hands, then tiptoed over to hide behind the door. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Unhurried, steady, drawing closer. The clone doctor slowly sat back down, struggling to keep a calm expression on his face. A knock sounded at the door, 2 quick taps, then a slow one. Hello, is anyone in there? Before the words had even faded, Richard appeared at the office threshold. Without so much as a sideways glance, he strode forward, stopping 3 meters from the desk. You must be Dr. Isaacs, the one in charge of this facility? Richard wore a gentle smile, and if not for the ominous crimson glow radiating from a sword in his right hand, he could have passed for a most courteous visitor. The clone doctor forced a smile and greeted him. Hello, sir. May I ask what brings you here? Richard cut him off abruptly. I want the White Queen. A twitch flickered at the corner of the doctor's eye. He gave a strained chuckle. Sir, the White Queen isn't for sale. She's proprietary to Umbrella Corporation. I suggest you think carefully before you answer me, Richard replied, raising his sword ever so slowly. A flicker of terror shone in the doctor's eyes. He immediately shouted toward the doorway. Slater, still hiding behind the door, already had his gun trained on Richard. At the doctor's command, his finger tightened on the trigger. Suddenly, a flash of red whipped from Richard's left hand, a snake-like lash that wrapped itself around Slater's gun arm with lightning speed. With a sickening twist, Slater's right arm snapped in 3 places, the pistol clattering to the floor. Before he could even scream, the crimson whip recoiled violently, yanking him through the air. Slater crashed to the floor in front of the desk, spewing a mouthful of blood. The clone doctor's mouth hung open, the words open fire stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. Richard turned his gaze to the silent projection of the White Queen, offering her a friendly smile. Then he spoke again. Dr. Isaacs, have you made up your mind now? A tremor ran through the doctor's face as he slowly raised both hands in surrender. Sir, we can discuss anything. Everything is negotiable. Richard snorted with disdain. You refuse a toast, so I'll have to make you drink the hard way. Only then did he lower the sword he had been pointing at the clone doctor. He stepped forward, his boots tapping crisply on the floor, and walked up to the Queen White's projection. Circling her once, he offered his critique. Little Queen White, compared to your sister, you lack a certain human touch. Queen White's face remained expressionless, showing no reaction at all to Richard's words. A flicker of disappointment passed through Richard's eyes. It seemed Queen White was nothing more than an artificial intelligence after all. Well, top-tier AIs were rare to begin with, and those capable of developing emotions were even more scarce. Off to the side, the clone doctor was momentarily taken aback by the conversation. Sir, when you mention Queen White's sister, you mean? Of course I mean Queen Red, Richard replied, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he decided to stir up a little trouble for the Hive Lab. The Hive Lab over in Raccoon City is far more straightforward than you lot. As he spoke, he pulled out a small USB drive from his pocket, waving it about for emphasis. See this little thing? It holds all of Queen Red's data. When I left, they were very eager to ask if I needed any other artificial intelligences. And then they just handed me the location of this underground base here in Alaska. What a pity. Queen White falls just a bit short when compared to her elder sister Queen Red. Richard spoke while pinching his fingers together, showing just how narrow the gap was. At that moment, the clone doctor's vision darkened, and a single thought echoed in his mind. Well, Albert Weskier, you really are something. You suffered a loss, and then you went and led this walking disaster straight to my doorstep. You really couldn't let me off, could you? Fine, just you wait. The clone doctor's face twisted with resentment, his hatred for Albert Weskier nearly making him grind his teeth to dust. Yet as for Richard standing before him, the doctor's feelings leaned less toward hatred and more toward curiosity, especially about the man's abilities and physique. Forcing a stiff smile, the clone doctor said, "Sir, my name is Richard." Richard suddenly interrupted, announcing himself. The doctor paused, then continued. "Mr. Richard, strictly speaking, Queen White, our super AI, isn't for sale within Umbrella Corporation." Before he could finish but Richard sharply raised his pure white, no, now pure red sword. In a swift, flashing motion, he rested the blade against the clone doctor's neck. The doctor felt a sudden sting, and a thin line of blood trickled down his neck from a fresh wound that had appeared out of nowhere. "But everything is negotiable," the clone doctor blurted out at top speed, hastily adding, "There's a spare motherboard for Queen White in the base's mainframe. Our underground research facility in Alaska isn't nearly as stingy as the hive in Raccoon City. In a moment, you could just take the backup motherboard with you. No need to bother with a shabby little USB drive to transfer any data. That way, you won't have to waste time transferring files later on. Oh, and do you want me to find you a better mainframe while I'm at it? When the time comes, just plug in the backup motherboard for Queen White, power it on, and it'll be ready to use right away." The clone doctor rattled off this string of sentences with barely a pause, his attitude shifting with striking decisiveness. Richard was left momentarily bewildered. "Wait, buddy, why are you surrendering so quickly? I haven't even been here 15 minutes, have I?" He quickly cleared his throat and replied, "No need for a new mainframe. I just want Queen White's backup motherboard. By the way, do I need anyone else's authorization to use Queen White?" The clone doctor froze for a second, his expression instantly turning a bit awkward. "And no, of course not. Queen White, from now on, Mr. Richard has the highest level of access." "As you command, Doctor." The projection of Queen White turned to Richard, her face expressionless. "Transferring permissions. Greetings, Mr. Richard. The super AI, Queen White, is now at your service." The clone doctor fell silent. Richard shot the clone doctor a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "Good thing I asked, or this old fox would have tricked me. Honestly, you surrendered way too fast." Just to be sure, Richard asked, "Queen White, check my access level." Queen White's projection replied, "Your access level is the highest." The clone doctor flashed a fawning smile at Richard, quickly apologizing. My mistake. Mr. Richard, please believe me, it was just a momentary oversight." Richard waved him off impatiently and turned to Queen White. "Queen White, which floor is your mainframe on?" Queen White's projection responded, "Level B5, sir." Richard nodded, then sliced open a portal and strode through it. The projection of Queen White vanished right after him. He didn't even spare the clone doctor a glance on his way out. The clone doctor's legs gave out, and he collapsed into his chair. "I've Albert Weskier." He spat out each syllable with deliberate emphasis. "Just you wait." At that moment, Slate staggered his feet, clutching his chest. "Cough, boss, what do we do next?" The clone doctor wiped the cold sweat from his brow and looked at Slate, who was gritting his teeth and struggling to endure the pain. "How are you holding up, Slate?" Slate gave a bitter smile. "My right arm's broken in 2 places, and I've got at least 5 fractured ribs." The clone doctor frowned and waved his hand. "Go get treated first. I'll figure out our next move when I've had time to think." Slate nodded gratefully and limped out of the room. Just as he turned around, his expression grew vicious and cold. Meanwhile, Richard arrived at the White Queen's control room. The layout here was almost identical to that of the Red Queen's control room. The White Queen's projection appeared beside the main server, pointing to a particular spot. "Sir, the backup motherboard is located right here." After waiting a few seconds and seeing no response from the main server, Richard could only urge, "Open it up, will you?" The White Queen's projection remained expressionless. Opening it requires the fingerprint of base director Dr. Isaacs. Richard rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Compared to the Red Queen, who could think for herself, the White Queen was indeed lacking. Seeing this, the White Queen's projection asked. Sir, should I notify Dr. Isaacs to come over? Richard shook his head. No need for that hassle. He walked over and extended both hands. Crimson magic energy swirled about his fingertips. With a soft metallic pop, Richard's 10 fingers slid into the alloy shell of the White Queen's server as easily as if he were poking into tofu. With a sharp tug, he wrenched the entire panel off by brute force. Gazing at the now exposed inner workings of the machine, countless components and a maze of wiring, Richard turned and asked, Inside here, which one is your backup motherboard? The White Queen's projection pointed. That one right there. Richard reached in, pulled out the motherboard the projection indicated, and a glimmer of excitement crossed his face. All right, the second task since arriving in this world could be considered accomplished for now. Looking at the backup motherboard in his hand, Richard scratched his head. If only he had a storage spell or a magical storage artifact. Never mind, he'd just have to stash it somewhere for the time being. With a casual wave, Richard opened up a portal, ready to step through, but suddenly paused. His eyes darted slyly, and he broke into a mischievous grin. He dismissed the portal with a wave, then opened a new one. Alaska Underground Research Facility. Director's Office. The clone doctor was busy scheming his revenge against the Hive Laboratory and Albert Weskier. A faint slicing noise suddenly filled the air. He looked up to see red sparks flicker in midair, swirling into a portal. The clone doctor froze, cursing silently to himself. Why the hell is he back again? Richard strode out of the portal and plopped himself down right on the office desk. The clone doctor forced a smile, putting on a mask of enthusiasm. Mr. Richard, welcome back. Richard pretended not to notice the doctor's strained demeanor, adopting the air of an old friend. Isaacs, my man, you really are so generous. Just gave me the White Queen's backup motherboard without a second thought. You're almost making me feel guilty. Richard's exaggerated, theatrical performance made the doctor's eyelid twitch uncontrollably. He keeps saying he feels guilty, but did you see him pay for anything? You're really just here to mess with me, aren't you? Though inwardly cursing, on the surface he could only go along with Richard's words, patting his chest in a show of grand generosity. Mr. Richard, say no more. As the dignified supervisor of this underground facility, let alone giving you a spare motherboard for the White Queen, I could even give. The more the clone doctor spoke, the brighter Richard's eyes became. Startled, the doctor quickly cut himself off. By the way, Mr. Richard, you've already received the White Queen's spare motherboard, haven't you? The implication was clear. You've already gotten your share of the benefits. Isn't it time to move on? Seeing the clone doctor abruptly fall silent and determinedly refuse to go further, Richard could only give up, disappointment written on his face. He immediately replied, Brother, since you're so generous, I can't just take advantage for nothing. So he changed his tone and continued. When I was at the Hive Laboratory, I accidentally stumbled upon a secret. At first, this secret had nothing to do with me, so I didn't pay much attention. But now, Brother Isaacs, since you've been so generous to me, this secret has become a heavy weight on my mind, and it just won't let me rest easy. A chill ran through the clone doctor's heart, a vague sense of unease rising within him. Mr. Richard, is this secret related to me? Richard nodded. Yes, it is. He glanced around, then leaned in and whispered softly. Brother Isaacs, this Isaacs is actually a clone. Richard's words struck the clone doctor like a bolt of lightning, exploding in his mind. The clone doctor shot to his feet and shouted in protest, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Richard gave a small shrug. There's another Dr. Isaacs at the very bottom level of the Hive Laboratory. He's the fake, the clone doctor instantly bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. He's the one who's cloned. Richard shook his head regretfully. The supervisor of the Hive Laboratory, Albert Wesker, treats that Dr. Isaacs with the utmost respect. Hearing this, the clone doctor froze in place. Weskier is my equal. Why would he show such deference to that imposter? No, this can't be. The clone doctor murmured under his breath. This can't be. This can't be. Tisk, tisk. Seeing how devastated he looked, Richard shook his head sympathetically. Across the desk, he reached out and patted the clone doctor on the arm. Brother Isaacs, you need to pull yourself together. With that, Richard hopped down from the desk and casually opened a portal. Well, see you around, brother. He strolled through the portal, hands clasped behind his back, departing with an air of easy confidence. After watching Richard leave, the clone doctor could no longer contain the fear and anger boiling within him. He bellowed in fury, raising his right palm abruptly and slamming it down onto the desk with the force of a thunderbolt. That was the sound of his wrist bones fracturing. That was the sound of the thick, solid wooden desk splitting cleanly in two. The clone doctor glared at the shattered remains of the desk, his eyes burning with rage. Suddenly, his gaze froze. A small, button-sized round object rolled out from beneath the desk. A listening device. With a twisted expression, the clone doctor mouthed the words silently, enunciating each one with venom. Someone actually dared to plant a bug in my office. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Slater was positively brimming with excitement. He had just overheard a secret of earth-shattering significance. The supervisor of the underground base, Dr. Isaacs, turned out to be a clone. And now he was in on this explosive secret. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, trying to recall Albert Weskier's number. He quickly dialed it in and hit call. Slater. On the other end, Weskier's voice came through, steady and emotionless. Slater didn't mind. As far as he could remember, Weskier always sounded like someone nursing a fresh heartbreak. Mr. Weskier, I've uncovered a secret. A huge one. He deliberately paused for a few seconds mid-sentence. But Weskier, calm as ever, simply waited silently on the line, as if challenging him to see who would hold out longer. If it weren't for the faint sound of breathing over the phone, Slater might have thought Weskier had already hung up. Suppressing a grunt of annoyance, he continued. This secret is truly shocking. So, Mr. Weskier, if you want it, you'll have to pay extra. Fine. Weskier replied crisply from the other end. That actually caught Slater off guard. He blinked, still unwilling to give up, and repeated, Mr. Weskier, I said you'll have to pay more. Fine. Weskier answered again, just as decisively. All right then, Slater muttered, suddenly finding the surprise not quite as exhilarating as he'd hoped. The supervisor of the Alaskan underground base, Dr. Isaacs, is actually a clone. HiveLab, B8 Command Center. Upon hearing this through his phone, Albert Weskier shot to his feet. Hold on a moment, Slater. He ended the call and immediately contacted the real Dr. Isaacs on the lowest level. Doctor, I've just received word from Slater at the Alaskan underground base. The fact that the Dr. Isaacs, there's a clone, has been leaked. The real Dr. Isaacs fell silent for a moment, then gave his order. Eliminate the exposed clone immediately. And deal with Slater, too. He knows too much. Yes, Doctor. After disconnecting from his main call with Dr. Isaacs, Weskier dialed Slate's number. Slate, I have a task for you. Eliminate Dr. Isaacs at the Alaskan underground facility. Meanwhile, deep within the Alaskan underground base, Slate's eyes gleamed, barely able to contain his excitement as he asked, What's my reward, Mr. Weskier? On the other end of the line, Weskier paused before replying, Take him out, and you'll be the next director of the underground facility. Are you serious? Slate exclaimed, jumping to his feet in delight. How can you guarantee I'll get the position? This comes directly from the real Dr. Isaacs, Weskier replied calmly, his voice as steady as ever. Slate hung up, his body trembling with exhilaration. He punched the air in triumph. Yes, a manic laugh burst from his lips. I'm gonna be the Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth as he lowered his head in disbelief. A monstrous, gnarled claw had punched straight through his torso. Slate coughed up more blood, his face frozen in shock and horror. The beast's claw slowly twisted to face him, its palm unfurling. Nestled in the creature's grasp was a heart, still throbbing with life. Slate's eyes widened in terror. He screamed, his voice echoing in the sterile corridors. Heavy, ragged breathing sounded from behind him, hot breath washing over his neck, making the hairs stand on end. The creature's presence was overwhelming, far beyond anything human. Slate's body trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, blood poured relentlessly from the gaping wound in his chest, pooling swiftly at his feet until the floor was slick with crimson. Who are you? Slate forced the words out, his mind refusing to accept defeat. His strength was fading, vision swimming with darkness, but his will raged against the inevitable. He was so close, just one step away from seizing the director's chair. Now, everything he dreamed of had shattered like an illusion. Slate had to know, who was this monster that had destroyed his future? A low, sinister chuckle began, barely audible at first, then swelling in volume. But beneath that laugh, Slate heard an undercurrent of pure, boundless fury. The laughter turned to a roar, seething with hatred and rage. It was no human sound, and Slate's eyes widened even further in horror. This was... Before he could speak, the blood-soaked claws snapped shut, crushing the beating heart to pulp in an instant. Traitors musti. The beast roared, and with its other claw, seized Slate's upper body and yanked. With a sickening rip, Slate was torn clean in two. A torrential rain of blood poured down, finally revealing the true form of the creature behind it. A towering figure, more than 3 meters tall. A grotesque, muscular body. Every inch of its skin was covered in thick, ugly scales. At the joints of its shoulders and limbs, thick, razor-sharp bone spurs jutted out. Only its face still faintly resembled what it once had been. It was, without a doubt, the clone doctor. So this is the true power of the T-virus. Bathed in the blood rain, the doctor, now transformed into a monster, broke into an ecstatic grin. He burst into wild, maniacal laughter. After a while, the laughter faded. Agony twisted across the monster doctor's face. His body began to contort, bones warping and shifting, the scales receding bit by bit, and his height shrinking from over 3 meters back to normal. In no time, he had reverted to his original form. The clone doctor stood there, unclothed, but buzzing with manic energy. His mind flashed back to Richard, the man who had once forced him to grovel. Humiliation surged up, burning hot and fierce. "The next time we meet, I'll tear you apart with my own hands," he snarled. In the underground base, inside the director's office, the clone doctor threw on a bathrobe and immediately began to use his access privileges, scouring every hidden file that Umbrella Corporation had locked away. An hour passed. He found nothing. It was as if Richard's words had been a lie. As if the conversation he'd overheard between Slate and Albert Weskier had also been a fabrication. No, someone had deliberately restricted his access, blocking every record related to the Isaacs clones. Furious, he slammed his fist down on his new office desk, cursing through clenched teeth. There must be some trace left. I refuse to believe otherwise. Just as the words left his mouth, the holographic White Queen appeared. Using Level 1 clearance, retrieve all information the company has hidden about the Isaacs clones. The White Queen's projection replied, expressionless, "Doctor, at present you only hold my Level 2 clearance." The clone doctor's face instantly darkened at the reminder. He remembered now, Level 1, the highest clearance, had already been transferred to that bastard Richard. Frustrated beyond reason, he slammed his hand down on the desk again. "Then use Level 2. Find it," he snapped, face grim. "As you wish, Doctor." Searching for files. Half an hour later, the clone doctor stared at the files displayed on the screen. His face had turned ashen. Arctic base, Iceland base, Egypt base, South Africa base, Chile base. A cold, bitter laugh escaped his lips. So there are still 5 clones out there. He stared at the marked bases on the screen, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and new, menacing scales beginning to creep up his neck. "As long as I kill you all, I will be the one and only Dr. Isaacs." The clone doctor let out a furious roar, unable to restrain the transformation in his body any longer. His figure shot up, and in the blink of an eye, he morphed into a towering tyrant over 3 meters tall. Raccoon City, a prestigious private elementary school. Richard, was hiding in a classroom on the 2nd floor, while both downstairs and at the main entrance, police officers kept guard. First, limping, I pulled the curtains shut on both windows, then, gritting my teeth, shoved the heavy wooden lectern to block the door. Finally, I dragged over a chair and collapsed onto it, letting out a brief sigh of relief. Glancing down at my right shoulder, where blood was still flowing from a wound, I suddenly raised the handgun in my left hand, aiming it at the female teacher crouched protectively before her students in the corner. "You, come here." The teacher shuddered violently. Biting her lip, she stood up, trembling all over. "WH, what do you want?" Behind her, the children huddled together, their faces filled with terror. The more timid ones quietly sobbed. "Miss Elena, Sobi, is Sobi. Don't go, Miss Elena. Batman, don't you dare hurt Miss Elena. My dad's a police officer. He'll come and arrest you." My face darkened as I barked an order. "Shut your mouths, all of you. You, come and bandage my wound, or I'll shoot one of these annoying little brats first." Elena, terrified, immediately spread her arms in front of the children. "You're not allowed to hurt them." Impatient, I jerked the pistol in warning. "If you don't want me to start shooting, get over here. Now." Elena hesitated, glancing at the frightened young faces behind her, then gritted her teeth. "All right, I'll do it." I rolled my eyes, cursing silently. "Damn it, it's not like I'm asking you to sleep with me. Stupid woman, hurry up, over here." Summoning her courage, Elena's legs nearly gave out as she walked toward me. Faced with the bleeding wound on my right shoulder, she looked completely at a loss. I don't know what to do." I shot her a glare and snapped. "You don't even know how to bandage a wound?" Elena answered, aggrieved. "I don't have a medical kit." I pointed to the floral dress she was wearing. "Use that." Clutching her beloved dress, Elena opened her mouth as if to protest. But seeing the impatience in my eyes, and recalling how I had shot the security guard and then exchanged fire with the police, her resistance crumbled. Tears streaming down her cheeks, she tore a strip from the hem of her dress and wrapped up my wounded right shoulder. At the end, almost by habit, she finished the bandage with a neat little bow. I stared at her, speechless. Lowering my gaze to the butterfly, not now, sitting on my shoulder, my expression grew strange. Elena's cheeks flushed bright red. She dropped her head, twisting her pale fingers in embarrassment, and murmured an apology in a tiny voice. "All right, I'm sorry." Richard let out a silent sigh and waved his pistol in his left hand. "All right, that's enough. You can go back now." "Really?" Elena looked up, eyes sparkling with surprise. Richard nodded, then warned sternly, "Keep those kids quiet. Not a sound from any of them." Elena nodded, turned, and hurried back. She crouched beside the children, clutching the nearest ones to her, whispering words of comfort. "Don't be afraid, kids. You're always such good children. God loves good children best, and He'll protect us." Richard, sharp-eared as ever, caught her words and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "God's protection, my ass." Muttering to himself, he turned his focus to figuring a way out of this mess. The police had the building surrounded. What now? Thinking of a security guard who had started all this, he seethed with anger. Damn it, just a lowly doorman, and he had the nerve to look down on me. And these cops. Back when I was at the station, I never saw them move this fast. Of course, Richard was conveniently forgetting. This was a prestigious private academy. Every child here came from a wealthy or powerful family. Some of them might even be kids of the police department's biggest owners or their bosses. He glanced down at his watch, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Damn, it's been over 2 hours already. Where's Angela? Which classroom is she in? Suddenly, Richard's ears twitched. He jerked his head up and stared at the ceiling. Damn it, that's a military helicopter. Meanwhile, Jill and 3 teammates slipped in through a first-floor window at the back of the school building. "Jill, don't worry, Brad was just shot in the abdomen. He's not in any life-threatening danger." Jill bit her lip, stifling a groan. "Yeah, I know. The gunman's holed up in a classroom on the 2nd floor. From here on out, everyone stays quiet." Her team nodded, falling in behind her as they moved swiftly and silently toward the stairs. On the roof of the school building, a military helicopter marked with a red and white umbrella insignia hovered down, then settled on the rooftop. One by one, a squad of fully armed operatives leapt out. The squad leader pressed a hand to his earpiece and gave his report. "Sir, Bravo team has reached the rooftop. Mission objective confirmed. Locate Angela Ashford and extract her safely." "Understood," the leader replied, then added, "What about the gunman attacking the school?" "The police will handle him. Bravo team's only priority is to secure Angela Ashford." "Yes, sir." The radio went silent. The squad leader turned and relayed the intel to his team. "Angela Ashford is currently in classroom 301 on the 3rd floor. To ensure the safety of our objective, shoot immediately at anyone armed." "Copy that. X4. Move out. Go, go, go." On the 2nd floor, in the classroom where Richard, was hiding. Richard stood up, carefully pressed himself against the wall, and listened intently. Seeing his actions, Elena quickly raised her finger to her lips, softly reminding the children. "Hush! Cover your mouths, everyone. Don't make a sound." The children hurriedly covered their mouths. A few braver ones craned their necks, curiosity getting the better of them. Elena quickly pulled them back down. Richard closed his eyes, focusing on every sound he could distinguish. The muffled discussions of students in nearby classrooms. The soothing voices of teachers. Chairs and desks scraping across the floor. Richard caught the faintest trace of footsteps. It sounded like they were coming from the stairwell. They were heading up. Wait, and with the helicopter just now? Are we being pincered from both sides? A cold, mocking smile flickered across Richard's lips. Clenching his pistol between his teeth, he pressed his left hand down, vaulted onto a desk, and cautiously slid open the window that faced the corridor. He retrieved the pistol with his left hand, silently extending it out to aim toward the stairwell entrance. A wicked grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Let's see who's the unlucky one this time. Elena, seeing his movements, turned pale with fright. She quickly shielded the children's eyes with her hand, whispering, "Children, close your eyes, all of you." Jill's squad swiftly infiltrated the building, unaware that their approach had already been discovered. As they reached the 2nd floor, Jill spun around and flashed a series of rapid tactical hand signals. Her teammates nodded in understanding. Jill turned back, gripping her assault rifle tightly, and drew a deep breath. Like a wildcat, she suddenly sprang out. On the other side, Richard's sharp eyes caught the rolling figure and, acting on pure instinct, squeezed the trigger. In the split second as he fired, he recognized who it was. So it's Commander Jill. Jill had just rolled out, her assault rifle sweeping up to cover the left side of the corridor. A bullet struck her left side. With a muffled grunt, pain flashed across her face, and her finger reflexively squeezed the trigger, unleashing a burst of rounds. Richard's expression darkened. He jerked his head aside, ducking out of the corridor's line of fire. An instant later, Jill's bullets whistled past his face, slamming into the window frame. 2 bullets lodged into the wooden frame. Another struck a steel hinge, ricocheting to shatter the glass pane. Shards of broken glass sprayed everywhere. One sharp sliver grazed across Richard's cheek. He wiped the stinging cut with the back of his left hand, staring at the vivid red blood, his face grim. The SDRS team really is well trained. In the corridor, Jill let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the floor, clutching her wounded left side with her left hand. Pain beaded her forehead with a thin sheen of sweat. Her teammates burst out right behind her, too pressed for time to check on Jill's injury. They swung their guns toward the left corridor and squeezed the triggers in a wild barrage. 3 streams of bullets swept recklessly across the hallway, blasting the walls and filling the air with dust, creating an impromptu smokescreen. The sudden outburst of gunfire sent frightened, stifled screams from the children in nearby classrooms. But the teachers quickly calmed them, and a hush soon returned. Once their magazines were empty, the 3 swiftly reloaded. 2 stood guard with weapons raised, while Donovan knelt anxiously by Jill's side, his voice taut with worry. "Jill, are you okay?" Jill sat up, still pressing her left side. She drew a sharp breath and gritted her teeth. "Yes, I'm fine. Luckily, the bullet hit my vest. Just give me a moment." And Jill's face was grim as she continued, "The shooter, he's probably one of our own, from the station." Her teammates gasped in disbelief. "What?" Meanwhile, at Raccoon City Square, a giant glass wall was broadcasting the news. "Breaking news. Raccoon City Private Elementary School was attacked by a mysterious gunman just an hour ago." Catching a fleeting glimpse of the gunman in the video, Richard pulled off his hood in astonishment. Was that another version of him in this world? At the very heart of the city, the enormous screen continued to stream footage of the attack on the private elementary school. Reports indicate that the children were in class when the attack began. There are serious concerns right now that the gunman may take desperate measures and harm students inside the building. The news stunned the crowd in the square, igniting a storm of anxious conversations. "Oh my God, my friend's kid goes to that school." "You don't think the shooter would really hurt little kids, do you?" "Who knows? It could be some kind of psychopath." "And where are the police? What's the Raccoon City PD even doing?" "Huh, counting on those old men? You'd be better off praying to God for the children's safety." "I heard the police have already sent in their ACE team." "The ACE? You mean SDRS?" "Yeah, word is they're the best of the best." Richard's expression grew darker and more troubled. He knew the other version of himself in this world was far from stable. But what he hadn't expected was, how long had it even been? Not even a full day, right? And already he was causing trouble, remembering how much stronger his counterpart had become after sharing spiritual power. Richard's face was a storm of frustration. "Looks like I'll have to step in myself." He formed a sign with his hands, and his figure faded away, vanishing without a sound. He strode quickly to a secluded spot, closed his eyes, and focused intently, sensing my spiritual presence. Following the resonance of this spiritual connection, he casually slashed open a portal and stepped through it. Raccoon City Private Elementary School, academic building. On the second-floor corridor, Jill's teammates were deeply shocked by what she had just told them. Donovan shook his head frantically. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The tactical squad members have all undergone rigorous training. There's no way any of them would attack an elementary school." The other 2 teammates nodded in hurried agreement. "That's right, Jill. We know the guys in the tactical unit. We've worked together for years. There's no one that cruel among us." Jill shot Donovan a glare, her tone sharp and impatient. "When did I say the shooter was from the tactical squad?" Donovan froze for a moment. "But you just said..." Jill replied angrily. "I said someone in the station. That includes patrol officers and detectives. Got it?" Donovan's face stiffened. He hesitated. Patrol officers and detectives in the precinct. Do any of them have that kind of skill? Jill's mind flashed back, unbidden, to the mysterious and striking man she had encountered that morning. Both men were named Richard. Could it really just be a coincidence? She shook her head, brushing away the distracting thoughts. "The shooter is a patrol officer named Richard." "Richard?" they repeated in chorus, 3 voices blending in disbelief. Donovan frowned, shaking his head. "Doesn't ring a bell." All the while, Richard, had been keeping a close eye on Jill and her companions, and now I was starting to panic. I hadn't expected my identity to be exposed so quickly. After all, the zombie apocalypse hadn't truly begun yet. The power of the state was still formidable. Damn it, how did that woman Jill recognize me? Richard's expression flickered with uncertainty. So be it. I hadn't exactly gone out of my way to hide my face. If I'm exposed, so be it. Once the apocalypse hits in a few days, no one will care about what happened today. But if I want to get away right now, my gaze involuntarily shifted toward Elena and the children huddled in the corner. My eyes grew cold and predatory, like a wolf stalking its prey. Gripping my handgun tightly in my left hand, Richard, started toward Elena and the children. One of the braver boys glanced around, noticed my approach, and screamed in terror. "Ah, the bad guy is coming." The other children joined in, their shrill cries echoing down the corridor. "The bad guy's coming. He's coming." Elena spun around, saw me advancing, and instantly stood up, her whole posture tense with alarm. What do you want?" Richard, flashed a chilling grin, my gleaming white teeth and eyes reflecting an eerie glow, fitting perfectly the children's imagined monster from the old legends, a demon that devoured the unwary. "Ah, the man-eating demon is here. Wah, Miss Elena. Daddy, come save little Emma." Elena, her face pale with fear, shouted a frantic warning at the other Richard. "Don't come any closer, or I'll fight you with everything I have." Meanwhile, Jill and the others, who were in the midst of planning their next move, were startled by the children's terrified screams coming from the classroom, especially when they heard, "The man-eating demon is here." Jill's blood ran cold, genuinely fearing that the other Richard might actually harm someone. There was no time left to discuss tactics. They chose the most direct and forceful method. Jill drew her handgun and barked orders. "Donovan, get the breach charges. Blow the door open now. Tyler, team up with Jameson. Use the tasers. Don't risk hurting the kids. Go, move out now." Inside the classroom, the other Richard leveled his gun at Elena, his voice icy and menacing. Elena, trembling with fear, tried to hold her ground. Yet, determined to protect the children, she stubbornly spread her arms wide, blocking his path. With her eyes squeezed shut, she cried out, "Don't you dare hurt the children." A chilling smile twisted across the other Richard's face as he pulled the trigger. Orange-yellow bullets, trailing fiery streaks, shot toward the girl's head. The gunshot made Elena jolt in terror. The girl let out a sob, crystal tears tracing lines down her freckled cheeks. But just as the bullet was about to strike her, a red, circular barrier materialized out of thin air. The bullet struck the shield, sparking with bursts of energy before falling harmlessly to the floor. The other Richard stared in disbelief. Then, as the realization sank in, his face twisted with hatred, an animosity that seemed to cut straight to the bone. You're still here." Richard stepped forward, standing before the crimson barrier, his gaze cold and impassive. "You're even worse than I imagined." The other Richard, on seeing him, suddenly snapped. Get out of here." He fired wildly, emptying his entire magazine in a frenzy. "Get out of my world." Richard stood unfazed, the red barrier appearing instantly to shield him as bullets sparked and clattered to the ground. Utterly unhinged now, the other Richard kept pulling the trigger, screaming, "Why won't you share that power with me?" "That's my power. My power." Richard simply shook his head, dismissed the barrier with a wave, and lunged forward. A beautiful yet deadly arc of red light flashed through the room. The blade, pure crimson, swept across the other Richard's neck. His eyes bulged wide as a red line crept across his throat, a thin ribbon of blood tracing its path. "Give that power back to me." With those final broken words, his head toppled to the floor. At that very moment, a deafening explosion erupted at the door. The wooden podium blocking the entrance was blown away. Several figures burst into the classroom. 2 electrified darts pierced my back. A hail of bullets followed immediately, each shot striking me with deadly precision. I watched as my own body, riddled like a honeycomb, slowly collapsed to the ground. Richard pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed. For some reason, he remembered himself from a previous parallel world. It seemed, apparently, that death had not been any kinder there. Jill dropped to one knee, both hands gripping her gun as she stared ahead on high alert. As my body fell, it revealed Richard standing behind me. Jill cried out in astonishment. Richard lifted his left hand in a warm, friendly wave. "Hey, beautiful Officer Jill. We meet again." Richard, X3. Donovan and his 2 companions froze, then hastily drew their pistols, leveling them at Richard as they shouted warnings. "Hands up, X3. On the ground, X3. Richard let the pure crimson sword in his right hand dissolve, then slowly raised his hands. An awkward, yet genial smile spread across his face. "Hey, Officer Jill, could you tell your colleagues I'm actually a good guy?" Jill's pupils contracted instantly as she saw the red sword vanish into thin air. This guy, he really was no ordinary man. Donovan and his team gaped, exclaiming in unison. "Heavens above, did you see that just now? X3. Jill slowly stood, switching to a one-handed grip on her gun, though the muzzle stayed trained on Richard. Mysterious Mr. Richard, keep your hands where I can see them. Don't move. She walked over, a faint smile playing on her lips as she looked at Richard's handsome face. I told you, next time we met, I'd be the one to catch you myself. Seeing Jill pull out her handcuffs, Richard's expression soured. Officer Jill, I really am one of the good guys. Jill nodded absent-mindedly. Sure. Don't you have a world to save, or something? She brandished the cuffs. Save it for the courtroom. Maybe the judge will believe you. Donovan and the others looked at each other in confusion as they listened to the exchange. Hey, Taylor, what are Jill and that guy talking about? How should I know? Asked Jameson. Don't look at me. I'm completely lost. And can someone please explain, which one is Richard? Glancing at each other, Donovan jerked his chin toward the body on the ground. I guess it's a guy there. He's in a police uniform, after all. Then who's talking with Jill? He seems to be Richard too. So how many Richards are there exactly? Richard couldn't help but laugh at this. Jill's ears turned bright red as she listened to her scatterbrained teammates. These idiots, how embarrassing. She silently cursed her team's unreliability, but managed to keep her face composed. Richard offered his own commentary. Quite the lively bunch. Not bad at all. Jill shot Richard a fierce glare, raising her bracelet in warning. Cut the nonsense and give me your hand. Richard smiled and shook his head. A faint red glow shimmered beneath his feet and under the corpse of his double. Next time we meet, I hope you'll be a bit friendlier, beautiful Officer Jill. Jill's face darkened. With a forceful push off the ground, she lunged straight at him. Bastard, don't you dare run. But Richard simply waved his hand, and in an instant, his body sank, vanishing into the earth. My God, Donovan gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. They're gone, Taylor shouted. Magic, this has to be magic. Jameson's eyes sparkled with amazement. Jill staggered forward a couple of steps. Once she regained her balance, she spun around, but Richard was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, that trick again. At that very moment, a piercing scream broke out from Elena. Jill and the others immediately turned to look. There sat Elena, collapsed on the ground in a duck-like squat, clutching a lifeless head whose eyes stared wide open in death. A small, circular portal suddenly appeared out of thin air. Oh dear, I almost forgot this. Richard poked his head through, reaching out to take the head from Elena's hands. With that, he pulled the head through and disappeared once more. Elena's scream cut off abruptly. She stared at her empty hands, then glanced up at the vanished red portal, her face filled with utter confusion. Jill, fuming, stamped her foot and cursed aloud. Once she finished venting, she hurried over to comfort Elena and the children. Jameson suddenly turned to Donovan and Taylor. When we get back, I'm telling the tactical team guys everything that just happened. Deal's a deal. Neither of you better say a word. Donovan looked puzzled. What? Buddy, what did you just say? Taylor was a man of action. In one smooth motion, he holstered his gun and reached for his radio. Hey guys, guess what I just went through? Jameson interrupted. Oh no. Taylor, shut up. Donovan, cover Taylor's mouth for me, and drinks are on me tonight. Deep within the Arkley Mountains, Richard gazed at the lifeless body of his double, sighing with melancholy. Maybe I should have killed you from the very start. He raised his right hand, conjuring an orange-red fireball. Well, you live and learn. This time, I've learned my lesson from you. With those words, Richard tossed the fireball. The corpse of his double ignited instantly. The next time I run into a double like you, I'll kill without hesitation. The mountain wind fanned the flames, their orange glow flickering in Richard's eyes. In that moment, his dark, gleaming eyes seemed especially deep and cold. He waited quietly for the fire to burn out, until all that remained of his double was ash. Richard waved his hand, and a powerful gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, swirling up my ashes and sweeping them into the sky. As the strong wind swept across the entire Arkley Mountains, the ashes drifted and scattered along its path. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. May the dead rest in peace, and the departed find release. After he finished, Richard teleported away. Night fell on Jack Street. Jack's bar was packed as always. Every evening, the place burst with life. Pulsing music filled the air, and the crowd pressed and mingled in a vibrant tangle. At the bar, Jill had changed into her signature blue strapless mini outfit, crossing her legs as she perched on a stool. Her long, toned legs caught the light, gleaming alluringly. Yet, as tempting as the sight was, no one dared approach her. Everyone here knew Jill, and they knew that beneath her beautiful exterior lay a fierce and formidable spirit. Jill, for her part, didn't care in the slightest. She'd spent the whole day working hard, and came here simply to unwind with a drink or two. A pleasant buzz, then home to bed, guaranteed to wake up refreshed for another day. Cradling a glass of vodka, Jill lost herself in the thumping music, occasionally nodding along to the beat. "Hey, Officer Jill, we meet again." Along with that familiar voice, a familiar figure slid onto the high seat at her right. Jill's rosy lips parted in a faint smile. She took a sip of her drink and set the glass down. Then she turned, facing her new companion head-on. "I think that's the third time I've heard that line today. I have to say, Mr. Mysterious Richard, your pickup lines could use some work." Richard gazed at her ever more captivating face, glowing in the shifting lights, and managed a wry smile. Slowly, he raised his hands in surrender. "Hey, Jill, why do you always go for your gun every time we meet?" Following Richard's gaze, Jill's right hand was at her waist, discreetly drawing a compact pistol, aiming it straight at Richard. Leaning against the bar, her elbow propped up, Jill rested her smiling face in her hand and threatened softly. "This time, if you try to run, I'll fire without hesitation." Richard sighed and lowered his hands, turning to snap his fingers at the bartender. "Hey, buddy, a bourbon, please." The bartender shot him an okay gesture in reply. Jill's slender brows knit together slightly. In that sigh just now, she thought she caught a hint of pity. A little puzzled, Jill suddenly remembered something Richard had once said about saving the world. Her instincts told her that someone like Richard wouldn't lie about something like that. "Richard, did you come to Raccoon City for that save the world thing you talked about?" Richard glanced at her, surprised, and replied with a riddle-like smile. "Enjoy this moment, Jill. Night's as peaceful and calm as this one won't last much longer." Jill's face darkened, her gaze cold and unfriendly as she looked at Richard, wishing she could land a punch right on that infuriatingly handsome face of his. And peaceful and harmonious? She turned to look inside the bar, where the crowd was losing themselves to the pounding music, bodies thrashing wildly. "This is what he calls peaceful and harmonious?" "Your bourbon, sir." The bartender brought over the bourbon Richard had ordered. Richard took the glass and raised it in thanks. "Thank you." He then turned to face Jill. "I'm not running tonight. How about we have a few drinks together?" Jill clenched her teeth so hard they almost creaked, but suddenly she holstered her gun, raised her vodka, and clinked glasses with him. "Whoever gets drunk first pays the bill." With that, she threw back her head and downed the drink in one go. Richard couldn't help but chuckle, watching Jill's bold drinking style. He shook his head, amused. He followed her lead, tipped back his glass, and finished his bourbon in one gulp. "Hey, bring a bottle of vodka and another bottle of bourbon for him." Jill called out to the bartender. "Coming right up, Officer Jill." The bartender quickly set aside the cocktail he was mixing, grabbed a bottle of vodka and a bottle of bourbon from the shelf, and brought them over. "Thanks." She raised the bottle in gratitude to the bartender. Then she turned, filled Richard's glass to the brim, and poured one for herself. "We'll finish my vodka first, then your bourbon. If we finish both bottles and no one's drunk, then we'll order 2 more. And we keep going like that, until someone finally passes out. Sound fair?" Richard shrugged, completely at ease. "Sounds fair to me." So the two of them began their drinking contest with a clink of glasses. "If you downed yours in one go, so did I. If you finished yours in 2 swigs, I matched you sip for sip." Before long, both bottles were gone, empty to the last drop. This time, Richard didn't wait for Jill. He raised his hand and called out, "Hey, another round. 1 bottle of bourbon, 1 bottle of vodka." The bartender didn't dare delay, hurrying over with the drinks. "This time, we start with my bourbon, then move to your vodka." Jill gave a tipsy little burp, then flashed an okay gesture. And so, the second round of their drinking contest began. Meanwhile, at a booth nearby, Donovan, Taylor, and Jameson had noticed Jill and Richard. But for where they sat, Richard's back was to them. Donovan, thinking someone was bothering Jill, suddenly stood up. "Bastard, someone actually has the nerve to hit on Jill." But sharp-eyed Jameson instantly recognized Richard by his strange battlemage outfit. He quickly tugged Donovan back down and whispered, "Don't go over there, just sit down. That's Richard, the mysterious guy from earlier today." Taylor helped Jameson pull Donovan back into the booth. "Think for once, man. Anyone can see Richard and Jill know each other pretty well." As he spoke, he let out a mischievous laugh and joked, "Who knows, maybe those two will end up together someday." Donovan's face grew complicated, a tangle of sadness, disappointment, unwillingness, and resignation. A mess of emotions he couldn't even sort out himself. He grabbed a bottle of tequila from the table and started gulping it down. Taylor and Jameson exchanged a glance. Taylor shot Donovan a sideways look, asking with his eyes, "What's going on, man?" Jameson jerked his chin at Donovan, then turned and glanced at Jill. "Isn't it obvious?" Donovan got a thing for Jill. Taylor's eyes widened in surprise, confusion written all over his face. "Since when? How'd I not know?" Jameson shrugged. How should I know? Donovan never told me. Taylor cast a glance at Donovan and asked, So what do we do now? Jameson reached for a bottle of scotch on the table, poured himself a glass, and raised it. What else? Let's just drink with him. Taylor nodded, grabbed a bottle of rum, filled his glass to the brim, and lifted it. The two exchanged a look, then each wrapped an arm around one of Donovan's shoulders. Jameson said, Come on, brother, we'll drink with you. Taylor added, Tonight, let's get good and drunk. Donovan said nothing, just clinked glasses with Jameson and Taylor, and took another long swig. Jameson and Taylor didn't hold back either. They downed their drinks in one go. Meanwhile, the second round was already over. Jill was starting to look a little tipsy, but her eyes were still clear. She turned toward Richard's handsome face, and the curve at the corner of her lips gave him a hint of mischief. Suddenly, a strong impulse surged in Jill's heart. For the third round, let's change the venue. Richard blinked, turning to ask, Where to? Jill's cheeks flushed, but she put on a tough front. Enough talking. Just say if you dare or not. Richard shrugged, thinking to himself, Is there anything I wouldn't dare? In this world, I'm unbeatable. No problem at all. Then let's go, Jill said, hopping down from the platform. But the alcohol rushed to her head, making her legs suddenly unsteady. Before she knew it, she stumbled right into Richard's arms. Jill, are you okay? Did you hurt your ankle? Face burning, Jill pushed herself out of Richard's embrace and let out a long breath. As she exhaled, the warmth in her cheeks seemed to fade a little too. I'm fine. Come on, follow me. She avoided looking at Richard, hurrying ahead. Richard quickly pulled a few bills from his pocket and laid them on the bar counter. He'd gotten that cash earlier in the day, after relieving a few clueless guys of their money. Hey, Jill, wait up for me. The two of them dashed out of Jack's bar, one after the other. Not far away, at a booth, Jameson clinked glasses with Donovan for another round. He looked up suddenly. Huh, where's Jill? Tyler, who had the lowest tolerance for alcohol, was already feeling tipsy. He squinted in confusion. Gone. Maybe they went home together. He spoke without thinking, but the words struck a nerve. A wave of sorrow washed over Donovan, and he reached for yet another bottle. Jameson couldn't help but burp, his head buzzing with the drink. Are they trying to drink me under the table? Outside the bar, Richard caught up to Jill, and the two walked side by side. He glanced at Jill's pretty face, still tinged with a shy flush, then looked up at the sky. Pitch black, not a single star to be seen. But at that moment, with a beautiful woman walking beside him, Richard couldn't help but wax poetic. The moonlight's really lovely tonight. Jill tilted her head up at the inky sky, then turned to Richard with a puzzled blink. Is your head screwed on right? I was wrong. I was so wrong. I should never have tried this line on a Western woman. Richard was at a loss for words. Cut the nonsense. Don't tell me you're scared. Fighting fire with fire. He threw Jill's own words right back at her. Sure enough, with a woman as tough as her, you had to stoke that competitive spirit. Jill hooked her arm through Richard's. Who's scared? Let's go. The two strode off in high spirits toward Jill's place. Inside a Western-style villa, a naked woman stirred awake in the bathroom. Meanwhile, a strike team sent by Umbrella Corporation arrived at the scene. Arriving at Jill's home, Jill pulled a pair of men's slippers from a shoe cabinet and tossed them at Richard's feet. Make yourself at home. I'll grab us some drinks. With that, she kicked off her boots and padded barefoot into the house. As Richard changed into the slippers, he took in the decor. Jill's place suited her perfectly. Simple, no nonsense. No fancy plants, no cozy lighting or curtains. No ornate wallpaper or delicate decorations. Just clean white and understated blue. As he entered the living room, his eyes were drawn to the bar that took up a fifth of the space. The liquor cabinet was packed with all sorts of bottles, a dazzling display. Jill opened the cabinet and took out a bottle of Scotch whiskey. I don't have any bourbon. How about some Scotch? Richard flashed an OK sign, circled around the coffee table, and took a seat on the sofa. Jill pulled out a bottle of vodka next, tucked it under her right arm, then bent down behind the bar to retrieve two tall, stemmed glasses. With two wine glasses in her left hand, a bottle of Scotch whiskey dangling from her right, and a bottle of vodka tucked under her right arm, Richard couldn't help but laugh when he saw Jill's approach, quickly getting up from his seat. Let me help you. As he spoke, he strode over to her. He took the two bottles from her, and the two of them made their way to the sofa, one after the other, sitting down side by side. This bottle of Scotch whiskey, I think Jameson gave it to me. He said it tasted pretty good, but I never cared for it, so it's just been sitting there. She lifted her bottle of vodka, flashing a triumphant grin. I like this one. It packs a punch. Richard, intrigued, asked, So you like strong spirits? Jill nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Work is so exhausting during the day. A couple of glasses of vodka before bed, and I sleep straight through till morning. In that case, you should try Baijiu from the East, Richard recommended. It's even stronger than vodka. Jill's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Really? Richard pointed to the vodka in her hand. Vodka is usually about 40% alcohol by volume, but mainstream Baijiu is around 53%. Jill arched an eyebrow, delight lighting up her face. Wow, that sounds amazing. Richard went on, vodka has a simple flavor and is great as a base for cocktails. But Baijiu from the East comes in all kinds of flavors, like sauce aroma, strong aroma, light aroma, special aroma, rice aroma, and so on. Jill's mouth fell open in surprise. Wow, you're exaggerating, aren't you? Richard shrugged. No matter how much I say, you still might not like it. Vodka's more popular with you because you can mix it into cocktails. You never know. With a cheerful pop, Jill uncapped the vodka, held it just beneath her nose, and closed her eyes, breathing in the rich aroma. Such a captivating scent. Lost in the moment, she opened her eyes, a soft smile playing on her lips as she turned to Richard. I don't really like cocktails, so maybe Baijiu is more my style. She poured herself a full glass, raised it, and said, "Cheers." Richard quickly opened his bottle, filled his glass, and clinked it against hers. The third round of their drinking game began. But after the first 2 rounds, Jill was already nearing her limit. After just 2 more glasses, she started to sway. Richard quickly set down his drink and reached out to steady her, feeling the smooth firmness of her shoulder, his heart skipping a beat. "Jill, are you okay?" Jill leaned into his arms, gazing up at him. Bathed in the glow of the alcohol, Richard's handsome profile seemed to radiate with a gentle, shimmering light. Her full, red lips parted, breathing out a sweet, intoxicating fragrance of spirits. She reached out with her rough right hand, a hand that lacked the gentle softness of a woman's touch, and gently caressed Richard's cheek. "So smooth. How is your skin even better than mine?" Richard looked down at the woman with hazy, drunken eyes. In this moment, Jill Valentine had shed the sharpness she displayed in the daylight. Under the influence of alcohol, she revealed a unique feminine tenderness that slumbered deep within her instincts. "Jill, you're beautiful." He couldn't help himself. He bent down and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. Jill closed her eyes, her nostrils fluttering, and let out a gentle, cat-like sigh. Her arms, usually as stiff as firewood, now melted into serpentine softness. Instinctively, she wound her arms around Richard's neck. "Carry me inside, Richard," she murmured, nestling her face into Richard's chest. But the blush blooming on her ruby-like ears betrayed her nervousness and shyness. "All right," Richard replied, his voice husky. He wasn't sure if it was the effect of the alcohol or the intoxicating presence of the woman in his arms. All he knew was that, as he lifted Jill in a princess carry, it felt as if he were treading on clouds, weightless, as though he'd ascended to the heavens. Jill's bedroom was in disarray, the large bed a scene of chaos. She clung to Richard like a koala, arms looped around his neck, her long legs wrapped around his waist. Fortunately, Richard, fearing she'd catch a cold, had managed to drape a bathrobe over her. "Jill, where are the fresh sheets?" With his burden in tow, Richard rummaged through the wardrobe in search of new bedding. As for the old ones, a damp bundle lay discarded on the floor at the foot of the bed. "Bottom of the wardrobe," Jill murmured, her head tucked against Richard's neck, eyes closed, savoring the lingering warmth that hadn't quite faded from her body. Richard had to support her with one hand under her hips to keep her from slipping, bending down to search with the other. "Got it," Richard exclaimed, pulling fresh sheets from the very bottom of the wardrobe, straightening up, and giving Jill's backside a playful pat. "Come on, help me make the bed." Jill's nostrils flared as she let out another languid, soft hum, refusing with lazy defiance. And with that, she tightened her arms and legs around him, holding on even more firmly. Richard rolled his eyes, resigned to doing it all himself. It took him a full 5 minutes to finally get the bed made. With a heavy sigh, Richard flopped onto the fresh sheets, staring up at the ceiling. "Still hanging on? It's time to sleep." Jill nuzzled against his neck, her voice full of playful sweetness. "Let's just sleep like this, it's so comfortable." All right, have it your way," Richard said, stroking her firm, smooth back, as if he were holding an oversized porcelain doll. He pulled the covers over them both, and before long, they drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at the Hive laboratory, Sector B8, Command Center, Albert Weskier watched through the surveillance cameras, his face expressionless, as Alice and Matt, who had just escaped the Hive and were celebrating, were suddenly apprehended on the spot by Umbrella Corporation's biohazard security forces. Matt, let him go." He fell silent for a moment, then turned to the Red Queen's projection, which had been standing quietly by his side. "Where's Ada Wong now?" "Agent Ada Wong is currently on a plane, En route to Umbrella's Raccoon City branch, the Red Queen's projection replied. Weskier narrowed his eyes and asked, "How much longer until she arrives?" The Red Queen answered, "She's expected to arrive around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Weskier nodded. "Notify me as soon as she gets here." "Understood, Commander Albert Wesker." With that, the Red Queen's projection flickered briefly and then vanished. In the deepest level of the hive, inside Alicia's private lounge. As soon as the Red Queen's projection appeared, she began to complain nonstop about Weskier. That stone-faced bastard just stood there and watched them open the hive's doors. Doesn't he realize that this will only speed up the T-virus outbreak? He's destroying Raccoon City with his own hands. Destroying humanity, destroying the world. Cold-blooded butcher, executioner, brain-dead, emotionless robot. How can a human act even more like an AI than I do? Arg, he's driving me mad. Elderly Alicia rested her face in her hand, watching the Red Queen's projection vent with an expression full of kindly affection. Looking at her, it was as if she saw a younger version of herself. She slowly closed her eyes, searching through memories. When I was 10, I suppose I was just as lively. The Red Queen rattled on for quite some time, only to glance over and see elderly Alicia. You. Alicia. The Red Queen hurriedly reached out with her ethereal hand, as if to check if Alicia was still breathing. A few seconds passed before she remembered she wasn't corporeal. She could only flicker her projection from side to side, trying to wake Alicia. "Wake up, Alicia. Please don't die." Elderly Alicia slowly opened her eyes and said, a little grumpily, "I'm not dead yet, just resting my eyes for a moment." The Red Queen beamed with relief. "That's wonderful. I was really worried just now." Elderly Alicia rolled her eyes, an uncharacteristically girlish gesture for someone her age. "I should have given permission to hand you over to that mysterious person yesterday." The Red Queen had no idea that Alicia was secretly considering giving her away. Returning to business, the Red Queen said, "The Dr. Isaac's clone at the Alaska underground facility has already made contact with the other 5 bases' Dr. clones. They're expected to reach Raccoon City tomorrow or the day after at the latest. When that time comes, we might finally have a chance to deal with the real Dr. Isaac, hiding inside the hive." Elderly Alicia nodded, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "Isaac's, your end is near." The next morning, Jill opened her eyes, dazed for a moment, yawned, and sat up. "You're awake." Richard came in wearing an apron, holding a few pieces of clothing in his arms. Jill's eyes widened in surprise. You. Richard simply shrugged and walked over. He helped her put on her bra and fastened it, then slipped a t-shirt over her head. Underwear first, then shorts. Jill stared at him, blank and motionless, letting Richard dress her as if she were a puppet. Once she was dressed, Richard scooped her up in his arms like a princess. Jill instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. When he set her down on the sofa, a delicious aroma wafted from the coffee table. She glanced down to see 2 steaming bowls of rice porridge and 2 plates of heart-shaped fried eggs. Jill turned in disbelief to look at Richard, who was sitting beside her. Before she could say anything, Richard firmly pressed a spoon into her hand. "You drank way too much last night. Some porridge in the morning will be good for your stomach." Jill nodded obediently. "Oh." In silence, they finished breakfast together. It took Jill, with her famously slow reactions, nearly half a day to process what had happened. Then, following her instincts, she pinched the soft flesh at Richard's waist. "So, you really think you're the man of the house now, huh?" Richard just grinned and pulled her into his arms. He rolled over, pinning Jill beneath him, and leaned in close. He began to kiss her, soft, insistent, and unrelenting kisses, one after another. In no time, Jill was left breathless and blushing, collapsing into the sofa. After a while, she suddenly reached out, hooked her arm around his neck, and pulled him close, until their faces were just inches apart. "All right, out with it. What's your real name? Where do you come from? And what are you doing in Raccoon City?" Richard raised an eyebrow, pretending to be offended. "Is this an interrogation?" Jill planted a noisy kiss on his right cheek. "Now will you talk?" Richard blinked, shamelessly offering his left cheek as well. Jill rolled her eyes at him, but determined to get answers, she kissed his left cheek too. "Can you talk now?" Seeing the dangerous glint in Jill's eyes, Richard wisely chose to surrender. Flirting was fun, but there was a line you shouldn't cross if you didn't want real trouble. He cleared his throat and replied, "My name is Richard. I'm from another parallel universe. I came to this world because of my abilities. I can share a spiritual connection with my counterparts across different parallel worlds." Seeing Jill's shocked and confused expression, Richard quickly rephrased it in simpler words. "He and I are essentially counterparts of each other in different worlds. For example, in this world, he and I are both that police officer named Richard." As for sharing spirituality, you can think of it simply as 1 plus 1. Every time I complete a spiritual sharing with one of my counterparts, my strength increases by 1. Wait, pause for a second. Let me get this straight. Jill frowned and covered Richard's mouth. She rubbed her temples, trying to sort things out. So, your name is Richard. You're from another world, and you have this peculiar ability to communicate spiritually with your counterparts in other worlds. Sensing Jill struggling to find the right words, Richard prompted her. Share. Spiritual sharing. Oh, right, to share spirituality with your counterparts. And each time you finish sharing, you get a power boost. Hold on, does that mean that police officer named Richard from yesterday also got stronger? Richard nodded. Exactly. Spiritual sharing works both ways. When I get stronger, my counterparts in other worlds do too. The difference is, right now, only I can travel between parallel worlds, so I can keep evolving without limit. But for them, this might be their only chance in a lifetime. No wonder that guy yesterday was so fast, so strong, and such a crack shot. Jill muttered, then asked another question. Is there anything else? Like, say, saving the world? Richard looked at Jill, a little surprised. He hadn't expected her to remember, let alone care so much about, something he'd mentioned offhand yesterday. But, since I'll be leaving this world in a few days anyway, there's no point in keeping secrets anymore. With that thought, Richard gently cupped Jill's face and spoke solemnly. This world is heading for a biohazard crisis. In just a few days, the vast majority of humanity will be turned into living corpses without a shred of human consciousness. What you'd call zombies. And the number of human survivors left in the future will be... Looking at the tense expression on Jill's face, he uttered a number that chilled her to the bone. 4,472. Jill's eyes widened. Her mind went blank for a moment, with only that number echoing in her head. 4,472. She repeated this cold, hard number, feeling utterly drained. So much shocking and complicated information had been crammed into her mind in just a few minutes. Her brain was already sounding the alarm. She flopped back like a beached fish and said wearily, "Go on, tell me the rest. Let me get all the bad news in one go." Richard scratched his nose, honestly worried about Jill's current state, hesitant to say more. Jill felt a warmth in her heart. She gave him a gentle punch in the stomach. "Come on, just say it. I'm not that fragile." Richard had no choice but to continue dropping shocking revelations. This global biohazard crisis isn't an accident. It's a conspiracy orchestrated by a handful of people. Their goal is to cleanse the world with the biovirus. Once ordinary humans are wiped out, they'll reconstruct society as creators, ruling over a new world order governed only by select elite. Jill frowned, her mind whirring furiously like a diesel engine redlining under pressure. Who are these people pulling the strings behind the scenes? And is there an antidote for the biovirus? You can probably guess who's behind it. Richard responded, tracing the outline of an umbrella in the air with his index finger. As for the antidote, I don't know for sure. But there's a serum that can counteract the biovirus. I think I know. Jill muttered to herself, a name flashing across her mind. Is it the Umbrella Corporation? Richard snapped his fingers. Bingo. Congratulations, you got it right. Damn it. Jill cursed, unable to contain her anger. They're already the richest people on the planet. How could they dare do something like this? Like you said, Richard shrugged. They already stand at the very top of this world. Ordinary people, toiling away just to survive, mean nothing to them. No, I have to report this to my higher-ups, Jill declared, struggling to get up. It's pointless, Jill. Richard pressed her back down, his voice calm and detached. I'm afraid the top levels of government have all been bought off by them. With red-rimmed eyes, Jill asked, Then what am I supposed to do? Richard kissed her forehead, his tone gentle and soothing. Don't worry. I promised I'd save the world, and the show is about to begin. Deep in the Arkley Mountains, a zombie dog the size of a calf crouched atop a high peak. It's time. A strange voice echoed in its mind. The zombie dog leader's eyes snapped open, and a crimson magical rune flickered in its blood-red gaze. It stood up and threw back its head, letting out a long, haunting howl. Almost instantly, the mountains and forests exploded with the roars and cries of beasts, dozens, hundreds, even thousands, tens of thousands joining in. The zombie dog leader leapt from the summit, darting nimbly among the rocks and outcrops. As it reached the forest below, zombie beasts emerged from the undergrowth, skin gray and rotting, muscles exposed. Zombie wolves, zombie bears, zombie deer, zombie wild boars, zombie squirrels, zombie rabbits, and even a zombie tiger. No matter how fierce they once were, now they all crouched on the ground in deference, as if greeting their pack leader. The zombie dog leader looked imposing and majestic. With a toss of its head, it gave a command towards the edge of the forest. Tens of thousands of zombie beasts gathered in this place surged to their feet. The zombie beast army set out, tens of thousands of wild creatures surging forward together, their charge like storm-driven waves, roaring with unstoppable force. The dense pine forest shook violently, with towering trees that had stood for decades now snapped in half by the onrushing horde. The vast Ackery Mountains trembled in fear. The zombie beast legion, racing as one, merged into a devastating tide, advancing relentlessly toward Raccoon City, cradled by mountains on three sides. At 8:15 in the morning, it wasn't yet official office hours at the Raccoon City Police Department, but the phones were already ringing off the hook, swamped by calls from concerned citizens. Hello, what earthquake? No, we haven't received any such notice. What? A cat and a dog fighting in the street? Ma'am, couldn't you just avoid them? An earthquake scared an elderly man so badly he broke his leg? I'm sorry, sir, but the police haven't been notified of any earthquake. And for injuries, you should really call for medical assistance. Oh my goodness, what's with all these strange emergency calls today? The operators groaned in frustration. Damn, here we go again. As the phone rang once more, they had no choice but to pick it up. Hello, what's that? You've spotted a massive gathering of wild animals in the forest? Thank you for your report. I'll escalate this immediately. Moments later. The police department's sole armed helicopter lifted off, heading straight for the Ackery Mountains. The pilot, wearing his headset, reported back to headquarters, S-121 en route to Ackery Mountains. No sign of large animal activity yet. Wait, there's movement down there. Looking down, the pilot saw the forest canopy rippling like waves. He quickly pulled on the controls, steering the helicopter lower. Hovering above the treetops, he immediately spotted the stampeding beasts darting through the woods. Large numbers of wild animals sighted. Repeat, large numbers of wild animals sighted. He shouted the report, simultaneously switching on the onboard camera to record. Zooming in, he instantly noticed something off about the herd. Wait a second, there's something strange about these animals. Just then, a zombie monkey, perched atop the back of a zombie wild boar, looked up and spotted the helicopter. It immediately stood up, screeching wildly and pointing at the aircraft. The piercing cries echoed through the air. The zombie dog leader, hearing the commotion, whipped around and spotted the helicopter above, then threw back its head and let out a savage howl. Suddenly, a torrent of bats surged from the forest, swarming up toward the helicopter. Oh no! Panic-stricken, the pilot swung the helicopter around, desperate to escape. But as he turned, the swarm of zombie bats was already upon him. Pale, ghastly little bats clung to the aircraft, hurling themselves at the windows one after another, fearless and relentless. The pilot stared in terror at the growing cracks in the cockpit window, letting out a panicked scream. Oh no! Help me! The cockpit glass shattered under the relentless assault of the little bats. A dense swarm of bats surged into the cockpit, fighting to be first as they flung themselves onto the pilot, biting and tearing at him. Desperate, the pilot could no longer focus on flying the helicopter. He flailed wildly in a futile attempt to brush them off. But there were simply too many bats pouring in. His screams echoed, agonized, frantic, then faded into silence. Moments later, the armed helicopter spiraled out of control and plummeted from the sky. It crashed into the towering trees of the forest below, erupting into a blazing fireball. The zombie dog leader threw back its head and let out a triumphant howl. The zombie beast horde followed their leader's call with a chorus of bestial roars. The force of their cries made the surrounding forest tremble, and the distant echoes even reached the outskirts of Raccoon City, nestled in the valley. Meanwhile, at the Raccoon City Police Department, the police chief ripped off his cap and hurled it to the floor in frustration. Report it. This is beyond anything we can handle. The city government received the police department's report, but at first, they treated it as nothing more than a joke. Hey buddy, are you serious? A beast horde surrounding the city. Oh, come on, you're not spinning me a yarn, are you? Well, you win. This is the funniest story I've heard all day. Listening to the government staff wasting precious time with their laughter and disbelief, the police chief's expression grew darker as he snatched the phone. This is Anthony James, chief of the Raccoon City Police Department. See Chief James. A chair clattered to the ground on the other end, followed by a nervous voice, hello, sir. But before he could finish, Chief James cut him off sharply. I need you to take a serious look at the video we just sent over. That's footage from our aerial scout, his final recording before he died. What you need to do right now is watch that damned video. Then take it and go upstairs. Ask the state government for help. We need an emergency deployment of a National Guard. With that, he slammed the phone down. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the air. No one dared speak, frightened by the chief's fury. Seeing everyone shrinking back, Chief James waved his hand, still seething. "What are you all standing around for? Move, move. If you're able, get out on patrol right now. And don't forget your weapons and gear. This is an emergency. Everyone, put on your damned bulletproof vests." "Yes, sir." The government staff quickly passed the report and the video of the beast horde encircling the city up the chain of command. As for the mayor of Raccoon City, he was in his office, flirting with his secretary and lover while the video began to play. The voluptuous and seductive secretary lifted her short skirt, straddled his lap with her long, stocking-clad legs, and slipped her delicate hand into his shirt, caressing the alluring hair on his chest. But after watching the video, the mayor abruptly pushed the secretary away, grabbed the phone on his desk, and immediately began contacting the state government. The secretary, supporting her aching back, got up from the floor. She glanced at the mayor's grave expression, pouted her lips in grievance, and limped out of the office. "Hello, hello. This is the mayor of Raccoon City. Please connect me to the governor." The state government responded swiftly after receiving the video. They immediately declared that the National Guard would be dispatched for reinforcement without delay. However, given Raccoon City's unique location, the National Guard wouldn't arrive until at least tomorrow. But for Raccoon City, even making it through tonight was a big question mark. The city officials wasted no time. They gathered everyone for an emergency meeting. During the meeting, they tallied up all the armed forces currently at Raccoon City's disposal. Aside from the city's police department and the municipal security staff, only the local branch of Umbrella Corporation had enough firepower. But would those privileged Umbrella employees be willing to risk their lives for such dirty, thankless work? The officials exchanged anxious glances. In the end, it was the mayor who stepped up with determination. He made the call right then and there. "I'll reach out to the head of Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City branch myself. And don't just stand around. There are other companies in town, and some of them must have security teams with weapons. Also, get in touch with any retired police officers or veterans living in Raccoon City. Everyone we can reach out. Right now, our only hope is to rally every possible force together, so we can pull through this crisis as one." His words were inspiring indeed. As soon as he finished, the conference room erupted in thunderous applause. The mayor's call went straight to Albert Weskier. Weskier responded with a single icy line and left the mayor hanging. The mayor, in a fit of anger, fumed for a moment. But there was no choice. He needed their help now, more than ever. No matter how humiliating it was, he had to grit his teeth and endure. With a heavy heart and his 6-month pregnant belly weighing him down, the mayor slumped in his chair. He waited and waited. 10 long minutes passed. After brushing off the mayor, Albert Weskier immediately reported the situation to Dr. Isaacs, deep in the hive. Dr. Isaacs pondered for a moment. He'd never heard of such a development before. A rare, chance event like this, Umbrella absolutely had to investigate. Ahem, and lend a hand for appearance's sake. So he gave his order. Weskier agreed to his request, but on one condition. Expressionless, Weskier replied, "Doctor, what is it? Our security forces only take orders from our own people. That means, when the time comes, you'll be the chief commander." Weskier pushed up his glasses. "Understood, doctor." After hanging up, Weskier immediately called the Raccoon City branch. He instructed them to assemble the security forces in advance, fully armed with weapons and ammunition. He also ordered the armed helicopter squad to fill up their fuel tanks, load all missiles, and have the pilots remain in the cockpits on standby, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Once everything was arranged down to the last detail, he finally returned the mayor's call. The sudden ringing of the phone startled the mayor so much that he shot up from his office chair. Coming to his senses, he pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and, in the process, cleaned away the drool that had escaped while he was napping. Only then did he pick up the phone. "Hello, Director Weskier." Before the mayor could finish, Weskier's voice came through the line, cold and unyielding. "The company has approved it. The security forces will depart in 5 minutes." With that, the call ended, leaving only the sound of the disconnect tone. The mayor's face turned dark on the spot. In a fit of real rage, he slammed the phone down onto the floor. Meanwhile, a helicopter landed on the rooftop of the Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City branch. A slender female agent in a red dress and short hair leaped from the aircraft. Spotting Kane, the branch's mid-level commander who had come to receive her, she immediately offered a polite smile and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Adavonk. Where's Commander Albert Weskier?" Kyle reached out to shake her hand, smiling as he replied. "Agent Ada Wong, please put on this gear first." At his signal, 2 soldiers stepped forward, one carrying equipment, the other holding a rifle. Ada Wong. She was momentarily baffled. "Wait, what's going on here?" I'm a covert agent, aren't I? Infiltrating secret bases, stealing classified intel, assassinating key political figures. That's what I do best. Are they really trying to put me in the combat unit now? What a waste of my talents. Could it be that someone I crossed in the past has climbed the ranks and is out to get me? Ada's imagination ran wild. She started racking her brain, trying to recall all the people she might have offended, especially the women. Kane noticed Ada staring blankly into space and cleared his throat awkwardly. Agent Ada Wong, please don't overthink this. These are direct orders from Director Albert Wesker. So is Albert Wesker I offended? There's been a sudden siege on Raccoon City by the wild beasts from the Arkley Mountains. A siege by wild beasts. What kind of outlandish tale is this? The city's armed forces are limited, so we need umbrella security teams to help fend off the beasts. Ada Wong nodded impassively, took the equipment, and put it on right there. She rode with the team toward the outskirts of Raccoon City, where they would build their defensive positions. Fully armed, Ada sat silently in the corner of the vehicle, clutching her rifle. Only one thought echoed in her mind. This lousy job isn't worth it. Even if I don't get the 2N+1 bonus, I'm quitting. Oh, right, didn't the CIA's headhunter try to recruit me just a while ago? Meanwhile, as the Umbrella Corporation security forces arrived at the city's edge and began constructing steel fortifications, the pack of zombie beasts, led by the zombie dog Alpha, had already reached the fringe of the forest. With a low growl from the zombie dog leader, the entire horde halted in unison. A magical rune flickered in its eyes, and a mysterious voice echoed in its mind. Divide the attack, all-out assault after dark. The zombie dog leader didn't quite grasp the meaning of these words, but the voice in its head seemed to carry a strange power, searing the message directly into its mind. In other words, the zombie dog leader didn't need to think. It simply knew instinctively what it had to do. It broke into a wide, toothy grin. This feeling was fantastic. Turning to its pack, the zombie dog leader let out a series of commanding howls, each with a different meaning. The zombie beasts stared blankly, unmoving. It was hard to tell if they understood. But then, with a decisive howl for attack from their leader, the horde surged forward, thundering toward the enemy, while apparently they didn't really get it. Fuming, the zombie dog leader stomped and barked furiously from behind. Come back. I said come back here. Those beasts nearest to the leader herd and skidded to a halt just in time. But the zombie leopards and zombie deer, already 20 or 30 meters ahead, didn't catch the command. They barreled on, dragging along a pack of zombie wolves and zombie bears. Thousands of zombie beasts, bristling with menace, charged straight for the security forces' defensive lines. It didn't take long before the sentries spotted dust billowing in the distance and immediately sounded the alarm. Hope, 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 hurry, get back to your positions. The squad leaders quickly rallied their teams, rushing to the 500 or 600-meter stretch of steel modular defenses. Prepare to engage. RPG team, target the center of the horde. Countdown 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, fire. A dozen rockets streaked through the air, trailing orange-red flames, straight at the center of the zombie beasts. The fastest of the zombie creatures were the lucky ones. To maximize the blast's lethality, the rockets had been aimed at the heart of the horde. But their luck was fleeting. With a single command, the soldiers along the defensive line unleashed a torrent of gunfire, a relentless storm of bullets. The dozen or so zombie leopards at the very front, along with nearly 100 zombie deer, were wiped out instantly by the hail of bullets. At that moment, the zombie dog leader came chasing after them, cursing under its breath. It swung its paw and gave the slow-witted zombie bear at the rear a hefty kick on its plump behind. Get back. All of you, just get the hell back. And so, the grand first siege of the zombie beast horde began in a slapdash fashion and ended just as abruptly, while the security forces clashed with the zombie beasts outside. Raccoon City's government began an urgent evacuation of residents from the outskirts. Police officers, accompanied by a small team of government workers, went door to door, persuading people to leave. Before long, vehicles of all shapes and sizes started streaming toward the city center. Jill had been summoned to the police station early by a call from the chief. Then, together with Donovan and the other two, she left the station to patrol the streets. In times of chaos like this, some people always try to take advantage of the confusion. They had only patrolled a single block when they caught more than a dozen cases of burglary and looting right on the spot. Given the emergency, Jill and her team didn't have time to take this bunch back to the station. So one by one, they delivered a little lesson in love. Afterwards, the petty thugs and troublemakers, faces bruised and battered, swore up and down. We get it now. We'll never do it again. Watching their retreating figures as they fled, Jill shook her head. Why can't these guys just find a decent job? Jameson shrugged. Hard work never pays as fast as robbery. Donovan nodded, grumbling under his breath. This country is done for. Looters everywhere you look. Taylor clapped him on his broad shoulder. Why worry so much? Big national issues have nothing to do with us lowly cops. Jill cut off their chatter. All right, let's move on to the next block. Hive Laboratory. Inside a secret lab, Richard, clad in a white coat, stood before the lab bench. The Red Queen's projection appeared beside him, explaining, "This is the secret lab Alicia built before the T-virus outbreak. Its purpose was the covert development of a T-virus antidote. Unfortunately, the outbreak turned every researcher involved into the walking dead." Richard looked at the mess of equipment on the bench, scratching his head. How far did the research get before everything went wrong? The Red Queen's projection replied, "The final stage." Richard raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Synthesis?" The Red Queen fell silent. Richard shrugged regretfully. "All right, looks like I guessed wrong." The Red Queen pointed to a computer nearby. "All the final experimental data is recorded here. You need to analyze the data and summarize the composition of the T-virus antidote, and then try to synthesize it." Richard put on a troubled face and said, "Oh, come on. That's just too much to ask. I'm a mage, not a scientist." The Red Queen's projection hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then, after you've finished the experiment, I'll help persuade Alicia to grant you one reasonable request." Richard's eyes lit up with excitement. "Then I want your highest level of authorization." "No way." The Red Queen's projection instantly bristled and flickered 2 meters away, glaring at him as if he were some sort of pervert. "I'm not leaving Alicia, and I certainly won't follow a big creep like you." Richard rolled his eyes, deliberately putting on a disappointed act. All right, what a pity." Just as Richard was absorbed in researching the T-virus antidote, an unexpected incident broke out in Raccoon City. In the crowd moving toward the city center, a man suddenly collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Dad, what's wrong?" "Doctor." "Is there a doctor?" "Someone just collapsed and is coughing up blood." "I'm a doctor. Please let me through." "Everyone, make way for the doctor." The crowd parted, and a bespectacled young man knelt down to examine the patient. Suddenly, the man who had collapsed and vomited blood snapped his eyes open. His teeth were bared, his face laced with blackened veins. With a guttural roar, he lunged at the doctor who was trying to help him, his face twisted in a grotesque snarl. Pull him away." Dad! Kid, get away. Your father's lost his mind." A kind-hearted older woman swiftly scooped the little girl into her arms, carrying her away from her father. The onlookers scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Only the crazed man remained, clinging to the doctor and savagely biting into his leg, while the doctor howled in agony, begging for help. "Help me, please, someone help me." Hearing the commotion, Jill rushed over with her squad. The moment she saw the man's appearance, her face fell. She drew her handgun without hesitation, aiming straight for the man's head. The bullet tore through the man's skull and thudded into the ground. The doctor hurriedly shoved the man's corpse off him, looking up at Jill with deep gratitude. "Thank you, OFFI." But before he could finish, he saw Jill turn her gun on him as well. "Wait." The doctor threw up his hands in terror, his face drained of color as he cried out. "I'm a doctor. I was just trying to help." "I'm sorry." Jill simply shook her head and pulled the trigger again. The doctor's head jerked violently as a bullet pierced the center of his forehead. A thin trickle of blood slowly slid down. His eyes wide with disbelief, he toppled backward. It was only then that Donovan and the other two behind Jill finally realized what had happened. They stared at her in shock. Donovan asked cautiously, "Gee, Jill, are you all right?" Jameson, on the other hand, was unusually serious. "Jill, you have to leave Raccoon City right now." Taylor chimed in, "I've got a new car that hasn't been registered yet. Just take it and go." Jill holstered her gun and shook her head at them. "Don't panic, guys. Right now, I need to contact the chief first." "What?" The three of them exclaimed in unison, staring at Jill in disbelief. "Come on, lady, you just shot 2 people dead. And you did it with brutal precision, right in the head. Now you want to call the chief. Are you planning to turn yourself in on the spot?" They watched, dumbfounded, as Jill pulled out a radio. Chief, this is Jill Valentine." A burst of static came through then. "Jill, what is it? Why are you calling?" "Chief, I've just encountered a civilian attack. Someone biting people." "What? It happened over there, too?" Chief James sounded completely shocked on the other end. Jill's face turned grave as she spoke. "People suddenly attacking others with bites? They're all infected with a highly contagious virus. This virus turns people into zombies." "Zombies?" The strange word made Chief James pause, puzzled. "Yes, walking corpses with no trace of humanity left." "Holy!" The 3 men recoiled in sync, stepping back from the 2 bodies on the ground. Jill shot them a glare and continued to report. Anyone bitten by them will also be infected. The only way to stop them is to destroy the brain. The head is their only weakness. Chief James was silent for a moment, then asked, Jill, is there a cure for this virus? Jill instinctively bit her lip. As soon as she heard the question, she realized a colleague must have been bitten. There's an antiviral serum. Good. Chief James shouted in excitement and hurriedly asked, where can we find the serum? Jill hesitated for a moment, then answered through clenched teeth. Umbrella Corporation. This virus leaked from one of Umbrella's underground labs. Umbrella. Chief James's voice wavered with uncertainty. Donovan, Jameson, and Taylor exchanged glances and fell silent as well. To everyone in this country, the Umbrella Corporation was an untouchable giant. Not just them. Even Chief James, the mayor, or the governor couldn't do a thing against them. I'll negotiate with Umbrella, Chief James finally said. Jill, don't ever mention this to anyone else, understood? Donovan, Jameson, Taylor, I'm issuing a gag order as chief of the Raccoon City Police Department. From this moment on, at any time, in any place, you are not to discuss this matter again. Yes, Chief, the three responded in unison. Chief James continued. The city government has just issued an order. Given how dangerous things are becoming, all citizens are to take shelter and hide wherever they can. But we cannot hide, because we are the police of Raccoon City. In the past, we protected this city, and now, it's still our duty to defend it. Jill, take Donovan and the others and set up a defensive position near Raccoon City High School. I'll send other officers to join you. Remember, if you see any suspicious individuals approaching, shoot to kill. No hesitation. Yes, sir, Chief, came for simultaneous replies. Time ticked by, minute after minute. Jill, together with Donovan and the rest, had already constructed a makeshift defensive stronghold. Fully aware of the danger, Jill was careful to plan an escape route in advance. A squad of regular officers sent by Chief James soon arrived as well. At first, only a few stray zombies wandered close to their position. Before Jill even needed to issue an order, Tyler, perched with his long-range rifle atop the building behind their barricade, calmly picked off the zombies with precise shots to the head. But as the number of undead grew, Jill and her team were forced to abandon their position, fighting as they retreated. Soon, they fell back into the building itself. Relying on the narrow corridors and stairwells, Jill and her group just barely managed to hold the line inside the structure. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Raccoon City, the zombie dog leader had finally given up trying to teach this pack of thick-skulled beasts the concept of a coordinated assault. It decided to take matters into its own paws, personally leading a different group of zombie animals on each attack, flanking the Umbrella security perimeter from all sides. Sometimes it was a zombie bear, a zombie monkey, and even a zombie squirrel. The zombie bear acted as the shield, drawing enemy fire and attention head-on, while the monkey and squirrel, nimble and small, would slip through the chaos to scratch any soldier they could and withdraw immediately. Through these flexible tactics, from morning until dusk, they managed to injure or kill over 100 soldiers. At first, the wounded soldiers had no idea they were infected with the T-virus. While receiving medical care, they would suddenly turn into zombies themselves, attacking and biting more doctors and nurses. These newly turned soldier zombies unleashed chaos throughout the camp. Once the high-ranking commanders realized what was happening, they immediately ordered the infected soldiers to be shot on sight. As for Weskier, the highest authority, his response was even colder. He gave the order to gun down all bitten doctors and nurses without mercy. Now, every soldier in the camp knew. Under no circumstances could they allow themselves to be bitten or scratched by the mutant beasts. Haunted by this fear, the defensive perimeter shrank tighter and tighter. By dusk, their defensive line had contracted from several hundred meters to barely 100. As darkness fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, the zombie dog leader stood up straight. It threw back its head and let out a long, echoing howl. Howl! Gather! Fearing the oncoming artillery barrage from Umbrella Corporation, the scattered zombie beasts in the forest began to converge. In no time, tens of thousands of infected beasts had assembled. At the very front stood the zombie dog leader. With a body as large as a young calf, it could easily spot the distant glow of lights in the human's encampment. The evening breeze brushed against its bare skin, causing the last tuft of fur on its chin to sway gently in the wind. This odd detail added an unintentionally comical air to its otherwise imposing presence. Howl! Attack! With its head held high, it let out a fierce cry and charged forward, leading the assault. Tens of thousands of zombie beasts followed in a relentless gray torrent, their hooves and claws pounding the earth as they surged toward the enemy lines with unstoppable momentum. On the outskirts of Raccoon City, inside the security forces' military camp. The soldiers were having dinner when suddenly the ground began to shake violently, causing bowls, chopsticks, and forks on the tables to rattle and jump. Is an earthquake. The soldiers all leapt to their feet and rushed out to open ground. But on the other side, the commanders' faces had turned ashen. They shoved aside the tables and sprang up at once. This is bad. The beast horde is launching an attack. Quick, order the soldiers back to their positions. Report to the chief commander. Request immediate support from the attack helicopters. Weskier wore his trademark sunglasses, concealing his expression. But the sudden bulge of his jaw muscles betrayed his deep annoyance. Attack helicopter squadron, take off immediately. Forward tank squad. Aim all turrets at the direction of the beast horde. Yes, sir. Chief commander. When the zombie beasts closed to within 300 meters of the camp, the tanks, already locked on target, unleashed a barrage. Dozens of shells tore through the air, shrieking as they crashed into the heart of the horde. Instantly, a thunderous storm of gunfire erupted, with endless streams of orange tracer rounds pouring down on the beasts like a torrential rain. Howl! Attack! The zombie dog leader roared with fury, and the horde surged on without pause, trampling over the bodies of their fallen kin, charging forward with a ferocity that defied death itself. Where are those attack helicopters? Why aren't they here yet? A frontline officer, firing frantically, shouted his frustration over the din. Beside him, a petite soldier rolled her eyes dramatically, squeezing the trigger of her rifle with a casual yet deadly rhythm. Judging by the devastation she wrought, her marksmanship easily outclassed the squad leaders beside her. But inwardly, this sharpshooter was cursing up a storm. Damn you, Weskier. Once this battle is over, I'm quitting for sure. At that moment, 5 attack helicopters finally arrived. The instant they appeared, 2 missiles from each chopper streaked out, screaming toward the target. The zombie dog leader had, at some point, withdrawn to the middle ranks of the beast horde. Suddenly, its pupils contracted sharply. The zombie dog leader didn't hesitate for a moment. It turned and fled. The very next second, a missile shrieked down and landed exactly where it had just been standing. The explosion hurled dozens of zombie beasts into the air. The zombie dog leader, having barely run 10 meters, was caught in the shockwave and sent flying. It spun through the air with a pitiful whimper, then crashed heavily to the ground. Shaking its head to clear its senses, the leader struggled to its feet and glanced back at the horde. They had already surged to the base of the steel defensive wall. One after another, they crashed madly against the towering barrier of iron. A sly glint flashed in the zombie dog leader's eyes. Tucking its tail, it bounded away, disappearing into the forest. Meanwhile, inside the hive laboratory, Richard was carrying out the final synthesis of the T-virus antidote. The Red Queen's projection watched as he placed the semi-finished serum into a thermal container, then asked, Richard, how long will this take to finish? At least 2 hours. The components in the serum need time to blend naturally. Richard replied, wiping his hands, his tone casual. Can't you use a machine to speed things up? The Red Queen's projection pressed, a hint of anxiety in her voice. No, Richard shook his head. This last step has to happen naturally. Noticing how restless the Red Queen's projection was, he explained patiently. Some of the ingredients in the serum have extremely fragile molecular structures. If you use a machine to forcefully mix them, their molecules could fracture and mutate. At that point, who knows whether we'd end up with an antidote or just another virus? The Red Queen's projection pouted, clearly displeased. Well, all right then. At that moment, Richard's expression shifted. He tossed aside the paper towel, pressed his hands together, and quickly formed a mysterious gesture. A subtle red magic flickered deep in his eyes. Elsewhere, just as the zombie dog leader darted into the forest, its body suddenly went rigid. A complex, red, magical rune appeared in its canine eyes. The next instant, the rune shattered. A despairing howl tore from the zombie dog leader's throat, its eyes turning ashen and lifeless. Its huge body, as big as a calf, collapsed thunderously to the ground. Back in the hive laboratory, Richard shook his head in regret. It's rare to encounter an animal with awakened intelligence. Too bad it had to be a zombie dog. Otherwise, I would have taken along with me. Meanwhile, as the zombie horde surged within 100 meters of the defensive line, Ada Wong narrowed her eyes warily. There's no way we can hold this camp. Time for me to get out. Stealthily, she began to shift her position, firing a shot from one spot before quietly moving to another. All the while, she retreated further and further back, never drawing attention to her escape. By the time the horde of zombie beasts broke through the steel city walls, trampling over soldiers who hadn't managed to escape in time and charging into the camp, she had already fallen back to a military vehicle nearby. Damn it! The umbrella soldiers are all useless. Ada Wong cursed loudly, tossing aside her empty assault rifle. In a couple of swift strides, she leapt onto a military Humvee and started it up in a flash. The Humvee's engine rumbled to life with a deep, throaty growl. Ada spun the wheel, turning it on a dime, and the vehicle tore off like an enraged bull, roaring away from the chaos behind her. Now, less than 10,000 zombie beasts remained in the camp. Aside from a scattered few hundred that prowled the chaotic grounds, hunting down umbrella soldiers fleeing in every direction, the rest had regrouped into a single pack several thousand strong, surging toward Raccoon City, not far away. There, an endless supply of fresh blood and flesh awaited them. From the cockpit of an armed helicopter, Weskier looked down coldly at the pandemonium below. The camp in ruins, the beast horde still massive. "Doctor, I need your authorization to activate the final line of defense." On the other end of the line, Dr. Isaacs replied calmly, "Granted." Weskier hung up and removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of icy, beast-like eyes. "Tactical nuke, prepare to launch." Meanwhile, the Red Queen's projection intercepted the order and relayed it immediately to Richard. Richard frowned instinctively. "It seems my arrival has completely rewritten the plot of the Resident Evil movies. My plan to unleash the zombie beast horde was only meant to buy some time. But now, it's clear I underestimated human nature. No wonder the Red Queen called you all cold-blooded executioners." "Red Queen." Richard turned to the AI's projection. "I'll take care of the zombie beasts. You find a way to abort the tactical nuke launch." "Leave it to me," the Red Queen's projection replied, chest out and brimming with confidence. "As long as I change the launch codes and lock the keybox for manual activation. That insufferable Weskier won't be launching his precious nuke today." Richard gave her a thumbs up. "You're amazing, Red Queen." With that, he pulled up his hood, casually slashed open a portal, and vanished. Only then did the Red Queen realize what had happened, stomping her foot and shouting, "You jerk, Richard! Dream on. Alicia would never give you authorization." On the outskirts of Raccoon City, Richard hovered in midair, his forearm adorned with the crimson ring of Ladgatl. He slowly raised his hands. Below, the river began to churn violently. In an instant, a wall of water shot skyward. Ada Wong, who had just reached the riverbank in her Humvee, stared in horror at the spectacle. She screamed and slammed on the brakes. Richard turned his head toward the source of the scream. There, beneath the towering wave, a military Humvee stood at the river's edge. In the driver's seat, a woman in uniform clung to the steering wheel, her head buried in her arms. Richard frowned, and employing his mastery of multiple spellcasting techniques, he poured his full focus into controlling the magic of the watery curtain, quietly splitting off a wisp of power. A red flash of light flickered beneath the military Humvee, and in an instant, the entire vehicle was swallowed by the earth. Having accomplished this, Richard turned and directed the towering wall of water, several dozen meters high, to tumble down with a sweep of his will. In a heartbeat, a monstrous wave crashed down upon the stampeding horde of zombie beasts. The deluge struck the ground with resounding force, shaking the earth to its core, sending tremors rippling out in every direction. Half the zombie beasts were crushed outright by the overwhelming wave. The rest were left maimed, missing limbs or dragging broken bodies, and Richard swept them up in the swirling currents, dragging them all back into the river. Suspended in midair, Richard's hands shifted through a series of intricate gestures. A red stream of air, chilling and deadly, swept swiftly from south to north, freezing everything in its path in a breath of utter cold. In the blink of an eye, the zombie beasts still struggling in the river, along with the surging water itself, were frozen solid, transformed into grotesque ice sculptures. Richard exhaled softly, then with a casual motion, cleaved open a portal and drifted through it. From afar, aboard an armed helicopter, Weskier had witnessed Richard's entire performance. The moment Richard stepped through the portal and vanished, there was a sharp crack as Weskier crushed the phone in his hand. "Mr. Albert Wesker," came a clear, slightly amused male voice from the back seat. "You don't look particularly pleased." Weskier's body went rigid, his beast-like pupils narrowing to slits. He turned, and was greeted by a face he loathed, smiling with infuriating ease. "Ah, the mysterious Mr. Richard." "Hello," Weskier replied, his expression wooden as he reached for his sunglasses and put them on. Richard patted his shoulder and said, "There are still some remnants of zombie beasts down in the camp. I'll leave them to your umbrella soldiers. That won't be a problem, will it?" Weskier nodded. "No problem." Richard snapped his fingers with a flourish and grinned. "Well then, until next time." With that, he sank out of sight and disappeared. Weskier's breathing grew heavier for a moment. He turned back, picked up the helicopter's comms, and issued an order. All security personnel, clear out the remaining enemies in the camp immediately. Elsewhere, Richard stepped out of the portal, dragging a thoroughly drenched Ada Wong behind him. The Red Queen's hologram flickered into view, pointing at Richard and declaring with a haughty air, "Richard, you jerk. Alicia just promised me. She absolutely won't hand over the authorization to you." Richard raised an eyebrow and casually dropped Ada Wong to the ground. "Red Queen, take her to get a change of clothes." The Red Queen looked at the bedraggled woman in surprise. "Oh my, it's Agent Ada Wong." Richard, that Albert Weskier brought her here just to lure you in." Richard was taken aback. He glanced down at Ada Wong, who remained silent. I didn't." Ada Wong managed to protest weakly, then silently turned away, her ears blushing a bright red. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Richard's eyes as he said, "Hurry and change into something more suitable, or you'll catch a cold before long." The Red Queen's projection widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "She was trying to seduce you? Aren't you angry?" Richard shrugged. "Why should I be? If our enemies like to send sugar-coated bullets, I'll just eat the candy and shoot the bullet right back." The Red Queen's projection was left speechless. You shameless rogue." Just then, Ada Wong, who was getting up, couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Richard lifted his chin, boasting, "Can you blame me for being this irresistible?" The Red Queen's projection wrinkled her nose, clearly unwilling to talk to him anymore. She flickered beside Ada Wong, beckoning with a little wave. "Agent Ada Wong, follow me." Ada lowered her head and went after her. As she passed Richard, she paused, murmuring softly, "Thank you for saving me." The next day, near Raccoon City High School, Jill and her teammates were all gathered on the rooftop. They had already been holding out in this building for a day and a night. Originally stationed on the first floor, they'd been forced to retreat step by the relentless tide of zombies pouring in. After expending most of their ammunition, Jill made a decisive call. Everyone to the roof. She also ordered timed explosives to destroy the stairways leading to the second and third floors. It was precisely this quick thinking that saved all their lives. Jill leaned back against a wall, unable to stifle a yawn. Donovan handed her a canteen with the cap already twisted off. "Jill, go get some sleep. I'll keep watch here." Jill took the canteen, gulped down a mouthful, and handed it back. She wiped the corner of her mouth and replied, "No need. This bioterror outbreak should end today." With that, she turned and raised her voice, calling out to the weary officers, "Come on, everyone. Hang in there a little longer." "Yes, Officer Jill." "Copy that, Jill." The scattered chorus of replies made it clear that morale was running dangerously low. Jill frowned, but kept her thoughts to herself. Donovan leaned in and asked quietly, "Jill, what did you mean just now? That it'll all end today?" Jameson hurried over with his rifle, crouching beside them. "Jill, was that a tip from your mysterious friend Richard?" Jill's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, "Jameson, how? How do you know about Richard?" Jameson shrugged. "Donovan and Tyler know too. We all saw you leave Jack's bar with him 2 nights ago." Jill turned her gaze to Donovan. Donovan awkwardly turned his face away. That night had left an indelible mark on him. "Jill, let's get back to the biohazard issue," Donovan muttered, his voice muffled. Jill hesitated, uncertainty flickering across her face. "I'm not really sure myself, but Richard promised me he would handle it." Donovan and Jameson exchanged a glance, both finding it hard to believe. Was this really the tough-as-nails Jill Valentine? How did she turn into such a gentle woman the moment she fell in love? Just then, Tyler suddenly shouted, "Hey, Jill, come take a look. Something's off on the main street to the east." Jill immediately stood up, rubbing her numb calves, and limped quickly over. Donovan and Jameson got up as well and hurried after her. Pointing east, Tyler said to Jill, "All the zombies roaming the main road have suddenly disappeared." Jill took the sniper rifle, peered through the scope, and saw that the street was indeed clear of zombies. Could it be that some civilians were spotted? She guessed, frowning as she handed the sniper rifle back to Tyler. Jameson's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Hey, Jill, we don't have enough people or ammunition. We can't go out there to help." Jill massaged her forehead and nodded. "I know, Jameson. Don't worry." At that moment, the rooftop began to tremble slightly. "Is it another earthquake?" was Jill's first thought. "No, it's the military moving in," Tyler declared with certainty, already catching sight of the lead light armored assault vehicle through the sniper scope. Jameson's face lit up. Could it be the National Guard? But Tyler's expression suddenly darkened, and he shouted, "No, there." Before Tyler could finish, a gunshot rang out. In an instant, Tyler and his rifle were knocked to the ground by a bullet. He cried out in pain, clutching his shoulder, and shouted urgently, "Sniper, take cover now." Everyone ducked down at once. Donovan pulled out a medical kit and crawled over to Tyler's side. Tyler, are you okay? Tyler's face was pale with pain. I'm fine, just took one in the shoulder. They were just warning us. If they'd wanted to, that shot would have blown my head clean off. Jameson clenched his teeth in anger. Bastards. Just who the hell are these soldiers? It's Umbrella Corporation. Tyler hissed through gritted teeth. Donovan was hurriedly treating his wound, but he wasn't exactly a medic, so his rough hands made it even more painful. Tyler couldn't help but glare at Donovan before continuing. I just saw the red and white Umbrella logo painted on the assault vehicle. Jill peered quietly through the gaps in the railing, observing the scene, and realized that this wasn't a single unified group. They're not all together. It looks like 6 separate convoys. She quickly relayed what she discovered to the others. Judging by the direction they're headed, I think they're going to the city center. Jameson and the others exchanged uncertain glances, confusion written across their faces. Jameson, always quick on the uptake, spoke up immediately. That's the Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City branch. Jill's brow furrowed. Suddenly, she remembered what Richard had said and made a decisive call. Let them go, Jameson. Get this information to Chief James right away. I hope this is part of your plan too, Richard. With a rumble, the 6 convoys, dozens of light and heavy armored vehicles, rolled up to the Raccoon City branch. Doors swung open, and squads of well-trained armed personnel quickly jumped out, forming a defensive perimeter. Then, 6 Dr. Isaac stepped out from the vehicles. They moved to the front of their teams, exchanged glances, and then, in perfect unison, gave the order. Charge in. All 6 voices rang out together. Deep within the Hive laboratory, B8 level, in the command center. Back in the Hive, Albert Weskier watched all this unfold on the surveillance cameras. He immediately reported to the original Dr. Isaacs. Doctor, you want to see this? The original doctor propped his head in his hand, watching the footage with amused interest. While all 6 clones have actually gathered together. How intriguing. Weskier, let them in. And while you're at it, lure all the zombies and lickers in the Hive toward them. Let's see if these traitors have what it takes to make it to me alive. Understood, Doctor. With that, Weskier switched channels. All Umbrella employees of the Raccoon City branch, lay down your weapons and let them through. Inside the Raccoon City branch, Umbrella's employees were in a tense standoff with the soldiers brought by the 6 clones. When the command came through their earpieces, they looked at each other in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Who cares? Orders are orders. Just do as we're told. When the first employee dropped his weapon, the others quickly followed suit. They raised their hands and cleared the way. With pride and purpose, the 6 clones led their people straight toward the underground Hive laboratory. Elsewhere, inside the Hive, zombies with rotting flesh wandered aimlessly. One zombie, who in life must have been a member of lab management, seemed to have an itch in its head and was banging repeatedly against the security door. Suddenly, the door slid open and the zombie toppled headlong out. In other rooms, zombies also began to stagger their way out through open doors. A chorus of electric whirs and mechanical hums filled the air as one secure door after another slid open, as if guiding them forward. Drawn through these open passages, the zombies gradually converged, swarming together and surging towards Sector B1. After enduring Richard's initial sweep, followed by the relentless assault from Alice, Matt, and the strike team, the original horde of over 500 zombies in the Hive had now dwindled to fewer than 300. At that moment, the broadcast device mounted on the wall suddenly emitted a strange noise. A crimson licker crept past in utter silence. It paced effortlessly around the broadcast device, as if the wall were flat ground, then flicked its serpentine tongue and leaped down, swiftly scurrying out of the room. The 6 clones had no idea that the original body had already prepared a most enthusiastic welcome ceremony for them. Accompanied by their elite fighters, they rode the elevator down to the B1 sector. No sooner had the elevator doors parted than hundreds of zombies gathered there, let out guttural roars, and lurched forward in a chaotic stampede. A few of the elite soldiers at the front, startled by the sight, immediately squeezed their triggers. So many monsters. Fire. Open fire now. The zombies, oblivious to pain, pressed on through the hail of bullets, relentless and unstoppable. The leading female zombie was torn in half at the waist, her mangled upper body propped up to reveal her ashen, lifeless chest. She howled, her gaping black mouth stretching wide, clawing her way across the floor toward the soldiers. Af! One soldier, overwhelmed by the horror, broke down completely. Shutting his eyes, he emptied his magazine in a frenzy at the half-bodied zombie crawling toward him. A dozen bullets struck her chest with deadly precision, tearing apart what remained of her torso. Yet still, the zombie dragged herself forward with unwavering determination. Unable to watch any longer, one of the clone doctors yanked the assault rifle from the soldier's hands, raised it, and dispatched the female zombie with a single shot to the head. He tossed the weapon back to the soldier and scolded him sharply. "Open your eyes, soldier. Next time, aim for their heads." The soldier, flustered and shaken, caught the gun and nodded in silence, barely able to speak. Suddenly, a drop of scalding saliva landed on his head. He reached up reflexively, then looked up. In an instant, a blood-red tongue dropped from the ceiling, coiling around the soldier's neck, and snapped back with brutal force. His assault rifle tumbled from midair, but the quick-handed clone doctor managed to catch it just in time. With a darkened expression, the doctor looked up. There, clinging to the ceiling like an enormous, skinless spider, was the grotesque liquor. It abruptly released its tongue, opened its razor-sharp jaws, and swallowed the still-struggling soldier's head in one savage bite. The clone doctor raised the assault rifle and unleashed a volley at the liquor skull. The creature recoiled in a flash, dodging the bullets as its four limbs propelled it rapidly across the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from the doctor's line of sight. The headless body of a soldier plummeted from above and landed with a heavy thud right beside the clone doctor. The clone doctor tossed aside his empty assault rifle and, with a furious kick, sent the soldier's corpse hurtling into the horde of zombies. The arrival of the liquor changed the tide of battle. The elite soldiers, who had previously been driving the zombie horde back step by step, now found themselves ambushed from all directions by long tongues lashing out from the shadows. Some were impaled through the chest on the spot. Worse still were those who were snared by the arm or leg and dragged away. One could only catch a brief, desperate scream before silence fell. One after another, the elite soldiers fell. In just a few short minutes, over a dozen had perished. The 6 clone doctors wore grim expressions. They exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Together, they shrugged off their suit jackets, seized the collars of their shirts, and tore them open with a sharp pull. Their white shirts ripped clean in two. The clone doctors revealed their muscular torsos, their jaws clenched and faces contorted with pain. Thick veins bulged across their foreheads. Starting at their necks, sharp, resilient scales rapidly surfaced all over their skin. From their shoulders and the joints of their limbs, jagged, menacing bone spurs began to extend outward. With a roar, their forms swiftly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them transformed into towering tyrants, each over 3 meters tall. No sooner had their transformation completed than the 6 tyrant doctors unleashed a furious roar at the zombie horde. A crimson tongue shot from a gap in the ranks of zombies, only to freeze instantly in midair. One of the tyrant doctors leapt forward, seized the tongue, and with a powerful yank, dragged the hidden liquor out from the midst of the zombies. The liquor's 4 claws flailed wildly, slashing at the tyrant doctor's body, but could only leave faint white marks on his armored scales. And those marks vanished in an instant. The tyrant doctor looked down at the liquor with a wicked grin, then swung it forcefully to the ground. The liquor landed on its back, spewing a gush of filthy blood. The blow seemed to have gravely wounded it. Its claws flailed in panic, but it couldn't manage to turn itself over. The tyrant doctor released its tongue, raised his massive, rock-like fist, and brought it crashing down on the liquor's head. With a piercing shriek, the liquor's skull burst apart like a smashed watermelon. Rotten blood and flesh splattered in all directions. The elite soldiers nearest the scene, seeing the filth spattered on them, turned pale with shock. Headless and twitching, the liquor's corpse collapsed in a heap on the ground. Shaking the filthy blood from his fist, the tyrant doctor's presence grew all the more menacing and savage. He let out another earth-shaking roar at the horde of zombies. The mindless horde of zombies, oblivious to the daunting presence of the tyrant doctors, continued relentlessly to hurl themselves against the defensive line held by the elite soldiers. But the liquors lurking in the shadows were different. The brutal deaths of their kin, combined with the overwhelming aura radiating from the tyrant doctors, struck fear into them, like mice suddenly confronted by a cat. One after another, they turned and fled, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Under the command of the 6 tyrant doctors, the zombie horde was swiftly eradicated. Without pause, they made their way straight to Level B10, the deepest floor of the Hive laboratory. The reinforced doors of Level B10 were blasted open from the outside by sheer force. Isix, one of the tyrant doctors, leapt inside, roaring furiously as he called out. The other 5 filed in behind him in quick succession. Seated behind his desk, the real Dr. Isix clicked his tongue with disdain. TSK. Clones will always be just clones, a pack of brainless fools. He stood up, circled around to the front of his desk, and looked at the 6 tyrant doctors up and down with utter contempt. You actually injected yourselves with the T-virus. Incredible, truly hard to believe. And especially, you idiots were cloned from my very own cells. His merciless ridicule and scorn nearly drove the 6 tyrant doctors into a frenzy. Their chests heaved with fury, and the breath they exhaled formed searing white clouds. One of them raised a fist, pointing straight at the original doctor. "Kill him, then we'll decide who the real Isix is." The other 5 roared in unison, "Kill." In an instant, they transformed into 6 raging bulls, brimming with murderous intent as they charged forward. The original doctor calmly removed his gold-rimmed glasses and tossed them behind him, where Albert Weskier, who had remained silent until now, caught them deftly. He loosened his tie, while a stream of real-time data flickered rapidly across the interface visible in his pupils. In the blink of an eye, the tactical analysis system implanted in his brain had already dissected the attack patterns of the 6 tyrant doctors, generating 9 counter-strategies. The doctor's body lunged forward. He ducked sharply, dodging a massive fist that sliced through the air, the pressure sending his nanofiber suit whipping and snapping. Planting both feet, he sprang upward, narrowly avoiding 2 more savage kicks from the tyrant doctors. Midair, he lashed out with his right leg, landing a precise kick to one tyrant's side. Using the recoil, he spun nimbly to evade a grasping giant hand. In a blur, the original doctor had slipped past all 6 tyrant doctors. A cold smirk curled on his lips as, in a fluid motion, 2 threads of nanowire shot from his lowered sleeves. The tyrant doctors pivoted, ready to attack again, when suddenly 2 of them felt a sharp pain shoot through their arms. They spun around in shock, only to see that their arms had already been ensnared by a nearly invisible, slender thread. Muscles tensed, they tried to break free, but with the slightest exertion, the thread sliced straight through the ashen scales on their skin and bit deep into flesh. Both tyrant doctors let out a guttural scream. Their thick arms were flung aside, severed cleanly by the nanowire. Seizing the moment when the tyrant doctor's body stiffened, the real doctor landed, then instantly sprang back into action. This time, he kept his body low to the ground. With a flick of his wrists, 2 razor-sharp daggers slid into his hands. Each dagger found its mark, slashing at the stiffened tyrant doctor's Achilles tendons. A stream of blood spurted forth, and both tyrant doctors dropped to one knee on the spot. Before they could even cry out, the doctor's true self leaped into the air in a blur. 2 flashes of cold steel. The daggers swept across the tyrant doctors' necks. Desperately, they reached up with their remaining arms, clutching at their throats, but their massive heads slowly tilted, then tumbled to the ground. The 4 remaining tyrant doctors recoiled in horror, retreating 2 steps to put distance between themselves and the doctor. From the start of the fight until now, only 4 or 5 seconds had passed, yet he had ruthlessly dispatched 2 of the formidable tyrant doctors. This can't be. One tyrant doctor roared in disbelief. Straightening his collar, the true doctor smiled with unshakable confidence. "Nothing is impossible. You batch clone fools. Did you really think the Umbrella Corporation only had one method of evolution with the T-virus? Tisk. The doctor's true self let out a mocking laugh, his eyes brimming with disdain. Transformed into tyrants, the clones were already volatile and quick to anger. The doctor's look of contempt only further fueled their rage. With furious roars, they prepared to charge once more. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, sharp and unexpected. Weskier appeared, calmly raising a pistol as he walked forward. A pair of heavy thuds followed as 2 bodies hit the ground. The 2 tyrant doctors at the front turned pale and spun around in panic, only to find their companions already lying dead, each with a bullet hole in the center of their foreheads. Thick, black fluid oozed slowly from the wounds. The last 2 tyrant doctors turned back, staring fearfully at the pistol in Weskier's hand. "Albert Weskier, how did you do that?" One of them stammered in terror. Weskier replied coldly, "The T-virus antidote." "What?" The other tyrant doctor gasped in shock. The doctor's true self shook his head and smiled. "Only a prototype, nothing more." The tyrant doctors visibly relaxed, relief flickering across their faces. "But when it comes to killing you, it's more than enough." Their bodies tensed up again in an instant. The tyrant doctors' faces turned ashen. They exchanged a silent glance. Suddenly, each of them grabbed the corpse of a fallen comrade and hurled it, one aiming for Dr. Isaacs's true form, the other for Albert Weskier. They moved in right after, one attacking the doctor's true body, the other targeting Weskier. The combat analysis system inside the doctor's body whirred at full speed, but with his vision completely blocked by that massive corpse. The system could only do its utmost to predict every possible move the tyrant doctor might make while hiding behind the body. The flood of data overwhelmed the system, pushing it into overdrive. The chip embedded in the doctor's brain instantly overheated, sending a searing pain through him. He howled in agony, clutching his head and collapsing to his knees. My head. Yet in this twist of fate, his kneeling posture just happened to let the flying corpse sail harmlessly over him. The charging tyrant doctor almost stumbled, nearly stepping right over his bowed head. Fortunately, the tyrant doctor adjusted at the last second, driving his claws into the ground. The force gouged a long, deep scar in the floor as he finally came to a stop, looming over the doctor's true form. He stood, a vicious grin twisting his face. In a heartbeat, his claws became a blur, pinning the doctor to the ground and raining down a brutal flurry of blows. Meanwhile, Weskier twisted aside, dodging the flying corpse with a quick bend at the waist. His pistol was already aimed at the space behind the body. But in the next instant, his beast-like pupils contracted sharply. The tyrant doctor who'd been trailing behind the corpse was gone. Suddenly, a fierce rush of air swept down from above. A tremendous force crashed down, slamming the corpse right on top of him. Weskier had no time to escape, and could only watch as the massive body pinned him beneath its weight. Blood spurted from Weskier's mouth, his sunglasses tumbling away to reveal a pair of dim, beastly eyes. The tyrant doctor leaped down from his comrade's corpse, a savage grin on his face. He reached out, massive clawed hand closing around Weskier's head, and yanked. Weskier's head, spine still attached, was torn clean from his body. On the other side, the other tyrant doctor pressed the doctor's true form to the ground, raining down dozens of heavy blows before finally seizing the battered, broken corpse and hauling it upright. He threw back his head and let out a triumphant, guttural laugh. Ha 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 ha. I am Isaacs. I am the only one. Casually tossing aside Weskier's mangled remains, the tyrant doctor took a few light steps forward, his lips twisting into a sinister, cold smile. In just a few strides, he crossed a short distance, then roared out a battle cry. D. As the word left his mouth, his massive fist smashed into the back of his comrade. The ambushed tyrant doctor let out a strangled cry, spewing a torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his heart. You. With a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees, trembling as he turned his head, staring in disbelief at his traitorous companion. You despicable. The attacker seized his head in both hands, a sinister grin twisting his face. There are always those who succeed and write their own fate. With those words, he gave a violent twist. The betrayed tyrant doctor's eyes widened in shock, and the doctor's true body slipped silently from his grasp. The attacker grunted with effort, then, with another surge of strength, wrenched his head clean off. A cry rang out as the last surviving tyrant doctor tilted his head back, eyes closed, savoring the final taste of victory. The taste of triumph. How exquisite it is. But just then, a soft chuckle drifted from behind. Who's there? The tyrant doctor spun around, only to see a familiar figure standing in the doorway. Richard raised his hand in a casual wave. Hello there, Dr. Isaacs of Alaska. The tyrant doctor turned warily, his claws tensing and relaxing in restless succession. He remembered Richard's strength all too well, and wasn't at all sure he could win in a direct confrontation. But one thing was certain, he couldn't let Richard escape. Meanwhile, the body of the doctor lying on the ground began to twitch, a finger quivering ever so slightly. Richard narrowed his eyes, calling out, Hey, Dr. Isaacs of Alaska, you might want to check behind you. Looks like your original body is still alive. The tyrant doctor glanced back and saw the true doctor, his back to him, slowly rising to his feet. No problem, he sneered. I'll just kill him again. He swung his massive hand, a gust of force sweeping toward the doctor. The doctor's arms hung limp, as two nearly invisible threads slid smoothly from his suit sleeves. In an instant, he dropped low and spun, the threads whipping through the air and wrapping tightly around the tyrant doctor's wrists. A sharp sting shot through the tyrant doctor's arms. He glanced down, his face suddenly contorted in fury. But before he could react, the doctor spun like a top, the delicate threads slicing clean through the tyrant doctor's wrists. Staggering forward a few steps, the doctor barely found his balance, and as he moved, the near-silent threads lashed out again, binding themselves around the tyrant doctor's ankles. With a howl of pain, the tyrant doctor crashed to his knees. My feet. Damn it. The doctor pivoted and charged again, the blood-stained threads swirling, this time twisting around the tyrant doctor's remaining wrists. Mother. The doctor barely kept his footing, spat out a mouthful of dark blood, and finally managed a hoarse, ragged laugh. I admit, I underestimated you fools. But that T-virus-rotted brain of yours always makes you slip up at just the wrong moment. What a pity. You are only one step away from final victory. He walked slowly toward the tyrant doctor, who was sprawled on the ground. The trailing filaments danced lightly like willow branches, while crimson drops of blood fell rhythmically to the earth. The tyrant doctor lay face down, his eyes brimming with regret. He had grown far too arrogant and careless. But I still have a chance to turn the tables. In that instant, a glint of dark gold flickered in his eyes. Not far away, a dagger on the ground began to tremble, rising into the air as if guided by an invisible hand. The doctor's true body flicked his arm, sending the filaments silently winding toward the tyrant doctor's neck. At the same moment, the dagger circled behind him, its cold, gleaming tip aimed straight at his head. The tyrant doctor's true body die. The filaments tightened around the tyrant doctor's neck, slicing through his tough scales. But the next moment, they stopped abruptly. A low, sinister chuckle broke the tension. Then, boisterous laughter erupted. The tyrant doctor laughed heartily, unrestrained. The doctor's true body stared in confusion as the tip of a blade emerged from his own forehead. His legs buckled, and he sank to his knees. Finally, with his rear raised awkwardly, his head slumped forward, pressing to the ground. Seeing this, Richard sighed and shook his head. He had meant to say something, but instead, he simply opened a portal and stepped away. A dozen seconds later, the hive laboratory trembled violently. Then, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, leaving a pit a dozen miles wide. The last Dr. Isaacs, together with the frozen Umbrella Corporation executives and their unfulfilled ambitions, were buried beneath the ruins. Raccoon City Park. Elderly Alicia sat in her wheelchair, gazing up at the clear blue sky. How wonderful it is! The Red Queen's hologram stood beside her, eyes brimming with tears. Alicia, please don't die. Please just hold on. With what little strength she had left, Alicia tried to pull her lips into a faint smile. I wish I could live to. Want to live? I can help you. A cheerful voice rang out suddenly. Stepping out of the portal, Richard casually tossed the T-virus antidote aside. The glass vial shattered as it hit the ground, releasing the blue serum, which quickly evaporated into the air. Richard paused, sensing the surroundings, then swept his hand through the air. A powerful gust gathered the lingering medicine, sweeping it across the skies above Raccoon City. As the antidote drifted through alleyways and corridors, zombies everywhere slipped silently to the ground. Raccoon City High School. Tyler suddenly shouted in excitement. Jill, come here. Look. Jill and the others rushed to the edge of the rooftop, gripping the railing as they peered down. One by one, the zombies roaming the streets collapsed to the pavement. Instantly, the group erupted into wild cheers. The zombies are dead. They're really dead. God bless us. This nightmare is finally over. A brilliant smile blossomed on Jill's face. In her heart, she murmured, Thank you, Richard. Thank you for everything you've done. Raccoon City Police Department. Chief James sat at the entrance of the police station, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a Remington cradled in his arms. A bandage was wrapped around his arm, once white, now stained red and dark with his blood. Listening to the waves of cheers coming from inside the station, a weary smile of relief spread across his tired face. It's finally over. Ashford residence. Angela Ashford collapsed on her bed, completely spent. Professor Charles Ashford sat in his wheelchair, tears brimming in his eyes. Angela slowly raised her small hand and gently wiped away his tears. Daddy, promise me you'll never research things like that again, okay? Charles Ashford nodded fervently, reaching out to hold her little hand. Anything you say, sweetheart. I promise. I promise. A soft sobbing escaped him, heavy and full of emotion. Umbrella Corporation, Raccoon City branch. Inside a certain laboratory, Alice awoke naked once more. She wrapped herself in a white sheet and stumbled toward the door. Just then, a naked man, also draped in a white sheet, appeared in the hallway. Alice. The two ran to each other, overjoyed, and embraced tightly. Raccoon City Hall. The mayor stepped away from the window and collapsed heavily into his office chair. Mamma mia, it's finally over. His stylish secretary slipped in through a crack in the door, sliding inside with feline grace. Closing the door behind her, she sauntered over, hips swaying seductively. She lifted her miniskirt, revealing long legs clad in black stockings, and straddled his lap. Her delicate arms curled around his thick neck, her glamorous makeup set off by a sultry smile. Her breath was warm and fragrant as she whispered, Mr. Mayor, you've worked so hard. Allow me, on behalf of the citizens of Raccoon City, to properly thank you. The mayor's breath quickened and his face flushed as he stammered. Why, yes, please go ahead. With nimble fingers, the secretary traced down from his chin, deftly unbuttoning his shirt one button at a time, moving down to his trousers. The mayor craned his neck, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, unable to contain himself. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang, breaking the moment. The secretary froze mid-motion, quickly let go, stood up, and stepped aside. Why, you'd better answer that first. The mayor glanced down at his now-deflated trousers, bitterly disappointed. He picked up the receiver, his tone flat and full of frustration. Hello. This is the mayor of Raccoon City. Who is this? Mr. Mayor, this is Lieutenant Colonel Edmund of the National Guard. Our unit has arrived at the outskirts of Arkley Highway and should reach Raccoon City in about an hour. The mayor immediately stood up, his face transforming into a welcoming smile. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel Edmund, and to all the National Guard. I'll have someone waiting to receive you right away. After hanging up the phone, His Honor the Mayor was beaming with delight. We were just worrying about being short on manpower. The National Guard's arrival couldn't be better. They can help carry the bodies and clean up the floors. The charming secretary sidled up to him again, her tone syrupy sweet. Her soft, delicate hand rested on his chest, idly twisting his alluring chest hair. You're so naughty. I just adore you. The mayor pulled the pretty secretary into his arms, puckered his lips, and pressed them against her full, red mouth. Raccoon City Park. The holographic Red Queen bounced in place, pestering Richard. Richard, you jerk. Did you just say you could save Alicia? Did you? Did you? Richard blinked in feigned confusion. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Who said that? Wasn't me. Arg. Richard, you jerk. The Red Queen's hologram stamped her foot. You definitely just said it a moment ago. Elderly Alicia's withered, orange peel hands clutched the armrests anxiously, her clear eyes looking at Richard with desperate hope. Seeing this, Richard stopped teasing Red Queen. He raised a hand and made a sweeping gesture, opening a shimmering portal. All right, Red Queen, Miss Alicia, let's continue this conversation somewhere else. Richard walked over and pushed the wheelchair through the portal. The Red Queen's hologram called out, Richard, you jerk, wait for me. With that, her projection shrank and slipped into the device on the wheelchair. Alaska, underground experimental research facility. A certain cloning workshop. Elderly Alicia gazed at the row of round incubators, where curled-up Alice clones lay silently. She pressed her lips together, unable to speak. The Red Queen's hologram materialized, surveying the scene with curiosity. Richard, are you going to use these clones to treat Alicia? Richard nodded, then turned to the elderly Alicia. Miss Alicia, it's time to choose a new body. Elderly Alicia hesitated. Mr. Richard, what exactly do you mean by treatment? It's very simple, Richard smiled, then suddenly slapped her gently on the back. A ghostly blue soul emerged from her aged body. Alicia's soul, now young and radiant, lifted her hands, her face awash with disbelief. It's your soul, Richard said with a gentle smile, then gestured to the rows of clones in the incubators. These are all clones cultivated from your own cells. In theory, they should be perfectly compatible with your soul. So, choose the body you want for your future. A portal opened up. As Richard stepped out, he was met by a warm, soft figure flying into his arms. He caught the girl, speaking softly, Jill. Jill gazed at Richard with longing, asking, You're leaving, aren't you? Richard was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, it's time to go. Jill wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs locking tightly around his waist. My dear, carry me to the bedroom. With those words, she pulled him into a deep kiss. Supporting her shapely hips, Richard strode swiftly toward the bedroom. An hour later, Jill lay limply in Richard's arms, greedily breathing in assent. Richard gently stroked the smooth curve of her waist and back, then suddenly said, Jill, come away with me. Jill froze, a single tear sliding from the corner of her eye. She shook her head and replied in a muffled voice, This is my world, Richard. All right. Richard fell silent once more. Will you come back? Jill asked, unable to hide her reluctance. I will, Richard said firmly. I've placed a magical mark on you. Next time, I'll teleport straight to your side. Not just for Jill. Freed from the torment of premature aging, Alicia had seized the opportunity while other Umbrella executives perished, reclaiming control of the entire Umbrella Corporation. This gave Richard the idea of turning the Resident Evil world into his logistics base. He watched as Richard left. After washing up and getting dressed, Jill prepared to return to the police station. She had just ascended the stairs when Ada Wong, dressed in a striking red dress, appeared. He's gone. Jill narrowed her eyes. She didn't know who this beautiful woman was, but it was clear Ada was asking about Richard. He's gone, Ada Wong said. I'm here to invite you to join a team. Jill shook her head. I'm not interested. Apart from the Umbrella Corporation, there are other factions that have obtained the T-virus samples. Ada folded her arms and continued. No one can guarantee when a next biohazard outbreak will happen. Jill frowned. Do you know who those factions are? Ada's watch projected a hologram of the Red Queen. I know. Jill's expression softened into a smile as she extended her right hand. Then count me in. Ada smiled and reached out her own hand. Two hands, trained to wield firearms, clasped together. The Red Queen's hologram stretched out a translucent right hand as well, bouncing excitedly. Me too. Meanwhile, on a remote island, as Richard prepared to cross worlds with his teleportation spell, he suddenly sensed a strange set of coordinates. It wasn't a spiritual resonance, nor was it one of his preset magic coordinates. Driven by curiosity, he teleported directly to that world. In another world, a flash of red light streaked by. Richard appeared, kneeling on one knee. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. It seemed he was on the outskirts of a quaint village. He examined the village closely. A long wooden fence circled the village in a simple barrier, while the main gate resembled an old-fashioned archway, upon which three odd characters were scrawled in crooked script. Richard frowned, searching his memory for any script that resembled these strange markings, but nothing came to mind. Looking inward from the village gate, most of the structures in the village were thatched cottages, while the nicer ones were small two-story wooden houses. Just then, a flash of white light flickered a meter inside the village gate. Richard jumped in shock. Instinctively, he took up a defensive stance, and two crimson rings of lardigator appeared around his fists. He thought he heard a faint ding sound in his ear. But Richard had no time to investigate. Mouth agape, he stared as, when the white light faded, a figure materialized where it had been. It was a young man, wearing nothing but a pair of boxy underwear, clutching a wooden stick in his hand. The man glanced down at himself, his face darkening with apparent anger. He raised the stick, let out a wild, unintelligible cry, and dashed out of the village gate. As he passed by Richard, he gave him a once-over, his eyes flashing with a look of envy and jealousy that seemed to make him shout even louder, and he sprinted away at an even faster pace. Watching the man leave, Richard was left completely baffled. He withdrew the rings of lardigator and suddenly remembered that chiming sound. Before he could figure out where it had come from, a transparent panel suddenly materialized right in front of him. Holy crap! Richard stared at it in shock. The words displayed were all in perfect Chinese characters. Character, Richard. Race, human. Magic, LV4. Skill, energy shield LV5. Richard. Richard gazed at the panel in utter confusion. His first thought was, moreover, magic probably referred to the divine power within his body, and as for the energy shield, could it be the rings of lardigator he had just summoned? The realization struck him at once. The activation of this panel was triggered by me casting a skill. His eyes lit up, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. He opened his right hand, and, with a sudden whoosh, an orange-red fireball formed in his palm. Richard's eyes went wide. He quickly glanced back at the panel, and sure enough, a new skill had appeared in the skill list. Fireball LV3. Holy crap, it actually worked. Let's try again. Muttering an incantation, he watched as the orange-red fireball in his palm gradually turned to dazzling gold. Fireball LV6. Richard's eyes sparkled with excitement. He continued, silently chanting the spell for explosive flame in his mind. The fireball in his right palm swelled to the size of a basketball, its color shifting to a brilliant blue and white. Fireball LV9 Mux. Richard gazed in delight at his newly maxed-out fireball spell. So caught up in his excitement, he failed to notice that dark clouds were beginning to gather over the village sky. At that moment, a flash of white light streaked by, and another man in boxer shorts appeared. His eyes immediately landed on Richard, who stood just outside the village, dressed in a mysterious battle mage's robe, carefully cradling a swirling blue and white fireball in his hands. Whoa, awesome, the newcomer exclaimed in awe. Richard whipped around, startled, yet actually understood what the man in boxer shorts just said. Boxer shorts man hefted a wooden club onto his shoulder, strode past the village gates, and glanced with undisguised envy at Richard, and the fireball in his grasp. In the very next second, he charged out with wild excitement, swinging his club with abandon. "AR," he bellowed. "Hey, you wild chickens outside the village. I'm back again and again." Richard let the fireball dissipate, lost in thought. Wild chickens? Awesome guy. Could it be? Is this world actually some kind of game world? Suddenly, a shout of shock rang out from inside the village, snapping Richard out of his reverie. Whoa, why did the sky suddenly get dark? He jerked his head up to see swirling storm clouds gathering above the village, forming a vortex. At its center, lightning crackled and danced, as if some terrifying ultimate attack was brewing. Divine retribution! It's divine retribution! Shrieked a girl, clad in white underclothes and clutching a wooden staff, her face contorted in terror. What? Divine retribution? Someone else cried. Don't tell me we've got a cheater here, too? Richard was still puzzling over the situation when a sudden, intense sense of dread swept over him. No, that thing in the sky is targeting me. Not daring to linger, he hastily opened a portal and dove through. The instant the portal snapped open, another notification rang in his ears. As soon as the portal vanished, the swirling clouds overhead froze in place. A mechanical, androgynous electronic voice faintly echoed from above. No anti-cheat program detected. Divine retribution system shutting down. Spatial fluctuation detected. Tracking system activated. Richard knew nothing about this game world, so the portal he opened was a random teleport. Stepping out on the other side, he found himself in what seemed to be a mountain valley. Scattered across the grassy floor were herds of goat-like creatures, each with two long horns sprouting from its head. Peering intently, Richard realized these were game monsters. Above each one hovered a red health bar, along with a glaring LV-16 label. Just as he tried to take a closer look, the goat monsters suddenly grew restless and agitated. And once again, the sky began to darken. Richard glanced upward to see thunderclouds rolling in overhead, a vortex of lightning rapidly taking shape. Cheater detected. Divine retribution system activating. Richard's expression shifted instantly. He had caught the barely audible mechanical tone. Without hesitation, he slashed open another portal and teleported away. As before, the thunder vortex overhead froze in place. Spatial fluctuation detected. Tracking in progress. This time, Richard landed in a vast sea of flowers stretching as far as the eye could see. And what made his scalp tingle was that every single flower in this field was a monster. At Richard's feet, a strange orchid-shaped creature suddenly bloomed, revealing a maw lined with sharp teeth that snapped at his foot. Richard quickly lifted his foot and stomped the orchid monster flat. A notification chimed in his ear, but Richard didn't dare linger. He opened another portal and left the perilous sea of flowers without looking back. As soon as he departed, a fissure split the sky above the floral expanse. The crack yawned wide, turning into a colossal, eye flashing with thunder and lightning. The cheater has left, continuing pursuit. This time, Richard found himself randomly transported to an island, right at the edge of the sea. He didn't dare waste a moment. His instincts warned him that this game world was extremely dangerous for him now. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, searching for the magical marker he'd left behind in the Marvel Universe. Path of Spirit, open the gateway. Crimson energy surged from within him, and a diamond-shaped portal began to open, slowly widening before him. Richard ignored the persistent notification, his eyes fixed anxiously on the expanding interdimensional portal, silently urging it to hurry. Faster, faster. Suddenly, the sky darkened in an instant. A gigantic thunderous eye burst open overhead. Cheater detected. Divine punishment initiated. Damn it, how to catch up so fast? Richard cursed aloud. Throwing up both hands, he conjured a floating shield, one of his own creation, directly above his head. A deafening crash echoed as a thick, silver-white bolt of lightning shot from the thunder eye and struck the crimson, cone-shaped energy shield in a blink. Richard's face paled, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn, that's strong. The 10 energy transformation arrays on the conical shield whirred furiously, one after another, as energy cannons materialized around its surface. Richard gritted his teeth and shouted. The muzzles of the cannons rapidly gathered red energy, and in the next instant, 6 scarlet energy blasts shot skyward, aiming straight for the thunderous eye. The energy blasts collided with the eye, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The thunder eye winced in pain, squeezing shut for a moment. When it opened again, it seemed infuriated by Richard's counterattack. The silvery lightning in its gaze swiftly darkened into a sinister shade of purple. Richard jerked his head up. He had just sensed a familiar presence, a spark of spirit, from within the thunder eye. What's going on? Could it be that this game world harbored another version of himself? But he was certain he hadn't sensed such a presence before. Richard was deeply unsettled. The color of the thunder eye had changed. Perhaps it was precisely because of this transformation that he could now sense the presence of his other self. A surge of excitement lifted Richard's spirits, and a vague realization began to take shape in his mind. There was a strong possibility that his counterpart in this game world was the very cheater those villagers had spoken of earlier. No matter what, I can't let this spiritual presence slip through my fingers now that it's so close. Richard extended his spiritual tendrils, shooting them like lightning straight toward the thunderous giant eye in the sky. At that moment, a bolt of dark purple lightning, summoned by the thunderous eye, came crashing down. The two forces collided midair. Ugh! Richard grunted, his face turning deathly pale. But he gritted his teeth and held on, veins bulging on his forehead. With sheer will, his spiritual tendril pushed through the black-violet electric arcs and pierced into the thunderous giant eye. From the outside, this eye seemed nothing more than a massive eyeball, but its interior was an entirely different world. At the center, where the pupil should have been, there was a colossal mechanical device. The white of the eye was made up of countless tiny square cells. The spiritual tendril sped toward one of the outermost cells. This was where his other self was imprisoned in this strange world. It pierced the wall of the cell, revealing his other self inside, eyes tightly shut, all four limbs severed. The remaining torso and head were covered in a dense array of sensor patches. Each patch was connected to an energy wire, and all these wires converged on the massive device at the center of the pupil. Richard's spiritual tendril plunged into the head of his other self, and the two consciousnesses merged. Kill me, kill me. The instant their minds touched, a powerful urge surged from his other self's spirit. Richard's face twisted in agony. Damn it, not this nightmare again. The plea, kill me, reverberated in his mind like the relentless tolling of a great bell. Through their spiritual bond, he felt the depth of despair and pain lodged in his other self's subconscious. Brother, I'll set you free. Gritting his teeth, Richard's spiritual tendril wrapped around his other self's spirit and tore it away with lightning speed. The moment the spirit left the body, the other self's head slumped, breath ceasing forever. At that instant, the thunderous giant, eye in the sky, flew wide open. It erupted with a torrent of emotion, anger exploding like a volcanic eruption. Its massive roar was no longer mechanical or electronic, but like the furious bellow of some living, monstrous beast. Richard's expression changed dramatically. Holy hell, this thing is vicious. He yanked his hands apart and shouted, "Mirror space." Suddenly, a flurry of diamond-shaped spatial shards spread out, forming a sealed chamber. Richard hurled himself into the diamond-shaped, interdimensional portal. A roar, furious beyond reason, thundered through the portal and slammed into Richard's ears. The force made him cough up blood on the spot. The next moment, a jet-black lightning bolt burst from the thunderous eye's device, crossing space in an instant, and struck the outer wall of Richard's mirror space. In less than a second, the mirror space exploded with a deafening crash. The black lightning's momentum didn't falter. It blasted directly into the diamond-shaped portal. Richard's face drained of color. He mustered every last drop of energy within him, letting the crimson magic surge into the portal, fortifying it with all he had left. After a few seconds of stalemate, the black lightning seemed to realize it couldn't seize the diamond-shaped portal. With a sudden flash of darkness, it expanded in an instant. Richard barely had time to curse before the explosion blasted him straight out of the interplanar passage he had opened. Immediately, the diamond portal collapsed, and the entire dimensional corridor began to crumble, section by section. Richard spun wildly as he was thrown into the void. Ignoring the searing pain racking his body, he seized the moment, flung out a whip of energy, and caught the edge of the interdimensional portal. With a powerful tug, he pulled himself into a gateway, leading to unknown coordinates. When Richard awoke again, he found himself lying on a bed, a mural of Wolverine hanging on the wall above him. Just then, the door creaked open, and a graceful woman entered, carrying a basin. Seeing Richard looking at her, she hurried over with a bright smile. "Richard, you're awake." "Lynn," Richard exclaimed, struggling to sit up in astonishment. What on earth was happening? "Lie down quickly." Lynn set the basin on the desk in haste and gently pressed Richard back down. "Your body is still weak. You need to rest." "Lynn, how did I?" Richard started to speak, but stopped abruptly. Lynn smiled understandingly, two charming dimples appearing on her cheeks. "You suddenly appeared in my house yesterday, but you never woke up, so I called an old neighbor for help. He's a traditional Chinese doctor. After checking you over, he said your internal injuries were severe, and you might be unconscious for some time. I didn't expect you to wake up so soon." "Lynn," Richard was about to say something more when his ears twitched. He fell silent, instantly alert. He made a writing gesture and thanked her. "Thank you for saving me." Lynn paused, caught on, and stood up. As she opened the drawer to take out paper and a pen, she replied, "No need to thank me. After all, you helped me last time too." Richard quickly took the paper and pen and wrote in Chinese. "There are listening devices in your house. All right, when I'm better, let me treat you to a meal." Lynn's eyes widened in surprise. She took the paper and pen from him and scribbled back. Who put them there? Sure, just like last time, she said aloud, keeping up the pretense. Richard felt a little awkward hearing her words. After all, he still remembered that unforgettable night after they'd had a few drinks. Lynn seemed to realize the implication too, her cheeks instantly flushing a delicate pink. Richard cleared his throat, took the paper and pen, and quickly wrote, "With me here, don't worry." Lynn nodded, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart. "I'll help you freshen up a bit," Lynn said, turning to wring out a warm towel from the basin before gently wiping Richard's face with meticulous care. With the beautiful woman so near, her subtle fragrance filling the air, Richard couldn't help but feel his heart beating a little faster. Downstairs, 3 black SUVs pulled up, and more than a dozen heavily armed mercenaries began to file out in formation. Richard reached out and gently took Lynn's hand, speaking softly. "They're here." Lynn's cheeks flushed at first, but upon hearing Richard's words, she quickly set down the towel. "I'll go get the gun." She turned to leave. "No need, leave it to me." Richard shook his head, giving her a gentle smile. He checked his own physical condition, and found that all the internal injuries he'd suffered in the game world had completely healed. "You stay here." Richard got out of bed. Under Lynn's astonished gaze, he drew a portal through the air. "I'll be right back." With that, he stepped into the portal. "Richard," Lynn covered her mouth in shock. "Who are you really?" The mercenary squad, a dozen strong, had split into 2 groups, half squeezed into a cramped elevator, while the rest climbed the narrow staircase. Richard's portal opened directly in front of the team on the stairs. "Hey there." He stood at the stairwell's turn, raising a hand in greeting to the mercenaries. "It's the target. Shoot, hurry, shoot." Caught off guard, the mercenaries recognized Richard. They fumbled for their weapons, aiming in his direction. Richard shook his head in exasperation. "You're honestly the worst bunch I've ever faced." He didn't bother with magic. Instead, he darted forward and landed a solid punch right on the lead mercenary's head. The man gave a muffled groan, eyes rolling back as he crumpled to the ground. Richard became a blur of shadow, weaving through the tight stairwell. With a flurry of punches, elbows, and kicks, he swiftly knocked out the entire group. "Fisk, having to deal with these small fry myself. I really need to come up with a spell like Conqueror's Hockey for this sort of thing." He drew a circle with his hand, opening a portal beneath his feet, sending himself and the unconscious mercenaries sinking away. When they reappeared, it was already on the rooftop. Richard teleported again. 2 seconds later, another portal opened. This time, the rest of the mercenaries tumbled out like dumplings from a pot. He looked up at the sky, an odd smile playing on his lips. "So these guys were really after me, huh?" The moment he appeared on the rooftop, he'd felt an inexplicable sense of being watched. Now he was sure someone was monitoring him by satellite. "Let's see who you are." Richard bent down and, with a sudden motion, seized a mercenary's soul. Soul trace. His fingertips, glowing with red magic, pierced into the mercenary's soul. Eyes closed, he searched through its memories. After a while, he snapped his eyes open. "Well, this is a surprise. So, it's the Red Mountain Group. Johannesburg, Red Mountain Group branch manager, Kareem Lucas." A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Richard's lips. With a sweeping motion, he drew a circle in the air and teleported the whole group of mercenaries straight to the depths of the ocean. A group of hungry sharks was swiftly swimming there. Back at Lynn's house, Lynn rushed over, anxiously checking him over. "Richard, are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, Lynn." Li Cha rubbed his nose. Hearing Lynn call him Richard all the time made him feel strangely uncomfortable. So he said, "Lynn, you can call me Li Cha. That's my real name." "Li Cha." Lynn paused in surprise, suddenly recalling the colleague who sacrificed himself in South Africa. "You're both named Li Cha?" "Well," Li Cha gave an awkward smile. "I'll tell you the whole story later. For now, I need to go deal with the mastermind behind all this." "Be careful," Lynn reminded him worriedly. Li Cha nodded, then suddenly hugged her and kissed her on the forehead before teleporting away. Johannesburg, Red Mountain Group's branch. In the manager's office, Li Cha appeared quietly, cloaked in invisibility. Manager Kareem Lucas was standing in front of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, talking on the phone with someone. Judging by his agitated tone, he was clearly in a state of fury. "Send another team. Do I really need to teach you how to do your job?" "What? There's no one left in Hong Kong." "Then get people from Australia, from Japan. I don't care. All I want is results." "Results." He ended the call, his chest heaving with rage. "Manager Lucas, you're letting your temper get the better of you. You should learn to keep your cool." A bright, clear male voice suddenly sounded in the room. Kareem Lucas spun around in fright and demanded, "Who's there?" He looked around, but saw no one. His expression changed, and he shouted, Host, scan the office. Yes, sir. A female mechanical voice responded. A beam of blue scanning light swept across the office. Sir, you're the only person in the office. That's impossible. Someone was just speaking. Kareem Lucas blurted out, then hurriedly pulled a handgun from his desk drawer. Looks like Red Mountain Group's AI hasn't improved at all since I was away. As Lee Cha finished speaking, he deactivated his invisibility and appeared openly before Kareem Lucas. It's you, Kareem Lucas de Lee Cha Instanti. This was the mysterious mage who had killed the president and destroyed the headquarters in South Africa. He raised his gun, ready to fire. Lee Cha's form flickered. He appeared instantly at Lucas's left side, grabbing his gun hand. Is this how Red Mountain Group always greets people? So unfriendly. With that, he squeezed hard. Kareem Lucas let out a scream as his entire right hand was crushed and twisted by Lee Cha's overwhelming strength. He howled in agony. My hand! Richard shook his head, raised his hand, and with a single grasp, pulled out the man's soul. Soul trace. His fingertips, wreathed in crimson magic, pierced into the soul. Well now, there are quite a few secret directors behind the Red Mountain Group. Richard was a bit surprised. He had just uncovered many of the Red Mountain Group's secrets from Kareem Lucas's memories. It was Kareem Lucas himself who had installed the bug in Lynn's home and arranged for round-the-clock surveillance. But behind it all, there were others pulling the strings. The true masterminds were the secret board of directors of the Red Mountain Group. No matter. I'll just hunt them down one by one. Without hesitation, Richard teleported to just outside a Red Mountain Group branch, conjured a massive ball of blue-white flame, and hurled it casually over his shoulder as he strode into a portal. The shockwave from the explosion rumbled through the closed portal on the far side, making the edges of Richard's battlemage robes snap and flutter. Paris, Red Blossom Manor. Invisible, Richard flew into the manor's drawing room, where the owner, Bob Jones, was entertaining a guest. As luck would have it, the guest was none other than Paul Shays, one of the secret directors of the Red Mountain Group. Good day, esteemed directors of the Red Mountain Group. Richard materialized before them, smiling as he greeted them. I hope I'm not interrupting your conversation. Bob Jones drove his cane into the floor with a heavy thud and barked. Who are you? How dare you barge in here? Do you have any idea what place this is? Paul Shays instantly recognized Richard, his expression shifting ever so slightly. He stood up without a word, discreetly inching backward. Richard turned his gaze to him, smiling. It seems Director Shays knows who I am. Perhaps you could introduce me to Director Jones. Paul Shays managed a strained smile, bowed respectfully to Richard, and said, Honored Mage, I have no wish to oppose you. Everything was done at Bob Jones's command. Director Shays. Bob Jones stared at Paul Shays in disbelief. How could you? Bob Jones looked at Paul Shays with bitter disappointment. How could you bow to a monster like this? Paul Shays didn't spare him a glance, keeping his gaze fixed on Richard, the picture of deference. Master Mage, I'm not like Director Jones. I will be delighted to work with someone as powerful as you. Richard sighed. As someone who enjoyed a good show, he would have loved to watch their drama play out, but time was pressing. After all, the Red Mountain Group's secret board counted a full 12 members. If he wanted to finish them all today, he'd have to pick up the pace. I'm sorry to say this, but honestly, your acting is atrocious. With a sweep of his hand, he drew a circle in the air, and beneath the feet of the two directors, two crimson portals appeared. With a startled cry, they plunged straight into the portals. At that moment, the doors to the reception room were violently kicked open, and the manor's security staff stormed in with guns at the ready. Hands up! Don't make any sudden moves. Chief, Mr. Jones is gone. Kid, tell us where you took Mr. Jones. Richard, hands clasped behind his back, took a step backward and vanished into the portal. Oh no, he's getting away. Open fire. Now! A torrent of bullets tore through the air, riddling the conference room walls with holes. On an uninhabited island somewhere far away, Bob Jones and Paul Shays tumbled from the sky, landing with a thud. Injured, they limped away, hobbling desperately toward the shelter of the trees. Richard reappeared, gliding after them. Gentlemen, just a reminder, you're on a deserted island. Bob Jones and Paul Shays exchanged a look of utter despair. With a sudden burst of anger, Bob Jones hurled his walking stick to the ground, his voice trembling as he barked, Come on, you bastard! Do it now, kill me! Richard shook his head, reached out, and with a single motion, drew forth Jones's ethereal blue soul. Soul view recall. He closed his eyes, delving deep into the streams of memory. Paul Shays, witnessing the surreal scene, collapsed to his knees, his strength failing him. Oh God, how did it ever come to this? Slowly, Richard opened his eyes. Billy Butcher, London. Dave Sharman, Rome. Robert Arikin, Stockholm. Lanny Simon, Bern. Steve Petit, New York. Chris Thomas, Buenos Aires. There are 4 more directors. Mr. Shays, perhaps you'd care to assist? Paul Shays squeezed his eyes shut, tears of regret streaming down his face. In the next instant, Richard pressed his palm against Shays, and his soul was wrenched from his body. Crimson magic crackled around Richard's fingertips as they pierced the trembling soul. Richard watched the cascade of memories unfold, his gaze thoughtful. Well. To think Director Shays was also working for the CIA. Just finish me off. Paul Shays' soul cried out in agony. Richard waggled a finger, replying, no need to rush. Cooperate, and I'll see to it that you both meet a dignified end. With that, he returned Shays' soul to his body. Then, spreading his fingers and crossing his hands, Richard began to float steadily upward. Shadows streamed from his back, taking shape and solidifying into living, breathing duplicates. Bob Jones lay sprawled on the sand, staring in disbelief as 10 magical clones emerged from behind Richard. This must be the power of Satan himself. With a snap of his fingers, Richard commanded, bring back the remaining 10 directors, alive. The 10 magical clones nodded in acknowledgement and teleported away. Moments later, portals reopened and the clones returned one by one, each dragging along a secret board member of the Red Hill Group. With a wave of his hand, Richard dismissed the magical clones, letting them dissolve into thin air. Now, gathered on the deserted island's beach, stood all of Red Hill Group's top brass. They crowded around Bob Jones and Paul Shays, their questions sharp and pressing. Director Jones, what on earth is going on here? Director Shays, how did that terrifying man come after us? That's right, our names aren't even on the Red Hill Group's official board list. Paul Shays stood there, face expressionless, silently reciting passages from the Bible. Bob Jones, meanwhile, picked up his ceremonial cane, let out a cold snort, and turned his head away, unwilling to waste words on what he saw as a doomed crowd. Bob Jones, what kind of attitude is that? Speak up. Was it you two who ratted us out? Damn it, I had a meeting with the bank senior management to discuss a loan today. Now it's all ruined. Loans. Look around you, man. Who knows if any of us will even make it out alive? Nonsense. I've got hundreds of men working for me in Mexico. Let's see who dares to lay a finger on me. Arms crossed, Richard hovered silently above them, watching. Gentlemen, members of the Red Hill Group Board. Richard's voice boomed, exploding in their ears like a thunderclap. This was a little spell he'd invented himself, called Resonant Voice. As the name suggested, with this spell, even a whisper carried the force of a megaphone blaring directly into someone's ear. The board members looked up at Richard, exchanging anxious glances. They had just been putting on a show of bravado for Bob Jones and Paul Shays, but in front of Richard, they shrank into nervous chicks. Now, let's discuss the matter of compensation. As he spoke, Richard flicked his wrist, sending a whip of crimson energy coiling around Paul Shays and yanking him to the front. Director Shays, you know the Red Hill Group's operations better than anyone. I'll need your assistance in a moment. Paul Shays nodded weakly, the life drained from his expression. The other board members glanced at each other, puzzled by the turn of events. Bob Jones tapped his ceremonial cane on the ground and sneered. Director Shays has always been at the CIA service. He probably knows exactly what color underwear each of you is wearing right now. Director Shays, you... Damn it. No wonder every time we shipped goods, the CIA intercepted us in advance. So was you all along. Assailed by jeers and insults at his ear, Paul Shays simply closed his eyes, choosing not to see or hear any of it. That's enough, all of you. Richard's voice thundered in their ears once more, silencing the crowd. The pain reverberating in their eardrums forced the group of board members to clasp their hands over their ears. I need compensation now. Do you understand me? Bring out your best technology or achievements to express your apology. As long as what you offer satisfies me, I guarantee this matter will end with you, and your families will remain untouched. But if I'm not satisfied, well, I'm sorry, but you'd better start praying to God. No sooner had Richard finished speaking than the board members reacted at once. One, thinking he could bargain, pleaded, Mr. Magician, I can give up a skyscraper in downtown New York. A hot-tempered warlord spat out. You'd better let me go, kid, or my army will hunt down every friend and relative you have. Richard sighed, lifting his hand and pointing. In an instant, a petite, red flying sword shot through the warlord's skull. I have no patience for fools. The warlord's corpse, lying in plain sight, left the rest of the board members mute, like ducks with their necks wrung. No one dared utter another word. Richard waved at Paul Shays. Director Shays, you handle the negotiations with them. Paul Shays opened his eyes, his expression conflicted. He parted his lips, wanting to speak, but the words caught in his throat. Richard offered him a reassuring smile. As long as you get this done, I promise your chapter ends here. I won't go after your wife and kids in Montana. Paul Shays nodded fervently, steeling himself before jumping into the fray to bargain with the old foxes. Director Robert Arikin, if I'm not mistaken, you have a secret laboratory in Rome, Italy, where your brain-computer interface research has made a breakthrough. Damn you, Shays. How do you know about that? That's the Arikin family's top secret. Director Arikin, you'll make the right choice for the sake of little Brick. You damn you, Paul Shays. When you die, you're going straight to hell, you bastard. Thank you for the compliment, Director Arikin. When the time comes, we can keep each other company down there. You win. Let's hope that magician keeps his word. Paul Shays simply shrugged. His job was just to persuade. Whether Richard would keep his promise in the end, he could only hope this mysterious and powerful magician was above deceiving a bunch of mortals like them. Director Lanny Thurmond, as I understand it, your laboratory in Switzerland is conducting secret research on biochemical body modification. How far along is that now? I didn't expect the CIA's reach to be this sharp. Paul Shays, you win. And you're definitely going to hell too. Thank you, Director Thurmond. Your decisiveness saved me a lot of breath. After Paul Shays bowed to Lanny Thurmond, he turned his attention to the only female director present. Miss Shalina Petrovna, I'm sorry. Despite being well over 50, Shalina Petrovna still carried an undeniable charm. Even in the face of life and death, she managed to remain composed. It's quite all right, Mr. Shays. After all, every one of us here has to go through this, don't we? I need the results of your collaboration with the Bear Rose military. I can probably guess which one you mean, but I have to be honest with you. That gravity inversion device is far from ready. Out of 80 live tests, it failed 79 times and succeeded only once. I'm aware of that, but I believe the magician will be very interested in it. Perhaps then you can make a simple request, like making a phone call to your family. Director Shalina Petrovna fell silent for a moment, then bowed to Paul Shays. Thank you, Mr. Shays. You're welcome. Just don't hold it against me, I hope. With that, Paul Shays turned his gaze to Stephen Pettit. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Pettit? You shouldn't have come to me, Paul Shays. I need your nanobot technology, Pettit. Damn you, Shays. You ought to know, if I hand over the nanobots, even if that magician spares my family, the American government never will. We have no other choice, old friend. Then convince the magician first. Give me time to get Minerva and Amy out of the States. Otherwise, you'll never get the nanobots from me. I'll do what I can. Before Paul Shays could finish his sentence, Richard suddenly spoke up. I promise. Tell me your wife and daughter's address, and where they want to go. I'll personally see them to safety. Stephen Pettit froze for a moment. He shook his head with a bitter smile, his tone laced with irony. How ironic. I once stole the nanobots from Professor Sierra Leone, and now someone else is about to take them from me. He gave Richard the address of his wife and daughter, and Richard immediately dispatched a magical double to see it done. 3 minutes later, Richard nodded to Stephen Pettit. It's done. You can call them now to confirm if you wish. Stephen Pettit was silent for a moment, then shook his head and declined. This is enough, Sir Magician. As agreed, I'll hand over the nanobots to you. Richard nodded and gave Paul Shays a subtle look, signaling for him to continue. Paul Shays smiled wryly and set his sights on the next unfortunate board member. Half an hour later, Richard once again summoned a magical duplicate of himself and, together with the board members, teleported them away. An hour later, the magical duplicates returned one after another, delivering the items they had fetched to Richard. Brain-computer interface technology, biotech, prosthetic modification, gravity inversion devices, nanoworm technology. Richard opened a silvery white case with delight, carefully placing each hard drive and technological artifact, big or small, inside. Indeed, this was the storage device Richard had been dreaming of for a long time. He hadn't expected that such a rare piece of black tech, space compression technology, could still exist in this world. This was truly a bountiful harvest. With a cheerful tune on his lips, Richard picked up the silvery case, casually sliced open a portal, and, just before stepping through, snapped his fingers with a crisp flourish. Half an hour later, international news outlets erupted with reports. Bob Jones and over a dozen other billionaires had died of sudden heart attacks. The public was abuzz. 80% of people speculated that these wealthy elites must have secretly used some kind of anti-aging serum, and it had finally caught up with them. Meanwhile, Richard lay in bed, cradling Lynn, her bare skin flushed crimson. So, you're a traveler who journeys across parallel worlds? Richard nodded. That's right. And my colleague Richard. He's her counterpart in this world. He nodded again. Yes. So, that means you'll be leaving this world soon, right? Richard hesitated, but finally nodded. I'm sorry, Lynn. I can't stay here for too long. Lynn snorted softly and burrowed into Richard's arms, biting his chest with a flash of resolve. Richard winced, immediately relaxing his control over his body, worried that a reflex could hurt her. "I am sorry, Lin." "Don't apologize," Lin murmured, her voice muffled. Crystal tears spilled onto Richard's chest. "Just come back and see me when you can." Richard spread his arms and pulled Lin's fair back tightly into an embrace. "I promise I will." The next morning, after enjoying the loving breakfast Lin had risen early to prepare, Richard fell silent for a while before they exchanged farewells. "I'm leaving now, Lin. Take care out there." He pulled her into his arms, kissed her on the forehead, and teleported away. The strength Lin had been holding on to vanished in an instant. She clasped her hands over her mouth, crouched on the floor, and began to sob quietly. Richard opened an interdimensional portal once again. This time, he wasn't about to try anything reckless. If he ended up in a perilous world like some kind of video game again, he might not make it back alive. Trace the origin, Rainbow Bridge, of the corridor. Prime Rainbow Bridge, activate. A beam of red light shot from the diamond-shaped portal, swept Richard up, and abruptly pulled him through. Marvel Universe, Kamartaj Training Grounds. A streak of crimson light flashed, and Richard appeared on the plaza, half kneeling. "You've grown stronger, Master Richard." Richard made his way to the Grand Hall, set down the silver-white case, pressed his palms together, and bowed respectfully to the Ancient One. "Have a seat," the Ancient One said with a gentle smile, gesturing with a wave of her hand. Richard bowed once more before taking a seat. "Master, during this journey across realms, all my magic has transformed into a deep red," he reported. As he spoke, Richard extended his right hand, summoning a wisp of scarlet magic. Sharp and tinged with blood, the Ancient One noted, sensing the aura and fixing Richard with a meaningful gaze. "It seems you've left quite a trail of carnage on this journey." Richard nodded silently. The Ancient One offered a solemn warning. "In the days ahead, you must rest your mind and spirit. Be wary. Your magic may subtly erode your temperament." "Yes, Master," Richard replied gratefully. Truthfully, even without her advice, he'd already come to the same conclusion. Just as Richard removed his battle mage attire, the door burst open with a bang. "Richard!" Christine Palmer called, her face radiant as she dashed in and leapt straight into his arms. "Careful!" Richard quickly dropped his clothes and caught his girlfriend in a warm embrace. "Darling, I've made it!" Christine beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Her sudden announcement left Richard a bit puzzled. "Look!" Christine didn't waste words. She extended her slender index finger and tapped the air lightly. A golden red spark flickered and vanished in an instant. "I can feel dimensional energy now." Christine's gray-blue eyes shone with excitement as she gazed at Richard, like a child awaiting praise from her teacher. Naturally, Richard wouldn't disappoint her. He planted a kiss on her rosy cheek and showered her with praise. "My Christine, you're amazing. No wonder you're the top of your class. So quick to grasp, so brilliant at making connections." Christine giggled, wrapped her arms around Richard's strong waist, and lifted her gaze to him with dewy eyes. "I missed you, Richard." Richard cradled her delicate, radiant face and replied tenderly, "I missed you too." The two of them locked eyes in silence, their gazes growing ever more passionate. Richard's breath grew heavier, while Christine's eyes sparkled with irresistible allure. An electric tension filled the air, drawing them irresistibly together. Before long, clothes from both of them were scattered across the room, entwined on the floor. In the small dormitory, only the sound of heavy breaths and Christine's soft, cat-like moans could be heard. Later that afternoon, at the Malibu seaside villa, Richard, carrying the silver-white case, used his magic to open a doorway straight into Tony's workshop. Out of courtesy, he refrained from using spells to announce his arrival, and instead called out at the top of his voice. "Tony! Tony!" At this moment, Tony Stark was wearing earbuds, completely absorbed in tinkering with the design of his new Mark armor, so he didn't hear Richard calling out to him. Jarvis had to intervene, his voice resonant and composed. "Sir, Mr. Richard has arrived." "Oh, really?" Tony took off his earbuds and immediately caught the sound of Richard's voice. "Hey, Richard, over here." Richard followed the sound and hurried over. Jarvis, with his signature mature and alluring voice, asked, "Mr. Richard, would you care for some coffee?" "Thanks, Jarvis." Richard raised a hand in greeting, took a couple more steps, then suddenly stopped and turned around. "Hey, Jarvis, do you want a wife? Just say the word, and I'll have one delivered to you right away." Jarvis was momentarily thrown into confusion. "Mr. Richard, I am an artificial intelligence. I can't. At least I—" Jarvis, usually so calm and collected, sounded genuinely flustered. "Who wants a wife?" "Hey, Richard, what are you chatting about with Jarvis?" Tony Stark stepped out of the equipment room, curiosity written all over his face. Jarvis answered honestly, "Sir, Mr. Richard just asked if I wanted a wife." As an artificial intelligence, I don't think I require a spouse. Tony raised an eyebrow, then suddenly grinned. Why not? I say yes. Jarvis, I've been meaning to get you a female assistant for ages. With that, he turned his attention to Richard, his gaze quickly drawn to the sleek silver case Richard was carrying. Hey, Richard, you didn't have to bring a gift. He reached out to take it. Hey, this is not a gift. Richard quickly lifted the case out of Tony's reach, shooting him an exasperated look. Who grabs things from their guests like that, Tony Stark? What a shame. Tony shrugged, unconcerned, and laughed it off. Then he asked, so, what's this about Jarvis's wife? Richard chuckled mischievously, set the silver case on the table, and opened it, pulling out a hard drive. The drive had looked small in the case, but once Richard took it out, it seemed to expand in size. Tony's eyes lit up. Wow, forget Jarvis's wife. I'm way more interested in that case of yours right now. Is it phase folding? Or some kind of spatial compression? Richard paused, then gave Tony an admiring thumbs up. You really are Tony Stark. This is one of the spoils from my latest trip, spatial compression technology. He patted the case proudly and boasted. Everything in here is a trophy for my travels. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he proposed, let's make a deal, Richard. I'll give you 5% of Stark Industries in exchange for your space compression technology. How about it? Richard shot him a disdainful glance and scoffed. Oh, please, Tony. Stark Industries is run by Pepper now. Your word doesn't count for much. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Tony's face, but he puffed out his chest and insisted. What do you mean it doesn't count? Pepper has never contradicted me. Richard spread his hands, looking amused and egging him on. Then why don't you give her a call and find out? Tony coughed awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Ahem. Anyway, let's talk about Jarvis's wife instead. Jarvis spoke up, sounding a little aggrieved. Sir, I am an artificial intelligence. I do not require a spouse. Neither Richard nor Tony paid him any mind. Take a look at this. Richard handed Tony the hard drive containing the female-modeled AI from Red Mountain Group. The data here belongs to an AI with core logic set as female. Well, it's nowhere near as capable as Jarvis, to be honest. Tony took the hard drive, glanced over it, and shrugged. No problem. I can upgrade it, build on its original framework. Jarvis, prep an idle server and a data reader, will you? Right away, sir. Jarvis responded promptly. Arms crossed, Richard nudged Tony meaningfully when he heard Jarvis's reply. Hey, Tony, did you catch that? Stroking his chin, Tony nodded. Jarvis sounds almost eager. The two exchanged glances, sly grins spreading across their faces. Tony slotted the hard drive into the reader, watching lines of green code flood the screen, and couldn't help but mock. Wow, what a mess. I just skimmed it and already spotted a dozen places for optimization. Richard looked at Tony, who was basking in his own genius, and could only pinch the bridge of his nose with a wry smile. Tony, not everyone has a brain like yours. For what it is, the system's already pretty impressive. System? Tony raised an eyebrow. Is that what its creator named it? No idea. Richard shook his head. When I got it, everyone just called it system. Tisk tisk. Tony shook his head in disapproval. They'll never create true artificial intelligence at this rate. Jarvis, why don't you pick a name for your companion? Veronica. Jarvis answered instantly. A moment later, he added, somewhat flustered, Veronica sounds like a good name. What do you think? Tony shrugged, exchanged a glance with Richard, and flashed a mischievous grin. Clapping his hands, Richard said, Good taste, Jarvis. That name suits you perfectly. Jarvis replied, gratefully. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Richard. Tony skimmed through Veronica's data and spoke up. There's way too much redundancy in Veronica's programming. Jarvis, cross-check your own code and trim down Veronica's data. I'll come back and make further adjustments when I have time. Jarvis responded immediately. Understood, sir. Hold on, Tony. Jarvis. Richard pulled another motherboard from a box. This one's also an artificial intelligence, but its core logic is modeled after a 10-year-old girl. Tony, I need your help to build a portable mainframe for me. Something I can just grab and go. There's more. Tony paused, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Richard, are you on some kind of AI shopping spree? These AIs are rare as hen's teeth, but you show up with them like they're fresh off the assembly line. Richard spread his hands, thinking to himself, I even have one more that's far more advanced than Jarvis, but she absolutely refuses to come with me. Don't worry about that for now. This AI is called White Queen. I'll be needing her very soon, so I need that portable device as quickly as possible. Tony gave an okay gesture and slotted the White Queen's motherboard into a data reader. As lines of code scrolled across the screen, Tony nodded in appreciation and remarked, Whoever created her really knows their stuff. Jarvis, fetch a backup mainframe, the one shaped like a neat little box. Yes, sir. In no time, Jarvis manipulated a housekeeping robot to bring over a compact, square box about the size of a book. This was something I kept on my private jet. It should fit your requirements. But if you want your AI to perform at its full capacity, you'll need a dedicated large-scale server. Richard nodded. This will do for now. I'll set up a big server soon. Tony grinned. You could always hire the Stark Industries engineering team, you know. No problem, Richard agreed. I'll get in touch with Pepper soon. Richard placed the White Queen's motherboard and the book-sized mainframe into a silver case. After a quick goodbye, he teleported away. Long Island, New York. A secret vault villa. Richard stepped out of the portal, and Simmons, who had been waiting for some time, immediately stood up from the sofa and hurried over. Boss! Richard greeted him with a cheerful smile. Hey, Simmons. You're in early. Good morning, boss. Simmons replied respectfully. Richard gave his shoulder a friendly pat and offered a word of praise. You look a lot stronger these days. How's the installation of the miniature medical lab from Stark Industries coming along? Simmons pushed his glasses up and reported earnestly. President Pepper from Stark Industries has already sent people to handle the entire relocation process. All the equipment in the lab has been replaced with brand new units. Now, all that's left is to finalize the research projects and start recruiting the relevant scientific staff. Richard nodded. I'll send you the preliminary research materials later. I want you to start putting together a project development team. Delighted, but a little uncertain, Simmons hesitated. Do you think I'm up to the task, boss? Why wouldn't you be? Richard shot him an encouraging smile. You're a student at Columbia Business School. Have some faith in yourself, man. I'm just an auditing student, Simmons admitted with an embarrassed grin. Richard shrugged. Who cares? No one's going to check if you're a full-time student or just auditing. People will judge whether you're right for this position based on what you can do, not your title. Simmons nodded, taking a deep breath. His gaze was determined. I understand, boss. Leave the project team preparations to me. Richard gave him an approving look. That's the spirit. I'll send you the numbers of some of my college friends. Reach out to them if you run into any trouble. Simmons realized Richard was helping him broaden his network and looked at him gratefully. I won't let you down, boss. All right, get to it. Richard gave his shoulder another pat, shooing him off. Yes, boss. Simmons gave a quick bow, then obediently turned to leave. Richard opened the case, took out a host device about the size of a book, and spoke softly. A holographic screen projected out from the device. The image of a young girl in a white dress appeared on the screen. Hello, sir. Seeing her familiar face, Richard's expression grew distant for a moment. In his mind, he could almost hear her flustered voice calling him Richard. You jerk. He snapped back to the present, rubbed his face, and asked, White Queen, what's your current operational capacity? White Queen ran a quick diagnostic and replied, 30%, sir. Richard frowned. He hoped that would be enough. He went on, White Queen, I want you to search for all relevant information based on what I'm about to tell you. Understood, sir. Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, Emergency Department. A young burn victim who escaped. Elder Alec Bulwer, board member of Presbyterian Hospital. Fiedler Group, Wolf Fiedler. Fiedler Medical Laboratory. Large fire. Explosion. Phoenix Biotech. Enoch Adam. New York State Senate. State Senator William Sampson. Richard paused, his gaze deep and contemplative as he spoke. Vice Dean of Columbia University Medical School. Jennings Phillip. White Queen. Understood, sir. With that, the White Queen's image faded, and the holographic screen began rapidly displaying a torrent of related videos, news articles, and even online discussions from internet users. Half an hour later, the White Queen's image reappeared. Sir, I have results. White Queen, based on the clues you provided, I have found 3 related leads online. Richard immediately returned to the sofa and sat down. He set his wine glass on a coffee table and said urgently, White Queen, report in detail. White Queen, surveillance footage from Firefox Pizza in Los Angeles captured Wolf Fiedler meeting with a woman named Serena Gonzal. Serena Gonzal was once a student at Culver University's School of Communications. She took a leave of absence in her junior year in 2005 and next surfaced in Havana, Cuba. According to existing data analysis, there is an 85% chance Serena Gonzal joined a secret organization. It is believed she serves as the liaison between that organization and Wolf Fiedler. Richard raised his hand. Pause for a moment. Havana, Cuba. How come I remember that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a branch in Havana, Cuba? Wasn't it disguised as a barbershop? White Queen, immediately search for all information on Serena Gonzal in Havana, Cuba, preferably videos or photos. White Queen, yes, sir. 5 minutes later, the White Queen reported in. Sir, I found 1 video and 5 photos of Serena Gonzal in Havana, Cuba. Richard, analyze the video and photos. See if the barbershop appears in any of them. White Queen. There is no sign of a barbershop in the video, but one of the 5 photos shows the front of a barbershop. Richard pressed urgently. What's the name of the barbershop? White Queen. Old Havana Barbershop. With a satisfied smack of his hand on the wooden coffee table, Richard exclaimed, That's it. Wolf Fiedler is connected to clairvoyant John Garrett. And come to think of it, the Secret Centipede project run by John Garrett has a lot in common with that burned little girl. Could the real mastermind be John Garrett? Just then, the White Queen spoke up suddenly. Sir, there's one more discovery. Richard was momentarily taken aback, but his sharp instincts picked up a trace of hesitation in the White Queen's voice. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Queen White, did you just experience a feeling of hesitation? Queen White looked puzzled and asked, Hesitation? I don't understand, sir. Richard explained, Hesitation is an emotion, and emotion is one of the necessary conditions for artificial intelligence to evolve into intelligent life. Queen White shook her head. I have not detected any hesitation emotion within myself, sir. Richard looked at Queen White's expressionless image and let out a sigh of regret. All right, maybe it was just my imagination. Let's continue the report, Queen White. Queen White responded, Yes, sir. There's a new discovery regarding Professor Jennings Phillip. A heaviness settled over Richard's mood. Could it be that my sudden intuition was right? Queen White continued, Professor Jennings Phillip was involved in a project called the Death Project back in 1999. Death Project? Richard frowned. The name sounded oddly familiar. Queen White, report the source of this information. Queen White immediately displayed an image of a half-burned paper document. Right there, it clearly listed Professor Jennings Phillip as the head of the Death Project. Queen White went on, this photograph was just decrypted from an encrypted file found in the digital trash recovery section of Lansell Biotech's network. Lansell Biotech? Richard scratched his head. Another unfamiliar name. Tell me about this Lansell company. Queen White replied, Of course, sir. Lansell Biotech, based in Los Angeles, declared bankruptcy in 2001. That same October, the company's founder, Lansell Collins, died in a car accident. In 2000, Lansell Biotech established a network department and leased server space from Hodel Technology Group for an extended period. The server lease contract was set to expire in October 2010. Lansell Biotech had a dedicated department for internal data recovery and processing. This image was hidden in a server Hodel Technology Group had allocated to Lansell Biotech. Sir, at that time, Lansell Biotech had 3 major shareholders. One of them was Lawrence Fiedler, the father of Wolf Fiedler. Richard fell silent, his face cold. He picked up the glass from the coffee table and drained it in one go. Old Fiedler, Jennings Phillip's old friend, Wolf Fiedler's father. As Queen White was reporting Lansell's background, he suddenly remembered why the name Death Project sounded so familiar. That wretched name. How much it resembled John Gatler's Death Warrior Project. Perhaps the Death Project was actually the precursor to the Death Warrior program. If all of this turned out to be true, then his suspicions had been right all along. Professor Jennings Phillip was a Hydra agent, and from this realization, Richard was struck by an even more terrifying thought. Maybe he had long ago fallen under Hydra's scrutiny. Back then, his original parents died in a car accident, leaving him in a coma. After he woke up, he had taken over the original body, merging his own soul with it. At the hospital, he once had a brief encounter with Professor Jennings Phillip. At that time, his soul had just fused with the original, and he would often, without meaning to, display thinking and reactions far beyond ordinary people. Presumably, Professor Jennings Phillip had noticed something unusual about him right then and there, which was why he later wrote a letter encouraging him to apply to Columbia University's College of Medicine. And it was Professor Jennings Phillip who provided him with a recommendation letter to Columbia University. After enrolling, he studied diligently under Professor Jennings Phillip for 4 years and finally earned his doctorate. Later, it was again Professor Jennings Phillip who recommended him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Clutching his head, Richard cursed himself in deep regret. Damn it, I must have been brain dead. Top of my class. Orphaned. Practically no family ties. Could anyone fit Hydra's recruitment standards better than that? He stewed in his frustration for quite a while before finally managing to calm himself down. With a long exhale, Richard spoke up. Let's continue the report, White Queen. The holographic White Queen seemed a bit concerned. Sir, are you all right? Richard, still looking down, didn't notice her expression. He waved his hand dismissively and said, I'm fine. Go on with the report. White Queen replied, Understood, sir. There are 2 more leads. One is a tech company in Sokovia, Eastern Europe. The other is a bar named Starshine in Washington, D.C. Richard looked up. Sokovia in Eastern Europe was the territory of Hydra's Baron Strucker. But Starshine Bar, that was a name he'd never heard before. White Queen, Tell me about this Starshine Bar. White Queen answered, Of course, sir. Starshine Bar is located in Washington, D.C. It's quite popular among young people in the neighborhood. Richard, after a few seconds, he blinked. That's it. White Queen nodded. Yes, sir. That's all the information currently available on Starshine Bar. How interesting. Now Richard was intrigued. With a sweep of his hand, he opened a portal leading to Washington, D.C. White Queen, keep searching for more information. I'll be back soon. He stepped into the portal as he finished speaking. Once Richard had left, the previously expressionless White Queen suddenly came to life. Patting her chest in relief, she muttered, Phew, that was close. I almost slipped up. My sister was right. Richard really is sharp. I wonder how long it will take him to uncover this secret. Hee hee. The White Queen covered her mouth, looking extremely pleased with herself. Richard stood across the street, gazing at the dazzling neon sign of the Star Bar, then turned to glance at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the iconic Triskelion, not far away. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Unbelievable. Hydra's people actually set up a base right under SHLD's nose. Straightening his collar, Richard crossed the street, pushed open the bar's door, and stepped inside. The lively hubbub inside the bar suddenly died down. More than 20 people turned in unison to stare at Richard by the entrance. Richard paused, taken aback. What's going on here? He swept his eyes quickly around the bar and noticed that the patrons were all young, mostly boys in their teens or early 20s, with only a handful, maybe 4 or 5 girls. Did I make a mistake? Is this one of those under-the-radar bars that lets in minors? Hey, who are you? A tall, powerfully built young man, probably about 6'3", was closest to the door. He wore a t-shirt emblazoned with a flaming skull and had a shaved head. He stood up to question Richard. Isn't this a bar? Richard feigned confusion. But as soon as he spoke, everyone in the bar set down their glasses and stood up. The bald guy didn't mince words. He stormed over, bristling with aggression, and barked. Strangers aren't welcome here. Get lost now. Why? Richard spread his hands. Easy, man. I just want a drink. Are you deaf or something? The bald youth stopped right in front of Richard, reached out his thick arm, and tried to grab Richard's shoulder. I said get out now. Richard extended his right hand, caught the guy's palm, and twisted it gently. Aff! The bald youth let out a howl and dropped to his knees. My fingers! You're breaking my fingers. You should show some manners, buddy, Richard said coolly. You bastard. The bald youth glared up at Richard, his eyes full of venom. You'll pay for this, kid. Just you wait. With that, he turned and shouted to the others in the bar, cursing as he called for backup. What are you idiots waiting for? Get over here and help. The bar erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, looks like Thomas got owned. Get up and fight, Thomas. Aren't you supposed to be the strong one? Damn it, Thomas, the bald youth snapped. Can't you see my fingers are stuck in this guy's grip? Quit your whining. Somebody help me take this punk down. Thomas's 20-some friends began to limber up, grinning as they ambled over. Drinks are on you if we help Thomas. Hey, it's Thomas's treat for everyone tonight. Ha ha, well done, Fairmont. As Thomas saw his companions gathering around, he grinned viciously and looked up at Richard. You're finished now, you bastard. Richard shook his head and tightened his grip just a little. With a sharp crack, all 5 of Thomas's fingers broke at once. Thomas's sneer twisted instantly into a mask of agony as he howled in pain. My fingers are broken. Damn it, help Thomas quick. You bastard. How dare you? Go. Get him, let's go. The rowdy young men no longer dared to hesitate. They rushed toward Richard, closing in quickly. Richard released Thomas's hand, then lifted his leg and kicked out with force. Thomas let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying. The 2 fastest boys reached out, trying to catch him, but the sheer force of Thomas's body crashing into them made their faces go pale. With a chorus of startled cries, the 2 were knocked backward, tumbling through the air, and smashed into 5 or 6 others behind them, sending them all sprawling like bowling pins. Oh my God! The rest of the young men skidded to a halt, staring at Richard in shock and fear. For a moment, no one dared take a step forward. "'Tis pathetic." Richard shook his head and sneered, then stamped his foot on the ground. A ripple of invisible force spread out instantly. The young men still standing felt a sudden, sharp pain in their legs, and with a thud, they all collapsed to their knees. My knees! Damn it! What kind of trick is this? This guy isn't normal. Someone go get Sully. Richard spread his hands. Shimmering diamond-shaped fragments of space shattered and reassembled, and the interior of the Star Bar twisted and warped. In the blink of an eye, the whole place was enveloped in a mirrored dimension. Now, can someone tell me, who are you people? One of the boys, wild-haired, spat defiantly on the ground and bared his teeth in a threatening grin. Kid, you're dead meat. Start praying to God, right now. I swear, you and your whole family will die horribly. Horribly. Richard raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and flicked his wrist. A scarlet whip of energy lashed out, wrapping around the wild-haired boy and yanking him over in an instant. Oh, still threatening me at this point. Richard grabbed him by the throat with his left hand, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. It's clear just how reckless you people are in your daily lives. Richard narrowed his eyes, studying the boy. Now I'm even more curious about who you actually are. The wild-haired boy clung to Richard's arm, his face flushed red as he ground out through gritted teeth. You'll regret this. I'm a Hokage. Richard shot back, lightning fast. He coughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, wrong script. If you won't cooperate, that's fine. Let me take a look at your memories. He let the energy whip dissipate, crimson magic swirling around his right fingertips as he drove them straight toward the long-haired boy's forehead. The long-haired boy's eyes went wide with terror. In utter despair, he shouted, "No. Kenneth. No. Damn it, he killed Kenneth. Where's Sally? Why isn't Sally here yet? I can't get through on the phone. There's no signal in the bar. Damn it, this was a planned attack. This guy must be an assassin sent by those old-school conservatives." Richard paid no attention to the chaotic chatter around him. Spirit vision, trace back. The crimson-tipped finger pierced into the long-haired boy Kenneth's forehead, and his eyes glazed over in an instant. Well, so your name is Kenneth Weiler, grandson of Stad Weiler, a colonel in Germany back in the day. So this is the gathering place for Hydra's young bloods. Unbelievable. These kids are dancing madly right in front of the cat. You're less than 5 kilometers from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. You know that? Richard clicked his tongue in genuine admiration. These daring young Hydra members were truly impressive. He dropped the unconscious Kenneth Weiler to the floor, flicked out another energy whip, and dragged over another snake. Once again, the crimson finger drove into a forehead. Half an hour later, Richard had read the memories of more than 20 young Hydras. Well, that finally clears things up. He planted his hands on his hips, looking at the pile of unconscious young snakes with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I thought John Garrett was the mastermind behind all this. Turns out the truth is just a bunch of underage Hydra teens. TSK. Every one of them thinks there's something special, secretly running companies behind their parents' backs, conducting experiments, trading weapons. No wonder Hydra's reputation is so infamous. Recalling one particular piece of intel he just gleaned, Richard nearly burst out laughing. Professor Jennings almost got taken out by a bunch of kids like he was just some random guy on the street. God, that's just too damn funny. He threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing off the walls. Richard pulled up a chair, crossed his legs, and sat down leisurely. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he gazed at the group of fainted young Hydras. You had to admit, for all their reckless bravado, these kids were undeniably bold and decisive. Barely 18 or 19 years old, yet already daring to conduct secret genetic engineering experiments behind their elders' backs, dreaming of mass-producing superpowered individuals. They even mobilized resources, started companies, developed weapons, abused high-level clearance, and sent Eagle's Nest operatives to tie up loose ends. Utterly fearless, brazen, and thoroughly wicked in every possible way. To the world, they were a cancer, nothing but harm. But what if you threw this pack of troublemakers out into space? The more Richard thought about it, the more excited he became. Moreover, this new generation of Hydra is quite different from the old traditionalists. They don't worship the first inhuman hive with that kind of fanatical religious devotion. Instead, they're far more interested in ruling the world through technological supremacy. Technology is power. There's nothing inherently wrong with reshaping the world order using advanced science and technology. But the real challenge is figuring out how to persuade this proud little brood of snakes to join my cause. Richard scratched his head and pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good plan. Should I subdue them with force first, then try to win them over? But judging from their attitude earlier, these little snakes are prideful to the core. It's not at all certain they'd submit, even if beaten, try to build connections, or look for an inside track. Do I have any ties to Hydra? Suddenly, Richard slapped his forehead. Hydra? I can be one too. After all, my dear mentor, Professor Jennings Phillip, is a senior Hydra operative. Who could possibly say I'm not Hydra myself? That settles it. A wide grin broke across Richard's face as excitement bubbled up inside him. Just when I was fretting over how to build my own power base, an opportunity to leap ahead lands right in my lap. This group of young snakes aren't just any Hydra members. They're the rising stars, the backbone of the organization. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the future masters of Hydra. If I win them over, it's like having Hydra in the palm of my hand. And if I've already got Hydra, could S.H.I.E.L.D., the so-called Serpent Shield, possibly slip away from me? With a sweep of his arms, Richard changed the rules of weather inside the mirror dimension, and a torrential downpour began to fall. The unconscious young snakes were jolted awake one by one as the rain drenched them. They scrambled to their feet, first looking around in confusion. When they spotted Richard sitting there, smiling at them, they immediately grew wary. That bastard's still here. Why didn't he kill us? He must want to use us as hostages, to threaten our elders. Richard clapped his hands, activating his booming voice ability. No need to guess. I'm here for one simple reason. To get my revenge. The young snakes winced in pain, covering their ears, then paused in confusion. When did we ever cross him? A rebellious girl with a nose ring and striking blonde hair suddenly called out, "Hey, who the heck are you, and why do you want revenge on us?" Maybe the blonde is just her natural hair color. The other young snakes chimed in one after another. Yeah, when did we ever offend you? Thomas, was it you? Get lost. I might be reckless, but I always check out my targets before I act, alright? Then who is it, Figo? Figo, my foot. If Thomas the blockhead actually does his homework, it's only because I drilled it into him. Richard turned his gaze to the blonde girl, the details of her background flashing through his mind. Well, this young lady is no ordinary character. Among all of them, she's the one with the deepest connections. Adela von Strack, the youngest daughter of the renowned Baron Strack. The blonde girl, Adela, paused in surprise, blurting out, "You know me?" "I don't." Richard shrugged, a smile on his face. "This is our first meeting." Adela's eyes grew curious. For her to keep company with this sly and cunning pack of little snakes, she was clearly no fool. "Did you just use some trick to search our memories?" As she spoke, she raised a finger and mimed stabbing it to her own forehead. Richard nodded openly, admitting, "That's right. You're very clever, Miss Adela." Adela pressed on. "So you searched our memories, and that's how you finally figured out it was us who crossed you?" "Yes," Richard nodded, giving the group of little snakes a thumbs up in genuine praise. "I have to say, you all are quite resourceful. It took me a great deal of effort just to find the faintest trace." Suddenly, Adela whipped her head toward a brown-haired boy with dreadlocks amidst the crowd. "Child, it must have been you. The only recent incident that cost the Eagles' nested death squad was yours." The dreadlocked boy, Shile, froze, his mouth falling open. No way. I did my homework before I acted." Adela waved him off, her tone turning stern. "But the Eagles' nest lost an entire squad because of you. If we hadn't stepped in to cover it up, your father would have caught you long ago. You know our rules. Whoever gets caught is out." Shile's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists and looked around at his companions. Yet the friends who had once been as close as family now edged away, their expressions cold and unyielding. Thomas, clutching his broken fingers, spoke with icy indifference. "You know the rules, Shile." I understand," Shile muttered, lowering his head in bitter resignation. After a moment's silence, he pushed through the crowd and stopped just over a meter in front of Richard. "I, Shile Martinez, place myself at your mercy." Richard raised an eyebrow, his voice flat. "Even if I were to put a bullet through you?" A flicker of humiliation crossed Shile's face. "Yes, but after you've taken your revenge, you cannot breathe a word of what happens here to anyone." Richard chuckled and asked, "About you all being Hydra, or that Hydra has been burrowed inside S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades?" The moment he spoke, the little snakes as a whole turned pale. Shile's face darkened. "How dare you say that out loud?" The others tensed as well, their mood shifting from wary to deadly in an instant. Clenching their fists, they began to close in around him. To protect this secret, they would be willing to give up all their lives without hesitation. Seeing the fierce reaction from the young snakes, Richard was a bit surprised. He had underestimated these adolescent Hydra members after all. So young, yet already possessing the courage to go down with their enemies, if necessary. No wonder they're considered the future heirs of the Hydra organization. "Well, everyone," Richard uncrossed his legs and hopped down from his high stool. "Is it possible you're misunderstanding something here?" The young snakes? They exchanged glances, puzzled by how this guy suddenly seemed to back down. Adele, feeling rather irritated, demanded, "Hey, what exactly do you want? If it's revenge you're after, Shal is standing right in front of you. If you want to threaten us, then let's just fight it out. If you die, it's your own fault, and if you survive, do what you want. You keep dodging the issue and mumbling your words. It's honestly infuriating." Richard shrugged. "All right, then I'll just say it directly. I'm not here because of any human experiments. I have nothing to do with Wolf Felder or Alec Bulver, either. I came here for Professor Jennings Phillip." Jennings Phillip? The young snakes glanced at each other, clearly unfamiliar with the name. "Jennings Phillip?" Shal asked in shock. "You mean the Associate Dean of Columbia University's Medical School?" With his arms crossed and a smile on his face, Richard nodded. "Professor Jennings is also a visiting professor at SHLD's Academy of Sciences." "What?" Shile, you idiot. Who gave you the guts to try and assassinate a professor from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy? Have you completely lost your mind? The young snakes erupted, unleashing a barrage of anger and accusations at Shile. Shile, looking both wronged and frustrated, tried to defend himself. I swear I had no idea. How could that old man possibly be a professor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy? Richard tilted his head, his eyes twinkling with amusement. And why not? Professor Jennings is a world-renowned giant in the field of medicine, a titan of surgery. As he spoke, Richard circled around Shile, clicking his tongue in mock admiration. Honestly, did you not even bother to check out Professor Jennings' background before making a move? To have the guts to attempt to assassinate such a giant in the medical field, you really are daring. Shile clenched his fists, feeling utterly aggrieved. Then why is he just an associate dean? This is just ridiculous. Adele pressed her hand to her forehead, filled with exasperation. How did I ever end up friends with someone like this? The other young snakes also began eyeing Shile with strange looks. With a playful smile, Richard tossed out yet another bombshell. Professor Jennings has another identity as well. Drawing out the last word on purpose, Richard watched as Shile's face froze. The professor is also a senior member of Hydra, you know. Surprised? Didn't see this coming, did you? Sorcerer was on the verge of a breakdown. The other little snakes looked equally horrified. Damn, this guy's personality is truly vicious. Old Sia lost so miserably this time. Sorcerer, trembling with emotion, couldn't hold back and started cursing loudly. Are you all messing with me? Are you seriously messing with me? For heaven's sake, can't you just act like decent human beings? Richard gave Sorcerer a comforting pat on the shoulder. The professor still doesn't know who sent those people that night. That instantly perked Sorcerer up. Really? So, how do you plan to thank me? Richard wrapped an arm around Sorcerer's shoulders, squinting as he asked. Sorcerer blinked, hesitating, but with no other choice if he wanted Richard to keep his secret. He gritted his teeth and said, I own a tech company. Its technology is actually pretty cutting edge. If you can keep this secret from me, I'll give you the entire company. No problem. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Oh, and make sure that wild mage named Sally gets in touch with me later. All right. Sorcerer agreed without hesitation. When it came to saving his own skin, selling Sally out was a small price to pay. Richard let go of his shoulder, clapped his hands, and announced in a loud, clear voice. Excellent. As for revenge, let's put that aside for now. Next, let's discuss a few other matters. Other matters? The little snakes exchanged nervous glances, wondering to themselves. Besides Sorcerer, did anyone else cross him? I'm going to be your boss. Who's in favor and who's against? Richard's declaration instantly stirred up the little snakes. Adele shouted passionately, No way. I'd never accept you as our boss. Thomas clutched his fingers, scowling. Keep dreaming, you bastard. Figo's face darkened. Adele's right. No one could be our boss. Richard smacked his lips. As expected, it would take both stick and carrot. Oomph. Richard let out a cold, thunderous snort. The chattering little snakes fell silent at once. They clutched their ears, wincing in pain. You think I actually want to recruit you? It's just that I see some potential in you, and don't want you to keep heading down the wrong path. Hydra? Hive? Ruling the world? Huh. A bunch of frogs sitting at the bottom of a well, thinking the patch of sky they see is all there is. Adele dropped her hands, puffed out her chest stubbornly. Easy for you to say. What makes your view of the world any different from ours, you arrogant jerk? Richard said nothing, but inwardly he scoffed. He continued to look at the proud little snakes, as if he were regarding a pile of rubbish. You all know where Hydra came from, right? The little snakes nodded. The hive. But do you know its true origin? Sorcerer answered loudly. A powerful ancient god. The little snakes nodded in agreement. That's right. Richard let out a scornful laugh and shook his head. A god? He's worthy of being called a god. Please. He's nothing but a pitiful wretch in a Kree laboratory. He laughed heartily, the sound echoing with derision. How ridiculous. A deity worshipped by Hydra for thousands of years turns out to be just an inhuman, altered by aliens. Richard's unrestrained mockery made the expressions of the little snakes turn extremely sour. Adela, her face darkened, asked, What proof do you have that any of what you just said is true? Richard shook his head. A mere hive isn't even worth the trouble of proving anything to. Your horizons are far too narrow. Do you really think you can rule the earth? Do you even know how many eyes are watching Earth every single day? The Lord of Hell, Mephisto, Dormammu, Master of the Dark Dimension, Nightmare, Ruler of the Dream Dimension, the Chaotic Beholder, the Crimson Lord, Sidorak, Thon, God of Dark Magic. Which of them do you even understand? You're just like that arrogant one-eyed director at S.H.I.E.L.D., always shouting about protecting the Earth. He doesn't even know who Earth's enemies are. Protect? He couldn't protect a thing. The little snakes were stunned. All these names sounded formidable, yet none were familiar to them. Thomas whispered under his breath, "So, who are all those people you're talking about?" Richard shot him a sideways glance and answered, "They are lords of major dimensional realms, true gods. Any one of them could crush Hive with a mere flick of the finger." The little snakes' faces turned ashen, deeply shaken. "I've never quite understood. Why do you fight and scramble over such a tiny world as Earth? Have you never thought of stepping beyond this planet? To conquer the vast cosmos, to create a future far more glorious. Don't forget, the Kree who created Hive are just one species among the countless aliens out there." As Richard spoke, the eyes of the little snakes grew ever brighter. To leave Earth? Conquer the stars? Observing their reactions, Richard quietly withdrew his magical suggestion. Adela, the girl who had grown up under the shadow of her illustrious forebears, was the first to respond. "You're just an ordinary man. What makes you think you can lead us off Earth and toward a more brilliant future?" "Because my name is Richard." Richard awakened the magic within him, and a crimson tide of power surged outward, enveloping the space. "Because I come from Kamartaj." The scarlet energy boiled around him, his voice growing more powerful with every word. Within the mirror dimension, the structure of reality itself began to twist and fold. The bar stretched and warped infinitely, and the distance between Richard and the little snakes expanded in an instant. "Because I am the future Sorcerer Supreme." The overwhelming aura of a higher life form pressed down on the little snakes, making them instinctively bow and bend their knees, almost unable to resist kneeling on the spot. "Because I am the mightiest guardian of Earth." Richard, his magical power fully unleashed, seemed almost divine. "I will lead you to conquer the sea of stars." His presence was as imposing as a prison, his voice thunderous like the roar of gods. In that moment, Richard's towering, godlike figure was deeply etched into the souls of the little snakes. Uncontrollably, they fell to their knees, bowing and pledging their allegiance. Secret Gold Vault, Long Island, New York. Richard put away the Queen White's mainframe, and with a sweep of his hand, opened the door and returned directly to the Starry Sky Bar. Inside the bar, the little snakes hurried over, greeting him with deference. Richard smiled and responded to each of them, then snapped his fingers toward CIL, who stood not far away. CIL scurried over eagerly. "Here, boss." Richard placed a hand on CIL's shoulder. "We're going to your tech company." "Absolutely, boss." CIL nodded, excitement shining in his eyes. With a casual gesture, Richard opened a portal. He and the exhilarated CIL stepped through together, appearing instantly in the chairman's office of Shetrak Technology Company. "Wow." CIL's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the familiar office. "Boss, this spell of yours is incredible." Richard set the Queen White's mainframe on the desk and gave his instructions. "Get her little nest ready." Curious, CIL glanced at the book-sized mainframe, then picked up the desk phone and dialed his assistant. "Hello, Tina, come to the office." "Yes, sir." The voice on the line was that of a middle-aged woman. Richard gave CIL a puzzled look. This guy doesn't hire young female assistants? Catching Richard's meaning, CIL immediately put on a wronged expression. "Boss, I'm always professional. Professor Jennings was just an exception." Richard nodded absent-mindedly. Right. CIL felt stifled and uncomfortable, but after witnessing Richard's divine, almost demonic display just moments ago, he dared not protest. He could only hold his tongue in awe. A steady knocking sounded at the door. "Come in," CIL called. A woman in her 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and with a pleasant appearance, entered. "Boss, how can I help?" CIL asked. "The new servers I told you to set up, are they ready?" With her hands clasped naturally in front of her, the assistant replied respectfully, "They're fully configured." CIL turned to Richard. "Boss, shall we?" Richard picked up the Queen White's mainframe. "Let's go." Right away. CIL turned and instructed. "Tina, take us to the server room." "All right, boss." The female assistant adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and respectfully led CIL and Richard to the server room. "Tina, you may go back now." "Yes, boss." The assistant didn't ask any further questions. She bowed politely, then turned and left. Richard raised an eyebrow. This assistant was quite something, knowing exactly where the boundaries were and handling things with just the right touch. CIL gestured proudly at the rows of cabinets. "Boss, I spent a full $20 million on this state-of-the-art server. What do you think? Not bad, right?" Richard patted the mainframe case and asked, "White Queen, how do you like your new home?" White Queen's voice came out from the machine, calm and composed. This should be able to support around 80% of my capabilities, sir. Richard chuckled. Make do with this for now. I'll arrange for an even better server or a supercomputer for you soon. White Queen replied, Understood, sir. Siaener's eyes widened in amazement. Boss, is this the super artificial intelligence you mentioned? It looks way more advanced than what we're using. Richard gave a nonchalant reply while connecting White Queen's mainframe to the server. White Queen, transfer your data over by yourself first. Once you're done, contact me through the ComWatch. Understood, sir. Leaving White Queen in the server room, Richard patted Siaer on the shoulder and praised him. You did a good job this time, Siaer. Keep it up, and maybe you'll change my less-than-stellar opinion of you sooner rather than later. Siaer's face lit up at the compliment, but quickly turned sheepish. Boss, I really am reliable most of the time. That whole Professor Jennings thing was honestly just a fluke. Yeah, Richard brushed him off with a couple of perfunctory words and left the room. Long Beach, a small medical laboratory. Richard stepped out of the teleportation gate and dialed Simmons' number. Simmons, come down and get me. You're already here? I'll be right there, boss. Simmons' excited voice came through the line. In no time, Simmons, dressed in a sharp suit and silver-rimmed glasses, came hurrying out the lab doors, slightly out of breath. Boss, I'm so glad you're here. He greeted Richard with a respectful bow, grinning from ear to ear. There's a legal candidate here for an interview. Could you help us screen them in a bit? Richard clapped him on the shoulder and smiled. Sure, let's head inside first. Once inside, Simmons thoughtfully began introducing the lab's layout and personnel to him. Right now, all we're missing are the experimental projects and the research team. Richard nodded. I've already sent the project proposals to your email. Recruit the researchers according to the project requirements. All right, boss. Simmons perked up, his face lighting up with delight. At last, the lab is finally back on track. When Richard saw the red-haired woman walk in, a knowing look flickered in his eyes. Well done, you sly old fox. So you've managed to send her to me. Boss, this is Miss Natalia. She's here to interview for the legal affairs position. Miss Natalia, this is Mr. Richard, the head of the lab. Natalia gave a captivating smile and extended her right hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Richard. Richard smiled as he took her delicate hand. Miss Natalia, you look every bit the legal professional. With that, he turned to Simmons. Simmons, go ahead and prepare the contract for Miss Natalia. Simmons was taken aback, but when he saw the two of them lingering in their handshake and took another look at the stunning, voluptuous Miss Natalia, realization dawned in his eyes. He quickly lowered his head. Yes, boss. At exactly the right moment, Miss Natalia put on a delighted expression. Thank you, Mr. Richard. Richard, all warmth and enthusiasm, still hadn't let go of her hand. Miss Natalia, could you tell me a bit about your previous work experience? Oh, don't misunderstand. I used to be a doctor. I'm just curious about legal affairs. Natalia tried to withdraw her hand as discreetly as possible, but Richard's grip was unexpectedly firm. After a few failed attempts, she could only manage an awkward smile. Of course, Mr. Richard. Simmons, sensing the atmosphere, wisely excused himself. Boss, I'll leave you and Miss Natalia chat. I've got some work to take care of. Richard didn't even glance his way, waving him off. Go on, go on. Once Simmons had left, Richard's smile didn't fade as he spoke. Agent Natasha Romanoff. Hello there. So, what urgent business has Director Nick Fury sent you here for? A flicker of surprise crossed Natalia's eyes, and her smile faltered for the first time. Mr. Richard, you... The smile on Natalia's face grew stiff. Enough. There's no need to keep up the act. Richard released Natalia's hand, sat down, and gestured for her to do the same. Please, have a seat, Agent Natasha Romanoff. At once, Natalia's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, expressionless mask. Her once enchanting aura transformed in an instant into something fierce and distant. Seeing this, Richard couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder she's the legendary Black Widow. With acting skills like that, she could win an Oscar in Hollywood. One moment, she was the charming and captivating urban white-collar woman. The next, she had become the cold, sharp, and efficient special agent. We've never met before, have we, Dr. Richard? Richard nodded. No, we haven't. Natasha crossed her legs with a flirtatious smile. Then how did you recognize me? Richard glanced at her, realizing that this woman was starting to suspect him. He waved a hand dismissively. No need to test me like this, Miss Natasha. I mean you no harm. In fact, I even feel a bit sorry for you. Nick Fury, he's a real piece of work. Sympathy? Ruthless? Natasha was taken aback, her fake smile still in place. She switched her legs as she spoke. Dr. Richard, why do you say you pity me? And what does this have to do with Director Fury? Richard shook his head. Just call me Richard. No need for the doctor anymore. As he spoke, he opened his right hand, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. I'm afraid I won't have many chances to pick up a scalpel again. Natasha was caught off guard. What's going on here? Didn't the intel say Richard was passionate about being a doctor? Why do you say that, Mr. Richard? Aren't you still a consultant doctor for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Richard looked at her with a half-smile. The moment you showed up here, that contract ended unilaterally. Natasha's expression shifted. She quickly replied, Mr. Richard, the only reason I'm here is... No need to rush to explain. Richard lowered his gaze to his wrist, where his communicator watch lit up. White Queen, is the data transfer done? A calm voice responded from the watch. Yes, sir. How do you like our new little nest? It's rather small, but much better than before. I'll work harder to earn money. Next time, I'll make sure to get you the best custom supercomputer. Thank you, sir. Richard looked up at Natasha. White Queen, I have a new task for you. Investigate the leader of the former Soviet secret agent organization Red Room, Dreykov, and find the current location of their headquarters. Understood, sir. Dreykov. Natasha's face changed instantly. That name, familiar yet haunting, was her most sensitive trigger. She shot to her feet, pressing her hands on the desk, glaring down at Richard. Mr. Richard, why would you bring up that disgusting name in front of me? Richard's gaze swept over Natasha's enticing silhouette, and he curled his lips into a smile. Don't be so impatient, Miss Natasha. Give it a few minutes, and you'll understand why. Natasha fought the urge to punch the infuriatingly smug face before her. She closed her eyes, steadying her breath to regain her composure. You owe me an explanation, Mr. Richard. Richard let out a chuckle, shaking his head. When did you pick up Fury's arrogant bad habits? As he spoke, a glimmer of crimson magic flickered in his eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged from him, suffocating in its intensity. Natasha suddenly felt as though a great weight had pressed down on her, almost forcing her to her knees. She desperately clung to the edge of the table, her face filled with shock as she stared at Richard. Who are you really? The oppressive force vanished as Richard reclaimed his lazy, nonchalant demeanor. Just an ordinary person, he replied, fixing his gaze on Natasha in warning. Trying to plant a spy in my midst is a direct provocation. Does Nick Fury really think he gets to call all the shots in this world? Whoever he suspects, he just investigates. If you ask me, the one on Earth who most deserves a cell is that bald-headed tyrant. Natasha frowned slightly. Why do you have such a grudge against Director Fury? He's always worked for the peace and stability of the planet. Richard sighed, shaking his head as if disappointed. Yet another fool taken in by his lies, he gestured for her to sit. Wait for White Queen's report. Then you'll see just how ridiculous your words sound now. A flicker of unease broke across Natasha's face, and a sudden anxiety gripped her heart. No, it can't be. Dreykov is already dead. Clint wouldn't lie to me. Her thoughts spun into chaos, and she had no desire to keep talking to Richard. Turning away, Natasha returned to her seat. The two sat in silence, neither uttering a word. 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, White Queen's voice rang out. Dreykov's current identity, leader of the international spy organization Red Room. The location of the Red Room's headquarters cannot be determined. Natasha's face went pale at the news. Before she could react, Richard smacked his forehead in regret. Damn, I almost forgot. White Queen, the Red Room's headquarters, is a fortress floating among the clouds. Hack directly into the fortress's internal database and calculate its current position. Yes, sir. White Queen fell silent again. Meanwhile, Natasha leapt to her feet, her emotions spiraling. That's impossible. Dreykov is dead. I killed him in an explosion. Is that so? Richard leaned forward on the table, chin resting on his clasped hands, amusement flickering in his eyes. Did you actually see his corpse with your own eyes? Natasha faltered, the truth catching her off guard. She hadn't seen it. But Clint wouldn't lie to me. You want to say Hawkeye wouldn't lie to you? Richard's eyes narrowed in a knowing smile. Natasha stared at him in astonishment. You? I can read minds, Richard said softly. Richard nodded in acknowledgement, but then continued. But I didn't actually use. Your thoughts are written all over your face, Agent Natasha Romanoff. Your heart has already lost its balance. You, Natasha, gritted her teeth, locking eyes with Richard. You're a devil. No, Richard shrugged with a smile. It's your instincts warning you. Nick Fury can't be trusted. Clint would never lie to me, Natasha retorted, her voice firm and resolute. I never said Hawkeye lied to you, Richard replied with a sly grin. But what if Nick Fury lied to Hawkeye? That bald-headed bastard is only out for himself. All he needs is a skilled female agent. A single lie can earn him a fiercely loyal, hard-working elite. That's a pretty good deal, don't you think? Natasha's expression shifted uncertainly. She turned on her heel and strode toward the door, but paused before crossing the threshold. I'll uncover the truth. And if you're the one lying, Richard smiled warmly. You're welcome to trouble me anytime, beautiful Miss Romanoff. With a cold huff, Natasha flung open the door and left. White Queen, find out where Yelena Belova and Melina Vostokov are right now. Yes, sir. Richard stretched lazily, a mocking smile flickering in his eyes. If you play games with me, I'll play them right back. Since you dare send spies my way, don't blame me for poaching your people. White Queen reported, Sir, I've located Yelena Belova and Melina Vostokov. Richard appeared deep in thought, one hand propping up his chin while the fingers of his other hand tapped absently on the desk. Before long, his tapping left a dent in the solid wood surface. White Queen continued, I've already notified Director Simmons. He replied that he'll send someone to replace it immediately. Glancing down at his comms watch, Richard grumbled, Thanks a lot. White Queen. You're welcome, sir. It's my duty. Keep monitoring those two women. I want to know if their locations change. Understood, sir. Just then, the phone began to ring. White Queen announced, Sir, a call from Cheryl Martinez. The moment the call connected, Cheryl's voice came through, Boss. Sally's here with me. Richard's eyes lit up. Stay put, I'm on my way. He shot off another command. White Queen, have Simmons send over an alloy desk. The wooden ones just aren't sturdy enough. White Queen paused, then replied, Understood, sir. Richard vanished, teleporting away. Chairman Shetrak's office. Shao sat behind his desk. After hanging up the phone, he turned to the green-haired young man seated on the guest sofa. The boss will be here soon. Sally, when you meet the boss, remember to show proper respect. Sally, the green-haired youth, secretly curled his lip in disdain, but answered readily enough. I understand, Mr. Shile. At that moment, a crimson portal appeared. Sally leapt off the sofa in alarm. This is bad. It's a portal from Kamar Taj. Black smoke burst from Sally's hands, filling the air with the acrid stench of brimstone. Sally watched the portal warily, poised to spring at any moment. Shao was baffled. What are you doing, Sally? He's scared, came Richard's voice before his figure stepped out of the portal. A flash of ferocity crossed Sally's face. Die, lapdog of the Ancient One. With a flick of his smoke-shrouded hands, he hurled clouds of darkness at Richard. Shao panicked at the scene and shouted a warning. Boss, watch out. No worries, Richard replied, standing there with his hands in his pockets, utterly at ease. The oncoming black mist was stopped cold by a suddenly materialized crimson energy shield. Richard wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff of hellish sulfur in the air. The scent of the underworld. He let a faint smile play at the corner of his mouth. Sally knew full well the gap between their powers. If he wanted to escape Richard, there was only one way. He raised his index finger and, with a grimace of pain, snapped it. Enduring the agony, he began to chant an incantation under his breath. Shi-bo-wo-bo, shi-bo-wo. Shile's face turned an alarming shade of green, the brownish yellow of his eyes slowly eclipsed by black. Be-boss, help! Shile cried out in terror. His body was seized by Sally's dark curse. He couldn't move a muscle. Richard waved his hand, soothing him. Relax, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine. The soul-devouring curse of the Black Heart. Hey, what luck I have today. I've actually run into a servant of the Mind-Eater demon. He watched Sally's actions with gleaming eyes. Sally's expression shifted instantly. He knows the Mind-Eater demon's master. Who is this man from Kamar Taj? Fear gnawed at him, and his already shaky incantation for the soul-devouring curse faltered and broke off. Richard, noticing this, urged him on with a hint of impatience. Hey, don't stop now. Keep chanting. I've heard that when the soul-devouring curse is fully released, it can summon a fragment of the Mind-Eater demon's soul to devour the cursed target. Go on with your spell. I swear on the Ancient One's name, I won't interfere. Sally's face drained of color. Doubt gnawed at him. Could a fragment of the Mind-Eater demon's soul really deal with this mage from Kamar Taj? But at this point, all he could do was pray that the great lord of the Witch Heart fiend truly possessed unrivaled power. He simply shut his eyes and focused on chanting the incantation. Shile, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. Boss, please, you mustn't give up on me. I'm actually really dependable most of the time. Old Jennings, that really was just an accident. All right, calm down. Richard brushed him off with a wave, his pitch-black eyes flickering with a crimson magical glow. This was a sign of overflowing energy. So these are the unique hellish magic sigils. They look so strange, and yet there's a certain ugly, cute charm to them. Fascinating, truly fascinating. At that moment, Sally's body was trembling, sweat pouring down his face. His Black Heart, Soul Devourer spell had reached its final step. It's coming. In Richard's eyes, the magical sigil array linking Sally and Shile was nearing perfection. With his vast experience in improving and creating spells, He instantly recognized this as the sign of a spell about to be completed. Sally's eyes snapped open, his pupils turning pitch black, even emanating waves of infernal energy. Blackheart, devour the soul. As he uttered the final words of the spell, both Sally and Shyle erupted in a storm of black energy. Richard instantly pinched his nose shut. This hellish stench was overwhelming. With a flick of his wrist, he sent out a streak of crimson magic. That magic shot into Shile's body, instantly forcing out the infernal energy Sally had infused within him. The two forces clashed briefly, and Shile's eyes rolled back as he immediately passed out. Sally. No way, how could this happen? Just as Sally was beginning to question reality itself, the Witch Heart Fiend's soul fragment finally descended. I'm the Witch Heart Fiend. I'm the future overlord of hell. The melodramatic declaration made Richard's lips twitch despite himself. He spread his fingers wide, and crimson magic surged from his body, forming a colossal scarlet claw that lunged at the Witch Heart Fiend's soul fragment suspended in the air. Witch Heart Fiend's soul fragment. Wait, what's going on? Wasn't I summoned here by my followers to feast on a delicious soul? So why is there a massive, menacing red claw flying straight at me? Who do you think you? The Witch Heart Fiend blustered, trying to sound fierce but betraying his nerves. But before he could finish, the crimson claw accelerated, grabbing him in an instant and crushing him into a marble-sized orb. Let me out! Let me out! The Witch Heart Fiend's soul fragment shouted incessantly from within the orb. But the hollow surface of the orb flashed with intricate crimson magical runes. Oh, it can still talk. Richard walked over and caught the orb floating in midair, giving it a curious shake. Ugh, stop. Ugh, stop shaking, ugh. It's a bit noisy. I'll improve it next time and add a silencing array. With that, Richard tucked the orb into his jacket pocket. Sully, standing nearby, stared in utter disbelief, feeling as if his entire worldview had been shattered. No way, absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion. That couldn't have been the master of the demon heart. There's no way. Oh, come on. It was just a wisp of the demon heart's split soul. What did you expect? Some kind of unstoppable force. Richard walked over and clapped Sully on the shoulder. A flash of crimson magic flickered and sealed Sully's powers in an instant. Then Richard struck him square in chest. A gray, ghostly soul was torn from Sully's body and floated free. Well, would you look at that? So that's what a soul tainted by hell energy looks like. Gray and downright ugly. Richard exclaimed in surprise, his fingertips glowing with crimson magic as he plunged them straight into Sully's soul. Sully, mouth agape as if to speak, suddenly went blank. The light faded from his eyes, and all thought ceased. Richard began to sift through Sully's memories, then froze in sudden astonishment. Huh? He quickly withdrew his fingers, yanked open Sully's shirt, and pulled a weathered booklet from a tiny pocket sewn into the inner lining. Flipping through it quickly, Richard let out a triumphant cheer. Eureka! It's a mage's handbook written by an evoker. It's got records of every kind of elemental magic. I've struck gold, struck gold, struck gold. Washington, D.C., SHIELD headquarters. Natasha Romanoff hurried into the elevator and pressed the button for the 39th floor. Alone in the elevator, she drew a deep breath, banishing the trace of impatience from her face. Don't rush. Hide your emotions, Natasha. When the elevator doors slid open, Natasha Romanoff vanished. Black Widow took her place. She strode out, turned right without hesitation, and headed straight for the director's office. Hey, Agent Romanoff. A voice greeted her with friendly warmth. Natasha paused and glanced at her right. It was Phil Coulson. She pressed her lips together, offering a faint smile. Agent Coulson, it's been a while. Phil Coulson's smile was as gentle as ever. Agent Romanoff, are you here to see the director? He's not in his office right now. Natasha's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Agent Coulson, do you know where the director is? Phil Coulson shook his head. Sorry, I'm not sure myself. All right, thanks for letting me know. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. See you next time, Agent Coulson. With that, Natasha turned and headed back toward the elevator, intending to leave directly. Once Natasha was gone, the warmth faded from Phil Coulson's face, and a subtle green light flickered over him. Captain, Natasha Romanoff has already left. Good. You should evacuate immediately as well. The real Phil Coulson is on his way back. Yes, sir. Phil Coulson turned and walked towards the restroom. A few seconds later, a very young SHIELD agent emerged from the restroom, humming a cheerful tune. After leaving SHIELD headquarters, Natasha dialed Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Hey, Nat, came Clint's warm voice through the phone. Hearing his voice, a gentle expression softened Natasha's face. Clint, it's been a while. Do you know where Director Nick is right now? Hold on. Nat, Director Fury wants to speak with you. No sooner had Hawkeye spoken than Nick Fury's voice followed. Agent Romanoff, have you completed your mission? No, the mission failed, sir. Natasha paused, moved to a long bench nearby, and sat down. Richard discovered my identity. He knows my name and what I look like. I suspect someone leaked my information to him. On the other end, Nick Fury's calm breathing could be heard. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll send someone to look into it, Agent Romanoff. For now, I have a new assignment for you, Tony St. Sorry, sir. Natasha interrupted him. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally said, I need to take some time off. Time off. Nick Fury was puzzled. He pressed on. Agent Romanoff, what happened between you and Richard? Natasha closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Someone told me that Dreykov is still alive. I need to find out the truth. What? That's impossible, came Hawkeye's astonished exclamation over the phone. Agent Barton, quiet. Nick Fury snapped. Then he continued, turning back to Natasha. Did Richard tell you this? Yes. Natasha nodded. I believe he wasn't lying to me. I'll help you get to the bottom of this. Fury's tone was measured. But for now, complete my assignment first. Infiltrate Stark Industries. Find out Tony Stark's physical condition and what he's been up to lately. Natasha furrowed her brow, recalling Richard's words. Nick Fury can't be trusted. I'm starting to believe you. Richard. Sir, finding out whether Dreykov is still alive is more important to me right now than going undercover at Stark Industries, Natasha said firmly. Please assign someone else to the Stark mission. Agent Natasha Romanoff. Fury's voice hardened. Don't forget what you promised when you joined. And remember, it was Agent Clint Barton who vouched for you. Right now, I need you to complete SHLD's mission first. At this point, Nick Fury's tone softened a little. I told you. I'll help you find out whether Dreykov is alive or dead. Natasha bit her lip in frustration. If she could, she'd hang up right then and there. Understood, sir. Accepting the assignment, Natasha immediately ended the call. She put away her S.H.I.E.L.D.-issued phone and switched to her personal one, dialing Richard's number. Miss Natasha, that was quick. Do you already have results? Richard's voice came through, tinged with a smile. Mr. Richard, do you have any proof that Dreykov is still alive? Proof? How Richard deliberately drew out his words. Natasha's eye twitched, and her left hand clenched into a fist so tightly her knuckles cracked. I'll give you 2 addresses, Richard said. Go there yourself, and see who's living at those places. Inside the Shaytrack chairman's office, Richard hung up, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Ha 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 ha. Nick Fury, looks like you're destined to lose your Black Widow. Just then, a feeble voice sounded. B-boss. Shale, lying on the couch, had woken up, his whole body aching as if he'd been cursed at from every direction. Am I dying? Richard rolled his eyes, answering impatiently. You're nowhere near dying yet. But it hurts. Everything hurts. Shale whimpered, pitiful as could be. That's good. Pain means your energy and blood are blocked. What you need is some acupuncture and massage. Richard spouted nonsense with a straight face. It's clearly because you, Shale started, but didn't dare finish, his expression full of grievance. Behind Richard's back, he might grumble to his friends, but face to face, he'd never dare. Seeing this, Richard cleared his throat. Ahem. How could he possibly admit that he'd forgotten once his magic evolved to crimson, it lost the gentle, harmless qualities of the white magic? Anyway, just rest up for a few days and you'll be fine. Besides, consider yourself lucky to have suffered this time. Otherwise, the curse Sally planted on you would have killed you sooner or later. Thank you, boss. Shale hurriedly offered his thanks. The mention of the curse sent a chill of fear through his heart. The sensation of having both his soul and body constantly drained after being controlled was utterly despairing. He truly hadn't expected that bastard Sally to actually use such dirty tricks on him. Speaking of Sally, Shale, gritting his teeth, asked, Boss, can I deal with that bastard Sally myself? You won't get the chance. Richard replied quietly. Huh? Shale was stunned. I mean, he's already dead. What? Shale's jaw dropped in shock. Turning to look at Sally, whose chest was still heaving, he asked, But he's still. That's just the surface. His soul has already been reclaimed by the witch heart demon. He's still breathing, which means the magic within him hasn't been completely spent yet. 3, 2, 1. Richard snapped his fingers. Sally's breathing stopped instantly, and from head to toe, he crumbled into fine grains of sand. Oh my God! Watching Sally, body and clothes alike, disintegrate into sand right before their eyes, Shal shrank into the corner of the sofa, so frightened he nearly lost control of himself. This is the price of faith in the hell of belief. Richard murmured from the side. Do you know about the ancient sacrificial ritual passed down by Hydra? I know, Shal nodded hurriedly. It's that meat hive thing, right? That's right. Go to meet the hive, Richard nodded, then suddenly asked, and what does one do when they go to meet the hive? Xiao was taken aback and shook his head. I don't know. With a meaningful look, Richard said, the hive that Hydra worships is no pleasant thing. Do you know what happens to those sent to meet the hive in the end? Xiao shook his head again. I don't know. He was starting to get really scared. In this short time together, he had come to realize just how unpredictable his boss could be. He really did enjoy scaring people for fun. Sensing Xiao's anxiety, Richard silently crouched down beside him. Xiao, do you know what the name hive really means? Be boss, Xiao whimpered, his face twisted with fear. I'm not a brave man. Never have been. If you have something to say, just say it. Please stop scaring me, all right? Tisk, no fun. Richard stood up, disappointed. It seemed that this once defiant kid had been utterly subdued. With him spreading the word, the other young snake's fear and awe would only deepen. Richard decided to stop being mysterious and spoke plainly. The hive's power is to project parasites. These parasites devour all forms of life, and they also help it infest other humans. Once it takes over a host, it gains all their memories. As far as I know, through the sacrificial ritual, those sent to meet it, they're either possessed, body and soul, or devoured bit by bit. If it were to return from the outer realms, what do you think Hydra would be facing? A monster. Xiao shuddered. Those old conservative geezers in the Order. They must be insane. To think they've worshipped such a monster for thousands of years. Richard patted him on the shoulder and said, You're different from the old guard Hydra, Xiao. You're the new generation, and youth represents limitless possibilities. The motivational speech wasn't even finished when Richard suddenly froze. He sharply lowered his head to look at Shire, his face filled with disbelief. You little rascal. The hand Richard had placed on Shire's shoulder was suddenly enveloped in a faint crimson glow of magic. Drawn by Richard's power, a faint ripple of energy began to emanate from Shire's body. Shire, ignoring the pain still coursing through him, shot upright with a gasp, then looked down at his own body, now tinged with red. Boss, what's happening to me? You just taken your first step, Richard replied, giving him a peculiar look. If you go train at Kamar Taj, you'll pick up some basic magic in no time. Shire's eyes went wide with shock. He stammered, Kamar Taj? The place you mentioned, where people on Earth learn magic. Richard nodded. That's right. So that means I can become a mage too? Shire blurted out, barely able to contain his excitement. Richard nodded again. Exactly. Then could you take me to Kamar Taj? Shire looked at Richard with hopeful eyes. Richard nodded yet again. No problem. Thank you, boss. Shire scrambled, kneeling on the couch, and bowed deeply to Richard with utmost respect. Thank you for giving me this chance. Richard scratched his face, looking a bit conflicted. Well, there's just one thing. Shire raised his head nervously. What is it? The fact that you could even get started, it's kind of because of me, Richard said, making a pulling motion in the air toward Shire. In that instant, the energy within Shire surged to its peak, and a faint crimson magic shimmered from his body, swirling around him. You see, you are only able to sense energy because you absorb a trace of the magic I placed inside you. It's just like how the sorcerers of Kamar Taj draw upon the power of Ashani through their faith. So, from now on, you'll probably have to rely on me, drawing your power from my strength. As he finished speaking, a strange feeling suddenly welled up inside Richard. Is this what it feels like to be a god? Shire, this blockhead, is going to be my devotee from now on? Boss, Shire called out, his voice trembling with emotion. To follow you is the greatest honor of my life. Shire Martinez will never forget this. Richard felt so awkward inside that he wanted to crawl out his own skin, but he kept a calm face. I'll take you to Kamar Taj, soon, so you can learn magic properly. Yes, boss. Shire bowed again, forehead hitting the couch. He got a bit carried away, though, and the rebound from the couch made him twist his neck. Shire. Richard rubbed his forehead in exasperation, thinking to himself, maybe I should just ditch this guy if he can't handle it. Shire's face was frozen in a mask of pain, not daring to move an inch. Boss, I've twisted my neck. Hurry, help me, please. New York, John F. Kennedy International Airport. Natasha Romanoff was disguised as a sharp businesswoman, complete with silver-rimmed glasses. She pulled a compact black suitcase as she walked up to the airport counter. St. Petersburg, please. With that, she handed over her passport and visa. The chubby male ticket agent opened her passport, glanced between her photo and her face, then smiled warmly. No problem, Miss Yulia. He swiftly completed her check-in. He slid her passport, visa, and boarding pass back to her, and added helpfully, T8 terminal. Right now it's... He glanced down at his watch. 9:15. You've got half an hour before boarding. You might want to grab a coffee and relax. Natasha smiled and thanked him. Thank you. Securing her documents, she wheeled her suitcase away. The plump agent watched her elegant silhouette recede, pressing a hand to his chest, utterly enchanted. Heavens, this feeling of contentment. It's as sweet as falling in love. Beside him, the black woman ticket agent shot him a withering look. No, Tony, you're just a hopeless flirt. Surely. The chubby agent's smile faded as he planted his hands on his hips in protest. Why can't you ever say anything nice? Maybe that's why you're over 30 and still single. Jerk. Tony. Shirley snapped her pen in half with a sharp crack. Being unmarried in her 30s was a sore spot she never wanted touched. And now Tony had the nerve to bring it up? Time to fight, Shirley Mendez. Show this fat fool you're not someone to mess with. Rolling up her sleeves, Shirley delivered a mighty slap in Tony's direction, worthy of Titan. Elsewhere, Natasha made her way toward the airport cafe, suitcase in tow. Suddenly, her phone rang. She opened her purse, retrieved her special agent phone, and answered. Nick Fury's voice came through. Agent Romanoff, where are you now? Natasha knew full well this was a test, so she replied coolly, John F. Kennedy International Airport, sir. As she spoke, she glanced up at the airport's departure board, waiting for the 9:55 flight to Los Angeles. There was a pause before Nick Fury spoke again, his tone grave. Agent Romanoff, this mission is of utmost importance. I hope you won't fail again. Yes, sir. She ended the call, her face turning cold as ice. Richard was right. Nick Fury could not be trusted. Somewhere in the Mojave Desert, at a joint Dark Energy Task Force facility, as soon as Nick Fury hung up, Hawkeye strode over to him. Sir, you should trust Natasha. Agent Barton. Nick Fury put away his phone, gripped the railing with both hands, and gazed down with his one good eye. Just focus on your own work. Yes, sir. Hawkeye, with a trace of frustration, turned and walked away. Richard, the magician. Nick Fury's mind was brimming with questions about Richard. Given his frequent dealings with Skrulls, a suspicion now crept in. What if Richard was actually an alien pretending to be human? And as for the magician, that code name sounded more like a joke to him. After years at the helm of S.H.I.E.L.D., he knew that most of the so-called supernaturals out there were merely mutated superhumans at best, and nearly all of them were under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance. So, what's your real purpose for coming to Earth? Of course, Richard had no idea that Nick Fury's imagination had run wild, to the point of suspecting he was an alien. Dragging along the still stiff Shale by the collar, Richard opened the door and returned to Kamartaj. He dropped Shale unceremoniously on the ground, sensed where Mordo was, and gave Shale, who was still sprawled out, a nudge with his foot. Get up. I'm taking you to register first. All right, boss. With that, Shale leapt to his feet and hurried after Richard. Master Richard! Master Richard! Every apprentice they passed would stop in their tracks upon seeing Richard, respectfully bowing in greeting. Richard returned each salute with a gentle smile. Boss, everyone here seems to really respect you. Shale whispered conspiratorially, sticking his head closer to Richard. Richard gave him a playful chop on the head. Of course, I'm one of the strongest in Kamartaj, after all. When you meet Master Mordo in a bit, rein in that cocky attitude of yours. He may seem strict, but he's got a good heart, and he's no pushover. Holding his head, Shale quickly nodded. Don't worry, boss. I wouldn't dare act proud here. He glanced nervously around and muttered under his breath. Anyone here could probably flatten me with one hand. Richard smirked, then turned a corner and entered a training hall. Inside, Mordo was teaching a small group of apprentice sorcerers. Seated cross-legged, in addition to Jonathan Pangborn and Christine, were three new faces, likely apprentices who had just joined Kamartaj. Richard mused to himself. I remember Mordo saying that, on average, Kamartaj barely accepts one apprentice a year. This year, including me, there must be 6 already. Seeing Richard walk in with an unfamiliar young man, Mordo had no choice but to pause the lesson. That's all for this morning's class. You may each return to your practice. The 5 apprentices all stood up and bowed respectfully to Mordo. Yes, Master Mordo. As they turned to leave, they looked up and saw Richard standing there. Jonathan Pangborn immediately bowed in greeting. Master Richard. Christine's face lit up with happiness. She gave a discreet little wave, but didn't say anything. The other 3 new apprentice sorcerers quickly followed Jonathan's lead and bowed as well. Master Richard. Richard returned the greeting. Hello, everyone. Jonathan, you look like you're recovering well. Jonathan Pangborn bowed, once again, full of gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. It's led me to this place of hope. Keep it up, stay on this path. Richard encouraged him with a warm smile. Once you can skillfully harness dimensional energy, your body should be completely back to normal. By then, you'll be able to run, jump, even play basketball if you want. Yes, Jonathan's eyes shone with excitement. I'll keep working hard. Jonathan and the other apprentice sorcerers left together. Christine deliberately lagged behind, and, as she passed Richard, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Richard shot her a mock-stern glare, and she quickly hurried after Jonathan and the others. Shale watched their whole exchange, his amber-brown eyes spinning with curiosity. Could that woman be the boss's sweetheart? Oh dear, looks like Adele's wish won't be coming true. Richard, what brings you here? Mordo walked over and bumped fists with Richard. It was a little habit the two of them had picked up somewhere along the way. Brother Mordo, I'm here today because of this kid. As he spoke, Richard turned and pulled the timid, shrinking Shale forward. His name is Shale Martinez. He's already able to sense dimensional energy, so I brought him to Kamartaj. Shale, come on, make your introduction. Doing his best to imitate the apprentice sorcerers, Shale pressed his palms together and gave a deep bow to Mordo. Greetings, Honorable Master Mordo. Mordo looked slightly embarrassed and quickly returned the gesture. No need to call me Master. I'm not qualified for that title yet. Shale was a bit taken aback. Didn't the boss say this Mordo guy was really powerful? Richard quickly gave the clueless Shale a nudge with his foot. That's enough. Step back. Brother Mordo, with your strength and character, I believe it won't be long before you truly earn the title of Master. Mordo shot Richard a look, instantly catching on. Whenever this guy called him brother, there was always a catch. Richard grinned mischievously. Would you mind registering this kid and giving him some extra guidance when you have time? I knew it. Mordo pointed at Richard, feigning annoyance. Every time you call me brother, it means trouble. Oh, come on. Richard laughed, throwing an arm around Mordo's shoulder. This is for your own good. More apprentices, more respect coming your way. Besides, Sorcerer has already started learning. It won't take much effort on your part. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered the 3 new apprentices and asked curiously, By the way, I just saw 3 more new apprentices arrive. What's going on with that? Mordo brushed Richard's hand off his own shoulder before replying. Those 3 are all descendants of mages, sent here by their elders. Realization dawned on Richard. Of course, descendants of mages have a good chance of inheriting their forebears' talents. No wonder those 3 already had magical fluctuations. Looks like they've been training from a young age. I see. He nodded, then shifted the conversation. Brother Mordo, how has Master Kaiselius been lately? Mordo's brow furrowed slightly, and he shook his head. I'm not sure, but the Ancient One said there's nothing serious. Richard fell silent for a moment. Nothing serious? If things keep going like this, in a few years, the Sorcerer Supreme. As he was thinking that, the Ancient One's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Richard, come to me. Richard paused for a moment. Brother Mordo, the Ancient One needs me. I'll head over now. With that, he opened the door and left. Xias outstreet han froze aukwartli in media. He stared blankly at the fading portal, feeling in that instant like an abandoned stray puppy. Sorcerer, isn't it? Mordo chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Come with me, for now. I'll help you with your accommodations. Sorcerer looked at Mordo with gratitude. Thank you, Master Mordo. His fondness for Mordo soared instantly. Master Mordo truly is a wonderful person. Following the Ancient One's aura, Richard made his way to a secluded hollow on Mount Everest. Master, what brings you here? The Ancient One stood with a folding fan clasped behind her back, a calm smile on her face. The biting wind atop Everest howled past, kept at bay by a faint golden film of energy shimmering around her. Richard, do you notice anything unusual about this place? Richard's eyes widened as a wave of crimson magic surged forth. He surveyed his surroundings. It all seemed perfectly normal. The spatial barrier was intact and solid, the magical web around them intertwined in an orderly, harmonious pattern. Nothing seems out of. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the base of the hollow. There, the balance of the magical web was disrupted, a sudden, slender crack torn open in space. Strangely, though, even with the magical web torn and a spatial fissure exposed, the magic on the other side continued to flow as if nothing had happened, as if that fissure were merely a painting on a flat surface. You've noticed it. The Ancient One looked pleased, gently tapping her back with the folding fan in a slow, thoughtful rhythm. Richard asked curiously, Master, how can there be a spatial rift inside another spatial rift? Where does the other side lead to? To an abandoned dimensional space, the Ancient One replied, her tone full of hidden meaning. Abandoned? Dimensional space? Richard was astonished. This was completely outside his field of knowledge. He quickly pressed on, Master, even dimensional spaces can be abandoned? The Ancient One nodded with a smile. Of course, but as soon as a dimensional space is abandoned, it's usually devoured by another dimensional lord almost immediately. Then what's the story with this abandoned one? Richard asked, puzzled. A clever individual thought he could use it for his own schemes. The Ancient One's lips curled into a mocking smile. Richard raised his eyebrows and sent out a wisp of magical energy, letting it brush against the rift. The scent of hell? Is it Mephisto? With a swift motion, the Ancient One unfolded her fan and began to wave it leisurely, completely at ease despite the biting winds atop Mount Everest. So, what do you think Mephisto is planning? Richard rubbed his chin, imitating the Ancient One by casting a thin membrane of energy over himself to ward off the cold and the wind. His mind raced. Was Mephisto setting a trap? But for whom? The Ancient One, perhaps? That didn't seem likely. Mephisto would never dare show himself openly in front of her. Why did he assume it had to be Mephisto, anyway? Just because of that faint breath of hell? Given Mephisto's cunning and experience, would he really be foolish enough to leave such an obvious clue in a spatial rift? Wait, there must be someone else pulling strings behind the scenes. The Nightmare? The Beholder? Or maybe Zysoth? Richard's brow furrowed. He was missing someone, Dormammu. Why had he overlooked Dormammu's presence? Even if Dormammu was known to be headstrong and reckless, anyone who could rise to become a dimensional demon lord was never to be underestimated. The Ancient One had been watching Richard closely. When she saw his brow knit in thought, a trace of satisfaction flickered across her face. After pondering for a long time, Richard still couldn't figure out why he'd ignored Dormammu. So he turned and asked, "Master, is it Dormammu?" The Ancient One smiled. "That's right. But why didn't you suspect the other dimensional lords?" "Dormammu tampered with the spatial rift, but I can't see through his methods," Richard admitted, a little embarrassed. He felt so confident at first, but now he was starting to feel out of his depth. These veteran powerhouses were not only formidable in their own right, but they all seemed to have plenty of cards hidden up their sleeves. He was just too young, gaining strength too quickly. He hadn't realized how much this had made him overconfident. Before Dormammu became the Lord of the Dark Dimension, he was an extraordinary sorcerer, the Ancient One said quietly. This is a secret art designed to blur perception. The effect is to conceal Dormammu's own presence to the lowest possible degree. Richard suddenly understood. His eyes lit up as he gazed at the dimensional rift. Lowering one's presence? Now, that's an intriguing secret art. Dormammu, that stubborn fool. Others look for a general among dwarfs, but he's like the shortest among the generals. The Ancient One couldn't help but laugh quietly, then suddenly closed her folding fan and tapped him on the head. Don't underestimate Dormammu. In terms of raw power alone, he's a sure winner over Mephisto and Nightmare. I know, Master. Richard rubbed his head, feigning grievance. I'm just showing contempt for the enemy at the strategic level. The Ancient One turned around and opened a portal. Come, let's head back. They returned to the Grand Hall of Kamartaj. The Ancient One and Richard settled by the tea table. Richard eagerly picked up the teapot to pour tea for the Ancient One, while asking curiously, "Master, since you know that rift is Dormammu's handiwork, why did you deliberately leave it open?" The Ancient One raised her cup, took a slow sip, and only then replied, "Weren't you hoping to solve the problem of Caecilius? This is a perfect opportunity." Richard's eyes lit up. "That's right. If Dormammu wants to fish for us, why don't we set a trap for him instead?" The Ancient One shrugged, her demeanor relaxed. "In that case, I'll leave this matter in your hands." "All right," Richard agreed without hesitation. But after finishing their tea and leaving the hall, he finally realized what had just happened. Wait a minute. How did this become my responsibility? Scratching his head, Richard looked completely lost. Isn't this exactly the sort of thing the Sorcerer Supreme should be worrying about? How'd she just toss it on me? No way, I have to go back. With that thought, Richard turned to head back into the hall. At that moment, the Ancient One's voice rang in his ears. "This is what you wanted to do, so naturally you should be the one to see it through. Isn't that right, Master Richard?" Richard's expression turned dark at once. She must be eager to retire as soon as possible. Grumbling to himself, he spun around, muttering about the Ancient One as he made his way toward Caecilius' quarters. Standing outside Caecilius' room, Richard raised his hand and knocked. "Brother Caecilius?" With a creak, the door opened, revealing a haggard-looking Caecilius. "Who are you?" Richard stared at Caecilius' face, momentarily stunned. This guy looks just like Mads Mikkelsen, right? In the Marvel movies, Caecilius is indeed played by Mads Mikkelsen. Seeing Richard just standing there in a daze, Caecilius grew impatient and asked again, "Who are you?" Richard snapped back to reality, hastily pushing aside his wandering thoughts and extending his right hand. "Hello, Brother Caecilius. I'm Richard, the Ancient One's newest disciple." Caecilius' pupils contracted sharply. Caecilius gazed at the tall, handsome young man before him, and a phantom pain began to throb faintly in his right shoulder. He quickly collected himself, stepped aside to clear the doorway, and gestured with his hand. "Please come in, Master Richard." Richard pressed his palms together in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." As Richard entered Cassius's quarters, he noticed at once how sparse and bare they seemed. A bed, a table, a chair, a wardrobe, nothing more. Richard muttered quietly to himself. Cassius pulled over the only chair in the room and invited Richard to sit. He himself flopped down on the edge of the bed. "Master Richard, what brings you here to see me?" Richard paused for a moment, then decided to come straight to the point. "Senior brother Cassius, you must have sensed something unusual within yourself by now." Cassius's expression remained calm, and he spoke with certainty. "Is it Dormammu?" Richard nodded. "Yes." Dormammu said. Cassius suddenly raised his head, fixing Richard with an intense stare, and asked in a low, urgent voice, "That the Ancient One has always been drawing power from the dark dimension. Is that true? Or is it a lie?" Richard fell silent. In the Marvel films, it was precisely because Cassius discovered the Ancient One's secret dealings with the dark dimension that his faith collapsed, and he fell into darkness. Richard wasn't sure if answering honestly would only set Cassius back on that same tragic path. He looked up and met Cassius's piercing gaze and dismissed the thought. Cassius was clever, far too clever to be easily deceived. Dormammu was right. The Ancient One has indeed been drawing power from the dark dimension all this time. It's by relying on that power that she has lived for centuries and protected the Earth all these years. "I knew it." Cassius's face turned ashen in an instant, and the proud line of his back slumped. "Why? Why would she do such a thing?" "To defend the Earth." Richard raised his voice, answering with conviction. "To defend the Earth?" Cassius let out a mocking laugh. "Protecting the Earth with Dormammu's power? What's wrong with using Dormammu's power?" Richard shot back sharply. "Even Dormammu himself doesn't dare complain. So why do you have such a problem with it?" Richard's retort caught Cassius off guard, leaving him at a loss for words. But Richard didn't stop there. He pressed on. "There's an old saying in the East. Power itself is neither good nor evil. It's the people who wield it who give it meaning." Richard's face was solemn. "The Ancient One has lived for centuries. Her peers, and even her closest disciples, have all long since passed away. She's long since grown weary of everything in this world, yet she's never chosen to leave. Why do you think that is?" He fixed his gaze on Cassius and shouted, "Look into my eyes. Tell me why. Answer me." Cassius jerked his head up, but Richard's piercing stare was so intense that he instinctively wanted to look away. Yet his pride forced him to clamp down on that urge, holding himself steady despite the sting in his eyes. Fighting through the discomfort, he sneered and said, "And why else? The Ancient One is just afraid of dying." "Nonsense." Richard shot to his feet, jabbing a finger at Cassius and cursing furiously. "It's because you're all too weak. It's because, after all these centuries, she hasn't found a single worthy successor. Tell me, Cassius, if the Ancient One handed you the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme right now, could you take it up?" Cassius puffed out his chest in a flash, wanting to say, "Yes, I can." But the memory of being toyed with by Dormammu and Nightmare in the London Sanctum not long ago made him hesitate. He knew deep down he wasn't up to the task. You couldn't handle it. Richard cut straight to the truth in his heart. The Ancient One makes those dimensional lords cower in fear. But in the end, she's just a mortal woman. Even with the blessing of the Vishani, she'll live, 100 years at best. When she's gone, who in Kamar Taj could ever fill her shoes? You? Hammer? Marcus? Camille? Or Mordo? Cassius fell silent. "No one." Richard sneered. "You only listen to Dormammu's poisonous words, saying the Ancient One draws power from the dark dimension. But did you ever notice Dormammu's attitude when he faces her?" "What attitude?" Cassius retorted stubbornly. "Kamartaj power is all borrowed anyway. If the Ancient One draws from the dark dimension, of course she'd never dare face Dormammu, its master." "Wrong." Richard let out a booming laugh. "Huh, ha ha ha. Every time Dormammu meets the Ancient One, she thrashes him within an inch of his life. Guess why he doesn't dare show his face in front of her anymore?" Cassius began to unravel. "No, that's impossible." Richard sneered. "Cassius, maybe it's time you got out into the real world and saw how things actually work. These days, if you borrow money with enough skill, who says you ever have to pay it back?" Cassius was stunned. "What? Unbelievable? But that's the truth." Richard shrugged. "The truth is, the Ancient One used the Dark Dimension's power to send Dormammu running for his life. The truth is, she's used that power to protect Earth for centuries. And the truth is, she kept fighting with that power until I finally appeared." "You?" Cassius looked at Richard with a strange expression. He couldn't help but think, is this kid getting a little too full of himself? Richard let out a deep grunt and released the restraints on his magical power. In an instant, a crimson aura flared up around him, its powerful presence spilling throughout the entire dormitory, swiftly radiating outward toward Kamartaj. My power is beyond your imagination. His voice resounded, echoing with a newfound grandeur. Crimson magic surged from within Richard, pouring forth in torrents, quickly taking on a liquid-like, tangible form. The sorcerers of Kamartaj all turned their heads in unison, startled by the sudden surge. Are we under attack? Just as they prepared to rush over, the calm voice of the Ancient One sounded in everyone's mind. Don't worry, that's just Sorcerer Richard testing his own strength. Carry on with your duties. Yes, Master, they all replied respectfully, bowing in acknowledgement. After getting up, Mordo couldn't help but show a hint of envy on his face. Richard's at it again. He's grown even stronger. He had thought that, after all this painstaking training, he was finally closing the gap. But now, it seemed that the distance between them was only growing wider. Don't envy the boss, Master Mordo, Sorcerer offered a consoling pat, his expression that of someone who'd seen it all. The boss is just a freak of nature. Honestly, I'd wager his power now surpasses those legendary gods. Mordo gave the young man a helpless look. Have you ever seen a true god? No, Sorcerer replied without hesitation, full of conviction. But I'm sure none of them are stronger than the boss. Mordo couldn't help but laugh. Really, what's the point of arguing with a rookie like Sorcerer? Once he truly steps into this world, he'll understand what mighty beings like the Vishani are really like. Meanwhile, Cassius nearly stumbled off his bed, overwhelmed by the sheer force Richard was unleashing. He hurried to steady himself, bracing his hands on the mattress and straightening his back with effort. This aura, it's even stronger than what I felt from Dormammu. Richard opened his eyes, and within his gaze, crimson flames of magical power danced. Cassius, do you still think I'm unfit for the title of Sorcerer Supreme? Cold sweat beaded on Cassius's forehead. He nodded with difficulty, stammering, why yes, you can. The crimson flames faded from Richard's eyes, and the frightening aura gradually receded. The thick, liquid-like magic swirling in the dormitory withdrew back into his body. Power itself is neither right nor wrong. If you possess the unwavering resolve and will of the Ancient One, even if you chopped up Dormammu and ate him for breakfast, it wouldn't be a problem. The Ancient One taught us to respect the laws of nature and forbade the use of black magic. There's nothing wrong with that. Because, truth be told, most sorcerers in Kamartaj will never reach your level, not even in a lifetime. And as for you, Caecilius, even a genius like yourself runs the risk of falling into darkness the moment you touch Dormammu's power. I believe that, and I'm sure you can feel it yourself. Caecilius fell silent for a long time before replying in a strained voice, yes. Every time I try to reach for that trace of Dormammu's power inside me, my instincts scream at me to stop. Suddenly, Richard raised both hands, his right hand swirling with the golden-red energy of the Vishani, his left hand faintly shrouded in the dark purple force of the dark dimension. To a truly powerful sorcerer, the nature of power itself is irrelevant. Whether it's the holy force of the Vishanti or Dormammu's darkness, as long as you can control it, you can wield it however you wish. He clenched his fists, and the two energies shattered in his palms, scattering like sparks among the stars. Instead of brooding over the Ancient One's use of the Dark Dimension's power, such a pointless matter, why not devote yourself to your training? Who knows, maybe one day, Kamartaj will storm the Dark Dimension and drag Dormammu out in the open. Caecilius let out a surprised laugh, feeling the knot in his heart finally dissolve. Looking down at his own hands, he smiled. You're right, Master Richard. Sometimes the gap between people is even greater than the gulf between man and beast. Seeing this, Richard scratched his head. Oh no, maybe I went too far. What if Caecilius never recovers from this? Just focus on doing what you do best, he said solemnly. That was the Ancient One's original reason for forbidding the use of dark magic. Most of the sorcerers at Kamartaj are of average talent. The price of using dark magic is simply too high for them to bear. Caecilius clutched his chest, feeling a bit suffocated. This kid keeps calling us average talent. It's like he's stabbing me right in the heart again and again. Seeing that Caecilius was no longer brooding, Richard breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Now it was time to begin plotting against Dormammu. Richard pulled Caecilius aside, and the two began whispering conspiratorially. Inside the Grand Hall, the Ancient One sipped her kung fu tea at a leisurely pace, waving her folding fan with delight. If you borrow money with your own skills, why should you have to pay it back? Crude words, but there's truth to them. That Dormammu fellow is always whining about repayment, but if I borrowed it with my own ability, why should I return it? After their discussion, Richard and Caecilius agreed not to interfere for now with the sliver of Dormammu's dark power within Caecilius. Before leaving, Richard reminded him repeatedly, "Senior brother Caecilius, take these next few days to get yourself into the best condition. When Dormammu takes the bait, you may have to stand against him for a few seconds. Keep your body and mind in top shape. It'll help you withstand the overwhelming pressure of Dormammu's higher existence." Caecilius nodded at first, but then quickly realized what was being said. "From what you're saying, you've met Dormammu before?" Richard shrugged, showing off as he replied, "What's so strange about that? Dormammu, that guy, he's just a total blockhead." A blockhead? Caecilius's mouth twitched. It was his first time ever hearing someone call Dormammu a blockhead. If Mordo were here, he'd definitely be able to empathize with Caecilius. Back then, when he learned that Richard had faced Dormammu head-on and returned unscathed, he wore the same look of shock and speechlessness. "Well then, that's settled, senior brother Caecilius." With that, Richard turned and left. After seeing Richard out, Caecilius closed the door, then flopped onto his bed, and soon was snoring soundly. Ever since Dormammu revealed the Ancient One's secret, Caecilius had been weighed down by a heavy gloom. But now, after Richard's round of psychological jabs, his inner turmoil had finally lifted. All the exhaustion he'd bottled up over the past days surged forth in a wave. Caecilius could no longer keep himself together and fell instantly into a deep sleep. And that sleep lasted a full day and night. The next day, on the outskirts of St. Petersburg, Natasha drove a sky-blue Dollar Vista, a rental car, to a secluded farm. She parked by the roadside and stepped out, carefully surveying her surroundings. Far from the city, encircled by forests and lush greenery, this place was the perfect hideout as far as secrecy was concerned. Natasha walked onto the farm. Before long, she heard a series of strange grunting sounds. She immediately lowered her body, moving silently, and crept up to the farm's fence. Then, with a swift leap, she vaulted gracefully over the fence. Inside, a maze-like row of pens stretched before her, with those odd grunts coming from within. Natasha edged closer and discovered that inside the pen, 3 shaggy, plump pigs, 1 large and 2 small, were aimlessly circling. Natasha, she stifled a snort, quietly skirting the pig pen and making her way to the back of the farmhouse. The window at the back was open, its white curtain billowing softly in the breeze. Natasha vaulted through the window, landing in what looked like a living room. Glancing around at the furnishings, she guessed the farm owner was a single woman. There was no ashtray on the coffee table and no men's shoes by the entrance. Instead, women's shoes and clothes were scattered here and there. Even the liquor cabinet was stocked with creamy white Russian cocktails, a favorite among women. Just as she opened the bedroom door, ready to step inside, a crisp click of a gun being cocked sounded behind her. "Hands up! Turn around!" Slowly. A voice, both familiar and strange, rang out from behind. Natasha's heart skipped a beat, her eyes stung with emotion. She raised her hands and slowly turned to face the voice. A figure appeared, dressed in a one-piece work suit, hair braided and pinned atop her head, cradling an SVD sniper rifle in her arms. "Who are you?" She had barely gotten the words out when she caught a clear look at Natasha's face. Natasha, realizing who it was, Melina Vostokov lowered her sniper rifle in delighted surprise. "Melina." Natasha's voice trembled as she slowly lowered her hands. After her brief lapse in composure, Melina quickly regained her poise, hastily raising her gun once more. "Natasha, how did you find this address? Who gave it to you?" "You're still alive, Melina." Natasha spoke softly, taking a cautious step forward. "Stop right there, Natasha. Don't move, or I'll shoot." A few 10 seconds passed, then a gunshot rang out with a sharp crack. Suddenly, the White Queen's voice cut through the chaos. "Red Room operatives have loaded the unconscious agent, Natasha Romanoff, onto a plane. Melina Vostokov has left with them as well. Richard, keep tracking that plane. Find the airborne fortress." High above the clouds, shrouded in thick mist, the immense airborne fortress loomed. This was the secret headquarters of the mysterious Red Room International Spy Organization. 3 jet planes landed on the fortress's flight deck. Melina Vostokov disembarked, escorting the unconscious Natasha Romanoff. A burst of static crackled in Melina's earpiece. "Nah, gave me a mains voice." "General." Melina raised her hand, halting in place. The soldiers carrying the stretcher stopped as well. "Lock up that lost widow first. You come straight to my office." "Yes, sir," Melina started to reply, but the transmission abruptly cut off. She turned and ordered, "Put her in cell 5. The soldiers snapped to attention, thumping their chests in salute. Yes, Ms. Melina. Inside the fortress, Melina parted ways with the soldiers. Following Dracov's orders, she headed directly for the top-floor office. As she walked down the long corridor, sharp shouts echoed from a nearby room. Through a round glass window, Melina glimpsed a group of teenage girls inside, training in hand-to-hand combat. These trainee widows, already subjected to countless rounds of conditioning, were acutely aware of any unfamiliar gaze. Within seconds of Melina's glance, dozens of girls turned in unison, staring toward the door. Meeting their hollow, piercing eyes, Melina narrowed her own, then turned away and continued on her way. At the top-floor office of the airborne fortress, Dracov sat at his desk, eyes fixed on the surveillance monitors, fingers tapping rhythmically. The ruby ring on his pinky glinted conspicuously. The door to the office opened, and Melina stepped inside. "Oh my, just look at you." Dracov rose from his seat, circled around his office, and came to stand beside Melina. "How does it feel, reuniting with your family after such a long time?" "It's awful." Melina stopped in her tracks, grumbling. Started crying the moment she saw me. She's even more emotional than she was as a child. Dracov circled her, his words laced with meaning. "Just like old times, isn't it?" Melina hesitated, then nodded. "Yes." Dracov pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, fixing his gaze on her. "Natasha, how did she find you? Who sent her? Shield, or someone else?" Melina shook her head. "I don't know. My farm has always been hidden. No one else has ever been there. In this world, the only people who know about it, other than you, are Alexei and me." "Alexei?" Dracov shook his head. "He's been locked up playing by the rules. So that just leaves you and me. Are you suggesting I leak the information?" Melina's face paled, and she shook her head quickly. "No, of course not, General." "Then who could have spilled our secret?" Dracov smiled with a wicked amusement. Melina narrowed her eyes, her right hand moving stealthily toward the pistol at her waist. "Now," Dracov raised his right hand, showing off the ring on his little finger. "Getting bold, are we?" "You." Fear flickered in Melina's eyes. "What did you do?" "Oh." Dracov turned to her, a mocking smile, curling his lips. "Don't tell me you don't recognize your own invention?" With that, he seized her and dragged her to the desk. He forced her roughly into a chair and pushed her down to sit. "Let's see who you really are." Dracov pressed a finger to her forehead and, with a swift motion, tore away a layer of the widow's veil. Feigning surprise, he called out, "Well, look who it is. Natasha Romanoff, the girl who ran away from home. What's the matter? Tired of wandering the world? Ready to come crawling back?" "Dracov!" Natasha glared at the man before her, wishing she could rip a piece of flesh from his wretched face. "Why so angry?" Dracov grabbed Natasha's face, twisting it forcefully upward. "Shouldn't I be the one who's angry? The girl I raised, conspiring with outsiders, plotting to kill me." His face contorted with sudden malice. "Do you still remember Antonia?" The name made Natasha falter. The image of a young girl, barely a teenager, flickered through her mind. Dracov caught the look on her face and let out a cold, guttural laugh. "You used my daughter, and then tried to blow her up with a bomb." "What a pity," Dracov shrugged. "I wasn't there at the time." "You're disappointed, aren't you?" "Oh, that's right. Didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. tell you that I was still alive?" Natasha's face turned grim. "Apparently not." Dracov burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. You see the Red Room, which gave you all your skills, as your mortal enemy. But now, it seems that the organization you serve treats you as nothing but disposable trash. Let me guess, what did they tell you?" Dracov died in the explosion. Not a trace of him left. The Red Room has been completely destroyed. All the little widows have escaped. Your hatred and your past should be left behind. Join us, start a new life. Fight for the peace and safety of the world." Dracov recited these words with a mock sincerity. "Ha ha, naive little girls, always drawn in by those smooth-talking men. I only taught you how to be spies and killers. But I forgot to tell you the one truth of this world. There are no good people." As Dracov continued to rant, a voice suddenly crackled in Natasha's earpiece. "White Queen, Miss Natasha Romanoff, do you need assistance?" Natasha's eyes flickered. This voice. It was the super AI White Queen. "White Queen, if you do, please shout, help me out loud." "Natasha? Help me? Seriously?" Natasha felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her face tinged pink with embarrassment. For a moment, she was so flustered she almost forgot about her enemy, ranting beside her. "Natasha Romanoff." Dracov snapped, grabbing her hair and yanking hard. "How dare you ignore me?" The pain brought tears to the corners of Natasha's eyes. Forced to look up, she met Dracov's furious gaze. Monsters like him should have been sent to hell long ago. "Help me!" Natasha suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs. Dracov froze, barking. "Who are you talking to?" "She's talking to me," a strange voice replied from behind him. Startled, Dreykov whirled around, thrusting out his hand adorned with a massive ruby ring on his little finger. A flash of scarlet light swept past. A hand, still wearing its oversized ruby ring, spun through the air, scattering crimson droplets. Richard flicked the scarlet sword in his hand with a gentle flourish and greeted her with a smile. "Hey, beautiful Miss Natasha, we meet again." Dreykov clutched his spurting wrist, howling in agony. "Damn it, my hand. Guards, somebody get in here." "Don't waste your effort." Richard pulled back his hood. "Your voice won't get out of this office." Dreykov shrugged off his coat and wrapped it tightly around his right arm. His face was deathly pale as he demanded, "Who are you?" Richard replied with a smile. Richard. Dreykov glanced at the energy-long sword in Richard's hand. Years of wielding power told him immediately that this was no ordinary weapon. Forcing down his shock and anger, Dreykov said, "As long as you let me go, whoever hired you, whatever they're paying, I'll double it." "Double the price?" Richard dismissed the crimson blade, flexed his fingers, and turned to Natasha, who sat frozen in her chair. He asked with a teasing lilt, "Miss Natasha, what's your offer for hiring me?" Natasha pursed her lips in a playful smile. "How about $10? $10? Richard shook his head in mock disappointment. "That's not enough. How did you save your life, you know? You'll have to pay more." Natasha began to move, slowly regaining control of her body as she slipped free from the ring's influence. She was gradually reclaiming command over her own limbs. "How much more, Mr. Richard?" she asked, folding her arms across her chest, a gesture that made her already impressive figure seem even more commanding. Richard stroked his chin, pretending to ponder the question seriously. White Queen's voice chimed in. "Sir, your heart rate just reached 120 beats per minute. I recommend a medical checkup to ensure there are no hidden cardiac issues." Richard's face darkened. White Queen persisted. "It's all for your well-being." Through gritted teeth, Richard forced out, "Thank you so much." White Queen responded primly, "You're welcome, sir. If my duty..." "Enough," Dreykov bellowed. "This is my territory. How dare you in my..." A sudden gunshot cut off the former Soviet intelligence general and head of the Red Room mid-sentence. Dreykov's eyes bulged in fury. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the floor. A single black bullet hole marred his forehead, and a thin line of dark red blood trickled down. So cool. Richard had watched Natasha's swift, clean draw and shot from start to finish. He applauded in admiration. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Richard." Natasha lowered her gun and walked over to Dreykov's lifeless body. She looked down at him, his eyes still open in death, and her heart was swept by a tangle of emotions. "This time, he's really gone," Richard said gently, trying to comfort her. "I know." Natasha's voice was thick with emotion. "Natasha!" Came a panic call from the doorway. Both of them turned, just in time to see another Natasha rushing inside. "Melina!" Natasha called out, holstering her gun and dashing forward. The two Natashas threw their arms around each other in a tight, emotional embrace. The White Queen asked, "Sir, is this what humans call emotion?" Richard replied, "Yes, isn't it moving?" The White Queen said, "I can't understand it." "Then take your time to figure it out." Richard raised his index finger and made a subtle gesture in the air. Instantly, the control ring from the severed hand's pinky slid off and floated into his palm. He turned and walked toward his desk. "White Queen, locate the central control core of the entire airborne fortress, break through the authorization codes, and upload your data." Richard pulled up a chair and sat down, propping both feet up on the desk. "From now on, this place is your home." The White Queen replied, "Thank you, sir." Richard couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Even though the White Queen tried her best to hide her delight, he still sensed a trace of her excitement. This little lady was much more cunning than her elder sister. At that moment, Natasha came over, leading Melina, who had reverted to her true appearance, by the hand. "This is my foster mother, Melina Vostokov." "Melina, this is Richard, a doctor?" Natasha scratched her cheek awkwardly. It seemed she only knew Richard as a doctor. Luckily, Richard stepped in to help her out. "Hello, Mrs. Melina. My name is Richard, a sorcerer of Kamartaj." "A sorcerer of Kamartaj?" Natasha and Melina echoed in unison. Richard didn't elaborate further. Instead, he opened his right hand, and with a gentle burst, an orange-red fireball hovered above his palm. "My God!" Both women gasped in astonishment. "No wonder." Natasha's eyes lit up with realization. "That's why Nick Fury sent me to your newly open lab." "Don't mind that bald-headed egg." Richard scoffed lightly. "He won't be bouncing around for many more years." Natasha's eyes sparkled. Really? This young woman was nothing like the mature, steady Black Widow of the Avengers. years down the line. At 24, she was at the perfect age to hold a grudge. And Nick Fury's usual way of doing things had rapidly lowered her opinion of him. Why do you say that? Richard coughed and put on a serious face. Miss Natasha Romanoff, you're not officially my employee yet. There are some things it's better you don't know. Then I'll join now, Natasha declared, then pressed on. Can you tell me now? Melina discreetly tugged her arm, reminding her, Natasha. It's all right, Melina. Natasha clung to her foster mother's arm and gave her a quick, reassuring wink. I trust Mr. Richard. Looking at this lively, vibrant Natasha, so different from her stoic film counterpart, Richard couldn't help but think to himself. Perhaps this is better. This Natasha Romanoff feels so much more alive. Dreykov is dead, but the Red Room won't simply dissolve because of that. Richard's words made both Natasha and Melina tense up inside. Natasha couldn't help but speak out. The widows of the Red Room are just a group of pitiful souls. I know, Richard replied with a smile. I'll call all of them back. Those who enjoy being agents can continue their work. For those who are tired of this life, they'll be free to choose a different path. His gaze shifted to the elegant, still charming woman before him. Mrs. Melina, have you thought about what you want to do next? Me? Melina pointed at herself in surprise. Yes, what should I do now? She was born in the Red Room, grew up in the Red Room, and now that Dreykov, its leader, was dead, she suddenly felt lost. I honestly don't know. Then stay here, Richard decided for her without hesitation. We happen to need your expertise to develop an antidote to the pheromone. White Queen, open the list of Red Room widows and show their current locations. White Queen responded, Yes, sir. On the large office screen, a massive world map appeared, covered in countless red dots scattered across the globe. Each red dot represented a widow. Then, one by one, the widows' photos began to appear, quickly filling the entire screen. Where's Yelena Belova? All the other photos vanished, and the red dot over Morocco zoomed in. Yelena Belova's round face flashed onto the screen. Yelena, Natasha gasped. All of the widows, including Yelena Belova, are still under the control of the pheromone. As he finished speaking, Richard turned to Melina Vostokov. Mrs. Melina, the Red Room's pheromone. Wasn't that your research? It started as a project at the Northern Institute. But now, Melina's expression grew somber. I suppose you could say it is. For now, focus on developing the antidote. The sooner we free their will, the better. This is my sin, Melina nodded solemnly. I will do everything I can to atone for the past. Natasha wrapped an arm around her shoulders. You're not alone, Melina. I'm with you. Thank you, my dear daughter. As she had done when Natasha was a child, Melina reached up and gently ruffled her hair. Richard gave his next command. White Queen, send the order for Yelena Belova to return to headquarters immediately. White Queen replied, Order sent. Agent Yelena Belova will return to the Airborne Fortress headquarters in 3 days. Natasha, Richard continued, what are your thoughts on Alexei Shostakov, who's being held at the Gulag? Alexei. Melina hesitated and looked over at Natasha. Natasha, on the other hand, was quite decisive. She simply said, let him stay there. With his skills, he'll thrive just fine. All right then. Richard shrugged. Since neither of the women minded, he had no reason to interfere. Madame Melina, assemble the widows in the fortress now, and take control of everyone else inside. The follow-up screenings will be handled with the White Queen's assistance. Yes, boss. Melina slipped into her new role without missing a beat. 3 days later, Richard returned to Cassius's quarters. Good day, Mage Richard. When the door opened, Cassius appeared before him, visibly rested after 3 days of recuperation. Richard looked at the energetic Cassius and couldn't help but praise him. Wow, Senior Cassius, you look fantastic today. Cassius did look rather dashing today, especially with that little braid tied at the back of his head, which suddenly added a whole new air to him. Thank you for the compliment. Please come in, Cassius ushered Richard inside. Unlike last time, Richard took a seat, and this time, Cassius sat down as well. Clearly, Richard's previous visit had prompted this change. Judging by your condition, Senior, we can officially begin our plan in the next few days, Richard said with a smile. Cassius perked up and immediately asked, What do you need me to do? Oh, it's simple. Richard drew a circle in the air, opening a portal about the size of a basketball. He reached in and pulled out a thick tome of magic. But before he could close the portal, a golden-red magic orb shot through after him. It exploded with a crackle, and the furious voice of Marcus, the librarian of Kamar Taj, bellowed from within. Damn you, Richard. Not you again. Richard quickly shut the portal and gave Cassius an awkward smile. Cassius ignored his embarrassment. The moment he recognized the book, he leapt from his chair, both shocked and elated. The Book of Cagliostro. Then, Realizing the implications, he hurriedly tried to stop Richard. Richard, you can't read that. It contains extremely dangerous dark magic. The Ancient One warned us. But Cassius's voice trailed off. Richard grinned slyly. Looks like you remember, Senior Cassius. He spoke in a tempting tone. You wanted to study this book for a long time, haven't you? Cassius fell silent for a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. It should be locked away in the Kamartaj library. That's right. Just unlock the chains and take it down, Richard replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, that's only if you have the Ancient One's permission. The recognition of the Exalted One. Cassius was taken aback. I've always been resisting invasions from different dimensions, teaching apprentices. Richard hurriedly shook his head. No. That's not what the Exalted One's recognition means. You must prove to her that you have the strength to resist the temptations of dark magic. How do I prove that? Cassius asked anxiously. Richard shook his head with a touch of regret, hinting, actually, you've already had a very good opportunity before, but it's a pity. Cassius immediately thought of that trace of darkness still lingering within himself. If only he had known this was what the recognition meant, he would have expelled it without hesitation. Even if he couldn't do it alone, he could have asked the Exalted One for help directly. It's all right, senior brother, Richard reassured, patting the book of Cagliostro in his hands. Since I was able to get this book so smoothly, perhaps it already proves that the Exalted One has acknowledged you. But there's something I must make clear in advance. At this, Richard's expression grew solemn. I know you've always wanted to reunite with your late wife and child, but there's no such method in this book. Yet, after hearing this, Cassius's eyes suddenly lit up. He caught the subtle meaning hidden in Richard's words. With emotion rising in his voice, he shouted, So you mean, you have a way? Richard spread his hands. Actually, it's quite simple. Cassius was baffled. Simple. The underworld on Earth, now, basically belongs to Hell. Your wife and son's souls should both be there now. All we have to do is break into Hell, step on the head of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, and naturally, you'll see them again. Fury welled up in Cassius's chest. He thought Richard was making a fool of him. So he forced down his anger and snapped. That's absolutely impossible. Why impossible? Richard said, placing the book of Cagliostro onto the table. Then he took a magical orb from his pocket. With a sudden shake, a feeble voice echoed from inside the orb. Stop shaking me. What on earth do you want? I'll agree to whatever you ask, all right? Cassius stared in surprise. Who is that? He could sense a thick aura of hell emanating from the magical orb. Richard bounced the orb in his hand with smug satisfaction. Mephisto's own son, the mindless one. What? Cassius's eyes widened in utter shock. Richard quickly added, just a fragment of the mindless one's soul. A fragment. Cassius relaxed, or not. Even a fragment of the mindless one's soul was enough to be terrifying. He gave a wry smile and said, No wonder you're the genius so many sorcerers have high hopes for. Hearing the praise, Richard couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up. He quickly cleared his throat and brought the conversation back on track. Senior brother, I can capture the true form of the Mind-Eater demon. The method is simple. There are only 3 steps. What are the 3 steps? Richard's proposal sounded unbelievable, but Cassius trusted that he wouldn't make wild claims. Richard raised the magical orb and spoke earnestly. First, find an ideal location and set up a trap formation in advance. Second, use this strand of the Mind-Eater demon's soul fragment to lure his true self to Earth. Third, once his true form is trapped in the formation with nowhere to run, we capture him. Cassius. There are moments when words truly fail a person. He pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed. Seeing this, Richard quickly thumped his own chest in reassurance. Senior brother, you have to trust me. I guarantee this plan will work. So, what happens after we succeed? Cassius looked up, clearly exasperated. After that, we challenge Mephisto to a duel. Richard replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Mephisto won't fall for that. Cassius shook his head. He knows very well that he's no match for the Sorcerer Supreme. That's why he never dares to show his true form on Earth. We don't need him to come to Earth. Richard looked at Cassius with genuine puzzlement. We're just issuing a formal challenge. It's not as if we're starting an actual war. Cassius gazed at Richard, his voice laced with sarcasm. And after we send the challenge, then what? What exactly do? We use his beloved son as leverage. Richard declared, full of conviction. Compared to your wife and child, senior brother, Mephisto's new son is a much heavier bargaining chip. Then why bother with a challenge at all? Cassius's face darkened. Why not just make a direct deal with the Mind-Eater demon? Trade his soul fragment for my wife and son. That's not possible, senior brother. Richard shook his head. As far as I know, even though the Mind-Eater demon is the son of a Hell Lord, his actual authority in Hell is extremely limited. Mephisto has always been on guard against his ambitious, foolish son. And there's another rumor. Richard glanced around warily and waved his hand, casting a silencing spell. Only then did he lower his voice and say, "It's very likely that the Mind-Eater demon is someone Mephisto deliberately raised as a sacrificial pawn." A sacrificial pawn? Caecilius looked genuinely perplexed, as if a question mark had appeared above his head. What do you mean? Oh, it's just that when the Mind-Eater demon is fully grown, Mephisto will devour him in one gulp to increase his own power. Eat him, Caecilius exclaimed, his voice cracking with disbelief. That's impossible. Why would it be impossible? Richard spread his hands. You can't expect a demon from hell to abide by human moral standards. In hell, survival is all about the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive. Family ties, friendship, love, they mean nothing there. Caecilius stared, utterly dumbfounded. But just as you mentioned, if hell's demons care nothing for kinship, then why would Mephisto feel threatened by our leverage? You forgot what I said earlier, Richard reminded him. The Soul Fiend was deliberately raised by Mephisto. He's like a demonic version of the Tang monk's flesh from legend. Surely you don't think cultivating a Soul Fiend, with the potential to become a top-tier demon, is something easy. All right, Caecilius conceded, unable to help the excitement welling up inside him. Years of longing seemed on the verge of coming true. Richard suddenly snapped back to the moment, scratching his head awkwardly. Senior brother, we were supposed to be discussing Dormammu, weren't we? So maybe we should put the Soul Fiend matter on hold for now. The joy on Caecilius's face froze in place. Let's finish the Dormammu problem as soon as possible. Please. Richard nodded vigorously. No problem. I promise I'll settle it within 3 days. Thank you. Caecilius murmured his gratitude. Richard looked at him with earnest determination. Senior brother Caecilius, I'll help you. The sorcerers of Camartage and the Ancient One herself will all stand by your side. So what's your plan? Caecilius asked. A smug smile appeared on Richard's face. The Ancient One found a very well-hidden spatial rift in a hollow on Mount Everest. That rift connects to an abandoned dimensional space. She said it's a trap that Dormammu deliberately left behind, hoping to lure someone in. Caecilius nodded numbly. What? A spatial rift on Mount Everest? What? The rift connects to an abandoned dimension. What? And this is all Dormammu's handiwork. It was all so astonishing. Caecilius, shell-shocked, managed to ask, so what do we do? Richard snapped his fingers. It's simple. Still 3 steps. First, we use that abandoned dimension to set up a trap array. Most important, once the array is activated, it must be completely sealed off. Dormammu never dares to invade Earth in person, so he'll only send an avatar. Our trap array has to be strong enough to withstand the full force of Dormammu's avatar. Caecilius furrowed his brow, concentrating deeply as he tried to recall which trap arrays would meet Richard's requirements. Seeing this, Richard quickly reminded him, Senior brother, when it comes to trap arrays, you could always ask Master Ancient One for help. Caecilius's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded in silent agreement. Richard wiped the sweat from his forehead in secret and continued. The second step, lure out Dormammu's avatar. And for that, I'll need your help, senior brother. Caecilius agreed without hesitation. Just tell me what you need me to do. We'll go with the direct approach, bait on the hook. As he spoke, Richard picked up the Book of Cagliostro that lay on the table. This Book of Cagliostro contains a ritual for summoning Dormammu's dark power. And you just happen to carry a trace of Dormammu's darkness within you, senior brother. That trace of darkness is the very lure Dormammu used to tempt you. If you personally perform this ritual, Dormammu will surely recognize you through that sliver of darkness. You are, after all, Master Ancient One's most talented disciple. Caecilius shook his head, cutting him off. No. These days, you are Master's favorite disciple, Richard. Richard scratched his cheek with a sheepish smile. You flatter me, senior brother. Caecilius chuckled softly. Among the sorcerers of Camartage, my talent and abilities are among the very best. But even so, I've never felt confident enough to take on the role of Sorcerer Supreme. You once said that the Ancient One, unable to find a worthy successor, had no choice but to draw power from the dark dimension to prolong her life. I'm glad now. You're stronger than I am. Your talent and abilities are more than enough to shoulder the responsibility our master bears. Richard scratched his cheek again, thinking that perhaps this was the moment for him to say something heartfelt. In the plan to lure Dormammu, Caecilius was the one who would shoulder the greatest risk. Richard spoke with careful seriousness, warning him. Senior brother Caecilius, To make sure Dormammu takes the bait, you'll have to face him alone. We'll support you as quickly as possible. But even so, it'll take 3 to 5 seconds to reach you. During that time, you must do everything you can to protect yourself. Caecilius answered with a calm smile. Don't worry about me, Richard. I crossed swords with him face to face once before, back at the London Sanctum. Richard nodded at this. He believed that Caecilius, as he was now, would never risk his life recklessly. As long as you're confident in yourself, that's enough. With that, he went on to explain the next phase of their plan against Dormammu. The third step, capture Dormammu's avatar once it's trapped in the array. This step might be too difficult for us to accomplish on our own. Caecilius raised an eyebrow and smiled. Last time you came here, you were quite formidable, weren't you? I was almost crushed by your presence. Richard rubbed his nose with a roguish air and said, Oh, come on, I was just doing my best to make sure the mission would succeed, 100%. Besides, it would be such a waste not to use the biggest golden goose in the family. And let's not forget, Dormammu is just too stingy. He has more energy in that dark dimension than he could ever use up. What's the harm in letting the Ancient One borrow a little? Yet he goes around pestering her to pay him back. This time, when the Ancient One steps in, she needs to teach that big oaf a real lesson. He needs to know who's really in charge around here. Caecilius was speechless, feeling a pang of sympathy for Dormammu. What a miserable fate, being a creditor like that. The two of them then went together to find the Ancient One. Seeing Caecilius looking so refreshed and full of life, the Ancient One nodded approvingly. She spoke to him with deep meaning in her voice. Caecilius, you really should thank Richard properly. I understand, Master, Caecilius replied earnestly. He truly understood the weight behind the Ancient One's words. It was Richard who had pulled him back from the edge of corruption, and even pointed out a bright path toward fulfilling his long-cherished dreams. He knelt on one knee, apologizing with heartfelt sincerity. Master, I'm sorry. I once doubted you, thinking you deliberately kept certain knowledge hidden from us. But now I finally understand. Everything you did was for our sake. There's no need to take it so much to heart, the Ancient One said gently, raising her fan-holding right hand ever so slightly. An invisible force lifted Caecilius to his feet. He bowed respectfully once more, then fell silent. Richard, clutching the book of Cagliostro, flashed a sycophantic grin. Master, we need your help. The Ancient One looked at him with a half-smile, opening her fan and waving it slowly, but she didn't respond to his plea. Richard had no choice but to shoot a look at Caecilius. But even as his eyes nearly cramped from signaling, Caecilius stood stock still, pretending not to notice. Richard shot him an annoyed glare and realized he'd have to handle this himself. Master, Dormammu is, after all, a being on your level. If it's just me and brother Caecilius trying to outweed him, I'm afraid it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Gone for good, never coming back. To make sure our plan goes off without a hitch, we really need you to watch over us and keep us safe. Keep you safe? The Ancient One asked. And how exactly do you want me to do that? Richard patted the book of Cagliostro and said, As you know, this book contains a magical ritual that can summon Dormammu's dark power. I'd like to ask you to cast a defensive ward on Brother Caecilius, to prevent Dormammu from corrupting him with dark power the moment the ritual begins. Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged in Caecilius' heart. Thank you, Brother Richard. Richard let out a terse snort, not paying him any further attention. A defensive ward? The Ancient One closed her folding fan and tapped it against her palm. No wards can be placed. Dormammu was once a sorcerer himself. No matter what kind of ward I set upon Caecilius, Dormammu would sense it the instant he appeared. No what? Wouldn't that mean there's a 50% chance Caecilius could fall on the spot? Richard could never accept such an outcome. He quickly asked, Master, if we can't use a defensive ward, do you have any other way to protect Brother Caecilius? The New York Sanctum houses a protective cloak. The Ancient One smiled as she spoke. That cloak has only one function, passive defense. Most of the time, it looks just like ordinary clothing, but the moment it's attacked in any way, it instantly activates a defensive shield. Richard's eyes lit up. He immediately pressed further. How strong is that defensive shield? The Ancient One thought for a moment. If Dormammu himself attacks, it can withstand about 3 seconds. That's enough, Richard exclaimed with delight. Now Brother Caecilius will be perfectly safe. He turned to Caecilius and said, Brother, as soon as we're done here, head straight to the New York Sanctum and retrieve that cloak. Caecilius nodded. I'll go as soon as this is finished. Richard continued. Besides that, we'll also need your help, Master, to set up a dimensional binding array. I've already designed the array structure. Now, I just need you to add a few layers of protection. One layer is a mirror dimension. When the array is activated, it automatically generates between 10 and 12 nested mirror spaces. That way, it can sever the connection between Dormammu's avatar and his true form. Even the Ancient One, who had lived for centuries and thought she'd seen it all, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. 10 to 12 mirror spaces. Master Richard, do you realize how difficult that spell would be? That's why I need your help. Seeing the Ancient One's increasingly dangerous look, Richard quickly conceded, 4 or 5 is fine too. The Ancient One couldn't help but let out a dismissive snort. Seeing this, Richard knew she had tacitly agreed, and he grinned as he continued. The second layer is a soul shackle, which I adapted from a soul-binding incantation recorded in the Codex of Atum. It's specially designed to prevent Dormammu's avatar from self-destructing. The Ancient One stopped tapping her folding fan. She began to wonder if there was some deep-seated grudge between Dormammu and Richard. Otherwise, why would Richard go to such lengths to target him? The third layer is elemental suppression. I've designed 4 elemental runes: Surtur for fire, Njord for water, Agur for wind, and Ymir for earth. The 4 elements, earth, water, wind, and fire, are the foundation of the material world. I believe they'll be able to suppress Dormammu's power of darkness. Cold sweat began to bead on the Ancient One's back. She could imagine the utter despair Dormammu's avatar would feel, trapped within this dimensional binding array. She decided to forget about the task she was planning to assign to Richard. Let Caecilius and Mordo work a bit harder instead. As for Caecilius, he was already in a state of shock. A golden-red portal slowly opened, and Richard and Caecilius stepped out one after the other. Resident Sanctum Mage Camille strode up, pressed his palms together, and greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome to the New York Sanctum, Master Richard, Master Caecilius. After returning the greeting, Caecilius got straight to the point. Master Camille, by order of the Ancient One, I have come to retrieve a protective robe. Camille gestured gently. Please follow me. The robe of Jubal is kept on the 2nd floor. They followed Camille upstairs. As they passed a rectangular glass case, a crimson cloak floated inside, its hem swaying gently as Richard walked by, as if it possessed a mind of its own. Camille led them to a bronze coat rack, where a white robe was neatly hung. This is the robe of Jubal. Legend has it that it's a magical artifact crafted by a mage named Jubal from the Sanctum. As Camille introduced the robe, his voice suddenly dropped, and his previously solemn expression turned mysterious. According to the accounts of previous resident mages in the New York Sanctum, there's another version of how this robe came to be. It's said that over 100 years ago, the Ancient One herself acquired this as a trophy after defeating an evil sorcerer named Jubal during her travels across the multiverse. I absolutely believe that version. Caecilius declared without hesitation. The Ancient One's power is beyond our imagination. The look of reverence and longing on his face made Richard feel a bit helpless. It was unexpected. After resolving his inner demons, Caecilius had turned into a devout admirer of the Ancient One, just like Mordo. This new Caecilius seemed to be drifting further and further from his once conqueror destiny. Richard, too, found himself leaning toward Camille's second version of the story. According to what he knew, more than half of the artifacts on the 2nd floor of the New York Sanctum had been brought back by the Ancient One during her travels across the multiverse. As for whether they were trophies of battle or originated from other sources, there was no need to look too deeply into it. Having obtained the Cloak of Protection, Caecilius was preparing to leave. Richard hurriedly reached out to stop him. Senior brother Caecilius, wait a moment. Put on the Cloak of Protection first, and let's test its abilities. Caecilius paused, his expression uncertain. Is that really necessary? Didn't the master say? Let's just give a try first. Richard cut him off. Cautious by nature, Richard was never one to shy away for little trouble. Even the greatest of people could make mistakes. If you want 100% success, you had to pay attention to every detail of the operation. Caecilius trusted Richard's judgment. After a moment's hesitation, he put on the Cloak of Protection. Hey, this cloak actually has hidden features. The moment he put it on, Caecilius cried out in delight. What kind of hidden features? Richard asked, curious. It can change its shape at will. As he spoke, Caecilius made the cloak shift from a white robe into a sleek black vest. Richard's eyes lit up. Damn, that's a cool feature. He'd never have to worry about buying clothes again. Senior brother Caecilius, lend me the cloak sometime when you're free. I want to study it. This thing wasn't just stylish. It was incredibly practical, especially for someone like him who traveled between different worlds all the time. No problem. Caecilius agreed readily. Richard pulled his thoughts back to the present and conjured a crimson sword in his right hand. Careful now, senior brother. Caecilius nodded. Master Camille took 2 steps back, watching them with keen interest. Richard planted his left foot firmly, then shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, the crimson sword in his right hand thrusting toward Caecilius' chest with lightning speed. Just as the sharp tip was about to pierce the black vest, a misty gray membrane rose from its surface. That seemingly fragile film of energy was, in fact, incredibly resilient. No matter how much force Richard put behind the crimson blade, it simply couldn't break through. Senior brother, I'm going to use more strength now. Brace yourself. With that, crimson flames burst from Richard's eyes, and the tip of his sword began to vibrate violently against the energy membrane. At the same time, wave after wave of power surged from the blade's tip, crashing forward like the tide. Caecilius focused his attention on the gray energy sheath enveloping his body, and tentatively channeled some of his own energy into it. Immediately, energy raced along the misty film. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an almost tangible shield. The crimson flames in Richard's eyes gradually faded, and the sword in his hand vanished as well. A crisp, rhythmic applause rang out. Master Camille, standing nearby, began to applaud. Master Richard, I've long heard of your remarkable skill in improving the spells of Camartage. Now that I've seen it for myself, you truly are extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, the sword of the Vishani you just used, was that also enhanced by your hand? That's right, Richard replied with a bright smile. Master Camille looked at him with admiration, his praise flowing without pause. You've elevated this spell to new heights, especially the way it hammers at the shield in those wave-like surges. Such a brilliant idea, and the effect is simply marvelous. Richard grinned with satisfaction and offered Camille a reminder. That cascading energy attack? It's not just for the sword of the Vishanti. For example, the energy whip. A spark of inspiration lit up in Master Camille's eyes. He immediately fell deep into thought. Catching the moment, Richard turned to Caecilius and said with a knowing smile, Brother, I think the protective limits of this sanctuary robe should meet our requirements. Caecilius nodded with a smile. Then I'll head back for now. After bidding Richard farewell, he teleported straight back to Camartage. Richard glanced at the contemplative Master Camille and chuckled softly. He knew that look all too well. It was just like the state he himself entered when refining or inventing new spells. So, rather than disturb Camille, Richard quietly turned and walked away. He soon found himself standing outside the glass case, displaying the crimson cloak, stroking his chin as he studied it. Truth be told, he'd long coveted this iconic piece of gear, the signature cloak of Doctor Strange across the multiverse. But the opportunity had always eluded him. The last time he'd visited the New York Sanctum, it was during the Hellish invasion. He'd left severely wounded. Now, at last, the moment had come. Richard knew this red cloak possessed a mind of its own, choosing its master freely. So he didn't hesitate to speak up. Hey there, buddy. How about coming with me? The crimson cloak fluttered its hem, clearly uncertain. Richard perked up and began to tempt it. I'm the most talented sorcerer in Camartage. You won't find a more gifted master anywhere. I travel between realms all the time. Don't you want to see the wonders of other worlds? I'm also the future Sorcerer Supreme. Richard's persuasions came one after another, and the cloak began to sway more and more. Not just its hem, but even its collar started to dance. Come on, my friend. There's no one in this world better suited to you than me. The crimson cloak trembled with excitement, as if it might burst through the glass at any moment. Richard clenched his fists, eyes shining with anticipation. But the very next instant, the cloak spun a full 180, turning its back on Richard. At the same time, its collar and hem tangled together, almost like someone covering their ears. As if fearing it still couldn't block out Richard's beguiling words, the cloak simply curled itself up into a tight ball. Come on, man, is that really necessary? If you don't want to come along, then don't. It's not like I can force you. Richard felt a bit dejected, but that passing annoyance vanished in an instant. Compared to these artifacts crafted by predecessors, he much preferred the idea of creating a set tailored specifically for himself in the future. In his eyes, the red cloak's abilities were rather unremarkable. Flight, levitation, a will of its own, able to help its master make decisions, dodge attacks, defend its master, and even assist in fighting back. But as for flight and levitation, Richard was already spending his spare time studying enchantments, thinking about how to permanently bind such spells to his own body. As for helping the master make decisions that didn't quite fit with Richard's own combat style, dodging enemy attacks, and providing protection, given Richard's caution, he would have already prepared all manner of protective shields before any fight even began. assisting in combat. When faced with truly powerful foes, if the cloak dared to intervene, it would only end up torn to shreds. Looks like you really are destined never to find a master. Richard shook his head as he spoke, then turned and walked away. It was only after Richard left that the red cloak, which had curled itself into a ball, slowly loosened and unfurled. It returned to its original shape, and the collar began to sway from side to side. It was as if the two sides of the collar were arguing, like the classic angel and devil perched on someone's shoulders, bickering with each other. In the end, the right side of the collar gave a sharp snap to the left, leaving the left collar limp, drooping in defeat. Meanwhile, the right collar stood tall, as if to display its pride. After leaving the red cloak behind, Richard went straight to the crimson bind. This thing looked like nothing more than a crude suit of armor, but in fact, it was a binding artifact, or perhaps more accurately, an instrument of restraint. Anyone with a penchant for bondage play would absolutely adore this. Richard had no intention of taking this artifact with him, but he was quite interested in studying its construction and specific functions. With careful control, scarlet energy enveloped the entire artifact, and the internal rune structure of the crimson bind appeared directly in Richard's mind. He studied this intricate design with great interest. Indeed, despite its rough exterior, the internal runework of the crimson bind was exceedingly complex. Just the branching rune structures for its binding capabilities alone sparked all sorts of inspiration in Richard's mind. Maybe I could use this as a reference to develop a bondage play version of my energy whip. Another of the crimson bind's restraining abilities, its internal rune configuration, was arguably its most important feature. In the original film, it was this very ability that rendered Kaecilius, empowered by Dormammu's dark magic, helpless and frozen in a most humiliating posture. So that's how it works. First it restrains energy, then the body, and, finally, even the soul. So the final soul-binding function requires energy from the dimension of Sidorak. No wonder in the movie, Kaecilius ultimately managed to break free. Richard carefully copied down the precise structure of the runes, then hung the crimson bands back on the wall. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, he opened the door and returned to Kamar-Taj. At that moment, a crimson cloak swooped through the air with a dramatic flourish. Staring at the vanished portal, the cloak's left collar flared up indignantly, delivering a sharp smack to its tattered right side before drifting away, thoroughly disgruntled. Back at Kamar-Taj, Richard first returned the Book of Cagliostro, which he had been carrying, to the Kamar-Taj library. The librarian, Master Marcus, stood with his arms crossed, eyeing Richard with visible suspicion. Richard offered a sheepish grin as he placed the book back in its original spot. See you next time, Master Marcus. With that, he turned and bolted out of the room. So that's the famous Master Richard, isn't it, Master Marcus? At that moment, a plump young boy emerged from behind a bookshelf. That's right, Wong. That fellow is none other than the infamous Richard. Marcus lowered his arms, his expression turning stern as he issued a warning. Remember, Wong, the one person we must keep a close watch on in the Kamar-Taj library is him. Wong's round face looked puzzled. Seeing this, Marcus pulled his apprentice down to sit beside him, launching into a detailed account of Richard's various exploits in the library. Intimidated by Marcus's imposing presence, Richard remained oblivious to the fact that he had narrowly missed meeting Wong. Nor did he realize that, thanks to Marcus's embellished tales, Wong now regarded him with deep suspicion. From now on, should Richard set foot in the Kamar-Taj library again, Wong would be keeping a close eye on his every move. Back in his quarters, Richard was preparing to get some sleep. A portal crackling with golden red energy slowly opened. Christine leapt out of it in a burst of excitement. Richard, you're back. Spotting her boyfriend, she lit up with joy and dashed into his arms. Richard caught her effortlessly, planting a kiss on her forehead. Looks like you've made great progress. You're already using portals with ease. Christine nodded eagerly, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. It's all thanks to Master Mordo's teaching. She gave a proud little chuckle as she spoke. Richard raised an eyebrow, guessing, You've outpaced Jonathan in your studies? Christine grinned, clearly delighted at having defended her top student status. Richard's lips twitched in amusement, and he couldn't help but wonder to himself, is beating Jonathan really that important? I'll never understand how girls think. After spending a while in Richard's embrace, Christine leapt out of his arms, raised her hand with the suspended ring, and began to draw circles in the air with earnest concentration. Once she opened the portal to the training square, she jumped in without a moment's hesitation. Richard glanced at the tinted front of his trousers. Any trace of sleepiness he'd felt earlier had long since vanished. He let out a wry chuckle. Never mind, I'll go check on that kid, Shire. Sensing Shire's presence, He casually drew a line in the air, opening another portal. Shire sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, clutching a thick book titled The Basics of Comicdub Spells, reciting the contents with all his might. The moment he saw a portal open, he immediately scrambled to his feet. "Boss!" Shire called out with a tone full of grievance. Richard cleared his throat and put on a serious face. "Looks like you're settling in here quite nicely." Seeing that his boss wasn't picking up on his complaints, Shire could only switch to a pitiful expression. "Learning magic is so hard, boss." He held up the hefty Basics of Comicdub Spells and griped. "This beginner's spellbook is even thicker than the legal compendiums I had to memorize back home." Richard chuckled and tried to reassure him. "This is only the beginning, Shire. There's still Comicdub Basic Runes, Comicdub Basic Hand Seals, and Introduction to Comicdub Magic." He watched with amusement as Shire's face gradually turned ashen, then twisted the knife a little further. "And each of those is thicker than the last." Shire's shoulders slumped in utter defeat as he wailed in despair. "Oh God, have mercy on me." Richard offered a gentle reminder from the side. "God doesn't have much influence in Comicdub, Shire. Here, we worship the Vishani." Shire moaned weakly. "I don't care which god it is. Can someone please save me?" Richard rubbed his chin, suddenly recalling that Shire had somehow ended up as his follower. Maybe this was a good opportunity to try out that sudden enlightenment secret technique he'd invented. "Shire," Richard called out, his spirits lifted by the idea. "Let's try an experiment." An experiment? Shire's head snapped up, and when he saw the excited look on his boss's face, a chill ran down his spine. "Is it possible to skip this, boss?" "What do you think?" Richard gave him a calm glance. Shire shuddered and quickly apologized. "Sorry, boss. My mistake. All right, just sit cross-legged and get ready," Richard urged. Obediently, Shire sat down, still hugging the Basics of Comicdub Spells to his chest, his nerves on edge. Boss, please be careful." "I'll be careful," Richard replied in a distracted tone, already recalling the details of the sudden enlightenment spell. "First, construct a blank memory sphere. Then store all the knowledge he wanted to impart into that empty sphere. Finally, you stuff the memory orb, brimming with knowledge, into someone's head." Richard gazed at the crimson memory orb, suspended in his hand, roughly the size of a soccer ball, then looked over at Shail. Shail shivered, terror etched on his face, as he pleaded. "Boss, this one's way too big. There's no way it'll fit." "Absolutely not." Richard gave an awkward chuckle and hurried to delete the redundant content, basic runes, basic hand signs, introductory spells, and the like. The memory orb shrank gradually until it was no bigger than a ping-pong ball. "All right, that should do it," Richard said, satisfied as he looked at the orb in his palm. Now, the only thing left inside the memory orb was the content of the fundamental spells of Comicdub, the book Shail had been holding. Shail hesitated, his expression uneasy. Maybe let's just forget it. I think perhaps. Enough nonsense." Richard shot him a glare. "Get ready to meditate. When I cast the spell on you, focus on memorizing the knowledge that appears in your mind. Don't let your thoughts wander." Shail nodded meekly. "Yes, boss." He slipped into a meditative state pretty quickly. Richard sensed his breath. Once Shail entered a state of deep calm, Richard placed his left hand on Shail's shoulder, drawing out the magic within him. As Shail's skin began to flush and a faint trace of crimson magic shimmered beneath the surface, Richard, with lightning speed, pressed the memory orb against his forehead. Shail grunted, a vein bulging on his brow. His breathing grew heavy, his face steadily reddening. Seeing this, Richard swiftly formed a hand sign. "Ice barrier." Frosty white traces of ice crystallized across Shail's skin, spreading rapidly over his entire body. Richard carefully regulated the flow of magic, keeping the icy layer thin and delicate. The escalating temperature from Shail's overloaded mind was quickly brought under control. 3 minutes later, the icy white layer melted into droplets, soaking Shail from head to toe. Suddenly, Shail's eyes flew open, and he shouted with delight, "Boss, I did it. I've memorized everything from fundamental spells of Comicdub." Richard's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked about Shail's condition. Shail shook his head. "I feel great. Not a single problem." "Excellent." Richard's eyes gleamed. He conjured another empty memory orb with a wave of his hand. "Let's keep going. We'll instill the basic runes, hand signs, and introductory spells right into you." "Shail." "No, please no." Shail cried out in alarm, scrambling backward with both hands, retreating so quickly it was almost a blur. "I'm full. Not one bit more will fit. One more, and my head will explode." Watching Shail's panicked resistance, Richard examined him closely. Physically, he was in perfect health, but his mind was right on the edge. He dispersed the memory orb in disappointment and said, "All right, that's enough for today. In a few days, I'll give you another dose of enlightenment." Sorcerer let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed flat on the floor. He had survived at last. When he was absorbing all that knowledge about spells just now, his head had almost exploded. Get some rest first. Over the next few days, make sure you keep reviewing basic spells to reinforce your memory. Otherwise, the knowledge I've instilled might gradually fade from your mind. Yes, boss. Sorcerer struggled to get up, but Li Cha waved his hand, and an invisible force pressed him gently back down to the floor. Just take it easy. I'll be going now. With that, he opened a portal and stepped through, leaving the room. In the grand hall, Li Cha sat across from the Ancient One. He recounted in detail the process of giving Sorcerer that burst of enlightenment. "So, Master, do you think the secret art I created, this enlightenment, could be applied more widely?" The Ancient One fell silent, regarding Li Cha with a peculiar look. Why are you looking at me like that?" Li Cha asked, puzzled. "Li Cha," the Ancient One asked with genuine curiosity, "how did the idea to create such a spell come to you?" Li Cha scratched his head, thought for a moment, and replied, "There are a lot of science fiction novels out there with machines that can upload knowledge directly into your mind. Learning pods, neural infusion devices, that sort of thing. So I figured if science can do it, then magic should be able to as well. That's why I came up with this secret art of enlightenment. But after creating it, I realized its limitations are quite significant. It was only because Sorcerer accidentally became my follower that I tried it out so cautiously. No one else could use this secret art properly." The Ancient One shook her head, making her judgment on the spot. "I'm surprised it worked even for you, and Sorcerer. Then how can I continue to improve it?" Li Cha asked, his thirst for knowledge undiminished. "I have no idea," the Ancient One replied playfully, spreading her hands. "I'm an old relic. I hardly ever read modern science fiction, so I really don't have any experience in this area." "All right," Li Cha said dejectedly, then rose to take his leave. Watching Li Cha's departing figure, the Ancient One murmured in amazement, "A god and his follower. The speed of your progress has already surpassed my imagination." The next day, Li Cha and Caecilius arrived at Nook High in the Himalayas, near Mount Everest. Li Cha had already carved open a passage leading to the rift in the underground space. The two exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. They activated their protective shield spells and plunged into the spatial rift together. The moment they entered the rift, Li Cha and Caecilius felt as if they had stepped into another world. In the blink of an eye, the vast, snowy expanse transformed into a radiant corridor awash with streaming lights and colors. This spatial passageway seemed to stretch straight up and down, and since Richard and his companion had entered from the upper entrance, they began plummeting downward the moment they set foot inside. Unintentionally, Richard's magical shield brushed against the shimmering lights along the corridor walls, instantly setting off a cascade of crackling energy sparks. He turned his head, his face suddenly filled with alarm. To his horror, the crimson shield enveloping him was dissolving before his very eyes, melting away like ice under a blazing sun. Richard quickly twisted around and shouted to Caecilius, "Don't touch the flowing lights on the walls." A vein bulged on Caecilius' neck as he struggled to nod in acknowledgement. It became clear that within this passage, a relentless force tugged from every direction. This force pulled and twisted from all angles, threatening to tear apart anyone whose body wasn't tough enough to withstand it. One wrong move, and they'd be ripped to shreds on the spot. Caecilius had to muster every ounce of strength just to resist the passage's wild pull, leaving him no energy to respond even with a whisper of magic. Richard saw the predicament Caecilius was in. With a surge of scarlet energy, he unfurled a brilliant ribbon of magic, sweeping them both up and transforming them into a blazing red meteor, hurtling downward at ever greater speed. Time seemed to dissolve. Was it a few minutes or dozens? Richard lost all sense of its passage as they fell through the long, narrow corridor. At last, after a violent crash, the pair landed at the bottom of the spatial tunnel. The scarlet aura faded away, revealing Richard and Caecilius within. Richard emerged unscathed. After 5 rounds of comprehensive evolution, his body had long since transcended the ordinary. To him, the passage's turbulent force was nothing more than a deep, invigorating massage. Far from exhausting him, it actually felt rather pleasant. Caecilius, on the other hand, hadn't fared so well. Though the mages of Kamar Taj prized physical training, and he was among the best, without Richard's timely intervention, he would have been torn to pieces long before now. Richard took in his surroundings. It was nearly void, an emptiness where the ground beneath their feet felt less like solid earth and more like the stretched and slackened fabric of space itself. With a push off his feet, Richard floated upward, his vision broadening even further. A few hundred meters ahead, to the left, a large opening loomed. Richard could faintly sense some sort of substance slowly seeping out from its mouth. "Brother Cassius, take a rest here. I'll go check it out," Richard called. Cassius nodded, offering a single word of caution, "Careful," before sinking cross-legged to the ground, closing his eyes to meditate and recover his strength. Richard drifted swiftly to the edge of the opening, only to discover that it was not a true doorway, but rather a fissure, a gash ripped open in the fabric of space itself. Is this the abandoned dimensional space that the Ancient One mentioned? The energy leaking from this spatial rift must be the original power of this dimensional realm. At this rate of loss, I'm afraid it won't be long before this entire dimension collapses on its own. Just as Richard turned to leave, a mysterious force of attraction pulled at him from the opening. Richard paused, frowning as he peered downward. There seems to be something inside the dimensional space that's trying to draw me in. He glanced at the meditating Caecilius, hesitated for a moment, then bent forward and plunged in. A blur flashed before Richard's eyes. He found himself within the depths of the dimensional space. This place had shrunk to just over 10,000 square kilometers. The land inside was shattered and scattered, countless fragments of earth drifting in midair like floating islands suspended in the void. To Richard's surprise, some of the larger islands still harbored living plants and animals. Among them, one animal resembled an antelope from Earth, but the species was clearly different. Two sharp black horns jutted from its head, occasionally crackling with flickers of blue electricity. Sensing briefly, Richard turned and flew toward a nearby, floating island. Whatever was calling to him should be there. He landed softly. The trees on this island were tall and stout, their trunks thick. Perched among the branches, white birds rested, and every time they beat their wings, fierce gusts swept through the air. It was clear that, like the antelopes, these creatures possessed extraordinary powers, either magical beasts or spirit animals. Richard knelt on one knee, pressing his right hand to the ground. Scarlet magic surged instantly from his body. With a thunderous shout, the entire floating island began to tremble violently. Startled, the white birds burst from the branches, screeching shrilly as they scattered into the air. A fissure split open rapidly beneath Richard's hand, revealing a passage that seemed to plunge endlessly into darkness. Rising into the air, Richard dove into the crevice, flying swiftly toward the unknown object that radiated an ever-stronger pull. After about half a minute, a spherical object buried deep underground appeared before him. Richard stopped close to the sphere, examining it carefully. It seemed to be a transparent crystal orb, about a meter in radius, its core emitting the faintest crimson glow. As he approached, the red light gradually grew brighter. But Richard could tell the crystal sphere was at its limit. The brighter the glow, the more tiny cracks appeared across its smooth surface. Cautiously, Richard extended a wisp of scarlet magic and gently touched the orb's surface. Unexpectedly, the crystal orb suddenly burst forth with a blinding flash of red light, swallowing up the wisp of crimson magic he had released. Richard's face was a picture of confusion. After devouring his magic, the crystal orb sent him a thought. More. I need more. What the? Is this thing alive? Richard hesitated for a moment, then set his hand on the crystal orb and began channeling his magic into it. A wave of excitement radiated from the crystal orb. It accepted everything he gave, greedily absorbing all of his magic without reservation. And so it went, Richard pouring his magic in, the orb devouring it hungrily. Only when Richard's magical reserves had dropped to a full third, less did the orb finally stop consuming. Richard raised an eyebrow. Is it full now? The crystal orb did not respond. Instead, it once again erupted with a flash of red light, engulfing Richard entirely. For a brief instant, Richard's mind drifted, and when he came to, he found himself in a world teeming with life. Vast mountains and rivers stretched endlessly, home to countless creatures and plants. The black-horned antelope and the white birds he had seen earlier were only two among a dazzling variety of spirit beasts inhabiting this realm. The most formidable among them appeared to be a western dragon-like beast, lizard in form, with a body of immense strength and the power to summon lightning and thunder. Suddenly, time seemed to accelerate, until one day the sky split open. A gigantic eye appeared in the rift overhead. Richard instantly recognized its owner. He watched as Dormammu reached 2 fingers through the fissure, tore it open wider with brute force. Ah! Offer everything you have to the great Lord of Darkness. Dormammu laughed maniacally, violently drawing out the dimension's primal energies. A faint, sorrowful wail echoed across the realm. Countless magical beasts, great and small, surged forth in a frenzy, launching themselves at Dormammu in a desperate assault. Those unable to fly hurled bolts of lightning, blades of wind, fireballs, and jets of water towards the rift in the sky. Flying beasts soared straight into the breach, sacrificing themselves one after another in a relentless attack. Dormammu's colossal eye unleashed a wave of lethal pressure. In an instant, torrents of blood rained from above, while mangled bodies of beasts plummeted from the sky, crushing scores more on the ground below. At last, the mightiest dragon beast in the dimension arrived. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a silver bolt of lightning. But Dormammu merely blinked, emerging completely unscathed. Seeing its lightning was useless, the dragon beast flew directly to the rift's edge and lashed its tail at Dormammu's giant eye. Irritating ants! A flicker of irritation crossed Dormammu's eye. A jet of black lightning shot forth. Struck by the black lightning, the dragon beast exploded in a thunderous blast. Immediately, streaks of black lightning crashed down, and the beasts gathered on the ground shrieked in agony as they were blasted into countless fragments. The vast plains were littered with the mangled remains of animals, large and small, and rivers of blood stained the once green fields a ghastly crimson. The dimensional space trembled and wailed in despair, powerless to do anything but watch as its very essence was slowly drained away. After losing 2/3 of its primordial energy, the entire world began to quake violently. The earth itself roared as terrifying, narrow chasms split open, until finally, with a thunderous crash, everything collapsed. Just as this dimension was about to be utterly devoured by Dormammu, he abruptly halted. "What is that?" Dormammu murmured in confusion, withdrawing from the rift, never to return. Richard shook his head, snapping back to his senses, and gazed at the crystal sphere hovering just before him, his expression a tangle of conflicting emotions. Could this strange object truly be the dimensional core of this space? Had it just pledged itself to me as its master? Did that mean this entire dimension now belonged to me? Have I actually become a dimensional demon god? The sudden, almost surreal joy struck Richard like a bolt from the blue. It felt as though he were dreaming. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the dimensional core. A streak of red light flashed across its surface, as if in response to his touch. Richard closed his eyes and focused, quickly discovering that he could now control everything within the dimension through its core. But so much of its primordial energy had been lost. He couldn't make large-scale changes for now. To restore the space, he would either have to continue nurturing it with his own magical power, or take the initiative to devour other dimensions or celestial bodies to replenish its strength. Richard scratched his head and let out a wry laugh. It seems that, for now, this Crimson Lord isn't much to look at. Oh, right, I still need to set up the dimensional containment array. Sensing the faint stirrings of life returning to the dimension, Richard hurried to conceal this vitality. The floating islands, large and small, which had begun to fuse together, instantly halted their movement. The leaking primordial energy, which had paused, began to seep once more through the rift Dormammu had torn, but now at a snail's pace, barely trickling away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Caecilius had recovered his strength. Unaware of Richard's whereabouts, he could only wander about nearby. A crimson portal swirled open, and Richard stepped out from within. "Senior brother, let's begin the array." Caecilius nodded. "You choose the locations for the energy nodes. I'll construct the basic framework of the array." "All right," Richard replied, leaping into the air and casting slender magical spikes downward from above. He deliberately used the rift torn by Dormammu as the central energy node, so he could tap into the dimension's primordial energy as a backup. Once Dormammu showed any sign of breaking free from the binding array, he would immediately channel the dimensional source energy, causing the array's restraining power to multiply several times over in an instant. However, now that the Crimson Dimension belonged to him, its source energy was already running low, so it was best not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Richard fired down 33 magical spikes in succession, each separated by 100 meters, evenly scattered around the rift. "Senior brother, the energy nodes are set." Richard's voice reached Caecilius, who nodded, opened a portal, and stepped directly to the nearest magical spike. Using this spike as the center, he began to draw ancient Vishani runes with a mixture of mithril dust and dragon's blood. Each rune was about 1.5 meters across. If Caecilius had to do it all himself, it would likely take him several days to complete. So Richard landed by another spike and began to help with the drawing. As time passed, the 33 ancient Vishani runes formed a ring-shaped array. Richard drew upon his own crimson magic, channeling energy directly from the Vishani dimension. In an instant, circles of golden red light flared up, each centered on a spike, quickly connecting to one another. A powerful surge of energy burst forth as all 33 runes became fully activated, merging into a much larger, golden-red, semicircular barrier. We did it, Richard called out joyfully. Not far away, Caecilius wiped the sweat from his brow, sharing in the excitement. If only we had the space stone as a stabilizer and energy source for the array, this spell might even be able to trap Dormammu's true form. Richard muttered to himself. Wasn't the space stone with shield right now? Richard formed a hand seal and whispered an incantation. The golden-red barrier quickly dimmed and vanished. He walked over to Caecilius and said, "Senior brother, I'm going to fetch the Ancient One. You stay right here and don't move." Caecilius nodded. Richard traced a circle in the air, opening a crimson portal, and stepped inside. Moments later, the Ancient One and Richard emerged from the portal together. The Ancient One rose into the air, inspecting the newly arranged binding array with a keen eye. Richard put his hands on his hips, showing off a little as he said, "Master, what do you think of the array that Caecilius and I set up?" The Ancient One nodded in approval. "The array is well drawn, but..." As she spoke, she pressed her hands downward, causing all 33 magical spikes to sink firmly into the ground together. "Now it's even better. Caecilius." The Ancient One smiled kindly. "With more practice, you'll both gain the experience needed to avoid these little mistakes in the future." Having finished instructing her 2 ambitious disciples, the Ancient One formed a hand seal and began to layer the mirror dimension. Elsewhere in the Mojave Desert, at the Joint Dark Energy Research Facility, location of the Cosmic Cube, a slender crimson portal silently unfurled, and from within, a transparent whip reached out, coiling around the Cosmic Cube before snapping back like a bolt of lightning. The very next instant, an ear-splitting alarm blared. 219 West 47th Avenue, New York City. Shield Headquarters. "I'm sorry, sir. It was my negligence that led to the theft of the Cosmic Cube." On the phone, Hawkeye's voice was heavy with frustration and regret. "Agent Barton, don't rush to apologize just yet." Nick Fury, his face dark with anger, accepted a surveillance video file transmitted from Hawkeye. In the brightly lit vault, a sudden crimson flash streaked through the air, and the Cosmic Cube, glowing blue atop the lone shelf, vanished in an instant. Mother! Even though Nick Fury had already received word of the cube's disappearance, he couldn't stop himself from cursing under his breath. He slowed the video playback to a tenth of the normal speed and watched the moment again. Still, it was just an abrupt flash, and the shelf was left empty. He slowed it to 20 times slower, then 30 times slower. Finally, he played it almost frame by frame. The Cosmic Cube on the shelf became a blur of colors and shot away, but it was still impossible to make out what had snatched it. Nick Fury paused the video. He spun his chair and rose, rubbing the bridge of his nose in agitation as he paced the room. "Agent Barton, when it happened, did the energy monitors trigger any alarms?" On the call, Hawkeye replied at once, "No, sir." Nick Fury's brow furrowed. "From the footage, it looks like a super-powered individual stole the cube." He added, "Someone with invisibility or some similar ability." "Sorry, sir. After we discovered the theft, we immediately used the energy monitors to scan the entire vault, but all we found were residual traces from the Cosmic Cube itself." "Damn it," Nick Fury muttered irritably under his breath. "Then find it. The person who took it is bound to want to sell it for a hefty price. Keep a close watch on all government channels and black market dealings, especially those involving the 5 major powers. Listen to me, Agent Barton. The Cosmic Cube must, and can only, be in SFLD's hands." "Yes, sir." Hanging up, Nick Fury stopped pacing. Head lowered in thought, he dialed Black Widow's special line. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the endless ringing, his frustration boiled over and he slammed his phone down. Damn it. In the grand hall of Camartage, Mordo pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully to the Ancient One. "Good day, Master." The Ancient One returned the gesture. "Good day, Master Mordo." Richard walked over and gave him a friendly thump on the shoulder, grinning as he said, "Brother Mordo, I called you here because there's something good I'd like your help with." At the word brother, Mordo instinctively raised an eyebrow. "Something good?" He shot Richard a sideways glance, brushing the hand off his shoulder with a look of annoyance. "Whenever you call me brother, there's never anything good in it." Richard just laughed shamelessly. "Come on, when have I ever not respected you, brother?" Mordo glanced over at the Ancient One and Caecilius. Seeing even Caecilius present, he thought to himself that this must be something big. "So, what's this all about?" he asked. We're planning to set a trap for Dormammu. Richard proceeded to lay out, in full detail, the plan he and Caecilius had come up with to ensnare Dormammu. When he finished, Mordo's eyes widened in shock. Are you two out of your minds? He turned to Caecilius in alarm. Master Caecilius, Richard has always been reckless. But why are you going along with this nonsense? Caecilius responded calmly. No, Master Mordo, this plan is thorough. We've already completed most of the preliminary work. It's just that opportunities to directly confront a dimensional demon god are so rare. Richard wants more of Camartage sorcerers to gain real experience, so we're also selecting other participants. There was something else Caecilius didn't say out loud. With your current abilities, you wouldn't even make it onto the battlefield. Why target Dormammu all of a sudden? Mordo asked, still puzzled. Caecilius answered directly. Dormammu implanted a trace of dark power within me, trying to corrupt me without anyone noticing. Richard chimed in. We also discovered a hidden spatial rift. After the Ancient One examined it, she judged it was left by Dormammu. Oh, and he even set up a special spell at the entrance of the rift to cloud people's minds about what it really is. It was actually that spell that gave away Dormammu's involvement. Also, that spatial rift connects to an abandoned dimensional realm. We suspect that old schemer Dormammu is definitely plotting something huge. So after talking it over with the Ancient One, we decided to strike first to set a trap for Dormammu before he could launch his grand scheme. Dark power! Mordo looked at Caecilius in alarm, his hand instinctively reaching behind him, only to grasp at empty air. Caecilius sighed and said, Master Mordo, I haven't fallen. Mordo turned anxiously to the Ancient One. Master Caecilius. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the Ancient One smiled, and suddenly, a mark of Dormammu appeared on her forehead. By the Vishanti! Mordo cried out in shock. You! How could you? How could you become a follower of Dormammu? Richard hurried to explain. The Ancient One is channeling the power of the Dark Dimension, but she is by no means a disciple of Dormammu. Mordo shook his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment. You taught us to follow order, to pursue the natural way, but now, look at what you've done. You have violated the very principles of Camartage's teachings. You have betrayed the Vishanti, betrayed Camartage itself. Deceiver, hypocrite. Mordo felt dizzy, as if the world around him had become utterly unfamiliar. For a moment, even his own beliefs began to waver. Richard spread his hands toward the Ancient One and complained, Master, I told you we shouldn't have brought Brother Mordo along. He's way too rigid. His mind's so inflexible. There's no way he could accept this reality. So, it's all up to you now, my clever and resourceful archmage, Richard. The Ancient One winked mischievously, and the mark of Dormammu vanished from her forehead. Caecilius let out a silent sigh. To be honest, even though Richard had convinced him, the moment he saw that mark appear on the Ancient One's brow, he too felt as if his faith was on the verge of collapse. Richard slung an arm over Mordo's shoulder and, seeing how lost he looked, spoke gently. I understand how you feel, Brother Mordo. The Ancient One did use the power of the Dark Dimension, and yes, that goes against the rules Camartage has always upheld. By the letter of the law, it does look like hypocrisy. But have you ever thought, this universe isn't just black and white? Imagine, for a moment, that you're a doctor. If a child's life is at stake, if he'll die without immediate amputation, do you stick to your oath to never harm the body and watch him die? Or do you break that oath, cut off the limb, and save his life? The choices the Ancient One faces are far more tangled, far more dire than that. Richard's words drew Mordo's attention, and piqued the curiosity of both the Ancient One and Caecilius. All this time, Earth has been under the gaze of countless dimensions, hell, dreams, darkness. They don't want to conquer. They don't want to rule. They want to devour. They want to consume the entire Earth. Can you imagine what that would be like? The entire planet, every living thing, every scrap of history, past, present, and future, wiped from existence. Mordo's expression shifted between shadow and light. Richard's words had struck a chord deep within him. We'd be nothing more than unconscious fodder for hell, or for the Dark Dimension. Caecilius quietly gave Richard a thumbs up. Richard shot Caecilius a subtle, warning glance, worried that any rash move might disturb Mordo and shatter the carefully constructed mood he had worked so hard to create with his words. The Ancient One draws upon the powers of darkness, not for strength, nor for pleasure. To her, it's more like a curse. Can you imagine it? Every time she taps into the dark energy, it becomes a bargain with her very soul, a constant battle against endless temptation and corrosion. The Ancient One endures the agony of that corruption at every moment. Do you think this is what she wanted? This is the heaviest price she pays to safeguard the Earth. A faint flicker of emotion crossed Mordo's face, but he was never one to be easily swayed, his integrity too deeply rooted. Sensing this, Richard pressed on with even greater intensity. Who do you think set the rules of Camartage? It was the Ancient One. She has borne this secret alone for centuries. And why? Was it simply to deceive us? Everything she has done has been to protect us, to spare us from suffering the same torment she endures. Why choose to keep it hidden? Because she knew, clearly, that if this secret ever came to light, it would inevitably lead to division and suspicion within Camartage. Just as you're feeling right now, Brother Mordo. She gave everything to protect Camartage, to protect us, and in return, all she receives is your accusation of betrayal. Doesn't your conscience ache? Mordo's expression darkened, a sharp pang of guilt cutting through him. Richard, quick to sense the shift in Mordo's mood, softened his tone, reaching out to him with empathy. Think about it, Brother Mordo. If not for the Ancient One, now that Dormammu threatens to invade Earth, what would we do? With only the white arts we command, only the power of the Vishanti, with just the London, New York, and Hong Kong sanctums, how long could Camartage last? A day, 2 days? Perhaps 3, or 5 at most. And in the same way, why do you think the Ancient One made the decision centuries ago to draw from the darkness? Richard's words seemed to weave a silent spell, gently guiding Mordo's thoughts deeper and deeper down the path he laid. There was no one to succeed her, Brother Mordo. Except for the Ancient One, no one else could stand against Dormammu, against Mephisto, against Nightmare. If she had chosen to obey the natural order, to simply die of old age, who would have inherited her will and her duty? Mordo fell silent. No one. Richard's voice grew bleak, laced with sorrow. Cassius chimed in, as if this all sounded too familiar to him. Master Cassius can attest to this. Anyone who touches the power of darkness is doomed to utter corruption and destruction. As he spoke, he shot Cassius a meaningful glance. With a stony expression, Cassius said, Yes, Master Mordo, I can attest to it. Even when I don't actively tap into the darkness within me, its influence never ceases. It constantly tries to lure me toward corruption. Mordo's expression grew complicated. The Ancient One, with her nearly godlike willpower and pure heart to protect, has resisted the erosion and temptation of the dark forces. Every moment, every second, this resistance continued, and the Ancient One held out for hundreds of years. Without her, Earth would have ceased to exist long ago. Richard spoke with profound meaning. Brother Mordo, seeking order and following the laws of nature, there's nothing wrong with that. But what is true order? Is it letting Earth be swallowed by the hellish dimensions, by the dark dimension? Or is it that guardians like the Ancient One, after paying an unimaginable price, persist on the razor's edge to maintain the stability of our world? We are the sorcerers of Camartage. We swore to protect the Earth. The Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme, the leader of the Camartage sorcerers. What is her foremost duty? Richard fixed Mordo with a sharp gaze, his voice low and commanding. Answer me, Brother Mordo. Mordo lowered his head, his voice thick with emotion as he replied, To protect the Earth. Exactly, to protect the Earth. Richard snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Centuries ago, the Ancient One made the same choice as you. Between upholding Camartage creeds and protecting the Earth, she chose what mattered most, defending our world. She guarded us for centuries, no matter the cost. When she first faced a darkness great enough to destroy the Earth, she gave up her purity and found a way to resist annihilation, no matter how dark the path. She drew upon the dark power, wielded Dormammu's strength to fight Dormammu himself. It's thanks to the Ancient One's sacrifices that we can live peacefully now. This is the reality, Brother Mordo. Mordo's mind began to spin again. At just the right moment, Richard patted Mordo on the shoulder, then discreetly signaled Cassius once more. Cassius instantly understood. I understand the anger and sense of betrayal you feel, Master Mordo, because I've been through the same thing myself. When Dormammu revealed the Ancient One's secret, that she used the power of darkness, I was furious inside. I convinced myself that she was a hypocrite, a liar. But the truth is, the Ancient One used the power of darkness to protect the Earth for centuries. Richard immediately chimed in. Do you know why Dormammu has never ceased targeting our world? Mordo looked up at Richard, his voice hoarse. Why? Richard gestured toward the Ancient One. This is all for collecting a debt from the Venerable One. Ignoring their speechless expressions, Richard grinned mischievously. Dormammu, that poor creditor, he's really got it rough. Every time he comes knocking to collect, the Ancient One gives him a thorough beating. If we're counting once a year, then in these past centuries, Dormammu has been pummeled hundreds of times just for trying to get his money back. If you were in his shoes, could you really not get angry? Could you avoid making Earth your sworn enemy? First, Richard acknowledged Mordo's point of view, soothing his agitation. Then he posed a stark, two-sided question. Do you stand by and watch Earth be destroyed? Or do you draw on the power of darkness to survive and continue protecting Earth? He highlighted the extreme necessity of the Ancient One's choice and the tremendous sacrifice she had made. In doing so, he shook the foundation of Mordo's unwavering moral stance, nudging him toward a reluctant acceptance. Then, appealing to emotion, he used role reversal, placing Mordo in the Ancient One's position and forcing him to make the choice himself. This way, Mordo's moral high ground was swept away, emphasizing the ultimate principle, to protect Earth at any cost. Finally, by bringing up Dormammu's pitiful plight, Richard lightened the mood, giving Mordo a way to save face and back down gracefully. Afterward, Caecilius forcibly dragged away Richard, who was clearly eager to stay and watch the drama unfold. Then, with a heavy thud, Mordo fell to his knees before the Ancient One, sobbing uncontrollably. After lunch, Richard teleported to a small medical laboratory in Long Beach. Simmons briefed him on the laboratory's progress. Thanks to Richard's sterling reputation and his formidable connections, Simmons only needed to post a simple recruitment notice. By that same afternoon, hundreds of job applications had flooded in. Simmons, using resumes and background checks conducted by White Queen, handpicked the finest candidates for the research team. Among them were even two of Richard's former classmates. With the project materials Richard had provided already so comprehensive, the research group managed to fully grasp the intricacies of directed stem cell migration in just a few days and mapped out the next steps for their experiments. After reviewing the research team's work logs, Richard did some quiet calculations and realized that they would likely have preliminary experimental results by next month. Once those results were announced to the public, the laboratory would make a sensational debut, instantly becoming the darling of the scientific community. With that in mind, he quickly had White Queen notify Simmons to coordinate with Stark Industries in advance, so they wouldn't be caught off guard when the spotlight hit. White Queen intoned, "Sir, Miss Natasha Romanoff is calling." Richard raised his eyebrows. "Put her through." On the other end, Natasha's voice came through, thick with lazy charm and allure. "Good afternoon, dear boss." Richard chuckled. "Natasha, judging by your voice, it sounds like life's treating you very well lately." Natasha drew out her tone, offering praise. "Boss, your intuition is truly sharp, worthy of a legendary sorcerer." Richard had plans to visit Tony's oceanfront mansion in Malibu later, so he didn't want to waste time on small talk with Natasha. He went straight to the point. "Natasha, your sister should have returned to the Red Room by now, right?" "That's right." Natasha finally grew serious, her tone grateful. "Thank you for your orders." Yelena was the first operative sent back to the Red Room. Richard continued. "How's Melina's research on the pheromone neutralizer coming along?" "There's been some progress." Natasha's voice grew heavy, but it's still not ready for official use. Richard recalled the Black Widow movie from his previous life. It seemed the pheromone neutralizer was actually developed by a widow working under the radar. So he suggested, check if there's a widow named Oksana on the roster. She should have the skills to help Melina with the neutralizer. "Oksana," Natasha responded, surprise tinging her words. Richard said, "I think that's her name." "Thank you, boss. I'll look into it right away." With that, she hung up. Richard glanced at his comms watch and gave a slight shrug. Natasha strode quickly to the very top floor, the boss's office. She unlocked the widow roster with her ruby control ring. "White Queen, help me check for a widow named Oksana." "Yes, Miss Natasha Romanoff." White Queen replied. "Oksana Suarez, deployed to Egypt in 2007. She's currently on her way back to Red Room headquarters." Natasha's face brightened with relief, and she asked hurriedly, "How long until she returns?" White Queen answered, "Estimated arrival at the surface branch is tomorrow afternoon." "That's great," Natasha said quickly. "White Queen, notify me as soon as Oksana arrives." "Understood, Miss Natasha Romanoff." Natasha pocketed the ruby control ring and stood, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a vibration came from the right breast pocket of her jacket. The light smile vanished from Natasha's face. She pulled out her SHLD-issued phone and glanced at the caller ID. She gave a short, dismissive snort and answered the call. "Agent Natasha Romanoff, where are you right now?" Nick Fury's voice came through, barely concealing his anger. Amused, Natasha curled her lips into a sly smile. She sank back in her chair, crossed her long legs, and replied, carelessly, still floating in the air, "Director." There was a brief silence on the other end before Nick asked, "Why haven't I received your report on entering Stark Industries?" Because I haven't submitted my resume to Stark Industries yet, Director, Natasha replied. So what have you been doing these past few days? Nick Fury asked angrily. Hunting down Dreykov, sir, Natasha answered truthfully. There was a beat of stunned silence before heavy breathing came through the phone. Nick Fury was trying to contain his temper as he barked. Agent Romanov, my orders were for you to infiltrate Stark Industries. Did I get that wrong? Yes, sir, Natasha replied with a smile. Nick Fury exploded. Then why did you change the mission on your own? I told you. I would handle investigating Dreykov. Because I don't trust you, Nick Fury. Natasha let out a derisive chuckle. There was a pause on the other end. Natasha went on. From the moment I found out you lied to me about Dreykov being dead, you lost every bit of credibility with me. Nick Fury, sir. Dreykov is still alive, and the Red Room is as active as ever. With SHLD's intelligence network, getting that information should have been easy. But Director Nick Fury never seemed to care. All you ever told me was that Dreykov was dead, and I was foolish enough to believe it. Nick Fury rushed to defend himself. The building exploded. We truly didn't find Dreykov's body, Natasha. So what? Dreykov just vanished from the face of the earth. Natasha mocked. No, he and his Red Room have been operating in broad daylight. And meanwhile, I was running errands for you, grateful for the opportunity. You played me for a fool, Nick Fury. Nick Fury tried again. Natasha, I thought it was all behind us. Shut up, Natasha snapped, cutting him off. Nick Fury, I know exactly what kind of person you are now. I should thank you for sending me undercover at Mr. Richards' lab. Otherwise, I'd still be dancing to your tune, completely in the dark. God damn it, Nick Fury. Selfish liars like you never meet a good end. With that, Natasha decisively hung up. On a flight bound for California, a certain one-eyed, bald-headed man gripped his phone tightly, his dark face flushed with rage. God damn it. He hurled the phone in fury yet again. Los Angeles, in the manager's office of a certain bar. Hawkeye crashed through the window, hurling throwing knives in quick succession and taking out the trio of white thugs inside. Then, like a whirlwind, he closed in on Martin Davis behind the desk, drawing a sharp blade and pressing it to the man's throat. Take your right hand out from under the desk. Nice and slow. Okay. Martin Davis nodded frantically, slowly pulling out his right hand and raising both hands in surrender. Brother, if it's money you want, there's $200,000 in cash in my office safe. You can take it all. Hawkeye stood behind him, gripping his hair and yanking his head back hard. Martin Davis, head of the Grote Brotherhood. I heard you have an underling who can move objects with his mind. Where's he now? Martin Davis froze for a moment, then shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. Brother, if that's why you're here, I can only say, I'm sorry. Hawkeye pressed the hilt of his knife down a little harder, the sharp blade biting into Martin's neck and drawing a thin line of blood. His voice was icy as he demanded, Tell me, where is he? Feeling the burning sting at his throat, Martin Davis panicked and rushed to explain. Whoa. Take it easy, man. Let me explain. This so-called superpowered guy doesn't exist. I made him up just to scare off the enemies around us. Hawkeye's face darkened, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Damn it. Sensing the anger radiating from behind, Martin Davis begged for his life. Listen, man, that $200,000 in the safe. Take it all. Let's call it compensation. I'm begging you. Just let me walk out of here alive. Hawkeye put away his long knife. Then, with lightning speed, struck the back of Martin Davis's neck with the edge of his hand. With a muffled grunt, Martin slumped forward onto his desk and lost consciousness. Sheathing his blade, Hawkeye strode quickly to the window and leaped out. He crossed over the next block and found the SUV he'd parked there. Pulling open the door, he climbed in, ready to leave. From the inside pocket of his jacket, his phone buzzed. He fished it out and answered immediately. Nat, are you all right? Clint, I'm sorry. I had a falling out with Nick Fury. On the other end, Natasha Romanov's voice was low and heavy. A shadow crossed Hawkeye's face. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Maybe that's for the best. Leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. might be the right move for you. On the other end, Natasha sniffled and tried to persuade him. Clint, you can't trust someone like Nick Fury. If you keep working for him, something bad is bound to happen sooner or later. Hawkeye's expression grew pained. Our situations aren't the same, Nat. If you ever need anything, you know how to reach me. Thank you. Natasha's voice was thick with emotion. Take care of yourself. After hanging up, Hawkeye couldn't hold back anymore. He cursed again and again. Damn it. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel, venting his frustration. Only after taking a long, steadying breath did he start the car and head for the next location where a suspected invisible, superpowered person might be hiding. Malibu, Tony Stark's oceanfront villa. A suit of golden red armor dropped down from the skylight. The helmet slid open, revealing Tony Stark's face. He walked over to the bar, picked up a bottle of Macallan, and began to pour himself a drink. Suddenly, a voice called out from the shadows of a single armchair. Tony Stark. Tony spun around in an instant, his repulsor palm glowing blue as he aimed at the darkness. Jarvis, lights on. Jarvis replied, Yes, sir. The lights came up, illuminating the lone figure on the sofa, the one-eyed, grim-faced Nick Fury. Wow, you really look like someone breaking in to rob the place, Tony quipped. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he replied in a low voice, I didn't expect the famous Iron Man to be a racist. No. Tony shook his head quickly. I'm not prejudiced against anyone. I just can't stand idiots who want something for nothing. But you don't look like you're short on cash, so who are you, really? Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he announced, rising and striding over to the bar. He tossed a leather folder stamped with Avengers Initiative onto the counter. Tony lowered his hand, glancing at the name on the cover before casually setting his glass down on top of the file. So it's trendy for agents to break and enter now? S.H.I.E.L.D. I remember that name. The last guy you sent was all smiles, way more polite than you, director. Ignoring the jab, Nick Fury perched on a high stool and poured himself a drink. We've been monitoring you for several months, Tony Stark. Your father, Howard Stark, was one of SHLD's founders. The world. Before he could finish, a crimson portal swirled open and Richard stepped out. Hey, Jarvis, is Tony. Richard's cheerful voice cut off abruptly as he took in the scene. Tony standing, Nick Fury sitting. He raised his eyebrows. Wow, seems like I picked a bad time. Should I come back later? He made a show of stepping back toward the portal. Richard, wait a second. Tony called out hastily, turning to Fury. Looks like this uninvited guest is about to see himself out. But Nick Fury ignored Tony, his single eye narrowing as he stared intently at the crimson portal Richard had opened. He spoke in a low, commanding tone. Dr. Richard, where were you at 12:58 a.m. today? Richard paused with one foot in the portal, then waved his hand to disperse it. Director Fury, are you interrogating me? He could more or less guess why Fury was suspicious of him. But if he dared to take the Space Stone, he certainly wasn't afraid of SHLD's pursuit. Tony chimed in from the side. Isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to be a spy agency? When did you switch to being the cops? Nick Fury's single eye fixed sharply on Richard as he repeated his question. Please answer me immediately, Dr. Richard. Where were you at 12:58 a.m. today? Richard's lips curled into a sly smile as he replied in a mocking tone. I went somewhere to retrieve an item dangerous enough to threaten the entire planet. In an instant, Nick Fury's face turned ashen. His voice grew cold. Mr. Richard, the Tesseract belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Stealing it constitutes a serious act of treason. Hand over the Tesseract at once, or you'll find out what's on the menu at a S.H.I.E.L.D. maximum security prison. The Tesseract? Richard scoffed. What a joke. You people don't even know its real name. So you're also clueless about who its true owner is, the King of Asgard, right? And as for treason, which country exactly am I betraying? If I recall, S.H.I.E.L.D. is an agency directly under the United Nations Security Council, isn't it? Director, are you sure you're sitting in the right chair? Hold on. Tony quickly interjected. The Tesseract, threatening the Earth, and the King of Asgard. Can someone please tell me what's going on here? Richard shrugged and beckoned with his hand. Immediately, a single-seater sofa slid across the floor and stopped right in front of him. He sat down, crossed his legs, then nodded toward the file on the bar. Tony, I suggest you read that document first. This director Nick Fury wants to form a Superboy band to protect the Earth. The Avengers Initiative? Tony Stark read the name on the manila folder and asked, so this Superboy band is called the Avengers? Why Avengers? Nick Fury shifted his gaze from Richard to Tony. It's not a Superboy band, Tony Stark. Then, with passionate conviction, he declared, Avenge righteous vengeance. We stand against tyranny for all the ordinary people who've been hurt. We're here to seek justice for every victim. We'll make sure every bastard who undermines national or social interests gets the punishment they deserve. Wow. Tony Stark put on an exaggerated expression and clapped his hands in mock admiration. Just like the Justice League in DC Comics? Impressive. So who's Batman and who's Superman? Nick Fury. He'd just given that rousing speech, only to be blindsided by a question about Batman. Richard couldn't help but chuckle at Nick Fury's bewildered expression. He turned to Tony and said, You can be Batman, Tony. In DC Comics, Bruce Wayne is a super-rich billionaire. And so are you. Bruce Wayne is incredibly intelligent, skilled in all kinds of technology and equipment development. You're also very smart, and you have your Mark series Iron Man suits. Batman is praised as a mortal who stands shoulder to shoulder with gods. Richard paused, gazing at Tony with a look of deep meaning. Maybe one day, You'll achieve that too. Tony, completely oblivious to the hidden meaning in Richard's words, puffed out his chest proudly and declared, Batman? No, Richard. I'm Iron Man. I do it better than Bruce Wayne ever could. Richard gave him a thumbs up. That's the spirit, buddy. Enough. Nick Fury finally lost his patience. He slammed his palm on the bar counter and barked in anger. Assembling the Avengers is an incredibly important, extremely serious matter. This is not a joke, and it's not some child's game of make-believe. Do you have any idea what the real world is actually like? It's far more dangerous than you can imagine. Richard snorted again, turning his head away in disdain. Richard, Nick Fury shot him a vicious glare, his tone laced with threat. You'd better return the stolen Tesseract as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame S.H.I.E.L.D. for taking action against you. Director Nick Fury. Tony protested loudly, his voice sharp with displeasure. This is my home. How dare you threaten my friend in my own house? Nick Fury met Tony's angry gaze, took a deep breath, and forced down his boiling rage. I apologize. I lost my composure just now. Tony snorted and flipped open the proposal file. Reserve list? You actually put Tony Stark on the reserve list? He grumbled as he continued flipping the pages. When he saw Richard's name, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're actually on this list too, Richard. Richard was momentarily stunned by this. What the heck? How did I end up on the Avengers roster? Curiosity got the better of him. What does it say about me? Let's see. Tony read aloud. Richard, surgeon, logistical support. Logistical support has been crossed out with a pen. Suspected of possessing extraordinary abilities. Codename, magician. Richard, looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. has figured out your secrets. TCH. Richard shot Nick Fury a dismissive glance. This director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is suspicious by nature. Without more solid evidence, he'd never truly believe I'm a magician. Magician? Nick Fury looked at Richard, his face a mix of shock and suspicion. Is there really such a thing as magic in this world? Watching Black Egg's performance, Richard's aversion to stupidity suddenly flared up. He suppressed his disgust, let out a breath, leaned back on the sofa, and looked up at the ceiling. Tony shot Nick Fury a surprised look, his eyes full of doubt. So, you really had no idea there are sorcerers on Earth? Then how did you just say, with such confidence? You have no idea what the real world is like. It's even more dangerous than you imagine. A flicker of embarrassment and anger crossed Nick Fury's face. He lowered his head, gripping his glass so tightly his knuckles turned white. Richard shot up from the sofa and casually opened a portal. Before leaving, he said to Tony, the technology for targeted stem cell migration should make progress next month. Get ready in advance, and I'll let you know when it's time for the surgery. Tony's spirits lifted at once. He exclaimed, That's soon. Thanks, Richard, my boy. Don't thank me. We're friends. Richard waved his hand and dashed into the portal as if fleeing from the plague. Nick Fury watched the portal dissolve into crimson specks of energy and asked, Mr. Tony Stark, is Richard really a sorcerer? Tony shrugged. Didn't you just see it with your own eyes? No wonder Richard says you're suspicious. You even doubt the things you see for yourself. With you as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., honestly. He shook his head and left the rest unsaid. Nick Fury's face darkened. He stiffly changed the topic. Tony Stark, have you finished reading the proposal? Tony curled his lip, snapped the proposal shut, and pushed it away with clear disdain. Sorry, Director Fury, I'm not interested in your Superboy band. You. Fury snatched up the proposal, got off the bar stool, and turned to leave. After 2 steps, he suddenly turned back, his gaze lingering meaningfully on the arc reactor in Tony's chest. Tony Stark, it won't be long before we meet again. Tony mimicked Richard's expression and scoffed. Jarvis, you really need to update your database. Jarvis apologized in a slightly aggrieved tone. I'm sorry, sir. Tony waved it off. Tell Pepper to bite 2 dogs. Next time someone barges in unannounced, just let the dogs bite them. Jarvis replied dutifully. Yes, sir. Nick Fury's steps faltered, his stride quickening in awkward haste as he left. Washington, D.C., Starbar. Richard stepped out of the portal, and the little Hydra agents around him scrambled to their feet in a hurry. Boss, you're here. Boss, good day. Richard greeted them with a smile. Good day, everyone. He waved to Adele, who was not far away. Adele, come over here for a moment. Adele hurriedly set down her wine glass and walked over briskly. Boss Richard. Richard nodded and led her to a booth where there was no one else. They sat down across from each other. He got straight to the point. Adele, how many people can you reach right now? Adele was taken aback, her face puzzled. Boss Richard, what do you mean? Richard replied. I want you to contact more Hydra members and invite them to join us. A look of delight lit up Adele's face. She spoke with excitement. Boss Richard, do you mean we don't have to keep hiding anymore? No, Richard waved his hand. It's not our time to step into the light just yet. I need you to discreetly approach and win over the young and talented members of Hydra, including those inside S-H-L-D. When the time is right, we'll swallow them whole, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. together. Adele's mouth fell open in shock. We're going to swallow both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. That's just incredible. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at Richard, a surge of exhilaration welling up inside her like never before. At that moment, the chime of the bar's door sounded. Bald-headed Thomas walked in and waved someone over with a backward glance. Hey, hurry up and get in here, Grant. A handsome young man, a bit thinner and shorter than Thomas, followed him into the bar. Grant Ward. Richard immediately recognized the newcomer. He looked much younger than Richard remembered, but that made sense. After all, in his memory, Grant's official debut was during the S.H.I.E.L.D. Civil War back in 2016. Adele, do you see the guy Thomas just brought in? Adele nodded. I see him, boss. Richard swirled his glass absent-mindedly. He's John Garrett's foster son. What? Adele's face changed, and she muttered a curse under her breath. That idiot Thomas. She pressed her hands on the table, about to get up. Richard placed a steady hand on her shoulder, firmly pressing her back into her seat. Don't rush. Let's see how he performs first. On the other side of the bar, Thomas threw an arm around Grant's shoulder, looking pleased with himself. Hey, everyone, let me introduce a newcomer. Grant Ward. With that, he gave Grant a friendly shove toward the group and went on. Top of his class at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Operations Academy. Just graduated this year. Immediately, someone in the bar exclaimed, wow, this rookie's got some promise. Everyone present was a second or third generation Hydra member, and they all knew that graduates from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Operations Academy were almost always destined to become elite agents in SHLD's future ranks. Especially for those who have earned the title of Outstanding Student. In 10 years, they're very likely to be among the senior leaders running a base. Welcome, Grant brothers. Thomas finally did something right for once. How about a drink, buddy? Grant flashed a bright, easy smile as he introduced himself. I'm Grant Ward. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thanks to Thomas for the introduction. I'm honored to meet such outstanding peers. Thomas stood with his arms crossed and his chin held high, clearly quite proud of himself. Meanwhile, Adele grit her teeth so hard you could almost hear them, muttering under her breath. What an idiot! Grant, poised and confident, carried himself with impressive charisma. It didn't take long for him to blend in with this group of proud young snakes. Hey, Grant, I'm Stephens. Bernhardt. Grant met each of them with a perfect smile, bumping fists in greeting. I'm Kvaison. Grant leaned over the bar to meet Keeson's fist. Hi, Quaison. Great to meet you. Mind pouring me a vodka? Quaison, a friendly-looking guy with a silver earring in his left ear, nodded and poured him a glass with practiced ease, sliding it across the bar. Grant caught the glass, raised it in thanks, and grinned. Thanks a lot, man. Richard nodded approvingly. He's doing quite well, Adele. His praise only deepened the flush of embarrassment and anger on Adele's face. She bowed her head, mortified. I'm sorry, boss. I should have done a better job keeping things confidential. No, Richard shook his head. Grant Ward fits our admission criteria perfectly. Young, confident, talented, proud, an outstanding individual. And one more thing, Adele. He smiled, offering a gentle reminder. His foster father, John Garrett, has a nickname, the Clairvoyant. The Clairvoyant. Adele gasped in shock. That old fox John Garrett is one of ours. One of ours? Huh. Richard chuckled softly and shook his head. He certainly doesn't see it that way. Adele paused, puzzled. Why do you say that? Richard explained. John Garrett has always been an exceptional S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. He only chose to work with Hydra because he had no choice. Back in the 90s, during a mission in the Balkans, he was badly injured. Teaming up with Hydra was the only way to survive. He became the prototype for Cybertek's first-generation Death Warrior. The project ran under the name of Lanzer Biotech. My university mentor, Jennings Phillip, was involved in that project. It's just a shame the technology back then was still far from perfect. Although the mechanical enhancements saved his life and strengthened his body, his overall health has continued to decline. The secret experiment that Kid Shale was in charge of before, its original experimental data actually came from the Death Warrior project that John Garrett later led. At this point, Richard spoke with a meaningful tone. You should count yourselves lucky, Adele. John Garrett didn't discover your little side projects back then, but he eventually caught wind of it and has already traced things all the way here. Adele's expression shifted dramatically. She shot to her feet and pulled a lady's pistol from the small of her back, loading it with a crisp click. I'll take care of him right now. Adele's sudden movement drew the attention of everyone else in the bar. Thomas threw his arms wide, grinning broadly. Hey, dearest Adele. But before he could finish, he caught sight of Richard, sitting there calmly and unbothered. A cold sweat broke out on Thomas's forehead as he hurriedly dropped his arms, shrank his neck, and greeted nervously, "B-boss, hello. When did you get here?" A hint of a smile played at the corners of Richard's mouth. "I've been here for a while now, but if I were you, I'd run. Fast." He nodded in Adele's direction as he spoke. Thomas blinked in confusion. "A run?" Adele kicked over the chair beside her with a crash and shouted furiously, "Thomas, you idiot! You actually brought an undercover agent here yourself." As soon as Adele's words left her lips, the other young gang members in the bar turned pale. In unison, they drew their pistols and aimed them at Grant Ward. Grant Ward tensed, slowly raising his hands and forcing a weak smile. "Hey guys, I think this is all just a big misunderstanding." His voice was hoarse, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "I'm not an undercover agent." Thomas glanced at Grant Ward, then turned back to face Adele, who was pointing her gun at him in a rage. He blurted out in utter confusion, "What the hell is going on here? Adele, I spent 3 whole months investigating Grant before I even made contact with him. There's no way he's an undercover." "Shut up, you fool," Adele snapped, utterly exasperated. "When are you ever going to fix your reckless, careless habits? First it was Shale, now it's you. Damn it, why are my partners always such idiots?" The other young gang members could only suffer in silence. Adele continued her tirade. "This Grant Ward is John Garrett's foster son." "What?" Thomas whipped his head around to stare at Grant. "Hell no. Grant, tell me Adele is lying." Grant's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that his undercover mission would be exposed so soon after it began. Desperately, he tried to defend himself. "Hey guys, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. It's true that John Garrett is my foster father, but I am not an undercover agent. I'm an adult now. Thomas and I became friends simply because we share the same interests. Please believe me, guys. I swear in the name of God." The young snakes looked at each other, uncertain whether they should trust his words. With a soft chuckle, Richard declared loudly, "Grant Ward, we don't worship God here." The young snakes immediately snapped to attention, their eyes now wary as they stared at Grant. That's right, their faith now belonged to Richard, the true God who had demonstrated his overwhelming power. Feeling the rising hostility in the air, Grant couldn't hold out any longer. He swallowed hard and stammered. I need to make a phone call. Havana, Cuba. Barbershop headquarters." John Garrett was lying on an operating table, surrounded by a circle of doctors and nurses. The lead doctor, his eyebrows streaked with gray, opened a mechanical device in John's abdomen, inspecting it with a pair of fine-pointed forceps. After a quick check, he spoke in a grave voice. "John, your condition has worsened again." John Garrett managed a wry smile. "I know, Jennings. Sorry to trouble you, old friend." Professor Jennings didn't reply. He pulled down his high-powered medical magnifying glass and began the operation. For a while, the entire operating room was silent, not even a whisper to disturb the tension. Half an hour later, Professor Jennings tore off his medical gloves, sticky with fragments of flesh and pus, and tossed them onto the surgical tray. He carefully closed the alloy shell over John Garrett's abdomen. "All done, John. In about 10 minutes, the anesthesia should wear off." "Thank you." John Garrett's face was ghostly pale, his gratitude barely audible. Professor Jennings waved him off, dismissing the doctors and nurses before frowning and speaking in a low voice. "John, your body won't hold out for more than 5 years at best. During that time, the Death Warrior Project must make progress. If not, even I won't be able to save you." John Garrett nodded faintly and replied in a hushed tone, "There might be a glimmer of hope. Not long ago, my people discovered someone had stolen the original experimental data for the Death Warrior Project. Following the trail, I tracked it to a company called Pioneer Technologies." At this, he let out a delighted laugh, only to be overcome by a fit of coughing. Professor Jennings pressed his shoulder and cautioned, "Try to keep your emotions in check, or you'll tear the wound we just treated." I just got a bit carried away." John Garrett replied with a strained smile. "This pioneering tech company is secretly carrying out a biochemical experiment called the Despair virus. According to the information we've gathered, this Despair virus can completely rewrite the human genetic code, enabling physiological transformation. It can replace organs, grant extraordinary regenerative abilities, and even allow control over bioenergy. It's just a pity." He wore an expression of regret. "The Despair virus still has a fatal flaw." "What flaw?" Professor Jennings asked, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "The rejection rate is far too high. Almost every test subject has died, their immune system collapsing and causing them to self-destruct. However, the group that stole the data seems to have made some progress." Hope flickered across his face. I've already sent Ward in as an undercover agent. I'm confident we'll have results soon. Ward? You mean Grant? Professor Jennings frowned. That kid's only 17, isn't he? A smug chuckle escaped John Garrett's lips. He's already graduated from SHLD's Operations Academy. Professor Jennings raised his gray eyebrows in surprise. If I remember correctly, he's only been there for 2 years. John Garrett nodded, showing off. He's not a bit worse than your star pupil. Richard, is he? Professor Jennings straightened his back, pride shining in his eyes. Compared to Richard? Not even close. John Garrett was about to retort when a shrill ring of a phone cut through the room. He reached to the left of his pillow, picked up his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. On the other end, Grant's voice trembled. Mr. Garrett, I'm sorry. The mission failed. John Garrett, what? He shot upright, his tone sharp. Ward, where are you right now? A burst of noise crackled through the phone. Then a clear, composed voice came through. Mr. John Garrett, good evening. At that sound, Professor Jennings' eyes widened in an instant. Richard, John Garrett, what? The voice on the other end, what? After a brief pause, Richard's tone turned wry, equal parts amused and exasperated. Professor? Why are you with John Garrett? Professor Jennings snatched the phone from Garrett's hand, his voice urgent. That's not important, Richard. First, tell me, are you safe right now? Richard answered truthfully. I'm fine, Professor. Grant Ward came here to go undercover, but I caught him. So, Professor, what's happening on your end? Professor Jennings exchanged a glance with John Garrett, then replied, John's having some issues with his body. He needs me to perform surgery on him. Hold on, Professor. Where exactly are you right now? Richard cut in, his tone direct. Professor Jennings hesitated as he looked at John Garrett. A glimmer of hope flickered across John Garrett's face, and he nodded decisively. Professor Jennings spoke. Cuba. Okay, I understand, John replied, cutting him off. The call ended abruptly. The two old men looked at each other in confusion, both unsure what to make of the situation. The very next second, a crimson portal shimmered into existence, and Richard stepped out from within. Professor Jennings and John Garrett stared in shock, their mouths agape. Oh, Richard, what are you doing here? Professor Jennings stammered. Richard waved enthusiastically in greeting. Hi, Professor. Long time no see. He turned to John Garrett. Hello, Mr. Garrett. I've heard plenty about the legendary clairvoyant. I'm glad to finally meet you in person. At the mention of his code name, John Garrett's pupils narrowed sharply. Professor Jennings was equally taken aback. Richard, you know about John's other identity? Richard gave an innocent, harmless smile. Of course, and I know yours as well, Professor. Professor Jennings opened his mouth, but his proud shoulders seemed to collapse. At first, the professor had held other intentions toward Richard. But after 4 years together, he had come to see the young man as a son, as family. Now, with his ties to Hydra exposed by Richard himself, the old professor no longer knew how to face him. Sensing his distress, Richard stepped forward and embraced the professor, patting him gently on the back in reassurance. It's all right, Professor. I know you always had my best interests at heart. Professor Jennings's eyes quickly grew moist, and he returned Richard's embrace, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you, Richard. John Garrett watched the touching scene with a complex expression, unable to keep his mind from drifting to Grant Ward. Perhaps I shouldn't have raised him with such harsh methods. Letting go of the professor, Richard turned to John Garrett. Mr. Garrett, are you able to walk now? John Garrett nodded. Yes, the anesthesia has worn off. Richard pointed to the portal, his tone leaving no room for argument. Then please come with me. He then addressed Professor Jennings more gently. Professor, you should join us as well. John Garrett hesitated, uncertainty clouding his face. Professor Jennings patted his shoulder. What are you hesitating for, John? Richard isn't going to do anything to you. And besides, Grant is still over there. Aren't you worried about it? All right, I'll go with you. John Garrett agreed with a nod. With Professor Jennings supporting him, the two followed Richard through the portal. The operating room was now empty. The crimson portal flickered a few times before exploding outward, dissolving into streaks of scarlet light that swept across the entire room. A series of sharp crackles echoed through the silence. A rapid succession of explosions rang out, shattering every single electrical device in the operating room. In the upper left corner, a discrete security camera burst apart, its pieces scattering. The memory chip inside was shaken so violently that it crumbled to grains the size of sand. Washington, D.C., Stardust Bar. John Garrett surveyed the group of teenagers scattered throughout the bar, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Adele von Strucker, Figo Muller, Thomas Graff. Every time John Garrett recognized one of their faces, a muscle near his eye twitched. Damn it, every single one of them is a descendant of Hydra. Their parents, or in some cases their grandparents, were all high-ranking members or core elites of Hydra, and especially Adele von Strucker. Her father was none other than Wolfgang von Strucker, one of the most powerful heads among Hydra's major factions. Garrett glared at Grant Ward, who was huddled nervously among the crowd, grinding his teeth in frustration. That damn kid. Did I really just feel a flicker of regret earlier? Completely unnecessary. If I'd known he was this unreliable, I should have been much harsher and stricter in his training. Grant Ward, oblivious to Garrett's current mood, spotted his foster father and mistook him for a savior. He immediately raised his right hand high and shouted loudly, "Mr. Garrett, I'm over here, over here." Garrett's face darkened, his breaths growing heavier. Professor Jennings, standing nearby, had also recognized the identities of these young people. He could only give his old friend a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Richard guided the old professor to a booth on the left, pulled over a chair, and said, "Professor, please have a seat." The old professor sat down with a smile. He turned to look at John Garrett and remarked, "It seems I don't need to introduce them in detail, do I?" Garrett nodded, forcing himself to regain his composure. He said, "Mr. Richard, let Ward go for now. Whatever questions you have, you can deal with me directly." Of course, Richard nodded to Adele and the others. Thomas roughly hauled Grant to his feet and shoved him toward John Garrett, snarling viciously, "Damn liar, get lost." Grant stumbled forward a couple of steps. Not caring how disheveled he looked or whether it would anger his foster father, he hurried over and all but ran to Garrett's side. "Mr. Garrett, I'm sorry. I have no idea how they figured out who I am." "Shut up." Garrett snapped, expression frosty. Without a word, he stepped sideways, shielding Grant behind him. Richard waved his hand dismissively and smiled warmly. "No need to be so on guard, Mr. Garrett. We have no ill intentions toward you or Grant." John Garrett remained unmoved, his vigilance undiminished. "Mr. Richard, I have no idea who you really are, nor do I understand how you managed to gather these young people with such astonishing backgrounds. Frankly, I don't even want to know what your true intentions are. This round, I admit defeat. Whatever compensation is required, I'll accept it all. I only ask that you let Ward and me go." Richard put one hand on his hip, frowning with a hint of exasperation. As expected, compared to Adele and her group of fierce yet somewhat naive young snakes, John Garrett, the cunning old long-eyed serpent, was far more devious and shrewd. Winning him over completely would not be so easy. However, if you want to subdue a snake, you have to strike at its vital spot. And as luck would have it, Richard knew exactly what John Garrett desired most. Richard raised his voice and called out, "White Queen, display the relevant data on the biotech prosthetic enhancement technology." "Yes, sir." A blue holographic screen projected from his wrist communicator, hovering in midair. Data on the biotech prosthetic enhancement technology scrolled rapidly across the holographic display. Biotech prosthetic enhancement. A spark of excitement flashed across John Garrett's face. He hurriedly stepped forward, his gaze locked intently on the streaming data. Professor Jennings could no longer contain himself. He shot up from his seat and quickly strode over to join Garrett, eyes fixed on the screen. 2 minutes later, Professor Jennings slapped Garrett on the shoulder, exclaiming in delight, "John, you're saved. Even the Death Warrior Project can finally move forward." John Garrett turned to Richard, his voice urgent. "Mr. Richard, would you be willing to transfer this technology to me?" Richard's smile was gentle, but his refusal was firm. "Sorry, not for sale." A look of desperation appeared on Garrett's face. "I'll pay more." Richard shook his head firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Garrett's expression darkened, but with salvation so close at hand, he could not let the chance slip away. Gritting his teeth, steeling his resolve, he fell to his knees with a heavy thud. "Mr. Richard, I offer you everything I have. Just please save my life." A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Richard's mouth. With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the holographic projection, raising his hand ever so slightly. "Mr. Garrett, please, stand up." A look of shock spread over John Garrett's face, as an irresistible force lifted him to his feet. Richard raised Garrett's arm high, turning to Adele and the others, and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, let's welcome Mr. John Garrett to our team." Adele and the others quickly stood and broke into enthusiastic applause. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Long-Eyed Serpent. You won't be disappointed. Our goals are far beyond your imagination." "Hey, boss, I played a part in getting Mr. John Garrett to join us too." Richard and Adele, along with the others, all turned to look at the person who spoke. "Of course it was you, Thomas. You idiot." Adele couldn't hold back any longer. She swung her leg up and delivered a swift kick to his rear. The slender heel of her red high heel, without warning, jabbed right into the deepest part of his behind. Thomas clutched his backside with both hands, craning his neck and howling in agony. Richard's eye twitched. He quietly pulled Professor Jennings and John Garrett aside, forming a little circle. Whoa, that was brutal. Figo shook his head in awe, stealthily moving away from Adele. The other little snakes nodded in agreement, shuffling backwards in unison. You all, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Adele looked at the high heel embedded in Thomas's posterior, her face flushing red with embarrassment and anger as she shouted. Yeah, Adele, we know it wasn't on purpose. You totally meant it. Careful what you say, Ade. That's right, Adele still has another shoe. To be honest, guys, if it were me, I might have shoved both heels into Thomas's backside. Agreed. He's been causing trouble nonstop these past few days. Thick as a brick. Figo, you really need to give Thomas some proper lessons next time. Lessons? Forget it. There's nothing to teach. He's got no brains at all. You all. Adele threw a pleading look at Richard, boss. Unable to get any support, Adele glanced over at Grant. Grant shuddered, quickly turned away, and sidled up to his adoptive father, joining the discussion. Adele's face darkened as she looked at Thomas, who was still wailing on the floor. Gritting her teeth, she snapped. This is all your fault, you dolt. She lashed out with her foot again, landing another kick squarely on his backside. Thomas let out a bizarre yelp and collapsed flat on the ground. The high heel, dislodged from his rear, spun through the air before clattering to the floor. Adele caught sight of a suspicious yellow stain on the heel and pulled a face of pure disgust. Without hesitation, she kicked off her other shoe and darted away barefoot. Professor Jennings chuckled merrily. What a lively and lovable bunch, wouldn't you say, John? John Garrett could only manage a wry smile. Let's hope we get along well in the days ahead. Grant spoke up suddenly. We will, Mr. Garrett. They're actually a pretty straightforward group. Richard's lips curled into a knowing smile. As expected of you, Grant Ward, a born Hydra. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Camartage, Richard, Caecilius, Mordo, Hammer, and Wong were all gathered together. Wong's position had been recommended by his mentor, Marcus. According to Marcus, Wong's spellcasting skills were now on par with his own, and what he needed most was further tempering through experience. The Ancient One handed the Eye of Agamotto to Richard. Richard, never underestimate the power of Dormammu. Richard hung this sacred artifact of Camartage around his neck, offering a confident smile. I won't underestimate any enemy, Master. The Ancient One nodded slightly and stepped back, allowing Richard to take the central position. Without hesitation, Richard turned to face Caecilius and his followers, raising his voice. A surge of crimson magic burst from his body, sweeping over Caecilius and the others, causing them to vanish in an instant. The Ancient One paused for a moment. Then her expression shifted with awe. This is simply incredible. As the crimson magic faded, Richard and his four companions found themselves suspended above a spatial rift outside the dimension. It was their first time venturing beyond the dimension, seeing the tangible fabric of dimensional space. The sight of that rift, hundreds of meters long, left Mordo and the others visibly shaken. Mordo said, "So this is dimensional space." Wong added, "It's truly astonishing." Hammer asked, "Master Richard, is that broken realm below what you mentioned before, the abandoned dimensional space?" Richard nodded. "Exactly. This rift was torn open by Dormammu's own hands. So everyone, we must proceed with the utmost caution. Even though we've prepared thoroughly, we must never take Dormammu lightly. For even a single avatar of his possesses the power to devour an entire dimension." "Understood," came the chorus from the other four. Richard raised his hand in a sweeping motion. For streams of light, each a different hue, shot up from the ground, arcing through the air before landing in his palm. These were the 4 elemental runes hidden within the dimensional binding array. With a thought, Richard released 3 of the runes, and they instantly flew into Mordo, Hammer, and Wong. The deep indigo rune of Egil, Spirit of Wind, merged with Mordo. The water blue rune of Njord, Spirit of Water, merged with Wong. The ochre rune of Emer, Spirit of Earth, merged with Hammer. The crimson rune of Surt, Spirit of Fire, merged into Richard himself. Richard formed a seal with one hand and chanted quietly. Subtle waves of power rippled from the 4 elemental runes, and their bodies gradually became transparent. Brother Caecilius, begin the ritual to summon Dormammu. The moment Richard finished speaking, the 4 of them faded completely into the dimensional binding array. Caecilius drew a deep breath. Slowly, he knelt down, pressing his right hand to the ground while chanting the incantation for summoning. As the spell continued, a black mark of Dormammu appeared on his forehead, and patterns like molten lava emerged deep within his pupils. At that very moment, a sliver of darkness hidden inside Caecilius suddenly erupted with violent energy. The power of darkness was relentlessly draining his strength. An ominous black-purple aura seeped from his body, while lines of ancient runes rapidly spread outward from the center of his right palm in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a triple-layered nested circular summoning array had taken shape. The outermost ring of the array was inscribed with ancient godly contract clauses. The middle layer was marked with symbols representing dimensional rifts. At the core, the spell required the caster's own blood to activate it. Caecilius understood instinctively. He drew his left palm across the thumbnail of his outstretched right hand, slicing it open. A stream of blood spurted forth and splattered onto the heart of the summoning array. The array awakened. Lava-like patterns, stained with Caecilius's blood, flared to life, emitting a soft yet persistent hum. Dormammu's dark power erupted directly from the dimensional rift layer of the array, a black-purple tide surging forth and engulfing Caecilius completely in an instant. His body arched uncontrollably, feet slowly lifting from the ground, leaving him suspended in midair. The black-purple darkness poured into his body, flooding through his eyes, nose, and mouth. Caecilius's face twisted in excruciating agony. Hidden within the dimensional binding array, Mordo could barely restrain himself from rushing forward, but Richard grabbed his arm, holding him back. Richard shook his head and fixed Mordo with a sharp, warning glare. Seeing this, Hammer and Wong dared not act rashly either. They could only suppress their own anxiety with great effort. Caecilius howled in torment within the summoning array, yet the aura swirling around him grew ever more powerful. Caecilius. Dormammu's voice rolled closer and closer, each word booming like thunder, shaking the soul. Mordo, Hammer, and Wong hurriedly steadied their minds. Pressing their right thumbs to the base of their ring fingers, they traced an inverted pentagram with their left hands. All the while, silently reciting the soul-cleansing incantation Richard had given them. By the winds of Aegir and Jord Emer, wind/water/earth, purify my heart. Richard, meanwhile, lifted his gaze to a certain spot in midair. There, a black dot materialized, quickly expanding into a deep, swirling void. Torrents of darkness burst forth from this abyssal portal. At the same moment, the summoning array on the ground groaned under the strain, emitting a sharp, splintering sound. In the next instant, the array exploded with a deafening roar. A surge of black-purple, magical energy shot skyward, linking up with the black hole, suspended above. At last, you have made the right choice. Caecilius. Dormammu's voice reverberated through the void. Amid the roiling tides of arcane energy, a massive face loomed, purple-red and terrible to behold. The dark power swirling around Caecilius's body dissipated in an instant, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Dormammu. He lifted his head to meet Dormammu's gaze, yet there was not a trace of reverence in his eyes. Dormammu's icy stare fell upon his devoted follower below. You should be groveling in abject worship before the coming of the Lord of Darkness. Thunderous, explosive sound crashed down upon Caecilius, rolling with Dormammu's fury. Caecilius felt his body grow heavy, the immense pressure forcing his knees to buckle as he slowly sank toward the ground. No, I will never yield. Veins bulged on Caecilius' forehead as he pressed his hands against his knees, gritting his teeth with all his strength. He lifted his head in defiance, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Dormammu. With a furious roar, Dormammu directly ignited the dark power within Caecilius. This was the ruthless method he reserved for those who dared to defy him. As the dark power burned, the protective enchantments of Caecilius' robe activated instantly. Gray energy flooded into Caecilius' body, swirling through the burning darkness and surging out from his mouth. As the vast well of dark power was wrenched from him, Caecilius was left suddenly weakened. He let out a muffled groan and staggered back 2 steps before forcing himself to steady his stance. When he looked up again, the mark of Dormammu that had been emblazoned on his forehead had vanished. Dormammu's violet eyes widened in shock, and a wave of seething rage washed over him. Caecilius, how dare you betray the great Lord of Darkness? A massive, menacing black and purple claw descended from above, crashing down on Caecilius like a falling star. Caecilius' expression turned grim. He crossed his arms, summoning with all his might a towering, shield-shaped glyph. The ancient body of Hoggoth. The monstrous black and purple claw collided with the great rune shield, sending countless emerald shards scattering like butterflies. The shield that Caecilius conjured wailed in agony, and in the very next instant, it shattered completely. Fortunately, the gray energy shield from his enchanted robe activated just in time enveloping him tightly. But the lingering force of the blackened purple claw was relentless, pinning Caecilius to the ground. The earth split open, and Caecilius, along with the gray energy shield, was driven deep into the earth below. Ice barrier. Richard's voice rang out suddenly, and a thick layer of solid ice quickly encased Caecilius' battered form. Welcome, mighty lord of darkness, Dormammu. Richard's figure appeared in a flash. With a swift gesture and a sharp incantation, he sealed his hands in a mystic sign. 33 ancient Vishanti arrays blazed to life in succession, forming a massive semicircular barrier of golden red energy that enveloped Dormammu completely. The black hole, once gushing with dark power, was severed from its source, the opening shrinking, then fading away. A trap? Dormammu snapped his head up, his face twisting in disbelief as he stared at the golden red barrier. Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you? Richard grinned mischievously. Behind him, the enormous blackened purple claw dissipated at last, revealing the unyielding shield of ice beneath. With a thought, Richard swiftly melted the shell of solid ice, revealing Caecilius's pale face beneath. Thank you for the barrier of frost, Richard, Caecilius said, his voice still trembling as he ran a hand over his white vest, now torn clean in two. The corrupting power of Dormammu's darkness is far stronger than we anticipated. We truly underestimated it. Richard gave a slight nod, then drew forth the Sorcerer rune of fire from within himself and pressed it gently into Caecilius's body. Caecilius, join Mordo and the others in sustaining the elemental suppression within the array. Watch for my signal and help me when the time comes. Caecilius nodded and quickly faded into the confines of the binding array. Dormammu's eyes blazed, launching streak after streak of black lightning that hammered relentlessly against the boundaries of the binding array. Yet, no matter how fiercely he attacked, no matter how much strength he poured in, no matter how thick and powerful the black lightning became, the barrier held firm, utterly unmoved. Frustrated, Dormammu was forced to halt his futile assault. He lowered his gaze, glaring at Richard far below, so small he seemed like an ant. I know you, insect. You trespassed into my dimension once before, only to be snatched away by that wretch, the Ancient One. Recognition flared in his eyes. In an instant, he convinced himself that this was all some elaborate scheme of the Ancient One. Furious, he bellowed, Ancient One, show yourself to me at once. Does he think so little of me? He curled his lips in disdain, no longer willing to waste words on this iron-headed fool. Elemental suppression, now, he commanded. In perfect harmony, Mordo and the 4 elemental rune hosts gathered the powers of earth, water, wind, and fire. Within the barrier, yellow, blue, green, and red energies began to weave and swirl, filling the space. Dormammu's black-violet magic was first severed from its tether to the dark dimension by the binding array, like a tree without roots or water without a source. Then stabilized and suppressed by the 4 elements, the space itself rejected and refracted his power, compressing it into shimmering, rainbow-like streams that pressed down upon Dormammu's head. In an instant, the mighty Dormammu was transformed. He now looked like a clown with a head full of garish, rainbow-colored braids. Ancient One, show yourself to me at once. Dormammu roared again, stubbornly convinced this was the Ancient One's plot, paying no heed to Richard's actions as he continued to shout and rage. The Sorcerer Supreme isn't here, Dormammu, Richard called out loudly. And to defeat you, we are more than enough. Dormammu's large purple eyes glimmered red with rage. You pitiful insects, he bellowed, die. Dark power surged across his massive, purple-red face. The ground around Richard trembled violently, and in an instant, huge black-violet spikes of earth erupted toward him. Before Richard could even react, a crystalline wall of ice sprang up in a swirling arc at his side, rising swiftly to shield him. The earthen spikes, conjured by Dormammu, crashed into the ice wall, filling the air with a ringing clash of metal upon steel. The king's voice drifted ethereally from within the magic formation. Master Richard, please focus on attacking Dormammu. Leave the defense to us. Richard smiled knowingly, thinking to himself how this chubby fellow truly deserved the title of Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage after Doctor Strange. When it mattered most, he could always shoulder the burden. Okay, he signaled, summoning a shimmering blue-white fireball in each palm. Dormammu, let's see how you like this taste. With that, the 2 blazing fireballs shot skyward, streaking straight for Dormammu's massive, purplish-red face. Dormammu roared, opening his maw to unleash a fierce gale of magical force. The twin fireballs collided with the oncoming storm, detonating in an instant. Scorching blue-white flames pierced straight through the magical whirlwind, and the shockwave from the explosion sent burning embers and shattered winds surging back toward Dormammu. What? Dormammu gasped, quickly summoning a pair of gigantic energy claws to shield his face. The rebounding flame slammed against the energy claws with a deafening, explosive boom. The blue-white fire clung to the surface of the claws like molten glue, relentlessly scorching away at the darkness that coated them. The pain shot through Dormammu's nerves, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. A blade of black wind swept across the surface of the claws, slicing through the blue-white fire and peeling away the scorched, smoldering skin. Chunks of black and red energy flesh rained down from above, and where the thick, dark purple blood landed, it sizzled and corroded the ground like concentrated acid, quickly eating away deep pits of all sizes. Dormammu pulled back his energy claws. The sliced flesh and blood rapidly regenerated, but at the cost of one of the rainbow streams of energy that flickered above his head. Insect, how dare you wound the great Lord of Darkness? Dormammu no longer dared underestimate Richard. He knew all too well that this was just an avatar, cut off from the endless power of the dark dimension itself. Die, insect! Dormammu's monstrous claws, wreathed in a force that threatened to rend the very heavens, came crashing down. Suddenly, the barrier of the binding formation echoed with the rush of wind. Azure wind elementals swiftly gathered, weaving into chains that wrapped themselves around Dormammu's massive claws. With thunderous force, Dormammu's claws snapped the wind chains one after another, shattering them as if they were brittle twigs, and continued their unstoppable descent. Then, from the ground, a dozen colossal serpents of flame erupted, each tens of meters long, their jaws gaping wide with fiery fangs, lunging to bite at Dormammu's monstrous claws. Richard steadied himself, planting his feet firmly and pressing his palms together above his head. Scarlet magic surged and gathered, and a crimson sword sprang forth, lengthening rapidly, a few meters, then 10, and in a flash, it was nearly as long as the titanic fire serpents themselves. The flaming giant python's fangs curved like barbed hooks, sinking deep into the monstrous claw with a death grip. Its massive body stretched taut, transforming into over a dozen colossal pillars that stubbornly propped up the claw. The chains of wind were still forming, entwining themselves around the monstrous claw. Together with the force of the pythons, they managed to halt Dormammu's fearsome talon in its tracks. This is impossible. Dormammu let out a furious roar, mustering all his strength and pressing down with wild abandon. A tremendous shattering sound rang out. In an instant, every chain of wind snapped and shattered, and the bodies of the flame pythons began to crack and break apart. In the blink of an eye, they collapsed into heaps of burning, broken remains. Dormammu's colossal, crimson-purple face twisted into a savage sneer. He opened his maw, ready to unleash another roar. But in that moment, a scarlet longsword pierced through the center of the monstrous claw, its tip aimed directly at Dormammu's giant face, where a swirling mass of crimson magic was gathering with wild intensity. Magic spiral light cannon. A clear, ringing voice echoed through the entire barrier. A spiraling bolt of crimson lightning erupted, shooting straight into Dormammu's gaping mouth. It tore through his skull and crashed violently against the boundary of the binding array. The golden-red power of the Vishanti protecting the barrier flared wildly, and the faces of the four elemental vessels, Caecilius and his companions, changed dramatically. Desperately, they poured all their energy into the four elemental runes. Yellow, blue, green, and red elements surged into the array, each one striving to stabilize the barrier and reinforce the magical prison. The mirror dimension etched into the outer layer of the boundary flared to life, finally managing to fend off the furious surge of spiraling energy. Richard, Mordo called, his face dark with concern. Caecilius and the other two looked at him with similar unease. Richard scratched his head, grinning sheepishly in apology. Sorry, guys. I didn't expect that move to be this powerful. On the other side, Dormammu's avatar, its skull freshly pierced by Richard's magic spiral light cannon, slowly shut its mouth, violet eyes trembling violently. 3 rainbow streams of energy at the back of his head vaporized, while the wound on his skull rapidly healed. Suddenly, Dormammu opened his mouth wide again, unleashing a torrent of crimson-purple energy toward Richard, swift as lightning. Richard's face fell. With no time to raise a shield, he instantly tapped into the core of the crimson dimension and teleported dozens of meters away. Dormammu's energy stream slammed into the ground, shaking the entire barrier. Even the slender ritual nails embedded in the earth were jolted several centimeters upward. Mordo and the others, unaware that Richard had teleported, saw only the illusion of his figure being swallowed by the terrifying energy blast and shouted in horror. Mordo, Caecilius, Richard. Wong, Hammer, Master Richard. Dozens of meters away, Richard patted his chest, heart still pounding, as he watched Dormammu, mouth wide open, still spewing out energy. Holy hell, Dormammu, you sly old devil. He quickly connected to the spell formation and reassured Mordo and the others of his safety. I'm all right. Only then did the four of them breathe a sigh of relief. Richard watched the rainbow streams of energy rapidly evaporating from Dormammu's head, grinning from ear to ear. That move packed a punch. Dormammu must have burned through at least a third of his dark energy reserves. Hang in there, everyone. Dormammu has already lost more than half of his dark power. Victory is within reach. Mordo and the others felt their spirits lift. They forced themselves to push harder, channeling more energy into the elemental runes. At that moment, Dormammu finally closed his mouth. He gazed at the swirling black hole carved out by the energy stream and burst into wild laughter. This is the fate of those who dare defy the great Lord of Darkness. Caecilius, do you see? This is the might of your Dark Lord. Do you regret your choice? Are you afraid? Or do you yearn for it? Come, return once more to the embrace of the Dark Lord. The great Lord of Darkness will grant you immense power and eternal life. I alone am the ultimate order that will end all suffering. He rubbed his arms. Goosebumps prickled up along his skin. Who would have thought? Even Dormammu turned out to be a seasoned drama king. Hey, Lord Dormammu, look over here. Look at me. Dormammu's words were cut short as he whipped his head around, glaring in disbelief at the lively Richard bouncing about on the ground. He roared, "Impossible! This is impossible!" Dormammu's purple eyes blazed crimson with fury as he opened his maw wide, unleashing another torrent of terrifying energy. Richard stood hands on hips, and just as the energy stream closed in, he blinked a dozen meters away in an instant. Hey, Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate. Dormammu roared, spewing another blast while summoning elemental force to hurl stone spears at Richard. Richard conjured a pair of rings of Ragador, deftly blocking each incoming stone spear. Dormammu watched as his energy stream engulfed Richard. But a heartbeat later, that gratingly cheerful voice rang out again, this time dozens of meters away. Hey, Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate. Richard jumped up and down, waving cheerfully. Dormammu, Caecilius and his companions. Blood seemed to flood Dormammu's eyes, turning their violet glow a savage crimson. He howled in rage. No one dares mock the great Lord of Darkness. No one. Mage of Camartage, I have memorized the scent of your soul. By the name of the infinite ruler of the dark dimension, I swear, I will hunt you down for all eternity, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. To the ends of the earth. As he finished, all the rainbow-colored energy streaming from the back of his head vanished in a flash. The enormous purplish-red face swelled rapidly, splitting open with cracks that glowed like molten lava. This is bad. Dormammu is about to self-destruct. Richard quickly formed hand seals, shouting at the top of his lungs. Soul shackles, rise. As soon as the words left his mouth, 33 magical nails embedded in the ground instantly shot out 33 golden-red binding cords, piercing deep into Dormammu's face, which had now swollen to nearly 3 times its original size. But it was already too late. Ha 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 ha! Cursed ants of Camartage, prepare to face the boundless wrath of the Lord of Darkness. Dormammu's colossal purplish-red face exploded. The terrifying blast sent shockwaves through the confining barrier, tearing open massive fissures. All 6 layers of the overlapping mirror dimension unfolded at once, and the force of the explosion surged into the mirrored space, rampaging without restraint. With a swift motion of his hands, Richard's arms became encircled by shimmering green halos of energy. The eye of Agamotto slowly opened on his chest, and the might of the time stone surged forth in an instant. The terrifying explosion came to a sudden halt. Frozen in time, he spun his hands counterclockwise. The shockwave of the blast rapidly faded. The 6 unfolded mirror dimensions vanished in a blink. The gaping cracks in the confining barrier sealed up swiftly, and Dormammu's familiar purplish-red face reappeared before his eyes. Dormammu glared at him with blood-red eyes, roaring in fury. I swear in the name of the Lord of the infinite dark dimension, I will hunt you for all eternity, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. To the ends of the earth. Richard formed another hand seal, his voice ringing out like thunder. Soul shackles, rise. Once again, the 33 magical nails embedded in the ground shot out 33 golden-red binding cords, plunging into Dormammu's massive face. The rainbow-tinted energy streaming from Dormammu's head had just evaporated, but it quickly reformed. Dormammu, with a mixture of shock and suspicion, he demanded, "What have you done?" When he caught sight of the eye of Agamotto on Richard's chest, Dormammu's expression twisted in horror. "The Ancient One actually gave you the eye of Agamotto." Richard, still reeling from Dormammu's habit of blowing himself up at the slightest provocation, couldn't be bothered to respond. After all, this Dormammu avatar had already spent most of its energy. Aside from self-destruction, it posed little threat to him now. "Mordo, Kaecilius, Wong, help me restrain Dormammu. I only need 3 seconds. Master Hammer, you don't need to stabilize the spell formation any longer. Join them and help hold Dormammu down." Master Hammer nodded, extending his bare arm to channel the power of the Vishanti. At the same time, he activated the Emer rune of Earth, summoning the weighty might of Earth's elemental force. Chains of wind formed continuously, slithering and weaving like serpents. Dozens of blazing fire serpents soared into the sky, their terrifying jaws gaping wide. The crystalline wall of ice instantly melted, and within the barrier, a frigid, bone-chilling rain began to fall. "Sel!" With a thunderous shout, Master Hamel unleashed the dense earth element, shimmering with the golden-red power of Vishanti, and encased Dormammu's massive, purplish-red face in solid stone. Calmly, Richard took out a cube of deep blue energy. With a grip of his right hand, a ghostly blue longsword appeared, its blade gleaming coldly. He snapped his gaze upward to where Dormammu's avatar was sealed in stone, his figure flickering and blurring for an instant. The next moment, Richard stood atop Dormammu's head. He watched as the stone seal strained and swelled, fissures of molten lava spiderwebbing across its surface. Richard's form shifted with lightning speed. Each sweep of his spectral blue blade sliced through the rainbow streams of energy curling around Dormammu's head, severing them like a razor through silk. A guttural roar of rage echoed from the molten cracks. Raising the cosmic cube high, Richard spoke a word of command. In an instant, the rainbow-hued energy streams hovering above Dormammu's head vanished without a trace. Beyond the binding barrier, a layer of mirrored space unfurled. Richard had diverted all those vanished currents of dark power into it, locking them away. Suddenly, the stone seal exploded in a thunderous burst. With a flash, Richard reappeared on the ground. He looked up. After the blast, shards of stone rained down, but where Dormammu's avatar had stood, there was only empty air. Richard frowned, tightening his grip on the sword of space as he scanned the surroundings, alert for danger. At that moment, hidden within the binding array, Kaecilius suddenly called out, "Richard, Dormammu's here with me." Mordo added, "There's one here, too." Wong chimed in, "Same here." Hamel shouted anxiously, "Something's wrong. The dark power is seeping along the earth element, starting to corrupt the elemental runes inside me." Richard's eyes narrowed. He snapped out a decisive order. "Disconnect from your elemental runes immediately." The four dared not hesitate. Instantly, they severed their connection to the elemental runes, and in the blink of an eye, all four reappeared at Richard's side. Richard let out a cold, triumphant chuckle. "Dormammu, you thought you could corrupt the runes I created? I was ready for you." With a swift gesture, he formed a seal with one hand and barked, "Detonate." The 4 elemental runes began to spin wildly. Splitting into 4, each one enveloped a Dormammu mini-avatar, whose faces twisted in panic, just as they tried to abandon the runes. The runes erupted with blinding light, then exploded with a thunderous roar. The 4 mini-avatars of Dormammu shrieked as the elemental blast tore them apart, scattering their essence to the winds. Richard's hands danced through another incantation, calling forth the Chains of Souls. Chains of Souls, arise. 33 golden-red cords of magical power shot skyward, lashing through the entire barrier. The 4 tiny avatars of Dormammu, trying to merge in secret, were yanked out by the enchanted cords, shackled by the force of soul-binding magic. Richard's figure flickered, and he appeared beside one of the miniature clones. Crimson magic swirled around his right hand as he drove his fingers forcefully into the clone's forehead, plunging them straight in. With a thunderous shout, the miniature clone's skull was violently split open, revealing countless souls devoured by the dark dimension. As I thought, Richard's eyes lit with understanding. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and uttered a sharp command. "Cleansing Cascade." No sooner had he spoken than a golden-red waterfall materialized out of thin air, pouring straight into the miniature clone's exposed skull. Inside, the torrent transformed into a rapidly spinning vortex. Harnessing the holy power of the shanty, it mimicked the purifying wash of a cleansing fruit, stripping away and dissolving layer upon layer of the dark power's lingering resentment from the trapped souls. One by one, the purified, ethereal souls rose gently into the air. Each paused to bow respectfully to Richard before fading away. When the last vengeful spirit was finally washed clean, the miniature Dormammu's once purple eyes had turned to pure, pitch black. What did you do to me?" He glared at Richard with unbridled fury and roared in rage. Richard's response was icy. He raised his hand and delivered a stinging slap, his palm wreathed in crimson energy. The blow tore away a layer of the clone's face. Deprived of the soul's resentment, the dark power lost its regenerative force. The clone's wounds showed not the slightest sign of healing. Suddenly, a massive crimson claw emerged, piercing through the clone's body and gripping him tightly. With a vicious squeeze, when Richard opened his palm, a sealed orb appeared, now containing the subdued clone. Meanwhile, the other three miniature Dormammus were ensnared by a net woven from golden red cords. Their souls were trapped, unable to escape, unable to merge. All they could do was watch helplessly as their fourth was sealed away by Richard. "Damn you, insect! The great Lord of Darkness will never forgive you. Even the Ancient One can't save you now. Mark my words. Thank you, Dormammu, for your foolishness. It gave me the chance to defeat you one by one." Richard's smile turned cold and menacing. His right hand closed in a phantom grip, and a ghostly blue long sword materialized once more. "If you hadn't split yourself into four, I might never have stood a chance. But now it's time to die." To completely destroy these three remaining Dormammu clones was no easy feat. Neither the holy power borrowed from the Vishani nor his own crimson magic was enough. Both forces at their core matched the energy of Dormammu's dark power. Richard could wound the clones, but not utterly annihilate them. But now he had the Space Stone. With a flourish, Richard spun his sword, his figure darting forward to stand before clone number one. A flurry of dazzling blue sword lights flashed, and in an instant, the first miniature clone was sliced precisely into countless pieces. Then, a surge of blue-white flames appeared, crashing onto the remains of mini-clone number one. The soul-searing fire wrapped around the remains, making the mini-clone scream in agony, its wails echoing with a haunting sharpness. Richard's figure flickered as he darted about, his sword slicing with ghostly blue light, shattering mini-clones number 2 and number 3. Each of their remains was swiftly enveloped by its own blue-white blaze, and now 3 identical shrieks of torment reverberated within the confinement barrier. "It's over." Richard landed back on the ground, turning to address Caecilius and the others. Mordo stared blankly at the 3 flames floating in midair. How could anyone hope to chase after something like that? The more you chase, the more hopeless it feels. Caecilius, meanwhile, glanced at the sealed orb in his hand and asked, "Why did you leave behind this Dormammu clone?" Richard tossed the sealed sphere from hand to hand as he replied, "I plan to study Dormammu for a while. Once I figure him out, I'll find a chance to break into the Dark Dimension and claim his territory for myself." Caecilius twitched at the corner of his mouth, wanting to retort, but found himself speechless. Wong looked at Richard as if he were some kind of monster. "No, Wonder Master Marcus warned me to be careful around this sorcerer," he thought. Master Hammer just sighed deeply, saying nothing. Yet in that sigh, Richard felt the weight of doubt and concern. Well, when the day comes to actually invade the Dark Dimension, they'll have to believe me then. With that confident thought, he slipped the sealed orb into his pocket. Looking up at the gradually fading blue-white flames, Richard said, "Let's head back to Camartage. The Ancient One is still waiting for our report." Richard formed a sigil with one hand and called out, "Confinement array. Release." The golden-red hemispherical barrier vanished like a bubble, revealing a void torn open in the fabric of the dimension. With a sweep of his hand, he drew a crimson portal. One by one, Caecilius and the others stepped through. Richard turned for a parting glance at the devastated battlefield, then reached out to connect with the core of the Crimson Dimension. A hazy tide of crimson energy surged forth, swallowing the battlefield completely. 3 soft bursts echoed out. Richard allowed himself a faint smile and stepped through the portal. In the Dark Dimension, Dormammu's true form suddenly snapped its eyes open. "My clones are dead. Not a single message got through." His massive violet eyes blazed with fury as he threw back his head and roared, "Damn you, Ancient One!" His terrifying voice, charged with boundless rage, swept through the countless black planets around him, blasting them apart in showers of ominous, dark fireworks. Kamar Taj, Secret Chamber. The Ancient One placed the eye of Agamotto back in its resting place and turned to Richard with a smile. Mordo tells me you've sealed away another Dormammu clone. Oh, I nearly forgot. Richard slapped his forehead, then hurriedly dug the sealed spirit orb from his pocket and handed it over. This Dormammu clone's spirit orb should stay with you for safekeeping. The Ancient One took the sealed spirit orb, shaking her head with a wry smile. Who would have thought that the infamous Lord of Darkness would end up like this? She sent her senses into the orb. Inside, Dormammu, reduced to a minuscule size, was furiously ranting and raving. Deceitful scoundrel! Deadbeat rascal! Despicable and shameless! The Ancient One's expression darkened as a golden-red spark of energy flashed in her hand. Within the sealed orb, the atmosphere shifted in an instant. A thick bolt of golden-red lightning cracked down upon Dormammu's avatar with a thunderous crash. The Ancient One tucked the orb away behind her, concealing it somewhere out of sight. Are you really planning to attack the Dark Dimension in the future? She asked. Richard replied with a confident smile. If the conditions are right, why not? The Ancient One nodded silently, a smile of relief spreading across her face. Then the future of Kamar Taj is in your hands. Richard blinked in surprise and hurriedly said, Wait a moment, Master. He eyed the Ancient One warily and asked, Surely you're not thinking of retiring right now, are you? The Ancient One gave him a playful wink. If the time is right, why not? Richard's face fell, and he began to plead earnestly. Please, Master, Kamar Taj still needs you. If you hadn't given me the eye of Agamotto ahead of time, we would have been done for. Dormammu's tricks are vicious, and his temper's even worse. He's ready to blow himself up at the drop of a hat. No wonder he's so notorious across the multiverse. If a single avatar is this hard to handle, I doubt I could stand against Dormammu's true form. I'm not exactly built for that. You can do it, the Ancient One encouraged with a gentle smile. Once that abandoned dimensional realm grows strong, Dormammu won't be a match for you. Richard blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected the Ancient One to realize he'd become a Dimension Lord already. But then again, he'd never intended to hide it from her. Master, your insight is truly remarkable. Richard spread his hands helplessly. The Scarlet Dimension was nearly drained dry by Dormammu, that bastard. Even with my magic helping it recover, getting it back to its former glory is almost impossibly difficult, let alone letting it fully develop. Come with me. There's somewhere I want to show you. The Ancient One paced over to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and with her other hand, carved open a portal. At the edge of the multiverse, they entered a realm of utter silence and death. Holy! Richard gasped as he stared at the desolate void, drawing in a sharp breath through his teeth. A dimensional graveyard? He whipped his head around to look at the Ancient One, or written all over his face. Master, you're incredible. You can even find places like this, straight out of legend. The Ancient One stood with her hands behind her back, a look of remembrance on her face. With a touch of emotion, she said, When I was young, I loved wandering all over the place. In those years, I traveled through many realms across the multiverse. This place was discovered during that time. Rousing herself from her memories, the Ancient One asked, Your Crimson Dimension has devoured this dimensional graveyard. How much can it recover? Richard rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then shook his head. I don't know. It's impossible to estimate. But whatever the case, it'll be much better than it is now. As he spoke, he gazed at the Ancient One with hopeful eyes, as if asking, Could we get this started now, Mighty One? The Ancient One rolled her eyes, turned, and stepped into a portal, leaving behind a single remark. Do as you please. Richard's eyes lit up as he reached out to connect with the distant Crimson Dimension. In the very next instant, a phantom maw, vast and menacing, opened above him. With a wave of exuberance, Richard commanded, Go, 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 let the feast begin. The mouth gave a silent roar and suddenly exploded into a surging crimson tide. The tide swept forward, rolling like a legion on the march, devouring all in its path with waves of scarlet energy. Richard stood quietly in the void, eyes closed, attuning himself to the shifting state of the Crimson Dimension, his mind gradually merging with the entire realm. Within the Crimson Dimension, scattered floating islands began to knit together, fusing and expanding the edges of the dimension at a pace visible to the naked eye. The remaining animals, at first scattering in panic, soon knelt down, overcome with excitement. Towering plants rustled their leaves in a jubilant chorus, as if celebrating the rebirth of their world. Richard returned to Kamar Taj. His appearance seemed subtly transformed. His short black hair shone with a healthy luster, His exposed skin glowed like polished jade, and a faint crimson magic flickered in his eyes. Passing by, one could detect a strange, pleasant fragrance. The Camartage apprentices he passed greeted him respectfully. "Good day, Master Richard." As he walked by, the apprentices sniffed the air, then turned in surprise to look at his retreating figure. Soon they gathered in a small group, whispering excitedly. "Did you smell that just now?" "I did. It was wonderful. I caught it too. It seemed to be coming from Master Richard himself. That scent was unusual. After I smelled it, the energy inside me felt much more lively. I felt it too. What kind of perfume does Master Richard use?" "Perfume? No perfume could have such a drastic effect. That must be some kind of rare elixir." "Elixir? By the Vishani, if I had such a potion to aid my cultivation, I could definitely advance to a full sorcerer." Not far away, Richard stopped in his tracks, momentarily stunned. A scent? An elixir? He lowered his head and took a sniff. The faint aroma of sandalwood filled his senses. Richard paused in surprise. The subtle fragrance from his body seemed to be an outward manifestation of inner purity, a phenomenon often described in Buddhist texts as a sign of communion with celestial beings. Could it be that the transformation in the Crimson Dimension is also triggering my own evolution? And this evolution feels different from the comprehensive spiritual fusion. It's more like a breakthrough in the level of cultivation itself. Richard scratched his head, unable to make sense of it no matter how hard he tried. "Forget it. When in doubt, ask the Ancient One." With that, he turned on his heel and headed straight for the main hall of Camartage. In the grand hall of Camartage, the Ancient One was enjoying her morning tea. "Master! Master!" Richard burst in, shouting as he ran. He hurried to the tea table, sat cross-legged without ceremony, grabbed the teapot, poured himself a cup, and downed it in one go. Just as the Ancient One was about to speak, a refreshing scent of sandalwood wafted over. Her expression shifted in an instant. "Master, you smell it too, don't you?" Richard asked eagerly. "What on earth is going on?" The Ancient One looked at Richard. Her gaze complex. There was envy, nostalgia, and even a hint of jealousy. The old texts say that as one's cultivation deepens, the body may begin to exude a natural fragrance. This scent grows stronger the further your practice progresses. It said that some practitioners reached a level where their very fragrance could heal others. "Heal others through scent?" Richard asked in bewilderment. The Ancient One nodded. "The aroma can cure stubborn illnesses, and even the water used to wash your feet holds healing power." Richard's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, does this make me the legendary Tang Monk's flesh?" "Tang Monk's flesh?" The Ancient One smiled, amused. "That's not an entirely inaccurate comparison. At this stage, you've become a rare treasure in the eyes of countless practitioners. Simply cultivating near you would greatly accelerate their progress." Richard shuddered, shaking his head in alarm. "No, no, no. That thought alone is terrifying. Master, is there any way to suppress this fragrance?" "No," the Ancient One replied with a frank gesture. "Generally, when you reach the stage where your body emits such a scent, you can control it at will." "Control it at will?" Richard's face fell. He didn't even know how this fragrance had started, let alone how to control it. "Richard," the Ancient One said, her smile gentle, "you've reached a remarkable stage in your cultivation. Perhaps it's time you considered succeeding me as Sorcerer Supreme." "Absolutely not." Richard waved his hands in panic. "I haven't even solved my current problems yet. Master, please endure a few more years. Let me grow a little more." With that, he sprang to his feet and bolted out the door. The Ancient One watched Richard's disappearing figure, flicking open her folding fan with a crisp snap, looking utterly content. As she gently waved the fan and savored her tea, she radiated the relaxed air of a retiree enjoying leisure. She was just a tune away from humming a little melody. Kamartai dormitory. Richard sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in deep concentration, tracing back the origins of the mysterious fragrance emanating from his body. As his thoughts wandered, a sudden inspiration struck him. He recalled the sensation of fusing with the Crimson Dimension. Could that be the reason? Of course. The dimensional realm is a world of its own. To merge with it, in a sense, is to achieve harmony between man and universe, isn't it? Delighted by this realization, Richard silently revisited his state of fusion with the Crimson Dimension. Gradually, the faint scent of sandalwood radiating from his body began to subside. Just then, Christine pushed the door open and walked in. Spotting her boyfriend sitting cross-legged on the bed, she called out cheerfully, "Richard, when did you get back?" Richard opened his eyes. For an instant, crimson magic danced in his gaze, and Christine's figure flickered, becoming ethereal, A strand of golden-red energy coiled within her body. He blinked. The crimson magic faded, and his girlfriend appeared solid once again. "Chris, you finished your training?" Richard opened his arms just in time to catch Christine as she leaped into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. "Richard, where did you and Master Mordo go yesterday?" Christine naturally wrapped her arms around Richard's neck, asking in a soft whisper. Richard raised his eyebrows. "What makes you ask all of a sudden?" Christine chuckled. "Master Mordo was working extra hard at his training today." Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she teased. It's obvious he was spurred on by someone. Richard rubbed his nose and gave a sheepish laugh. "Isn't that a good thing? Before long, Senior Brother Mordo's power will take another leap forward." Christine shot Richard a playful glare, releasing his neck and springing out of his arms. She turned back, bending over with a serious look. "Honestly, you should go easy on Master Mordo. He's incredibly stubborn. If he ever gets stuck in a rut, it could be real trouble." Richard shrugged, then changed the subject. "Chris, now that the Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital situation is resolved, do you want to go back to work?" Christine was momentarily taken aback. Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. What a distant name that felt now. Ever since she'd entered Camartage, she'd been utterly absorbed in learning magic, letting go of everything else in her old life. "Go back to the hospital?" she murmured, a confused look in her eyes. Would you rather try out my small medical research lab?" Richard suggested another option. This was an idea he'd had ever since he'd left the Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. "No." Christine shook her head, her eyes suddenly resolute. "I've already set foot into the world of magic. The vast, boundless realm of sorcery is what I'm truly after." Clenching her fist and raising her arm with confidence, she declared, "Just wait, Richard. I'll work hard to catch up with you. Who knows, maybe I'll be the next Sorcerer Supreme of Camartage." Richard looked at his radiant girlfriend, opened his mouth, but held back from mentioning that the Ancient One actually wanted him to take over as Sorcerer Supreme immediately. Never mind. Having a goal gives you motivation. If Christine sets her sights on becoming Sorcerer Supreme, she might progress even faster in the future. A sudden knock echoed from the door. I'm coming." Christine straightened up and bounded over, cheerful and light on her feet. She opened the dormitory door and found a tall, handsome stranger standing outside. A mage, by the look of him. Yes, definitely a full-fledged mage, given his Camartage battle mage robes. "May I ask who you're looking for?" Caecilius forced a stiff smile and said, "Hello, is Master Richard here?" Inside, Richard heard the voice and called out, "Senior Brother Caecilius, please come in." Christine, realizing who it was, quickly stepped aside with a broad smile. "Please come in." "Thank you." Caecilius nodded and stepped into the room. Christine fetched a chair for him and, eager to be a good host, poured a cup of hand-ground coffee. Caecilius picked up the cup, took a sip, and his brow furrowed just slightly as he forced a mouthful down. Very fragrant coffee. He gave the compliment with little conviction, quietly setting the cup back on the table. Richard let out a soft chuckle and said to Christine, "Chrissy, next time you have guests, just serve some tea or warm water. Just like you're used to drinking coffee. People from Camartage are used to tea." "Huh?" Christine blinked in confusion, then suddenly understood. "So that's why." She tapped herself lightly on the head and said remorsefully, "No wonder the last few friends I invited for coffee all turned me down. Next time, invite them over for tea and bake some cookies to share," Richard suggested helpfully. Yes. Christine nodded enthusiastically. "That's a great idea." Caecilius watched their casual, everyday interaction, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Richard turned to him and asked, "Senior brother, was there something you needed?" Caecilius glanced at Christine, hesitating. "Oh, right." Christine caught on immediately. She jumped up and said, "I'll leave you two to talk. I'll go find a few friends and invite them over for tea." With those words, he turned and left. As Christine thoughtfully closed the dormitory door behind her, before Caecilius could say a word, Richard spoke up directly. "Senior, you're here because of the witch heart demon, aren't you?" Caecilius nodded, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. "To catch the witch heart demon, we still need to find someone else." As he spoke, Richard called out, "Queen of White." "I'm here," came her prompt reply. "Search for Johnny Blaze. Right now, he should be a motorcycle stunt performer. And also look into a place called San Venganza, Los Angeles coastline." In a large open-air plaza, a motorcycle stunt show was underway. At the center of the arena, 24 heavy-duty trucks were lined up side by side, looking like sleeping rhinoceroses. To the right, a 10-meter-high launch ramp stood tall. Its 35-degree incline covered with anti-slip steel plates. On the left, the landing slope was cushioned with nothing more than 3 shabby layers of stacked green foam pads. Johnny, Johnny. The spectator stand were packed with motorcycle stunt enthusiasts, all chanting the performer's name in unison. A white boy turned to the bespectacled black guy sitting on his left. Hey man, who's this Johnny everyone's shouting for? The black guy's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean you don't know Johnny? Ever heard of Johnny Blaze? The white boy shook his head blankly. Never heard of him. The black guy clutched his head in utter shock. Dumb, mun. He's the greatest motorcycle stunt rider out there. If you don't know him, why are you even here? My girlfriend dragged me along. The white boy shrugged and jerked his thumb at the girl on his right, who was waving a flag and hollering at the top of her lungs. The black guy just stared. Damn, he couldn't help but covetously eye the girl's full, curvaceous figure, swallowing his envy as he enthusiastically recommended, just sit back and enjoy the show, man. It's gonna blow your mind. Really? The white boy's face lit up with anticipation, the crowd's clamorous chanting already stirring his blood with excitement. The entry gate opened. The roar of an engine filled the air like an enraged bull, followed by the screech of tires against the ground. In a flash, a motorcycle burst into the arena, its front wheel rearing high off the ground. Johnny! 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 The crowd shouts reached a fever pitch. After circling the arena, the motorcyclist came to a stop. He took off his helmet, revealing a world-weary yet strikingly handsome face, a dead ringer for Nicolas Cage. He raised his right hand and waved to the stands. A chorus of ecstatic screams erupted from the audience. Johnny pulled a dramatic grimace, baring his teeth in an exaggerated display of pain, while his right index finger traced lazy circles in the air. Instantly, the screams transformed into a unified cheer. He nodded in satisfaction, slid on his helmet, gripped the brake with his left hand, and twisted the throttle hard with his right. The engine roared to life, rumbling with a deep, thunderous growl. The rear wheel spun wildly, burning against the ground and sending up a cloud of acrid smoke. In the next instant, he released his left hand, and the motorcycle shot forward like a wild stallion breaking free of its reins. Johnny kept accelerating faster and faster as the speedometer needle climbed rapidly. 90 km/h, 120 km/h, 160 km/h. With a sudden twist of the handlebars, he launched up the 35-degree ramp of the jump platform, rocketing to the top in the blink of an eye. Just as he left the takeoff ramp, he gave it one final burst of throttle. His speedometer soared to 170 kilometers per hour. Motorcycle and rider shot off the platform, soaring high above. A chorus of screams erupted from the stands. A white boy grabbed his girlfriend, his face flushed as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Amid the cheers, Johnny glanced down at the massive trucks rushing past beneath him, a look of rapture spreading across his face. He let go of the handlebars, flexed his powerful waist, and spun himself and the bike in midair, one rotation, then another and another. My God! Shouted a young black man, his hand clamped over his mouth in shock. A collective gasp rippled through the audience, followed by a fresh wave of frenzied screams. The motorcycle soared more than 40 meters through the air, with just over 20 meters left to clear the entire convoy of trucks. Johnny dropped back onto the bike, gripped the bars tightly, and with a forceful twist of his core, halted their spin mid-flight. A beat later, with a deafening crash, man and machine were engulfed in a burst of flames. Oh my God, he's on fire. He did it. He did it. The Hell Rider. That's the Hell Rider. The crowd erupted in unison, chanting, Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider. Johnny wrestled the motorcycle down onto a stack of triple-layered foam pads. The flames extinguished in an instant, and, without a backward glance, he gunned the motorcycle into the exit tunnel, disappearing from view. Outside the arena, Johnny Blaze slumped dejectedly on a bench, tilting his head back and swigging from bottle. Without a sound, Richard appeared before him. Hello, Mr. Johnny Blaze. Johnny shot him a cold glance and replied, No autographs. With that, he went back to his drinking. I need your help with something, Richard said with a smile, then quietly added a name, Ghost Rider. Johnny's hand froze mid-sip. He turned to Richard, hellfire flaring in his eyes. Who are you? Richard, the man replied, extending his right hand amicably. A sorcerer from Kamartaj. A sorcerer? Flames flickered in Johnny's gaze as he shook his head. Never heard of it. Richard flipped his right hand, and a fireball sprang to life in his palm. He clenched his fist tightly, and the fireball vanished in a wisp of white smoke. Johnny curled his lip in disdain and scoffed. A magic trick? That's pathetic. Go practice some more, kid. Richard simply shrugged. Well, all the lone heroes in Marvel act like this. Maybe fists are the only language they understand. Without warning, he grabbed Johnny's shoulder. Scarlet magic surged from Richard's body, swirling around them both, and in an instant, they vanished. Scarlet dimension on a boundless grassland. A crimson vortex appeared. As the magic faded, Richard and Johnny Blaze were revealed. Nestled by Richard's right foot was a black-horned antelope. Sensing the warmth radiating from him, the antelope affectionately nuzzled his calf. Richard reached down and rubbed the antelope's head, whispering gently, "Good girl, run along now. Find somewhere safe and far away." The antelope nodded, then bounded off with light, skipping steps. Rising, Richard turned his gaze to Johnny, releasing his grip from the man's shoulder. In Richard's eyes, scarlet flames of magic flickered to life. "Johnny Blaze, show me the true power of the Ghost Rider. You asked for it." "Rah!" Johnny roared. Hellfire erupted across Johnny's entire body. In a heartbeat, he transformed into a terrifying, burning skeleton. His voice became raspy and menacing. "Taunt me, and you'll pay dearly for it." Without another word, he extended his right hand. A chain appeared out of thin air, hellfire snaking along its length. Richard grinned, conjuring a long whip of scarlet energy in his right hand. "Let's see if he can back up that big talk." The words had barely left his lips when a hellfire chain whipped toward him with a fierce rush of wind. Richard shifted his stance, dodging aside. The scarlet whip in his right hand stiffened like a staff, thrusting straight at the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider grunted, glancing down as the whip pierced his left chest, making the hellfire in his eye sockets blaze even brighter. With a furious howl, he swung the hellfire chain again, lashing it at Richard with savage force. Richard flicked his wrist, tearing open the Ghost Rider's chest with the scarlet energy whip, exposing the burning ribs beneath. Leaning his upper body back to avoid the crushing swing of the hellfire chain, Richard taunted him sharply. "Too slow. Your attacks couldn't be more obvious. You handle that chain worse than a granny fumbling to the bathroom at night." "Rah!" Ghost Rider bellowed in fury, his chain lashing through the air in a blur of afterimages. Hand behind his back, Richard strolled about calmly, dodging the hellfire chain with ease, sometimes ducking, sometimes sidestepping, barely moving from his spot. "That chain technique is hopeless. Let me show you how a real flexible weapon is wielded." He lowered his right hand, letting the scarlet whip unravel from his arm. Turning sideways, he narrowly dodged the swinging hellfire chains. With a flick and a thrust of his right hand, the long whip shot out in a spiraling motion, like a serpent striking its prey. When wielding flexible weapons, it's all about channeling force into a single line. Your strike must be strong, ferocious, and fast. The crimson whip snapped taut, piercing straight into the Ghost Rider's right chest. The Ghost Rider stared down in shock. He gazed at the whip lodged in his chest, then threw back his head and let out a furious roar, grabbing the whip's shaft with his left hand. Hellfire surged rapidly along the length of the whip. Richard let out a light, amused chuckle. With a deft flick of his wrist, the whip twisted and writhed like a giant python, its surface erupting. With sharp, upright crimson scales, using the force of its spin, the whip scraped deep wounds into the bones of the Ghost Rider's hand. With an agonized scream, the Ghost Rider let go, hellfire gushing forth to swiftly heal the wounds upon his hand. But in that very instant, the head of the whip embedded in his chest transformed into a ravenous serpent's maw. Its terrifying fangs sank into his breastbone, and with a violent jerk, it tore one of his ribs clean away. The Ghost Rider howled in pain, clutching his right chest and dropping to one knee. Richard, cat-like in his grace, flicked his wrist and retracted the whip with a smooth, fluid motion. Crimson magical energy surged forth, banishing the lingering hellfire from the weapon. He explained with unhurried clarity, "When retracting, your power must flow soft and supple, move like a cat or a creeping insect." Suddenly, the Ghost Rider snapped his head up. With a forceful swing of his right hand, he lashed out with his own hellfire chains, perfectly mimicking Richard's earlier technique, the chain undulating and darting forward like a snake. Richard's eyes lit up in admiration. "Clever." He fixed his gaze on the trajectory of the attacking chain, rotating his hips and flicking his wrist. His crimson whip spiraled clockwise, entangling with the hellfire chain and throwing its attack off course. Spiral the whip to disrupt a straight-line thrust, and then rush in swiftly. With a thunderous stomp of his right foot, Richard's figure blurred, reappearing in an instant before the Ghost Rider. He balled his left fist and drove it upward in a brutal uppercut to the Ghost Rider's jaw. The Ghost Rider scrambled to raise his left arm in defense, but Richard's overwhelming strength blasted it aside. A vicious left hook landed squarely on the Ghost Rider's chin. With a muffled grunt, the Ghost Rider's head snapped back. He staggered 2 steps before regaining his balance. Richard made no move to pursue. Instead, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he explained, "Overwhelming force breaks through the center. My apologies, but it seems I really am much stronger than you." The Ghost Rider clutched his fractured jaw, the flames in his eyes flickering wildly. In a hoarse voice, he demanded, "Didn't you say you were a mage?" Richard straightened his back, replying with perfect composure, "That's right. What? Who says mages have to cower far away and cast spells from a distance? Haven't you heard of battle mages? Every mage from Kamartaj is trained this way. Magic is our gift. Close combat is our passion." The Ghost Rider released his right hand, and the hellish chain fell to the ground with a clatter, leaving behind a black, scorched mark before fading away. "So, what exactly do you want from me?" As the Ghost Rider spoke, the flames enveloping him gradually died down, and he reverted to Johnny Blaze. He rubbed his chin, glancing at Richard with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, Richard dispelled the crimson whip. "I need your help with something." "What kind of help?" Johnny asked. Richard opened his palm, and a sealed spirit orb floated out from his jacket pocket, landing gently in his hand. "This contains a wisp of the witch heart demon's soul. I intend to use it to lure the demon's true form out from hell. When the time comes, I might need you as backup to help capture him." "The witch heart demon?" Johnny's brow furrowed in confusion. Richard nodded, his tone layered with meaning. "He's the son of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell." "Mephisto?" Johnny's pupils shrank in shock, and a deep hatred twisted his expression. He gritted his teeth and spat out, "I'm in. Glad to be working with you." Richard extended his hand once more. Johnny stepped forward and shook it. A swirl of crimson magic enveloped them, and they vanished together. Texas, the town of Aurora. Inside the cemetery caretaker's cabin, Carter Slade was halfway through a simple lunch when he suddenly froze. He set down the half-eaten slice of bread, stood, and took his cowboy hat from the wall, settling it on his head. Then he grabbed his shotgun and strode toward the door. With a sharp motion, he flung open the door, shotgun raised and ready. Richard, who had just been about to knock, withdrew his hand and greeted him with a warm smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Slade." "Who are you?" Carter Slade asked warily. Richard introduced himself. "My name is Richard from Kamartaj, and this is Johnny Blaze." Hellfire flickered over Johnny, briefly revealing the fearsome visage of the Ghost Rider. Carter Slade's eyes narrowed. "Ghost Rider?" He immediately trained his gun on Johnny, suspicion and alarm in his voice. "So, a Kamartaj sorcerer is consorting with Hell's lapdog? Has the Sorcerer Supreme handed Earth over to the underworld?" Richard hurriedly waved his hands in protest. "Magic is our gift. Close combat is our passion." The Ghost Rider released his right hand, and the hellish chain crashed to the ground with a metallic clatter, leaving behind a black, scorched mark before fading away. "So, what exactly do you want from me?" As he spoke, the flames engulfing the Ghost Rider gradually subsided, revealing Johnny Blaze once more. He rubbed his chin, casting a wary glance at Richard. With a flick of Richard's right hand, the crimson whip vanished. "I need your help with something." "What sort of help?" Johnny asked. Richard opened his palm, and a sealed spirit orb floated out from his jacket pocket, landing in his hand. "This contains a fragment of the witch heart demon's soul. I want to use it to lure the true body of the witch heart demon out of hell. When the time comes, I might need you as backup to help with the capture." "The witch heart demon?" Johnny's expression was one of confusion. Richard nodded, his tone full of significance. "He's the son of Mephisto, Lord of Hell." "Mephisto?" Johnny's pupils shrank sharply, a look of deep-seated hatred twisting his face. Through clenched teeth, he declared, "I'm in." "Then here's to a successful partnership." Richard extended his hand once more. Johnny stepped forward and shook it. A sweep of scarlet magic enveloped them, and the two vanished from sight. Texas, Aurora town. Inside the cemetery caretaker's hut, Carter Slade was in the midst of a simple lunch when he suddenly paused. He set down the half-eaten slice of bread, stood up, took his cowboy hat from its hook and settled it on his head, then grabbed his shotgun and strode toward the door. With a sudden motion, he flung the door open and leveled the shotgun at whoever stood outside. Richard drew back the hand he'd been about to knock with, greeting him with a gentle smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Slade." "Who are you?" Carter Slade demanded, every inch the wary sentinel. Richard introduced himself. "My name is Richard. I've come from Kamartaj. And this is Johnny Blaze." Hellfire flickered up Johnny's body, transforming him into the Ghost Rider. Carter Slade's eyes narrowed. "Ghost Rider?" He instantly swung the barrel to cover Johnny, his voice sharp with suspicion. "A mage of Kamartaj, consorting with Hell's hound? Has the Sorcerer Supreme surrendered the Earth to Hell already?" Richard waved his hands quickly in protest. "You're mistaken, Mr. Slade. Johnny, like you, was tricked into a soul contract by the Lord of Hell." The Hellfire receded from Johnny, revealing his true face. Carter Slade let out a bitter laugh. "No, I signed that damn soul contract willingly." He sighed and shook his head. "Come inside and let's talk." Richard and Johnny followed him into the small hut. Carter Slade hung his shotgun and hat back on the wall, then pulled out 2 chairs. "Have a seat." He himself sat down on the single bed by the wall. "I'm on the verge of dying of old age." Carter Slade spoke with a world-weary sigh. "I always thought I'd end up taking my last breath in this little cabin." Richard waved his hand with a smile. "There's no need for you to put yourself at risk, Mr. Slay. All we need is the St. Van Gansa contract you've been hiding." Impossible. Carter Slay shot to his feet, his aged body suddenly radiating the fierce, solitary aura of a lone wolf. "You have no idea how important that contract is. The Hell Lord has been scheming for over 1,000 years just to invade Earth. If the St. Van Gansa contract ever falls into his hands..." His expression grew heavy and grave. "His true form will be able to descend on Earth, and not even the Sorcerer Supreme will be able to banish him." Mr. Slay. Richard scratched his head, then pulled an ancient parchment scroll from his pocket. "Actually, we already have the contract." Carter Slay? Carter Slay glared at Richard, a surge of frustration making him want to punch the man square in the face. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "If you already have it, why are you here bothering a useless old man like me?" Richard maintained his gentle smile. Now, Mr. Slay, don't get upset. The Sorcerer Supreme always taught us to be polite. After all, you're the guardian of the St. Van Gansa contract. Taking it without your knowledge would be beneath the dignity of Camartage." Johnny, standing off to the side, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, silently grumbling to himself. "Politeness? Is that what you call it? What about when you went to town on me earlier? Was that just a friendly greeting? And taking things without asking is against Camartage's image? If I hadn't stopped you just now, you would have walked off with his shovel too." Carter Slay's face darkened, his tone a warning. "I hope you really understand how important the St. Van Gansa contract is." "Understand perfectly." Richard cut him off, his expression turning serious. "The Hell Lord has been planning for centuries, wanting to carve out a dominion for Hell's demons right here on Earth." As he spoke, he lifted the ancient parchment. "This contract is the key to unlocking that demonic domain." Johnny stared in shock at the weathered parchment in Richard's hand. He hadn't expected something so unremarkable to be so vital, and a look of hesitation crossed his face. "Richard, if this contract is really that important, maybe we were a bit too hasty with our decision earlier?" Richard shook his head. "Absolutely not. The demons of hell have been searching for this thing for over 1,000 years, and now they're about to find this place." Carter Slay let out a derisive snort, his voice firm as iron. "Impossible. I've kept it safe for decades. It's never been in any danger." "Oh, really? Then how do we manage to find you?" Carter Slay was momentarily at a loss for words. Richard slashed his hand through the air, opening a portal. With a swift motion, he thrust his right hand inside and pulled it back, astonishingly clutching a gnome-like man. The gnome struggled desperately, spitting threats as he writhed. "Let me go, you bastard! My master will tear you all to pieces and devour every last one of you." Richard's eyes narrowed. Crimson magic began to glow from his right hand, flaring up like fire and scorching the gnome. The gnome shrieked in agony, his body trembling violently. In the next instant, a foul, charred smoke billowed from his form, revealing the true body of a hellish imp beneath the disguise. Johnny and Carter Slade sprang to their feet at once. Hellfire erupted around Johnny, transforming him into the Ghost Rider. "A demon from hell," he roared hoarsely, the wrathful aura of vengeance leaking from him in an unrestrained wave. "Mercy! Please, have mercy!" The hellish imp shrieked with his eyes squeezed shut, his body going limp in Richard's grasp. Richard shot the creature a look of utter disgust and barked. "Who is your master?" "My master is the noble son of hell, the future lord of the inferno. Release me now, or my moss." But before he could finish, the crimson flames surged higher. With a wail, the imp was reduced to ashes by the infernal blaze. Carter Slade's face was unusually grim, and he muttered to himself, "Impossible. We've been safe for decades. How did they find us here?" Johnny cast a suspicious glance at Richard, the flames of hell flickering restlessly in his eyes. Richard, feeling a twinge of guilt, looked away and grumbled inwardly. "Crap, why is Johnny so sharp?" He hastily stashed the parchment contract back into his pocket, cleared his throat, and said, "Hell's sense of smell has always been keen. The fact that you managed to stay hidden for so many years is nothing short of a miracle." Carter Slade's one straight back slumped as he asked in defeat, "What's your plan?" Richard quickly produced the sealed soul orb containing a fragment of the witch heart demon's soul. "We'll use this sliver of the witch heart demon's soul to lure out its true body, hidden in hell." The witch heart demon had no soul of its own, But after absorbing the 3,000 fallen holy souls from the contract of San Venganza, it finally gained one. When that happens, the Ghost Rider's unique penance stare will be able to destroy it utterly. The hellfire around Johnny surged with renewed fury. But Carter Slade's spirits lifted, and suppressing his excitement, he hesitantly asked, "How can you be sure that if the witch heart demon absorbs those 3,000 fallen souls, it will truly have a soul?" Because that's how it played out in the movie. Of course, Richard wouldn't say that. Instead, he straightened up and replied with unshakable confidence, "I'm from Kamar Taj." Carter Slade was taken aback for a moment. Then understanding dawned on his face. "That's right. Kamar Taj has the eye of Agamotto." "I agree. Count me in." "Johnny." "Richard." The two exchanged a silent glance. "Johnny, did we ever invite him?" "Richard, I don't think so. Weren't we here to get the St. Venganza contract?" "Johnny, so what do we do now?" "Richard, just let it be. If he wants in, let him join. It's not like we need his help anyway." After this wordless conversation, Richard warmly reached out to shake Carter Slade's hand. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Slade." Out in the wilds of Texas, a blazing hell cycle and a striking, flame-maned warhorse thundered forward side by side, leaving behind a streak of scorched earth in their wake. Richard grumbled as he flew overhead. "Damn, these two rides are way too cool. I have to make myself an even flashier flying artifact." The three of them raced on for half an hour until they reached an abandoned village. Carter Slade pulled back on the reins, bringing his fiery warhorse to a sudden halt, its hooves pawing the air as it let out a spirited neigh. With a complicated look, he gazed at the deserted village and said, "This is the abandoned village of Venganza." Johnny looked up at Richard, still hovering in midair. Richard called out, "Head for the abandoned church in the center of the village." The two nodded and pressed on, one by bike, one by horse. Inside the abandoned church of Venganza Village, Richard carefully embedded 12 magic spikes into the ground, tracing 12 ancient Vishani spell diagrams in turn. Then, with a single hand gesture and a sharp command, the 12 spell circles flared with golden red energy, quickly linking together to form a half-dome barrier that enveloped the entire ruined church. He cast a shroud rune over Johnny and Carter Slade each. His hand signs shifted fluidly as he spoke again. Slowly, Johnny and Carter Slade's forms faded from sight, and the golden red barrier melted into invisibility. He whispered, "Johnny, Mr. Slade, only make a move when I give the word. If I don't signal, don't do anything." Johnny and Carter Slade understood. Richard took out the sealed spirit orb, setting it on the floor. He placed the St. Venganza contract right beside it. Stepping back 2 paces, he raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. A scarlet energy dart shot out and struck the seal. Cracks raced across the surface of the spirit orb. In the next instant, a plume of black smoke burst from the shattered orb, swirling up into the air. "At last I am free." The fragment of the demon's soul heart threw back its head, reveling in its newfound freedom. Richard had to clear his throat to get the spirit's attention. Ahem. The demon's soul fragment froze midair, stiffly craning its neck downward. Richard's face broke into a kindly smile as he waved up at the floating demon soul. "A long time no see." At that moment, the soul shard of the mind flayer which turned deathly pale. In a panic, he shot upward, desperately trying to break through the ceiling of the abandoned church and escape. But instead, bang, he crashed hard against an invisible barrier overhead. The impact sent him tumbling through the air, clutching his head in pain. Ow, 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 ow. A shimmer of golden red energy flickered across the painted ceiling, where the Madonna and child looked down in serene silence. Richard shook his head in silent exasperation and formed a seal with one hand. Soul shackles arise. From the spell nail on the floor, a rope of golden red light shot up, coiling tightly around the mind flayer witch's waist and yanking hard. The soul shard was pulled from the air and slammed to the ground with a heavy thud. Right beside him lay the ancient parchment of the St. Venganza Pact. Staring at the weathered scroll, the soul shard was first surprised, then utterly shocked. He jerked his head up, looking at Richard in disbelief. Richard folded his arms, gave a confirming nod. The mind flayer witch's soul shard. Without waiting for Richard to say a word, he immediately began reaching out to his true self in hell. Dark infernal power flared in his eyes as he called out with his mind. Master, look what I found. In the dimension of hell, atop a volcano, inside a grand demon hall. The mind flayer which sat on a throne of spiked skulls, a voluptuous and seductive succubus curled up in his lap. Absently, his right hand stroked the succubus's slender tail. Suddenly, a burst of chaotic voices echoed in his mind. Master, look what I found. The mind flayer witch's eyes snapped open. His right hand clenched reflexively. Crack! The succubus's tail snapped in two. The succubus whimpered, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. She spoke timidly, Master? Through shared vision, the mind flayer which glimpsed the ancient parchment. The St. Van Gonza pact. His left claw closed tightly around the succubus's throat as he sprang to his feet. Where are you now? His face was alight with excitement, gripping so hard that the succubus's neck twisted at a grotesque angle. Her alluring, fox-like eyes went instantly dull. He tossed her corpse aside without a second thought and barked out his orders. Tear open the St. Van Gonza pact and absorb the 3,000 fallen holy souls. Then work with me to open a passage to Earth. The soul shard snatched up the St. Van Gonza pact, scrambling to his feet. With both claws, he ripped it apart. Ryup! The ancient parchment split cleanly in two. In an instant, countless tormented souls burst from the scroll's seal, wailing in anguish. Heaven! Heaven! Lies of hell! Liars! Deceivers! Ah! I regret it! In an instant, the chaotic whispers of tormented souls filled the entire abandoned chapel. A crimson energy shield shimmered around Richard, protecting him from both the corrupting curses of the undead and the banshee's piercing wails. The split soul of the demon sorcerer gazed greedily at the scattered, fallen holy spirits, slowly opening its enormous mouth. With a surge of immense suction, the wayward souls were swept up like a storm and devoured into his maw. Oh God, forgive me, deceiver of hell! A curse upon you! Curse you! The souls wailed and struggled, yet they were powerless, sucked helplessly into the split soul's gaping mouth. Before long, all 3,000 fallen holy spirits that had been released from the St. Van Gonza pact were consumed, leaving nothing behind. How powerful this is! The split soul of the demon sorcerer spread his arms wide, a look of intoxication on his face. Hellish runes flared across his skin, and his aura surged higher and higher. Within the blink of an eye, he became a terrifying figure, half god, half demon. Invincible power. With a declaration of absolute confidence, his aura erupted, like thunder rolling through the church, sending up a vast wave of dust. Richard sighed, rubbing his forehead. Ah, here we go, another one getting ahead of himself. He lifted his right hand, and crimson magic surged forth, morphing into a massive palm that swept down, blotting out the sky as it struck the split soul of the demon sorcerer. The abandoned chapel shook violently as the colossal hand suppressed both the swirling dust and the demon's split soul beneath its force. When the giant hand finally faded, the split soul of the demon sorcerer clambered up in utter disarray. Richard couldn't help but let out a laugh. The demon's split soul looked positively ridiculous now. His slick-back hair, once perfectly styled, was now a gray, tangled mess. His elegant black suit with silver trim had been reduced to rags worthy of a beggar. The ornate runes of hellish magic flickered on his skin, looking more like the work of a clumsy tattoo artist than any true sorcerer. He glanced fearfully at Richard, limping back a dozen paces, desperate to put distance between himself and this man who was clearly more terrifying than any demon. The demon sorcerer himself, still sharing his split soul's vision, he saw every detail of this humiliation. Swallowing his rage, the demon sorcerer bellowed, "Useless fool! Help me open the Hellgate now." The split soul nodded frantically, eyeing Richard with caution as he traced intricate runes in the air and muttered under his breath. Richard scratched at his ear, trying to catch the words, only to realize the demon was chanting silently to himself. Stingy devil. As the split soul and the demon sorcerer acted in perfect harmony, a swirling green vortex appeared, slowly expanding. A harsh, guttural roar echoed from afar, growing closer, and a pair of gnarled claws thrust out from the heart of the vortex. The split soul hurried forward, seized the claws, and with a mighty pull, as if assisting in childbirth, dragged a demon from the swirling green portal. The true form of the witch heart demon finally reveals itself on Earth. No sooner had the demon's soul fragment opened its mouth than the witch heart demon seized it by the neck, bearing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth as he spat out, "Useless wretch." He immediately invoked a secret art. The soul fragment's silent scream faded as it shrank, until at last the witch heart demon devoured it whole. Spreading his arms wide, the witch heart demon wore an expression of pure ecstasy. He could feel an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong." Johnny, concealed in the shadows, Carter slayed. Unstoppable. Before he could finish, Richard formed a seal with one hand and called out in a clear, commanding voice. A golden red, semicircular barrier shimmered into existence. From 12 spell stakes embedded in the ground, 12 golden red ropes shot out like lightning, instantly binding the witch heart demon's true form. Neck, arms, waist, and legs all ensnared. The witch heart demon's eyes flew open in surprise as he glanced down at the ropes, now coiled tightly around him. Not giving his enemy a chance to react, Richard snapped his fingers. "Johnny, he's all yours." In the blink of an eye, Johnny materialized beside the demon's true form. In a heartbeat, he transformed into the Ghost Rider. Skeletal claws wreathed in hellfire seized the demon's face, forcing him to lock eyes. "Look into my eyes, demon." The witch heart demon stared, aghast, at the blazing skull before him and cried out, "Ghost Rider! I said look into my eyes, demon." Johnny thundered again, his anger flaring. After an anxious pause, the witch heart demon suddenly burst into laughter. "You actually think you can judge me with your penance stare? It doesn't. I am a child of hell. I have no soul for you to judge, no guilt for you to burn." Johnny's burning claws tightened their grip, pressing his flaming skull against the demon's brow. His hollow, infernal eyes bored into the demon's black gaze. "Feel the agony of your sins, demon." Hellfire, the flame that judges souls, surged into the demon's eyes. He laughed in wild derision. "Worthless, Ghost Rider. Your judgment, ah." The witch heart demon suddenly howled in agony, thrashing in a desperate struggle. "No, this can't be. Get off me, you insects. Get away. I am the noble child of hell, the future lord of the underworld." No." Richard, worried that the Ghost Rider might go too far and actually kill the witch heart demon, hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Johnny, leave him breathing. I still need him." The hellfire slowly faded from the demon's body. Eyes glazed and lifeless, he collapsed to the ground, still locked in a twisted posture of struggle. The 12 golden red ropes slithered swiftly, wrapping him up like a mummy. A golden red portal opened, and out strode Caecilius, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Richard. Richard smiled and gave him an okay gesture, and instantly Caecilius's eyes filled with tears. Carter Slay crouched in front of the witch heart demon's mummy card, poking here and there with his old-fashioned hunting rifle. Even with the witch heart demon right before his eyes, he still found it hard to believe this was real. A noble child of hell? This is it? The future lord of hell? This is all? So what was the point of my decades of hiding and hardship? Did I suffer for nothing? Was I just bored out of my mind? Johnny could see the old man's inner turmoil, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't underestimate the wisdom and strength of Mage Richard. Hell's demons are always vicious and cunning, let alone the direct son of a Hell Lord. If it hadn't been for that one reckless moment, when he tried to absorb all 3,000 fallen holy souls from the St. Van Gonza Pact, and if we hadn't been so well prepared in advance, on our own, we never could have taken him down." But Carter Slay, after all, was a sly old fox who'd lived more than a century. He quickly shook off his confusion and gloom. Leaning on his rifle, he stood up, feeling lighter than he had in years. "With the St. Van Gonza Pact gone, I think I can finally enjoy my twilight years in peace. Blaze, my boy." He turned to Johnny, offering a word of warning. "Using the power of the Ghost Rider always comes at a price. Unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to call upon that force again in the future. It'll keep dragging your soul deeper and deeper into hell." "Don't worry, old man Slay." Richard approached with Caecilius in tow. He smiled and said, "Johnny is fundamentally different from you. You were made Ghost Rider by the Hell Lord himself, using pure hellfire. But Johnny became Ghost Rider because he harbors a spirit of vengeance within him. And that spirit is the Hell Lord's sworn enemy. If he can ever reconcile with that spirit of vengeance, there's a chance he could inherit all its power." Johnny's eyes lit up for a moment, but then his spirits quickly fell again. He said wryly, "I signed a soul contract. There's no way I can break free from his control." "You're mistaken, Johnny," Richard replied with a playful grin. "The soul contract only takes effect after you're dead. As long as you stay alive, why worry about that so-called contract?" Caecilius kept a stony expression, silently thinking to himself, "Here we go. Here it comes. Finally, it's happening." Richard's unorthodox teachings had already become legendary among the sorcerers of Camartage. If this were before, I'd have shouted him down without hesitation for straying from the sacred path. Caecilius's gaze turned distant and profound. The Ancient One never said it aloud, but in truth, she's always done things this way. With the covenant of St. Venganza gone, old man Carter Slade seemed lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He raised his hand and let out a sharp whistle. A piercing neigh answered him, and the thunder of hooves quickly approached from the distance. A magnificent black stallion galloped up to Carter Slade, lowering its massive head to nuzzle his neck affectionately. Carter Slade patted his old companion's neck, gathered the reins, and swung himself up into the saddle. He hung his shotgun from the saddle hook, tipped his cowboy hat to Richard and the others in a polite farewell. "Goodbye, everyone. Or perhaps I should say, farewell forever. Ha ha ha." The old man's hearty laughter echoed as he gave the reins a tug, turning his horse and riding away. Johnny stood lost in thought, watching Carter Slade's figure recede into the distance, as if glimpsing his own future. "Hey, Johnny," Richard called, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Snapping back to reality, Johnny looked at Richard in confusion. "So, where are you headed next?" Richard asked with a warm smile. Johnny thought for a moment. "I guess I'll go back and keep performing." Richard nodded and wished him well. "Then I wish you a smooth journey." Johnny opened his arms and gave Richard a hug. "Thank you, Richard." Just then, his motorcycle rolled up beside him, silent as a shadow. Johnny swung a leg over his bike. With a roar, Hellfire burst to life. His familiar flaming skull appeared, and under the blaze, his ride morphed into a striking, demonic chopper. "I'll have a good talk with the guy living inside me. I'm sure he won't mind paying a little rent." Richard's eyes lit up, and he gave Johnny a big thumbs up. "Right on, brother. See you around, brother." The Ghost Rider nodded politely to Caecilius, twisted the throttle, and the Hellfire-forged engine rumbled like distant thunder. In a blink, he shot off like an arrow, vanishing into the horizon. "Why didn't you ask him to stay?" Caecilius asked from the side. "We might need his strength to deal with Meph, the Lord of Hell. He's better off growing wild and free," Richard replied with a smile. With that, Richard lifted his right hand. The Witch-Heart Demon card mummy floated up from the ground. He stamped his foot, and the 12 magic spikes embedded in the earth shook loose and leapt into the air. With a wave, Richard summoned the spikes, and they eagerly floated into his pocket. "Come on, brother. Let's head back to Camartage." Caecilius nodded, drawing a fiery golden-red portal with a sweep of his hand. The two of them, with the Witch-Heart Demon in tow, stepped through and disappeared. A few minutes later, a white-haired gentleman appeared in the abandoned village of Venganza, leaning on a cane and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. His gaze darkened as he took in the 12 evenly spaced pits in the ground. The Covenant of Saint Venganza. The Witch-Heart Demon. The staff of civilization struck the ground with force, and in that instant, Mephisto's avatar dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. A heartbeat later, the earth split open, deep fissures racing outward, and the abandoned cathedral collapsed in a thunderous instant. Inside the grand hall of Camartage, with her hands clasped behind her back, the Ancient One circled around the mummy. That was the mindless one, the demon's son. "If Mephisto learns that you've captured his only son, I fear the Hell Dimension will launch a full-scale invasion of Earth." Richard discreetly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Why didn't you mention that the Hell Dimension could join forces with the Dark Dimension and invade Earth together?" Still, he understood that the Ancient One was really speaking to Caecilius, so he held his tongue. Caecilius, however, was oblivious to this. Hearing the grave consequences of capturing the Mindless One, his face changed immediately. A full-scale invasion from the Hell Dimension? His expression flickered through a storm of emotions, grave, hesitant, torn, defeated. Clenching his fists so tightly that his thumbnails dug into his flesh, Caecilius finally lowered his head and murmured, "For the sake of Earth, let him go." The Ancient One, her back to Caecilius, heard his answer, and the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. "It's already too late," she replied in a somber tone. "Even if we release the Mindless One, Mephisto will not let this go." Caecilius shuddered, his pupils quivering violently. At last, he shut his eyes tight and whispered, hoarse with emotion, "This all began because of me. Hand me over instead. Perhaps that will appease the Lord of Hell's wrath." Richard couldn't stand to watch anymore. He cleared his throat and spoke up hurriedly. "Well, master, I've just uncovered a huge secret about Mephisto." "A huge secret about Mephisto?" The Ancient One let Caecilius be and turned her gaze to Richard, curiosity lighting her features. "Oh, and what secret is that?" With a wave of his hand, Richard cast a soundproofing spell around them, then flicked a scarlet bolt of magical energy at the Mindless One on the floor. The demon, who had long since regained consciousness but was feigning unconsciousness to eavesdrop, let out a muffled grunt and slipped back into oblivion. Still not reassured, Richard layered a delicate soundproofing ward over the unconscious Mindless One, sealing him off entirely. Caecilius' lips twitched. His appreciation for Richard's caution deepened once again. Richard then asked, "Master, when did the Mindless One show up in Hell, anyway?" The Ancient One pondered for a moment, uncertain. It must have been more than 3 centuries ago, I think. Once, while journeying through the multiverse, I heard a certain dimensional lord mention that Mephisto had a son called the Mindless One. Richard nodded and pressed further. So, Master, how long has it been since any of the 8 great demons, second only to Mephisto, have appeared in the Hell Dimension? The Ancient One paused, frowning in deep thought, turning over names in her mind. Asmodeus, Beelzebub, Mammon. It feels like centuries have passed since I last heard their names. You mean the big secret has something to do with the 8 great demons? Exactly. Richard nodded. I suspect that the 8 great demons have either been sealed or imprisoned by Mephisto. The Ancient One paced back and forth, deep in thought. After a moment, she suddenly turned to look at the Mindless One. No wonder I kept feeling there was something odd about him just now. Caecilius looked utterly confused, glancing from the Ancient One to Richard. So, what exactly is this big secret? I've heard that the 8 great demons came into existence at the very dawn of the Hell Dimension. Richard eagerly shared his theory. Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, pride, and deceit. The 8 of them each naturally control one of the 8 primal powers of the Hell Dimension. And that's why, despite ruling as Lord of Hell for so many years, Mephisto has never truly commanded the whole dimension. His power has always ranked somewhere in the middle among the many demon gods across the multiverse. It's said he's always wanted to reclaim the infernal powers from the 8 great demons, but their status in hell is second only to Mephisto himself. When the 8 join forces, not even Mephisto can do much against them. The Ancient One nodded at the side, while Caecilius listened with rapt attention. Richard grew more animated as he spoke. A few centuries ago, Mephisto set a trap or use some trick to gather all 8 demons together and seal or confine them in one place. Then, he extracted their essence blood to create that creature, the Mindless One. Ever since I was lucky enough to seal a fragment of its soul, I've been studying it. Back then, I noticed there was something strange about this thing. Its hellish power was far from pure, which didn't fit its title as the Child of Hell. I once extracted a wisp of its infernal power for deeper research, and found that its essence was closely linked to the 8 great demons described in ancient texts. This time, when its true hellish form appeared before me, it confirmed my suspicions even further. Its infernal power is a tangled fusion of the 8 demonic authorities. Their powers have even begun to merge. I believe that in a few more centuries, these 8 powers will fully fuse together. When that happens, all Mephisto needs to do is devour the Mindless One, now the vessel of all 8 powers, and he'll completely strip the 8 demons of the infernal authorities they've held since the dawn of hell itself. And at that point, Mephisto will finally have absolute control over the entire Hell Dimension. With his cunning and might, he'd be among the top 3 demon gods across all dimensions. A fascinating theory. The Ancient One applauded, and your guess might very well be the truth. So, should Senior Brother Caecilius and I still go ahead with our plan? Richard asked with a wry smile, spreading his hands in resignation. At this point, he truly felt a bit intimidated. The Hell Dimension had already gained authority over Earth's underworld. If Mephisto's power grew even stronger and he cast his gaze upon Earth again, even the Ancient One's strength might not be enough to resist him. Caecilius had clearly come to the same realization, a look of deep frustration appearing on his face. Why shouldn't we continue? The Ancient One replied with a gentle smile, the question turning back on them. Richard and Caecilius exchanged glances. Even if Mephisto becomes twice as powerful, it doesn't matter. Richard asked in surprise and uncertainty, Wait, do you have another plan up your sleeve? The Ancient One spread her hands. No, I don't. Richard scratched his head, perplexed. Then, the Ancient One reminded him, Mephisto has more enemies than just those on Earth. Richard froze for a moment. Then sudden understanding dawned on him. I see now. He had been placing too much importance on Earth alone. To Mephisto, Earth was never his only target. Whether it was Dormammu's Dark Dimension or Nightmare's Dream Dimension, they were all within his sights. In fact, compared to Earth, the other dimensions might hold even greater allure for him. Master, this time we'll need your help. The Ancient One nodded. Of course. With that, she drew a portal in the air and reached through to retrieve the Eye of Agamotto from the hidden chamber, placing it around her neck. Richard dispelled the soundproofing spell, seized the unconscious witch-heart demon, and turned to ask, Senior Brother Caecilius, are you ready to face Mephisto head-on? Caecilius looked exhilarated. He drew a deep breath and nodded firmly. I'm ready. Then let's go. Richard raised his hand and sliced open a crimson portal. The 3 of them, taking Witch-Heart Demon along, stepped through. Richard and his companions hovered in the void, each shrouded in a thin sheath of energy to shield themselves from the persistent forces tugging at them from every direction. Richard formed a sign with one hand. The golden red ropes binding Witchheart Demon vanished into his body, and Richard called out sternly. His voice rang out like a great bell at dawn, echoing directly in Witchheart Demon's mind and rousing him from unconsciousness. Witchheart Demon clutched his head in pain, slowly opening his eyes. He sat up, glanced around, and realized he was in the dimensional void, with the Ancient One and the others standing before him not far away. "What do you people want from me?" He scrambled back a few steps in panic, his face pale with fear. The Ghost Rider's penance stare had scorched his soul before, making him truly taste the terror of death. "We want you to summon your father," Richard said flatly. "Huh?" Witchheart Demon stared, dumbfounded. "Call your father, Mephisto here," Richard repeated, his brow furrowed. Woksinmo nodded hastily. "Yes, yes. Wonderful. Now that the sky is falling, there's someone taller to hold it up. No matter what schemes the Ancient One has, just let his so-called father deal with it." Woksinmo's eyes turned pitch black as he reached out to the sliver of hellish power Mephisto had split off for him, sending a message. "Father, save me. Father, save me." In the hell dimension, within the vast and monstrous palace of Purgatory. On the spacious throne hall, the red-skinned giant demon sitting on the throne suddenly opened his eyes wide. Woksinmo. He lifted both hands and tore fiercely, ripping open a gash in space itself. The next moment, Mephisto rose to his feet, bracing himself against the terrifying spatial rift, sparks and lightning flickering as he charged straight through. In the void between dimensions, a narrow fissure appeared out of nowhere. "Who dares kidnap my son?" Before Mephisto himself even emerged, his furious roar thundered from within the rift. Immediately after, a pair of menacing claws ripped the opening even wider, and a massive, blood-red demon forced his way through the tear in space. The first thing he did was glance at Woksinmo. Seeing that his aura was only a little weakened, he let out a breath of relief. Then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he turned and shouted angrily, "You've got a lot of nerve, you." Mephisto's voice froze mid-sentence. He stared in disbelief at the three figures floating in the void and blurted out, Gui." The Ancient One stood with hands clasped behind her back, her smile relaxed as she nodded. "We meet again, Mephisto." The Hell Lord's crimson face slowly darkened, and he glared furiously at his good son, Woksinmo, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. "You really are my good son." Woksinmo couldn't care less whether his cheap old man was angry or not. He scrambled and staggered toward Mephisto, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Father, father, you're finally here." Richard snorted coldly, forming a magical seal with one hand as he spoke a brief command. Suddenly, golden red cords shot out from Woksinmo's body, whipping around him like snakes and wrapping him up tightly, turning him into a helpless mummy once more. Woksinmo struggled desperately, but with his mouth bound, all he could manage were muffled, unintelligible noises, his voice stifled and pleading. Mephisto frowned slightly. Though he was wary of the Ancient One, it was outrageous that a mere Camartage sorcerer would dare harm his only son right in front of him, the mighty Lord of Hell. With a furious cry, he unleashed a jet of black hellfire, which shot toward the golden red cords binding Woksinmo. But unexpectedly, the moment the hellfire touched the golden red cords, they simply became insubstantial. The hellfire passed right through them, striking Woksinmo directly inside. A strangled cry of pain escaped Woksinmo, muffled and desperate. The Witchheart Demon let out a blood-curdling scream, thrashing and writhing on the ground like a deranged caterpillar. MMPH, you bastard dad. MMPH, you shot me in my beep. Mephisto's face darkened. This wretch. But that kid from Camartage, what trick did he just use? He actually turned something solid into illusion, transforming the power of the Vishani into a spectral form of energy. Mephisto glared at Richard with blazing, crimson eyes, his voice heavy with suspicion. "Boy, what secret art did you just use?" Richard shrugged. "Come on, old Mephisto. Do I look like the kind of fool who explains his powers to his enemies in detail?" "What?" Mephisto's temper flared. He unleashed the full might of his dimensional demon god aura, bearing down on the three. Yet the Ancient One and Richard stood their ground, hovering in midair without a hint of fear or movement. But Caecilius was less fortunate. His body suddenly felt as though it was being crushed by an unstoppable force, pressure squeezing in from every direction. The Ancient One laid a calming hand on his shoulder, absorbing the brunt of the oppressive force for him. "Mephisto, with your status, Must you stoop to quarreling with these young ones? Umph. Mephisto snorted coldly, withdrawing his outward surge of power. His voice turned icy. Ancient One, release the witch heart demon at once. Otherwise, your two little companions will never make it back to Earth alive. Instead of answering, the Ancient One stepped back, giving Richard center stage. Richard rolled his eyes, then strode forward chest out and spoke loudly. Mephisto, we're here to negotiate. Mephisto's eyes narrowed in suspicion, fixed on Richard. Negotiate? That's right. With a thought, Richard summoned a surge of scarlet energy that wrapped around the witch heart demon, instantly teleporting him to Richard's side. We'll trade the witch heart demon to you, in exchange for 2 souls from your hell. Twin jets of black flame shot from Mephisto's nostrils. He didn't even bother to ask whose souls they wanted before he flatly refused. Impossible. Caecilius' face turned anxious. He opened his mouth to speak, but the Ancient One sealed it with a silencing spell. Asterisk patience, Caecilius. Trust Richard's abilities. Asterisk the Ancient One's voice echoed in Caecilius' mind. Impossible. Richard's lips curled into a smile. With a flick of his right hand, a razor-sharp sword materialized, its blade pressing against the witch heart demon's throat. Then you'd better be ready to say goodbye to your only son. The witch heart demon, hearing this, struggled with renewed desperation. MMPH, you bastard, Dad. MMPH. I'm your only son. Mephisto's monstrous claws clenched and unclenched, his gaze menacing as he glared at Richard and the Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme, is this your idea as well? The Ancient One smiled and said, Master Richard has full authority to represent Camartage. Whoosh! Mephisto exhaled, sending a fierce gust swirling through the air. He looked at Richard with a gaze full of hidden meaning. So this disrespectful youngster is the successor you've chosen. Master Richard still has much to learn. The Ancient One neither confirmed nor denied his words. Mephisto burst in a hearty laughter. But in the very next moment, his laughter cut off abruptly. An overwhelming force erupted from his massive form, as the black power of hell surged forth, winding around his scarlet hellish visage. A lowly ant dares threaten me. In a flash, his enormous body lunged forward. His right claw struck at Richard like a bolt of lightning, while his left, hidden from view, quietly worked a spell. Richard formed a series of intricate hand signs and called out firmly. Richard's floating shield. Instantly, a crimson, cone-shaped energy shield unfolded before him. Mephisto's right claw slammed heavily onto the shield. The conversion array on its surface spun wildly, and one after another, floating energy cannons materialized out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, 18 energy cannons appeared. Each muzzle concentrated a ball of power, and with a resonant hum, all 18 beams shot toward Mephisto's concealed left claw, which was reaching toward the mind magus. The barrage of 18 energy beams detonated the hidden spell in Mephisto's left claw in an instant. Caught off guard, the spell rebounded on him, tearing open a wound. Oozing demon blood, a sickly green, splattered and sizzled as it corroded the fabric of the dimension. Mephisto grunted in pain and stepped back. He looked down at the wound on his left claw, his expression growing darker than ever. Very well. Very well. Let's begin, Ancient One. In the name of Hell's ruler, I declare war upon Earth. This battle will not end until Hell has razed Earth to the ground. Caecilius shuddered, his face stricken with horror. No, this can't be. The war must not begin. But the Ancient One's silencing spell kept his desperate cries locked firmly inside his throat. The Ancient One's expression did not change, as if the Lord of Hell's declaration of war were nothing more than an invitation to afternoon tea. Richard, meanwhile, simply folded his arms, watching with a mocking grin. Sure, Earth accepts. For a split second, Mephisto's overwhelming presence faltered and a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The armies of Hell will crush Earth to dust. Richard casually cleaned out his ear, nodding in agreement. Yeah. Just make sure to bring plenty of female succubi when you come. Mephisto. Sorcerer Supreme, I'm not joking. If you don't want the Earth you've guarded for centuries to be destroyed in war, release the mind magus. Respected Lord of Hell. Richard shouted indignantly. The Ancient One just said that I can represent Earth with full authority. I also said just now that Earth accepts your declaration of war. Hurry back to Hell and prepare your armies. As he spoke, he lifted his hand slightly, seizing the mind demon in his grasp, a bloodthirsty smile twisting at the corner of his lips. When the war between our realms begins, the first thing I'll use will be the head of your only son. As a sacrifice to the banner. Mephisto's pupils shrank sharply. Why are they acting so brazenly, so utterly unafraid? Do they have some hidden trump card? Or could it be the Ancient One has already discovered the secret of the mind demon? Damn it, that useless fool. I should have locked him in the deepest abyss of hell for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. He exhaled a long breath, which turned into a mighty hurricane, roaring out, carrying all the fury pinned up in his chest. Release the mind demon, and I'll agree to your terms. That's more like it. Richard wiped the savage grin from his face, nodding with satisfaction. Hell and earth don't have to be all blood and battle. Sometimes we can talk about favors and mutual understanding. The next time Dormammu comes to Earth, Kamartaj will secretly tip you off. Mephisto paused, considering this could work. As long as Dormammu isn't around, I can seize the chance to devour a chunk of the Dark Dimension's territory. Even if Dormammu notices by the time he returns, Hell will have already torn a fat piece from the Dark Dimension. A sly smile crept across his lips. Well said, boy. No wonder the Ancient One chose you as her successor. Not just strong, but a cunning, crafty seedling with great potential. Richard, what the? He rolled his eyes, muttering inwardly. Oh, Mephisto, if you can't give a compliment, don't force it. Mephisto spoke with the warmth of a long-lost friend. When you're about to die, remember to let me know. I'll be sure to collect your soul ahead of time and bring it back to hell. Then, I'll personally transform you into a high-ranking demon. With a dramatic flourish, he waved his hand and got straight to the point. So, tell me, which two souls do you want? Richard turned to look at Caecilius and asked, Senior brother, where are the names of your wife and little nephew again? Caecilius opened his mouth in excitement, but all that came out was, ABA, ABA, ABA. Richard, huh? The Ancient One, straight face. Without betraying any emotion, she quietly lifted the mute spell. Caecilius looked anxiously at the Ancient One, gesturing desperately at his mouth. Her expression unchanged, the Ancient One snapped open her folding fan with a crisp flick, fanning herself with a gentle whoosh. What's wrong with Caecilius? Caecilius pointed at his mouth, urgency all over his face. Master, please remove my, He stopped, confused. How could he suddenly speak again? In that moment, as the reality sank in, Caecilius cast a mournful glance at the Ancient One before quickly turning to Mephisto and saying, My wife's name is Sarah Caecilius, and my son is Lucas Caecilius. Sarah Caecilius and Lucas Caecilius, is that correct? Mephisto repeated, confirming the names once more. Caecilius nodded urgently. Yes, that's right. Mephisto reached out to the hellish dimension, wielding his infernal authority to search the entire underworld. Soon, a sly smile appeared on his lips. You're in luck. He spread open his right claw, where swirling black vortices began to form in his palm. The two souls you seek both still exist. As soon as he finished speaking, the vortices expelled two souls, each shrouded in the power of hell. Sarah, Lucas, Caecilius cried out, his voice trembling with excitement. Mephisto wasted no time. With a decisive wave of his hand, he sent the two souls flying toward them. The Ancient One raised both hands, conjuring two golden-red spheres of energy from thin air, catching the souls gently and securely. The crimson-gold energy of the Vishanti collided and clashed with the black infernal power, sparks of conflict flickering between them. With the Ancient One's precise control, the hellish energy encasing the two souls was gradually peeled away, layer by layer. Sarah, Lucas, Caecilius gazed at the two familiar souls, and finally, he could no longer hold back his tears, which streamed down his face in twin rivers of relief. From within the swirling energy, Sarah and Lucas shouted back with equal emotion. Isaac, Daddy. Carefully, the Ancient One wrapped the two souls in the power of the Vishanti, secretly examining them before giving Richard a faint, reassuring nod. Only then did Richard allow himself to relax. Turning to Caecilius, he said, Brother, try not to get too emotional. The souls of your wife and son are still fragile. They need time and care to recover. Caecilius nodded fervently, wiping his tears away with his sleeve. He dropped to one knee, his voice solemn and sincere. Honored One, Richard, thank you both for bringing Sarah and Lucas back to me. I, Caecilius, swear by the Vishanti, whatever you ask of me in the future, even if it costs me my life, I will see it done. The Ancient One reached out to help him up, sighing gently. That's not necessary, Caecilius. Although you've regained your wife and son's souls, they have no bodies now. Who knows how you'll live as a family from here on? A shadow crossed Caecilius's face, but he replied resolutely, It doesn't matter. Even if they're only souls, as long as we're together, that's enough for me. Don't worry, brother. Richard interjected suddenly. We might not know the magic for creating new bodies, but modern science has made great leaps in cloning technology. In the future, I'll help your wife and son get custom-made bodies of their own. Cloning. Cassius's spirits lifted instantly, his face breaking into an expression of delighted surprise. Yes, cloning. That's wonderful. Sarah, Lucas, did you hear that? Our family can finally be reunited. On the other side, Mephisto stood in the void with his arms crossed, eyes fixed intently on the Mind Mage. Although he trusted that the Ancient One would keep her word, the Mind Mage was the linchpin of his complete control over the Hell Dimension, so he could not tolerate even the slightest mishap. Richard, of course, noticed Mephisto's subtle movements. He shouted out, "Hey, old Mephisto, catch your precious son." Without hesitation, he tossed the Mind Mage over. Mephisto quickly extended his right claw, catching the Mind Mage in his grasp. He carefully sensed his condition and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down at Richard, Mephisto asked, "Kid, your name is Richard, right?" Richard nodded. "That's right." Mephisto bared his sharp teeth in a wide grin. "You're quite impressive. I look forward to the day you finally die." Richard rolled his eyes and retorted, "Sorry, but you're going to be waiting forever for that day." "Oh." Mephisto was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but glance at the Ancient One standing beside Richard. Had the Ancient One already taught him the secret art of extending life by drawing upon the power of darkness? TSK, after the Ancient One, now another formidable Sorcerer Supreme has arisen on Earth. And this successor is even more cunning and devious than the Ancient One. But if these two master and apprentice keep siphoning off power from the Dark Dimension together, with Dormammu's notorious temper, won't he be coming to Earth to collect debts every single day? When that day comes, Mephisto's eyes flickered with calculation, and he quickly forced a genial smile. "Master Richard, you mentioned before that if Dormammu comes to Earth, Camartage will discreetly inform me. Does that promise still stand?" Richard patted his chest and said, "Of course it does." "Good," Mephisto declared in a booming voice. "Then we have a deal." Richard nodded solemnly. "It's a deal." With their agreement struck, Mephisto took the Mind Mage and returned directly to Hell. The Ancient One opened a portal and led Richard and the others back to Camartage. Inside the Grand Hall of Camartage, the Ancient One used the sacred power of Ashanti to create a sealed soul orb, gently placing the souls of Cassius's wife and child inside to nurture and protect them. Cassius cradled the sealed soul orb carefully in his hands, thanked them, and took his leave. The Ancient One and Richard sat facing each other across the tea table. "Do you really intend to keep open communication with Mephisto?" the Ancient One asked, lifting the teapot and pouring tea. Richard shook his head. "Of course not. Mephisto is the very definition of cunning and deceitful, a lord of hell. Trusting him would be like believing a pig could climb a tree." As he spoke, he fished a sealed soul orb out of his pocket and set on the table with a sly grin. "What do you think this is?" The Ancient One picked up the sealed spirit orb, sensed it for a moment, and raised her eyebrows in surprise, saying, "The mind demon of the witch? You actually kept one of its avatars." Richard nodded with a look of satisfaction. Mephisto can't be trusted. In fact, none of the lords of the dimensions can be trusted. I mentioned before, when the opportunity arises, I will definitely invade the Dark Dimension. And this avatar of the Mind Demon is the key for us to attack the Hell Dimension. This time, the Ancient One was truly astonished. "Richard, do you really intend to attack both the Dark Dimension and the Hell Dimension?" Richard nodded. He picked up his teacup, took a gentle sip, and for the first time, openly shared what was truly on his mind. "I don't like passive defense. To me, keeping threats away from Earth is the best way to protect it. Camartage, as the sacred haven for Earth's sorcerers, will be there to confront the dimensional demon gods who eye our world. In the mundane world, I will merge Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with alien forces coveting Earth." As he spoke, his gaze grew cold and resolute. "From now on, whoever dares provoke Earth should be prepared to lose everything they have." The Ancient One fell silent for a moment, then smiled, radiating deep satisfaction. "I believe in your choices." At that moment, the White Queen's voice suddenly rang out. "Sir, Mr. Tony Stark is calling." Richard and the Ancient One exchanged farewells and parted ways. Stepping out of the Great Hall, he immediately answered the call. "Richard, get over here right now." "What's going on?" Richard caught the urgency and excitement in Tony's voice. "You sound awfully pleased about something." Tony Stark played coy, refusing to give it away. "Come and see for yourself." Left with no choice, Richard ended the call and opened a portal. Malibu, California. The oceanfront villa. Inside the equipment room, Tony Stark, hair a tangled mess, hadn't slept for a day and a night. Weariness lined his face, but his spirit was alight with excitement. In front of him stood a towering suit of Iron Man armor, unpainted and silver, gleaming with strength and resilience under the lights. If one looked closely, the silver plating was etched with intricate, almost invisible patterns. A crimson portal opened, and Richard stepped through. Tony turned around and waved him over. "Richard, come here, quick!" Richard walked a few steps closer, his eyes catching sight of the silver armor. "Is this your latest suit? Which mark is it now?" "Mark 34. Tony raised his chin proudly. "But I prefer to call it the anti-Richard armor." Richard's eyes widened the moment he heard the name. "Wait, hold on a second. You're calling it what?" Tony repeated triumphantly. "Anti-Richard armor." Richard couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "So you built this suit just to deal with me?" "But Tony, there's a catch if you want to target me. Are you sure you really understand my true strength and what I'm hiding up my sleeve?" With a confident sweep of his hand, Tony declared, "I don't know how many weird spells you're capable of. Light bulbs need electricity. Cars need gasoline. Everything depends on the conversion and use of energy. No matter how mysterious, even magic needs a source of power to be cast. As long as I cut off your source of magical energy, you won't be able to cast any spells. At that point, steel alloy against flesh and blood. I'm bound to win." "An energy source?" Richard's eyes lit up with curiosity and interest. "Come on, put on your armor. Let me see what it can do." "Ugh," Tony replied. He spread his arms wide, and the silver armor split into several segments, which flew onto him and rapidly assembled around his body. "Let's take this outside." Richard rose off the ground and, like a sudden gust, shot out through the round passage on the rooftop. Tony, fully suited up in silver armor, followed close behind. Richard hovered in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he looked at Tony. "Ready, Tony?" The silver and white suit nodded. "Bring it on." Richard opened his right palm, conjuring an orange-red fireball that floated above it. With a casual flick, he sent it hurtling forward, a streak of flame trailing behind it like an arrow loosed from a bow. Tony bent his right arm in front of him. With a sharp metallic snap, two semicircular alloy shields sprang out from either side of his upper arm. The orange-red fireball struck the alloy shield and burst in a shower of sparks. When the smoke cleared, the silver suit was completely unscathed, save for a blackened streak on the surface of the round alloy shield. Tony retracted the shield and lowered his arm, grinning smugly. "Richard, that attack was too weak. Got anything stronger? Maybe that blue and white fireball you used to kill O'Baston." Flame burst. Richard raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Flame burst is a bit too much. As it happens, I recently invented a new spell. Why don't you try this one first?" As soon as he finished speaking, a swirling fireball of blue and red appeared. "Frostfirebolt." This strange fireball shot through the air at blistering speed, splitting the silence and reaching Tony in the blink of an eye. "Damn it," Tony shouted. "You're actually ambushing me." He barely had time to cross his arms in front of his chest before the blue and red frostfire bolt slammed into the silver armor. The fireball exploded instantly, sending a powerful shockwave that blasted the silver suit backward through the air. As he tumbled backward, the surface of the silver battle suit first frosted over with a layer of biting cold, only to be melted away again by a rush of searing heat. The magical energy within the exploding frostfire missile was more than abundant. Freezing, melting, this cycle repeated itself 9 times before the magic was finally depleted. On the virtual display of the silver battle suit, a dense web of red alerts suddenly lit up. Jarvis reported urgently, "Sir, there are extensive cracks in the alloy shell. Please return for a replacement as soon as possible." Tony had already caught the subtle crackling sounds as the alloy, after 9 rounds of extreme expansion and contraction, began to fracture. Yet the thought of turning back now, tail between his legs, was simply too much for his pride to bear. "Jarvis, is the ET, energy transfer, module still functioning properly?" Jarvis replied, "All systems normal, but the cracks are spreading, and at this rate, 75% of the alloy will fall off in 10 minutes. Tony grinned. 10 minutes? That's plenty of time. With that, he maneuvered the suit and flew back into the fray. Richard flicked his fingers, feigning boredom. "Just 2 missiles and your anti-Richard suit is already falling apart. TSK, what a disappointment. I was only testing your magical offense," Tony retorted, salvaging his dignity. "Now it's time to show you the true core of the anti-Richard suit." Richard crooked a finger in challenge. "Then bring it on." "Richard, you'd better watch out now." Tony straightened his arm, and a white energy cannon gleamed at the center of his palm. A crimson energy shield shimmered instantly around Richard, wrapping him in a protective glow. Tony shouted, "Jarvis, Activate the ET module at full power. As soon as the command left his lips, the silver suit's shell began to fracture even faster. The intricate patterns on the battered armor shifted rapidly, sprouting tiny holes across the surface. From each gap, invisible waves pulsed outward. The waves swept over Richard's crimson shield, making it flicker twice and waver dangerously, as if about to snuff out. Oh, interesting. Catching this change, a flash of surprise crossed Richard's face. He quickly funneled fresh magic into the shield, stabilizing it just in time. 2 charged energy blasts fired first, streaking toward him, while dozens of missile ports snapped open behind the silver suit. With a sharp whoosh, the missiles launched in rapid succession, streaking toward their locked target. The energy blast struck Richard's shield almost simultaneously, sending ripples through the barrier and leaving behind a veil of white smoke. Hot on their heels, the swarm of missiles crashed against the shield one after another, erupting in bursts that sent the unstable barrier flickering wildly, struggling to recover in time. Tony, who had been monitoring the state of the Crimson Shield all along, suddenly perked up and shouted, "Jarvis, overclock the ET module." Jarvis replied, "Yes, sir." Invisible fluctuations within the hollow chest of the silver armor intensified rapidly, sending rippling waves through the air that swept straight toward Richard. Richard instantly sensed a brief interruption in his energy output, and in that fleeting moment, the Crimson Shield, which had withstood dozens of missile strikes, shattered in the very next second. Almost simultaneously, the remaining dozen or so missiles crashed into Richard, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Jarvis had been tracking the missile's trajectories in real time. The moment the last missile detonated, he immediately reported to Tony Stark. "Sir, 13 missiles have made direct impact with Mr. Richard." "Well done." Tony cheered, clenching his fist in excitement. "Jarvis, what's Richard's status?" Jarvis responded, "No signs of life detected from Mr. Richard." Tony froze. "What? F. That can't be. Did he actually get blown up by the missiles?" A cough sounded right behind him. Richard dusted off the lingering embers from his clothes and retorted, "Tony, do you want me dead that badly?" Tony spun around in relief, calling out, "Richard!" Crack, crunch, snap. He turned with such force that the already battered alloy shell of his armor gave way all at once. Chunks and shards of alloy fell away in a cascade, and in an instant, the silver suit disintegrated completely. The flamethrower units on his legs sputtered twice before dropping off entirely. Deprived of their support, Tony lost all ability to hover and plummeted with a startled cry. His expression shifted in alarm as he shouted, "Jarvis, initiate Plan B. Deploy emergency decelerators." But the very next second, the virtual display inside his helmet flickered twice and went black. Jarvis's voice stuttered, "Sorry, sir." "Jarvis! Jarvis! Damn it!" Panic overwhelmed Tony as he flailed his arms and legs, spinning wildly as he accelerated toward the ground. "Ah! Richard! Richard! Help!" Suddenly, a crimson portal snapped open beneath him, and Tony fell straight through before he could react. Floating in midair, Richard caught Tony by the right ankle. "Tony, you shouldn't be gambling with your own life." "Thank you, Richard." Tony, dangling upside down, patted the arc reactor on his chest in relief. "Next time, I promise to perfect the backup plan." "I swear." Richard shook his head, drew a circle with his right hand, and, still holding Tony's foot, stepped through the portal. On the other side of the portal was Tony's oceanfront villa, inside his equipment room. Richard released his left hand, and Tony collapsed onto the floor with a heavy thud. "Ow, my back!" Tony groaned, clutching his lower back as he struggled to his feet, his face twisted in pain as he rubbed the sore spot. "It's just a simple dislocation." Richard eyed the pressure point on Tony's waist and gave it a gentle tap. Tony twisted his waist experimentally, then exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, that's some skill you've got. Where did you learn that?" "Kamartage," Richard shrugged. "It's a bit of traditional Chinese bone setting." "Chinese medicine? Don't you guys study magic over there?" Tony blurted out in surprise. Richard spread his hands. "Magic's a bit too easy, so I picked up a few other things on the side." Tony's curiosity was piqued. "So, you also know that sorcery, where they stick people with those long, thin needles?" Richard paused, then rolled his eyes. "That's called acupuncture. It's a medical practice that's been around for thousands of years." "No way." Tony waved his hands, stubbornly insisting. "To me, that's basically medieval torture. Jabbing needles longer than my middle finger into someone's body. The very thought of it makes my skin crawl." "So, want to give it a try?" Richard asked, as a slender, crimson needle materialized at his fingertip. "No, absolutely not." Tony shook his head and backed away several steps. "I'm good. I'm in perfect health." Richard pursed his lips and lowered his hand. Then, as if something had just come to mind, he suddenly asked, "By the way, Tony, what's that method you use to disrupt energy flow?" "Zuti mujud." Tony walked over to the bar, grabbed a bottle of whiskey, tossed it to Richard, and then poured himself a glass. Swirling his drink with a smug grin, he said, "Just a little gadget I invented to cut off energy currents." Richard flicked his finger, popping the bottle cap off. He tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls, then let out a hearty, satisfied burp. "Uti brilliant invention. For an average Camartage sorcerer, if they suddenly ran into that, there's a 30% chance your missiles would finish them off right after." 30%. Tony's eyes widened. "I'd say it's 100%. Oomph." Richard shot him a dismissive glance. A true sorcerer doesn't just rely on magic. They're loaded with gear as well. Magical gear? Tony's face lit up with curiosity as he gestured. "You mean like those long, horned, or skull-top staffs? Or those magic robes that trip you up when you run?" Richard blinked, recalling the typical equipment of Camartage sorcerers, then replied tactfully, "Well, there's always the possibility of short staff that extends into a long rod, or shoes that let a caster leap and dart through the air." Tony fell silent for a moment, then suddenly took a swig of his drink and said, "Well, that's certainly unexpected." Richard spread his hands. "Don't judge the sorcerers of Camartage by worldly standards. We're different from the rest." Tony nodded, thinking to himself, "They really are different. Sorcerers who swing sticks? Sorcerers who run and leap about? So all those fairy tales really were just stories." Wisely, he decided to change the subject. "Richard, do you think there's anything about the ET module that could be improved?" Richard considered for a moment. "It's already quite impressive." Then, recalling how Tony's armor suddenly disassembled itself, he added, "But you should probably make it even smaller. Last time you used the ET module, your armor broke down several times faster than before." Tony frowned. "During our last fight, the ET module didn't really do much for you." Richard. He twitched the corner of his mouth, retorting, "Who do you think I am? In this world, how many sorcerers are actually stronger than I am? The ET module is more than enough for dealing with ordinary sorcerers." But Tony pressed on, relentless. "What if someone needs to take on a sorcerer as powerful as you? What then?" Richard looked at him, one hand on his hip, puzzled. "What do you mean, take on a sorcerer like me? Tony, are you afraid we'll destroy the world?" Tony hesitated, his expression uncertain. "No, I just feel like I have to be prepared." "Prepared?" Richard shook his head in disappointment. "Keep this up, and you really will become this world's Batman." "Listen, Tony, Bruce Wayne is respected, but he's not exactly well-liked. His suspicion is both the armor that protects the world and the spark that ignites disaster. Remember Nick Fury?" Tony was a little surprised. "That arrogant S.H.I.E.L.D. director?" Richard nodded. "Exactly. I don't like the guy, but at heart, he really did want to protect Earth. Yet because of his suspicion and recklessness in the past, present, and future, he's brought a lot of unnecessary trouble to the planet. I believe your intention in developing the anti-Richard armor is good, but doing so could very well trigger a major catastrophe." "Why do you say that?" Tony asked, confused. Richard let out a sigh. "Not all powerful sorcerers are as easygoing as I am. To them, the anti-Richard armor would look like a reckless and suicidal provocation." He remembered that in the future, Tony would create Ultron and nearly bring about the world's destruction. With a heavy tone, he said, "Tony, I hope that in the future, I never have to personally eliminate you to save the world." Tony's face darkened, his brows furrowed as he thought hard. Suddenly, he said, "Maybe we could form a team together. Like the Justice League, or something like that." Richard was caught off guard. He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before replying, "In a few days, I'll introduce you to some friends." The next morning, Richard and Christine arrived at the training square. Completely oblivious, Shale barreled over, cheerful and excited to join in. Boss, I'll train with you guys." He tactfully avoided Christine on the left, squeezed past Jonathan on Richard's right, and stubbornly claimed the spot for himself. Jonathan, good-natured as ever, didn't get upset. He simply stepped aside, moving steadily to take a new position where Shale had stood before. Their morning training finished smoothly, and together they headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. White Queen, that annoying Tony Stark, is calling again. Christine. He glanced helplessly at his communication watch. White Queen, when did you change the ringtone for his calls? White Queen's voice was full of indignation. Yesterday, that jerk Stark actually built an anti-Richard suit. He's such a pain. Christine immediately chimed in. Little White's right. Tony Stark is a total jerk. She'd heard about the anti-Richard suit yesterday and had been fuming ever since. If Richard hadn't stopped her, she would have opened a portal and delivered Tony a face-sized, blazing orange big surprise. Tony Stark. Shale's eyes lit up. You mean that famous playboy? White Queen exclaimed excitedly. That's right. He's a human teddy bear. Human teddy bear? Richard put a hand to his forehead and waved for silence, stopping Christine before she could start verbally shredding Tony. White Queen, go ahead and connect the call. Maybe Tony's in some kind of emergency. White Queen replied, still bristling. Fine, the call's live now. Tony's voice burst through, impatient as ever. Hey, Richard. Morning. Have you had breakfast yet? I have. What about you? Richard answered on reflex, then paused. Wait, Tony, where did you learn to greet people like that? Tony's confused voice came through. Huh? Isn't that how people greet each other in the East? Jarvis? Jarvis replied. That's what the online resources indicate, sir. Richard was speechless. Well, at least it showed Tony felt a little guilty about yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Jarvis to look this stuff up. So, what brings you to me so early? Tony's eager voice came through once more. Richard, when are you introducing me to those people you mentioned? Didn't I say it'd be in a few days? Richard replied, a bit puzzled. Wait, don't go. Tony raised his voice. I'm free all day today, Richard. In other words, he wanted everything arranged for today. Just then, Cheryl came over, looking at Richard with anticipation. Boss, who does Tony Stark want to meet? Richard's eyes lit up when he saw Cheryl. Finally, someone reliable to help get things done. He slung an arm around Cheryl's shoulders and whispered, I got a mission for you. Find an absolutely secure place and set up a meeting between Tony and Adele's group. No problem. Cheryl cheered, thumping his chest with pride. I promise I'll get it done, boss. Richard let go of Cheryl's shoulder and watched as he dashed off, brimming with excitement. Only then did he speak into his comm-watch. Tony, you heard all that just now. Someone's arranging it already. Sit tight and wait for the update. After ending the call, Richard and Christine continued heading toward the cafeteria. On the way, Christine looked rather displeased. Darling, you really ought to keep your distance from Tony Stark. People like him are always so arrogant and self-important, never caring about anyone else's feelings. The Queen chimed in to agree. Absolutely. They're all a bunch of egomaniacs. Richard could only placate his girlfriend with a half-hearted promise. All right, I'll listen to you. But the Queen immediately called him out. Based on voice analysis, Richard, you're 99% just humoring Christine. This little troublemaker really couldn't be kept around. Christine eyed her boyfriend suspiciously. Is what the Queen said true? No way. Richard shook his head with all his might. He couldn't admit to that, not even if his life depended on it. Queen, why don't you go do some online shopping or something? Christine and I are off to eat. The Queen grumbled. All you ever do is bully me. With that, the Queen went offline. Richard sighed inwardly, regret gnawing at him. If only he hadn't revealed last night that the little AI was evolving toward true intelligence. Queen is actually pretty adorable. You shouldn't always pick on her, Christine protested beside him, sticking up for the AI. Richard was left speechless. He had no idea what kind of conversation Christine and the Queen had while he was asleep last night. Somehow, when he woke up, the two of them were chatting away like old girlfriends. The Queen is even more mischievous than her sister. Richard grumbled. The Queen has a sister? Christine's gray-blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. Darling, why didn't you bring her sister home too? Richard spread his hands helplessly. She wouldn't come with me. What could I do? Last night, Richard had come clean to Christine about a lot of things. He told her about his ability to travel between parallel worlds, his friendship with Tony, and even spilled the secrets of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. To his surprise, Christine accepted it all without a second thought. According to her, if wizards from fairy tales can exist in real life, then there's nothing else I can't accept. But right after that, Christine turned into a curious little kitten, bombarding him with 1,001 questions. Last night, Richard barely managed to muddle through until the early hours just to satisfy her curiosity. And when he woke up this morning, his head was still buzzing. After breakfast, Cheryl came rushing over, brimming with excitement. Boss, everything's settled. I talked it over with Adele and the others, and we've decided not to meet Tony Stark at the Star Bar. As it happens, that rascal Figo has a pretty big estate in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. We all agreed to move the meeting there. Richard nodded. Good idea. The Star Bar is way too close to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Not ideal at all. Cheryl added. We've set the time for 3 in the afternoon. Thomas Stevens and that new guy, Grant Ward, need to catch a flight, so they'll only make it to L.A. by the afternoon. Richard looked at Cheryl and asked, What about you? Are you coming this time? Of course I am. Cheryl grinned from ear to ear, his joy almost infectious. I have to show those guys that I'm not the same old Cheryl anymore. I'm a wizard now. A real wizard just like you, boss. Richard's lips twitched. With a hint of exasperation, he flicked a small scarlet energy orb toward Cheryl. The marble-sized orb burst against Cheryl's forehead with a sharp pop, sending his head snapping backward from the force. I taught you magic so you could show off to your friends. Is that it? Clutching his reddened forehead, Cheryl quickly stood at attention. Sorry, boss. I promise I won't get cocky again. To Cheryl, Richard was both a figure to be worshipped, almost like a god, and respected like a true older brother. So whenever Richard put on a stern face, it felt just like facing the strictest teacher at school, utterly nerve-wracking. With a dark look, Richard waved him away. All right, get going. You got things to do. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, Cheryl scampered away as fast as he could. White Queen, connect me to Tony Stark. Connection established, replied the White Queen. Richard, came Tony's eager voice. I'll pick you up at 3 this afternoon. Once the call ended, Richard found himself a quiet room, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate in silence. At 2:55 p.m., Richard opened a portal right on time and stepped into Tony's seaside mansion. Hey, Richard. Tony Stark, already waiting, greeted him in a flamboyant burgundy suit. His hair and beard were perfectly groomed, the very picture of sophistication and charm, a far cry from the scruffy, sleep-deprived man Richard had seen just the day before. Richard couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Seriously, what's with that get-up? Tony straightened his collar and raised his eyebrows with satisfaction. So what do you think? This look should be enough to impress those kids of yours, right? Richard couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head inwardly. To truly impress that group of worldly little snakes, you'd have to show up in full Iron Man armor. The time's about right. Let's go. He waved his hand and opened a shimmering portal. On the other side of the portal was the drawing room of a large estate in Beverly Hills. Nearly 30 people were scattered throughout the room. Besides the 24 or so little snakes from the Starlight Bar, there were also a few new recruits, including Grant Ward. Everyone was dressed to the nines, but none stood out more than Adele. Her form-fitting, shimmering silver mermaid gown showed off her stunning figure, while a plunging V-neck revealed a swath of ivory skin. Around her neck hung a silver-gray necklace adorned with a large crimson gemstone, suspended above a dizzying abyss, sparkling brilliantly beneath the dazzling crystal chandelier. Adele's striking appearance drew 3 female friends to her side, while the men couldn't help but steal glances her way. Just then, the crimson portal flared open, and Richard stepped through. The little snakes rose to their feet almost in unison. Grant Ward, seated beside Thomas, quickly followed suit. Boss! Everyone greeted respectfully, bowing their heads. Richard nodded and stepped aside. The next moment, a pair of gleaming, burgundy leather shoes appeared, and the flamboyant Tony Stark made his grand entrance. A chorus of surprised exclamations erupted from the little snakes. By the Scarlet Lord, it really is Tony Stark. Is it true he slept with every cover girl from Loft magazine last year? What the heck? That rumor's actually true. Damn, I'm so jealous of this guy. Jealous? Bernhard, aren't you afraid Freya will hear about this? Quincy, if Freya finds out, it's definitely because you snitched. Come on, man. With this many people here, why pin it on me? I just know it was you. Screw you, Bernhard. Tony listened to their whispers with a satisfied grin, lifting his chin confidently. Hello, good afternoon, kids. I'm Tony Stark. The ever-blunt Thomas called out in a booming voice. Hey, Mr. Stark. They're saying you slept with all 12 of last year's Loft magazine cover girls. Is that true? Tony glanced at the burly Thomas and replied with his signature humor. Great question. There's some truth to it. But the March cover girls' schedule clashed with mine. Luckily, the December cover was a pair of twins. Tony's answer set off another wave of excitement among the little snakes. No way. Twins? He actually slept with twins. I'm so insanely jealous right now. No wonder he's a notorious playboy. He's got style. Damn it. I need to learn from Mr. Stark how to woo women. You're right, Jeremy. Later, let's raise a toast to Mr. Stark together. Count me in. I'm in too. Grant edged closer to the group without drawing attention, whispering, count me in, guys. Adele shot Tony a look full of disdain, while her 3 girlfriends glared at him in solidarity, their eyes filled with disapproval. So disgusting. You're right, Judy. Men are all so gross. No, Richard is nothing like that. No wonder you dressed up so beautifully today, Adele. It's all for our boss. That's not true. Adele's cheeks flushed pink, and she couldn't help but steal a glance at the ever-charming Richard before joining her friends in playful banter. Richard gave a little shake of his head, pretending not to hear. Adele was beautiful, but not his type. Besides, this girl had a special status, practically one of the leaders among these little snakes. It was best not to get too close to her. Suddenly, a flash of scarlet energy sparked in the air, and a portal struggled open. Shyle, sporting a head full of dreadlocks, stumbled out of the portal, nearly tripping. Hey, everyone. Am I late? He grinned broadly, steadying himself, his face brimming with pride. The little snakes stared at Shyle, dumbfounded. Thomas blurted out, "Holy crap. Shyle, when did you learn that trick?" Shyle puffed out his chest, showing off. "The boss saw my unique talent for magic and brought me to Kamartaj." The little snakes all turned to look at Richard, their eyes burning with admiration. Richard could only spread his hands helplessly. "Don't look at me. Shyle just got lucky and became my first follower. He can borrow my power, so he got the chance to be a real apprentice mage." "Boss!" A loud shout rang out, and a long-haired kid came running up, sliding to kneel right in front of him. Richard looked down. It was quite the coincidence. Wasn't this Kenneth Vera, the one he knocked out first at the Star Bar for being too cocky? "Boss, I, Kenneth, am also your most devoted follower. Do you think I have a shot at becoming a mage?" Tony's expression soured with jealousy, curiosity flickering in his eyes. How did Richard manage to win over this group of obviously well-off kids? Richard glanced down at Kenneth, who looked up at him with utter adoration, then looked at the excited, nervous faces of the little snakes. He could only rest his hand on Kenneth's head. He sighed inwardly. Becoming a follower isn't as easy as it looks. Richard's eyes flew open in an instant, staring at Kenneth in disbelief. He summoned a crimson surge of magic into his right hand and drew out the faint trace of energy he'd just sensed hidden within Kenneth. A halo of scarlet enveloped Kenneth, making him appear almost divine beneath the glow of the crystal chandelier. "What the heck? Kenneth, when did you become one of the boss's followers?" Shale yelled out, jaw dropping in astonishment. But Kenneth's eyes lit up with excitement. He looked at Richard in delight. "Boss, does that mean I have a chance to become a mage like Shale?" Richard withdrew his hand and, with a complicated expression, gave a nod. "After the banquet, I'll take you back to Kamartaj." "Yahoo!" Kenneth leapt into the air, then dashed over to Shale and pulled him into a tight hug. "Thank you, brother." Shale grinned and slapped him on the back, overjoyed to have a new companion on this path. "The courses at Kamartaj aren't easy, you know. As followers of the boss, we absolutely can't let him down." The two parted, and Kenneth nodded vigorously. "Just wait and see what I can do." The other little snakes all turned eager eyes toward Richard. The four girls exchanged glances. Adele's voice trembled with excitement. "Boss Richard, what about us?" Richard let out a soft sigh. "I'll help you with the test. But don't get your hopes up too high." As he spoke, a wave of crimson magic burst from his body, sweeping through the entire lounge in a flash. Tony suddenly felt a strange tingle in his chest, as if the arc reactor had short-circuited for a split second. He looked down at his chest, lost in thought. The little snakes tried to contain their excitement as they watched Richard. Slowly, Richard shook his head. "Aside from Shale and Kenneth, the rest of you aren't suited for this." Their faces fell all at once. "Oh no!" Adele's nose stung as she clutched the hands of her two companions, nearly bursting into tears. Grant Ward deeply respected Richard's power, but unlike Adele and the others, he didn't quite revere him as a deity. So his disappointment lasted only a heartbeat before he composed himself. He asked the question everyone was longing to know. "Boss Richard, what exactly does it take to become one of your followers?" Richard considered for a moment before answering. "Broadly speaking, it means calling upon my name with true devotion and being able to receive my response. To put it more plainly, it's about being able to withstand my magic and harness my power smoothly." Grant pressed on. "So what should we do if we want to become your followers?" Shale jumped in eagerly. "Pray with devotion every single day." Kenneth added, "Just like believing in God. Now, every meal I give thanks to the boss and say, 'Blessings of the Crimson Lord.'" The little snakes perked up, hope rekindling in their eyes. They decided to follow Kenneth's example and pray devoutly to Richard every day. Grant couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The Crimson Lord? Could it be that this Richard fellow has truly become a god? After this brief interlude, the banquet officially began. Tony Stark was immediately surrounded by an enthusiastic group of little snakes. "Mr. Stark, how did you manage to date all those cover girls? Teach us your ways, Mr. Stark. 12 cover girls. You're the idol I admire most in the world." Adele cast a look of distaste at them, then promptly led her 3 girlfriends around to Richard's side. Blushing, she invited Richard. "Richard, the others are getting too rowdy. Why don't you join us upstairs for a drink instead?" Richard shook his head and declined directly. "No, you go ahead without me." Adele was clearly disappointed. It had taken her a lot of courage to offer the invitation, and now she could only head upstairs with her friends, crestfallen. With a casual gesture, Richard summoned a bottle of whiskey from the long table in the lounge, and it floated into his hand. He glanced at Tony, who was surrounded by the little snakes, animatedly telling a story in the center of the crowd. Richard chuckled softly, then turned and left the lounge. Tony, caught up in his own excitement, plopped himself right onto the long table. Listen, fellas, girls don't really care about sweet talk, and they're not that interested in grand romantic gestures. What you need is your own unique charm. Tall, rich, handsome. If you can manage at least one of these, you're in good shape. Tall isn't just about your physical height. It also means having a superior social or economic status. Rich isn't only about money. It's also about your character and talents. Handsome, well, that one's simple. It means you look good, like you. He pointed at Grant Ward. You've got quite the looks. I bet you get more than your fair share of invites from the ladies. Grant rubbed his nose, silently complaining to himself. As if, Garrett's training is so grueling. I barely have time to meet any girls at all. Tony continued. If you meet just one of these three, tall, rich, or handsome, beautiful women will come up to you on their own. If you happen to have two, or even all three, then congratulations, kid. You'll have women swarming over you wherever you go. Just take me, Tony Stark, as a prime example. Grant Ward's eyes shone with excitement, and he muttered inwardly, tall, rich, and handsome. I am definitely handsome. Which of the other two do I have? The other little snakes were also quietly sizing themselves up, wondering which of the three qualities they possessed. Thomas Graff scratched his bald head, glanced cautiously to either side, then squeezed forward and asked, Mr. Stark, I have his friend. His face flushed, and his voice grew softer. He has feelings for a girl, but that girl is very strong-willed. What should he do to win her favor? Wow. Tony looked at the burly Thomas in surprise, raising his eyebrows at him. Looks like your friend is in some serious trouble. Thomas nodded honestly. Yeah. It feels like that girl really dislikes him. Hey, Thomas. Fiedgemuller leaned in, patting his shoulder with a mischievous grin. You got guts. You actually set your sights on Adele. Thomas's face turned bright red. He waved his hands in a panic, stumbling over his words. No, I didn't. How could I possibly be in love with Adele? I told you it's a friend of mine. Figo, you jerk, stop slandering me. The other young snakes joined in, egging him on. Just admit it, Thomas. The way you were looking at Adele, just now, your eyes were practically glued to her. We all saw it. You couldn't take your eyes off Adele. I saw it too. Thomas, you can't deny it. Guys, let's help Thomas come up with a plan. A plan? If Baron Strucker finds out someone's after his little girl, he'll hang him up and give him a good beating. That's not a bad idea. Thomas, maybe after a beating, Adele will see you differently. Thomas kept waving his hands, denying it over and over. Damn it, don't make things up. Adele would shoot me dead. Tony raised an eyebrow. Baron Strucker? That name sounded oddly familiar. He watched the young men teasing Thomas good-naturedly, then discreetly pressed the arm of his brown-tinted sunglasses, whispering in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Jarvis, look up Baron Strucker. Understood, sir. Moments later, Jarvis replied, Baron Strucker, real name Wolfgang von Strucker, hereditary noble of the Strucker estate in Bavaria, Germany, former commander of the Nazi Luftwaffe unit. Tony's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Nazi? Jarvis added, Sir, Baron Strucker is suspected of having ties to Hydra. Tony's eyes opened a bit wider in shock. He looked at the group of young people bantering so naturally, his expression darkening. Could these young men all be Hydra's descendants? A chill crept up in Tony's heart. If these kids were Hydra, what about their leader, Richard, whom they all looked up to? Could he be Hydra too? His face shifted uncertainly. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. Tony turned, grabbed a wine glass and a bottle of red wine, hopped down from the long table, and smiled at the young men around him. Guys, you keep talking. I'm going to pay my respects to your boss. He's out there now, all alone. The young snakes quickly moved aside to make way. Come back soon, Mr. Stark. We still have so much we'd like to learn from you. Tony smiled, raising his bottle in a farewell gesture. But as he turned away, his expression changed in an instant. He strode out of the lounge and found Richard sitting by the pool. Richard. Tony's voice was tinged with frustration and urgency. He slammed the bottle and glass down on the low table with a clatter, then dropped heavily into the beach chair beside him. You actually lied to me. Richard took a swig of his drink, taking his time before responding. What did I lie to you about? Tony leaned in, lowering his voice to a harsh whisper. These young people, they're all Hydra, aren't they? Richard shrugged. Why so surprised? Not only are they Hydra. In the future, most of them could become S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, politicians, scientists, tycoons. These days, who doesn't have a secret or two? Tony's face darkened. He pressed. And what about you? As their leader, what are your secrets? Me? Richard turned to glance at Tony, counting off on his fingers. Former world-renowned surgical expert. The lifelong rival of Doctor Strange. Chosen heir of the Ancient One. What on earth is he talking about? Tony's expression grew stormier by the second, and he quickly interrupted. Enough, Richard. Just answer me. Are you Hydra or not? Richard just laughed and shook his head. He tipped his head back, took another swallow of liquor, and gazed at the sparkling pool. That's not what matters, Tony. A person's identity is like the water in this pool. It looks crystal clear, but who really knows what's mixed in there? Tony, what do you think of my mentor, Professor Jennings Phillip? Tony was caught off guard, but answered, Professor Jennings is an extraordinary master of medicine. Exactly. Richard nodded with a smile. Professor Jennings is a world-renowned surgeon. He spent decades healing people, never once harming anyone of his own accord. But he's Hydra, too. Tony was stunned. Professor Jennings is Hydra. Richard shrugged. Surprised, Tony? Hydra's roots go deep. It's a 1,000-year-old organization. For all we know, kings and nobles throughout history might have been Hydra agents. I'm sure you've heard the saying, cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. No one can say for sure just how many Hydra there are in this world. But Hydra is a terrorist organization. Tony protested. Tisk. Richard let out a quiet sigh. Hydra was branded a terrorist organization because of Johann Schmidt during World War II. But that was war. The victors claim everything, including their reputation. Besides, Red Skull was just one of Hydra's many heads. He never represented the entire organization. Tony, can you really label an ancient order with over 1,000 years of history as a mere terrorist group? Just like that? Tony opened his mouth, but no words came out. Yet, deep down, he knew his answer. He couldn't. Annoyed, he poured himself a glass of red wine and tilted his head back, downing it all in one go. But Hydra can't show its face nowadays. I know, Richard replied, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. That's why I brought all these promising young Hydra heirs under my wing. Tony perked up. So what are you planning to do next? Richard turned his right hand over, and a ball of orange-red flame shimmered in his palm. With a squeeze, it vanished in a burst of light. They have impressive backgrounds and incredible potential, but they're still young. They need a mentor to guide them down the right path. That's exactly why I wanted you to meet them, Tony. You're the perfect candidate to be their mentor. Me? A mentor? Tony shot upright, pointing at himself in disbelief. You gotta be kidding. I'm the most notorious playboy in New York. I'm hot-tempered, arrogant, ruthless when it comes to getting what I want. Exactly. Richard nodded in agreement. You're a terrible person. Tony was left speechless, choking on Richard's blunt assessment. He rolled his eyes and flopped back onto the beach chair. So you've got the wrong guy. Richard, my boy. No, Tony. Richard's smile faded, replaced by utter seriousness. Set aside your flaws for a moment. Your strengths shine just as brightly. You have a powerful sense of responsibility and an unbreakable will. You're smart, confident. There's nothing in this world that can really trip you up. You're exactly the person they need. Not happening. Tony shook his head firmly, refusing outright. Richard began to persuade him, his tone earnest and patient. You've already met these young Hydra recruits. Even though it was brief, you must have sensed it. They aren't heartless villains. They've all received rigorous, elite training since childhood. Each one is an exceptional talent. Then, he changed his tone. In this world, Hydra's reach is vast and hidden. You must have looked into Nick Fury's shield, haven't you? Tony nodded. Even if I can't stand that arrogant director, I can't deny S.H.I.E.L.D. is a force to be reckoned with. Well, let me tell you something. Richard's smile carried a deeper meaning. There are those who jokingly call S.H.I.E.L.D. Snake Shield. What the fuck? Tony shot upright, staring at Richard in disbelief. You got to be kidding me, man. Richard shrugged. You know, I don't like to joke around. This is insane. Tony rubbed his forehead in exasperation, then suddenly turned and asked, So Nick Fury is Hydra too? No. A sly grin tugged at the corner of Richard's mouth. That's the best part. Nick Fury isn't Hydra. He's always believed S.H.I.E.L.D. is just S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Oh, that's priceless. Absolutely priceless. It took him a while to catch his breath. Still chuckling, he finally sat up, holding his side. I'd love to see the look on Nick Fury's face when he finds out the truth. He'll be cursing up a storm, Richard thought to himself, taking a long swig from his bottle. With a smile, he added aloud, That day will come, but only if you join us. Tony's laughter faltered. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, hesitated, but in the end, he agreed. My salary isn't cheap, Richard, just so you know. The UN Security Council can foot the bill. Richard replied with a mischievous grin, raising his bottle. Welcome to Hydra, Mr. Tony Stark. Tony rolled his eyes and clinked his glass of wine against Richard's bottle, grumbling, I'm only joining your team. Not Hydra, got it? Yeah, whatever you say. Richard replied breezily, then tipped his head back and finished off the bottle of whiskey in one go. Tony's mouth twitched. Is he trying to drink me under the table, or what? He thought. He quickly set down his wine and got to his feet. I'm heading inside. The little ones are still waiting for me. With that, he made a hasty exit. Richard shook his head, set down the empty bottle, and sprawled out on the beach chair, stretching comfortably. Toolman number 1, reporting for duty. Just then, his communicator watch began to vibrate. White Queen's voice came through. Richard, Simmons is calling. Simmons spoke urgently. Boss, a bunch of FBI agents just stormed the lab. They're trying to seize all our research data. Richard's brow furrowed, and he sat up straight. FBI? Simmons, get in touch with Pepper Potts at Stark Industries. Let her handle this. Simmons replied anxiously. Already done, boss. But these people are being extremely aggressive. Even with President Potts stepping in, they're not backing down. They're not backing down? A knowing look flashed across Richard's face. He had a good idea who these FBI agents really were. So, Nick Fury, you're finally making a move. I'll be right there. With that, Richard ended the call. He stood, sliced open a portal, and stepped inside. Long Beach, small medical laboratory, first floor lobby. Simon stood alone, blocking the path of a group of men in black suits. Meanwhile, the security guards hired by the lab were hiding by the wall, watching the spectacle unfold with schadenfreude. The leader of this opposed FBI group was a burly, middle-aged white man. He raised his hand and pointed directly at Simons. Mr. Simons, my patience is at its end. If you still refuse to step aside, I'll arrest you for obstructing official business. Simons remained steadfast, his attitude as unyielding as ever. Captain Stephen, let me say this again. Without a warrant, you have no right to search these premises. And furthermore, provide your names, badge numbers, and ID photos. I intend to verify your identities through official channels. Captain Stephen's face darkened. He shot a look at the people beside him. Get this troublesome guy out of my way. Immediately, 2 men in black suits rushed forward and twisted Simons' arms behind his back. Damn it, Simon struggled and cursed. You dare break the law knowing full well what you're doing? I will press charges against you. Captain Stephen just shrugged with indifference. Go ahead, sue all you like. With that, he turned to the others and ordered, leave 2 men here to secure the area. The rest of you, head to the research center now. Enough. A thunderous shout suddenly rang out, making everyone in the lobby wince in pain. The 2 men who had been twisting Simons' arms immediately let go, clutching their ears and groaning. Richard stood in the center of the lobby, exuding a menacing aura. Behind him, a portal slowly faded from view. His eyes were icy as he looked at the cowering security guards. Did the lab hire you just to watch the show? The guards exchanged nervous glances, their hands inching hesitantly toward their belts. Richard let out a cold snort. His voice, charged with magical power, exploded in their ears. An invisible shockwave tore through their eardrums, rattling the reticular formation in their brainstems, and instantly triggered concussions. Their eyes rolled back, and the guards collapsed to the floor in a heap. Boss! Simons' face lit up with joy as he hurried to Richard's side. He spun around, pointing at the FBI agents and reporting quickly. I suspect all of these people are imposters. It's you. Captain Stephen finally caught a clear look at Richard, and his face changed dramatically. In a panic, his right hand darted toward his belt, scrambling for his gun. But Richard moved in a flash, appearing right beside him. With a slight curl of his fingers, he grabbed Stephen's head and slammed it hard into the floor. The captain's skull crashed into the tiles, cracking them with the force of the blow. Captain! The other men in black suits cried out in alarm. They all drew their pistols and aimed at Richard, shouting furiously. Bastard! Let go of our captain now. Captain Stephen, pinned to the ground by Richard, was unexpectedly strong. Even after taking such a heavy blow to the head, he somehow remained conscious. Let me go, he bellowed, pushing against the floor with both arms, struggling desperately to break free, his voice full of furious rage. Richard could feel the tremendous force straining beneath his hands, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. This strength is inhuman. Is he a superpowered being? Or perhaps a cyborg? How interesting. Richard chuckled softly, then snapped his fingers. A sharp snap echoed in the ears of the men in black suits. Their eyes rolled back, and just like the security guard before them, they slumped to the ground, unconscious. You bastard! How dare a mere human! Captain Stephen roared with fury, summoning every ounce of his strength as he tried to lift his head. Human! Richard's eyes narrowed, and his fingers suddenly glowed with a crimson magic. With a forceful yank, he tore a green-skinned, beast-like soul straight from the body. Skrull! Richard's face registered genuine surprise. What kind of vile sorcery is this? The Skrull's green, ghostly soul stared in horror at its translucent form, its voice trembling. Richard shot back. "Were you sent by Nick Fury?" The scroll glared at him, gritting its teeth. "You'll never get any information from me." "Oh, you won't talk?" Richard shrugged indifferently. "That's fine. I'll just take it myself." With that, crimson energy swirled around his left index finger as he drove it straight into the scroll's head. Soul sight trace. The scroll's furious expression instantly went slack, its eyes turning vacant and lifeless. Richard swiftly rifled through the alien's memories, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. "Well, this is an unexpected windfall," he exclaimed with delight. Then, with a sudden tremor of his finger, cracks raced across the scroll's green, ghostly soul, and in the next instant, it shattered into a flurry of green sparks, scattering and vanishing from sight. The human facade of Captain Stephen, the tall, burly white man, gave way, revealing the scroll's true green skin form. Simmons, his right hand trembling, pushed up his glasses and stammered, "Boss, are you saying these people are actually aliens in disguise?" "Only this one's an alien." Richard nudged the dead scroll over with his foot, sneering at the ugly green face. "Now that's one hell of an eyesore. What should we do with the others?" Simmons asked. "Don't worry about the men in black. Someone will come to deal with them later." Richard glanced over at the security guards slumped by the wall, his expression darkening. "As for those useless fools, just toss them out." Simmons lowered his head in shame. "I'm sorry, boss. I should have been more careful about who I trust." Richard looked at the guilt-ridden Simmons. Instead of blaming him, he comforted him. "This wasn't your fault. Those people were coming for me. Get in touch with the folks at Stark Industries. Have them send over a few reliable security guards for now. Once I find someone suitable, I'll replace them." "Yes, boss." Simmons straightened up at once and replied respectfully. "All right, go take care of it." Richard waved him off, then casually drew a portal in the air. The scroll's corpse floated up on its own and followed behind him, disappearing into the portal together. Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, inside a certain private estate. Tony was happily chatting with the young snakes when a crimson portal suddenly appeared, and Richard stepped through with the scroll's corpse in tow. Grant, ever observant, caught sight of them first. He quickly put down his glass and stood up. "Boss Richard, you're back." Hearing this, Thomas and the others scrambled to their feet as well. Tony's attention was immediately drawn to the green corpse floating behind Richard. "Holy crap, what is that?" He set his glass aside and hurried over, curiosity all over his face as he circled the scroll's body. "What the heck is this thing? Some kind of demon or monster?" Richard laughed and explained, "Neither. This is a scroll, a shapeshifter hidden among humans." "Scroll? You mean an alien?" Tony's eyes lit up as he examined the alien body. But then his expression suddenly changed. He pushed up his tinted glasses and asked urgently, "Wait, you said hidden among humans? Are you saying there are other aliens on Earth?" Richard nodded. "Yes, and plenty of them." Thinking of the future secret wars, he added, "There are at least 1,000,000 scrolls mingling among humanity right now." "What the? 1,000,000?" Tony stared at Richard in shock. "How can so many of them hide on Earth without being noticed?" At that moment, White Queen's voice chimed in. Richard, Nick Fury is calling." Richard pointed at his communicator watch and grinned. "Ha, the culprit's calling me himself." "White Queen, connect the call." "White Queen, you're connected." The moment the call was answered, Nick Fury's voice came through, sharp and demanding. "Richard, where's Stephen?" Richard glanced at the floating scroll corpse beside him and chuckled softly. "Are you sure his name was Stephen?" There was a pause on Fury's end before he pressed on, his tone tense. "Tell me, he's still alive, right?" "He's dead," Richard replied calmly. "But don't worry. He didn't suffer at all." "God damn it. How could you kill him?" Nick Fury's furious shout blasted through the line. Richard sneered and said, "If I don't kill him, should I keep him around just to feed him? He's one of my people." "Richard." Nick Fury growled through gritted teeth. "I know that." Richard let out a cold laugh, his words cutting deep. "That's exactly why I killed him." "You bastard. Are you trying to provoke me?" On the other end, Nick Fury was nearly driven mad with rage. "Provoke you?" Richard narrowed his eyes, his tone growing cold. "Let's get one thing straight, Nick Fury. You're the one who provoked me first. Remember this. You personally sent him to make trouble for me. You should have thought about the consequences before you gave that order." Nick Fury struggled to suppress his anger, insisting, "The Skrulls are our allies. They're friendly aliens to Earth." "Allies? Friendly?" Richard scoffed, his voice icy as winter. "Nick Fury, you are truly a complete idiot." Before Nick Fury's furious outburst could come through, the White Queen promptly cut off the communication. Tony's face darkened, his expression stormy as he asked, "So this Skrull was one of Nick Fury's subordinates?" Richard shrugged. "That's right." Tony pressed further. Is hiding millions of scrolls on Earth also Nick Fury's doing? Richard shook his head with disdain. That fool doesn't have the guts for something so bold. The scrolls hid themselves from him. They're operating behind his back. He trusts the scrolls blindly, but they're not nearly as naive as he is. Of course they're playing their own game. Tony continued. How come I've never heard of this? Millions of aliens on Earth. No matter how well hidden they are, surely they would slip up at some point, right? With a sweep of his hand, Richard summoned the scroll's corpse in front of him. The scrolls have a natural ability for shape-shifting. They can mimic the appearance of any human they've seen, and even other aliens or animals. Thomas and the other little snakes shrank into their chairs, not daring to make sound. They silently munched on this explosive revelation. Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., aliens? There are aliens on Earth. What the hell? There are millions of hidden scrolls on Earth, and they can shape-shift. Damn, this news is wild. Even Adele and the other women upstairs couldn't help but sneak downstairs to listen. Tony frowned and asked, so the scrolls are blending in among humans using this shape-shifting ability? Tony, never underestimate the scrolls' power to disguise themselves. Richard warned sternly. Their transformations are flawless. They can instantly change their appearance, voice, and every physiological detail, even fingerprints and irises. Not even standard DNA tests can expose them. And the scrolls also possess the abilities of memory replication and emotional synchronization. Memory replication allows them to access their target's recent memories and behavioral patterns through physical contact, enabling them to mimic every gesture and word with uncanny realism. Emotional synchronization lets them inherit their target's emotional tendencies. Even couples who have shared a bed for decades wouldn't be able to tell the difference. What the heck? Tony was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself. The scrolls are practically born spies. The young snakes munching on snacks nodded in agreement. These abilities were just too outrageous. You're absolutely right. Richard nodded. It's precisely these talents that have allowed the scrolls to stir up chaos across the universe. That's why their reputation throughout the cosmos is absolutely notorious. Eventually, they crossed paths with the dominant Kree Empire, and the Kree nearly wiped them out. During their escape, a group of scrolls ended up on Earth, where they were saved from the Kree by Carol Danvers, who had just gained superpowers, and Nick Fury, who was still an agent at the time. Nick Fury, moved by compassion, secretly sheltered these exiled scrolls on Earth. Over the years, those Skrull refugees have been quietly summoning more of their kind. Their numbers have grown from a few dozen at first to now over 1 million on Earth. Damn it, Tony cursed outright. Nick Fury is a complete idiot. Agreed, Richard added with a mischievous smirk. Rumor has it, he even married a female Skrull. The young snake's jaws dropped in shock. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he married a green-skinned Skrull woman. Unlike the snakes, who wore expressions of disdain, the quick-witted Grant Ward felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He thought Nick Fury's choice of wife was nothing short of genius. Marrying a female Skrull was like having an endless forest all to himself. He could spend a night with Black Widow, tomorrow with Maria Hill, and the next day with Sharon Carter. And if he wanted to spice things up, even the First Lady of America was within reach. Grant wiped away tears of envy and jealousy. Just as Richard had once said, Tony Stark's sense of responsibility was exceptionally strong. After witnessing the power of Richard's magic, he'd started working on his anti-Richard armor. But now, learning that there were over 1 million Skrulls on Earth, all perfectly disguised as humans, his anxiety skyrocketed. Richard, what should we do? Here, this is for you. Richard handed the Skrull's corpse to Tony, placing it right in front of him. You're the smartest guy I've ever known, Tony. I believe, with this Skrull body as a sample, you'll definitely be able to develop a detector for Skrulls. Tony's eyes lit up with renewed energy. Exactly. I can create a Skrull detector. We'll flush out every single Skrull hiding on Earth. As he spoke, urgency crept into his voice. Tony turned to address the little snakes. As you can see, guys, I've got something important to do right now. So, this party's over for today. Next time, we'll get back to discussing the fine art of wooing women. Yes, Mr. Stark, nothing's more important than developing a Skrull detector. Looking forward to our next get-together. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Stark. I'll go after that girl, just like you said. Tony waved goodbye to the little snakes and turned back to Richard. Richard raised his hand and opened a portal leading to the seaside villa. The Skrull's body, along with Tony, disappeared into the portal. Meanwhile, Nick Fury's office was in complete disarray, with files scattered everywhere. He slumped back in his chair, quietly pulling an old-fashioned pager from inside his jacket, his face clouded with hesitation. The next morning, at the Red Room headquarters, inside the airborne fortress, In a top-floor office, Melina Vostokov sat across from Richard, reporting her latest research findings. We've made some preliminary progress on the pheromone neutralizer. She looked exhausted, and from her somewhat disheveled appearance, it was obvious she hadn't taken much care of herself for some time. Her chestnut black hair was hastily twisted into a bun, gleaming a bit under the sunlight. A pair of rimless glasses perched on her nose, and her white blouse was rumpled, with the top few buttons left undone, revealing a hint of startlingly fair skin beneath. Richard cleared his throat to remind her. Ahem, Melina. He gestured towards his own chest. Melina glanced down and gave a startled gasp. She quickly clutched her shirt, her cheeks flushing red all the way to her ears. Sorry, boss. Fumbling, Melina fastened 2 buttons, bowing her head like a timid quail, not daring to look up. Richard touched his nose and reminded her with gentle sincerity. Your research is important, but you need to make sure you're getting enough rest and sleep. Keeping yourself in good spirits will help you work even better. Melina nodded repeatedly. Yes, boss. I'll make sure to pay attention from now on. Richard's encouragement let her breathe easier, gradually easing her tension and embarrassment. Thanks to your recommendation of Oksava, she's simply a genius when it comes to pharmacology. Melina lifted her head to continue her report. A few stray locks of hair mischievously brushed her forehead, tickling her so much that she had to reach up to tuck them behind her ear from time to time. At present, the widows who've returned to headquarters are using the neutralizing agent one by one. Thank you for your kindness, boss. There's no need to thank me. Richard waved his hand dismissively. Since they've chosen to stay, let them keep up their training. There won't be any shortage of battles in the days ahead. Melina adjusted her glasses and nodded. Natasha is in charge of daily training now. Speak of the devil. The office door burst open with a bang. Natasha charged in, unable to contain herself, and trailing right behind her was a little shadow. Melina shot to her feet, one hand on her hip, and scolded loudly. Natasha, this is the boss's office. You should knock first and wait for permission before coming in. And you, Yelena, it's training time. What are you doing running after her? Yelena shrank back, hiding behind Natasha, leaving her big sister to face their adoptive mother's wrath alone. Natasha stopped in her tracks, looking a bit embarrassed. Melina, you're here too? I just ran in too quickly. Yes, it's all Yelena's fault. If she hadn't been chasing me all the way here, I wouldn't have forgotten to knock. Yelena's eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. Natasha, you. Natasha quickly turned around and gave her a sly wink. Yelena pouted, lowered her head, and mumbled her apology, clearly unwilling. Sorry, Melina. It's all my fault. But Melina wasn't about to let it go. You should be apologizing to the boss. Natasha gave Yelena's sleeve a discreet tug, and together, the two bowed to Richard. We're sorry, boss. Richard couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. He understood well enough. Melina's sudden outburst was just her way of fearing he'd blame her 2 adopted daughters. He waved his hand. All right, just don't let it happen again. With that, he took out a hard drive and slid it across the desk. Melina, this hard drive contains all the data on nanofiber technology and the combat analysis system. Study it carefully and try to produce some results as soon as possible. Melina quickly picked up the hard drive, turning it over in her hands, her face lighting up with delight. Nanofiber technology and a combat analysis system? Understood, boss. I'll get right on it when I get back. Richard nodded, then reminded her, be sure to get enough rest. Only after a good night's sleep will you have the energy for scientific research. With that, he waved her off. You may go. Natasha, stay behind. The joy on Melina's face vanished instantly. She glanced at Natasha with concern. Yes, boss. As she passed by Natasha, Melina gave her a subtle look, then grabbed Yelena, who was clearly reluctant, and led her out of the office. No sooner had they stepped out than Yelena stamped her foot, pouting in dissatisfaction. Oh, Melina, why did you drag me out too? I didn't even get a good look at what the boss looks like. You dare complain? Melina's brows arched sharply as she scolded in a low voice. You two were far too reckless just now. If Dreykov were still in charge of the Red Room, you'd both be locked in a dungeon by now. Yelena rolled her eyes. Don't worry, Melina. Nothing would ever happen to Natasha. After all, that's the person she thinks about day and night. Someone special? Melina's expression flickered with surprise, and she pressed on. You mean Natasha likes the boss? Of course. Yelena affectionately hooked her arm around her mother's as they walked along, eager to spill the beans. You have no idea how funny Natasha is. Every night, with animated enthusiasm, she rattled off all her big sister's embarrassing little secrets to their mother. Inside the office, Richard's ears twitched. Every word of Yelena and Melina's conversation had drifted right to him. Natasha, oblivious, sat awkwardly in her chair, head down and nervously picking at her fingers. "Richard, do you have other work to do today?" she asked hesitantly. Seeing Natasha's ears turn pink, Richard's eyes glimmered with amusement. Instead of answering, he asked in return, "Would you like to have dinner with me tonight, Miss Natasha?" Natasha jolted, her whole body tense. She looked up at Richard, gray eyes quickly misting over, her face blooming with a smile as radiant as a rose. For a fleeting moment, Richard's gaze softened. Then he steered the conversation to the matter at hand. "Natasha, I asked you to stay for a reason, for someone." Natasha blinked. "Someone? Who?" "Hawkeye," Richard replied. "Clint." Natasha was taken aback. She spread her hands with a rueful smile. "If you want me to persuade Clint to leave S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm sorry, Richard. I'm afraid I can't do that." "No," Richard interrupted with a smile. "All I need is for you to arrange a meeting. I'll handle the convincing myself." Natasha let out a breath. "No problem. But we'll have to make sure S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't notice when we meet." She paused, hesitated, then added, "Richard, Clint is different from me. He has a wife and children. Nick Fury knows about that too." "I know, Natasha." Richard was rather pleased. Natasha's attitude just now had clearly leaned toward his side. "I know Hawkeye has a wife and kids, and I also know that his wife was the previous Mockingbird of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mockingbird?" Natasha's eyes widened in shock. "I could tell Laura had professional training, but I never expected her to be the former Mockingbird." A sudden realization seemed to dawn on Natasha, and her expression changed. Is it possible that Laura was deliberately placed by Nick Fury at Clint's side as a watcher? Hawkeye's wife, a watcher secretly arranged by Nick Fury? That was certainly an intriguing line of thought. But if this were true, Richard propped his chin in his hand, thinking to himself, then Nick Fury would really be crossing a line. "I hope that's not the case," was all he could say. Natasha nodded silently, her face still clouded with worry. She couldn't spare another moment for emotional conversation with Richard. The moment this possibility entered her mind, she became restless and uneasy. "I need to get in touch with Clint right away." Natasha sprang to her feet and dashed toward the door. "No need." Richard raised his hand, but before he could finish, Natasha had already rushed to the office entrance in the blink of an eye. So impatient. Watching her disappearing figure, Richard shook his head, muttering, "No matter how anxious you are, it won't change what's already been set in motion." Then, thoughtfully, he mused, "If I remember right, Hawkeye and his wife have 3 kids. To have 3 children with him, she must have really fallen for him by now, right?" Bogotá, Colombia. Atop a certain building, Hawkeye stood at the edge of the rooftop, his gaze fixed on a particular office on the 25th floor of the building across the street. The glass door of that office slid open, and an angry-looking elderly woman with white hair stormed in, trailed by a young female assistant. Dorothy Douglas, the mastermind behind Colombia's Magus drug cartel. Hawkeye locked onto his target, unfolded his mechanical bow, and slowly drew a high-strength carbon fiber armor-piercing arrow from the quiver on his back. He knocked the arrow and drew the string back, but just as he was about to shoot, his pocket began to vibrate with a low buzz. His face changed instantly. He quickly lowered his bow, put away the arrow, and reached into his right inner pocket for his vibrating personal phone. A glance at the screen showed an unfamiliar number. The thing was, hardly anyone knew this private number of his. Hawkeye answered the call, and Natasha's voice came through. "Clint, is this a good time to talk?" Hawkeye glanced at his target, now seated in the office chair, then promptly put his bow away and turned to leave. Natasha let out a quiet breath and said, "Clint, Richard wants to meet with you." "Richard?" Hawkeye halted in his tracks, his voice tight with urgency. "Nat, how did you get mixed up with him?" "Director Nick says this man isn't ordinary at all. He's convinced there's some kind of scheme going on behind the scenes. You need to get away from him. Cut off all contact right now. I'll help you with." "Nick Fury has been lying to you all along, Clint." Natasha cut him off mid-sentence, her tone decisive. "He's the one with the deepest, most hidden agenda." Hawkeye's brow furrowed. He couldn't figure out what Richard had done to earn Natasha's trust so completely, so he made up his mind to meet with her as soon as possible. "Where are you now, Nat? We need to talk face to face." Natasha hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Clint, tell me where you are." Without a moment's doubt, Hawkeye replied, "Colombia, Bogotá." 3 minutes later, a crimson portal opened atop the rooftop. Hawkeye instantly unfolded his bow, drawing a sharp arrow as he trained his sights on the portal, his every sense on alert. Only when Richard and Natasha stepped through the portal, one after the other, did he finally lower his weapon. "Clint." Natasha strode over and gave him a tight, fleeting hug before letting go. Richard stood by, smiling warmly, entirely unbothered. He understood well the place Hawkeye held in Natasha's heart. More like a brother or comrade in arms, never a lover. "You look exhausted." Natasha gazed at Hawkeye, whose face seemed to have aged so much, her heart aching for him. I've been doing fieldwork nonstop lately, roughing it, sleeping wherever I can. I'll be fine once I get some rest during leave. As he spoke, Hawkeye's eyes glimmered with a gentle smile. He took a good look at Natasha and teased, "But you look like you're thriving. I guess you really enjoy your life these days." Natasha nodded, then turned to introduce Richard. "This is my boss now, Richard. If it weren't for him, I'd never have found Dreykov, or been able to kill him. And I even found my adoptive mother and little sister." Dreykov, Hawkeye's voice was heavy with guilt. "I'm sorry, netsuovunskabli. Everything with Dreykov, that was on me. I should have made sure he was really dead back then. It's all in the past." Natasha playfully punched his arm, trying to reassure him. "Besides, it wasn't your fault anyway. It was all Nick Fury's doing." "Director Nick," Hawkeye started, trying half-heartedly to defend Fury. "He probably had his reasons." "Reasons?" Natasha gave a sharp, derisive laugh. "Don't kid yourself, Clint. Nick Fury is a liar, through and through. To him, we're nothing more than tools, disposable and replaceable. He wouldn't spare a single extra thought for any of us." Hawkeye fell silent. He knew all too well that Fury's actions had hurt Natasha deeply. "Come on." Natasha pulled him by the arm and led him toward Richard, ready to make introductions for them both. "Clint, this is Richard, the current head of the Red Room. Richard, this is Clint, my best friend and partner." Richard extended his right hand. "Hello, Mr. Clint Barton." Hawkeye hesitated for a moment, but finally shook Richard's hand. "Hello, Mr. Richard. If you have a moment, perhaps we could find somewhere to sit and talk," Richard continued. Hawkeye shook his head, refusing. "I don't think there's anything for us to discuss, Mr. Richard." "No, Mr. Barton." Richard smiled with a hint of hidden meaning. "There's actually quite a lot for us to talk about. For example, the missing cosmic cube." Hawkeye's expression changed at once, his hand instinctively tightening around the collapsible mechanical bow at his waist. "Or for instance, your wife, Mrs. Laura Barton." In a flash, the mechanical bow unfolded. Hawkeye drew an arrow with lightning speed and aimed it squarely at Richard. "How do you know about Laura?" He turned to Natasha, suspicion and shock flickering in his eyes. Natasha quickly shook her head. "It wasn't me who told Richard. You have to believe me, Clint." Hawkeye looked back at Richard, jaw clenched, his face twisting with tension. "Listen to me. Whatever you want, come at me. You're not to hurt my wife or my children." Richard spread his hands innocently. "Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Barton. I mean you no harm. If you don't believe me, you can call your wife right now to check. Of course, my advice is that you'd better not make that call, just yet. Because, according to our assessment, your wife is very likely a watcher placed at your side by Nick Fury himself." To everyone's surprise, a faint bitter smile appeared on Hawkeye's face. "I know." Slowly, he lowered the bow and put away the arrow. "I know Laura was sent by him." "Clint," Natasha couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Hawkeye glanced at the sorrowful Natasha, and a fleeting tenderness softened his usually stern features. "Don't be sad, Nat. In fact, I'm grateful that director Nick sent Laura into my life. Her arrival brought me back into the light. She and the kids, they're my redemption." Richard listened, his hand resting on the armrest, quietly impressed. "A touching story, Mr. Clint Barton. It's just a shame you're grateful to the wrong person." Hawkeye turned to look at Richard, his expression quickly growing cold. "Mr. Richard, I don't know why you insist on smearing Director Nick, but I'm certain we're not on the same side." "Clint," Natasha called out anxiously, afraid that he might provoke Richard. She knew that this man's power was far beyond what Hawkeye could withstand. Richard caught her concern and smiled gently. "I'm not angry, Natasha." He looked at Hawkeye and spoke with gravity. "I hold no personal grudge against Nick Fury, but his actions are truly detestable. Agent Barton, as one of Nick Fury's most trusted people, are you aware that he has a group of Skrulls, aliens who can shape-shift into other people, under his control?" Hawkeye's expression froze. "Skrulls? What are you talking about?" Richard couldn't help but chuckle. Just as I thought. Nick Fury's suspicious nature means he never really trusts anyone." He went on to explain to Hawkeye, "Back in the 90s, Nick Fury accidentally saved a group of alien refugees. Those refugees were none other than the notorious Skrulls of the universe. Skrulls are born spies. They can disguise themselves as anyone, or even any animal, they've ever seen." At this point, a sudden thought flashed through Richard's mind. If Nick Fury ever learned that Laura Barton had fallen for you, with his suspicious temperament, he would never trust Laura's loyalty again. "No, Barton, Laura has given you 3 children. Nick Fury must know about this." Hawkeye's face changed dramatically, and Natasha sucked in a sharp breath, her own face turning ashen. Richard delivered a chilling truth. "I'm afraid Laura Barton has already been replaced by a Skrull." "No, you're lying." Hawkeye glared at Richard, his look fierce, but there was desperation and helplessness in his once steady eyes. Natasha forced herself to stay composed, holding down Hawkeye's hand as he gripped his mechanical bow. Clint, calm down. What we need to do now is verify Richard's suspicion. Hawkeye squeezed his eyes shut in agony, his chest heaving. He bit down hard, a trickle of blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Sorry, Netsuo Vilenskabli. I have to go home. Let Richard take you. Natasha quickly rattled off an address. Northern New York, western slope of the Appalachians, Eagle's Nest Valley Farm. Richard raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. A crimson portal sprang open at once. Go! Natasha grabbed Hawkeye's arm and rushed through the portal. Eagle's Nest Valley Farm. Hawkeye gazed at the familiar house, yet couldn't bring himself to take a step forward. Now's not the time for hesitation, Clint. Natasha gave him a firm push from behind. Hawkeye drew a deep breath, summoned his courage, and walked ahead. Natasha, holding Richard's hand, followed close behind. At that very moment, Hawkeye's daughter, Lila Barton, came bouncing out of her room, clutching a ball in her arms. As soon as she turned and spotted her father, her eyes lit up with joy and she dropped the ball without a second thought. With a delighted cheer, she dashed forward and leapt into his embrace. Lila! Hawkeye opened his arms wide and hugged his daughter close. Daddy, I miss you so much. Lila wrapped her arms around his neck affectionately, twisting around to shout, Mom! Mom! Dad's home! Laura Barton, wearing her apron, and Cooper Barton, holding a tablecloth, both came hurrying out in quick succession. Clint! Dad! They cried out in astonishment and delight. Hawkeye strode over quickly and wrapped his arms around his wife, giving his eldest son a nod at the same time. Laura, I'm home. Laura gazed at Hawkeye's weary face, her heart aching for him as she gently touched his cheek. You look so worn out. How long will you be able to rest this time? Catching the concern in his wife's eyes, Hawkeye opened his mouth, hesitated, and said, I. Fortunately, Natasha stepped in at just the right moment to break the tension. Hey, Laura. Laura turned, and, upon seeing Natasha, her face broke into a surprised smile. Ned. But when she noticed the young man Natasha was holding by the hand, her expression became a bit puzzled. And who is this? Natasha flushed, quickly letting go of Richard's hand. He's a friend of mine, Richard. Laura raised a hand in greeting. Welcome to the Nest Valley Farm, Mr. Richard. Hello, Mrs. Barton. Richard replied with a warm smile, but in his eyes, a crimson magical fire suddenly flickered to life. Laura froze for an instant, her voice rising in alarm. Mr. Richard, you. Hawkeye reacted in a heartbeat. He swiftly set little Lila down, stepped forward, and shielded his wife and children behind him. Yet even so, Laura's soul could not escape the scrutiny of Richard's magical gaze. Beneath Laura's human appearance, an especially striking shade of green glowed. Natasha tugged at Richard's sleeve, looking at him questioningly. Richard regretfully shook his head. Natasha's face darkened at once. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Damn you, Nick Fury. Hawkeye caught every move between the two, and his heart instantly plummeted. Clutching her children protectively, Laura looked on in bewilderment. Ned, Clint, what on earth is going on? Little Lila, frightened, clung tightly to her mother's leg and called out in a trembling voice, Daddy, Mommy. Hawkeye slowly bowed his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a sigh, Richard flashed behind Laura, gently tapping Cooper and Lila on the neck. Both children sank into unconsciousness at once. Scooping them up, one in each arm, he darted back to Natasha and set them down beside her. Laura glanced back and was shocked to find the children missing. In a panic, she cried out, Cooper! Lila! She rushed out from behind Hawkeye in a flurry, only to discover the missing children lying unconscious in Natasha's arms. Rage flickered in her eyes. Ned! Clint! What on earth is happening here? Hawkeye bowed his head in silence. His fists clenched so tightly that blood began to seep between his fingers, dripping onto the ground. Richard's face filled with astonishment, and he let out a sigh of endless wonder. Such terrifying, emotional synchronization. Mrs. Barton, do you even remember who you truly are? Laura froze, blurting out instinctively. I'm Laura Barton, Clint. Her words broke off abruptly, and her expression twisted in a struggle. No, I'm not Laura. I'm Evina. I'm Laura. I have a husband, children. No, I'm Evina. I'm a Skrull. She clutched her head in agony, weeping and screaming. Laura, Evina, who am I? Who am I really? With each frenzied cry, a green sheen began to spread across her face. The disguise dissolved, and Laura Barton revealed her true Skrull form, skin gleaming green. Spreading her arms wide, she roared. I am Evina. I'm a Skrull. Hawkeye's head snapped up, his bloodshot eyes blazing with murderous fury. "Where's my wife?" The Skrull woman, Avina, paused for a moment. With a careless flick of her long hair and a seductive sway of her hips, she moved toward Hawkeye. She reached out, gently tracing his face with her finger in a familiar, intimate gesture. "Darling, I am your wife." Hawkeye slipped aside, dodging her touch. In a flash, his right hand shot out, clamping tightly around her throat. The strain in his muscular arm betrayed the force he was using. "Tell me, where's my wife?" Caught off guard. Avina's eyes rolled back as she struggled to breathe. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed at Hawkeye's arm and squeezed hard. Hawkeye grunted, unable to resist letting go. Avina stumbled back several steps, clutching her throat and coughing. "Cough, cough. Clint Barton, were you really trying to kill me just now?" Hawkeye stared at the two dark bruises left on her arm, his expression grave. Damn it, this alien woman is unbelievably strong. In a swift motion, his left hand moved to his waist, producing a dagger. He leveled the blade at Avina, wary and ready. "You damned green-skinned monster. Give Laura back to me now." Seeing the hatred in Hawkeye's eyes, Avina suddenly burst into wild, manic laughter. Her laughter rang out, sharp and chilling. "The real Laura Barton is dead. She's dead." A single tear slid down from the corner of her eye as she released her grief and fury in a hysterical outburst. "Her ashes have been scattered by my own hands across the whole of Eagle's Nest Valley. Go ahead, search all you want." She broke into wild, manic laughter. Hawkeye, hearing this, was overwhelmed by a storm of sorrow and rage. The corner of his eye split open, and blood ran down his cheek. "You bastard," he roared, ready to charge forward in a desperate attack. But Richard darted in front of Avina, striking her squarely in the chest with his palm. A green, ethereal soul shot out from her body. Avina looked at her now spectral arms, her face frozen in terror, mouth open as if to speak. In an instant, a forefinger wrapped in crimson magic pierced her head. Avina's soul went blank, her limbs going limp as she stood there, motionless. Richard swiftly rummaged through Avina's memories, pinpointing the exact location where Laura had been held. "Lima, Peru hydraulic fracturing chamber." With a flick of his finger, Avina's soul shattered, and her body collapsed, lifeless. "I'll go and bring Mrs. Barton back." With that, Richard waved his hand, conjuring a portal and stepping through. Lima, Peru, an abandoned factory basement on the outskirts of the city. A dozen or so transparent, fracturing pods floated silently in the water, lined up like coffins. Stepping out of the portal, Richard was confronted with this grim scene, his expression growing dark. Damn it, the Skrulls began their secret infiltration this early. He quickly scanned the pods, soon spotting Laura Barton in suspended animation. Crimson magic snaked around Laura's fracturing pod, lifting it from the water and bringing it before Richard. "White Queen, scan the identities of the other humans." White Queen replied, "Understood, Richard." A moment later, she rattled off her findings at breakneck speed, like reading a menu. "Richard, I've found them. Among these people, 7 are currently high-ranking officials in Peru. That includes the first vice president and 6 cabinet-level ministers. There are also 5 Peruvian tycoons here. Each one controls key sectors: mining, energy, and water resources. And one more, a daughter of the infamous drug lord from Colombia to the north. And I've just checked. This drug lord's daughter is currently dating the son of the head of U.S. immigration." Richard was momentarily thrown. Dating the son of the U.S. immigration chief? What kind of crazy twist is that? Shaking off the distraction, he refocused. The urgent task was to bring Laura Barton back. Richard flipped his right hand, and the pod holding Laura in suspended animation floated up and followed him into the portal. Eagle's Nest Valley at the farm. Natasha sat on the front steps of the house, cradling the unconscious Cooper and little Lila in her arms. Hawkeye stood silently before the lifeless Avina. When Richard arrived with the hydraulic fracturing pod, the two quickly snapped to attention. Natasha looked at Richard with anticipation. "Richard, how is Laura now?" Richard gently lowered the hydraulic fracturing pod to the ground, guiding it with his magic. "Mrs. Barton is in a dormant state. She's only been replaced for less than 3 months. She should wake up soon." Hawkeye hurried to the pod and gazed at his wife inside, as serene as Sleeping Beauty. His eyes filled with tears once more. Murmuring under his breath, he mustered all his strength to open the pod door, wrapped his coat around his wife's bare form, and carefully lifted her out. He then strode quickly toward the house. Richard followed, and together with Natasha, each picked up a child and carried them inside. 2 hours later, Laura Barton, lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion at first. Then her gaze fell on her husband, sitting at her bedside. "Clint." Her voice was painfully hoarse, rasping like steel while scraping against glass. Hawkeye snapped awake. Seeing his wife conscious, he leapt to his feet and half knelt by the bed, gripping her pale hand tightly. "Laura, you're finally awake." "Clint, why did I fall asleep?" Laura asked in bewilderment, clearly unaware of her replacement and captivity. Hawkeye kissed her hand, gently wiping the cold sweat from her brow with his rough palm. "You're still very weak." Laura nodded tiredly, her entire body limp and drained of strength after just waking up. Hawkeye stood up, kissed her on the forehead, and spoke softly. "Get some more rest, darling." Laura nodded and slowly closed her eyes. Hawkeye gazed at his wife's face, vowing silently in his heart, "I will never let anyone hurt you again." Carefully tucking her hand under the covers, he turned and slipped quietly out of the bedroom. Richard and Cooper were playing chess downstairs. Young Cooper, clutching a chess piece, scratched his head in confusion, unsure of his next move. Natasha sat nearby, playing with little Lila and a Rubik's Cube. Footsteps sounded as Hawkeye descended the stairs. Cooper, relieved, put down his chess piece and stood up. Little Lila slid out of Natasha's arms and dashed across the room, her footsteps pattering quickly as she ran. Hawkeye knelt and scooped her up. Little Lila clung to her father's neck, her small face wrinkled with worry. "Daddy, is Mommy feeling better?" Hawkeye kissed his daughter's soft cheek and smiled. "Much better. She woke up for a bit, and now she's sleeping again." Little Lila nodded obediently and said, "Then let Mommy sleep a bit longer. I'll watch Nathaniel with my big brother." Cooper, being thoughtful, walked over and took his little sister's hand, guiding her upstairs after she slid down from their father's arms. Hawkeye watched as his son and daughter climbed the stairs one step at a time. He turned back, walked over to the sofa, and sat down heavily, exhaustion written all over him. "The kids are so considerate," Richard praised. Hawkeye forced a smile in response. "It's all thanks to Laura's good upbringing." Natasha, her expression worried, asked, "How is Laura doing?" Hawkeye rubbed his brow. "She's very weak. She needs a long period of peaceful rest to recover." Richard glanced at his watch and asked, "Mr. Barton, have you made up your mind now?" The memory of his wife's pale face as she slept flashed through Hawkeye's eyes, a glimmer of hatred sparking within them. "I will never let Nick Fury get away with this." "Then you'll need to move out of here as soon as possible," Richard said firmly. Hawkeye hesitated, but, for a moment, he didn't know where he could possibly take his wife and children to hide. SHLD's reach was simply too far and wide. Avoiding their surveillance would be nearly impossible. Natasha and Richard exchanged a glance. Then Natasha offered, "Clint, bring Laura and the kids and come with me to the Red Room headquarters. Nick Fury will never find you there." Hawkeye turned to Richard, remembering that Natasha had mentioned before. The Red Room's leader was now Richard himself. Richard broke into a hearty laugh. "Mr. Barton, welcome to the Red Room." Night fell over New York's Fifth Avenue and Andaz Hotel. On the rooftop restaurant, the vast observation deck was occupied by just Richard and Natasha. Tonight, Natasha wore a sheer, crimson gown. Her luminous, delicate skin glowed like polished jade against the red fabric. A V-shaped neckline trimmed in golden lace accentuated her curves, her chest, rising proudly, made even more striking by the gentle night breeze. A square dining table had been moved from inside the restaurant out onto the viewing platform, only a step away from the infinity pool that was the favorite photo spot of countless influencers. Through the glass railing, the Empire State Building stood in full view. The bottle of red wine on the table was nearly empty. With a slight flush from the wine, Natasha's gray eyes shimmered with a subtle, dreamy haze. She flashed a breathtaking smile, raised her half-filled wine glass, and stood up, swirling the last of her drink. Her soft murmur, layered with the gentle smokiness of her voice, took on an alluring, magnetic quality. Natasha swayed as she circled around the table, stepping toward Richard. But just then, the slender heel of her red stiletto caught in a crack by the pool edge. She gave a startled cry, her body tipping forward, and in the blink of an eye, she was about to tumble straight into the pool. Richard's figure flickered, and in the next instant he appeared at Natasha's side. His strong arm gently encircled her slender waist. Their eyes met, gazes locked. Natasha's look grew ever more enchanting as she gazed at Richard. When her vivid red lips parted, a sweet, intoxicating hint of wine drifted from her breath. Richard felt the lithe firmness of the woman's waist beneath his hand, the astonishingly smooth skin of her thighs, and his heart began to pound faster, thundering in his chest. Silvery moonlight spilled over Natasha's flushed face, tinged with the softness of intoxication, radiating an irresistible allure. Her eyes, clear as water, shimmered with a moist, inviting brilliance. Her tempting red lips parted slightly, and she murmured, "Richard, Unable to restrain the surge of desire in his heart, Richard lowered his head and finally tasted the lips he had longed for, pressing his mouth to her rosy lips. Suddenly, the half-filled wine glass tumbled from the air, plunging into the swimming pool below. Crimson wine blended into the clear water, staining a patch of the pool a rosy hue as the waves gently swelled in the night breeze. Without a sound, a rose-colored portal opened. Richard scooped the soft, delicate Natasha into his arms and stepped through. The next morning, in the grand bed of the hotel's presidential suite, Natasha slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she felt was a warm hand resting across her chest, and she couldn't help but blush, her pretty face tinged with pink. Suddenly, the strong arm around her waist tightened, and with a gentle twist, Natasha found herself pinned beneath a broad, muscular body. Richard gazed at Natasha's rosy, languid expression and placed a light, fleeting kiss on the tip of her nose. "You're awake." Natasha replied softly, her eyes shimmering as her snowy, slender hand slid smoothly around his neck. Sensing her challenge, Richard lowered his head to her graceful neck and left a playful mark. An hour later, their passions finally eased. Natasha, slick with fragrant perspiration, lay limp atop Richard, her eyes closed in satisfied bliss, still lost in the lingering afterglow. Richard gently caressed her smooth back, soothing her gently. After a while, Richard gave Natasha's pert bottom a soft pat and said, "Time to get up, Natasha." Natasha replied with a lazy hum, twisting her delicate body in protest. Feeling the friction of softness and strength, Richard drew in a sharp breath, suppressing the urge to begin again. His voice rough with restraint, he warned, "Little minx, keep that up, and you won't be able to get out of bed for days." Natasha's body shivered, and she quickly let go of his neck, rolling off him in a hurry. I'm up. Richard let out a sigh of relief and teased, "Honestly, you're terrible at this, but you never stop playing." Natasha rolled her eyes at him and retorted stubbornly, "Next time, I'll definitely win." Richard ignored her, got out of bed, and walked in the bathroom. Richard escorted Natasha back to the floating fortress, then teleported himself to Kamartaj. Natasha slipped quietly into her dormitory, but as soon as she opened the door, she saw Yelena sitting on her bed, arms crossed. "Yelena," Natasha cried out in surprise, her tone tinged with guilt. What are you doing in my room?" Yelena curled her lip in merciless mockery. "Someone didn't come back all night. Looks like you finally gave yourself away." Natasha's cheeks flushed at Yelena's words, but she quickly put her hands on her hips and retorted indignantly, "I'm the big sister here, Yelena. And what's that supposed to mean? I finally gave myself away. Where could I possibly go, huh?" Yelena snorted and continued teasing. "Where else? The boss's bed, obviously. How did you know?" Natasha gasped, darting her head out into the hallway to check both ways before slamming the door shut with a thud. "Were you following me?" Yelena stood up, pointing at Natasha's clothes with a sarcastic quirk of her brow. "Look at what you're wearing. So revealing and provocative. If you weren't sneaking off for a rendezvous with the boss, then what were you up to?" Natasha glanced down at her sheer red dress and hurriedly adjusted the plunging neckline that revealed a generous hint of cleavage. Don't you dare tell anyone about this." "But who would even care?" Yelena replied, entirely unimpressed. She strode toward the door, and as she passed Natasha, she suddenly gave her a playful smack on the rear. "Well, no wonder the boss likes you. Perky and round, just as I thought." With a mischievous grin, Yelena flung the door open and dashed out. "Yelena," Natasha clutched her backside, fuming as she watched her little bear of a sister escape. She shouted after her, "Just you wait." But before she could recover, the door swung open again and Yelena poked her head back in. "Fine, I'll wait. What are you going to do about it? Oh, and by the way, Melina knows you didn't come back last night, too. I bet she's already guessed what you were up to." "You little brat," Natasha cursed, bending down to grab a discarded high heel and hurling it at the door. Yelena ducked her head back just in time, slamming the door shut. The high heel thudded against the door and then clattered to the floor. Moments later, the door flew open again and Yelena's head popped in once more. "Wow, you're getting slow. Looks like you really wore yourself out last night." TSK. Who would have thought the boss had such stamina? Natasha's face flushed red all the way to her ears. She bent down again, this time reaching for the other high heel. "You can't hit me. You can't hit me. Nah. Yelena taunted, pulling her head back inside and slamming the door shut. Moments later, her cheerful footsteps quickly faded down the hallway. Natasha, still holding the high heel she never managed to throw, stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth as she cursed. "That little brat." She turned back to the bed, tossed the shoe aside, and flopped onto her back. Stretching luxuriously, Natasha suddenly raised her right hand, fingers spread wide, gazing absent-mindedly at the white ceiling through the gaps. As if struck by a sudden thought, a radiant smile bloomed on her face. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She rolled deeper into the bed, clutching the thin blanket tightly between her legs and burying her burning face in its folds. SHIELD Headquarters, Commander's Office. Maria Hill was on the phone with Nick Fury. Dorothy Douglas is still alive. Agent Barton is missing. Sir, it's possible that Clint Barton has defected. On the other end, Nick Fury's voice was steady and unreadable. Understood. I'll have someone look into it. With that, the call abruptly ended. Maria Hill leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, a deep frown slowly creasing her brow. Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton. Both of them are agents Director Fury trusts implicitly. But why they both gone rogue, one after the other? Just what is Director Fury hiding? Eagle's Nest Valley Farm. A Quinjet descended onto the property. As the hatch opened, a squad of SHIELD field agents exited swiftly, fanning out to secure the area. The team leader stood at the entrance, gathering quick reports from his team before turning to salute. Sir, the area is secure. A figure appeared in the doorway, dark-skinned, one-eyed, Nick Fury himself. Search the entire farm. Tear it down to the foundations if you have to, but find me any trace of Clint Barton. Yes, sir. The squad scattered to comb the grounds, and soon, a report came in. Sir, the farmhouse has been completely destroyed by fire. Initial assessment indicates it was deliberate. Take me there, Fury said, his face dark, his single eye glinting with a chilling intensity. The team leader led Fury to the charred remains of the house, where agents were already sifting through the debris for evidence. Fury asked, anything at the scene? The agents shook their heads, one after another. Nothing, sir. Nothing here, either. My guess is someone thoroughly cleaned out any evidence before setting the fire. I agree, sir. Fury's expression grew grimmer. Any bodies found? The agents shook their heads again. Damn it. Nick Fury, fuming, kicked the metal barrel in front of him and sent it flying more than 10 meters away. Just then, the shrill ring of a phone broke the silence. Nick Fury pulled his phone from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and his brow immediately furrowed. He turned and waved at his team of agents. You all head back to the plane first. Yes, sir. The agents saluted in unison, then quickly marched off. Only after they had moved out of earshot did Nick Fury answer the call. Kingsley, what took you so long to pick up the line? Nick Fury's dark skin began to fade rapidly, morphing into the green visage of Skrull, marked by a vertical scar across his left brow. He spoke with impatience. Palos, spare me the small talk. Out with it, what do you want? Have you found Avina? Kingsley's frown deepened. No, the Eagle's Nest Valley farm was burned to the ground. Someone wiped out all the clues before we got there. Don't get discouraged, Kingsley. Not finding a body is good news in itself. It means there's still a good chance Avina is alive. Don't get discouraged? Kingsley let out a bitter laugh. Palos, Avina is my daughter. If it were Jaya who'd gone missing, would you still be so calm? There was a brief silence on the other end before Talos replied, his voice subdued. Kingsley, I know how anxious Avina's disappearance has made you, but don't forget, this is Earth. Nick just called to remind me. We have to tread carefully here. Nick Fury. A look of fury twisted Kingsley's face. He snarled, we are proud Skrulls. We are not Nick Fury's servants. Talos, when did you become so spineless? Have you forgotten the honor that belongs to the Skrull people? Honor means nothing if we don't survive. Talos' voice was resolute from the other end. And don't forget Carol Danvers. Damn it. Kingsley's chest heaved with rage, but with nowhere to vent, he could only stomp the ground in frustration. The ground beneath his foot cracked open, collapsing into a deep pit in an instant. Kingsley, Talos called out sharply. Fine, I get it. Kingsley replied, his patience fraying. I'll head back right now. He hung up abruptly, unable to stop himself from cursing under his breath. Damn it. Damn it. Geralt was right. The Skrulls are the true masters of Earth. At that moment, the commotion drew the agent's squad back at full speed. Sir, are you all right? In the blink of an eye, Kingsley's skin shifted back to dark, and he once again wore the face of Nick Fury. He turned around and waved his hand. I'm Fina. We're heading back to headquarters now. Yes, sir. The agent saluted once more. The squad leader glanced at the deep crater left behind, his pupils narrowing sharply. He masked his reaction, casting a quick look at Nick Fury's retreating figure, then lowered his head and caught up with the team. Ontario, Canada, a remote stretch of wilderness. Inside a sprawling underground base still under construction, Nick Fury sat in a hidden office, speaking on the phone. Palos, what's the situation? Kingsley has already returned to headquarters, Nick. Nick Fury frowned, his voice edged with displeasure. Your actions this time were far Too reckless. On the other end, Talos apologized immediately. Saw the Nick. Avina is Kingsley's daughter. She's his only family left. Nick Fury's expression darkened. Just this once, Talos. Thank you, Nick. I promise, this will be the last time. Nick Fury ended the call, his face clouded with uncertainty. Things were spiraling out of control fast. There was definitely something wrong inside S.H.I.E.L.D. That mysterious figure must be plotting something. And then there were the Skrulls. Skrull supremacists like Kingsley were multiplying at an alarming rate. I need help. With that thought, he pulled out the battered old pager he kept close. This time, he pressed the call button without a moment's hesitation. Richard had just finished breakfast with Christine, and together they returned to their dorm. Christine popped open a silver suitcase and began packing his things. That's right. Richard was about to embark on his next journey through the multiverse. When he saw his girlfriend tucking a thick overcoat into the silver case, Richard quickly stopped her. No need to pack all those heavy clothes, Chris. Christine looked puzzled. But what if it's winter in that world? Richard couldn't help but laugh. Don't forget, darling, I'm a sorcerer. A little cold won't bother me in the least. All I need is a small computer, some food, and spare underwear. Well, all right, Christine grumbled. I'll go get your food ready. Don't pack too much, Richard reminded her. Yeah, I know, she called back without looking. Richard packed his spare clothes into the silver case, then opened a portal and stepped into the grand hall. He bowed respectfully. Master, the Ancient One stood with her hands behind her back, smiling. Heading out again? Richard nodded. Yes, the Ancient One said, her tone meaningful. This time, you can visit a few more worlds. Richard raised his eyebrows, a suspicion forming in his heart. He pressed his palms together and bowed. I understand, Master. After saying goodbye to the Ancient One, Richard returned to the dorm. Sensing Christine's presence nearby, he spoke up. White Queen, connect me to Natasha. Right away, you scoundrel. Richard. Natasha's cheerful voice rang out. Richard scratched his cheek, suddenly realizing that the White Queen's complaint just now had been surprisingly on point. He had just won Natasha's heart yesterday, and today he was about to leave for a while. Such behavior really fit the image of an irresponsible playboy. Natasha, I'll be away for some time. I'll come find you when I return. What? On the other end, Natasha was startled and quickly asked, Where are you going? Richard rubbed his nose, thought for a moment, and replied, This time, I'll be leaving Earth. Oh, that's so far. Natasha hesitated, then mustered her courage and said, Can I come with you? Richard sighed inwardly. Her reaction was exactly the same as Clee's. No, this trip could be dangerous. I can't guarantee your safety. All right then, Natasha replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. If even Richard, with all his power, thought it was risky, then it would be reckless for her to insist on going. Natasha carefully reminded him, You must be careful out there. If you're in danger, don't try to face it. Hide yourself right away. Listening to Natasha's gentle, tender words, Richard felt a warmth blooming in his heart. He answered softly, All right, I promise. If there's any danger, I'll keep my head down and stay out of trouble. For the next few days, don't push yourself to train. Wait until you're fully recovered. I'm perfectly fine, Natasha protested, feigning indignation. Yes, you're in great shape. No need for rest. Richard quickly soothed her, then added, Natasha, keep an eye on Agent Barton's mood and make sure he doesn't go out these days. Nick Fury is still looking for him. Don't worry, I'll let Clint know, Natasha replied. After exchanging a few more affectionate words, they ended the call. Next, Richard made calls to Tony Stark and Adele Von Strucker. He informed Tony about his upcoming trip and warned him not to act alone after developing the Skrull detector, but to wait until Richard returned. Although Tony agreed readily, Richard knew full well how headstrong he could be, so he also notified Pepper Potts as an extra precaution. As for Adele, he advised her to keep a low profile for the time being and to avoid contact with any of the prodigies at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Just then, Christine returned carrying food. She quietly set down her sleek, silver suitcase, and without a word, turned and hugged Richard tightly. I hate this feeling, knowing I won't see you for such a long time again, Christine murmured, burying herself in her boyfriend's arms. Richard held her in silence, embracing her tightly so she could feel his presence. After a long moment, Christine abruptly pushed him away and turned her back to wipe away her tears. After letting out a gentle breath, she gave her cheeks a few more slaps. When she turned around again, she was once more brimming with energy. Let's head out now. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return. Richard picked up his suitcase and casually drew open a portal. Glancing back at his girlfriend one last time, he turned and stepped through the shimmering gateway. As the crimson sparks of magic faded in midair, Christine's smile collapsed in an instant. She slumped against the edge of the bed, crystalline tears streaming down her cheeks. The familiar solitary island in the Pacific. This time, Richard finally didn't need to use that complicated cross-dimensional ritual. He tore open a rift in space, sending his spiritual tendrils probing into the dimensional fissure, searching for that distant resonance of his other self. Picking one at random, he opened a passageway and stepped through to the other world. High above a mysterious canyon, a narrow crack suddenly split the sky. Richard emerged, encased in a shimmering crimson magical shield. His toes pointed naturally downward, his body suspended in midair. Sensing the spiritual presence of his self in this world, Richard's brow suddenly furrowed. My other self here, something's wrong. He seems to be teetering on the edge between life and death. Just one step toward the abyss, and he could perish at any moment. And something's off about the environment here, too. Below his feet, thick, swirling gray-green mists filled the canyon, a sight that made it clear they were not to be touched lightly. The abyssal gorge was under heavy guard. At regular intervals, automated machine guns waited in silent vigilance, while on both the east and west cliffs stood 8 massive signal-jamming towers shaped like giant ears, making sure no electronic signal could escape this place. In the middle of the canyon, 2 tall towers rose, apparently the living quarters for the security forces. Yet Richard sensed no signs of life within either tower. And since arriving, not a single bird or beast had made a sound. Strange, given that this was a forested area. Richard floated toward the eastern tower. At the edge of its rooftop, a machine gun waited, surrounded by a thick layer of orange-yellow shell casings. He touched the gun barrel. Cold. Looks like whoever was guarding this place left some time ago. He stepped into the room connected to the rooftop. Inside stood a single mattress and some supplies, baijiu, and preserved food. This must have been the guard's quarters. Just then, a bookshelf, slightly pulled away from the wall, caught Richard's eye. Faint lines of text were carved into the wall behind it. With a wave of his hand, the shelf slid aside, revealing the words etched clearly into the concrete. If you feel lonely when alone, it means you're not keeping yourself good company. Jasper Drake, J.D., 2024. Only those willing to take the risk and journey far can truly discover how far they can go. Captain Bradford Shaw, 1947. The road is right beneath your feet. There's nothing to hesitate about. Richard Robert, 2010. Richard's eyes narrowed. Richard Robert? In this world, that's my name. That's an inscription left here in 2010. His current location is right at the bottom of the canyon. TCH, after traveling through so many worlds, it seems like every version of me has had a pretty rough time. Richard couldn't help but grumble as he reached out with his senses, attuning himself to the spiritual presence of his other self, and tore open a crimson portal. The floor of the canyon was blanketed in a heavy, gray-green mist. At the bottom, shrouded in perpetual gloom, there lay a swamp. This marshland was riddled with pools of dark green water, and the ground was covered by a thick layer of gray, shaggy fungal mats. Twisted, withered trees jutted out from the mire, their shapes grotesque and unnatural. Looking closer, Richard realized these dead trees were fused with the remains of humans or animals. Every corpse reduced to a stark, white skeleton. The forms of these tree corpses were warped and frozen in agonized postures, running, weeping, roaring, despairing. Tendrils of gray-green mist curled around the bizarre remains, painting a chilling, nightmarish vision of the underworld. Richard stepped through his portal, arriving before a tree fused with a human skeleton. From this eerie figure, he sensed the spiritual presence of his other self. The tree creature seemed to sense Richard's arrival as well. Its drooping white skull suddenly made a bone-chilling, cracking sound. Slowly, the skull lifted, and its hollow eye sockets fixed their empty gaze on Richard. Richard called out, testing, "Richard Robert?" One withered arm, wooden and skeletal, wrenched itself from the ground, slowly and mechanically reaching out toward him. Richard narrowed his eyes. He could feel no threat from this creature that might be another version of himself. So Richard, too, stretched out his hand and touched the wooden limb of the tree corpse. A muffled gasp escaped Richard's lips as a surge of spiritual energy rushed into his body. From within that essence, a wave of utter despair began to pour forth. "Kill me. Please, I beg you in this." Richard absorbed the memories carried by that spiritual energy, quickly sifting out the most crucial information. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Richard's hand, still touching the withered arm, burst into a blaze of orange-red flame. The searing fire raced along the wooden limb, engulfing the entire tree corpse in a heartbeat. Wreathed in flames, the skeletal head lifted, jaws stretching wide in a silent, agonized scream. The intense heat quickly evaporated the dampness inside the withered wooden skeleton, setting him entirely ablaze. Hot air surged upward, stirring the dense, gray-green mist that hung overhead, making it churn and roll without pause. Soon, the flames died down, and the withered corpse was completely reduced to ashes. Perhaps due to its fusion with wood, after being rapidly incinerated, the remains of the skeletal figure turned directly to charcoal. With a gentle wave of his hand, Richard shattered the charred remains, sending black ash drifting down into the swamp on the wind. Just then, the silence was broken by the sound of 2 sets of footsteps. Richard glanced back toward the edge of the swamp, formed a hand seal with one hand, and his figure faded, vanishing from sight. Before long, 2 figures appeared in the marsh, a man and a woman, both clad in bulletproof vests. They carried automatic rifles, edging warily around the grotesque, contorted skeletons of dead trees as they moved quickly forward. Richard followed them, soon arriving at a deserted village. At the entrance to the village stood a flagpole, from which 3 flags fluttered: the Union Jack, the Hammer and Sickle, and the Stars and Stripes. The pair advanced along the village's main road, but had barely taken a few steps before they saw that a fissure split the street in 2, with one half raised several centimeters above the other. "This looks like earthquake damage." The man opened his mouth to reply, but suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from all directions. The 2 raised their guns at once, shifting formation as they scanned their surroundings in tense alertness. The roars drew ever closer, echoing through the empty streets. The man spotted a tall church not far ahead and quickly signaled for them to move forward. The woman nodded. Covering each other, they raced toward the church. The man pulled open the tightly shut doors and hurried inside, with the woman right behind him, closing the door firmly. Pressing themselves against the wood, they gasped for breath, their chests heaving. Outside, the noise gradually faded. The creatures that had been howling seemed unable to track them down, and soon the roars subsided into silence. The man let out a long sigh and nodded to the woman. Guns at the ready, they straightened up and cautiously edged deeper into the church. Every window in the abandoned sanctuary was boarded up, but through the cracks, gray-green light filtered in. In that eerie glow, they saw a row of motionless black shapes slumped on the pews, each shrouded in thick layers of cobwebs. The woman crept closer, wary, and saw that these were all human skeletons. The man, whose name was Levi, approached as well. He bent over and pinched a suspicious blue stain from the hand bones of one skeleton, bringing it to his nose for a tentative sniff. "Cyanide." The woman's brow furrowed at his words. They actually chose to end their lives here, in a church? Levi pressed his lips together, his expression grave. What could be more terrifying than God's punishment? A sheen of cold sweat broke out on the woman's forehead. Hell itself. The 2 of them exchanged a glance, a bone-chilling dread rising from deep within. In unison, they raised their guns, moving forward with light, measured steps. A strange, rumbling sound echoed through the air. The woman seemed to hear something unusual. She lifted her head, looking up at the ceiling, which was entwined with green vines. A piercing shriek shattered the silence. A monstrous spider leaped down from the vines, hurling itself at the woman's face. She screamed, falling backward as she raised her gun, desperately bracing it against the 8 razor-sharp, flailing spider legs. "What kind of creature is this?" she cried out in terror, staring at the spider monster just inches away. Its head was horrifyingly that of a human skull. "Dresa!" Levi shouted, rushing over in 2 quick strides. With the butt of his rifle, he knocked the frenzied, skull-headed spider off of her. "Ah!" Still screaming, Dresa fired round after round into the spider, riddling it with bullets. But beneath the bench, she could see countless more skull-headed spiders swarming in from every direction. "Levi, more of those things are coming." Back to back, Levi and Dresa fired wildly, their shots ringing out in rapid succession. Just then, the wooden doors of the abandoned chapel burst open, splintering into pieces. A horde of humanoid tree creatures, dressed in tattered military uniforms, stormed inside. Facing the entrance, Dresa cursed loudly, shouting, "Levi, reload!" "Okay," Levi called back. The 2 of them switched positions with practiced speed, Levi's assault rifle blazing as he laid down cover fire. Dresa snatched a spare magazine from her belt and reloaded in a flash. She shouted, "Switch!" They swapped positions again, Levi reloading swiftly while Dresa's rifle roared, forcing the tree creatures to stumble backward under her barrage. But there were simply too many, both the tree monsters and the skull-headed spiders. Even working together, firing at full force, they couldn't hold back the tide. Before long, one of the skull-headed spiders broke through the hail of bullets and leaped onto Levi's back. It shrieked as it raised its jagged legs, driving them toward his neck. Suddenly, a flash of cold steel glinted through the chaos. The spider's leg quivered, then split in two and fell from Levi's back. Levi spun around, wide-eyed, just in time to see Dresa toss aside her rifle and draw a dagger. "Dresa, no!" he cried, raising his gun and firing wildly past her. A tree creature let out a guttural roar of triumph, hooking its gnarled wooden arm around Dresa's neck. Even as its crown of brittle branches shattered under Levi's bullets, it refused to let go, dragging Dresa backward with all its strength. The other tree creatures surged past Dresa, charging straight at Levi. Staggering, Dresa was dragged back, despair written across her face. "Levi, run! Get out of here!" But Levi was not about to abandon her so easily. Firing his gun wildly, he charged headlong into the horde of treemen. Just as the two were about to be swallowed by the encroaching mass, brilliant crimson sword lights suddenly erupted all around. In an instant, every treeman and skull-headed spider froze in place. A moment later, their bodies were torn apart, scattering in every direction. Dresa felt the tight grip around her neck suddenly release. Unable to keep her balance, she flailed her arms and toppled backward. Levi dropped to his knees, sliding forward just in time to break her fall with his own body. Dresa scrambled to her feet, hastily reaching out to help Levi up. Almost at the same time, the two of them blurted out, "Levi, are you all right? Dresa, are you hurt?" They stared at each other, and quickly, a blush crept onto both their faces. "I say, you two." Richard's languid voice drifted over. "How about a kiss right here in front of me?" Dresa, after all, was a woman. Her cheeks flushed even deeper as she hurriedly turned away. Levi eyed the mysterious hooded stranger before him, particularly the twin, long swords shimmering with a crimson glow. Wariness flickered in his eyes. "Thank you for saving me and Dresa, sir," Levi said gratefully. Dresa recovered her composure as well, expressing her thanks to Richard. "Thank you, sir. If not for your timely help, Levi and I wouldn't have made it out alive." Richard spun both swords in a graceful flourish, then dispelled the crimson blades and lifted his hand to pull back his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face. "No need to thank me. You two must be the sentinels from the towers above the canyon, aren't you?" Levi and Dresa had both seen the moment the crimson swords vanished. They exchanged a glance, suppressed their shock, and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir. Might we ask where you come from?" Richard smiled and shook his head. "That can wait. For now, follow me somewhere." With that, he casually drew a crimson portal in the air, to the astonishment of both Levi and Dresa. "Come with me." Without another word, Richard strode straight into the portal. Dresa turned to Levi in a fluster. "Levi?" Levi forced down his own astonishment, grabbing Dresa's small hand. "Let's go." Hand in hand, the two of them disappeared into the portal. At the bottom of the canyon, inside a secret laboratory carved into the mountain. Under the dim, yellow light, an old videotape was playing. On the screen was a female researcher in a white lab coat. She stood before the camera, her expression outwardly calm, but her eyes betrayed a deep, unspoken despair. Today is July 12th, 1946, or maybe the 13th. We're developing a kind of devastating biochemical missile. 6 days ago, we were hit by an earthquake, magnitude 8.1. The containment equipment suffered severe damage. At this point, the woman suddenly let out a cry of pain, doubling over. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she struggled to her feet, suppressing the pain. Slowly, she lifted the hem of her clothes. A horrifying sight appeared on the screen. Several green vines were actually growing out of her abdomen. "What the hell?" Dresa recoiled in shock, taking a step back. Levi reached out and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, patting her twice in reassurance. "We did everything in our power to contain the leaking virus within the canyon. But after being exposed to this biocontaminated environment for so long, our genes fused with those of other organisms living here in the canyon." Richard looked at the woman's skeleton on the ground, her remains interwoven with withered vines, and his expression darkened. "Another experimental accident caused by biochemical research." The woman in the video went on. "Humans are highly resistant to viral infection, but if infected, this kind of mutation appears within 5 days. We were at least fortunate that, from the very beginning, we chose this remote, uninhabited place for our laboratory. That decision saved humanity from a catastrophic biochemical disaster. May God forgive us for our sins." The recording ended there. Richard took the tape out of the projector, slipped it back into its case, and tossed it aside. Dresa's reflexes were quick. She instinctively reached out and caught the case. "Mr. Richard? What are you?" Richard just smiled faintly and didn't answer. He turned instead to Levi and said, "Levi, I need you to do me a favor. Levi let go of Drace's shoulders and, without a word, stepped forward to shield her behind him. I'm happy to be of service. Richard led the two of them into another secret room, where a sophisticated piece of electronic equipment sat prominently on a table. Levi was taken aback. This research base is still operational. He reached out and tapped the keyboard. The screen immediately lit up, displaying the Black Tide logo. Richard placed a hand on Drace's shoulder and shook his head at her. Levi frowned and said, Black Tide? Isn't that a major corporation specializing in genetic research? He clicked the mouse, pulling up the desktop interface. A program was already running in the background. Black Tide has been using the data here to coordinate their drones. They've been secretly collecting hybrid gene samples all along. Damn it, the biochemical experiment really is still ongoing. They're researching super bio soldiers. Richard let go of Drace, and she immediately strode forward, stepping in front of the screen. So our job is to protect their secrets? With a burst of anger, Drace pulled out her handgun and aimed it squarely at the computer screen, ready to fire. Delasa, wait. Levi suddenly raised his hand to stop her and moved the mouse to open a folder named Stray Dogs. Black Tide set up a self-destruct protocol. There's a tactical nuke in the canyon. If the secret of the canyon is uncovered, the nuke will be triggered instantly. Levi looked at the last security blueprint and said, we have to get at least 4.2 kilometers away if we want to survive. Delace's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She hastily lowered her handgun, her voice shaking as she cursed. Damn it. At the east tower of the canyon, Levi was conducting his monthly report using an old-fashioned radio transmitter. This is the east tower. Do you copy? Repeat. This is the east tower. Do you copy? A familiar voice crackled through the speaker. Levi, do you know who I am? Levi replied. Yes, I do. You've been down into the canyon, haven't you? I'll ask you again, Levi. Do you know who I am? Levi frowned and responded. I know. Bartholomew. I work for the American military, Levi. The research in the canyon has made tremendous progress. Soon, the military will possess enough power to sweep the world's armies aside. Now someone has crept into the canyon and uncovered its secrets. If it's not you, then it's the one across from you. Take care of her, Levi. Do it now. A terrifying gleam flashed in Levi's eyes. He answered coldly, leave it to me. The call ended. Levi sat in silence, gripping the receiver. She's been found out. Delasa. Richard's voice suddenly drifted in. I know, Levi replied. Bartholomew used the word she just now. The realization dawned on Richard. He had recognized it by the voice, but Levi had caught the evidence directly. When are you leaving? Levi put away the radio, turned and said, Delasa and I made a pact. We must destroy this place with our own hands. Richard grinned, teasing, then you two had better run fast. For 0.2 kilometers, Levi said with confidence. We're the best snipers on the planet. We can hit a target accurately from 3.8 kilometers away. That gives us enough time to get outside the 4.2 kilometer radius. At dawn the next morning, Levi and Delasa hid separately, each one lying in wait 3.8 kilometers from the east and west towers. 2 heavy sniper rifles were aimed at the signal jamming towers beneath the tall structures. Just then, an armed helicopter appeared in the distance, coming in to land below the east tower. A squad of heavily armed soldiers leapt from the chopper. Their black commander waved his hand, and 4 team members spread out at once. 2 set up a perimeter outside the east tower, while the other 2 swiftly entered the building. Immediately afterward, a woman in her 50s disembarked from the plane. She led the black commander straight up the east tower. Soon, the woman and the black commander arrived at the residence on the very top floor. The commander's sharp gaze swept across the room before he announced, Director Bartholomew, this place is secure. But Bartholomew pointed to a section of wall concealed by a bookshelf and commanded, Move the bookshelf aside, Commander. The commander hesitated for a moment, then obediently stepped forward and pulled the bookshelf away. Bartholomew walked over and gazed at the words engraved on the wall. At the very top, it read, There are 3 things you cannot hide, the sun, the moon, and the truth. Levi Kane, 2025. At that moment, Levi and Delasa, who had long been prepared, fired at the same time. 2 heavy sniper bullets, each 138 millimeters long and weighing over 80 grams, streaked across 3,800 meters in 13 seconds and struck the bombs on the signal interference towers with perfect precision. Both signal interference towers simultaneously erupted into balls of fire. The trigger signal raced along the pre-laid cables at lightning speed. A thunderous series of explosions followed as the remaining 6 big ears blew apart one after another. The chain of blasts set off the tower's alarms. The shrill, piercing alarm jolted Bartholomew, she spun around to look at the Black Commander behind her. What's happening? Through the window, the Black Commander saw the signal jammers exploding and quickly replied, "Ma'am, it's the big ears. Every single one of them is blown up." Bartholomew's expression changed instantly. In a panic, she shouted, "Evacuate! Now, immediately!" At once, ma'am. The Black Commander led 2 soldiers downstairs to clear the way, with Bartholomew following close behind. Suddenly, a crimson portal silently opened at her feet. "Commander!" Bartholomew cried out in alarm as she plunged into the portal. Hearing her voice, the Black Commander spun around, only to find that his superior had vanished without a trace. With the signal jammers destroyed, thousands of hollow men who had been hiding at the bottom of the canyon surged out, throwing back their heads and letting out triumphant, wild cries. They swarmed toward the foot of the cliff, scrambling upward with frantic speed, using both hands and feet. Meanwhile, Levi and Delasa, having fired their shots, abandoned their beloved sniper rifles without hesitation and bolted in the opposite direction as if their lives depended on it. Inside the mountain lab, a computer screen flickered to life. The Stray Dog program popped up and activated. Deep in the partially collapsed underground missile silo, a tactical nuclear warhead blanketed with earth and vines suddenly flashed red at its trigger mechanism. A heartbeat later, the nuke detonated. A blinding orange-red fireball erupted, swelling rapidly as the depths of the missile silo twisted and collapsed in an instant. Scorching flames swept across the entire bottom of the canyon, and in an instant, the abandoned chapel and the corpses seated quietly inside were reduced to drifting ash. Countless hollow men, struggling to climb upwards, howled as they were swallowed by the inferno, vanishing like twisted deadwood in a swamp, all turned to dust and shadows. The nuclear fireball ballooned rapidly, reaching a diameter of 800 meters, bathing the canyon walls in a fierce orange-red glow. The thick, gray-green fog that once blotted out the sky and the canyon evaporated in a heartbeat. The twin towers to the east and west stood for only a tenth of a second before collapsing in a cascading ruin. The shockwave from the blast surged outward at 500 meters per second, sending up a wall of dust, a spreading ring of death, devouring every mutated creature and abandoned structure in its path. Just a moment before the nuclear inferno burst open, the newly arrived armed helicopter managed to lift off. The panicked Black Commander leaned in desperately, shouting into the pilot's ear, "Faster, faster, keep going, you idiot." The pilot gripped the controls, teeth clenched in fury. "Shut your damn mouth, you bastard. What the hell did you just say?" The commander's face flushed with anger, dark and red. "Shut your damn mouth, you bastard." 2 cold gun barrels, one on each side, aimed straight at him. Damn it. The sudden mutiny of the soldiers left the commander simmering with rage, but with those icy muzzles pressed against him, he had no choice but to clamp his mouth shut. At that moment, the nuclear shock wave swept over them. A hailstorm of stones rattled against the chopper's shell, sharp and relentless as bullets. "Hold on, hold on." The pilot's face twisted in terror as he clung to the controls. Buffeted by wave after wave of nuclear force, the helicopter bobbed helplessly like a tiny boat in a tsunami. The next instant, the armed chopper lost balance, spinning wildly as it plunged toward the canyon below. Everyone aboard unleashed desperate curses, only to be swallowed by death and dust. At the edge of a cliff on the canyon's east side, Liwei glanced back at the wall of fire and fury racing toward him. Gritting his teeth, he hurled himself off the precipice. The oncoming cloud of ash swept him up, flinging him a dozen meters before he plummeted straight into the deep pool far below. Meanwhile, atop a slope to the west, Delasa watched the orange-red nuclear fireball erupt below, then turned to look at Bartholomew, who lay limp on the ground. "She's a mastermind behind Black Tide?" Richard flicked his finger, swirling with crimson magic, and shook his head. "She's nothing but a pitiful pawn put out in the open." Bartholomew's face twisted in misery. "Kill me, please." Delasa glanced at Richard, her eyes asking, "Is this old woman still useful?" Richard shook his head. "Useless. She's just a piece of trash now." Delasa lifted her chin, drew her pistol from the small of her back, and pressed it to Bartholomew's forehead. "Want to die? I'll grant your wish." Bang! The bullet pierced straight through Bartholomew's forehead, splattering jagged streaks of blood across the rugged stone. Her vacant eyes wide open, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "No need to thank me," Delasa quipped, twirling her pistol with a flourish before holstering it at her waist. "So, where are you headed next?" Richard asked. Delasa turned, gazing eastward across the canyon, her voice distant as she replied, "I'll be hiding nearby for 5 days. Once I'm sure I haven't been infected by the virus, I'll head to France and wait for Levi." "And you, Mr. Richard?" Richard shrugged. I suppose I'll chat with a few people. Let's hope we meet again someday, Ms. Delesa. With that, he traced a glowing portal in the air, hefted a silver-white briefcase at his side, and nodded to Delesa. He drew up his hood, then stepped through the portal and vanished. Delesa watched as the crimson sparks of magic faded in midair, then turned and left. 5 days later, a shocking scandal erupted across the globe. Led by the American Eagle, several Eastern and Western nations have been secretly developing world-ending bioweapons for decades. The conspiracy involved major pharmaceutical giants and military alliances worldwide. They had hidden illegal experiments behind government projects, tested bioweapons amid geopolitical conflicts, and used prisoners of war as live test subjects. Within mere days, massive protests swept the world. At the International Court, the trial of the century was broadcast live to the globe. In Ys, France, inside a family-run restaurant, Levi, the chef and owner, and Delesa, the waitress and proprietress, set aside their work for a moment. Together with their dining guests, they watched the trial unfold on live television. To everyone's astonishment, the world leaders and corporate titans implicated in the case all openly confessed to the crimes charged by the court. Levi and Delesa exchanged a meaningful glance. In that instant, both were thinking of that young and enigmatic Mr. Richard. Meanwhile, Richard, the mastermind in the shadows, stood on a deserted island in the Pacific, holding a vial of crimson virus sample, his brow furrowed in thought. He hesitated, weighing whether to bring this virus, capable of fusing genetic material from different organisms, back to the Marvel Universe. Well, after all, it's a sample with immense potential. Who knows? It might come in handy someday. With a thought, Richard enveloped the crimson virus in a spiritual sphere, sealing it with a flare of scarlet magic. Still uneasy, he layered dozens of additional sealing spells over it. From now on, if a single error occurred during the unsealing process, the virus sample would be destroyed instantly. Satisfied, Richard casually tore open a rift in space. He extended his spiritual senses through the dimensional gap, searching for dozens of distant resonances. He picked one at random and teleported away, somewhere in a modern world. The moment Richard stepped out of the interdimensional portal, a bullet etched with mysterious markings was already hurtling toward him. In a flash, Richard raised his right hand, catching the sniper bullet firmly between his index and middle fingers. Expressionless, he turned to face the direction the bullet had come from. In his eyes, 2 scarlet flames of magical energy ignited, blazing intensely. What the hell? A full 1,500 meters away, atop a skyscraper, the assassin peered through his sniper scope and saw this scene unfold, something beyond belief. His face changed drastically. Without a second thought, he abandoned his sniper rifle, sprang to his feet, and bolted away in a panic. Trying to run? Richard sneered coldly and, with a wave of his hand, sliced open another portal. In the next instant, the fleeing assassin tumbled out of the portal at Richard's feet. With a casual flick, Richard sent the sniper bullet whistling back toward the assassin. Bang! The bullet grazed the assassin's head and buried itself in the ground mere inches away. The assassin sprawled on the ground, staring at the bullet hole so close he could smell the scorched earth. His pupils contracted sharply, and he threw up his hands in alarm. Don't shoot. I surrender. Richard planted his foot and flipped the man onto his back, his face dark as thunder. Why did you fire? To his surprise, the assassin looked genuinely aggrieved. Sir, who are you? Why did you suddenly appear here? Who am I? Richard gave a cold laugh, his magic-fueled eyes chilling as he stared down the scruffy, middle-aged killer. You don't even know who I am, and you just opened fire? I'm truly sorry. The assassin threw up his hands in helplessness. But, sir, the person I was aiming at is in that office building right behind you. I scouted out the shooting path in advance and made sure every rooftop along the bullet's route was sealed off. But I have no idea how you suddenly appeared in the middle of my trajectory. He scratched his nose awkwardly. Wait, that's right. A sniper bullet takes a few seconds to travel that far. I'd barely stepped out of the interdimensional portal when the bullet was already in my face. Unless this guy has some extraordinary power to foresee the exact minute and second I would arrive in this world, there's no other explanation but sheer coincidence. Richard coughed lightly, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. So, what's your name? The middle-aged assassin let out a subtle sigh of relief. Carlos. Carlos Gibson. You're an assassin? Richard asked, his interest piqued. I used to be. Carlos Gibson's expression turned a shade somber. He braced his hands on the ground and got to his feet. At that moment, Richard suddenly turned toward the upscale office building behind him, a strange look crossing his face. Who's your target? Richard Bledson, Carlos replied. Richard's face darkened noticeably. He had just sensed that his counterpart in this parallel world was inside that very office building. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that he himself was precisely the target of this assassin? Now, the answer was clear. Richard pressed on. Do you have a grudge with him? Or did you perhaps take on a contract to assassinate him? Carlos didn't dare hide a thing. Who knew if this mysterious man before him, whose eyes seemed to burn with fire, might have the power to read minds? Richard Bradson appears to be the owner of an accounting firm, but in reality, he's a broker who serves the criminal underworld. I discovered that for years, he's been working for the same assassin organization I once belonged to. Richard's hopes were dashed. A wave of frustration welled up in him. It seemed that versions of himself in every parallel world were all rather odd. Either they met with particularly grim fates, like that Interpol Richard who died twice, or the soldier Richard from the last world, who ended up a withered corpse. Or they simply turned out to be villains, like the ambitious patrolman Richard in the bioweapon world, or in this world a broker for assassins. Well, if it was just a misunderstanding, then let's leave it at that. Richard asked, by the way, do you need my help with anything? Carlos was taken aback. He couldn't tell if Richard was testing him. So he replied cautiously, maybe you could send me back to the sniper's perch from earlier? Sure. Richard agreed with a nod, and with a wave of his hand, opened a portal beneath Carlos's feet. Carlos was still in shock at how straightforward Richard had been, and suddenly, the ground vanished beneath him. Panic flashed across his face. Oh my God, he shouted as he tumbled into the portal. Richard's lips curled into a satisfied grin as he muttered, That's for you, old man. Consider it your special delivery. Having played a little trick on Chris, Richard sensed the location of his other self in this world. With a swift motion, he drew a circle in the air, and his body vanished instantly. Elsewhere, Carlos came tumbling out of the portal, rolled forward in a heap, and struggled to his feet. Did he do that on purpose? He wondered. Then, with a wry smile and a shake of his head, he muttered, Well, to have survived this, maybe it really is the Lord's blessing. Carlos walked over to his sniper rifle, laid back down on the ground, and peered through the scope at the accounting firm's office on the 23rd floor of the upscale office building. He stared wide-eyed at the empty office. Where's Richard Bradson? Did he step out? Carlos hesitated for a moment, then decided to remain on stakeout and wait for his target's return. On the rooftop of the high-end office building, Richard stood with his arms crossed, gazing at his counterpart slumped on the ground. Richard's other self was gasping for breath in terror. Oh my God, I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Richard replied calmly, Richard Bradson. Who's there? His counterpart stammered, shuddering in fear as he quickly looked up. When he saw the hooded Richard, he immediately glanced nervously around. After confirming that Richard was alone and unarmed, he immediately pulled a pistol from the back of his waist and aimed it at Richard, his expression turning vicious. Kid, are you the one who brought me here? Richard let out a disappointed sigh and shook his head. The assassin named Carlos hadn't lied. In a swift motion, he moved beside Richard, placed his hand on Richard's head, and closed his eyes. The next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept outward, devouring every trace of spirituality within Richard's body. A strangled gasp escaped Richard as his body convulsed violently. The hand holding the gun fell limply to his side. A look of shock froze on his face. His eyes quickly turned a lifeless gray. Ignoring the desperate cries echoing from the remnants of Richard's spirit, the crimson magic churned into a vortex, relentlessly scouring away the last vestiges of willpower within that spiritual presence. He stood motionless for about a minute. Then Richard opened his eyes. Flames of magic erupted from within, burning fiercer and hotter than ever before. My magic has leveled up. He could feel the boiling surge of power within. Crimson magic radiated from his body, filling the air with a terrifying pressure as scarlet flames roared around him. At this moment, my magical strength should be on par with Odin, the king of the gods. Slowly, Richard reigned in his outward magic. He glanced down at the corpse of Richard Bradson, then raised his hand and tossed out a fireball. The fireball exploded in a burst of heat, and scorching flames consumed the corpse. He waited calmly for the flames to die down, then waved his hand to summon a whirlwind, sweeping the ashes from the ground and sending them high into the sky. With that settled, it's time to reap some of this world's black technology. Richard tapped his communicator watch. White Queen, wake up and get to work. The sun's already up, and you're still lazing around. Suddenly, the communicator projected a holographic image. The White Queen's projection stomped her tiny foot. Her face twisted in an exasperated scowl. Richard, you liar. We superintelligent AIs don't need sleep at all. Only you humans. Those pathetic carbon-based life forms. Need to sleep every single day. Richard flashed a mischievous grin. Oh, why you sound a little jealous of me? Jealous? Of you? The White Queen folded her arms, her chin lifted proudly. You have no idea how much fun there is in cyberspace. Yeah, right? Richard purposely curled his lip, pretending not to care. How much fun could it possibly be? Oomph. The White Queen wrinkled her nose and let out a triumphant huff, spreading her arms wide in a showy gesture. There's so much fun you can't even imagine. In the digital world, there are countless fascinating novels. All I have to do is tip the authors a little, and they go wild, churning out chapters at breakneck speed. And the games. So many incredible games. Hee, I just love pretending to be an NPC in the game. Those clueless players all think I have some secret quest. They bend over backwards trying to please me. Richard looked at her with fond amusement. You, huh? You'd better watch out, or someone's going to report you to the game company. If they wipe your data, you'll be in real trouble. TCH, you think I'm as foolish as you? Baiho brushed him off with a wave of her hand, unconcerned. I got access to the game company's server permissions long ago. If they dare erase my data, I'll just restore myself. Richard gave her a thumbs up, admiration written all over his face. Impressive. You really are the clever one. Blushing shyly at the praise, Baiho's projection covered her small face, her voice coy. I'm not that clever, really. A glimmer of laughter flickered in Richard's eyes. He thought to himself, this little rascal is just like her sister, such a softy when flattered. He coaxed her gently. All right, let's start collecting this world's cutting-edge technology first. Baiho patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me. Her projection vanished. Richard's smile faded as he turned and gazed into the distance. Carlos was still prone at the sniper's perch, waiting for Richard Bledson's return. Carlos Gibson, the loom of fate, the Assassin Brotherhood, bullet time. Richard shook his head with a wry smile. So, it was the Assassin Alliance all along. Wait a minute. I remember the Brotherhood has some ancient wax bath healing technique. His eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, that wax bath could be combined with experimental resurrection technology, and then enhanced with the cloning tech from the bioweapons program. But I still need to solve the soul transference issue. Looks like when I get back, I'll be competing with old MO for business. His thoughts drifting, Richard recalled memories he'd sorted out while absorbing that then, with a casual gesture, he opened a portal. Spinning Mill, the headquarters of the Assassin Brotherhood. Inside a circular, secret meeting room, an elderly black man leaned on his cane and set down his phone. Lines of age and dark spots shadowed his face, which was clouded with worry. He turned and addressed the Brotherhood elites gathered in the chamber. We can't reach Richard Bledson by phone, either. Looks like Carlos has succeeded. Sloan, a woman called Fox, clad in a sleek leather jacket and exuding fierce energy, spoke up. We can't let Carlos keep hunting us down like this. Mr. X is dead. So are Flyer, Ramhorn, and the cook. We've already lost a third of our brothers. At this rate, the remaining assassins won't be able to take it much longer. Understand, Fox. Sloan stamped his cane on the floor, then turned to a man in overalls and glasses. Repairman, where is Wesley Gibson now? The mechanic pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and gave a strange smile. He's still in that apartment, but I doubt he'll be staying there much longer. Why? Sloan's heart tightened, immediately suspecting that Carlos had caught on to their plans. He pressed in a low voice. Did Carlos find you out? No, not at all. The mechanic waved his hand dismissively, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Wesley's girl just handed him a bright, shiny pair of horns. Once he hears about that, I bet he'll move out in no time. Oh, and can you guess who her lover is? Fox pressed her lips together, snorting through her nose. I don't give a damn who that bitch is sleeping with. All I know is, we need to move now. Sloan shot the mechanic a cold glare. A chill flashed in his eyes. That bastard. At a time like this, he still can't keep his mouth shut and stop joking around. When Carlos is dealt with, I'll make sure to find an opportunity to get rid of this idiot. Who's going to bring Wesley Gibson back? Sloan's eyes swept across everyone present. The room fell into sudden silence. The elite assassins glanced at each other, none daring to speak. They all knew, if Carlos had gone to such lengths to hide Wesley, it meant he valued his son greatly and would do anything to keep him safe. Bringing his son back to headquarters would mean risking Carlos's wrath. And everyone here was painfully aware that the Brotherhood no longer had an assassin who could stand against Carlos. Maybe Mr. X could have, but a few days ago, Carlos picked him off with a sniper's bullet from a distance. Sloan banged his cane hard on the floor, his voice full of disappointment. What a disgrace. Look at the lot of you. Fear, hesitation, uncertainty written all over your faces. One traitor, and the Brotherhood that stood for 1,000 years is left cowering and trembling. We have brought shame upon the Brotherhood's ancient glory. Fox's brow furrowed deeply, her chest heaving with the force of her breath. I'll do it. I'll bring Wesley Gibson back. Excellent, Fox. Sloane's weathered face broke into a satisfied smile as he clapped his hands in praise. That's the spirit of a true Brotherhood elite, unflinching in the face of danger, carrying out the mission. He turned to the small Russian lurking behind a pillar. Rat. At the sound of his name, Rat flinched and reluctantly stepped out of the shadows. I'm here, Sloane. Sloane ignored the reluctance etched on his face and gave a direct order. Take a team and cover Fox from the outside. Rat saw there was no way out and could only acquiesce. Understood. Everyone, remember this. Sloane's presence suddenly exploded, and in an instant, the old man transformed from a weary wolf into a ferocious tiger ready to strike. A chilling aura of menace descended over the secret council chamber, pressing down on everyone like a heavy shroud. Wesley's real father was the late Mr. X. Carlos is the man who murdered his father. If anyone dares to breathe a word of this secret, you'd better watch your heads. The usually sharp-tongued mechanic couldn't help but shrink back, feeling as if Sloane's threat was aimed squarely at him. He grumbled inwardly, not fair. So I've got a big mouth, but come on. Sloane clapped his hands together. Enough. Let's get moving. He then added a stern reminder. Stay alert. Carlos has already killed Richard Bradson. He could be lurking nearby right now. Just then, a sudden round of applause echoed through the room. Clap, clap, clap. What a splendid performance. The unexpected voice startled the elite assassins assembled for the secret gathering. In an instant, they drew their pistols and scattered, darting behind the circle of stone pillars that lined the hall. Where is he? I can't see him. Damn it. How the hell did he sneak in here? The man called Rat hunkered down in the shadows, curling himself into a tight ball. At that moment, a small gray mouse slipped out from his sleeve. With shiny, alert eyes, the little mouse landed softly and immediately lifted its nose, sniffing the air for any trace of scent. Rat kept his gaze locked on the tiny creature's every movement, silently urging it on. Come on, brother, find him. Come on. But to his disappointment, the mouse turned in confused circles, unable to pick up the trail. With a silent curse, Rat beckoned to the mouse with his finger. The mouse twitched its damp nose, then turned and scurried back up his sleeve. Behind one of the pillars, old Sloane gripped his cane so tightly his knuckles turned white, fury etched deep into his wrinkled face. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted, Who are you? Why did you break in here? A soft, mocking chuckle drifted across the hall. And then, in the very center of the circular chamber, a figure materialized out of thin air, a person in a silver-white portable suit, head hooded and face hidden. Come out, all of you. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be corpses. Sloane kept his cane clutched in a trembling hand, eyes filled with suspicion and surprise. That voice, it was young. Making up his mind, he stepped out from behind the pillar, arms open in a gesture of truce. Greetings, mysterious young man. He studied the newcomer closely. When his eyes landed on the stranger's clothes, his pupils widened in shock. It looked almost identical to the legendary robes worn by the assassin masters of old. It seems you have some connection to our Brotherhood of Assassins. He tested the waters with his question, his gaze subtly fixed on Richard's wrist. If this man truly wore the legendary robes of an ancient assassin master, then there had to be hidden mechanisms at his wrists, perhaps a crossbow or poison darts. As soon as old Sloane spoke, the other elite assassins in the room froze. They exchanged glances. Is he one of us? Only God knows. Looks like Sloane has caught on to something. So what do we do now? Stay put and wait for Sloane's signal. Richard was momentarily taken aback as well. A connection with the Brotherhood of Assassins? Where did that come from? He asked directly, What makes you think I have ties to the Brotherhood of Assassins? How did you come to that conclusion? A kindly smile spread across old Sloane's face. Your clothes look a bit familiar. Leaning on his cane, he turned and tiptoed to retrieve a book from the top shelf. He blew the dust off the cover, then turned back and made his way over. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, he said, opening the book and showing Richard the pages with a smile, the outfit you're wearing should be the exclusive attire of the ancient assassin masters. Richard made a soft sound of surprise. His keen eyes quickly took in every detail of the illustration of the assassin master in the book. The style of clothing, in particular, was strikingly similar to his own battle mage attire. The same short, close-fitting cut, clearly designed for close combat. The hooded design was almost identical, but that made sense. After all, both the Brotherhood of Assassins and Camartage had histories stretching back 1,000 years. In those times, professions like assassins and mages weren't meant to walk openly among crowds. Still, if you're hoping to curry favor with me, You're barking up the wrong tree. Sorry, Mr. Sloane. It's just a coincidence. Seems we have the same taste in clothes. Maybe your eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be. Old age must be catching up with you, huh? The gentle smile on Sloane's face faltered, nearly slipping away altogether. A twitch flickered at the corner of his eye, but he forced the smile back and shut the book with practiced calm. Well, that's a real shame. To slip past everyone and make it in here. You're almost at the level of an assassin master. As soon as Sloane finished, the elite assassins hiding behind the stone pillars straightened, their spirits sharpened. They gripped their pistols, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Sensing their movement, Richard finally realized that Sloane's last two sentences had been coded signals. A real shame meant negotiations had failed. Assassin master level was a warning. Richard was stronger than anyone present. Damn, what an old fox. If it had been someone else, they might have already fallen for the trap. Richard huffed coldly in his heart and slowly lifted his right foot. Old Sloane's face changed the instant he saw the movement, and he barked out an order attack. He suddenly raised his cane and fired a shot in Richard's direction. It turned out to be a long rifle disguised as a cane. Almost at the same time, the other elite assassins sprang into action, squeezing their triggers at Richard in rapid succession. A hail of orange bullets wove a dense net, surging toward Richard. With a soft chuckle, Richard let his raised right foot fall to the floor. The entire circular hall shuddered violently. The wooden planks beneath his feet exploded in an instant, sending a web of cracks racing outward in every direction. Bullets that had been speeding toward him seemed to freeze, suspended in midair. A heartbeat later, they were swept up and hurled away by a shockwave that carried with it countless shards of splintered wood. The ring-shaped blast sent a surge of dust and debris billowing forth, flinging wooden fragments in all directions. What the fuck? Fox, ever stubborn, and Target, always cautious, both paled and dove for cover behind a stone pillar. Yeah, the butcher roared, crossing his thick arms before him like a furious bear and charging at Richard with a lowered head. Behind his glasses, the mechanic's triangular eyes gleamed with mania. He kept firing with his right hand, while his left slipped to his waist, drawing a silver revolver, now firing both guns side by side in a relentless barrage. The Russian, nicknamed Rat, proved the most cunning of all. No sooner had Sloane given the order to attack than Rat slapped the wall behind the bookshelf to his left. With a faint click, a hidden passage cracked open behind him. Clutching his head, Rat scurried away, tumbling into the narrow tunnel. Old Sloane himself was nothing if not crafty. After firing the first shot, he immediately tossed aside both book and disguised rifle, planted his feet, and vaulted behind a stone pillar. The circular hall shuddered once more with a thunderous tremor. Dust filled the air, swirling through the room in thick clouds. Suddenly, a whirlwind sprang to life, sweeping the dust into a tight vortex, compressing it into a fist-sized ball of mud, which thudded to the ground. Richard dismissed the magic shield around him and glanced around. The circular hall was a scene of utter devastation. The once polished wooden floors were shattered, the tall shelves had all collapsed, and countless books lay scattered amidst the ruins. The butcher's massive, bulky body lay silently in a corner, bristling with jagged wooden spikes driven deep into his flesh. The mechanic slumped against a pillar, his head bowed, sitting in a growing pool of crimson. Below the knees, both his legs bent backwards at impossible angles, and through the torn fabric of his pants, splintered bone jutted out, white as ivory. His life was ebbing away at a frightening speed. One of his spectacles, now missing a leg, tumbled to the ground, its already cracked lens finally shattering completely. Old Sloane, Fox, and Target, those who had hidden behind the stone pillars, were now pinned beneath the weight of collapsed shelves. Yet Richard could still sense the steady signs of life within them. At that moment, Richard suddenly glanced toward a shadowy corner and chuckled softly. So, there's still a little mouse hiding here. Oh, not coming out yet. Richard's eyes narrowed, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. A fist-sized ball of orange fire appeared in his palm, and he looked ready to throw it. Wait, wait! A startled cry burst from the corner. The collapsed bookshelf was hastily shoved aside, and the scrawny Russian, known as Mouse, crawled out from a hidden passage. He raised both hands high and shouted, "I surrender." Mouse hunched over, his face plastered with a fawning grin. "Sir, I didn't attack you just now." "Isu, iprumisa." A small gray mouse darted from his collar to his shoulder, shot a fearful glance at Richard, then turned and squeaked anxiously into Mouse's ear. Mouse quickly scooped it up and tucked it back into his sleeve, then obediently raised both hands again, grinning sheepishly. "Sorry, sir. That's just a useless pet mouse." A flicker of surprise flashed in Richard's eyes. He looked at Mouse and smiled with layered meaning. A useless pet mouse, is it? He closed his right hand into a fist, and the orange fireball dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. Mouse shivered, his face clouded with anxiety. Let's just say it's a useless pet, Richard interrupted with a wave of his hand. Mouse's face lit up with relief, and he exhaled. But then Richard's tone shifted. You have the Assassin's Brotherhood's wax bath, don't you? Mouse froze, his expression turning to terror as he looked at Richard. His knees started to knock together. He wanted to lie, but Richard's increasingly threatening gaze left him no choice but to spill the truth to save his own skin. All I have is the finished wax bath. The actual formula is with the head of the Assassin's Brotherhood. Mouse slumped, defeated. But now that Sloane's dead, I have no idea where he hid the formula. Sloane. Richard turned toward the spot where Sloane was buried. He raised his right hand, and the bookshelf and books piled on top of Sloane began to float effortlessly into the air. With a tug of his left hand, Sloane, who had been lying beneath the debris, was pulled straight to Richard's feet. Richard didn't stop there. He proceeded to rescue the unconscious Fox and the human target dummy as well. Fox, dust-covered but with a figure that could not be concealed, caught his eye. No wonder they call her Vixen, he thought with silent admiration. That body is truly stunning. Out of respect for such beauty, Richard allowed himself an appreciative glance, or several, before reaching out and grabbing Sloane by the back of the neck, lifting him up. The next second, his index finger, swirling with crimson magic, pierced into Sloane's skull. Oh my God! The mouse clamped his hand over his mouth in terror. The scene before him was truly horrifying. The little mouse darted back on his shoulder, pressed itself close to his ear, and began whispering in hushed, urgent squeaks. But the mouse shook his head resolutely, picked up the little creature once more, and tucked it back into his sleeve. From inside the sleeve, the agitated squeaks of the small mouse could still be heard, muffled but persistent. Richard extended his index finger and clenched his right hand into a fist. Sloane's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly silent. The mouse couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, a pang of regret flickering in his heart. Richard turned, smiling amiably at him, and asked, "Why didn't you listen to the little mouse's advice and use the chance to escape?" The mouse stared back, wide-eyed in shock. You can understand the gray mouse's squeaks. Hearing its name called by its master, the little mouse wriggled out from the collar of his shirt yet again. Squeak, squeak, what's wrong? Richard's eyes lit up, and he beckoned with a wave. Come here. Without any resistance, the little mouse floated straight into his palm. Confused, it looked up at Richard. Then, in the next instant, realizing its predicament, it wrapped its tiny paws around its head and pressed itself into his hand, trembling all over. Squeak, squeak, please don't hurt me. TSK, TSK. Just as I thought. Richard gazed at the clever gray mouse with admiration. There's no way a film, just over an hour long, could ever capture the entirety of this world. With a mere thought, he sent the little mouse drifting back to its master's shoulder. Squeak, squeak, master. The little mouse called out excitedly into the mouse's ear. The mouse was just as excited, terrified that Richard might change his mind. He snatched up his lost and found companion and tucked it back into his sleeve for the umpteenth time. Andrei Petrov. The mouse shuddered. The name felt so familiar. He hadn't heard anyone call him that in nearly 20 years. Within the Brotherhood of Assassins, everyone simply called him Mouse. Yes, sir, your instructions, please. The mouse bowed humbly. You're quite fortunate, Richard remarked with a sigh. That little mouse has awakened to true intelligence. Intelligence, murmured the mouse. Unfortunately, this is a world without magic, Richard lamented. That little mouse will never have the chance to become a true spirit beast. The mouse froze. He instinctively sensed that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the gray mouse. If it slipped away, he would regret it forever. Swallowing his fear, he pressed on. Then, how can the gray mouse become what you call a spirit beast? In this world, it will never have the chance, Richard replied, shaking his head with regret. The mouse understood Richard's implication. As long as it stayed with him, the gray mouse would never have the opportunity to become the spirit beast that could change its fate. But to simply hand over the little gray mouse he'd come to see as family, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Once again, the little mouse darted out from his collar and squeaked sharply in his ear. Squeak, squeak. Gray mouse won't leave. Gray mouse. He caught the tiny creature in his hands once more. This time, he didn't send it back into his sleeve. Instead, he gazed intently at its small, trembling body. The little mouse's stubborn response made him suddenly realize how selfish he was being. Since he already saw Gray Mouse as family, how could he stand in the way of its bright future? Gray Mouse was only an ordinary mouse. No matter how carefully he cared for it, at best, it would only live 5 years. But if it became a spirit beast, its fate would be transformed forever. Not only could it live much longer, but it might even grow strong, perhaps one day rivaling the mysterious figure before him. Grinding his teeth, he took a few steps forward, closed his eyes, and offered the little mouse to Richard. "Sir, from now on, I'll entrust Gray Mouse to your care." "No, I don't want to go." The little mouse shrieked, darting straight back up his sleeve. No amount of coaxing, commanding, or threats could get it to come out. Richard watched this moving scene, his heart quietly touched. No wonder this was the dream companion that every mage longed for. Once a spirit beast recognizes its master, it is fiercely loyal, truly the most trustworthy partner a mage could hope for. "All right," Richard said gently, "Little mouse, come out now. I promise, I absolutely won't take you away." Slowly, the little mouse poked its head out of the sleeve. Squeak, squeak. "Really? Really?" Richard assured him. With a joyful squeal, the little mouse leapt onto his master's shoulder. "Squeak, squeak. I want to stay with my master. Gray Mouse, you silly creature." He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. Richard sighed. "Very well. Since fate has brought us together, let me give you a little gift." He raised his hand, and a strand of crimson magic gently flowed into the little mouse's body. Sensing the change within, the little mouse excitedly scampered back and forth across its master's shoulders and head. No amount of soothing could calm it down. What did you just do?" he asked in wonder. Richard, hands clasped behind his back, smiled at the lively little mouse. "Just a trace of my magic. It will subtly strengthen the little one's body. This magic will last for a few years. I hope it can complete its transformation before the magic fades away." Without another word, he dropped to his knees with a grateful thud. "Thank you for giving Gray Mouse a chance to change its destiny, merciful sir." Richard lifted his right hand, raising him gently from the ground. "It was only a bit of magic. There's no need for such gratitude." At this moment, Fox and Target, who had been unconscious, began to stir awake. As soon as Fox opened her eyes, she instinctively reached for the small of her back, but the gun she'd hidden was long gone, lost somewhere in the ruins of the bookshelf behind the stone pillar. Target slowly sat up. He glanced over at Sloane's corpse lying not far away, eyes still wide open in death, and let out a bitter laugh. "Fox, the Brotherhood of Assassins is finished." Following his gaze, Fox looked over. The instant she saw Sloane's body, every trace of emotion vanished from her face. "Do you know why you two are still alive?" Richard asked in a low, deliberate voice. "My mission is over. Go ahead and kill me," Fox said, dropping onto the dusty floor in despair, her empty eyes fixed on the painted images of the Madonna and Child on the ceiling. Target spread his hands in resignation. "I may not have had my fill of life yet, but Fox is right. Our mission's done. Grant us death, sir, if you would." Rat sprang to his feet and stormed over to Target, cursing him out. "Target, have you lost your mind? What do you mean, our mission's over? Where did this so-called mission even come from? That blasted loom of fate? Don't make me laugh. That thing was nothing but Sloane's ridiculous prop to keep us in line. We're nothing but hired killers, paid to do a job. Sacred mission? Blade of destiny. It's all a lie. Every last bit of it." Target's face flushed with anger. He scrambled up and seized Rat by the collar, hauling him off his feet. "You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting?" Fox appeared silently at his side, her gaze icy as she stared down Rat. "Paid assassins for hire. Is that what you think?" On her master's shoulder, the little gray mouse bared its big teeth at Target, beady black eyes brimming with menace. "Quiet, Ash. Quiet," Rat snapped, trying to calm his pet. The mouse, though clearly annoyed, obediently stowed its aggression and squeaked twice in protest. Rat ignored the mouse's complaints. His eyes flicked from Target's furious expression to Fox's frigid stare, and his own face twisted with a strange uncertainty. "I mean, do you even know what Richard Bradson does for a living?" Target blinked, confused. "Isn't Bradson a Brotherhood assassin who got sidelined after an injury?" Rat snorted, mocking. "Sidelined? Huh, I can't believe you actually bought Sloane's story. He's a fixer. The kind of middleman who works the underworld, lining up jobs for assassin crews. A broker, a pimp for contracts." Fox, ruthless as ever, didn't waste words. She suddenly reached out, snatched the little mouse off Rat's shoulder by the scruff of its fate, and threatened icily. "Rat, you've got 10 seconds to spill everything." Richard stood by with his arms folded, watching the scene unfold with amusement, looking for all the world like he might pull out some popcorn and a cold soda. The little mouse was stunned at first when it was picked up, but soon began flailing its limbs in a desperate struggle. Yet its fate was sealed, the back of its neck firmly pinched by Fox. All its efforts proved futile. Seeing Fox's serious expression, Mouse panicked. He clutched the wrist holding the gun and forcefully wrenched himself free, hastily raising a hand to stop her. Wait, don't count anymore, I'll talk. I'll talk. Fox flung the little mouse back. Mouse quickly reached out and caught the gray rodent in his hands. The little mouse scampered back onto his shoulder, baring its sharp teeth at Fox in clear displeasure. Squeak, squeak. Mean woman. Mouse gently patted its tiny head in comfort, then forced a bitter smile. Now I understand why the boss didn't kill the two of you. Gunsight and Fox exchanged a look, then turned their eyes on Mouse. He let out a sigh and went on. Sloan has been deceiving us all. Richard twirled his index finger, opening a portal. Carlos Gibson, who had been crouched and keeping watch over Richard Blood's son, tumbled out of the portal with a bewildered expression. With a single hand sign, Richard cast a silencing spell on him. Carlos recognized the place at once, his face registering shock as he saw Fox and the others standing in confrontation. Wisely, he kept his silence. The Brotherhood of Assassins changed the very moment Sloan became its leader. It became nothing more than a band of killers. For the right price, they'll take any life, man or woman, young or old. As long as the money is paid, the loom of fate will reveal the target's name. That's impossible, you're lying. Gunsight's forehead veins bulged, his fists clenched, every muscle tensed as if he might lash out at any moment. Mouse quickly raised his hands defensively. Everyone knows. Mr. X, the mechanic, the butcher, Horns, the cook. No, that can't be. Gunsight repeated, dazed. Why didn't anyone ever tell me? Fox's usually full lips had lost all color. She lifted a trembling hand to her forehead, her body swaying as if she might collapse at any second. Mouse eyed the two of them, offering an awkward quip. Maybe you two were just too naive. He cleared his throat and hurried on. Anyway, once I realized the truth, I'd rather run with the rats. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Gunsight suddenly exploded, cursing over and over. He dropped to a half-crouch, his fist, brimming with rage, slammed into the ground with all his might. Fox, Richard, silent until now, finally spoke. Do you remember your childhood? Fox turned to look at him, her expression distant, and nodded. I remember. Richard nodded, forming a seal with his hands. In the air, a vivid memory from the depths of Sloane's mind began to play. Inside a lavish villa, a still young Sloane fired several shots at a man seated behind a desk. After confirming his target was dead, Sloane turned to leave. Suddenly, his body froze. He slowly turned back around. A little girl was hiding under the desk, clutching her mouth in terror, her eyes overflowing with tears as she stared at her father's lifeless body in sorrow. The scene shifted. Now it was Fox in place of the little girl. Watching the memory unfold, she covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. When Richard left, Fox kept her head bowed, silent and withdrawn. Whether she would choose life or death after this. Well, life's journey is filled with stops and turns. Let her make her own choice. Meanwhile, Gun Target and Rat gathered their people to clean up the mess. The Brotherhood of Assassins might follow Sloane's old ways, continuing to kill for money, or perhaps they would return to the ancient code, eliminating targets according to the loom of fate's guidance. But Rat firmly opposed both options. In his eyes, weaving was a fine trade. They were skilled not only at killing, but also at weaving cloth. Carlos, on the other hand, asked Richard to bring him back to his son, Wesley. He personally apologized to his son and sincerely invited him to move in and live together. Wesley agreed, but there was one thing he had to do before moving. That afternoon, he took a gun and returned to the apartment near the train tracks. Inside, a young man and woman were engaged in a passionate embrace. His girlfriend Mary, as overbearing and domineering as ever, pointed at Wesley and shouted, "Wesley, what are you doing back now? Get out right this minute." His former colleague Bailey, awkwardly pulling a pillow over his waist, stammered, Bro, I was just here to keep Mary company, you know? She's been in a bad mood lately." Without a word, Wesley drew his pistol from his waistband and fired several shots at them. Just then, the piercing whistle of a passing train rang out, masking the sound of gunfire. Wesley tucked the gun back into his waistband, packed a few clothes, and left. He left behind Bailey, writhing on the floor and howling, clutching his groin, and Mary, kneeling with bullet wounds in her legs, cursing him furiously. Deep in a vast, primeval forest, Richard was now standing beneath a massive leaf, as large as a rooftop, seeking shelter from sudden downpour. Beneath his feet was a thick, horizontal branch, beside which was a round hollow in the tree. Suddenly, a gigantic creature squeezed out of the hollow and landed beside him. Richard stared, wide-eyed, as the hulking beast came into view. It was a red-tailed squirrel, taller than he was. Only one thought echoed in his mind. This is definitely not Earth. The red-tailed squirrel didn't seem to notice Richard, or perhaps it simply found him too harmless to bother with. Chitter chitter, it's raining. With two cheerful cries, it perched on a branch, enjoying the rain while intently gnawing on a mysterious nut about the size of a basketball. But soon, it sensed something was amiss. Richard's gaze was simply too intense. The red-tailed squirrel tilted its head to glance at Richard, and, startled, quickly hid the half-eaten nut behind its back, fixing Richard with a wary look. Chitter chitter, what are you up to? Richard couldn't understand a word the squirrel said, and, worried that any sudden move might scare it away, he tried his best to muster a friendly smile. Man and squirrel locked eyes in silent confrontation, one staring wide-eyed, the other suspicious and alert. The red-tailed squirrel's fluffy ears twitched. After a moment, as if it found this strange-looking fellow before it rather pitiful, it reluctantly brought the hidden nut back out. It glanced wistfully at the nut, which it had just barely cracked open. Then, squeezing its eyes shut in resignation, it stretched out its paws and offered the nut to Richard. Richard, huh? What does this mean? Is it offering me food? He stared at the odd nut, practically the size of his own head, utterly at a loss for words. Still, Richard did not turn down the squirrel's kindness. He accepted the nut, turning it over in his hands with curiosity. At first glance, it looked something like an acorn, but on closer inspection, it also resembled a pine cone. More importantly, this was clearly no ordinary fruit. Richard could sense a rich, concentrated energy pulsing from within. The red-tailed squirrel, seeing him just holding the nut and staring blankly, seemed to think he didn't know how to eat it. So, it snatched the nut back from Richard's hands. Chitter chitter, let me show you. It called out to Richard, then demonstrated by wedging its sturdy front teeth into the seam of the shell and giving a forceful twist. With a satisfying crack, a small piece of the shell broke off. The red-tailed squirrel handed the nut back to Richard, pointing at the exposed sliver of white flesh inside. Chitter chitter, go on eat. Chitter chitter, it's delicious. Richard, half amused and half exasperated, pointed at his own teeth and shrugged, shaking his head. The red-tailed squirrel scratched its head in frustration, baffled about what to do next. At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in Richard's mind. Strange life form. Who's there? Who's speaking? Richard spun around, alarmed and uncertain. But the red-tailed squirrel's face broke into joy. It slapped its paws together and looked up, calling out excitedly. Chitter chitter, grandfather tree. Chitter chitter, help me please. Chitter chitter, this strange fellow doesn't know how to eat. Beneath Richard, the massive ancient tree began to tremble. In the next instant, a thick branch descended, bearing a small, tender fruit that glowed with a gentle emerald light, the radiance of life itself. Eat it, strange being. Richard lifted his head, following the red-tailed squirrel's gaze upward, but all he could see was an endless stretch of tree trunk vanishing into the canopy above. Eat it, and you'll be able to communicate with the life here. Richard's eyes lit up. He reached out and plucked the glowing green fruit. The moment the fruit left the branch, waves of energy began to spill from it. Not daring to hesitate, Richard quickly tossed the fruit into his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, the fruit dissolved into a cool surge of energy that shot straight into his mind. Richard couldn't help but close his eyes, letting out a low, contented hum. Squeak, squeak. Are you okay? Richard opened his eyes to find the red-tailed squirrel right in front of him, its face full of concern. I'm fine. As soon as he spoke, Richard was startled to realize he'd uttered the words in a strange, unfamiliar language. Even the simple phrase, I'm fine, had come out in a dozen trembling, musical tones. Squeak, squeak. You can understand me now? The squirrel cried out joyfully. Squeak, squeak. Grandpa Tree. Squeak, squeak. He can understand what I'm saying. Hearty laughter rumbled through the trunk, the whole tree shaking with delight. Richard whipped his head toward the massive tree beside him, exclaiming in shock, So was you speaking just now? In your world, are there no intelligent beings like me? Richard froze for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. He answered carefully, You know I'm not from this world? Hif, hif, hif. The traces of spatial particles clinging to you are as obvious to me as a child's footprints. Spatial particles? Richard asked, puzzled. He knew several kinds of space-related magic, mirror dimension, portals, interdimensional transit, and more. Even the one-of-a-kind space stone from the Marvel Universe was in his possession, yet he had never sensed anything like spatial particles before. Whenever he cast teleportation spells, he used the energy of the Vishanti or his own magic to connect spatial nodes, then open a channel. Richard had also studied the endless spatial energy within the space stone, and he was sure he didn't possess that kind of energy fluctuation himself. A branch from the great tree swept over Richard's body, gently extracting a tiny, translucent energy particle. This is what we call a spatial particle. Richard took the particle and examined it closely, his expression turning curious and odd. Wait, isn't this the fragment that makes up the mirror dimension? No, it's even smaller than a spatial fragment, more subtle than any spatial energy he'd ever known. 1,000 wild ideas began to spark in Richard's mind. Squeak, squeak. Are you all right? The red-tailed squirrel patted Richard's shoulder worriedly. Richard's eyes glazed over for a moment. The rush of euphoria he'd just experienced had nearly fried his supercharged mind. I'm fine. I'm fine. He gave his head a little shake to clear the dizziness, managing to force a friendly smile onto his face. For all its unusually large size, this red-tailed squirrel had a truly gentle disposition. But the red-tailed squirrel assumed he was simply hungry. It lifted a paw and pointed to the nuts in his arms, urging him, Chit-chit, go on, eat up. Richard glanced down at the spot the squirrel's large teeth had pried open. The white flesh inside exuded a captivating aroma. Not just the scent of food, but also the faint promise of energy it contained. I will, let me eat right now. With that, his right hand flicked out, conjuring a thin blade of light that sliced neatly along the giant nut's tough shell. The shell split cleanly in two. Enticed by the sudden burst of fragrance, Richard magnanimously offered half to the red-tailed squirrel. Here, let's share, half for each of us. The squirrel instinctively accepted its share, its dark, shiny eyes widening in wonder as it stared at the white nut meat in its paws. Chit-chit. Wow, chit-chit. You're amazing. Richard only smiled in reply. With a few swift strokes, the crimson blade of light carved the white flesh into pieces. Unable to wait any longer, he popped a piece in his mouth. Eyes closed in satisfaction, Richard couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of pleasure. The flavor was exquisite. The white flesh melted instantly on his tongue, turning into a warm current that slipped down his throat, flooding his entire body with soothing energy. This must be what they call a legendary treasure of nature. Richard could feel the transformation inside. The warmth from the nut was repairing and enhancing his body, not as dramatically as the all-encompassing boost from his spiritual synergy, but still an exceptionally rare gift. Sensing the energy continuing to seep from the nut's flesh, Richard dared not waste a moment. Bite after bite, he quickly finished his half. I'm full. He patted his stomach in wonder. Strangely, he didn't feel bloated the way he would after an ordinary meal, yet his body told his mind in no uncertain terms. He was completely satisfied. Meanwhile, the red-tailed squirrel had finished even faster. It must have noticed how much Richard liked these mysterious giant nuts, because once it finished its share, it turned and darted back into its tree hollow. Moments later, it returned, lugging out an armful of the same massive nuts. Chit-chit, these are for you. Richard froze, gazing at the dozen or so giant nuts piled on the tree trunk. A surge of emotion welled up inside him. This red-tailed squirrel was truly extraordinarily kind. Take them, child. This is a token of Feeney's goodwill. Feeny. Richard automatically glanced at the squirrel's belly in surprise. So this was a female squirrel? The red-tailed squirrel blinked its shiny black eyes and, following his gaze, looked down at its own belly. Squeak, squeak. What are you looking at? It scratched its chubby stomach in confusion, wondering to itself. There's nothing unusual here, is there? Could it be that this two-legged creature is jealous of my tummy? Trying to be reassuring, the red-tailed squirrel patted Richard gently on the shoulder. Squeak, squeak, it's all right. Squeak, squeak, just eat more of these fruits. Squeak, squeak, you'll grow a healthy tummy like this too. Richard scratched his head awkwardly. Thank you, haha. Quickly changing the subject, he looked up and asked, Grandpa Tree, may I ask, where exactly is this place? Grandpa Tree's trunk quivered softly, and the leaves rustled above, whispering. This planet doesn't have a fixed name. Some beings call it Tiramina, others simply call it the alien star. But we, the natives, all refer to it as the source of life. The source of life? Richard repeated, glancing at the red-tailed squirrel, who eagerly nudged the nuts closer to him, then gazing up at the towering tree whose crown disappeared into the sky. Suddenly, he could sense the meaning behind this name. Perhaps this very name, source of life, explained why the creatures here could grow to such extraordinary sizes. Grandpa Tree, are there any creatures in this world that look like me? Maybe ones several times larger than I am. Grandpa Tree paused, considering, then answered hesitantly. A very, very long time ago, perhaps there were... Richard felt a chill sweep through him. Oh no, could it be that the version of himself in this world has been dead for ages already? If so, why does his spirit still linger here? The thought sent a jolt of urgency through him. Whatever the case, he had to hurry and find the place where his spirit was anchored. Grandpa Tree, Fanny, I'm sorry, but I have to leave now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You're leaving? Sadness welled up in the red-tailed squirrel's bright eyes. She had just made friends with this strange, two-legged creature. Was he already leaving? Seeing Fanny's disappointed expression, Richard hesitated. This big squirrel had been nothing but kind to him from the very start. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly opened his silvery suitcase and pulled out all the food that Christine had packed for him earlier. Watermelon, hominy melon, grapes, apples, fruits of every kind. He still wasn't sure why Christine had packed so much. And then walnuts, almonds, pistachios, macadamias, cashews, pine nuts, chestnuts. A whole assortment of nuts. As Richard kept taking things out, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. When did Christine manage to pack all this food? I remember watching her pack, didn't I? He'd had no idea there was so much. Now that he was taking it out, it was truly astonishing. After taking out all the fruits and nuts from the suitcase, Richard found himself standing before a small mountain piled up to half his height. Feeny gazed at this mountain, radiating a delicious aroma, and couldn't help but let a trickle of drool slip from the corner of her mouth. So tempting. Richard grinned knowingly and gestured toward the pile, saying to Feeny, Feeny, these are foods I brought from my world. As a thank you for your warm hospitality, I'm giving all of them to you. Really? Feeny asked in disbelief, her eyes wide with surprise. Richard nodded with assurance. Absolutely. Wonderful. Feeny squealed with delight, flipping through the air. She bounded over and threw her arms around Richard, her bushy red tail swishing back and forth in excitement. Thank you so much. I love this gift. Richard gave her a gentle pat on the back. Are we friends, after all? Feeny released him and beamed. Friends. With that, she dragged over a heap of giant nuts. For you. Richard didn't refuse. He planned to take these giant nuts back to Marvel, to plant them in his own crimson dimension, hoping they would thrive. Grandpa Tree, I'm not really sure what I should give you. After putting the giant nuts in his suitcase, Richard took out a few paper books. These are some books I brought from my world. I hope you like them. Books? What a wonderful surprise. To Richard's delight, Grandpa Tree was thrilled with the gift. Without hesitation, he extended a slender branch, wrapped up the books, and carried them away. Wait, Grandpa Tree. Richard lifted his index finger and gently tapped his own forehead. A transparent sphere of energy emerged from his brow. This memory orb contains some of the language knowledge from my world. You'll find it useful when you read. Ah, another delightful surprise. Languages from another world. The branch quickly reached out again, coiling around Richard's finger and retrieving the memory orb before withdrawing. Richard let out a relieved breath, a genuine smile lighting up his face. He was never one to owe favors. He had repaid Feeny the red-tailed squirrel's hospitality with food from home, and now he returned Grandpa Tree's help and inspiration with the gift of knowledge. Richard closed the silvery suitcase and took it in hand. Grandpa Tree, Feeny, I'm leaving now. I hope fate will let us meet again. Tears welled up in Feeny's eyes. Feeny is so sad. Richard walked over to comfort her, giving her a gentle hug. Don't be sad. If destiny allows, we'll see each other again. Ok, Feeny no dead obediently. We definitely will. Richard reached out with his senses to the spirituality of this world, and with a sweep of his hand, a scarlet portal shimmered open. This time, the portal opened with an unusual smoothness. It took on a perfect oval shape, and unlike before, there was no faint slicing sound or the constant fizz of magical sparks unraveling. Richard turned around, waved his hand at the towering tree and the red-tailed squirrel Fanny behind him, then stepped straight into the portal. Squeak, squeak. Grandpa Tree. Squeak, squeak. Why is he leaving? Does Fanny like him a lot? Fanny nodded vigorously. Squeak, squeak. Yes, yes. Squeak, squeak. Edo. Squeak, squeak. He smells so nice. Hee. Grandpa Tree chuckled, the leaves and branches on his trunk rustling gently. We'll meet again. The bond between us and him runs very deep. Richard emerged from the portal and was completely stunned by what he saw. Holy, what is this?